Introduction **. Transmigrating into another world. Li Ruoqing, the sixth prince of the Crimson Flame dynasty in the eastern region of the Cloudwave continent, finds himself endowed with mediocre talents and little regard. He ventures to a remote border town, unexpectedly activating the strongest city lord system, thus commencing his journey of a remarkable turnaround. Chapter 1. Arrival at Frost City. On the Cloudwave continent, numerous races coexist, including humans, demon beasts, orcs, elves, dwarves, and dragons. 50,000 years ago, the invasion of Outer Realm demons swept across the continent, leading to the formation of an alliance among various races, which took 5 centuries to repel the invaders. After the Great War, many races suffered severe losses. The dragon race retreated to the offshore Dragon Island, isolating themselves, while the elves withdrew to the fairy forest. In contrast, humans and orcs, due to their remarkable reproductive capabilities and short growth cycles, experienced rapid population expansion over the next 20,000 years, gradually becoming the dominant races on the continent. Humans occupied the central, eastern, and southern regions, while orcs claimed the northern and western territories. The harsh climates of the north and west frequently incited conflicts between the orc kingdoms and the human nations in the central and eastern regions, all vying for resources. Human nations include the central region's Azure Dragon dynasty, the eastern region's Crimson Flame dynasty, and the southern region's Bright Moon dynasty, alongside numerous smaller states. Orc nations comprise the northern region's Azure Wolf Empire and the western region's Mighty Lion Empire. Martial arts are categorized into ranks: first stage martial disciple, second stage martial artist, third stage martial master, fourth stage martial king, fifth stage martial sovereign, sixth stage martial emperor, seventh stage martial sage, and 8th stage martial deity. Magic is classified as first stage magic apprentice, second stage mage, third stage sorcerer, fourth stage grand sorcerer, fifth stage magic tutor, sixth stage great magic tutor, seventh stage sacred magic tutor, and 8th stage magic deity. Demon beasts, dragons, are ranked as follows: first to third stage as ordinary demon beasts, fourth stage demon king, fifth stage demon sovereign, sixth stage demon emperor, 7th stage demon sage, and 8th stage demon deity. Common professions on the continent include swordsman, blade master, knight, archer, mage, shaman, orcs, blacksmith, alchemist, mercenary, explorer, wandering bard, assassin, etc. In the eastern region of the Cloudwave continent, within the Crimson Flame dynasty, a convoy of guards escorts a carriage as it slowly progresses toward a remote border town. Your Highness, I cannot fathom why you would voluntarily leave the imperial capital to govern such a secluded city. A middle-aged man, dressed in brocade and sporting a clean-shaven face, inquired with a puzzled expression directed at the young prince. Uncle Wang, my brothers are no ordinary challengers, especially now that father is aging and no longer as vigorous. The competition for the crown prince position among them is bound to intensify. I have no desire for the throne. It is better to depart from this place of turmoil. At least I can enjoy a carefree existence as a prince, don't you think? Li Ruoqing replied with a smile, explaining to the eunuch who had accompanied him for over a decade. It turns out that Li Ruoqing had transmigrated into the womb of a palace maid, born to Emperor Li Xiuan of the Crimson Flame dynasty and the maid. If it weren't for the palace servants diligently recording the emperor's offspring, Li Xiuan might have been unaware of this son's existence. Li Xiuan held little regard for this illegitimate child, as his biological mother was merely a lowly maid, and he had not demonstrated any exceptional martial or magical talents, rendering him unworthy of significant investment. Had it not been for the protection of Eunuch Wang and a powerful martial king who shared a close relationship with his mother, he might have met an untimely demise long ago. His brothers had bullied him throughout his childhood, never sparing a kind word for him, considering him merely a lowly, illegitimate prince with little talent. When Li Ruoqing proposed his intention to govern a border town, Li Xiuan readily agreed, harboring little expectation for this son. To him, one more or less made no difference. Once granted permission, Li Ruoqing set off with Eunuch Wang and a contingent of guards, traveling light. The ministers in the imperial capital paid little heed to the departure of the inconspicuous sixth prince, indifferent to the exit of a prince who garnered no favor, as their focus remained on the more promising princes vying for the crown prince title. Upon the arrival of Li Ruoqing's party at Frost City, a voice inexplicably resonated in his mind. Detection confirms the host has acquired a territory. The strongest city lord system is automatically activated and bound. Li Ruoqing was initially incredulous, his heart racing. System? Is it truly a system? Indeed, the system being activated is the strongest City Lord system. I am the system sprite, Xiaobai. The system will undergo updates and maintenance for the next 6 hours, and will be fully operational in 12 hours. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoqing felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. At last, the system has arrived. 12 long years. My life, without any cheats or advantages, has been incredibly arduous. Your Highness, what is the matter? Eunuch Wang inquired with concern, noticing the prince's agitation. Cough, cough, it's nothing, just a moment of inspiration, Li Ruoqing responded, concealing the truth. The strongest City Lord system would undoubtedly be his greatest reliance in the future, and the fewer who knew of this secret, the better. As Li Ruoqing and Eunuch Wang arrived at the City Lord's residence, officials were already waiting nearby. We welcome your Highness, the sixth prince. Please rise, Li Ruoqing replied nonchalantly. Your Highness has traveled a great distance. I trust you must be weary. I have prepared accommodations for you, ready for your immediate occupancy. Li Ruoqing nodded, surveying the officials around him, and curiously asked, what of the former city lord? Lord Yuan unfortunately perished during the bandit siege. An official hesitantly responded, struggling to find the words. Perished? Li Ruoqing was taken aback. Was this border town truly so perilous? The city lord had fallen? He had never heard that ruling a city was such a dangerous profession. What is the current state of the city? How many inhabitants and soldiers remain? What provisions and gold do we have? Xin Mu, the official responsible for accounts and provisions, spoke nervously, reporting to your Highness. Frost City currently possesses 15,000 gold coins and 20,000 stones of grain. However, we have only about 1,500 soldiers left. How could this be possible? Li Ruoqing exclaimed. As one of the relatively prosperous towns in the northern part of the empire, how could Frost City have so little inventory and soldiers? He recalled that although Frost City was not as prosperous as those in the heart of the dynasty, it was still ranked among the better cities along the border. How could it have fallen into such disrepair? This is a long story. Last year, the Orc Empire launched a large-scale military invasion along the border, attempting to breach the defenses and plunder the towns. All border towns gathered their forces to resist fiercely. Although they successfully repelled the Orc army, we suffered heavy casualties among our own troops. Li Ruoqing was left speechless by the official's explanation. He had not anticipated such dire conditions in the border town, far worse than the portrayal by the officials in the imperial capital. What is the approximate population remaining near Frost City? After pondering for a moment, Li Ruoqing realized that population was the greatest resource in these times. With a sufficient population, even thousands of soldiers could be recruited continuously. Given the current army of only 1,500, they would be utterly helpless against bandit raids or another orc invasion. Perhaps there are fewer than 60,000 left. Continuous wars have caused many farmers and civilians to flee southward. Given the current situation, it will be quite challenging to collect this year's taxes, sighed Yangyu, the chief scribe of the Lord's Manor. He never expected that in just a year's time, the once prosperous Frosty City would descend into such lamentable conditions. Li Ruoqing was utterly astonished by the predicament of Frosty City. Although he had anticipated that border towns would not compare to the imperial capital, he was taken aback by the severity of the situation. Fortunately, my external aid is in place and will be available for normal use tomorrow. I shall see if I can devise a strategy within the system. Li Ruoqing mused quietly, before curiously inquiring, were any orc soldiers captured during the previous battle? Indeed, the allied forces of the town managed to repel the orc army and captured quite a number of orc prisoners, but they were sold at a low price to the merchant guild. One of the officials replied, What? You sold the prisoners at a low price? Are you fools? Li Ruoqing was infuriated. After fighting fiercely against the orc army and suffering heavy losses among his own soldiers, to sell the captured orc soldiers at such a low price was nothing short of foolishness. Surely it would have been more beneficial to keep them for labor. Chapter 2. Is fortune smiling? Did he draw the divine, General Zhao Yun? At dawn the next day, as the morning light streamed into the room, Li Ruoqing rose early to wash up, feeling a surge of excitement. The most powerful Lord system indicated that it would be ready for use in just over 10 minutes. The eunuch tasked with attending to Li Ruoqing, Wang Gonggong, looked on in puzzlement. The sixth prince was notoriously fond of sleeping in and seldom rose before noon. Why was he up so early today? Your Highness, shall I arrange for breakfast? Wang Gonggong inquired. Li Ruoqing casually replied, Just prepare something simple, nothing elaborate. His curiosity was piqued about what benefits he might receive when the system activated. According to the tales of many who had traversed to this world, it was customary to receive a starter package to aid in initial development. Surely his most powerful lord system would also provide a grand gift. Li Ruoqing eagerly awaited the countdown's conclusion, never having imagined that 10 minutes could feel so interminable. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the voice of the system's sprite rang out, ding. Update complete. The most powerful lord system is officially activated. A starter package has been granted to the host. Please check promptly. The system will issue tasks at irregular intervals. Completing these tasks on time will yield substantial rewards. Should you have any questions during usage, you may summon the system sprite. Upon witnessing the sprite's figure vanish, Li Ruoqing hurriedly checked his system inventory and indeed found a vibrant red package resting within. There really is a starter package. I hope it contains something splendid. Li Ruoqing rubbed his hands together in anticipation, fervently reciting, "May Buddha bless, may God bless, may the old Lord bless. Let it be a soul-stirring experience, yielding golden legends." With trembling hands, Li Ruoqing opened the package, and a dazzling light flashed before him, revealing a golden token, a chest of gold coins, a stack of provisions, and an ancient tome. After carefully examining the items, he discovered it contained a hero recruitment order, a treasure chest with 50,000 gold coins, and provisions amounting to 50,000 stones. As for the ancient book, it appeared to be a skill manual for warriors. Among these benefits, Li Ruoqing was particularly interested in the hero recruitment order. According to the system's description, this golden quality order could randomly summon a hero, allowing for a choice between a mage or a warrior, with a chance to receive a corresponding legion as well. After some contemplation, he decided to recruit a warrior hero, as he recalled that only warrior heroes had a higher probability of being accompanied by a legion. It was rare to hear of mages forming legions, given their limited numbers. Usually, a group of 10 or so constituted a small party, which was not very cost-effective. Having made up his mind, Li Ruoqing swiftly utilized the hero recruitment order, gold, and a system notification sounded, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the hero recruitment order, gold, and summoned the legendary hero Zhao from the Three Kingdoms. His current strength is at the early stage of martial sovereign, accompanied by a special troop of 3,000 white horse riders. They will arrive at Frosty City in 1 hour. Zhao. Wait, if this is indeed the Zhao, how can his strength be at martial sovereign level?" Li Ruoqing wondered, puzzled. In his recollection, the Three Kingdoms of his past life did not belong to a high martial realm. How could such formidable strength exist? For centuries, even martial emperor-level beings had become exceedingly rare. The strongest in the Qian Empire, the Songlong Empire of the central region, and the Mingyue Empire of the southern region barely reached the late stages of martial emperor. Martial saint-level warriors had not appeared in centuries, and martial god-level beings had long become mere legends. Li Ruoqing promptly summoned the system's sprite for clarification. Indeed, this Zhao Zilong is the legendary General Zhao of the Three Kingdoms, but he is the mythological version, which explains his martial sovereign strength. One must say, host, you are indeed fortunate to summon such a powerful hero on your first use of the hero recruitment order. So it is the mythological version of the Three Kingdoms. No wonder Zhao possesses such strength. Wait, when Zhao led the White Horse Riders, it was still in the early days of the Three Kingdoms, meaning he had not yet reached his peak. Does that imply that the mightiest warrior of the Three Kingdoms, Lu Bu, must possess martial emperor or even martial saint strength? Li Ruoqing murmured. If he had drawn the mythological version of Lu Bu, it would indeed be an extraordinary start. Nevertheless, drawing the mythological version of Zhao is still quite fortunate. At the very least, the safety of Frosty City is assured. Li Ruoqing reassured himself. Now, with Zhao of martial sovereign strength stationed in Frosty City, he, as the Lord, would be as steadfast as a mountain. Even in the face of bandit sieges or orc army incursions, he could face them with composure. Subsequently, Li Ruoqing activated the warrior skill manual. A radiant light enveloped him, and he found himself momentarily dazed, his mind filled with a wealth of newfound memories. This is a tome that guides one to martial divinity. Li Ruoqing was even more astonished than when he summoned Zhao. He never anticipated that the system would be so generous as to include such a treasure in the starter package. This warrior skill manual not only encompassed all martial techniques and secrets of warriors, but also contained a unique cultivation method known as the stellar body refinement technique, which could continuously absorb the powers of the sun, moon, and stars, refining the physical body until one attained the divine realm of the body. Goodness, this is truly a windfall. Li Ruoqing was overwhelmed with excitement. He never imagined that despite his mediocre martial talent, he would have such an opportunity to cultivate his physique and achieve martial divinity. After enjoying a delightful breakfast, Li Ruoqing recalled the system's notification and promptly addressed Wang Gonggong. Uncle Wang, a troop will arrive shortly to pledge allegiance to me. Please make arrangements for a feast. Wang Gonggong felt somewhat puzzled. Could it be that His Highness has raised a private army? That seems unlikely. He lacks the funds for such. Could it be a contingency left by the late Empress? Wang Gonggong couldn't help but recall the kind-hearted woman who had passed away too soon. Unbeknownst to Wang Gonggong's doubts, Li Ruoqing remained oblivious. Even if he were aware, he would not offer further explanation. After all, no matter how he explained it, there would be inconsistencies. How could a sudden, powerful legion appear out of thin air? By refraining from explanation, he would only enhance the air of mystery, making it difficult for others to discern. Half an hour later, a distinguished army clad in silver armor and mounted on white steeds advanced majestically towards Frost City. The scouts stationed atop the city gate, tasked with observing the distant horizon, swiftly detected this unusual occurrence and promptly reported to the Lord's residence. Upon receiving the news, Li Ruoqing restrained his inner excitement and hurriedly summoned Wang Yi along with several officials from the Lord's residence to the city gate, preparing to extend a warm welcome. Chapter 3. Journey to the Kingdom of Green. Gazing upon the distant, well-trained cavalry brigade, many soldiers stationed at the city gate felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The throng before them numbered at least several thousand, whereas their own garrison in Frost City barely exceeded 1,000. Should a conflict arise, their lives would be in grave jeopardy. Your Highness, are you certain this army comes to ally with us? Wang Yi, witnessing such a formidable force for the first time, wore a grave expression. Although a master at the martial king level, he could not claim to emerge unscathed before such a disciplined elite. If these men had come to provoke, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences today. Li Ruoqing smiled enigmatically before calling out loudly. Is that General Zilong approaching? Indeed. It is Zhao. Today, I lead 3,000 white horse conquerors to pledge allegiance to His Highness the Sixth Prince. A young general, adorned in a white cloak and wielding a gleaming silver spear, replied boisterously from beneath the city gate. What formidable essence! Wang Yi was taken aback by the astonishing prowess of this young leader, wondering how His Highness had managed to recruit such a formidable figure. The other soldiers stationed at the gate also expressed astonishment, realizing that such a mighty force had come to support the newly appointed lord of the city. How remarkable! Li Ruoqing, undeterred by the thoughts of others, excitedly instructed the soldiers beside him, open the city gate, and welcome General Zilong into the city. As Zhao Yun observed the gate slowly parting, he directed his deputy, set up camp outside the gate, and send 10 of my men to accompany me into the city. Li Ruoqing felt a surge of exhilaration upon meeting the legendary general of his previous life. General Zilong, you have traveled far. We have prepared a feast to reward your efforts. He beckoned to the nearby soldiers to carry provisions to the encampment outside for the troops, while he escorted Zhao Yun to the Lord's manor. After a thorough discussion, Li Ruoqing came to understand the extraordinary capabilities of the Supreme City Lord system, which could summon powerful beings from different realms to the Yulon continent and assign them roles, such as Zhao Yun, who was now deemed a distant relative of his late mother, the noble Lady Yun, having served in the military of a certain kingdom for years. He had come to assist upon learning that Li Ruoqing had arrived in the remote Frost City. Upon hearing Zhao Yun's explanation, Wang Yi remained somewhat perplexed. He had never heard Lady Yun mention such a relative during his time by her side. Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further, recognizing that Li Ruoqing evidently held a deep trust in the newly arrived Zhao Yun. In the afternoon, Li Ruoqing convened the officials of the Lord's manor to discuss the forthcoming plans. Surveying the somber faces of his subordinates, he spoke calmly. With General Zilong's arrival, the safety of Frost City is assured. Now, we must deliberate on how to foster our development. Are there any worthwhile suggestions? Several officials glanced at their colleague beside them, and it was the main scribe, Yang Yu, who spoke up. Your Highness, the pressing matter at hand is to recruit personnel for the cultivation of the wasteland. It is now the vernal equinox. If we act promptly, there is still time for sowing. If we delay further, we shall miss the opportunity. He then turned to the esteemed Zhao Yun, continuing, moreover, with General Zhao Yun's assistance, the consumption of provisions presents another challenge. We must procure a substantial quantity of grain from the nearby kingdom's merchant guild. Li Ruoqing nodded in agreement, recognizing the urgency of these issues. I shall draft a proclamation to encourage the populace to cultivate the wasteland, offering a tax exemption of 1/10 for the newly opened lands for 3 years. Additionally, we need to recruit skilled artisans. I have significant plans for them. General Zilong, the defense of Hanshuan City shall be entrusted to you. Tomorrow, I require you to arrange a detachment of 100 men to escort us to the neighboring kingdom for the procurement of supplies. Li Ruoqing held unwavering confidence in Zhao Yun, for the reliability of the system ensured quality, and Zhao was renowned for his loyalty and valor. Entrusting him with the crucial task of safeguarding the home brought Li great peace of mind. According to his strategy, a portion of the original garrison of 1,500 could be reallocated to form a town security force to manage the internal affairs of Hanshuan City. Once sufficient grain was procured from the merchant guild, Li Ruoqing could send Zhao Yun and the White Horse Brotherhood to eliminate the nearby bandits. After all, how could one allow intruders to slumber so close to their resting place? Li Ruoqing harbored no fondness for those who would brazenly extort from the vulnerable. The Orc Empire, despite its harsh climate leading to famine, was forced to plunder. However, these bandits did not suffer such dire straits. They pursued their nefarious pursuits of murder and theft. Lured by the prospects of easy wealth, lost in thought, Li Ruoqing became absorbed in his reflections until he was gently reminded by Wang Yi beside him. He quickly cleared his throat to mask his momentary distraction. After the meeting concluded, Li Ruoqing continued to ponder what resources could be acquired from the Tianyuan Merchant Guild. Although he had resided in the Yunnan continent for over a decade, much of that time was spent within the palace and imperial capital, leaving him with limited understanding of the continent's customs and culture. This opportunity provided a chance to broaden his horizons. If his expectations proved accurate, he might be able to reintroduce some of his past inventions and items into the Yunnan continent, thus amassing a fortune in gold and other resources. The following morning, Li Ruoqing and Wang Yi, under the escort of 100 mounted guards, swiftly made their way toward the distant kingdom of Green. The officials of the Lord S. Manor, adhering to Li Ruoqing's prior directives, drafted a proclamation and posted it prominently throughout the city. When the curious populace learned that cultivating wasteland could yield a mere 1/10 tax, the news sparked an uproar. They were acutely aware that their current land tax was 3/10, a concession made by the previous benevolent lord of Hanshuan City. In other towns, land taxes were at least 4/10, if not 5/10. Moreover, some observant citizens noted that, in addition to cultivating wasteland, the Lord's Manor was actively recruiting skilled artisans, offering remarkably generous remuneration, 60 silver coins per month. For impoverished individuals like themselves, earning 40 silver coins a month could sustain a family of 3, rendering the offered wages exceptionally lucrative. Many, upon hearing the news, hurried to the registration office near the Lord's Manor, anxious not to miss their opportunity. The closest headquarters of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce was situated over 200 kilometers away in the royal city of the Kingdom of Green. The ancestors of the Kingdom of Green were descendants of the founding emperor of the Crimson Flame dynasty. Following the establishment of the dynasty, numerous small kingdoms were created through the granting of titles to various lords. Interestingly, the current king of the Kingdom of Green was a distant cousin of Li Ruoqing, though the two had never crossed paths. Chapter 4. Bargaining after a day's journey. Li Ruoqing and his companions finally arrived at the royal city of the Kingdom of Green by evening. Gazing at the towering and expansive city walls, Li Ruoqing felt a sense of nostalgia. While it could not compare to the imperial capital of the Crimson Flame dynasty, it was undeniably superior to his modest Frosty City. However, the guards at the city gate were not particularly welcoming. As they approached, a commanding officer bellowed, "Halt! You are entering the imperial capital of the Kingdom of Green." Li Ruoqing smiled and replied, "We are the forces from Frosty City, here to procure supplies from the Kingdom of Green." "So, you are from Frosty City? Do you have proof?" The officer, upon noticing that all of them were mounted on white horses and donned in armor, began to believe them, as such an appearance was characteristic of regular troops, unlike the ragtag bandits or beastmen who lacked such proper equipment. Li Ruoqing produced a token from his pocket and displayed it to the officer. After verification, he and his companions paid a gold coin each to gain entry into the capital. What a ripoff. A head tax just to enter the city. A silver coin per person, it's highway robbery. Li Ruoqing grumbled. Wang Yi chuckled and explained, "Your Highness, there is no need for concern. In our imperial capital of the Crimson Flame dynasty, the gate tax is even steeper, 2 silver coins per person." Li Ruoqing was taken aback. He had never paid much attention to such matters before, unaware that even a simple city gate could become a significant source of taxation. The group found a large hotel in the city to rest for the night, planning to visit the Chamber of Commerce the following day to procure grain. As he beheld the bustling metropolis of the Kingdom of Green, Li Ruoqing felt a pang of envy. He had once forsaken the splendor of the imperial capital to preserve his life, leaving his homeland for the remote Frosty City, and there was a lingering sense of regret. However, he had little choice. Lacking the strength to navigate the complex political landscape of the capital, a misstep could lead to becoming a pawn in someone else's game. Yet now, circumstances had changed. Armed with the formidable Lord system as his advantage and having secured the renowned General Zhao Yun of the martial sovereign realm along with 3,000 valiant riders, he felt confident in transforming Frosty City, this border town, into the most prosperous and powerful city on the entire continent. On the second day upon arriving in the capital, the group promptly made their way to the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Gazing at the opulently decorated trading hall, Li Ruoqing could not help but silently scoff. It was no wonder that the Tianyuan Chamber was said to possess wealth rivaling that of nations. The lavishness of even a mere trading hall spoke volumes about their immense fortune. Nearby, old Jean, the chamber's accommodating steward, noticed Li Ruoqing's youthfulness paired with the exquisite armor he donned, which clearly signified that he was either immensely wealthy or of high status. With a welcoming smile, he swiftly approached. "Esteemed sir, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting our Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce? I wish to procure a batch of grain. May I inquire about your current stock?" Li Ruoqing replied calmly. "Are you purchasing supplies for your army, sir? You have come to the right place. Our Tianyuan Chamber offers a vast array of goods, and we have grain in abundance. Over 300,000 stones stored in our warehouses alone. Should that be insufficient, we can source more from other locations." Old Jean proudly elaborated. Considering Li Ruoqing's impressive background, a thought struck him. "Moreover, we possess superior quality grain, reserved exclusively for nobility, priced at 23 times the cost of regular grain. Might this interest you?" Li Ruoqing replied indifferently. "No, ordinary grain will suffice." "Sir, might your army be in need of servants? We have recently acquired a batch of orc prisoners from the frontier battlefields at quite a reasonable price." Seeing that Li Ruoqing was uninterested in the fine grain, the steward quickly pivoted to promote another item: the captured orcs. Orcs? Li Ruoqing was taken aback, surprised that the Tianyuan Chamber was able to procure captured orcs from the frontiers. Their influence and connections appeared to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. "Rest assured, sir, these orc prisoners have been meticulously selected, all strong and robust, perfectly suited for labor. Purchasing them as servants would be exceedingly worthwhile." Noticing Li Ruoqing's growing interest, the steward eagerly embellished his pitch, attempting to persuade him to acquire a batch of orcs. "Take me to see them." Li Ruoqing thought of the sparse population in Hanshuan City and mused that acquiring this batch of orcs could indeed swiftly replenish the labor force, making them invaluable for construction projects or land reclamation. Under Old Jin's guidance, Li Ruoqing and his companions arrived at the slave trading area, curiously surveying his surroundings. Li Ruoqing noted a stark contrast to the grand trading hall. This area was markedly more austere. Not far off, orcs were shackled, their clothing in tatters, while several overseers mercilessly lashed those who disobeyed. "Sir, these orcs have been carefully chosen. They are all quite sturdy and undoubtedly excellent for labor." The steward fawned. Li Ruoqing, however, was not swayed by the obvious flattery. "Are you certain these are not merely the impoverished of the orc nation?" Li Ruoqing meticulously observed the beastmen, noting that they bore a striking resemblance to humans, albeit with certain animalistic features such as ears and horns, and some even had tails protruding from behind. However, without exception, these beastmen did not possess particularly robust physiques, and their attire was quite shabby, clearly not resembling that of defeated captives from a beastman army. In a corner, Li Ruoqing also discovered some elderly and young beastmen, which stirred his thoughts. He coldly remarked, "Could it be that they plundered certain beastman tribes and captured these civilians to enslave them? I recall that according to the stringent laws of the Qian dynasty, it is strictly forbidden for the military to lay hands on civilians. My lord, please do not frighten me. Our Tianyuan commerce has indeed paid a handsome sum to purchase slaves from the stationed troops in the border regions. It was they who claimed these beastmen were defeated captives." Old Jean, upon hearing Li Ruoqing mention the iron laws of the Qian dynasty, appeared somewhat flustered and nervously explained. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ruoqing inquired, "How many beastmen are there in total? Name your price. I shall take them all. There are over 500 in total. To make it an even sum, I shall set the price at 500 gold coins." Old Jean quickly stated, his eyes darting with calculations. Beside them, Wang Yi was incensed, for it was clear that Old Jean was treating them as easy targets. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Nonsense. Do you think we are unaware of the situation? You spent at most 2,000 gold coins on these beastmen, yet you are trying to sell them to us for 500 coins. This is highway robbery. Well, let me offer you a discount, 4,000 gold coins, and you can take all the beastmen. Old Jean calculated shrewdly. As these beastmen had been transported from the border for some time, yet they had not encountered any significant buyers. The daily rations alone were a substantial expense, and the longer they delayed, the greater the losses for their commerce. It would be wiser to sell them off quickly, even at a reduced profit. 200 gold coins for all the beastmen, along with 80,000 stones of grain. I shall take them, Li Ruoqing asserted. Note, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 10,000 copper coins. A typical family of 3 consumes approximately 10 stones of grain per month, costing around 100 silver coins. Chapter 5. Conflict. Old Jean was utterly taken aback by Li Ruoqing's relentless bargaining tactics and exclaimed, absolutely not. At that price, our commerce will incur losses. Your offer is far too low for us to accept. Besides these beastmen, you also require 80,000 stones of grain. The minimum must be 500 gold coins. 600 gold coins. That is far too little. Anything less than 200 gold coins is absolutely unacceptable. A firm price of 800 gold coins. If you refuse to sell, I shall have my brothers outside smash your commerce. Even if it escalates, we can bear some hardship and spend a little money to settle things. However, should the matter of your violation of the imperial law come to light, do you truly believe the Kingdom of Green can protect you? Li Ruoqing said to Old Jean, his tone calm, yet laced with a subtle threat. You are quite ruthless. Very well, 800 gold coins for these beastmen and the 80,000 stones of grain. Old Jean, feeling quite oppressed, sighed and ultimately consented to the transaction. Old Jean had resided in the Kingdom of Green for many years, yet he had never encountered such a ruthless individual who played by the rules. From the outset, there was an air of intimidation. Should he refuse to comply, this young general would undoubtedly overturn the table in an instant. Moreover, he was well versed in the ironclad laws of the Crimson Flame dynasty, indicating he was no mere trifler. Just as Li Ruoqing was engaged in negotiations with Old Jean, a cacophony of voices arose not far ahead. Curiosity piqued. Li Ruoqing glanced over to find a portly nobleman embroiled in a heated exchange with a subordinate from the Merchant Guild. Today, I have set my sights on that winged female beastman. No matter what, I must acquire her and train her well, proclaimed the nobleman, referred to as Lord Huang. I cannot make that decision. I need to consult our manager, Jean. The attendant replied, somewhat flustered in the face of the unreasonable demand. Upon hearing that the attendant could not make a decision, the self-proclaimed Lord Huang was instantly displeased. If you cannot decide, why have you been prattling on? Get lost. Have someone with authority come to speak with me. Witnessing the haughty demeanor of this nobleman, Li Ruoqing couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. However, he found himself intrigued by the female beastman that the rotund nobleman was so determined to take away. Could she be exceptionally beautiful? With a mindset akin to that of an onlooker, Li Ruoqing turned his gaze towards another corner, where the environment was considerably more pleasant in the area designated for female beastmen. Among the charming cat-eared and fox-eared maidens, there was a petite, exquisitely featured winged girl, clearly still a minor, with golden hair and a pair of wings adorned with pristine white feathers. Could this be the visage of a celestial being? Was there truly such a thing as angels in this world? Li Ruoqing's disbelief was palpable. He had encountered the very angels he once fantasized about in his previous life. At that moment, the formidable city lord system, which had been on standby, seemed to sense the issuance of its first task. It detected the presence of a divine descendant nearby, a rare bloodline resurgence with extraordinary potential, necessitating her inclusion under the host's wing for cultivation. Would the host accept? Task rewards: 100,000 gold coins, 1 essence enhancement pill, and the ability to unlock the host's secondary occupational talents. Gazing at the bountiful rewards, Li Ruoqing decisively chose to accept. It was not a matter of his resolve being too weak. The rewards offered by the system were simply too enticing. He surveyed all the female beastmen, yet, aside from their appealing appearances, there was little that set them apart. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the timid, golden-haired winged girl. Could this seemingly easily intimidated little maiden be a descendant of the divine? A winged deity? Could she be an angelic being or a deity of light? His mind raced with various conjectures, yet his gaze upon the golden-haired girl grew increasingly fervent. The system had stated her extraordinary potential, which implied that with proper cultivation, this little girl could very well evolve into a martial saint or even a martial god in the future. Li Ruoqing turned to old Jean, a bemused smile playing on his lips. I did mention that I would take all the beastmen from your side. Did you not include these female beastmen in that count? Are you trying to deceive me? Old Jean felt a pang of anxiety at Li Ruoqing's inquiry, sensing trouble, and hurriedly explained, My lord, you are unjustly accusing me. The group of female beastmen was not sent from the frontier. Rather, we acquired them from mercenary groups that trade in beastmen. They fall outside our trading purview. Young man, do you even understand the rules? I arrived first, and I had my eye on this female winged creature before you. Stand aside for Lord Huang. The portly nobleman, Huang Yuan, who had been humiliated by the attendants, was enraged upon discovering that Li Ruoqing also coveted the female winged creature, and he immediately chastised Li Ruoqing for his lack of decorum. Oh, you arrived first? Yet I saw no sign of you when I was negotiating with this old man for beastmen. And you, old fellow, I made it clear that I intended to purchase all the beastmen, yet you dare to play tricks on me? Li Ruoqing retaliated by delivering a powerful punch to Huang Yuan's substantial belly, sending him crashing to the ground. He then cast a cold gaze at the steward, old Jean. Old Jean, alarmed by Li Ruoqing's sudden aggression, felt a surge of anxiety when he noticed the attention directed at him. There is no need for violence. Let us discuss this amicably. Meanwhile, the fallen Huang Yuan struggled to rise with the help of his servants, exclaiming, You insolent fool! Do you know who I am? My father is the Minister of Finance in the Kingdom of Green. How dare you strike me? Huang 12. Hurry and summon the city guard to arrest this rebel. He shall pay for his insolence. Huang Yuan hastily instructed his subordinate to seek reinforcements for vengeance, while simultaneously threatening Li Ruoqing with venomous intent. You are doomed. Do not think that your armor can protect you. In the capital, I have many ways to deal with you. And you, Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. How dare you allow commoners to assault nobles? Such audacity. If there is no compensation, I will not let this matter rest. Huang Yuan was determined to extort a significant sum from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, hoping to acquire several exquisite female beastmen in the process. Li Ruoqing, amused by Huang Yuan's audacity to threaten him, noted that reinforcements had yet to arrive. You have quite the courage, he shouted. Find this fat man. I am curious to see just how formidable the people of the Kingdom of Green are. With that, over a dozen knights surged forward at Li Ruoqing's command. And before Huang Yuan and his companions could mount any effective resistance, they were swiftly subdued. Old Jean, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, urgently instructed a nearby attendant to consult with the head of their headquarters, realizing that the matter was beyond his capacity to manage alone. Noticing that the steward had yet to respond, Li Ruoqing expressed his dissatisfaction. What is it? Do you have an issue with our actions? Feeling the weight of Li Ruoqing's gaze upon him, old Jean trembled internally and quickly replied with utmost respect, My lord, you jest. We would never dare to voice any dissent. It is merely that this is the Kingdom of Green, and offending their nobles may lead to complications. Chapter 6. Li Ruoqing's promise. Upon hearing old Jean mention the Kingdom of Green, Li Ruoqing let out a cold snort. Since when did the army of the Crimson Flame Empire require the approval of a kingdom in their endeavors? Upon uttering those words, old Jean was rendered speechless. As a mid-level manager of the Tianyuan Commerce Association, he possessed an intricate understanding of the relationships between the three great empires of humankind and a multitude of minor kingdoms. While many of these kingdoms were indeed vassal states, boasting taxes and armies, they were nonetheless obliged to submit to the dominion of the three great empires in various respects. This was both custom and immutable law, bound hand and foot. Huang Yuan could hardly fathom that the young commander Li Ruoqing hailed from the Qian Empire. How could he possibly have fallen into such misfortune? It seemed he had unwittingly stumbled upon a formidable adversary. Old Jean was equally taken aback by Li Ruoqing's ruthless demeanor, showing no regard for the Kingdom of Green Forest. He could only awkwardly reply, My lord, these female beast folk were acquired at a high price from a mercenary group. Since you are from the Qian Empire, we humbly request your leniency, allowing us to procure these female beast folk at cost. Just 800, no, 600 gold coins will suffice. Seeing old Jean, who had initially been reticent, swiftly change his stance upon learning of his origin, Li Ruoqing couldn't help but admire the cunning old fox, skilled at navigating the winds of fortune. Ultimately, Li Ruoqing generously paid 400 gold coins, purchasing the entirety of the Commerce Association's inventory. However, contemplating the risk of returning to Hanshuan City with such a multitude of beast folk, having brought only 100 white horse riders to the Kingdom of Green Forest, he suddenly had an idea and requested, I shall add an additional 100 gold coins as a reward if you can arrange a team to escort us to Hanshuan City. Old Jean hesitated. While the Tianyuan Commerce Association indeed possessed a formidable escort team, they were not under his command to direct. Young general, given your generosity, our Tianyuan Commerce Association will certainly not be stingy. I agree to provide the escort team. However, should you have further needs in the future, do not hesitate to approach our Commerce Association. At that moment, a tall woman clad in a purple robe approached gracefully. She was Ding Yanhong, the head of the Tianyuan Commerce Association in the Kingdom of Green Forest and the daughter of the association's president, Ding Shan. Greetings, manager. Old Jean hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects upon seeing the authority of the association, Ding Yanhong, personally present. He also took this opportunity to introduce Ding Yanhong's identity to Li Ruoqing. Surprised by her benevolent gesture, Li Ruoqing smiled and replied, "Thank you, Manager Ding." Li Ruoqing instructed 5 of his white horse riders to return to Hanshuan City ahead of them, ensuring that Yang Yu and the others were prepared for their reception. After all, accommodating over 4,000 beast folk was no small matter and required ample preparation. Furthermore, he requested Zhao Yun to arrange for a deputy commander to dispatch a team of white horse riders to provide support in case of any unforeseen incidents along the way. Given the considerable number of beast folk, their pace of travel would inevitably be slow, and with numerous mountain bandits in the vicinity, it was prudent to remain vigilant against any bold marauders who might attempt to attack and plunder by night. Observing his young master's meticulous consideration, Wang Yi felt a sense of admiration. He had not anticipated that in just a few short days in Hanshuan City, his young master had matured significantly. Afterward, Li Ruoqing gathered all the orcs and stood upon the platform, proclaiming loudly, "I am the Lord of Frost City in the Crimson Flame Dynasty, and you are now under my ownership." Many of the orcs present turned pale at this revelation. They had previously heard tales of how the human race treated their captives with great cruelty. The strong among them were often forced into labor, while the more comely female orcs fell victim to the whims of noblemen, destined for a pitiful fate. Li Ruoqing surveyed the crowd of orcs, taking note of their various expressions, and continued, "I hereby pledge that as long as you work diligently in Frost City, you shall receive 3 hearty meals a day. After a year of service, you will be registered as legitimate citizens of Frost City, enjoying the same rights and privileges as others." His words momentarily stunned everyone present. They had not anticipated such audacity from Li Ruoqing, who dared to embrace orcs en masse and even offer them citizenship. It was simply inconceivable. No human lord had ever made such a promise. After all, the war between the human kingdoms and the orc realms had persisted for over a millennium, with animosities and grievances that could not be resolved overnight. The orcs below were taken aback by this unexpected stroke of good fortune. They could hardly believe that this new master would show them such kindness. It seemed utterly impossible. Many orcs, regaining their senses, suspected that Li Ruoqing was merely deceiving them, hurling accusations of hypocrisy in his direction. Nearby, Ding Yanhong and Old Jean were equally astonished. "Master, surely this young general jesteth? How could he possibly afford such benevolence towards orcs?" Ding Yanhong pondered for a moment before responding, "Not necessarily. According to my sources, this young general is likely the 6th prince of the Crimson Flame Dynasty, Li Ruoqing. If he dares to act on his words, these orcs might indeed find a better life in Frost City. The entire border region could witness a transformation." Old Jean was taken aback by Ding Yanhong's revelation, realizing that this seemingly formidable young general was, in fact, a prince of the Crimson Flame Dynasty. No wonder he looked down upon the nobility of the Green Kingdom. He glanced at the bound Huang Yuan and several servants, feeling fortunate that no conflict had arisen with this significant figure. Otherwise, he too might have found himself among the captured. Seeing some orcs doubt his intentions, Li Ruoqing felt a surge of irritation. He declared loudly, "You are now my slaves. What reason do I have to deceive you? Use your minds. If you trust me, join me today, and by the day after tomorrow, upon reaching Frost City, you will discover the truth of my words. If you refuse, I shall incapacitate you now, sparing my resources and efforts." Upon hearing this threat, the previously defiant orcs fell silent. They were now at the mercy of others, no longer the free beings they once were, with little to lose. After a moment of contemplation, some of the older orcs began to call out, "I am willing to follow you. I too am willing to accompany you." An increasing number of orcs have chosen to take a gamble, following Li Ruoqing to Frost City. If his promises hold true, these unfortunate orcs may yet live a better life. If he were to betray them, what difference would it make? The other nobles would not treat them any better. Chapter 7. Hitting a brick wall. Li Ruoqing, accompanied by a retinue of guards and the Tianyuan Merchant Association's escort, led a troop of over 3,000 orcs as they emerged slowly from the association. At his side, he held the hand of the young winged girl, Ruoxu. whom he had long been interested in. Initially intimidated by him, the young winged girl was now anxious, believing he, too, was a noble with ill intentions. However, to her surprise, Li Ruoqing made no inappropriate moves. He merely smiled at her and asked, "What is your name? Come with me to Frost City, and you shall live a normal life, free from fear." As he spoke, he extended his hand, beckoning the young girl. Ruoqing gazed at the boy before her, sensing his kindness. "My name is Xiaoxue." She finally mustered the courage to grasp Li Ruoqing's hand. At that moment, a system notification chimed, congratulating the host on completing the task and announcing that the reward had been issued. Li Ruoqing felt a surge of joy within. It seemed the system's task was not overly challenging, having secured this remarkably potential young girl so swiftly. Upon arriving at the city gates, the guards of the Green Kingdom hastily approached, the leading officer bellowing, "You lot, halt. I have received reports that you assaulted a noble of the Green Kingdom and must submit to an investigation. Lay down your weapons at once." Li Ruoqing, gazing at the fierce-looking commander before him, replied coldly, "Are you certain you want me to relinquish my weapon?" Before the officer could respond, a boastful servant of Huang Yuan interjected, "Are you deaf? Did you not hear what Lord Zhao said? Lay down your weapons and surrender, my master, or we shall end you in an instant." This declaration instantly incited fury among Li Ruoqing and his companions. Before the officer could utter a word, Li Ruoqing turned to Wang Yi, saying, "Uncle Wang, would you be so kind as to teach these insolent fools a lesson? Rest assured, Your Highness, this old servant shall not let those who offend you go unpunished." Wang Yi responded, his tone respectful yet laced with a chilling intent. Hearing Wang Yi's words, the commander, Jiang Qing, felt a wave of dread. The middle-aged man had addressed the young man as Your Highness, indicating he was likely a prince of the kingdom or even of the dynasty. Had he inadvertently crossed paths with royalty while out in disguise? It seemed he had indeed stumbled upon a formidable obstacle. Jiang Qing nervously swallowed, quickly attempting to clarify, "Wait, there has been a misunderstanding. Please do not resort to violence." Then, with a swift motion, he slapped the servant who had reported the incident, snarling, "You insolent wretch, fabricating claims and slandering others. Do you wish to court death? Seize him and ensure he receives a proper punishment." Wang Yi gazed at Jiang Qing, who had forcefully shifted the blame, and let out a cold snort, acknowledging his discernment. The noble who had offended His Highness still lingered within the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. It was up to you to fetch him. Upon noticing that Wang Yi had refrained from taking action, Jiang Qing involuntarily sighed in relief, thankful for his cleverness. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences today. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he had distinctly sensed an astonishing aura emanating from the middle-aged man before him. Clearly a formidable opponent capable of effortlessly dealing with their guards, who were scarcely better than a ceremonial escort. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of the city defense forces nearby. Upon learning of the significant status of Li Ruoqing and his entourage, the commanding officer of the city garrison did not dare to be negligent and promptly summoned his subordinates to open the city gates, allowing Li Ruoqing and his party to exit. On the return journey, Li Ruoqing had Xiaoxue ride on horseback while he walked alongside Wang Yi, leading the horse and engaging in conversation. "Your Highness, I fail to comprehend why you are so insistent on accepting these female beastmen. Is there a shortage of maidens at the Lord's manor?" Wang Yi expressed his curiosity. Although the female beastmen were indeed quite attractive, their price was exorbitant. With several hundred gold coins, one could recruit numerous human maidens. Li Ruoqing did not respond directly, but instead offered a mysterious smile. "Uncle Wang, in the land of the beastmen, are there not deities believed to possess wings at their backs?" Wang Yi was taken aback by such a question, momentarily stunned. After careful contemplation, he replied, "It seems there is indeed one, a deity of light, said to have 3 pairs of wings. Your Highness, could it be?" Wang Yi, halfway through his response, seemed to realize something and hurriedly sought confirmation from Li Ruoqing. "If I am not mistaken, this female winged being may very well be a descendant of that deity, and her bloodline has likely reverted. Once we return to Hanshuan City, we should conduct a test. If it proves true, she is certain to possess formidable martial or magical talents, and with proper cultivation, she could undoubtedly become a powerful warrior." Li Ruoqing asserted confidently. After holding Xiaoxue's hand, he had immediately received a reward from the system, instilling him with complete assurance that this descendant of the deity was indeed the seemingly soft and timid female winged being. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi's gaze toward Xiaoxue grew increasingly fervent. It is well known that the founders of the 3 great empires of the human race were offspring of deities, which endowed them with extraordinary potential in their youth. However, the ancestors of the Qian Empire led their armies in battle for centuries, relying on their peak prowess at the martial sage realm to conquer 1/5 of the Yunnan continent, establishing themselves as a dominant force. Yet, they never managed to break through to the martial god realm and ultimately perished. Following this, the royal members of the Qian Empire, through the generations of bloodline inheritance, saw their strongest members only reach the martial emperor realm, with no one ever attaining the martial sage realm again. The other two empires faced a similar fate. Even among the sects within the human territories, the mightiest were but martial emperors. The continent had not witnessed the emergence of a martial sage or great magus for centuries. The martial emperor and magus realms had become the apex of power visible on the continent. With the emergence of a descendant of divine blood like Xiaoxua, once she matures, she is poised to become an unparalleled warrior, potentially even ascending to divinity. This would undoubtedly bring immense fortune to our Frost City. Upon noticing Wang Yi's fervent gaze from atop his horse, Xiaoxua felt a flutter of anxiety and tugged at Li Ruoqing's sleeve, whispering, "Brother Ruoqing, that Uncle's stare is rather frightening." A chuckle escaped Li Ruoqing at Xiaoxua's innocent remark, amused to witness Wang Yi experiencing disdain for once. "Ahem, little girl. I assure you, I am not a villain. Do not misunderstand." Wang Yi awkwardly defended himself, harboring hopes of taking Xiaoxua as his apprentice in the future, for it would be an immense honor to mentor a potential warrior of the saintly realm. Chapter 8. The returned Xiaoxua remained skeptical of Wang Yi's explanation. In her eyes, his gaze mirrored that of the nobility, and aside from the old orc who sheltered her in the tribe, only Li Ruoqing had shown her kindness. Sensing her unease, Li Ruoqing gently reassured her, "Do not be afraid, Xiaoxua. Uncle Wang is not a bad person. He will protect you." Wang Yi joined in, offering a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, little girl, I will keep you safe." With their repeated assurances, Xiaoxua began to trust them, her earlier tension dissipating. "Your Highness, what are your plans for those female orcs? Surely, they cannot all serve as maidens in the Lord's manor?" Wang Yi, recalling the female orcs arranged in the center of their entourage, inquired with curiosity. "They will be assigned suitable roles," Li Ruoqing replied with a sigh. "If it weren't for those despicable slave-trading mercenaries, they would not have been treated as livestock, sold like mere pets." Though they belonged to opposing factions, Li Ruoqing felt a deep empathy for the innocent commoners of both the human and orc races, believing they should not be entangled in these conflicts. "Brother Ruoqing, the northern orc nation has been besieged by an unprecedented blizzard, blanketing many areas in thick snow. The tribe I was in has run out of supplies." Xiaoxua recalled her past experiences, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The orc tribe had suffered heavy casualties during a mercenary raid, leading to her capture along with several female orcs, brought to the Tianyuan Commerce Association. A blizzard in the north? That explains the orc nation's 2 consecutive attempts to raid us for supplies. Li Ruoqing realized, piecing together the earlier puzzling behavior of the orc nation. Their base must have encountered a dire situation. Our Frost City is separated from the orc nation by a mountain range teeming with demon beasts. Unless their army is led by an extraordinary powerhouse, they could never traverse the treacherous terrain. Wang Yi analyzed, recalling the geographical layout of Frost City and its surroundings. It is likely the mountain range has shielded us from the brunt of the northern blizzard. The towns near the frontier have suffered tremendously, with significant casualties, raising doubts about their survival. Li Ruoqing lamented the decline of the once thriving Frost City, pondering how much more dire the situation must be for the other towns. As for the distant imperial capital in the southeast, how many would truly care about the fate of these border settlements? "Your Highness, do not be disheartened. Everything will improve." Wang Yi reassured him, though he too recognized the grim state of the border towns and felt powerless to effect change. Rescuing a beleaguered city is a daunting task that cannot be accomplished by individual efforts alone. Over 100 kilometers to the west, majestic mountains loomed, among which stood the grand Mount Tianzi, with a stronghold of yellow stone nestled halfway up its slope. At that moment, within the stronghold's hall, a scout knelt respectfully before the chief, King Zhao, to report on intelligence gathered from the Kingdom of Green. "Chief, according to our informants, a great bounty has arrived from the Kingdom of Green. They have purchased thousands of orc captives and tens of thousands of pickles of grain, currently heading towards Frost City." "Chief, tens of thousands of pickles of grain. That would sustain our stronghold for 2 to 3 years without worry. We must mobilize our forces and seize this opportunity," exclaimed Lu Yi, the second in command, brimming with excitement. In previous years, the trade caravans had been plentiful, and their stronghold had thrived on intercepting and plundering them. However, since late last year, the orc nation had launched 2 incursions, ravaging the neighboring cities, and the trade caravans that once frequented the border and southern cities had vanished. Their lives as bandits had grown increasingly arduous. Were it not for the abundant game in the mountains, their survival would have been even more precarious. Yet Frost City lay within the jurisdiction of the Crimson Flame dynasty. Would seizing so many orc captives and grain incite retaliation and pursuit from the imperial forces? King Zhao hesitated. Although they often raided merchant caravans and smaller kingdoms, they dared not confront the organized military of the Crimson Flame dynasty. Provoking a kingdom could result in relocating to another territory to continue their pursuits, but offending the Crimson Flame dynasty would invite a military onslaught. Their only recourse would be to flee thousands of miles away, seeking refuge in the realms of the Azure Dragon dynasty or the Moonlight dynasty to preserve their lives. Why overthink it, brother? Our men are on the brink of starvation. In a few days without provisions, they will perish. The Crimson Flame dynasty is locked in a stalemate with the Northern Orc nation. They have no time to concern themselves with us bandits. If we delay, they will return to Frost City, and the opportunity to raid will vanish. Lu Yi continued to urge. King Zhao, a master of the Martial King realm and formerly a commander in the border forces of the Crimson Flame dynasty, had once fought valiantly against the Orc forces. However, after being wrongfully accused by superiors and imprisoned, loyal subordinates risked their lives to rescue him. Witnessing the cruelty and indifference of his leaders, King Zhao gathered his former comrades and a host of refugees to establish a settlement on Mount Tianzi, assuming the mantle of a mountain king. He was well aware of the formidable strength of the border army of the Qian dynasty. Nearly 500,000 troops were stationed at the 5 major passes, vigilantly guarding against the advance of the orc armies. Among them, there existed a distinguished force of 50,000, entirely composed of martial artists who had entered the realm of martial arts, with the lowest among them being at the warrior level. Commanding them were powerful figures at the martial sovereign level. With such a terrifying army looming nearby, even King Zhao, despite his penchant for raiding merchant caravans and surrounding towns, dared not act too brazenly, often making off with his spoils in haste for fear of provoking a crackdown from the border troops. However, the current situation was indeed as Lu Yi had described. If they did not act soon to secure this batch of grain, life at Huangshe Stronghold would become untenable. Ultimately, King Zhao resolved to take action, bellowing for his brothers to assemble and descend the mountain to plunder. As dusk descended, Li Ruoqing and his companions began erecting tents and kindling fires for cooking, to ensure they would not fall prey to wild beasts or mountain bandits during the night. Li Ruoqing instructed the guards from the Tianyuan Merchants Association and the White Horse Yizhong to form 10 small teams, taking turns to stand watch every half hour, thereby securing the safety of the group. Simultaneously, they encircled the grain transport vehicles in a large formation, allowing the others to rest within these protective bounds. Chapter 9. The bandit attack. Li Ruoqing was somewhat disheartened by the unexpectedly slow pace of their return journey. He had anticipated arriving in 2 days at most. Yet the need to transport grain and the presence of orcs had rendered their progress exceedingly sluggish. Given the current circumstances, reaching Hanshuan City by the morning of the 3rd day would be a considerable achievement. Your Highness, we rode here on horseback, and now we are traversing on foot. So naturally, our speed is significantly reduced. Nevertheless, we shall reach Hanshuan City the day after tomorrow, Wang Yi reassured, sensing Li Ruoqing's impatience. It is not merely that. I am concerned that with so many orcs and grain in tow, we might attract the attention of those bandits. With only a few hundred guards and the White Horse Yizhong combined, we may not withstand a bandit assault, Li Ruoqing expressed his worries. Feeling a sense of trepidation, as this was his first experience akin to escorting a convoy. Rest assured, Your Highness, the Tianyuan Merchants Association has dispatched only the elite for this mission. Should any mere bandits dare to attack, we shall ensure they return without success, replied Xiao Chongkong, the captain of the guards from the Tianyuan Merchants Association, who had been specifically instructed by manager Ding Yanhong to protect the prince of the Qian dynasty and ensure the safe delivery of both the orcs and the grain to Hanshuan City. After all, forging a connection with a prince of the dynasty would greatly benefit the development of their Tianyuan Merchants Association. Observing Xiao Chongkong's confident demeanor, Li Ruoqing could not help but furrow his brow, yet he chose not to voice any further concerns. In private, Li Ruoqing had instructed Wang Yi and over 100 members of the White Horse Brigade to prepare for a potential raid by mountain bandits. According to the intelligence he had previously gathered, there were likely numerous bandits lurking near the border towns. Otherwise, the former lord of Hanshuan City would not have perished while defending against them. He estimated that the total number of bandits in this region should be at least several thousand, for how else would they dare to plunder the city? Even with the city defense forces dispatched to the border to resist the orc army, leaving the city garrison thin, there were still hundreds, if not thousands, of soldiers present. If the bandits were not in numbers vastly superior to the defending forces, they would hardly have the audacity to target the city. On the first night, all remained tranquil. Only a few wild beasts roamed, and the anticipated bandit raid did not materialize, much to the relief of many, including Wang Yi, who began to relax. Perhaps Li Ruoqing had been overly cautious regarding the bandits' potential assault. Maybe they lacked the courage to confront the army of the Qian dynasty. However, on the following night, Li Ruoqing commanded the White Horse Brigade to maintain their patrols, ensuring everyone's safety. As for the guards of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, he had lost all hope. The arrogant Xiao Changkong had clearly become overly inflated with pride. He trusted Wang Yi far more. Given that at least Wang Yi was a master of the martial king realm. During these 2 nights, Li Ruoqing diligently practiced the star refinement technique, his body instinctively absorbing the power of the moonlight, emanating a faint glow. Upon witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, Xiaoxue gazed at him with curiosity. She had never before encountered such a miraculous sight. Humans could glow. How astonishing. Just as Xiaoxue was about to reach out to poke Li Ruoqing, she was stopped by Wang Yi, who stood guard nearby. Little girl, refrain from moving about. His Highness is in the midst of cultivation and must not be disturbed. If you are curious, you may simply ask him once he is finished. Hearing Wang Yi's admonition, Xiaoxue suppressed her curiosity and waited patiently for Li Ruoqing to complete his training. After half an hour, Li Ruoqing gradually concluded his practice, successfully refining the yuan enhancement pills he had obtained from a previous mission. His cultivation had surged from the 2nd rank of warrior to the 3rd rank of martial master. And with his mastery of martial secrets and combat techniques, he now possessed the strength to contend with late-stage martial masters. His physical prowess had also seen remarkable enhancement, leaving Li Ruoqing exceedingly satisfied with his training results. Brother Ruoqing, your body actually glowed while you were cultivating. How magical. Before Li Ruoqing could respond, the excited Xiaoxue exclaimed. Observing her curious and envious gaze, he smiled and tousled her hair, saying, I was practicing a secret technique just now. Would you like to learn it, Xiaoxue? If you wish, I can teach you. Through cultivation, you can grow stronger and no longer be bullied by others. Xiaoxue's eyes sparkled at his words. This was her first encounter with cultivation, and it felt so wondrous, especially since it could empower her. Yes, I want to learn, Brother Ruoqing, please teach me. She pleaded, her delicate hands clutching his arm in a playful manner. Your Highness, how ungracious of you. You promised to allow this old servant to teach little Xue. Yet here you are, taking it upon yourself. Wang Yi wore a face of deep resentment. Could it be that the young master would dare to compete with him for the honor of instructing a disciple destined for the realm of martial saints? Haha, Uncle Wang. Rest assured, if Xue is willing, she will undoubtedly become your disciple. What I impart to her is a set of body refinement techniques that will significantly enhance her physical form, greatly benefiting her future cultivation. Li Ruoqing explained with a smile. Having experienced firsthand the advantages of a fortified physique, his internal organs and meridians had been enhanced to varying degrees, allowing him to effortlessly withstand the powerful surge of true essence during breakthroughs, a feat that would have caused him great suffering in the past. Moreover, with the reinforcement of his meridians, the speed of true essence circulation within him had seen a notable increase. As Li Ruoqing was elucidating the methods of the stellar body refinement technique to little Xue, a sudden, resounding cry pierced the air. Enemies are approaching. Upon hearing the alarm, Li Ruoqing and the others immediately exited the tent, witnessing a troop swiftly advancing from the distance. Your Highness, you were indeed correct. Bandits are truly coming to plunder. Wang Yi exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that Li Ruoqing's words had come to pass. The audacity of these mountain bandits to rob them was beyond belief. For wealth, men perish. For sustenance, birds fall. Li Ruoqing remarked coldly, observing the vast amounts of grain passing them by, impossible to ignore. That fool Xiao Changkong claimed there would be no bandit attacks. Had we trusted him, we would have already been thoroughly overrun. Uncle Wang, we are less than 50 miles from Frost City. Quickly signal for help, hoping General Zilong and his forces can arrive in time. Yes, Your Highness. Should the situation turn dire, this old servant shall protect you with my life. Wang Yi responded solemnly. Among those present, he possessed the highest cultivation level and could sense the situation ahead. The enemy must have mobilized at least 1,000 men, making a peaceful resolution unlikely today. As the system detected the host's perilous circumstances, it issued a mission: break through the encirclement or repel the invading bandits. with rewards contingent upon the successful completion of the task. Will you accept the mission? A mission under such urgent circumstances? Li Ruoqing mused, surprised that the system would bubble up in such a critical moment, assessing his situation as dangerous. With Uncle Wang by his side, how could there be any peril? Could it be that the enemy had formidable experts among them? Chapter 10. A fierce battle. White Horse Zhao, heed my command. The bandits approach, undoubtedly seeking to seize the grain we have labored to procure. The tens of thousands of citizens in Frost City await our return with supplies. We have no path of retreat and must fight to the bitter end. Today, I share life and death with all of you, bound by righteousness. Where righteousness leads, life and death shall follow. Li Ruoqing proclaimed passionately. There was no time left to arrange any formations. The enemy was nearly upon them, leaving only the option of a desperate struggle. Where righteousness leads, life and death shall follow. A resounding roar erupted from the camp, though merely 100 strong. Their indomitable spirit and fierce combat resolve were vividly manifested at that moment. In stark contrast, the guards of the Tianyuan Merchant Guild appeared utterly helpless. Despite Xiao Changkong's loud exhortations for them to follow orders, many were paralyzed by fear, realizing they were outnumbered. With only a few hundred men against the thousands of marauding bandits, Li Ruoqing, witnessing this, spat disdainfully. Was this truly the elite guard of the Tianyuan Merchant Guild? Such a plethora of spineless wretches, utterly ineffectual. To the orcs, he bellowed, listen, the bandits are upon us. If you wish to survive, you must join us in resistance. The bandits will not spare you. Outside of Hanshuan City, you will find neither dignity nor a better life. Only by repelling the bandits and reaching Hanshuan City can you hope for a prosperous existence. Observing the bewildered orcs, he shouted, to rely on the bandits to show mercy and allow you to live after plundering your provisions is nothing short of a daydream. After a moment's contemplation, several rational orcs rose to their feet, joining the ranks to resist the bandits. Li Ruoqing was correct. As captives, they possessed little dignity or standing. In the days since their defeat, he had treated them with unexpected kindness, refraining from arbitrary punishment and providing ample sustenance. It had been over half a month since they had tasted such good food, as the Tianyuan Merchant Guild had only offered them meager scraps. Brothers, ahead lies the merchant convoy. If we seize it, we shall acquire 100,000 stones of grain and a wealth of riches. We can all live well, roared Lu Yi to his men. As the vanguard of the bandits, he led a cavalry of nearly 100. Resources were scarce in their lair. Although they had plundered numerous caravans and towns over the years, the number of horses they possessed was limited. Maintaining and training cavalry was an immense drain on provisions. And had it not been for the lush grasslands and forests near Tianzi Mountain, they would have struggled to gather even this 100-strong cavalry. Following closely behind were numerous pikemen and archers. Initially intending to launch a stealthy night raid, the bandits of Huangshi's were taken aback by the vigilance of the merchant guards, who remained alert and stationed many on watch even at night. Faced with the failure of their ambush, they resorted to a direct assault. King Chao commanded Lu Yi to lead the cavalry to charge the camp, while the archers were tasked with eliminating any resisting foes from a distance. The pikemen would primarily serve to secure the perimeter and clear the battlefield, a strategy that had previously ensured their success in plundering multiple caravans. And this time would be no different. Yet, King Chao had grossly misjudged the combat capabilities of both sides. The White Horse Cavalry, the elite among true cavalry, was more than a match for Lu Yi's 100 riders. Before Lu Yi could close the distance to the camp, the White Horse Cavalry had already begun unleashing arrows from afar, catching the Huangshi's cavalry unawares, and many fell from their mounts. This was the first time Lu Yi encountered such a situation. He had not anticipated that a merchant convoy, which should have been easy prey, would possess such formidable guards. This infuriated Lu Yi greatly. Brothers, charge. Slay those gallant riders on white steeds and avenge our fallen comrades. Soon, the two cavalry forces clashed fiercely. Lu Yi, relying on his martial prowess, maneuvered through the chaos, striking left and right. Several of the white-clad riders were unseated and fell to the ground. The vice commander of the white-clad riders, witnessing many of his comrades injured and unhorsed, was filled with wrath. In a fit of anger, he thrust his spear through a nearby bandit and charged toward Lu Yi. Meanwhile, Li Ruoqing surged forward with a contingent of orcs, wielding their weapons with ferocity. As for the source of these weapons, the cowardly merchants of the Tianyuan Trading Company had quaked in fear before the bandits even arrived, rendering their weapons useless. It was far more advantageous to arm the orcs and have them join the fray. Originally, Wang Yi had intended to follow Li Ruoqing into battle, but Li Ruoqing restrained him. Uncle Wang, since they dare to attempt a robbery, They must be prepared. We cannot rule out the possibility of stronger adversaries lurking among them. Proceed with caution to prevent ambush. Your Highness, what about you? Wang Yi asked, a note of concern in his voice. Li Ruoqing's martial skills were not particularly robust, and he feared for his safety in the event of unforeseen dangers. How could he face the late Empress Yun if anything were to happen? I am protected by my Xian armor and have cultivated the star refinement technique. The average foe cannot harm me. We only need to hold out until General Zhao Yun arrives for our rescue. Li Ruoqing declared confidently, as the commander of the entire unit. He could not show an ounce of fear. Only by doing so could he inspire the soldiers and orcs present, instilling in them the belief that they would triumph in this battle. With that, Li Ruoqing and his band of orcs surged forward, joining the tumultuous melee. Under the moonlight, the white-clad riders were easily distinguishable from their foes. Any rider not on a white steed was an enemy to be dispatched without hesitation. Brandishing his longsword, Li Ruoqing executed swift, gale-like strikes, plunging into the fray. Taking advantage of the bandits' disarray, he wielded his sword with finesse, capturing the moonlight's radiance. Suddenly, the blade erupted in dazzling white light, momentarily blinding the surrounding bandits. By the time they regained their senses, a horde of towering, fierce orcs wielding great swords charged forth with unbridled ferocity, toppling the bandits in their wake. The arrival of the orcs quickly transformed the previously tense battle. As the ordinary bandits could not withstand the sheer brute force of the orcs' attacks, Lu Yi soon realized that his cavalry had disbanded in disarray and hastily retreated, fleeing to the rear. The bandit cavalry, sensing the dire situation, swiftly turned their weapons and made a hasty retreat as well. From his vantage point, King Chao Tian observed Lu Yi's cavalry fleeing and wore a perplexed expression. This was unexpected. Why had they suddenly begun to withdraw? Brothers, advance. There is nothing to fear from mere merchant guards. Once we defeat them, all their provisions and wealth will be ours. Chao Tianwang shouted to the bandits, declaring that regardless of the preceding events, the convoy transporting grain was merely accompanied by a few hundred guards and some orc slaves. In contrast, he commanded a formidable force of over 1,000 men. This shipment of grain was as good as his. Chapter 11. A successful retreat. The battle raged on for quite some time, with many bandits caught off guard by the orcs led by Li Ruoqing. Even without suitable weapons, the orcs' formidable strength surpassed that of ordinary human soldiers, let alone these untrained bandits. It is worth noting that many of the orcs Li Ruoqing had procured were captives taken by the border troops after defeating their own kind, their combat prowess undeniably formidable. As victory appeared imminent, Li Ruoqing and his companions found themselves utterly exhausted. The sheer number of their adversaries was overwhelming. Even if they continued to strike without resistance, they might tire before vanquishing their foes. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A cold snort resonated through the air. Having slain so many of my brothers, you shall meet your end. From amidst the bandits, Chao Tianwang leaped forward, charging toward them. This is bad. There are hidden strong foes among them. Fall back. Li Ruoqing urgently called out. However, the surrounding orcs, caught up in their frenzy, paid no heed to his warnings. Chao Tianwang, now aware of Li Ruoqing's presence within the crowd, acted on the principle of capturing the king before the thieves, launching an attack toward him with his ethereal eagle claws. Caught off guard by Chao Tianwang's sudden assault, Wang Yi, who had been monitoring the battle, was unable to provide assistance in time. Just as Li Ruoqing braced for a devastating blow, a dragon spear flew swiftly from a distance, shattering the illusion of the eagle claws, and, with unwavering momentum, plunging into the ground ahead, blocking Chao Tianwang's advance. Zhao Zilong is here. Who dares to harm my lord? A resounding voice echoed through the air as a general clad in white armor soared toward them. That was close. It was nearly disastrous, but General Zilong had finally arrived. A sigh of relief escaped Li Ruoqing. He had distinctly sensed the murderous intent of his opponent, whose strength far surpassed his own, rendering him unable to resist. Chao Tianwang, filled with uncertainty, had never anticipated that this convoy escorting grain and orc captives could summon such a powerful warrior. The ability to fly was reserved for those of the martial sovereign realm and above. Moreover, this powerful figure had referred to the young man as my lord. Could it be that the youth was a prince of the Qian dynasty? A flurry of thoughts surged through his mind, and Chao Tianwang felt a tinge of regret. He had initially held back, underestimating the situation due to his pride as a martial king. He had missed the opportunity to capture such a significant target. Had he succeeded in apprehending Li Ruoqing earlier, the circumstances would have been vastly different. With the arrival of this formidable warrior, retreat was the only viable option. Without further hesitation, Chao Tianwang ordered his subordinates to sound the retreat signal and swiftly withdrew. "My lord, are you unharmed?" Wang Yi hurried over from a distance. Concern etched across his face as he inquired about Li Ruoqing. "I'm fine, Uncle Wang. There's no need for worry," Li Ruoqing replied with a smile. As Zhao Yun descended gracefully, a wave of relief washed over me. How fortunate it was that General Zilong had arrived to lend his aid. Otherwise, the outcome of today's battle would have been fraught with uncertainty. However, the losses incurred by the Bai Ma Yisong and the orcs were quite severe. I surveyed our remaining comrades, and nearly every individual bore wounds, their bodies stained with blood, uncertain whether it belonged to themselves or their foes. Watching the bandits flee into the distance, a torrent of rage surged within me. Yet, this was not the opportune moment to pursue them. Zhao Yun had yet to arrive with the Bai Ma Yisong, and the numerous fallen soldiers and orcs on the battlefield weighed heavily on my conscience. Thus, I commanded the others to search the battlefield, insisting that we must rescue any comrades still clinging to life. Ding! The system detected that the mission was complete and began the evaluation process. Mission rating, excellent. Rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. At that moment, the system's notification echoed, informing me of the mission's completion. However, in my current state, I had little inclination to review the rewards, as there were more pressing matters to attend to. By midnight, the 1,000 riders of the Bai Ma Yisong arrived from afar, bringing a collective sigh of relief to everyone in the camp. As for Xiao Changkong of the Tianyuan Commerce Association, he found himself in an exceedingly awkward position. He had confidently asserted that no bandits would dare approach, only to witness King Chao leading 1,000 bandits directly into his face. He yearned to rally his guards for a fierce confrontation with the marauders. Yet the majority of his attendants had turned into timid creatures. Upon hearing that the opposing side numbered in the thousands, they shrank back in fear. This left him utterly humiliated before Li Ruoqing and the others. Compared to the valiant Bai Ma Yisong and the captured orcs, his guards appeared utterly inept, lacking even the courage for a desperate last stand. It was indeed a disgrace of the highest order. As the night deepened, most had retired for the evening. Only then did I rise to examine the rewards from this mission. Beholding the treasures resting quietly within the system's space, I was intrigued. 1 golden hero recruitment order. 1 recipe for white liquor, 1 recipe for cement, 100 sweet potato seeds, and 10,000 gold coins. My word, another hero recruitment order. And a golden one at that. The system is exceedingly generous. A thrill of excitement coursed through me. The previous golden recruitment order had summoned the divine General Zhao Yun and 3,000 Bai Ma Yisong. Merely Zhao Yun's presence had sent hundreds of bandits and martial experts into retreat. If I could recruit yet another formidable ally, the strength of my Frost City would undoubtedly surge. With 2 powerful figures stationed in Frost City, I could venture forth accompanied by 1. And even in the face of danger, I would be able to respond with composure, avoiding the desperate struggles of today. Early the next morning, Xiao Changkong bid me farewell as he and the guards of the Tianyuan Commerce Association began their journey home. Li Ruoqing said little, merely expressing his polite gratitude and requesting Xiao Changkong to convey his thanks, suggesting a visit to Ding Yanhong at the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce when time permits. In the fierce battle last night, over 60 members of the White Horse Yizhong and more than 50 orcs perished, with over 200 sustaining varying degrees of injury. In contrast, the mountain bandits suffered over 300 fatalities and 7 captives were taken, cunning individuals who, sensing the tide of battle turning, feigned death on the ground, only to be apprehended by Li Ruoqing's forces while they were clearing the battlefield. Naturally, Li Ruoqing showed no mercy towards these bandits, subjecting them to severe interrogation. It was not long before they divulged everything they knew, desperate to preserve their wretched lives. Upon acquiring detailed information about the bandits and their lair, Li Ruoqing promptly commanded Zhao Yun to lead 1,000 members of the White Horse Yizhong to the Tianzi Mountain to thoroughly eradicate these lawless brigands and avenge their fallen comrades. Zhao Yun accepted the order with enthusiasm. He had previously yearned to pursue these bandits, but had hesitated out of concern for Li Ruoqing and the others' safety. Now, with a contingent of 1,500 White Horse Yizhong having assembled, he felt assured to launch the pursuit. After a morning meal, Li Ruoqing urgently called for everyone to gather at the camp and proclaimed, "In last night's bloody battle, our victory was made possible by your selfless courage. However, we paid the price with the lives of over 100 brothers. Now, let us return home to Hanshuan City with our fallen comrades and ensure they receive a proper burial. Their bodies must not be left to rot in the wilderness." Chapter 12. Return to Hanshuan City. Li Ruoqing's solemn vow to take the brothers home struck a chord among the members of the White Horse Yizhong and the orcs alike. They had not anticipated that the young lord would genuinely regard them as kin, as brothers. This sentiment was especially profound for the orc warriors who had participated in the battle, many of whom had once resigned themselves to death after being captured in defeat. The opportunity to fight for their remaining kin felt like a worthy end. Li Ruoqing's actions further solidified their belief that he harbored no prejudice against them. Not only had he shared ample provisions with them, but he also treated them as equals. Unlike the high-ranking officers in the orc territories who merely viewed them as expendable foot soldiers. My brothers and sisters of the orc kin, Li Ruoqing vowed. I pledge that upon your arrival in Hanshuan City, you shall receive all the privileges of human citizens. I will provide you with employment, salaries, and sustenance, ensuring that you have food to eat and shelter to dwell in. Li Ruoqing continued, feeling a growing fondness for these orcs. In just a couple of days, by offering them some provisions and outlining the mutual benefits, they had willingly joined him in the fight against the bandits. Such sincere orcs were indeed admirable, and he found himself inclined to fully accept them into his fold. Upon hearing Li Ruoqing's promises, the orcs in the camp erupted in joyous cheers. Many of them felt fortunate that their sacrifices in the previous night's battle had paved the way for a brighter future. These once unfortunate orcs had truly encountered a benevolent soul. The group once again set forth, escorting supplies and the remains of their fallen comrades towards Hanshuan City. At long last, they arrived at Frost City around noon. The officials of the Lord's Manor, already informed of their return, awaited at the city gates to graciously welcome His Highness back. No need for formalities. I appreciate the hard work of all of you during this time. This journey to the Kingdom of Green not only brought back a bounty of 100,000 stones of grain, but also over 3,000 brothers from the orc clan. Their fearless valor has safeguarded this precious grain and repelled the bandits who sought to attack us. Yang, issue a decree that these commendable orc warriors shall enjoy the same rights and treatment as human civilians in Frost City, and no one shall show them any discrimination. Upon returning, Li Ruoqing's first order, in front of numerous officials, was to grant these newly arrived orc civilians their rightful status and privileges. Yes, my lord, I shall obey. Yang Yu replied respectfully, albeit a bit bewildered, not fully grasping why the lord had brought back such a group of orcs. However, since the lord had commanded it, there must be a reason, and it was best to comply. Subsequently, Li Ruoqing inquired about the progress of temporary housing construction. In just over 2 days, he wondered if sufficient accommodations had been prepared for these orcs. Rest assured, Your Highness, we have arranged for a large workforce to construct the houses. Over 100 wooden cabins have already been built, and by tonight, we should have around 200 ready to house the orcs without any issue. Yang Yu's response pleased Li Ruoqing greatly. Although they were mere wooden structures, they were adequate for temporary shelter. Then, Li Ruoqing instructed the Lord's Manor to assign a group of guides to lead the orcs to the nearby wooden cabins and another group to seek a suitable plot of land outside the city to properly bury their fallen comrades. This arrangement moved the thousands of orc brothers deeply. They had initially expected to camp outside Frost City for some time upon their arrival, but instead, they found that wooden cabins had already been prepared for their rest. Li Ruoqing had not deceived them. Each orc brother shall receive 3 pounds of grain to settle into the wooden cabins. This afternoon, you may come to the Lord's Manor, where I will arrange for personnel to register you and assign suitable positions. Once you have formal employment, you shall receive your wages and provisions. Li Ruoqing announced to the orcs. Thank you, my lord. Long live the Lord. The orcs cried tears of joy, astonished that after being defeated and captured by humans, they would soon enjoy such a splendid life. Heaven had shown them mercy. Upon returning to the Lord's Manor, Li Ruoqing contemplated his next steps. Although he had brought back 100,000 stones of grain and over 3,000 orcs, he needed to identify a viable source of profit. Relying solely on agriculture would hardly sustain an army of nearly 10,000. Among the rewards from this expedition was the method for producing cement. He needed to arrange for workers to experiment with its creation, and once cement was produced, combined with steel, he could swiftly construct tall and spacious edifices, thereby transforming Frost City entirely. The process of soap making can also be arranged for artisans to conduct experiments simultaneously. This time, he inspected the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce and noted that many products from his previous life have yet to emerge in this world, such as high-purity liquor, glass, soap, and perfume. Now that he has acquired the method for soap production, he can certainly create a batch and transport it to several nearby kingdoms to see if he can earn a substantial profit. The nobility of kingdoms and empires is indeed affluent, unlike the impoverished small towns along the borders. Your Highness, we have successfully recruited 200 artisans. May I inquire about your further plans? Yang Yu reported to Li Ruoqing regarding the recruitment status of artisans over the past few days. seeking instructions for the next steps. 200, you say? That should suffice for a while. Let us arrange for them to come to work tomorrow and focus on producing soap first. Li Ruoqing was pleasantly surprised that he could recruit over 100 craftsmen in the current Frost City, allowing his profit-making scheme to commence. Li Ruoqing recalled the sweet potato seeds lying in his system space, retrieved them, and handed them over to Wang Yi. Uncle Wang, please plant these sweet potato seeds in the vacant land of the Lord's Manor and ensure that they are well cared for. Wang Yi was somewhat astonished. He was unaware of the seeds' value and could not fathom why His Highness would specifically entrust them to him. Your Highness, there are indeed many flowers and plants in the Lord's Manor, but there may not be much vacant space available. Then, pull out all the useless flowers and plants and plant these sweet potato seeds in their place. If we can successfully cultivate them, we will achieve a yield of over 5,000 pounds per acre. By next year, when we promote this, Frost City will no longer face food shortages. Even if we increase our army by 10,000 men, I will be able to sustain them, Li Ruoqing declared confidently. Wang Yi was left speechless upon hearing that such small seeds could yield over 5,000 pounds per acre. He briefly thought he was hallucinating and excitedly asked, Your Highness, are you saying that these seeds can produce over 5,000 pounds of food per acre? Indeed, Li Ruoqing replied calmly. These are high-yield seeds, with careful cultivation. Achieving 6,000 pounds per acre is not a problem. I do not trust others, so I plan to plant them in the Lord's Manor first. Once the first batch of fruits matures, we will distribute them to the common people to continue planting. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will take good care of these seeds and ensure they thrive. Wang Yi, filled with excitement, felt honored that Li Ruoqing entrusted such an important task to him rather than the officials of the Lord's Manor. With thousands of pounds of food per acre, they were sure to see Frost City flourish once more. Chapter 13. An unexpected discovery. Meanwhile, far away on Tianzi Mountain, King Zhao, along with the remnants of the bandits, returned in disarray to Huangshe. He had not anticipated that the seemingly assured robbery would fail, resulting in the loss of half his men. Only a few hundred brothers returned with him, and the second in command, Lu Yi, was missing without a trace. Boss, what do we do now? Will they pursue us? The individuals in question are truly extraordinary, capable of commanding orcs in battle, which is nothing short of astonishing. A subordinate approached King Zhao to inquire about their subsequent plans, acknowledging that they had indeed met with misfortune, suffering significant losses. Let the brothers recuperate for now. For the next few days, we will close the gates of the fortress. The situation in Frosty City is perilously dangerous, with a martial sovereign stationed there, utterly absurd. We should instead look towards other directions for any passing merchant caravans. King Zhao recalled the previous encounter with Zhao Yun, who had descended upon them like a celestial being, effortlessly shattering his most potent strike with a single lance. The overwhelming pressure exuded by Zhao Yun filled him with dread. Even in the ranks of the border forces, such martial prowess was exceedingly rare. Little did the inhabitants of Huangshe's stronghold anticipate that within less than half a day, 1,000 cavalrymen led by Zhao Yun would come charging towards them with great fervor. Boss, this is bad. An army is approaching Tianzi Mountain. A patrolling minion rushed into the hall, breathless with urgency. King Chao's face mirrored his turmoil. What? How could they arrive so swiftly? How many are there? Preliminary estimates suggest over 1,000. They are mounted on white steeds, resembling the cavalry from the merchant caravan we previously raided. The minion reported earnestly. It was over. They truly came for revenge. King Zhao had long suspected that the forces of the Qian Empire were formidable adversaries. His mind drifted back to the fierce battle from the night before, where he witnessed the valor of the White Steed cavalry, who had single-handedly held off hundreds of his men. Now, with 1,000 elite riders descending upon them, their doom was imminent. Zhao Yun harbored no sympathy for these bandits. He was eager to annihilate them and fulfill the mission entrusted to him by Li Ruoqing. Despite King Zhao and his band of brigands resisting fiercely, they were effortlessly crushed by Zhao Yun. The fleeing bandits found no escape from the relentless pursuit of the White Steed cavalry, and soon, nearly 1,000 bandits within the stronghold were exterminated. With King Zhao himself met with a swift demise at Zhao Yun's hands. Search the stronghold thoroughly to see if there are any survivors. Zhao Yun commanded. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, the scattered members of the White Steed cavalry returned to report their findings, confirming that there were no living souls left. Just as Zhao Yun prepared to depart, a member approached him with news. General, we have discovered a secret realm in the rear mountains, known as the Huanglong Cave, which can only be accessed by those of martial sovereign level or higher. A secret realm? Zhao Yun's eyes brightened at the revelation. To his astonishment, A mission to eradicate bandits had yielded such an unexpected treasure. Take me there at once. He urged his subordinate to lead him to the site. As it turned out, King Zhao had stumbled upon this concealed realm while evading the border forces, hiding in Tianzi Mountain. Unfortunately, he lacked the strength to unlock its secrets. Later, having turned to banditry and establishing a stronghold there, he aspired to ascend to the martial sovereign realm and access the treasures within the Huanglong cave. Regrettably, fate did not align with human desires. At the moment of Tianwang Zhao's demise, he had yet to ascend to the realm of martial sovereign, thus inadvertently benefiting Zhao Yun and his entourage, who had come to quell the bandits. Zhao Yun, accompanied by the valiant riders of the White Horse, arrived at a natural rock face on the mountainside, where he beheld a stone tablet inscribed with the bold characters Huanglong Cave. However, the entrance to this cave eluded their discovery. General, we have meticulously examined this place for quite some time and found that within this stone tablet lies a hidden cosmos. By channeling sufficient true essence, we could unlock the secret realm of Huanglong Cave behind this stone wall. Alas, our strength is insufficient to do so. One of his subordinates quickly elucidated, noticing Zhao Yun's perplexity. Allow me to give it a try, Zhao Yun declared, stepping forward to the stone tablet. He poured forth a torrent of immense true essence into the tablet. In no time, the black characters spelling Huanglong Cave began to glow softly. Ultimately, the entire stone tablet erupted in a dazzling radiance. Observing this, Zhao Yun pressed down with force, and the natural stone wall emitted a thunderous sound, gradually descending. Before long, the stone wall seemed to vanish, unveiling the interior of the cave. The onlookers were left astounded by this astonishing spectacle. They had never anticipated that this secret realm would reveal a natural underground cavern. As Zhao Yun and his companions ventured forth, they were surprised to find that the cavern was not shrouded in darkness. Numerous moonlight stones were embedded in the walls, illuminating the entire expanse. The group meticulously surveyed their surroundings, discovering an abundance of precious ores and scattered coins. Eventually, they arrived at a chamber resembling a grand hall. Is that the remains of a dragon? Zhao Yun exclaimed, noticing a mountain of coins and treasures piled upon the steps ahead. Atop the heap lay the magnificent form of a golden dragon, its colossal head and robust body adorned with majestic wings, exuding an overwhelming aura of power and majesty. Yet, its eyes remained tightly shut, devoid of any sign of life. It was evident that it had succumbed to death. It took the group a moment to regain their composure. They had stumbled upon a concealed dragon's lair, housing the lifeless body of a golden dragon. Such a discovery was nothing short of extraordinary. It was well known that adult dragons possessed strength at least above the martial emperor realm and could wield formidable dragon magic, making them nearly invincible to beings of the same tier, such as humans or orcs, who could only rely on overwhelming numbers to defeat them. Zhao Yun let out a sigh of relief. Upon seeing the enormous dragon, he had feared that they might meet their end here. With his current prowess at the martial sovereign level, he stood no chance against such a formidable adult dragon. Fortunately, this dragon was deceased, and now its treasures were theirs to claim. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Yun commanded the white horse riders outside to enter and gather all the coins and treasures for transport to Hanshuan City. As for the dragon's carcass, it would have to remain for the time being. Transporting it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and greed from others, posing too great a risk for the reward. In this secluded realm, it suffices for him to station a small contingent of the White Horse Brigade to guard the area. Chapter 14. The Great Mage Themis. At dawn the following day, Li Ruoqing utilized the golden quality hero summoning token obtained from completing his quest. A brilliant light flashed, and the summoning was successful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting Themis, the great mage of the light element, from another world. He shall arrive at Frost City in 3 hours. Li Ruoqing had initially anticipated summoning a peerless general akin to Zhao Yun, and he was already quite content with that. To his astonishment, the system presented him with a magician, and moreover, a mage of significant renown, a being on par with the martial emperor. It is known that magicians are far fewer in number compared to warriors, and exceptionally powerful mages are exceedingly rare. To acquire such a formidable great mage, especially one of the light element, made him feel as if he were the fated child of this world. His fortune was truly remarkable. After a period of exhilaration, Li Ruoqing managed to compose himself. The arrival of Themis would take some time, and it was essential to prioritize the initiation of his own plans. He summoned all the craftsmen, half of whom he directed to the Lord's mansion with the intention of crafting soap. He divided the nearly 100 individuals into 5 groups and broke down the soap-making process into 5 steps, assigning each group a specific part of the procedure. Initially, Many craftsmen were dismissive of Li Ruoqing's arrangements. They did not believe that this young lord could produce anything extraordinary with soap. However, the generous wages he offered made it difficult for them to refuse. It was only later, through their experimentation, that they truly succeeded in creating this remarkable substance known as soap, earning their complete respect. The method for soap production that Li Ruoqing had acquired was relatively straightforward. It primarily involved burning wood and grass to obtain ashes, which were then soaked in water to extract and purify the alkali solution. Subsequently, rich animal fats were rendered into oil, which was then thoroughly mixed with the extracted animal oil and the alkali solution to initiate saponification. During this process, the extracted floral juices were added, and once poured into molds and allowed to cool, the soap would be complete. The procedure was not complex. After just a few attempts, they could easily produce soap that met the required standards. As for the remaining craftsmen, Li Ruoqing tasked them with researching the production of cement. Although he already possessed the method, the precise ratios of limestone, clay, iron ore, and coal required continuous experimentation and adjustment by the craftsmen. Only with the optimal mixture would the cement achieve the desired effect, solid as rock. The orderly production of soap and cement was underway. While Li Ruoqing turned his attention to the orc arrivals at Frost City, Yang Yu approached with a registered list of orc names and reported, "Your Highness, there are a total of 468 orcs accompanying you back to Frost City. The vast majority are young adults, along with 12 female orcs, who are currently awaiting further instructions at the Lord's mansion." "Very well, I understand. Miss Xiaoxua need not be included. I have other arrangements for her." Li Ruoqing interrupted Yang Yu's report and stated directly that most of these orcs were captured during the initial invasion of the orc army to the south, defeated by the border garrison. Their combat prowess is formidable. It would be a tremendous waste to assign them solely to the reclamation of wasteland. Instead, let us select 500 of them to form an orc army, integrating them into the grand forces of Frost City. "Your Highness, might this not be overly audacious? They are orcs, after all. Allowing them to mingle within our ranks poses a grave risk. Should they ever turn against us, the consequences could be dire." Yang Yu expressed his bewilderment and concern regarding Li Ruoqing's decision. It is often said that those not of our kin harbor differing intentions. The centuries-old enmity between the human and orc realms makes it unwise to place such trust in these orcs, particularly by entrusting them with significant responsibilities. "I understand your concerns, yet I choose to place my faith in them," Li Ruoqing replied, comprehending Yang Yu's apprehensions, yet trusting his instincts. From the moment these orcs stood alongside him to repel the bandit attack, they had already earned his loyalty. True feelings are revealed in times of hardship. As for the guards of the Tianyuan Merchant Association, who hesitated to fight alongside him, he was certain of who could be deemed trustworthy. Seeing Li Ruoqing's resolute stance, Yang Yu refrained from further objections. After all, he was merely the chief scribe and could not influence the ultimate decision, which rested with Li Ruoqing. Once the official duties were completed, Li Ruoqing made his way to the garden of the Lord's manor. The once vibrant garden, filled with flowers and plants, had now become a scene of disarray, following Wang Yi's orders to uproot the useless flora and plant sweet potato seeds. At this moment, Wang Yi was earnestly imparting the fundamental knowledge of martial arts to Xiaoxua, who listened with rapt attention. Her small wings fluttered occasionally, adding to her charm. Since their return yesterday, Wang Yi had conducted an assessment of Xiaoxua's martial arts aptitude, and as they had anticipated, her talents were exceptional, exhibiting a natural affinity for all pathways, a prodigy in cultivation. With the intention of seizing the opportunity, Wang Yi hastily arranged for Xiaoxua to take on a master, securing her title. Such an outstanding disciple would undoubtedly be in high demand, and he could not allow her to slip away to others. Observing Wang Yi's earnest tutelage of Xiaoxua, Li Ruoqing nodded in satisfaction. Now that this little girl had embarked on her cultivation journey, it would be worthwhile to have the Grand Sorcerer Themis examine her upon his arrival in Frost City, to ascertain if she possessed the talent for magical training. If so, mastering both martial and magical arts could lead to boundless prospects. Settling down in a pavilion, Li Ruoqing recalled that within the system's space, there remained an unutilized light yellow parchment scroll. He reached out to touch it, recognizing it as a secondary profession scroll, which, once activated, could designate the opening of a secondary profession. Li Ruoqing was somewhat taken aback, struggling to recall when he had acquired it. Suddenly, he remembered the system's prompt records and quickly checked. It turned out to be one of the rewards from the quest he received upon accepting Xiaoxua at the Tianyuan Merchant Association. This is indeed a valuable item. What profession should he choose to unlock? Li Ruoqing meticulously contemplated the prominent professions prevalent across the continent: knights, archers, mages, blacksmiths, alchemists, mercenaries, explorers, wandering bards, and assassins. Ultimately, he resolved to select alchemist as his secondary profession. In an instant, the scroll transformed into a beam of white light that seamlessly integrated into the center of his brow, flooding his mind with a vast array of unfamiliar memories, as though forcefully implanted. It felt as though his brain had momentarily crashed, with only the strange memories slowly loading and awakening. The excessive mental strain rendered Li Ruoqing somewhat dazed and uncomfortable. After a considerable interval, he gradually regained his composure. The influx of memories was indeed the inheritance of the alchemist, encompassing a wealth of precious recipes and various insights and methods for potion crafting. This revelation filled him with elation. He had struck gold with this choice. Armed with such an abundance of formulas and alchemical wisdom, he merely needed to engage in constant practice, and soon he would master these techniques, allowing him to concoct advanced potions in the near future. Having concluded his lecture, Wang Yi brought Xiaoxue to the pavilion for a respite. Upon seeing Li Ruoqing lost in thought, Xiaoxue joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Ruoqing, what are you pondering?" "I've already begun my training, and Master praised my exceptional talent." Li Ruoqing snapped back to reality, noticing that Wang Yi and Xiaoxue had finished their lesson and approached the pavilion. Xiaoxue gazed at him with a proud expression. He affectionately ruffled her hair and responded with a smile. "It seems you are making great progress in your training. Soon you'll catch up to me." "Yes. Once I become powerful, I can protect Brother Ruoqing." Xiaoxue beamed with happiness. Since arriving in Frost City, Li Ruoqing had indeed treated her well, providing lavish dinners and exquisite porridge in the mornings, far superior to her previous experiences in the Orc tribe. This instilled in her a profound sense of gratitude, for without him, she might have been sold off to other nobles, becoming their plaything. Then Xiaoxue must diligently train. This afternoon, a grand mage will be visiting Frost City. We shall have her assess your magical aptitude. If you can cultivate magic, that would be remarkable, Li Ruoqing remarked cheerfully. Although Xiaoxue might not fully grasp the significance of a grand mage, Wang Yi, having spent decades in the imperial capital of the Qian dynasty, possessed a clear understanding of the power hierarchy within Yunlan continent. He inquired with palpable excitement, "Your Highness, are you certain a grand mage will come to Frost City this afternoon? Not just a regular mage? I assure you, Lady Temis is a grand mage proficient in light magic," Li Ruoqing affirmed confidently. "She is a golden quality hero drawn from the system. There is no mistake." "My goodness. A grand mage, a peerless powerhouse comparable to a martial emperor. Your Highness, how did you manage to attract such a formidable individual?" Wang Yisin was filled with joy. In his understanding, the imperial capital of the Scarlet Flame dynasty was only guarded by two formidable martial emperors, while the strongest individuals from smaller kingdoms merely reached the martial venerable realm. The fact that they could recruit such powerful beings in Frost City made it arguably the safest place along the border. Li Ruoqing chuckled and said, "Uncle Wang, are you not worried that with Schweger's exceptional magical talent, Lady Temis might compete with you for her as a disciple?" Wang Yi did not expect Li Ruoqing to bring up such a sensitive topic, and he quickly cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. If Xiaoxue possesses magical talent and catches the eye of Lord Temis, it would indeed be her honor. As her teacher, I would be more than pleased to see that happen. Observing Wang Yi's slightly awkward expression, Li Ruoqing could hardly contain his mischievous smile. Meanwhile, Xiaoxue was curious about what kind of older sister Lady Temis might be. At noon, before Li Ruoqing could await Temis's arrival, Zhao Yun and the White Horse Cavalry returned ahead of schedule. "Your Highness, Zilong has fulfilled his duty and completely eradicated those audacious bandits. And I come to report back to you. General Zilong, you have worked hard. After such a long and arduous journey, I shall arrange a banquet to welcome you and wash away the dust of your travels." Upon hearing that the bandits who had previously come to pillage had been utterly defeated, Li Ruoqing felt a surge of joy and wished to host a feast in honor of this great contributor. "Your Highness, the banquet can wait. This time, I made an unexpected discovery on Mount Tianzi. We found a secret realm there, a dragoness lair, and within it, numerous treasures." Zhao Yun recounted his findings on Mount Tianzi. "A dragoness lair? You mean you discovered a dragon's den? Did you encounter any dragons?" Li Ruoqing asked, his excitement palpable. He had long heard of the dragon's might, with many texts documenting these formidable beings. However, since the dragons retreated to Dragon Island over 10,000 years ago, sightings of them had become exceedingly rare. He never expected Zhao Yun's expedition to eradicate bandits would yield such unexpected rewards. "We found a dragon corpse in the lair, which had been dead for over 1,000 years. Yet, the body remains intact and uncorrupted. However, the dragon's corpse is too large and could easily attract unwanted attention. So we did not transport it, Zhao Yun explained. Wang Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the fact that the powerful dragon race could indeed achieve physical immortality. Moreover, the dragon's body could be used to forge various divine weapons and treasures. Recklessly transporting the dragon's remains would undoubtedly draw the attention of other factions, posing great risks. Upon hearing Wang Yi concur with Zhao Yun's assessment, Li Ruoqing said, "Then we shall follow General Zilong's arrangements. The dragon corpse will remain on Mount Tianzi for the time being, but we must station some troops there for protection. We cannot allow anyone to seize it." Zhao Yun nodded in agreement. "Your Highness, rest assured. I have already arranged for 300 white horse cavalry to remain stationed there. We only need to periodically send supplies." He continued, "Additionally, I noticed that the area surrounding Mount Tianzi is abnormally rich in elemental energy, which may indicate the presence of other treasures and secret realms. Therefore, I request that Your Highness send more individuals to accompany me for further exploration." Li Ruoqing was taken aback by the continuous stream of good news from Zhao Yun. In his mind, Zhao Yun was a peerless warrior, yet the man before him was not only immensely powerful, but also a fortuitous figure of destiny. To eradicate a band of mountain bandits and yield such an unexpected bounty was simply astonishing. Eventually, Li Ruoqing issued an order for Zhao Yun to lead 500 cavalrymen from the White Horse Brotherhood and 500 orc warriors, along with provisions, to Tianzi Mountain the following day. Determined to thoroughly explore this treasure-laden site in search of further riches or hidden realms. In the afternoon, a woman adorned in a white magical robe and a golden filigree mask approached the eastern city gate. The guards, wary of such a mysterious figure, stepped forward to inquire. However, the woman coldly replied, "I am here to see your lord, Li Ruoqing. Please escort me to him." Upon hearing that she wished to meet the lord, the guards dared not hesitate and promptly reported to their superior, who swiftly arranged for personnel to guide the woman to the lord's residence. The general on duty recognized the magical robe she wore, and noting the emblem upon it, surmised that she was likely a high-ranking sorceress. As a mere city gate general, he dared not offend such an esteemed individual. Chapter 16. The delight of Temmie's Li Ruoqing was currently at the lord's mansion, presiding over a distribution meeting. The numerous treasures brought back by Zhao Yun from the hidden realm had been catalogued, and some of these artifacts were presented by Li Ruoqing for allocation among his trusted aides, rather than allowing them to gather dust in the treasury. He preferred to distribute them to bolster the strength of his confidants. Thus, Zhao Yun received a set of battle armor crafted from profound crystal, remarkably durable, capable of diminishing the attacks of martial masters by 30%. Wang Yi was bestowed with a 5th-tier treasured blade named Ancient Intent. Its design rustic and adorned with an unknown beast's crystal core in the hilt, intermittently radiating a crimson glow. As for Xiaoxua, Li Ruoqing gifted her a dazzling necklace, which, according to the system's appraisal, could calm the mind and significantly enhance her cultivation efficiency. For himself, Li Ruoqing chose an ancient-styled silver ring, a 6th-tier defensive mystical weapon, capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to store within. When necessary, it could unleash all accumulated energy to form a protective shield, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a martial emperor, truly a life-saving artifact. He pondered the origins of the treasure from that colossal dragon, which ultimately fell into his hands. After the distribution concluded, as they examined their newfound artifacts, one of his subordinates reported that a mysterious woman wished to see Li Ruoqing. Confused, he could not recall having engaged with a woman who would seek him out. It was only when his subordinate mentioned her white magical robe that he realized she was likely the great sorceress Temmie's. Li Ruoqing hurriedly led his companions to greet her. Upon entering the reception hall, Li Ruoqing beheld a tall woman clad in a flowing white magical robe, her face obscured by a golden mask, preventing him from discerning her features. He inwardly lamented the missed opportunity to gaze upon her visage. With a beaming smile, she approached. "Are you the great Archmage Themis? I am Li Ruoqing, and I welcome your presence." Unlike Zhao Yun's straightforwardness, Themis merely nodded and calmly responded, "I have met the city lord." Observing this, Li Ruoqing refrained from saying much, understanding that it was only natural for a powerful individual to possess their own temperament and character. As long as they were on the same side, Li Ruoqing warmly introduced Themis to the others, who in turn offered a brief introduction of herself. It was revealed that Themis hailed from the Mingyue dynasty of the southern region, primarily practicing light magic. Recently, she had been guided by the deity she revered, leading her to the eastern region in search of a fated individual. Listening to Themis's account, Li Ruoqing couldn't help but marvel at the capabilities of the system, which not only summoned these formidable beings from other worlds, but also provided them with tailored memories and backgrounds. Truly remarkable. When the crowd learned that Themis was a great archmage, they were left speechless. Such a being rivaled the realm of martial sovereigns. Although Themis wore a mask that concealed her features, her stature and voice suggested she could not be much older than 30. A great archmage of such youth was undeniably a prodigious talent. Reflecting on their own age and cultivation, they felt a pang of inadequacy. The arrival of Themis filled the city lord's residence with joy, as her presence instilled confidence in the inhabitants of Hanshuan City. With such a powerful ally, they felt invulnerable to any adversary. It was worth noting that only a few martial sovereigns existed throughout the eastern region, and with Themis at their side, they could easily dominate numerous kingdoms, their sense of security instantly heightened. Originally, Li Ruoqing assumed that Themis was a cool and distant female figure, but to his surprise, she displayed unexpected warmth upon seeing Xiaoxue. Particularly, her eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of Xiaoxue's pristine wings, as if she had encountered a rare treasure, which rendered Xiaoxue somewhat uncomfortable. "Big sister, could you help me test my magical aptitude?" Brother Ruoqing said I might possess magical talent, Xiaoxue said in a delicate voice. "This trivial matter, I shall test it for you," Themis responded, gathering a faint glow in her right hand, which soon formed a luminous white circle. She brought the circle close to Xiaoxue, and shortly thereafter, a reaction began to manifest within Xiaoxue's body, as white and crimson light coalesced around her. In the midst of testing Xiaoxue, Themis paused, sensing a powerful energy fluctuation within her, warm as sunlight, yet fierce as fire. Could this be the essence of an angelic deity? Themis had already felt an inexplicable affinity towards Xiaoxue, and now, as the test progressed, that feeling intensified. The seamless connection between the light and fire elements, coupled with Xiaoxue's immaculate wings, perfectly embodied the angelic figure of the deity she worshipped. No wonder she had been guided here. It turned out that Xiaoxue was a descendant of the angelic divine. The excitement was palpable in Themis. As a flush of color graced her cheeks, she eagerly addressed Xiaoxue. "Your magical talent is exceptional. Would you like to become my disciple and hone your magical abilities?" Xiaoxue hesitated momentarily, gazing over at Wang Yi, seemingly seeking his consent. Observing her uncertainty, Wang Yi promptly encouraged her. "Xiaoxue, you must seize this opportunity. Becoming Lady Themis's disciple is an extraordinary honor. Do not hesitate." With her master Wang Yi's approval, Xiaoxue readily pledged her allegiance. Ever since Li Ruoqing had mentioned the potential for greater strength through the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, Xiaoxue had been eager for such an opportunity. Now that it had presented itself, she had no intention of letting it slip away. Themis, pleased by Xiaoxue's swift response, disregarded the others and led her to the courtyard, where she began to impart the knowledge of magic. Meanwhile, in Frostfall City, the grain supply was ample, yet the urgency of spring planting loomed large. Li Ruoqing ventured outside the city accompanied by a fox-girl orc and several officials responsible for agriculture to inspect the state of the fields. To his surprise, he observed numerous civilians and orcs laboriously plowing the fields with heavy plows. He inquired of a nearby official, "Why are these individuals tilling the land themselves? Are there no oxen available in the city?" "Your Highness, you are unaware of the situation. Frostfall City has always had a limited number of oxen, and following the resource mobilization order from the border area last year, most of our oxen were requisitioned. The few remaining are insufficient for our needs. To avoid delaying the spring planting, we have no choice but to resort to manual labor," one official explained. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ruoqing suggested, "I recall that the beast forest to the west is home to many powerful creatures. Have you considered capturing a few to serve as oxen?" The officials were taken aback by Li Ruoqing's audacious proposal. "Your Highness, are you jesting? The Beast Mountains to the west stretch for hundreds of miles, and our Frostfall soldiers lack strong martial commanders. Venturing into the Beast Mountains would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise." They were alarmed by Li Ruoqing's bold idea. Even the fierce orc army dared not tread into the Beast Mountains, and their small contingent would be insufficient to face the ferocious beasts. Just because we lacked powerful warriors in the past does not imply we do now. Moreover, this endeavor would only involve capturing some lower-tier beasts to serve as oxen. We would not penetrate deep into the mountains, so there should be no issues, Li Ruoqing asserted confidently. But one official began. "Enough with the buts. By the time these civilians finish tilling the fields, summer will be upon us. How can we possibly catch up with the planting season? If you have an alternative solution, pursue it. If not, there is no need for further discussion." Li Ruoqing felt a tinge of dissatisfaction towards the official's inquiries, as he was unable to propose any solutions while simultaneously questioning his methods. Such incompetence in an official was quite lamentable. Standing nearby, the orc maiden Anna gazed at Li Ruoqing with palpable excitement. She greatly admired his audacity to target the magical beasts, knowing full well that in her tribe, even the most robust orc dared not covet the treasures of the Beast Mountain range. This hesitance stemmed from a dire famine that plagued their Orcish kingdom years prior, leading a ravenous band of orcs to form a massive hunting party that ventured into the mountains. Unfortunately, only a few severely injured orcs managed to escape, having encountered formidable magical beasts that turned the hunters into prey. Soon, Li Ruoqing assembled a contingent of 200 orcs and guards, summoning Wang Yi as they set forth towards the Beast Mountain range, situated 20 kilometers to the west. Initially, Li Ruoqing intended to enlist the White Horse Brigade, but upon considering the terrain of the Beast Mountain range, he deemed cavalry ineffective and opted for the sturdy orcs and heavily armed guards instead, which proved to be a more suitable choice. Wang Yi, perplexed by the inherent dangers of the Beast Mountain range that were widely acknowledged, could not help but wonder about Li Ruoqing's true intentions for this expedition. His curiosity eventually compelled him to ask. When Li Ruoqing revealed that they aimed to capture ferocious beasts to serve as draft animals, Wang Yi, much like the previously bewildered officials, was left astounded. However, after a moment of contemplation, he began to appreciate Li Ruoqing's strategy. Capturing lower-tier magical beasts on the outskirts of the mountain would likely yield minimal risk, rendering the endeavor highly feasible. Upon arriving at the periphery of the Beast Mountain range, Li Ruoqing was awestruck by the vastness before him. He had previously lacked a clear understanding of the mountain's extensive reach, but witnessing it firsthand made him realize its grandeur, comparable to that of a small human kingdom. The seemingly endless expanse of lush forest stretched out before him, punctuated by the occasional roar of magical beasts, which was enough to instill a sense of trepidation. Since their mission was to capture magical beasts for labor, they sought larger and relatively gentler creatures, avoiding the more ferocious species like tigers and leopards, which were unlikely to be tamed in the short term. Thus, their focus shifted to beasts resembling cattle and horses. Not long after venturing into the Beast Mountain range, they encountered an attack from a slender shadow leopard, adept at stealth and ambush. It crept close to its prey before launching a surprise assault. However, due to its lack of strength, Wang Yi quickly detected its presence. Li Ruoqing, brandishing his long knife, was the first to strike at the shadow leopard. Upon realizing its ambush had been uncovered, the leopard abandoned its concealment and lunged directly at Li Ruoqing. The creature's powerful paws struck down upon Li Ruoqing's blade with surprising force, leaving him momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated easily overpowering this second-tier magical beast, only to discover that it possessed not only tough skin but also remarkable strength. Li Ruoqing has cultivated the stellar body refining technique, making him a formidable practitioner in his own right. It was therefore quite vexing that he could not overpower his opponent directly. Frustration mounting, he channeled more energy into his weapon, causing the long blade to emanate a dazzling radiance as he struck once more at the shadow leopard. The beast, keenly attuned to danger, sensed the threat posed by Li Ruoqing's blade and swiftly leaped aside, evading the blow. However, Li Ruoqing was not one to relent easily. He executed a gale slash, dashing forward to the shadow leopard's side, and brought his blade down with ferocity upon the creature's head. The shadow leopard, taken aback by Li Ruoqing's rapid approach, managed only to evade a lethal strike, yet the blade still found its mark on the beast's foreleg. Empowered by his energy, the blade sliced through the leopard's fur with ease, inflicting a grievous wound. Letting out a pained howl, the creature staggered backward. Li Ruoqing, well versed in the survival principle of seizing opportunities, pressed his attack against the wounded beast. The shadow leopard, now significantly weakened and slowed by its injury, soon succumbed to Li Ruoqing's relentless assault, ultimately collapsing in a pool of its own blood. Li Ruoqing summoned the orcs, instructing them to collect the fallen creature. Its pelt could be fashioned into armor, and its meat would serve as sustenance, ensuring nothing went to waste. Before long, the group encountered yet another beast blocking their path. This time, it was a crimson-scaled serpent exceeding 8 meters in length, having ascended to the ranks of a third-tier demon beast. Wang Yi took the initiative, seeking to deliver a decisive blow. He worried that if he hesitated, his lord might, in a fit of fervor, engage the third-tier beast in a one-on-one confrontation, risking injury. During the span of half an hour, the group faced 67 waves of demon beasts, predominantly of the second and third tiers. This perplexed Li Ruoqing, who turned to Uncle Wang with a furrowed brow. Something is amiss. We are clearly positioned at the periphery of the Demon Beast mountain range. And yet we encounter an abundance of second and third-tier creatures, while first-tier beasts seem to be conspicuously absent. It raises questions. Wang Yi nodded in agreement at Li Ruoqing's concerns, acknowledging the peculiarity of the situation. Indeed, it is rather strange. The cattle and equine demon beasts we seek are typically of the 12th tier and should be found at the outskirts. Their absence, coupled with the appearance of these third-tier ferocious beasts, warrants caution. We must remain vigilant. Chapter 18. A chance encounter with a husky? As Wang Yi surmised, a disturbance had indeed occurred deep within the heart of the Demon Beast mountain range. Over 10 kilometers away, in the depths of a dense forest, two formidable creatures were engaged in a fierce battle. A 5th-tier earth cavern rock dragon had recklessly intruded upon the territory of the howling moon silver wolf, subsequently slaughtering numerous lower-tier wolves. The surviving pack, having narrowly escaped, let out a chorus of howls, calling for their king, the 5th-tier howling moon wolf king. In no time, a massive white wolf, significantly larger than the others, came charging forth. The earth cavern rock dragon, wary of the sudden appearance of the howling moon wolf king, let out a furious roar, attempting to drive it away. However, the howling moon wolf king harbored a profound animosity towards the intruder who dared to invade his territory and harm his subjects. Retreat was simply not an option. He unleashed a white energy sphere towards the burrowing rock dragon, aiming to inflict damage upon his adversary. Yet, the burrowing rock dragon possessed both earth and fire attributes, with the earth attribute endowing it with formidable defensive capabilities. Its thick scales were sufficient to withstand a significant portion of enemy attacks, rendering the Wolf King's assault utterly ineffective and, quite frankly, laughable. Seeing his attack yield no results and witnessing the burrowing rock dragon's unabashed mockery, the howling moon wolf king was incensed and lunged forward. Generally speaking, the greatest strength of demon beasts lies in their physical prowess. Upon advancing to the 5th tier of demon sovereign, they gain the ability to articulate human speech and possess intellect comparable to that of an adult. Those reaching the 6th tier of demon emperor can even transform into human form, freely switching between beast and human, and can cultivate and utilize human martial techniques and methods in their human guise. Soon, the two powerful demon beasts engaged in a fierce melee, their tremendous strength obliterating trees across a 2-kilometer radius. Other demon beasts, sensing the commotion, fled in panic, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire of these two formidable titans. After more than 2 hours of exploration, Li Ruoqing and his companions finally spotted a herd of over 10 serpent-tailed cattle resting by a lake. At last, they had found suitable demon beasts. Li Ruoqing sighed, reflecting on the numerous encounters with demon beasts they had faced in those 2 hours, during which several members had been injured by sudden attacks. Fortunately, none had lost their lives. Li Ruoqing swiftly directed the orc warriors and guards to spread out and form a surrounding perimeter, aiming to capture the serpent-tailed cattle in one fell swoop. The thought of allowing even one to escape would be disheartening, especially after enduring such hardships to procure suitable demon beasts. Before setting out, he had instructed Wang Yi to prepare numerous tranquilizers to subdue the beasts. Now was the perfect moment. Your Highness, if we use the tranquilizers directly, our own men may also be incapacitated. How about this? I could add the tranquilizers to the lake, and when we drive the demon beasts into the water, it won't create much commotion to attract the attention of those high-tier beasts. Wang Yi proposed a rather cunning idea. Very well, let us proceed with that plan. After some contemplation, Li Ruoqing agreed to Wang Yi's strategy. He was beginning to understand why many feared this demon beast mountain range. Even the seemingly endless horde of demon beasts posed a significant challenge, one that even imperial armies would find arduous to confront. They were merely on the outskirts of the mountain range and already felt overwhelmed, let alone the high-tier demons lurking within. Thus, the prospect of capturing the serpent-tailed cattle without causing a ruckus was indeed fortuitous. The herd of serpent-tailed cattle, initially resting by the lake, seemed to sense the unusual activity around them, rising to observe their surroundings. At the slightest hint of danger, they would swiftly take their leave. Wang Yi, relying on his prowess at the martial king level, swiftly ascended the towering trees beside the lake. Seizing the moment while the herd of serpentine-tailed cattle was preoccupied, he quickly cast a narcotic into the water, which soon dissolved entirely. Observing this, Li Ruoqing signaled to the nearby guards and beastmen to tighten their encirclement, ensuring that all the massive creatures were driven into the lake. The serpentine-tailed herd soon realized they were surrounded by numerous beastmen, with only the lake behind them left unblocked. As the beastmen drew nearer, the leading serpentine-tailed bull let out a bellow, prompting the rest of the herd to retreat towards the lake. Initially, the leader intended to charge at the beastmen with its kin, but sensing the presence of formidable foes nearby, it hesitated to act recklessly. Fortunately, the serpentine-tailed bulls were well adapted to aquatic environments. If they could not fight, retreating to the opposite shore would assure their safety. Unbeknownst to them, this very action played directly into Li Ruoqing's trap. As all the serpentine-tailed bulls entered the lake and swam towards the opposite bank, the onlookers refrained from pursuing, instead waiting quietly by the shore. Soon, several bulls in the middle of the lake exhibited unusual behavior, ceasing their movements and floating lifelessly on the surface, followed by others gradually transforming into logs. Li Ruoqing exclaimed with delight, "It worked. Now we just need to haul them ashore. Uncle Wang, your strength is unparalleled. I kindly ask for your assistance. It's a trivial matter." Wang Yize replied, channeling his true essence to conjure a colossal hand in midair, which methodically retrieved the floating serpentine-tailed bulls one by one. To his surprise, the creatures were not only large but remarkably heavy, each weighing around 1,000 pounds. Gazing at the retrieved bulls, Wang Yize remarked thoughtfully, "The larger the size, the greater the strength. Thus, the efficiency of plowing increases. Since we brought several carts with us, we can bind them to the carts and transport them back to train them properly for land cultivation." Li Ruoqing was quite pleased with these formidable beasts, as larger oxen undoubtedly enhanced agricultural productivity. Relying on weaker commoners to cultivate wilderness would be an exercise in futility. In total, they successfully retrieved 22 serpentine-tailed bulls, all of considerable size. Li Ruoqing instructed his men to securely bind the unconscious bulls, which were then carried by the beastmen as they departed the monster beast mountain range. On the return journey, perhaps due to mere coincidence, the group encountered few monsters. Wang Yize expressed a sense of relief, noting the quietude. Although they did not encounter any high-ranking beasts, he remained vigilant, responsible for the safety of everyone, especially the young master, who must not sustain any harm. During their return, Li Ruoqing unexpectedly discovered an injured little husky, dubbed as such due to its striking resemblance to a husky pup from his past life. It bore a wolf-like visage yet possessed a diminutive body. A prominent claw mark marred its abdomen, tearing through its fur and exposing a bloody wound. Perhaps it was the creature's remarkable appearance that deeply moved Li Ruoqing. "You are fortunate to have crossed paths with me." Li Ruoqing applied a healing ointment to the wound, the intense pain jolting the previously unconscious husky awake. Upon seeing Li Ruoqing and a throng of humans, the husky's eyes brimmed with wariness. Chapter 19. "Oh, what an adorable puppy, little one. Do not be ungrateful. I am saving your life," Li Ruoqing remarked. Unable to suppress his sarcasm at the husky's anxious demeanor, he continued to apply medicine, requesting a bundle of gauze from the guards to dress the wound. "Doggo, you are so feeble. The monster beast mountain range is no place for you. Come with me. I shall take you to dine on delicacies and ensure you are well fed at every meal." Before the husky could comprehend the situation, Li Ruoqing grasped it and departed the monster beast mountain range with the main group. On their return journey, Wang Yi, observing the uniquely peculiar husky, inquired, "Your Highness, why have you captured a monster beast? It is so small and seemingly useless. Is it not delightful to have encountered such an appealing little creature on this long journey to the monster beast mountain? It would make a splendid pet for Shuer." Li Ruoqing chuckled. The now conscious husky was indignant at the thought of being treated as a pet, letting out a couple of furious howls. However, its attempts at intimidation were met with hearty laughter from the two men. Admittedly, that bark does have a certain charm. Nonetheless, given its diminutive size, it would indeed serve well as a pet for little Shuer. Wang Yi responded with a smile. "You ignorant mortals. Had it not been for my fierce battle with that accursed cave rock dragon, leading to our mutual downfall, I would not have devolved to my base form and been captured by you. This is an unparalleled disgrace." The husky's heart was heavy with sorrow. It was none other than the Howling Moon Wolf King, who had previously engaged in a fierce duel with the 5th-tier cave rock dragon deep within the monster beast mountain range. In truth, neither party had emerged unscathed from their fierce confrontation. The Howling Moon Wolf King sustained grave injuries, its demonic power depleted, reverting to its juvenile state, while the cave rock dragon suffered from lacerations inflicted by the Wolf King's claws, likely requiring considerable time to recuperate. Wounded and desperate, the Howling Moon Wolf King fled from the heart of the monster beast mountain range to its periphery, realizing that its diminished strength rendered survival in the inner regions impossible. Any misstep could lead to its demise at the hands of even more formidable foes, relegating it to mere sustenance for others. Little did it expect to encounter Li Ruoqing and his entourage, who were there to capture monster beasts. nor could it have anticipated being regarded as a pet and whisked away from the perilous mountain range. While it felt a sense of discomfort, it secretly rejoiced. For following a figure of Li Ruoqing's stature would surely offer greater safety than the ruthless environment of the monster beast mountain range. With centuries of wolf experience and knowledge, the Howling Moon Wolf King recognized Li Ruoqing as a commanding presence capable of easily directing hundreds of humans and beastmen. This was indeed a significant figure. For millennia, humans and beastmen had engaged in fierce battles over territory and resources, and the Wolf clan was well aware of their long-standing enmity. Yet, Li Ruoqing's ability to command the beastmen, who displayed no resistance or resentment, was quite intriguing. Little one, do not regard me with such eyes. Were it not for my intervention, you would have long since been devoured by other monster beasts. Li Ruoqing observed the husky gazing at him intently, an unsettling sensation washing over him. In a moment of impulsiveness, he aimed a playful flick at its head. Suddenly caught off guard, the husky received a sharp tap, inciting its fury. How dare this insufferable human challenge me? I am a supreme demon of the esteemed demon sovereign realm. With indignation, it swiped its small paws in an attempt to inflict considerable damage upon Li Ruoqing, yet the effect proved minimal. Before long, the group returned to Frost City. Upon reaching the city gates, the guards were taken aback. They had never imagined their lord would actually capture a beast from the Beast Mountain range. Observing its size, many speculated it resembled a bovine creature. Remarkably, several members of the party did not appear injured, rendering the scene utterly astonishing. Bystanders, too, paused in admiration, their faces lighting up with joy. They had long received word of their benevolent lord, who understood the city's dire need for plow oxen, and bravely ventured into the perilous Beast Mountain range accompanied by his soldiers. As they gazed at the orcs escorting the captured beast, their previous animosity began to dissipate. News of the devastating blizzard in the north had reached them. Many orc tribes had perished from starvation, and numerous orcs were compelled to join the military and march southward to seize supplies. While their actions were indeed infuriating, they were not without reason. The orcs who had risked their lives alongside their lord in the Beast Mountain range had been witnessed by many. Perhaps they were not inherently malevolent, but rather pitiable souls driven to desperation by the harshness of life. With the snake-tailed oxen now fully awakened, Li Ruoqing assembled a group of orcs to supervise them, issuing orders to discipline any disobedient beasts firmly. With the presence of Themis, a high mage of the light element particularly skilled in healing magic, he knew that as long as there was breath in their bodies, they could swiftly be restored to health. Upon the issuance of this command, the supervising orcs were filled with delight. Many, such as the bear and wolf tribes, were known for their combative nature. Thus, the prospect of engaging with these robust snake-tailed oxen was exhilarating. The thought of clashing with formidable beasts was thrilling indeed. Li Ruoqing, accompanied by the little husky, sought out the still studying Xiaoxue. Themis expressed mild discontent at Li Ruoqing's arrival, and upon seeing him, Xiaoxue's focus on her studies waned, abruptly concluding the day's magical lessons. Xiaoxue, this little creature is one I found in the Beast Mountain range. It's quite silly and amusing. I thought you might like it as a pet. Li Ruoqing presented the husky to her. Oh, what an adorable puppy, Xiaoxue exclaimed, astonished that Li Ruoqing had ventured into the Beast Mountain range and returned with such a delightful companion. She reached out to pet the husky, but as the Howling Moon Wolf King, it was reluctant to allow a stranger near and barked fiercely at Xiaoxue, signaling her to keep her distance. Humph. A mere fifth-tier beast dares to be so brazen before me. A cold snort echoed through the air as Themis cast a frigid gaze upon the husky in Li Ruoqing's grasp, clearly having seen through its true nature. Li Ruoqing, taken aback by Themis's serious demeanor, inquired, Themis, is this the fifth-tier demon beast you mentioned? He lifted the husky as he spoke. Release me at once. I am a grand demon of the demon sovereign realm, not some mere pup. The Howling Moon Wolf King exclaimed, filled with indignation. Initially, it had planned to bide its time and regain its strength before seeking vengeance against Li Ruoqing and that accursed cave rock dragon to avenge its past disgrace. It never anticipated that in this small town near the Demon Beast Mountains, there would be a martial emperor who could discern its true identity with a single glance. This was disastrous. Chapter 20. To be a pet for a little girl? Absolutely not. Oh, a demon sovereign? Then why not reveal your true form? I have yet to witness what a demon of that caliber looks like. Themis remained unfazed. Based on her observations, this fifth-tier demon beast was evidently gravely injured. Its strength diminished to mere remnants. It was now, at most, akin to a second-tier demon beast. She recognized the danger early on. Otherwise, if Xiaoxue were to keep it by her side for an extended period, it would likely result in chaos. rendered speechless by Themis's retort. The Howling Moon Wolf King thought to itself that if it were still at full strength, it would not be toyed with so casually by Li Ruoqing. This fierce woman had clearly seen through its facade and had it in her grasp. What do you intend to do? After a pause, the Howling Moon Wolf King spoke in a low voice, realizing it had no choice but to acquiesce to the prevailing circumstances. Simply put, you will serve as a pet for Xiaoxue, but you must sign a master-servant contract with her, Themis stated coolly. Having Xiaoxue form a contract with a fifth-tier demon beast was tantamount to securing a protector of the martial sovereign realm for her. Moreover, due to the unique nature of demon beasts, it would be quite easy for it to conceal its strength and hide its form, drawing no attention from others. Impossible. This is absolutely out of the question. The Howling Moon Wolf King shook its head frantically, horrified at the thought of a dignified demon sovereign being reduced to a mere pet for a little girl and bound by a permanent servitude contract. Such a notion was utterly depraved. Li Ruoqing, amused by the dog-esque defiance, chuckled. If you refuse, then so be it. Tonight's menu will feature dog meat stew. I've heard tales of its exquisite taste, and today I shall savor it. You dare? The Howling Moon Wolf King retorted fiercely. The powerful beings of the Demon Beast Mountains will avenge me. Oh, really? How is it that a demon sovereign such as yourself could end up gravely wounded, left to fall without aid on the outskirts? If not for me, do you believe you would still be alive? Li Ruoqing remarked with a smirk. Observing the Howling Moon Wolf King, I can be a pet for her, but only for a maximum of 10 years. Once I regain my strength, I shall return to the Demon Beast Mountains for revenge. Ultimately, the Howling Moon Wolf King capitulated. Recognizing its weakened state left it with no room for resistance, and only the hope of negotiating more favorable terms. Is your life truly worth merely 10 years? TSK. Perhaps I should just use you for a hearty stew instead. The meat of a demon sovereign will surely be a grand feast. Li Ruoqing, seeing that the Howling Moon Wolf King had not yet given up, began to haul it towards the kitchen. 20 years, 30 years, at most 30 years. Let me go? You scoundrel. The Howling Moon Wolf King struggled frantically, yet bereft of its former strength, it was no match for Li Ruoqing. Ultimately, with a mischievous grin, Li Ruoqing gazed at it and declared, 50 years. If you agree, sign the contract now. If you refuse, I shall slay you this instant. I agree. Just release me. The Howling Moon Wolf King lamented, tears unbidden, never anticipating that after a hard-won escape from the Beast Mountain range, it would fall into an even deeper pit. This fiend was merciless, constantly threatening to use it for a stew, while a formidable human warrior lurked nearby, poised to strike. The wolf's existence was fraught with difficulty. Eventually, through amicable communication, both Xiaoxue and the Howling Moon Wolf King entered into a master-servant contract. The wolf pledged to serve Xiaoxue for 50 years, while she would summon Timaeus to heal its wounds. As for the Wolf King's desire for vengeance against the Beast Mountain range, Li Ruoqing flatly rejected it. If you could have prevailed, you would not have lost in the first encounter. To attempt again without improvement would only lead to further defeat. It is far wiser to remain here, diligently cultivate, and grow stronger. Though Li Ruoqing's words struck hard, they rang true. In the Yunnan continent, only the powerful could wield dominion over all. The weak had no recourse for resistance. Such was the case within the Beast Mountain range, where the core regions were firmly held by formidable beings of the Demon Emperor and Demon Sage realms, monopolizing the area's rich in worldly essence. Weaker beasts were relegated to the outskirts. It must be said that the artisans of the Yunnan continent demonstrated remarkable diligence. Under the promise of generous compensation from Li Ruoqing, many craftsmen worked tirelessly, swiftly producing soap, which had already begun small-scale production. Li Ruoqing received a sample of the soap from the lead craftsman, Old Li, and inhaled its fragrance. Indeed, it was quite aromatic. Was it jasmine? My lord, your insight is unparalleled. Just a glance, and you have discerned it. Old Li chuckled. Through our efforts, we have developed 3 varieties of soap: rose, jasmine, and ginseng. Our tests have shown that these soaps not only excel in stain removal, but their fragrance lingers for at least half an hour. Lasting half an hour? Li Ruoqing was taken aback by Old Li's findings. In less than 2 days, 3 varieties had been developed, and with such impressive results, it was simply astonishing. How many bars can be produced daily? With sufficient raw materials, we can produce approximately 200 bars a day. If we expand our workforce, production could increase significantly. Old Li contemplated before responding. 200 bars? That will suffice. I shall instruct Yang Yu to establish a trade caravan to transport the produced soaps to the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce in the Green Kingdom for sale. Li Ruoqing felt quite satisfied with the current soap production. There was no need for excessive quantities at this stage. Aiming for the mid to high-end market, he intended to sell them at a premium. The nobility of those kingdoms and dynasties is exceedingly affluent. To extract gold coins from them through the novel product of soap, it is imperative to label it as a high-end luxury item. You have performed admirably. This month's salary will increase by 20%. Acknowledging the diligent contributions of the artisans, Li Ruoqing directly proposed a salary raise, which greatly thrilled Old Li. Previously, their meager earnings barely sufficed to support their families. Yet this newly arrived lord treats them so generously. Thank you, my lord. Rest assured, we shall strive to produce even finer soap. Li Ruoqing, carrying a substantial number of soap samples, sought out Yang Yu, who was engaged in administrative duties, to discuss the establishment of a trading caravan and showcase the soap's utility. Yang Yu was astounded. In his experience, bathing and laundry were accomplished using soapwood and plant ashes. He had never encountered such a marvelous creation that emitted a unique fragrance after use. Your Highness, fear not. I shall issue a notice at once to recruit personnel for the caravan. Yang Yu exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 21. The Hidden Hand of the Border Bandits. Meanwhile, under Li Ruoqing's orders, Zhao Yun led a group of White Horse Isong and Orc guards to Tianzi Mountain, where they swiftly reunited with the remaining members of the White Horse Isong. General, over the past 2 days, we have spotted 2 groups lingering near Tianzi Mountain. They appear to be affiliated with a local power, reported the captain of the White Horse Isong to Zhao Yun. Other faction scouts? Intriguing, Zhao Yun pondered. Suspecting that the recent large-scale treasure shipments had drawn the attention of neighboring forces, who may have sensed the unusual activity at Tianzi Mountain. However, Zhao Yun remained unconcerned. With his martial prowess and the support of over 1,000 White Horse Isong, he could significantly amplify his martial realm, sufficient to contend with all beneath the martial emperor realm. To expedite the completion of Li Ruoqing's mission, Zhao Yun ordered everyone to rest for the night, planning to commence a thorough search the following day, ensuring that no secret realms or caves would elude their watchful eyes. In Maple Leaf City, no more than 50 kilometers from Tianzi Mountain, the prominent figures within the Lord's Manor were attentively listening to a report from their subordinate. My lord, according to our scouts, a group has indeed eliminated a faction of bandits at Tianzi Mountain and has been stationed there for some time without departing, a respectfully garbed scout in black reported. The middle-aged man seated in the grand chair snorted coldly before responding. A bunch of useless fools. They were so swiftly eliminated. Have you discerned where this group originates? From our tracking, the adversary transported a shipment from Tianzi Mountain to Hanshuan City and later returned to Tianzi Mountain. We speculate these individuals are affiliated with the military of Hanshuan City. How can this be? Isn't the military of Hanshuan City supposed to be reinforced at the border to fend off the Orc army? How can there still be excess military forces dispatched to eliminate the mountain bandits? The previously composed middle-aged man could not help but inquire. My lord, do you recall the news from the imperial capital? It was reported that the 6th prince, Li Ruoqing, has fallen out of favor with his majesty and has been exiled to Frost City. Might he have brought along a contingent of followers to Frost City? A subordinate pondered for a moment before attempting to explain. In the past, to incite chaos along the border, I did not hesitate to ally with the northern orcs, deliberately weakening the strength of these border cities, biding my time to seize control and claim dominion over the territory. As it stands, I have already taken control of 3 cities. Over the years, I have secretly dispatched trusted confidants to cultivate these mountain bandits, continuously causing unrest for the surrounding kingdoms and cities. I never anticipated that Zhao Yun, that so-called heavenly king of a waste, would be eliminated so swiftly. With such incompetence, he dares to boast of being an elite within the border forces. Honda, the lord of Maple Leaf City, was incensed. He had not expected his pawn to be removed from the board so swiftly. My lord, it is my conjecture that there may be some hidden agenda behind the forces from Frost City, spoke Guqing, the strategist of Maple Leaf City, who had been quietly contemplating until now. If their sole mission was to eradicate the bandits, there would be no reason for them to return. That Mount Tianzi may harbor secrets unknown to us. Are you suggesting that Mount Tianzi conceals a significant secret, which is why they linger? Honda's fury escalated upon realizing that Zhao Yun had the audacity to betray him, failing to report such a crucial matter. Hearing his strategist's analysis ignited a fire within him. He had once regarded Zhao Yun as a talent, allowing him to become a notorious bandit leader at the border, only to discover that the dog he had nurtured harbored its own schemes, disregarding its master. The enraged Honda grew increasingly agitated, slamming his palm down on the nearby tea table, which shattered into countless tiny fragments. Witnessing Honda's wrath, his subordinates dared not utter a word, fearing they might become the target of his ire. Yet, Guqing, sitting calmly beside him, offered soothing words. My lord, do not let anger consume you. As of now, we have not yet severed ties with the Qian dynasty. Officially, you are still the lord of Maple Leaf City. Dispatching a troop to eliminate the bandits while simultaneously investigating Mount Tianzi would likely draw little objection from them. After contemplating his strategist's suggestion, Hondo eventually replied, that is indeed a viable plan. I shall instruct Chun Tianqing to lead a contingent to survey the nearby bandit strongholds, then proceed to Mount Tianzi to ascertain the situation. Upon hearing Honda's plan, Guqing furrowed his brow and added, my lord, although Chao Yun may lack ability, he is still a rare expert at the martial king level. The one who easily subdued him must possess formidable strength, likely at the level of a martial sovereign. Chun Tianqing has only just broken through to the martial sovereign realm. He may not be a match for such an opponent. Gao Qing's concerns were not without merit. To exercise caution, Honda ultimately heeded Gao Qing's advice and arranged for a peak commander of the martial king realm to accompany Chun Tianqing on his journey. Should any unforeseen discoveries arise on Mount Tianzi, such as an unexplored secret realm or the lair of a formidable being, it would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for Honda's burgeoning power. His rapid ascent from a humble scion of a declining family to a prominent figure within a few decades could be attributed to an unexpected inheritance from a martial saint during his youth. This legacy enabled him to transcend from a mere martial apprentice to a formidable lord of a border city within the Qian dynasty in a remarkably short span of time. Recently, he had surreptitiously advanced to the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm, making his prowess second only to Zhu Xiaotian, the supreme commander of the hundreds of thousands stationed at the border, who was at the late stage of the martial emperor realm. As his strength and influence continued to amplify, so too did Honda's ambition. Over the years, he had discerned the internal dynamics of the Qian dynasty. Despite its outward appearance of power, the dynasty's experts had been aging, while the younger generation had yet to mature. From his insights, he learned that one of the two martial emperor experts residing in the imperial capital had already surpassed 3 centuries of age. Were it not for the life-prolonging treasures bestowed by the royal family, he would have long since passed away. Even so, the elder was frail and, even at full strength, might not withstand a confrontation with Honda. As for the surrounding kingdoms, only a few possessed martial emperor guardians, a fact that did not instill fear in Honda. In the previous 2 years, he had established clandestine alliances with the senior leaders of the northern Songlong Empire and the central Songlong dynasty, preparing to rise in rebellion when the time was ripe. Perhaps he could carve out vast territories and establish an entirely new dynasty. Chapter 22. The Secret Realm of Baofeng Lake. Early the next morning, Zhao Yun summoned his soldiers to commence a thorough search, while also detaching a contingent of the White Horse Yisong to guard the base of the mountain, ensuring that no unrelated individuals would intrude upon Mount Tianzi and disrupt their mission. According to ancient texts, the Dragon Clan was once regarded as the most formidable race on the continent, possessing the strength of the martial king upon birth, with adult dragons generally attaining the realms of martial emperor and martial saint. The clan's elders and chiefs were all formidable beings of the martial god realm. Unfortunately, during the war with the otherworldly demons 10,000 years ago, the Dragon Clan suffered catastrophic losses, with half of their leaders perishing, leaving them without successors. Even after several millennia, the few new dragons born were scarce, leading the clan's upper echelons to deliberate and ultimately decide to retreat from the continent, seeking refuge on distant islands in obscurity. The dragon remains they previously discovered were unmistakably those of an adult dragon, implying that this creature was likely a formidable being of the martial sage realm. However, the Dragon Clan had retreated from the continent to distant shores millennia ago. This suggests that the site they were investigating could very well be an ancient dragon lair, implying a high probability of surrounding hidden realms or treasures. The Dragon Clan's discerning nature regarding treasures and living environments has been extensively documented in ancient texts. Thus, if a lair once inhabited by dragons were to be found, it is quite plausible that additional hidden realms lie in proximity. Yet, after 3 hours of diligent searching, numerous soldiers scoured the area within a radius of 3 to 4 miles, yielding no clues to the hidden realm. Listening to his subordinates report their lack of findings one by one, Zhao Yun felt a twinge of disappointment, pondering whether they had miscalculated. Just as doubts began to creep into his mind, the remaining search parties returned, most reporting a similar lack of discoveries. However, one of the valiant riders mentioned a natural lake located 2 miles to the north, at the center of which lay a small island adorned with a stone tablet. Aside from that, there were no further discoveries. A natural lake with a central island? Zhao Yun, who had almost abandoned hope, suddenly rose with renewed vigor. It was indeed a case of when all paths seem blocked, a glimmer of hope emerges. The hidden realm they sought was likely within this very lake. Filled with excitement, Zhao Yun had almost resigned himself to the notion that no hidden realm existed, grateful for the thoroughness of their search. Zhao Yun led his companions to the lake's edge as described by his subordinate, and upon taking flight to observe the lake from above, he was struck by its shape. It resembled a gigantic dragon's eye. This unexpected revelation delighted him. The elongated island at the lake's center was indeed reminiscent of a dragon's eye. It was evident that the hidden realm they sought was most likely situated here. Upon landing, Zhao Yun became even more convinced that the true hidden realm of Tianzi Mountain was indeed at this location. Construct 2 simple rafts and accompany me to that island, he commanded his soldiers. Yes, my lord. Several orcs and valiant riders promptly moved towards the nearby forest to fell trees and craft the rafts. In no time, 2 rudimentary rafts were completed. You few will accompany me to the island. The rest will remain on standby. Understood. The group boarded the rafts and successfully reached the island, which spanned less than 50 square feet. There, they found merely a stone tablet and a stone platform nearby, both covered in moss, with nothing else in sight. General, there seems to be nothing of significance here. One of the valiant riders could not help but exclaim, lamenting the considerable effort expended for what appeared to be a false hope. Zhao Yun, unperturbed by the comment, remained silent for a moment before striking the stone tablet with a powerful palm. To his astonishment, the tablet did not shatter. Instead, as if responding to the impact, a surge of energy emanated from the stone, revealing its original form beneath the layers of moss. Lo and behold, there are inscriptions, the valiant rider exclaimed in delight. Upon hearing these words, the crowd turned their curious gazes towards the stone tablet. The rear of the monument bore the inscription Balfone Lake in grand characters, while the front displayed an imposing epitaph. I am the human king Yi, who transcended to the martial god realm in the year 805 of the Tianyuan calendar. At the age of 200, I befriended the dragon elder Longming, seeking methods to surpass the martial god realm. Subsequently, the otherworldly demons invaded, leading to the fall of the northern and western regions of the Yunnan continent. To ensure the continuity of the human legacy, I leave behind my lifelong teachings here. Any descendant of the human race who meets the criteria may inherit my legacy and become my disciple, vowing to protect the Yunnan continent with their lives. Yi's final words. By the heavens, is this the legacy of a martial god? The group of White Horse Isong was astounded after reading the inscription. Even Zhao Yun was taken aback, realizing that a formidable legacy was concealed here. Was the dragon from our secret realm not the elder of the dragon clan mentioned by the human king? Astonishing. No wonder its remains had not decayed despite the passage of time. It was likely a being of the martial god realm. However, the dragon clan's experts ultimately perished. Just how powerful were those otherworldly demons? One could only wonder how the predecessors managed to expel them from the Yunnan continent. Zhao Yun was filled with emotion, never imagining that the dragon carcass he had previously discovered belonged to a martial god, let alone that there would be a legacy from such a powerful being here. It was simply unbelievable. After a brief moment of distraction, Zhao Yun gradually regained his composure, shifting his gaze to the previously unassuming stone platform. The inscription on the tablet was one thing, but the key to the legacy might very well lie on that stone platform. He then summoned his palm energy and struck the platform, attempting to clear away the layers of accumulated grime. As expected, much like the earlier stone tablet, the platform reacted to Zhao Yun's true essence, exhibiting noticeable changes. Soon, as the stone skin peeled away, the original form of the platform was revealed. Oh no! It should be referred to as a jade platform. Beneath the stone skin lay a pristine, jade-like surface, clearly a treasure of immense value. Zhao Yun couldn't help but marvel silently, astonished that human king Yi would use such a precious item as a medium for his legacy. Observing the jade platform, he found only a deep palm imprint and nothing else. Curiosity piqued, Zhao Yun placed his right hand upon it. The moment his palm made contact with the imprint, the platform suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Zhao Yun felt as though his consciousness was drawn into an ethereal space, which appeared empty and devoid of any notable features. While he pondered this peculiar setting, a resonant voice echoed through the air. In less than 30 years, you have achieved a 6th-tier martial prowess. Not bad, young one. However, lacking the royal aura, you cannot become a monarch. What a pity. You shall not inherit my teachings. Young Zhao Yun, having inadvertently intruded. May I inquire who this venerable figure is? Zhao Yun cautiously spoke, astonished that he had been transported to this unknown realm in an instant, without any awareness of how he had arrived. The prowess of the opponent instilled a profound sense of dread within him. For the ability to toy with a master of the martial sovereign realm in the blink of an eye was extraordinary. Even a peerless being of the martial saint realm might not possess such capabilities. Chapter 23. Reactions from all sides. Who am I? Little one. Did you not notice the monument beside you before entering? The voice resonated once more, imbued with a hint of mockery. You are the human kingy? How can this be? Senior, were you not supposed to have perished in the battle against the otherworldly demons 30,000 years ago? Zhao Yun, reminded of the mention of the human king on the monument, suddenly recalled this extraordinary figure. It was utterly absurd. After 30 millennia, this formidable warrior had yet to fall. Were not the martial saint realm experts of the Yunlan continent said to have long disappeared from the world? Oh, the little one is quite quick on the uptake. The life and death of us martial gods are not easily fathomed by mere mortals. Upon reaching the martial god realm, one's spirit is fortified, allowing for the manifestation of a doppelganger beyond the physical form. To ensure the safety of my legacy, I have deliberately left a fragment of my spirit within the inheritance. Upon realizing that Zhao Yun had deduced his identity, the figure did not refute it and materialized within the space. Before Zhao Yun, a gathering of starlight coalesced, and after a brief moment, it formed a humanoid figure. As the radiance faded, a middle-aged man stood before Zhao Yun, clad in golden armor and draped in a blue and gold cloak. An aura of formidable authority emanated from him, embodying the essence of a martial god. Even Zhao Yun found himself momentarily entranced. The once dim and silent space was swiftly illuminated, transforming into a luxurious palace adorned with exquisite jade flooring. Rare treasures lined both sides, while a magnificent throne occupied the center. The splendor left Zhao Yun awestruck and somewhat disoriented. Though you do not fully meet the criteria for my inheritance, your talent is commendable, and your arrival here is fortuitous. I bestow upon you this battle-heaven decision. May you cultivate it diligently. The human king remarked with a smile. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your generous gift. Zhao Yun promptly bowed in gratitude. Subsequently, the human king inquired about the current state of the Yunlan continent, and Zhao Yun seized the opportunity to ask if suitable young individuals could be brought forth to attempt to obtain the inheritance. The human king did not decline, stating that if there were suitable descendants of the human race, they could indeed come forth, for perhaps there lay a worthy heir among them. Upon hearing that the human king was open to others joining, Zhao Yun immediately thought of his own lord. Although Li Ruoqing had been mediocre in cultivation and martial talent before obtaining the system, he had since made remarkable strides, rapidly advancing his prowess. Now, he was on the verge of attaining the martial master realm, particularly after practicing the star refinement body technique, which had significantly enhanced both his martial talent and physical strength. Even among the current young martial prodigies, Li Ruoqing stood his ground without any sense of inferiority. After exiting the mysterious space, Zhao Yun appeared somewhat exhilarated. His companion, Bai Maizong, hastily inquired, General, did you obtain the inheritance just now? Zhao Yun shook his head, pondering that the inheritance of a martial god realm expert was not something easily obtained. A powerful divine soul guarded it, and one could only acquire the legacy through rigorous assessment. Subsequently, his subordinate recounted the events that had just transpired. It appeared that upon placing his hand on the palm print, Zhao Yun had seemingly lost consciousness, while the jade platform emitted a resplendent glow that illuminated the entire sky, visible for miles around in this extraordinary spectacle. Realizing that the secrets of the hidden realm might no longer remain concealed, Zhao Yun hastily instructed a nearby soldier to summon the Cloud Eagle at once, urging the swift communication to His Highness to come to this place. Perhaps His Highness could also attain the inheritance of the martial god realm expert. The forces from Maple Leaf City, already en route to Tianzi Mountain, also took note of this unusual phenomenon. The commanding officer, Chun Tianxing, recognized the anomaly, confirming the suspicions of the city lord that indeed something extraordinary was afoot at Tianzi Mountain. Orders were dispatched for the entire army to march swiftly, ensuring they would arrive at Tianzi Mountain within the hour. Several southern cities and the kingdom's guard also observed the strange occurrences at Tianzi Mountain, promptly reporting the anomalies to the kingdom's dignitaries. The city lords and kings made decisive choices, sending troops to investigate the matter immediately. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of the Qian dynasty, Emperor Li Shihuan received reports from the intelligence organization, the Qingyi Guard. With a solemn expression, Li Shihuan found it hard to believe the information presented before him. Astonished by the claims that the young Lu possessed a cavalry of 3,000 and had also recruited thousands of beastmen. Furthermore, the discovery of a hidden realm at Tianzi Mountain was utterly bewildering. One after another, these revelations challenged his perception. In his mind, this young Lu was far from exceptional, lacking martial prowess and magical talent, while his mother, consort Yun, was merely a palace maid. How had he managed to recruit such a formidable force? Moreover, how could a commander of such cavalry, a master of the martial venerable realm, possibly bow to someone like Lu? Your Majesty, our intelligence was gathered by scouts in Hanshuan City, and there is no doubt regarding its accuracy. Additionally, our analysis suggests that the hidden realm at Tianzi Mountain may harbor legacies of experts above the martial saint realm. With the current instability at the border, it is imperative that you make arrangements promptly, spoke Qingyi, the leader of the Qingyi Guard, in a calm tone. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shiwan declared, "Then I shall appoint General Wang Lin to lead 1,000 Feather Forest Guards to set off immediately, without hindrance from officials along the way. Furthermore, instruct the Qingyi Guard at the border to convey a message to Lu, since he has the support of a martial venerable expert. He must ensure the hidden realm is secured before Wang Lin arrives at Tianzi Mountain, preventing anyone else from seizing it prematurely." Considering that Lu had capable individuals under his command, it seemed prudent to involve him as well. Your Majesty, what about the sects within the eastern region? They have not been particularly compliant in recent years and will likely soon learn of this news, dispatching their own to Tianzi Mountain to vie for the hidden realm. Qingyi posed another question without awaiting orders. These treacherous individuals, had it not been for the frequent incursions of the Orc Kingdom in the past 2 years, I would have long dispatched troops to suppress these disobedient sections. How dare they occupy the mountains and cities? This rabble is on the brink of rebellion. The thought of those increasingly arrogant sects ignited a fierce fury within Li Shiwan. With a resounding bang, he slammed the edict onto the imperial desk. Do they covet territory? Very well, I shall grant their wish. Proclaim my decree. All cultivators in the eastern region shall enlist in the military to fend off the advancing Orc army from the north. Once we have repelled the Orc forces, merits will be rewarded. Those who refuse to bear arms shall be deemed traitors of the empire, subject to collective retribution. As for the captured Orcs, they shall be taken to Frost City, where the young Sixth will handle them. Ultimately, Li Shiwan issued the imperial edict. With the Orc assaults in the north becoming increasingly frequent and the sects within the realm engaging in their petty schemes, it was prudent to send these unruly individuals to confront the Orc army directly, thus alleviating his own burdens. I shall obey. Chapter 24. Confrontation with Chun Tianqing. In the evening, the city lord's residence received a message from a Cloud Hawk. The personnel responsible for raising the Cloud Hawks immediately reported this to the chief steward, Wang Yi. Upon reviewing the contents of the letter, Wang Yi was astonished to discover that Zhao Yun had reported the discovery of a secret realm containing the inheritance of a martial deity at Tianzi Mountain, necessitating Li Ruoqing's presence. Recognizing the gravity of the matter, Wang Yi hurried to find His Highness. At that moment, Li Ruoqing was engaged in the study of magical lore alongside Xiao Shui. Initially, Li Ruoqing did not believe he possessed any aptitude for magic. However, after Themis observed Li Ruoqing practicing the star refining body technique, which revitalized his martial talents, he speculated whether this might extend to a reawakening of magical aptitude as well. Though spoken without intent, the words resonated with Li Ruoqing, prompting him to request Themis to conduct a magical aptitude test. The results of the magical assessment astonished all present. Once regarded as a mere magical wastrel, Li Ruoqing had indeed reformed his magical talents in just a few days, exhibiting an extraordinary affinity with the elements of water, fire, earth, and lightning. It is worth noting that even Xiao Shui, considered a descendant of the angelic lineage, had only demonstrated remarkable compatibility with the elements of fire and light. This outcome elated Themis beyond measure, for the number of individuals capable of practicing magic was inherently scarce, and discovering gifted young talents to nurture was the dream of every mage. Themis had now encountered not one, but 2 such prodigies, a stroke of luck indeed. Although Themis specialized in light magic, he had some knowledge of other elemental magics, albeit not at particularly advanced levels. At Themis's insistence, Li Ruoqing was now required to dedicate time each day, in addition to his training, to studying magical knowledge alongside Xiao Shui. Your Highness, I have urgent news to report. Wang Yi hurriedly arrived, interrupting the ongoing lesson with Themis and the others. We have just received a message from General Zhao Yun via Cloud Hawk. They have discovered the inheritance realm of a martial deity at Tianzi Mountain, and he requests that you bring a contingent to investigate. Li Ruoqing and Themis were both taken aback by this news. They had initially believed that Tianzi Mountain might harbor other secret realms, yet they never anticipated the existence of a legacy realm belonging to a martial god. What exactly is the origin of Tianzi Mountain? With the remains of a dragon clan powerhouse in the past, and now a secret realm, it is indeed a treasure trove. Themis. It seems our magical instruction will need to be postponed for a few days. The immediate priority is to head to Tianzi Mountain and seize that powerful being's legacy realm. Li Ruoqing quickly formulated a plan, recognizing that such a realm would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of many factions. To intimidate all those who might contest them and ensure its acquisition, it would be imperative to deploy the strongest forces from Frost City, with the Archmage Themis being the most suitable candidate for this endeavor. Your Highness, may I accompany you on this journey? Wang Yi inquired earnestly upon witnessing the situation. Li Ruoqing glanced at the loyal Wang Yi and replied with a smile. Uncle Wang, Frost City still requires your leadership to maintain order. While the Howling Moon Wolf King possesses great strength, he lacks knowledge of governance, so it is essential for you to remain here to oversee matters. With Themis by our side, we shall undoubtedly secure the legacy realm of Tianzi Mountain. Meanwhile, at Tianzi Mountain, Chen Tianqing led the cavalry from Maple Leaf City to the foot of the mountain. However, upon observing the fully armed White Horse Brotherhood, Chen Tianqing declared with conviction, Gentlemen, we are the reinforcements from Maple Leaf City, here to eradicate the bandits in the vicinity. As we pass through Tianzi Mountain, we intend to eliminate the bandits at Huangshi's High. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Yet, the White Horse Brotherhood showed no inclination to relent, and their centurion responded. The bandits in this area have already been vanquished by Frost City. You may take your forces elsewhere to deal with bandits. I advise you to clear the way quickly, or you shall face the consequences. Chen Tianqing was taken aback by their refusal to yield, feeling a loss of face. After a moment, realizing that threats were futile, he resolved to push through with his forces. Just as he was about to give the order, Zhao Yun, leading the White Horse Brotherhood and the orcs, descended from the mountain, exclaiming, Who are you, and why do you attempt to breach our defenses? This area is under the jurisdiction of Frost City. If you have no pressing matters, I implore you to leave at once. What a grand display from Frost City. This area is less than 100 miles from Maple Leaf City, and by rights, it should fall under our governance. When did it become your prerogative to meddle in our affairs? Chen Tianqing, unwilling to back down, argued in defense. Under your governance? When the bandits at Huangshi's High amassed thousands. Why did you not intervene? Why did you not dispatch troops to eliminate them? Now that we from Frost City have cleared the bandits, you suddenly appear. How convenient. Zhao Yun regarded the opportunists with disdain. You chose to arrive now, at the moment the secret realm emerges, with your forces to eradicate bandits. Do you truly believe me to be a fool? If that is the case, let us settle this with action. With Zhao Yun's refusal to compromise, Chen Tianqing had no choice but to tear the facade and forcefully ascend the mountain. Chen Tianqing brandished his long blade, emanating a fierce aura as he leapt from his steed, charging toward Zhao Yun with remarkable speed. Unfazed by the onslaught, Zhao Yun gripped his spear tightly and soared into the air, thrusting directly at his opponent's face. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, unleashing tremendous energy that erupted from the center of their clash, reducing the surrounding flora and stones to mere dust. What a formidable youth, to be a master of the martial sovereign realm at such a tender age. No wonder he dares to disregard the authority of Han, the Lord of Maple Leaf City. Realizing he had not gained the upper hand in this confrontation, Chen Tianqing retreated, withdrawing from the battlefield. The phenomena witnessed atop Tianzi Mountain were not solely observed by us. Neighboring cities and kingdoms have taken note as well. Even if you can withstand my assault, how will you fend off others? Recognizing Zhao Yun's resolute spirit, Chen Tianqing sought to provoke him verbally, hoping to uncover a flaw. Without the consent of my lord, no one is permitted to ascend Tianzi Mountain. Those who defy this order shall face ruthless consequences. Zhao Yun coldly replied, fixing his gaze on Chen Tianqing. Ha ha ha. Very well. Let us see how long you can maintain this defense. Faced with Zhao Yun's unwavering resolve and unable to gain any advantage, Chen Tianqing commanded his subordinates to establish a camp 2 kilometers away on the plain and instructed his deputy to send word to Maple Leaf City for reinforcements. Upon the arrival of troops from Maple Leaf City, other cities, kingdoms, and even several prominent sects within the Eastern Domain dispatched their own reconnaissance teams to assess the situation. However, upon witnessing the formidable forces of Maple Leaf City held at bay at the mountain's base and observing the fierce battle unfolding, they began to murmur among themselves. What secrets could possibly lie within this desolate Tianzi Mountain that would cause 2 armies to reach an impasse? They set up camp nearby while relaying reports back to their respective cities and sections. As the full moon illuminated the night sky in tranquil silence, Li Ruoqing and Temis, accompanied by over 1,000 remaining white horse knights, galloped from Hanshuan City to the foot of Tianzi Mountain. Chapter 25. Li Ruoqing speculation. Gazing at the numerous campfires dotting the landscape, Li Ruoqing felt a pang of concern. He hadn't anticipated that such an anomaly would attract so many. He wondered if General Zilong had managed to secure Tianzi Mountain. Temis, however, appeared unconcerned by Li Ruoqing's apprehension. We shall see for ourselves. If someone has taken Tianzi Mountain, we shall reclaim it, possessing strength rivaling that of a martial emperor. Temis was imbued with profound confidence in her abilities. Even the mightiest within the Crimson Flame dynasty were but a handful of martial emperors. As a grand sorceress, she could manipulate the vast elemental energies of the world, transforming them into astonishingly powerful offensive spells. Those martial emperors would find it no easy feat to defeat her in combat. Moreover, her expertise in light-based magic was renowned for its remarkable healing abilities, making prolonged warfare her forte. This was the source of Temis's greatest assurance. The arrival of Li Ruoqing and his companions did not attract much attention, for many others had also been obstructed at the mountain's base. When Li Ruoqing, accompanied by his band of White Horse Brotherhood, arrived at the mountain checkpoint, the orc on night watch immediately recognized their lord and exclaimed with excitement, "My lord, you have finally arrived. We have been eagerly awaiting your return." Li Ruoqing smiled and responded, "Thank you for your hard work. How is General Zilong?" One of the White Horse Brotherhood, hearing Li Ruoqing's inquiry about their general, hurriedly replied, "Our general is unharmed. This afternoon, he had a skirmish with the commander of Maple Leaf City, that fellow named Tianxing, and he gained no advantage." Upon learning that Zhao Yun was safe, Li Ruoqing felt a sense of relief and said, "Then let us ascend the mountain to meet General Zilong. We shall also arrange for a group to remain stationed at the base, changing shifts by midnight." Upon reaching Huangshi's stronghold on Tianzi Mountain, after exchanging pleasantries, Li Ruoqing inquired about the specifics of the recently discovered martial god realm secret. Zhao Yun recounted in detail how he had stumbled upon the secret realm, describing the imposing spirit he encountered within and the specific requirements of the inheritor. As Li Ruoqing listened to Zhao Yun's account, he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, although he could not pinpoint the exact nature of his unease. Indeed, he felt an oddity surrounding this secret realm, as if its setup was somewhat peculiar. Upon hearing of the discovery of the inheritance of a powerful being from the martial god realm, Temis, who had been silent until now, noticed that Li Ruoqing did not appear particularly pleased and asked with curiosity, "Is something wrong? In my recollection, the war against the outer demons occurred 30,000 years ago. If this is truly the inheritance left by the human king, has no one obtained it in all these millennia? That seems improbable. Moreover, to my knowledge, no technique requires a royal aura or the aura of a king. If he is indeed the fragment of a powerful being's soul, his strength must be formidable. Why has he remained in this secret realm without emerging? If no one has entered the secret realm, does that mean he is left to linger there aimlessly?" Li Ruoqing's analysis prompted a moment of clarity for Zhao Yun and Temis, who had previously been entranced by the allure of the martial god realm's inheritance, failing to recognize its inconsistencies. Now, upon reflection, they found that Li Ruoqing's observations were indeed valid, and Zhao Yun was so astonished that he broke out in a cold sweat. He had been quite close to that formidable spirit. Had there been any ulterior motives, he might have met his end within. "By the way, Your Highness, I possess a cultivation technique, the Battle Heaven Formula, which was given to me by that spirit. I have yet to take the time to cultivate it." Zhao Yun recalled the technique he had acquired in the secret realm and presented it to Li Ruoqing. Ding! A notification from the long-silent system emerged. "Incomplete celestial rank cultivation technique detected. Reckless cultivation may lead to the risk of demonic deviation. It is advised that the host complete it before proceeding to cultivate or sell it to the system for treasure points." At that moment, the system provided Li Ruoqing with the answers he sought. Li Ruoqing turned to Zhao Yun and cautioned, "This technique is flawed and not complete. Recklessly cultivating it may pose a risk of demonic deviation. General Zilong should examine it." Zhao Yun had not anticipated that the opportunity he acquired within the secret realm could potentially pose a fatal hazard. He meticulously examined the martial arts manual he had received. Within a short span, he expressed with a tinge of trepidation, "Your Highness, as you surmised, this manual is indeed incomplete, and it is quite easy to fall into demonic cultivation. However, why would a powerful being from the divine realm scheme against me in this manner?" Themis also appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend why this divine entity would orchestrate such a scenario. Based on the inscriptions they had encountered earlier, it seemed that the figure, King E, was a person of broad-mindedness and great benevolence. If he truly sought Zhao Yun's life, why go to such elaborate lengths? A single strike could easily have sufficed. Li Ruochen, piecing together various clues, remarked with a faint smile, what if this divine soul has suffered a significant decline in strength and has been corrupted? His conjecture left the group in astonishment. They had not anticipated that their noble's imagination could run so wild. How could the soul of a divine being possibly be tainted and its strength diminished? Observing the astonished expressions of his companions, Li Ruochen continued, according to the inscriptions. This lake should be named Baofeng Lake, yet we have not sighted Baofeng itself. Besides the island at the heart of the lake, there appears to be nothing else. Could it have been taken away? If indeed someone managed to destroy and remove the legacy of a martial god-level stronghold, only a being of equivalent stature could accomplish such a feat 30,000 years ago. Those with such power were primarily the formidable beings from various clans. And the other potential culprits would be the extraterrestrial demon race. Your Highness, are you suggesting that a powerful entity from the extraterrestrial demon race may have discovered this legacy realm 30,000 years ago, and in order to sever the transmission of knowledge, altered it to ensnare future human prodigies? Zhao Yun quickly grasped Li Ruochen's hypothesis. However, the implications of such a conspiracy were utterly terrifying, setting a trap within the legacy of a martial god-level being to ensnare all human prodigies. If this were indeed the case, the malice behind such a scheme was truly vicious. Themis, still in disbelief, had not expected that a seemingly genuine divine legacy would turn out to be a meticulously crafted trap. Li Ruochen chuckled, at present, this remains merely my speculation. The truth shall be revealed upon further examination tomorrow. What shall we do about those individuals down the mountain? Should we allow them to ascend? Zhao Yun inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ruochen replied, there is no rush. Tomorrow, we shall first explore the secret realm of the dragon clan. And if this dragon being is also of divine caliber, then perhaps this secret realm harbors additional mysteries. Your Highness, are you suggesting that this secret realm may contain other concealed spaces or treasures? Zhao Yun appeared taken aback, recalling that they had meticulously searched for treasures during their previous foray and had found nothing else. General Zilong, have you forgotten about the dragon corpse? Li Ruochen reminded him. Are you implying that the secret realm may lie beneath that dragon's remains? Zhao Yun quickly connected the dots. Although they had thoroughly examined every location where treasures were stored, the dragon's corpse had remained untouched. Considering the enormous size of the corpse, they refrained from transporting it down the mountain like a mere item of storage, as such an endeavor would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions. The possibility of ambushes and thefts of the dragon's body loomed large. Even if they successfully transported it back to Frost City, unnecessary troubles could arise. Thus, the dragon's corpse remained undisturbed in the secret realm. They would wait until the following morning to ascertain its status. Li Ruochen remarked with a smile that although the inheritance realm of that individual, King Yi, might pose challenges, there was still another dragon realm nearby. Given that the dragon elder, the master of this realm, had already perished, the likelihood of traps being present was significantly diminished. At dawn the next day, Li Ruochen and his companions arrived at the previously discovered dragon realm. Zhao Yun, following the method used to unlock the realm earlier, successfully activated it once more. The treasures that had once been amassed within were now absent, leaving only a colossal dragon corpse lying in the center of the secret realm. Li Ruochen curiously examined the dragon's remains. In this world, dragons resembled the winged giants of Western mythology, akin to the Eastern Yinglong, with their vast wings folded tightly against their sides. The dragon's eyes were closed, and were it not for the absence of life, one might assume it was merely in a deep slumber. As Li Ruochen reached out to touch the enormous dragon head, a long quiet system finally chimed with a notification. Ding. A divine realm dragon's corpse has been detected. Would you like to store it in the system space? The divine realm dragon's body can automatically refine divine-grade dragon blood, and parts such as dragon scales and fangs can be used to forge divine-tier weapons. Hearing this series of prompts, Li Ruochen was overwhelmed with joy. He had been pondering how to manage such a massive dragon body, and now the system had provided an elegant solution. Without hesitation, he selected the option to store it in the system space. Instantly, the once massive dragon body vanished without a trace, leaving Zhao Yun and Themis astonished. Did the dragon's body really just disappear? Zhao Yun asked in disbelief. Themis, recalling something, eagerly questioned Li Ruochen. My lord, do you possess spatial magic? Li Ruochen, wary of revealing the existence of the system, responded ambiguously. You could say that. Themis, upon hearing this, was filled with awe, exclaiming, what a prodigy. It is known that only a handful of individuals have mastered spatial magic in the past tens of thousands of years. Those who have done so were champions who attained the realm of law gods during the war against the otherworldly demons 30,000 years ago. It is truly remarkable that you possess such talent. Clearing his throat, Li Ruoqing decided not to delve further into this topic. He gazed at the ground that had been obscured by the dragon's body and soon noticed something unusual. Look over there at the floor. Doesn't it seem different from the surrounding tiles? He pointed towards a nearby stone slab etched with peculiar patterns. Following his gesture, a circular stone tile stood out prominently, inscribed with strange designs. After a moment of hesitation, Themis remarked, "This must be an ancient magical teleportation array. With sufficient magical energy, one can activate the teleportation array, transporting individuals within it to another realm." The words of Timai's illuminated the minds of the two. If a teleportation array existed here, the true secret realm was likely concealed behind it. Li Ruoqing promptly beckoned the two to the stone slab inscribed with the teleportation array. His curiosity piqued about whether this magical formation, dating back 30,000 years, was still operational and where it might lead them. Timai's retrieved several crystals from his storage pouch, arranging them around the magical array. As he recited an incantation, a torrent of energy surged forth from the crystals, seemingly guided towards the array on the ground. In no time, the previously dim array appeared to be activated, with the engravings on the stone slab gradually glowing. It seemed fortune favored them. This magical array was still functional. Timai's exclaimed with excitement. A brilliant white light enveloped the three, and soon they vanished within the secret realm. At the foot of the celestial mountain, various factions had gathered within a tent, deliberating their action plans. Several military leaders from the kingdoms expressed their indignation. This Frost City is incredibly domineering, occupying the celestial mountain and preventing us from ascending. It is clearly intent on monopolizing the resources. One leader fumed. But what can we do? Another retorted. Did you not receive the recent decree from the Lord of Frost City? That is the 6th prince of the Qian dynasty. What can you do if you defy him? Confronting him directly could lead to charges of treason. Can you bear that responsibility? A nearby commander said with a smirk. Enough. We are here to discuss how to ascend the celestial mountain, not to bicker among ourselves and provide entertainment for others. Presiding over the meeting was Chun Tianqing, the most powerful among them, leading the largest contingent and thus taking the helm of the gathering. What insights do you have, Commander Chen? Previously, you clashed with their commander and gained no advantage. Moreover, last night, our scouts reported that a cavalry unit of nearly 1,000 was dispatched to support them, likely including formidable experts from Frost City. A commander said, his tone somewhat subdued. How is that possible? Where would Frost City acquire such experts? Even if the new lord is a prince of the Qian dynasty, he could not possibly bring so many strong warriors to the border. A leader from the Loring kingdom exclaimed incredulously. Their kingdom's strongest warriors were merely at the martial emperor level. Those at the martial sovereign level would be regarded as grand commanders within their realm. Indeed, according to our intelligence from Tianqing City, this 6th prince, Li Ruoqing, is not highly regarded in the Qian dynasty. If he were truly favored and supported by a powerful faction, he would not have been exiled to the border. A commander from Tianqing City offered a reminder. This prince lacks powerful allies. Thus, if we combine our forces, we could potentially overpower their martial sovereign commander. And the secrets of the Celestial Mountain would then belong to us. Chapter 27. Li Ruoqing's plans in light of the circumstances. Let us each rally our forces and ascend the mountain together at noon. Should the adversary dare to obstruct us, we shall subdue them entirely. Let us regard them as nothing more than mountain bandits impersonating the troops of the Smoking Empire. We are tasked with eradicating these brigands. Chun Tianqing ultimately finalized the plan for this operation. After all, with so many factions launching a concerted effort, even if the enemy were to unmask our stratagem, what would it matter? They are numerous and formidable. We are utterly powerless against them. Meanwhile, Li Ruoqing, Zhao Yun, and Timmy's arrived in another realm through the teleportation array. In stark contrast to the previous treasure trove, littered with gold coins, this place resembled a sanctum of cultivation and treasure hoarding belonging to a powerful Dragon Clan warrior. Before them, several jade platforms were adorned with an array of items. Li Ruoqing was elated. He knew he had guessed correctly. This secret realm, housing the remains of the Dragon Clan, indeed possessed a second layer. Ascending the stone steps, they gazed upon the various treasures and jade slips, their hearts brimming with delight. This is a collection of high-tier martial techniques from the Dragon Clan. Is this the inner core of an 8th-tier monster? Is this the imperial essence that takes a millennium to gather even a few drops? Gazing at the multitude of treasures and tomes, one could easily be swept up in the illusion of sudden wealth. The opulence of this Dragon Clan warrior's collection was staggering. It took Li Ruoqing a moment to regain his composure. With so many treasures before him, there was no time to examine each one closely. Instead, he opted to pack them directly into the system space, intending to return to Frost City for a thorough study. Li Ruoqing's frenzied collection of treasures soon caught Temmie's attention. Realizing his intention, she followed suit, stuffing numerous items into her storage bag. However, the bag's capacity was limited, merely a few cubic feet in size, and she soon found it filled to capacity. Watching Li Ruoqing continue to amass treasures, Temmie felt a pang of envy. The most awkward position belonged to Zhao Yun. Although a formidable warrior at the martial sovereign level, he lacked mastery of spatial magic and possessed no items with storage capabilities. He could only watch the treasures, uncertain of what he could carry away. General Zilong, is there not a suit of armor over there? You should try it on. Anything collected by a being of divine realm must surely be extraordinary, Li Ruoqing suggested. While deftly scanning the surroundings for more treasures and quickly spotting a uniquely designed suit of armor tucked away in a corner, he beckoned Zhao Yun to come forth and don it. With numerous factions outside coveting the treasures of Heavenly Sun Mountain's secret realm, they could not afford to linger here for too long. It was imperative to collect the treasures swiftly and depart. Who could say whether that group of ruffians might seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack in their absence? If that were to happen, the White Horse Knights and the Orc Guard tasked with their defense would likely suffer grievous losses. Half an hour later, having thoroughly plundered the true treasure trove, the three left the secret realm, their heart's content. Before departing, Li Ruoqing instructed Temmie to cast a high-tier illusionary magic at the entrance of the secret realm, enveloping it entirely, ensuring that it would remain undiscovered by others. Upon their return to Huangshan's, they soon received word from the mountain guard that the forces gathering below were rapidly assembling, seemingly preparing for a forceful assault on the mountain. It appeared they could no longer contain themselves. Li Ruoqing remarked with a smile, "If that is the case, let them come. They seek to uncover the secrets of the mountain, so let us guide them to witness the legacy of the human king, E. Your Highness, if there are no issues with the legacy of E, would it not be granting this group an undeserved advantage?" Zhao Yun expressed his concerns. "Fear not. With Temmie by our side, even if they fortuitously acquire the core inheritance within the realm, I am confident in reclaiming the treasures. Moreover, the spirit within that realm may not be of benevolent nature. Allowing them to serve as cannon fodder to test the waters could prove advantageous," Li Ruoqing replied. The group descended the mountain to observe the numerous factions preparing for battle. Noticing the finely equipped troops, Li Ruoqing contemplated. "It seems we cannot allow them to ascend the mountain lightly. They must pay a toll for passage. 100,000 gold coins from each faction will suffice." Zhao Yun, astonished by Ruoqing's audacious proposal, questioned, "Your Highness, they are already advancing. Do you truly believe they will comply with this toll?" "Certainly not. However, we can compel them through strength. Should they dare to refuse the toll, we shall deliver a thorough beating. To rebel against a prince of the dynasty is tantamount to treason. A thrashing would be a mere slap on the wrist," Li Ruoqing declared. "Those who obediently pay the toll shall be escorted up the mountain to test that realm for us." What a splendid arrangement. Is this feasible? I am still merely at the martial sovereign level, while they possess a mid-level martial sovereign expert. If they engage in a group assault, I cannot guarantee victory. Zhao Yun replied sheepishly. "Zilong, you are clad in 7th-tier defensive Xianbing armor, capable of withstanding all attacks below the martial saint level. They cannot harm you. What is there to fear?" Li Ruoqing retorted. "Furthermore, we have Temmie, a grand mage of light comparable to a martial emperor. If they manage to gain the upper hand, I would gladly write my name backward." Light magic not only possesses formidable offensive power, but also boasts significant healing capabilities. Zhao Yun need only act as a reckless force, drawing their attention while delivering consistent damage. Even if a few slip through, Temmie's powerful spells will surely attend to them. In less than half an hour, the opposing forces had organized their ranks and marched resolutely towards Tianzi Mountain. From atop the mountain, a voice boomed, "I am Chun Tianxing, the commander of Maple Leaf City, and I now grant you one final opportunity to stand aside and allow us passage to the mountain. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Chun Tianxing shouted, emboldened by the support of over 10 factions. He showed no restraint towards the garrison in Hanshuan City, reasoning that should conflict arise, the sheer number of allies would shield them from repercussions, even if matters escalated to the imperial capital of the Qian dynasty. What could the distant Yinwu emperor do against these border territories? It was well known that the Orc army loomed outside the border walls. And would he dare to destroy his own defenses to punish them? At that moment, Zhao Yun leaped into the air, landing before the pass, and called out to the allied forces not far away, My lord has decreed that you may ascend the mountain. But each household must pay a toll of 100,000 gold coins. Those who have paid may proceed, while those unwilling to part with their gold are advised to return home. Should anyone attempt to force their way through, they shall not blame Zhao for wielding his spear indiscriminately. Chapter 27. The multiplicity of forces being harvested. Upon hearing Zhao Yun's proclamation, the crowd erupted in outrage. What nonsense is this? Are they really resorting to highway robbery, demanding tolls? Is this the conduct befitting a prince of the dynasty? They clearly hold us in contempt. What can they do if we refuse to pay? One commander bellowed. Indeed, we can fight them if it comes to that. With so many of us, there is no reason to fear them. Brothers, let us charge. Qin Tianqing was equally taken aback by Zhao Yun's boldness. He found it perplexing that this Zhao Yun, merely at the martial sovereign level, would dare to threaten such a multitude and demand tolls. What audacity the sixth prince possessed. Did he not fear that they might overpower him? With just your martial sovereign strength, it seems quite difficult to compel us to pay. Qin Tianqing scoffed, smirking. What can a martial sovereign do against us? The assembly of commanders chuckled. Is that so? Then allow me to join the fray. A woman's voice rang out. And Themis gracefully descended from the sky, her entrance captivating everyone's attention. No fluctuations of energy. Could it be magic? Is this a mage? No. A mage wouldn't navigate the void so effortlessly. Could she be a grand mage on par with a martial emperor? Keen-eyed commanders quickly deduced that this woman, soaring through the air, was likely one of the exceedingly rare, high-ranking mages. Pallor washed over many faces. This woman was indeed a grand mage. Was this not preposterous? While martial artists excel in one-on-one combat, occasionally wielding area of effect techniques, they pale in comparison to mages. In the realm of magic, formidable spells often possess both immense power and wide-ranging effects. If a battle were to ensue, it was highly likely that many among them would perish here. The once emboldened commanders of the allied forces now resembled wilted eggplants, their spirits diminished. General Chun, what shall we do now? This Frost City possesses a grand mage as an ally. You are our strongest. Think of a solution. Indeed, we have journeyed so far. We cannot return empty-handed. Another commander urged anxiously. We have already lingered here for 2 days, and to return without any gain would surely invoke the wrath of our superiors, branding us as incompetent. Such a fate would be most unjust. Qin Tianqing now found himself in a precarious situation. A grand mage comparable to a martial emperor would prove to be a formidable opponent, and even their city lord, Honda, might not secure a decisive advantage. If matters escalated to a confrontation, they would find themselves utterly powerless against their adversaries. Observing the hesitant crowd, Zhao Yun, adhering to Li Ruoqing's instructions, cast a more enticing bait, proclaiming loudly, "Allow me to inform you all that during our recent searches, we have discovered a hidden realm left behind by a formidable being from the divine realm, dating back 30,000 years. My own talents are limited and do not meet the requirements, and I have merely acquired a celestial-level technique. Surely, the innate abilities of all present far surpass mine. Do not let this golden opportunity slip away." What? A hidden realm left by a divine realm expert? How can this be possible? The bandits on Tianzi Mountain failed to uncover it? The sudden revelation sent shockwaves through the coalition, igniting a fervor. No wonder the city of Hanshuan had summoned reinforcements overnight. Refusing to relent, it was because they had discovered such a prestigious hidden realm. If I were in their position, I would never yield. Damn it, I'm all in. 100,000 gold coins is a small price to pay if I can obtain treasures from the hidden realm. That would be a fortune. An impatient general, unable to contain himself, rushed forward and shouted, "I am willing to pay the toll. I want to ascend the mountain." Initially, the factions within the alliance were alarmed by this act of betrayal. Many began to calculate their options. With the Grand Mage at the forefront, numerous factions lacked a martial emperor to stand guard. It was impossible for them to compete for the treasures. Furthermore, a martial emperor recklessly leaving their post to seize the hidden realm would not guarantee success. Retaining any gains would be uncertain. The Qini guards of the Qian dynasty are spread throughout the eastern domain. Perhaps the imperial capital is already aware of the situation and has dispatched individuals to intervene. Just as the crowd was in turmoil, Temis suddenly interjected, delivering a sharp blow to their indecision. "Time is of the essence, my friends. You must consider your choices carefully. If this drags on too long and the imperial capital sends experts to occupy the area, no one will have the chance to acquire treasures from the hidden realm. General Zhao Yun has already obtained a celestial-level technique from within." The prospect of the imperial capital sending people stirred the crowd, prompting more individuals to take a gamble. After all, Once the Qian dynasty officially took control of Tianzi Mountain, they would no longer have any opportunities to approach it. Entering early might allow them to secure celestial-level techniques and high-tier treasures. Thus, the toll of 100,000 gold coins could be swiftly recouped. An increasing number of defectors from the alliance stepped forward to pay the toll, eager to test their fortune. General, what shall we do? Should we notify the city lord to come and seize the opportunity? The vice-general, sensing the gravity of the situation, urgently inquired of Chen Tianxing. Chen Tianxing was internally conflicted. He was indeed curious about the hidden realm. Should he truly be able to acquire treasures or techniques, he might break through to the martial emperor realm, becoming a formidable figure in his own right, free from the command of Honda. However, this vice-general was clearly a confidant of City Lord Honda, and now he wanted to summon Honda to intervene. Who would want him to come and steal the opportunity? Despite his reluctance for Honda to arrive, Chen Tianxing firmly stated, Tianxing, you go inform the city lord. Urge him to come quickly. I will ascend the mountain first to explore the secret realm. I cannot allow others to seize the treasures. Yes, General. Upon hearing Chen Tianxing's directives, Tianxing quickly set off to find Yuning, eager to inform Han to come for support. Ultimately, over a dozen factions paid the toll, which pleased Li Ruoqing greatly. He instructed Zhao Yun to lead the group to Baofeng Lake at the rear of the mountain, while the troops they brought were to remain at the base on standby. Soon, several dozen people arrived at the tranquil lake behind Tianzi Mountain. Gazing at the serene surface, they noticed only a stone tablet on the island in the center. There was nothing particularly remarkable about it. What nonsense is this? There is no secret realm here. Are you trying to deceive us? If there is no secret realm, return our money. Do not attempt to swindle us. Chapter 28. Why did you not say so earlier? Everyone, please remain calm. The entrance to the secret realm lies upon the island. You may board the wooden rafts and accompany me to the island. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Zhao Yun remained unfazed, speaking with poise. The group followed Zhao Yun on the wooden rafts to the island, where they discovered that apart from the stone tablet and a white jade platform, there was nothing else. Just as complaints were about to escape their lips, they were interrupted. Look at that stone tablet. The keen-eyed among them had spotted the inscriptions. After reading attentively, the crowd erupted in joy. This was indeed true. A secret realm left by a martial god-level expert truly existed. Many gazes turned eagerly towards Zhao Yun, inquiring about the entrance. Zhao Yun pointed to the adjacent white jade platform, stating that by placing their hand upon the palm imprint, their consciousness would be transported into the secret realm. What they would gain therein would depend solely on their own abilities. His explanation only heightened the excitement of those eager to explore the secret realm and seek treasures. Each vying to place their hands upon the imprint and seize the opportunity. Then, with a disdainful snort, Chen Tianxing, who had been observing, suddenly intervened. With a single strike, he sent a general, who was about to touch the imprint, flying back, then positioned himself before everyone. I shall be the first to enter the secret realm. Does anyone have an objection? Faced with Chen Tianxing's overwhelming presence, the others could only suppress their fury and remain silent. Seeing no dissent, Chen Tianxing placed his hand upon the palm imprint. Moments later, the white jade platform began to emit a radiant glow, illuminating the entire sky. Was this not the same phenomenon they had witnessed upon their initial discovery? Many gazes directed towards Chen Tianxing were tinged with envy and resentment. Just moments prior, he had brazenly monopolized the white jade platform due to his superior cultivation, inciting the ire of the crowd, yet they dared not voice their grievances against his formidable strength. After a while, Chen Tianxing emerged from the white jade platform, his complexion pale, staggering as if he had encountered some terrifying presence. His expression a mix of shock and uncertainty. How was it, General Chen? What treasures did you obtain from the secret realm? Many surrounded Chen Tianxing, inquiring eagerly. Meanwhile, some bolder individuals had stealthily approached the white jade platform, and soon, it began to shine with white light once more. Many individuals harbor a sense of regret, lamenting the time wasted. Conversely, some eagerly await Chen Tianxing's response, hoping to glean insights from his experiences would be nothing short of splendid. Observing the throng surrounding Chen Tianxing, Zhao Yun had long retreated to Li Ruoqing's side, content to spectate. Themis, can you discern the precise location of that secret realm? The prospect of entering the secret space through the jade platform, where only one could enter at a time to confront the malevolent spirit, seemed unappealing. What distinction is there between that and simply offering oneself as a sacrifice? Judging by Chen Tianxing's demeanor, he likely encountered difficulties within the secret realm. Themis offered no reply. Instead, he scrutinized the radiance emanating from the jade platform and the towering beam of light. Just moments ago, When Chun Tianqing emerged from the secret realm, the beam dissipated. Based on my conjecture, the secret realm must exist in two locations, either beneath the jade platform or amidst the clouds directly above. What? Among the clouds directly above? How is that even conceivable? Both Li Ruoqing and Zhao Yun were taken aback by Themis's hypothesis. While subterranean secret realms are relatively common, such as the concealed space within the Dragon Clan's stronghold, an aerial secret realm raises concerns about its stability. Wouldn't it simply fall from the sky? I have encountered records indicating that Earth mages, during their studies of gravitational magic, forged objects with anti-gravity properties. It is highly plausible that an aerial secret realm employs such magic to establish itself on an anti-gravitational platform, activated by the jade platform below, thereby transmitting the consciousness of participants into the airborne secret realm. As the discussion unfolded, a sudden change occurred atop the jade platform. The crafty commander, having opportunistically activated the jade platform to enter the secret realm, emitted a muffled groan, coughed up blood, and collapsed weakly beside the jade platform. The crowd, previously inquiring about the inner workings of the secret realm, found themselves utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Wasn't this a legacy secret realm left by a martial god? Why were those who entered sustaining injuries? All eyes turned once more to Chun Tianqing, for he had emerged unscathed from the secret realm and surely possessed insight into its contents. As he met their expectant gazes, Chun Tianqing offered a wry smile, stating, "There is a guardian within, a formidable one. I exchanged a few blows with him and nearly met my end. That individual must have been vanquished by the guardian, which is why he suffered such grievous wounds." A pall fell over the crowd. They had not anticipated that even the mightiest Chun Tianqing could not best the guardian within the secret realm. Did this mean their own chances were tantamount to a death sentence? Zhao Yun, what do you mean by this? With such a powerful guardian present, why did you not forewarn us? An officer directed his ire towards Li Ruoqing and his companions. Li Ruoqing retorted with a cold smile. Have you perhaps lost your wits in your training? We received a toll for passage, but did we ever charge a consultation fee? Moreover, when did we guarantee that entering this secret realm would yield any rewards? If you lack the capability, do not cast blame upon others. How laughable. In response to Li Ruoqing's explanation, the crowd fell silent. Earlier, when they were at the foot of the mountain, Zhao Yun had clearly stated that what they sought was merely a toll fee, with no mention of anything else. However, after spending a staggering 100,000 gold coins to arrive here, the legacy secret realm left behind by a powerful being loomed before them, yet they found themselves obstructed by a formidable guardian, leaving them unable to claim the treasures within. Their frustration was palpable. As the discontent among the crowd grew, Li Ruoqing called upon Temis to heal the severely injured individual from earlier. After all, he would still need these individuals to serve as brave cannon fodder in the upcoming confrontation with the cunning inhabitant of the secret realm. With Temis employing her light-based healing magic, the once severely wounded general gradually began to awaken. "Am I dead?" he murmured. Li Ruoqing replied nonchalantly. "You can die anytime you wish, but before you do, let us settle the fee. It's not unreasonable to ask for 10,000 gold coins for a life saved by a grand sorcerer, is it? Have I truly recovered?" The rescued general struggled to comprehend his situation. Upon entering the secret realm, he had swiftly fallen victim to the guardian's deadly assault, managing to evade a few attacks thanks to his agility, but ultimately he was slain, suffering severe damage to his consciousness, leaving him unaware of what had transpired thereafter. "If you refuse to pay, we can let you slip back into unconsciousness," Li Ruoqing warned, casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Yun, who was poised to deliver a blow to the general. He was not one to entertain deaths or defaults. "Wait, please don't strike. I am willing to pay." The moment he saw Zhao Yun's fist poised to strike, the general abandoned his pretense and complied, realizing the importance of securing benefits from the secret realm. Sustaining injuries now would jeopardize any future gains, rendering his efforts futile. Li Ruoqing felt a surge of satisfaction upon receiving the payment. Indeed, robbing the wealthy to aid the poor proved to be a swift source of income. These individuals were all affluent, unlike the impoverished Cold Frost City, which barely had 10,000 gold coins left. With this unexpected windfall, the renovation plans for Cold Frost City could finally advance. Due to the earlier demonstration by their fallen comrade, many hesitated to act rashly, as everyone aimed to acquire treasures from the secret realm, but they also wished to preserve their lives. Losing their lives here would be a grave error, incurring losses greater than the potential gains. The group furrowed their brows, pondering strategies to break through the deadlock. This secret realm was truly treacherous, permitting only one individual to enter at a time. Among them, Only the Grand Sorcerer from Cold Frost City possessed the strength of a martial emperor, while the rest were merely martial venerates, rendering them incapable of confronting the Guardian in a one-on-one battle. If they called for reinforcements from outside, even summoning a martial emperor, how much of the spoils would they truly receive? Perhaps not even a sip of broth. Seeing that they had yet to devise a solution after considerable deliberation, Li Ruoqing stepped forward and declared, "There is a solution. If we can ascertain the location of the secret realm, we can force our way in and avoid confronting the Guardian individually. It is easier said than done. We are utterly unaware of the specific location of that secret realm. How can we even contemplate a forced entry?" Many regarded Li Ruoqing's suggestion as trivial and dismissed it as a foolish notion. The secret realm could only be situated in two places, either beneath the white jade platform or amidst the clouds above. A subterranean secret realm would be all too easy to discover. Such naivety is not befitting a being of divine stature. Li Ruoqing's subsequent utterance left the assembly in a state of astonishment. Are you suggesting that the secret realm might be in the heavens? Such a notion seemed utterly preposterous to all gathered. This is merely my conjecture. Do you have any objections? A cold voice, that of Temmy's, resonated from the side. Faced with her presence, the crowd withheld their doubts. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the weak dare not voice their opinions. When the secret realm was activated earlier, the radiant point on the white jade platform was unmistakable, was it not? If we all unite our might and unleash our most potent attacks towards that location, we shall undoubtedly shatter the barrier and unveil the secret realm itself. Temmy's words bore significantly greater weight than those of Li Ruoqing. The assembly ceased their skepticism. They possessed no better alternatives and resolved to gamble on Temmy's strategy. Should they succeed, they would have the chance to defeat the guardians of the secret realm and claim its treasures. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to concede. Swiftly, the assembly complied with Temmy's directive, channeling their full strength into their martial techniques, directing their assaults towards the area where the radiance of the white jade platform had converged. A formidable energy coalesced in the air, forming a colossal sphere that rapidly surged towards the heavens. Lo and behold, there truly exists a barrier here. The secret realm must be within. The energy sphere evidently collided with a translucent shield, its advance seemingly hindered. The realization dawned upon the crowd, igniting a fervent excitement among them. After a protracted struggle, the energy sphere eventually waned, and what was once an unbroken sky now appeared to be a canvas that had been torn, revealing a protective shield within, albeit marred by numerous fissures. The intensity of our previous assault has yielded results. Another strike will surely shatter this protective barrier. Temmy's rallied the assembly, urging them to concentrate their efforts once more on the energy shield. Once breached, they would ascend into the secret realm together. Li Ruoqing felt a pang of anxiety. Although they had now identified the true entrance to the secret realm, an unknown soul resided within. With so many present, would they truly be safe? That soul had lingered here for 30,000 years without wreaking havoc upon the living. It must possess certain flaws, and its strength could not be overwhelming. With the fully armed Zhao Yun and Temmy's at the forefront, surely they would not falter. Ultimately, the protective shield of the secret realm shattered under the second onslaught, revealing its true visage to the assembly. A magnificent palace floated amidst the air, an awe-inspiring sight. No wonder it belonged to a being of divine stature. It was indeed suspended in the sky, a marvel beyond comprehension. The generals below could not help but express their admiration. What shall we do next? Shall we ascend together? Chun Tianqing inquired of Temmy's, seeking guidance for their next move. Indeed, let us ascend together. My light magic can heal your wounds in a brief span. And once we vanquish the guardian of the secret realm, the treasures within shall be divided among us. Themis spoke with an air of indifference. Upon hearing Themis's assurance, their apprehensions dissipated entirely. Previously, they had feared Themis's prowess due to their differing allegiances. Now, however, they found themselves united in purpose, all aboard the same vessel, with the conquest of the secret realm as their shared objective. The stronger Themis became, the more confident they felt, and they had witnessed the healing capabilities of his light magic. Even Duo, who had been grievously injured and left incapacitated by the Guardian, had recovered swiftly. As Li Ruoqing had yet to attain the martial sovereign realm and could not fly, Themis employed wind magic to grant him the temporary ability to soar through the skies, guiding the group to the entrance of the secret realm. Together, they forcefully opened the grand door of the realm, revealing a resplendent hall that radiated opulence. "This is entirely different from my previous experience," Duo exclaimed, recalling his earlier venture into the secret realm. "Indeed, it is unlike before. I encountered that guardian in a dimly lit space. Chun Tianxin concurred. Yes, I too faced the guardian in that same space and was swiftly injured during the pursuit. Duo nodded vigorously. Surely, there are no guardians here. Let us search quickly. If we can find treasures or techniques, we would be immensely fortunate. Several eager commanders, driven by thoughts of the realm's riches, could hardly contain their excitement. They had exerted considerable effort for the sake of the treasures hidden within, and time was of the essence. They needed to disperse and seek out the prizes. For our safety, it is prudent to act together. If we become isolated and are ambushed by the guardians within the realm, do you truly believe you can endure until the others arrive to assist? Zhao Yun scoffed, his disdain evident. This group, blinded by greed, seemed oblivious to the true dangers. He recalled vividly that the guardians were but trifles, while the true formidable foes were the elusive souls of greater depth. Chapter 30. The Formidable Soul. Haha. I never anticipated such a multitude would arrive. Young one, I must extend my gratitude to you. Just as the group prepared to commence their treasure hunt, a resonant voice echoed from within the hall. They were momentarily taken aback. They had not expected to encounter others within the secret realm. Upon hearing the voice, which bore a hint of familiarity, Zhao Yun quickly recognized it. Your Highness, that is the voice of the soul. It seems he has sensed our arrival. Please exercise caution. A fierce battle may be imminent. Zhao Yun's expression grew grave. Although the entity was merely a fragment of a soul from a martial realm expert, Zhao Yun had previously experienced its oppressive presence up close, which was formidable, resembling that of a martial emperor or even a martial saint. Despite the presence of numerous expendable forces, he was not overly confident in subduing this foe. The elder is quite the strategist, providing me with a tampered celestial technique and setting me on the path to find a suitable successor. Such a grace shall not be forgotten. Zhao Yun solemnly reflected. Humph, you clever little rascal. Most people would be overjoyed to encounter the celestial level martial arts, and would never think to question its authenticity. I underestimated you. However, I must express my gratitude for bringing so many individuals. It seems my rebirth is within reach. Haha. Soon, the spirit of King Yi manifested before the crowd, adorned in golden armor, exuding a formidable spiritual pressure that made everyone realize this was likely the formidable boss within the secret realm. Ding. The system detected a pseudo-martial saint-level powerhouse in a weakened state. Due to prolonged separation from the physical body, his realm had gradually deteriorated. Seeking a suitable vessel for reincarnation, given the host's feeble strength, a special warning was issued. Exercise caution. The system sprite's alert greatly unsettled Li Ruoqing. A martial saint? In a weakened state? How could he possibly contend with that? A sense of unease crept over him. This scenario deviated significantly from what he had anticipated. The system issued a new task: defeat the unparalleled powerhouse. The host could employ various means to vanquish the pseudo-martial saint-level entity, with rewards including 1 red epic hero recruitment token and 1 divine treasure, alongside the unlocking of the system's item shop. Should the task fail, the host would face annihilation. The difficulty of the task was notably high. The host was advised to proceed with utmost caution. Damn! Li Ruoqing felt a surge of panic, his mind racing as he sought a solution. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. According to the lore of his past life, a spirit that had long been separated from its body should be akin to a ghost, a spectral entity. Such apparitions were particularly vulnerable to objects of extreme yang or the searing rays of the sun. Might Themis's light-based magic yield extraordinary results? Yet, there was no opportunity to experiment. A battle would likely commence shortly, leaving no room for trial and error. If his strategy failed, it would spell doom for them all. Predecessor King Yi, you sacrificed yourself 30,000 years ago to battle the otherworldly demons, valiantly defending the Yunlan continent, earning our profound respect. However, your actions after 3 decades are a grave affront to the dignity of a divine realm powerhouse, rendering you utterly disgraceful, Zhao Yun boldly declared, undaunted by King Yi's overwhelming presence. King Yi? The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had clearly seen the name of King Yi inscribed upon the stone tablet, a divine realm powerhouse from 30,000 years ago, the unrivaled master who left behind this secret realm. And this man before them was none other than King Yi? How could Zhao Yun, such a fool, dare to speak to a divine realm powerhouse in such a manner? Did he not fear inciting the wrath of this formidable being and being obliterated? And what of it? That fellow claimed to fight for righteousness, battling the otherworldly demons and ultimately perishing. But after so many years, who remembers his past glories? Who recalls the divine realm powerhouses that fell to protect the Yunlan continent? King Yi lamented. In his eyes, that original entity was undoubtedly foolish, sacrificing himself for the continent, which seemed utterly unworthy. Moreover, he had been trapped in this lightless secret realm for 30,000 years. 30,000 years. He had merely spent 300 years cultivating to reach the divine realm. What a travesty. As for the treasure seekers intruding upon the secret realm, they were precisely the sacrificial offerings he had long schemed to resurrect himself, as long as he devours sufficient life essence through secret methods. Even if he fails to find a suitable vessel for possession, he can still harness immense life force, solidifying his spirit into a tangible form. In the future, he might even attain the divine realm once again, reconstructing his divine body. Upon hearing the words of the human King Yi, the crowd fell silent. Had it not been for those divine realm powerhouses who sacrificed their lives in battles against the otherworldly demons, this continent would have long since succumbed to their dominion. As for the descendants of humanity, they would have either become slaves or faced utter extinction. Where would the 3 great empires and 2 significant beastman nations be today? So what? You have asserted that it was the human King Yi who fell defending this continent, not you, this fragmented soul. You are merely a soul, lacking the breadth and ambition of your true self. What right do you have to judge their actions? At this moment, Zhao Yun transformed into a fierce warrior, vehemently rebuking the corrupted soul. He had approached the entity as a senior, only to find himself regarded as a mere pawn, even receiving a flawed technique that could have led to his demise had his lord not intervened in time. Those of different paths do not conspire together. Since you have intruded upon this secret realm, prepare for death. The human King Yi, having been fiercely chastised by Zhao Yun, was now visibly enraged and shed all pretense, revealing his true intentions, which put the others on high alert. Suddenly, a massive battle axe appeared in his hand, and with a swift motion, he lunged toward the crowd. Before anyone could react, a commander was struck by the axe. Despite his utmost efforts to defend, he was sent flying by the overwhelming force, blood spilling from his mouth. Witnessing this, the others hastily joined the fray. There was no turning back now. It was either they perished or they vanquished this soul. Zhao Yun quickly joined the battle. Fully armored, his defensive capabilities greatly enhanced. Even when facing the soul directly, he remained unafraid. Meanwhile, Temmie's cast healing magic, rapidly tending to the wounded. Li Ruoqing whispered a suggestion to Temmie's, advising that when the opportunity arose, she should unleash a powerful light-based spell against that soul, as its current ethereal state might render it susceptible to such magic. I shall try. Temmie's nodded in agreement. At that moment, the tide of battle shifted perceptibly. The human king wielded his colossal axe with astonishing power. Even when beset by over 10 attackers, he sustained no injuries, while several allied commanders bore the marks of battle, with 1 or 2 suffering serious wounds. Observing this, Temmie's promptly employed long-range magic to heal some of their injuries. In an effort to turn the tide, Temmie's cast enhancement magic, and a gentle radiance enveloped the crowd. Many felt a sudden lightness, their strength significantly amplified, and their physical resilience notably improved. However, before they could fully appreciate this enhancement, a massive axe shadow descended upon them. Chapter 31. The fierce battle. The conflict raged on for an extended period. Although the allied forces suffered varying degrees of injury, under the influence of Temmie's light magic, they quickly recovered and rejoined the fray. As the target of the relentless assault, Wang Yi quickly discerned the peculiarities surrounding him. His ire intensified upon realizing that Temmie's could perform magical healing on the injured. It infuriated him. Despite his prolonged struggle, the fallen adversaries showed no signs of dwindling numbers, all thanks to this sorcerer's meddling. Seizing a moment of vulnerability amidst the chaos, he deftly withdrew and dashed towards Temmie's. He understood all too well that a magician, when approached, was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, an effortlessly crushable entity. However, Temmie's, having received advice from Li Ruoqing, remained unperturbed as the spirit charged toward him. With a mere gesture, a crystalline barrier materialized, halting the spirit's advance. Subsequently, a blinding explosion of light erupted around the spirit as Temmie's completed his incantation. The spirit, caught off guard by the dazzling brilliance, was rendered momentarily sightless, allowing the others to seize the opportunity and strike fiercely. Thus, the beleaguered Wang Yi found himself once more ensnared in the fray. Zhao Yun, bolstered by the formidable defense of his high-grade mystical weapon, engaged Wang Yi in fierce exchanges. This development brought visible relief to the others, as Zhao Yun's resilience significantly alleviated their burden, prompting them to take cover behind him and launch surprise attacks on Wang Yi. Uncertain whether it was the earlier blinding explosion or the prolonged conflict, the group discerned a noticeable decline in the spirit's combat prowess. as it wielded its massive axe and unleashed various martial techniques. Its power appeared diminished by a tier or two. The spirit seemed to fear both the indomitable martial force and the magic. Li Ruoqing shouted this warning to his comrades. Amidst the heated battle, he observed that the areas struck by the explosive magic bore distinct scars that had yet to heal, contrasting sharply with the rapid recovery seen previously. Upon hearing Li Ruoqing's alert, the group quickly grasped the situation, promptly adjusting their techniques to once again assault the spirit. Meanwhile, Team Eyes chanted an incantation, conjuring an even more potent light-based magic. Witnessing the adversary's awareness of its vulnerabilities, the enraged Wang Yi suddenly erupted, infused with tremendous true essence. The giant axe in his grasp radiated a brilliant light, effortlessly repelling everyone in its wake. He then brazenly withstood Team Eyes' magical onslaught and charged toward Li Ruoqing, exclaiming, "You want to escape my wrath? Prepare to perish." The enormous axe shadow descended ominously upon Li Ruoqing. With a resounding clash, the sound of metal colliding filled the air. For Zhao Yun had leapt in front of Li Ruoqing, forcibly blocking the impending strike and sparing him from certain doom. "You shall not harm my lord." Zhao Yun strained against the force of Wang Yi's attack, yet the disparity in strength proved insurmountable. Before long, Zhao Yun was hurled away by Wang Yi's might. Gazing at the now unimpeded Wang Yi, he sneered, "Heh, no one can save you now. Prepare to die." The colossal battle axe arced once more towards Li Ruoqing, as the shadow of death loomed ominously above him. Suddenly, the ring on Li Ruoqing's hand radiated a brilliant light. It was one of the treasures acquired in the Dragon Clan's secret realm, the high-tier defensive Xian weapon, the silver ring, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a martial emperor. Faced with the now weakened human King Yi, who had regressed to the late martial emperor realm, Li Ruoqing barely managed to deflect this attack. However, the immense force sent him flying far away, leaving his fate uncertain. Having accomplished his objective, Human King, he turned his gaze towards the others present, laughing maniacally as he proclaimed, "Among you shall be the sacrificial offerings for my rebirth. No matter how fiercely you resist, the outcome remains unchanged." Ha! Both sides had exhausted significant energy after a protracted battle. Although the healing magic from Themis had mitigated serious injuries, the toll of combat was tangible. Many began to consume elixirs in an attempt to rapidly regain their strength. Meanwhile, Human King experienced considerable depletion of his own spirit, which had dropped from the late martial emperor level to the mid-stage, as replenishing and recovering spirit energy proved to be a cumbersome task. Originally, Human King intended to defeat all these individuals and use them as sacrifices to obtain powerful life essence for the reconstruction of his body. However, the resilience of his opponents exceeded his expectations, particularly that of Zhao Yun, who seemed as indomitable as a cockroach. A full-force strike that approached the martial saint realm should have gravely injured or obliterated him, yet Zhao Yun merely sustained minor injuries and quickly recovered, proving to be more tenacious than he had anticipated. Additionally, the mage wielding light magic posed a considerable threat. He had not expected his spirit to be so vulnerable to light-based spells. Fortunately, he had acted shrewdly, unleashing a wave that repelled the crowd and seizing the opportunity to strike at Li Ruoqing. Without that clever idea, he could have easily succumbed to the assault from this swarm of lesser foes, resulting in further decline in his realm. However, the alliance leaders and Themis would not let matters rest at this. With the battle reaching such a crucial point, it was either their demise or the obliteration of Yi's spirit. Seeing Li Ruoqing ambushed and left in peril, Zhao Yun became frenzied, his aura surging once more. Observing this, Themis gritted her teeth, reciting incantations and casting the group amplification spell, War Horn, which could enhance her ally's strength by 30% for half a duration. Yet, the immense magical energy required for this spell would deplete her power by half, rendering her unable to participate in subsequent combat, relying instead on elixirs for swift recovery. Empowered by Themis's magic, the group rallied with renewed vigor, the effects surpassing previous enhancements. Chun Tianqing and Zhao Yun approached the realm of the martial emperor. Human King Yi, today marks your downfall. Prepare to meet your end. Chun Tianqing roared, igniting his long blade in searing flames, channeling his abundant true essence into the blade, forming a colossal blade aura, and then struck fiercely towards Human King Yi. Faced with this sudden onslaught, the unprepared Wang Yi could only wield his colossal axe to confront the strike. At that moment, Zhao Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and bellowed, "If you wish to seize the treasures within the secret realm, now is the time to fight with me to the death. Otherwise, once our strength wanes, we shall all perish here." Chapter 32. Another godly being from 30,000 years ago. By the heavens, I have endured this insufferable wretch for over an hour. And were it not for my lack of strength, I would have cleaved him into 8 pieces. With the blessing of Themis, Duo Ao's power had surged to the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm. He had long sought revenge for the earlier ambush. The pursuit by the Guardians upon entering the secret realm was undoubtedly orchestrated by Wang Yi. Now, with a rare chance to gang up on his foe, he thought, if not now, then when? Brothers, let us charge together. He is but a martial emperor now. With our numbers, we need not fear him. Let us eliminate him. Another commander shouted. Zhao Yun's earlier words invigorated the weary group, galvanizing them for one last effort. Indeed, having come this far, a final push could lead to their victory, claiming the treasures and techniques within the secret realm for themselves. The allure of wealth was irresistible, especially treasures and techniques that could elevate their power to new heights. Soon, the group joined forces once more to assault Wang Yi, the sun-eclipsing sword technique, the 100 birds flying towards the phoenix, the fiery sunblade art. They unleashed a barrage of formidable martial techniques at Wang Yi, who was engaged in combat with Chen Tianxing. A tremendous wave of energy and light enveloped him. When the radiance dissipated, the once proud Wang Yi appeared disheveled, his armor in tatters, multiple injuries marring his body, and his spirit visibly diminished. You insignificant ants! Dare to ambush this deity for the treasures of the secret realm? Such delusions are laughable. Even if I am to perish here today, I shall ensure you all accompany me. Suddenly, a more powerful aura erupted from Wang Yi as his realm began to ascend. Late-stage martial emperor, early-stage martial sage. Mid-stage martial sage. Not good. He is igniting his soul, seeking to perish together with us. Retreat quickly. Themis, sensing the imminent danger, urgently called for the others to withdraw from the looming threat. But it was too late. Seeing them attempt to retreat, the restored Wang Yi merely swung his massive axe, executing a sweeping strike that sent a multitude of them flying, incapacitated, and spitting blood. Ha! No matter how fallen I may be, I am still a power of the martial god realm. How dare you, mere ants, act so brazenly? Witnessing his effortless victory over the group, he laughed triumphantly. Even though his realm had fallen, he still possessed the memories and high-level techniques of a martial god, easily dispatching these inferior juniors. Oh, is that so? Wang Yi, after 30,000 years, I never imagined you had fallen to such a state. The once unconscious Li Ruoqing had awakened unbeknownst to anyone, now gazing mockingly at the arrogant, laughing Wang Yi. Upon hearing Li Ruoqing's sudden taunt, the laughter of Ren Wang Yi abruptly ceased. With a look of astonishment, he fixed his gaze on Li Ruoqing, questioning, "Who are you?" He was somewhat uncertain. This young man had clearly suffered a grievous blow from him, and yet here he was, remarkably revived. Moreover, the implication in his tone suggested that he might still harbor a fragment of divine soul within him. It appears that 30,000 years ago, I did not inflict enough pain upon you. After all these years, have you forgotten who I am? Li Ruoqing remarked ominously, a wicked smile gracing his features. Ren Wang Yi's complexion shifted dramatically as he processed Li Ruoqing's words, finally recalling the formidable figure who had ruthlessly defeated him 3 decades ago, the heavenly battle god, Luo Xingqian. In the era of 30,000 years past, the Yunlan continent boasted an expanse more than twice that of the present day, with numerous formidable beings at the martial god and magic god realms. Among them, the 10 most powerful warriors, supported by the continent's foremost faction, the Sacred Domain, were granted exclusive titles. Notably, the heavenly battle god, Luo Xingqian, ranked among the top 5 of these 10 esteemed figures. Many powerful warriors at that time were incredulous, unable to comprehend why such a youthful martial god would rank so highly. However, as time unfolded, all those who dared to challenge Luo Xingqian faced his wrath and were thoroughly defeated. Henceforth, the title of heavenly battle god echoed throughout the continent, instilling fear even in those of the divine realm. You are Luo Xingqian? How can this be? You participated in that great battle 30,000 years ago. How could you still be alive? Ren Wang Yi stammered, a hint of trepidation in his voice. He could scarcely believe that this legendary figure from the past still existed. Such a notion was utterly absurd. In response to Ren Wang Yi's inquiry, Li Ruoqing scoffed. If you have yet to perish completely, how could I possibly have met my end? After driving back the extraterrestrial demons, the remaining Divine Realm warriors established the Divine Realm known as Tianwei on the other half of the continent, which opens every 300 years to invite qualifying martial sage warriors to continue their cultivation. Li Ruoqing's explanation left everyone present in utter astonishment. They had not anticipated that after the defeat of the extraterrestrial demons 30,000 years ago, such secrets still lingered. It became evident why the martial sage warriors were now nearly absent from the main thoroughfares. Most had likely ventured to the divine realm for further training. Ren Wangyi, in particular, wore an expression of shock, unable to fathom that divine realm warriors had survived that cataclysm. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastily inquired, "Did I perish 30,000 years ago?" His eagerness to ascertain whether his original body had miraculously survived the cataclysm was palpable. Li Ruoqing shook his head, replying, "No. You were not among the surviving divine realm warriors." Ren Wangyi fell silent, initially clinging to a glimmer of hope, but reality was brutally harsh. After 3 millennia, only his divine soul lingered, while his original body had long since perished. "What are your intentions today? Do you plan to eliminate me?" Ren Wangyi quickly regained his composure and queried Luo Xingqian. He was reluctant to engage in direct conflict, for both were merely divine souls. Yet the other had already transcended to the divine realm, achieving a higher state of power. Even if he was not of his original body, his strength was undoubtedly formidable, while he himself had languished for years, far from his former peak. This young man is my successor. Over the years, I have encountered only 2 individuals who meet my criteria for a successor. The last one perished midway over 10,000 years ago, and this one must not meet the same fate here. Li Ruoqing spoke softly, expressing his satisfaction with this successor. He possesses good character, treats those around him well, and is quite clever. As for martial talent, that is secondary. As long as he diligently practices the star refinement body technique I have passed down, he will soon undergo a remarkable transformation, reaching great mastery. Ultimately, he may even awaken the stellar divine body, allowing his cultivation to progress at an astonishing rate. The crowd was utterly astonished, as they had not anticipated that this seemingly crafty 6th prince of the Qian dynasty would be chosen as a successor by a being of divine realm, who even arranged for a fragment of divine soul to protect him. Such treatment was enviable. Even if his power did not match his original form, it was sufficient for him to navigate the Yunlan continent without worry. Currently, the strongest beings on the Yunlan continent are at the martial saint realm. Those of divine realm have likely retreated to the outer heavens for cultivation. A fragment of divine soul split from a divine being is enough to suppress all adversaries. Chapter 33. Accepting the divine soul of Wangyi. Out of respect for an old acquaintance, I offer you an opportunity. With nearly a century remaining until the next opening of the outer heavens, if you are willing, you may follow this young man and cultivate diligently during this period. When the time comes to enter the outer heavens, you will surely have the chance to attain divinity once more. Li Ruoqing presented a choice that was difficult to refuse, and many marveled at how fortunate Wang Yi was to encounter such a powerful former friend in this era. Is this an attempt to solicit my allegiance? If I refuse, what can you do to me? Although the prospect of achieving divinity once more is quite enticing, Wang Yi was not inclined to submit so easily, as doing so would greatly diminish the dignity he once held as a being of divine realm. Since you are unwilling, then so be it. Allow me to transcend you instead. The essence of the divine soul left behind will undoubtedly enhance the strength of my successor, and it shall not go to waste. Seeing Wang Yi's determination to resist, Li Ruoqing decided to forego further discussion and prepare to take action. As he raised his hand, immense cosmic energy began to converge towards him. Wang Yi, who had initially planned to retort, felt a surge of panic. He did not expect that in a state of divine soul, Luo Xingqian's power would be so formidable, gathering such an abundance of cosmic energy in such a short time. This was truly beyond comprehension. Wait, are you not concerned that such a powerful martial technique might lead to the demise of these people? Wang Yi quickly interjected, attempting to disrupt Li Ruoqing's mighty attack. He felt anxious. While he might still have a chance against those at the martial sovereign realm, he was no match for Li Ruoqing, who now embodied the divine soul. If things went awry, he could indeed be eliminated today. Fear not. This time, my martial arts are truly focused on a single target, you. The others will at most be affected by collateral damage, Li Ruoqing replied confidently. The energy sphere in his hand radiated like the sun, exuding an intensely scorching aura and terrifying energy. Wang Yi gazed at this artificially crafted miniature sun and felt a deep unease. If he were to be struck directly by such a force, he feared he would be reduced to ashes. With a nervous gulp, Wang Yi exclaimed, "Hold on. I consent." "Please, stop." Li Ruoqing, with a look of disdain, retorted, "Why don't you hold out a bit longer? My newly devised martial technique has yet to be tested. It would be a pity to waste such a fitting subject for experimentation. Since you have agreed, then swear an oath to the heavens. After a century, you shall enter the divine realm alongside my successor for training. Until then, you will serve as a protector." Li Ruoqing's words irked Wang Yi greatly. It seemed he was merely a subject for experimentation, a blatant affront. However, despite his darkening disposition, he remained rational. He swiftly raised his hand to the heavens and proclaimed loudly, "I, Wang Yi, swear an oath to the heavens to become the protector of this individual for 100 years. Should I violate this vow, I shall face divine retribution." Seeing Wang Yi comply with the oath, Li Ruoqing nodded in satisfaction. He then compressed the gathered energy into a resplendent orb of light and infused it into Wang Yi's soul. Soon, Wang Yi found himself half kneeling on the ground. Groaning in agony, "I have sworn an oath to the heavens. Why do you not relent?" Observing Wang Yi's torment, Li Ruoqing chuckled. "Have you not realized that demonic energy has already entered your being? I merely utilized the resources to infuse this energy into you, enhancing your soul power while dispelling the demonic energy within." Li Ruoqing then turned to the onlookers and beckoned Zhao Yun and Temis to approach. The two approached cautiously, aware that the current state of Li Ruoqing was not his true self, but rather the soul of another powerful entity. However, from their earlier conversation, it appeared that this powerful soul harbored no malice toward Li Ruoqing and even recognized him as his successor. "You two are commendable. Ensure you gather the treasures and techniques within this secret realm," Li Ruoqing directed them. "As for the rest of you, you have witnessed too much today. To prevent any leakage of information, I shall erase your memories." Before they could react, Li Ruoqing waved his hand, and a surge of energy swiftly enveloped the crowd, causing them to collapse one by one. Shortly thereafter, the previously tormented Wang Yi began to calm, as wisps of black smoke dissipated from his soul, gradually restoring his consciousness. "Thank you, God of War Li Tian." Wang Yi, upon regaining clarity, bowed respectfully to Li Ruoqing. "Let us dispense with the formalities. Take these two and organize the treasures and techniques in the inner hall. This secret realm has been breached and exposed. It is unwise to linger. Once everything is gathered, we shall depart together. As for those individuals, they will be removed from the secret realm as well," Li Ruoqing stated calmly. Ultimately, Li Ruoqing and his companions successfully acquired the vast treasure hidden within the secret realm. Although the journey was fraught with peril, they emerged with their fortunes greatly enhanced. As for the alliance leaders who had lost their memories, they merely guided the group to a makeshift Dragon Clan secret realm, where they distributed some inferior treasures and techniques before making their hasty exit. Regarding the temple secret realm of the human king Yi, the group deliberated and decided to mend the protective barrier, while also dismantling and packing away the stone tablets and jade platforms. This way, even if someone were to arrive, they would remain oblivious to the existence of this concealed secret realm. The spirit of the human king Yi took refuge within Li Ruoqing's silver ring, only revealing itself in times of peril to assist him. Upon awakening, Li Ruoqing found himself in a state of bewilderment, having not anticipated that he would successfully complete the system's task, especially after suffering a grievous blow from the human king Yi. To his astonishment, his evaluation was remarkably high, and he received an additional reward. This unexpected turn left him puzzled, despite his inquiries to Zhao Yun and Themis. Both were evasive and did not divulge the events that had transpired. Reluctantly, Li Ruoqing shifted his focus to the rewards for completing the task. Within the system space, he discovered several exceptional items. One read Epic-level hero recruitment order, 2 divine treasure chests, the latter being the additional reward. Without much contemplation, Li Ruoqing opened the treasure chest, and 2 resplendent lights flashed before him as the chest vanished, leaving behind 2 divine artifacts radiating brilliance. The first was an 8th-tier sword-type divine weapon, God's Fall, forged by a powerful being during the Outer Celestial Demon War 30,000 years ago, capable of annihilating numerous god-level Outer Celestial demons. Its potency had only increased after being tempered in demon blood. Li Ruoqing was elated to have unearthed such a divine weapon. He felt as though luck was on his side. The second item, Lone Star Battle Moon Armor, was a 7th-tier defensive, growth-type mysterious weapon, the lifelong masterpiece of a master craftsman. It could absorb 30% of the damage from martial god-level adversaries, 50% from martial saint-level foes, and 70% from martial emperor-level attacks, while rendering itself immune to damage from martial respect-level opponents. With sufficient energy absorption, it harbored the potential to evolve into an 8th-tier defensive divine weapon. Gazing at the luxurious attribute panel, Li Ruoqing beamed with joy. Had he possessed such an item during his confrontation with the human king Yi, the outcome would have been far less devastating. If Zhao Yun donned this armor, he could have engaged Yi in a relentless battle. Even if he himself wore it, he could contend with martial respect-level adversaries, exchanging blows with ease. As for the red epic level hero recruitment order, it was surely more formidable than the previous golden legendary level order. Li Ruoqing, rubbing his hands together with excitement, gazed at the striking red token within the system space. God bless. Oh wait, there are no gods here. May the deities of humanity bestow their favor and summon a divine being, he murmured to himself. As he perused the attributes of the recruitment order, he noted a 60 probability of summoning a martial emperor, a 30 chance of a martial saint, and a mere 10 for a divine realm expert. If he could land on that 10, Li Ruoqing would undoubtedly traverse this continent with ease. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of red light illuminated the surroundings, followed by a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the pinnacle expert of the martial soul world, Jian Songhai, at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Expected to arrive at Frost City in 4 hours. The peak of the martial emperor realm? What a pity, it fell short of a martial saint. Thus wasting an epic recruitment order. Such a disappointment. Li Ruoqing, feeling bereft of fortune, was not only disheartened by the absence of a divine realm expert, but also by the lack of a martial saint. Had he known, he would have used the recruitment order sooner. However, the outcome was now irrevocable, and he could not alter it. On the return journey, Taimiz, noticing Li Ruoqing's somber demeanor, inquired, Your Highness, are you still troubled by the events that transpired in the secret realm? Li Ruoqing waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. It's just that a martial emperor will soon arrive in Frost City. Taimiz, perplexed by this clarification, wondered why the arrival of a martial emperor was not a cause for celebration. She presumed that this esteemed individual had been summoned to safeguard Li Ruoqing. Without probing further into the stranger's origins, I had expected someone from the martial saint or even the martial god realm to come. Yet it is merely a martial emperor. Li Ruoqing's words only solidified Taimiz's assumptions. She thought he was dissatisfied with the strength of the protector assigned by that esteemed individual, unaware that Li Ruoqing was lamenting the loss of his ability to summon a divine realm expert. As the group neared Frost City, Zhao Yun and the others spotted a military contingent of several thousand, escorting a substantial number of orc captives toward Frost City. Your Highness, there is a situation ahead. An army is escorting a multitude of orcs toward Frost City with unclear intentions, reported a member of the White Horse Brigade as he approached Li Ruoqing. Why would an army be transporting orcs to Frost City? Is it the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce? That can't be right. They wouldn't mobilize such a large force. Li Ruoqing speculated, unable to discern the intentions or origins of the approaching army. He opted to ride forward alongside Zhao Yun to investigate further. Halt. We are the stationed troops of the Qian Dynasty's border, acting under imperial orders to transport the orc captives we recently captured to Frost City. Please do not obstruct us, bellowed the leading general. Seeing this, Li Ruoqing rode forward and declared, I am Li Ruoqing, the Lord of Frost City. I have not received any orders from the imperial capital. Are you certain this command originates from the capital? Greetings, 6th Prince. The imperial order was received the evening before last. Our marshal commanded us to escort the orc captives at dawn yesterday. I've also heard there is a commendation from His Majesty for you. The decree of reward should soon arrive in Frost City. A decree of reward? Li Ruoqing felt somewhat puzzled. He could hardly recall his father, Li Shiyuan, being so generous. For over a decade, the emperor had shown little interest in his illegitimate son, and any rewards had been meager at best. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there is often something amiss. It seemed that this rather convenient father was plotting something against him. In light of this, he decided to proceed together. Observing the multitude of beastmen, he found it difficult to refuse their presence. The population of Frost City had dwindled to less than half, and recruiting refugees through announcements would yield slow results. Once these beastmen arrived in Frost City, they could serve as a substantial workforce. Upon receiving the news, Wang Yi and Xiao Shui hurried to the city gates to welcome the returning Li Ruoqing. Wang Yi understood that His Highness had ventured to explore a secret realm left behind by powerful beings, likely returning with numerous precious treasures. As the loyal steward, he was eager to assist without error, and his motivations were far from mere greed for those treasures. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui had found herself rather bored in recent days. Aside from practicing magic, she spent her time amusing herself with a mischievous husky. The Howling Moon Wolf King was also quite overwhelmed by the energetic little girl, who would drag him into playful games, hide and seek, and even experiment with magic upon him. It was rather unfair to the wolf. The hastily signed contract from earlier seemed rather reckless in hindsight. Now that Li Ruoqing, the instigator of her troubles, had finally returned, she could barely contain her eagerness to lodge complaints and assert her rights against illegal labor and exploitation. As they saw Li Ruoqing, Zhao Yun, and Themis return safely, Wang Yi and Xiao Shui joyfully approached, subtly inquiring, "Your Highness, was your journey successful?" Li Ruoqing replied with a smile, "With General Zilong and Teacher Themis accompanying me. It was indeed a breeze, with abundant rewards." He refrained from divulging specifics, as others were present, making a detailed explanation inappropriate to avoid revealing sensitive information. Xiao Shui, however, was less concerned with discretion, her face beaming as she exclaimed, "Brother Ruoqing, I'm so glad you're back. I was so bored without you these past few days." Just as Xiao Shui was lamenting her solitude, the Howling Moon Wolf King interrupted, "That Li girl is far too full of energy." Before he could finish his complaint, Xiao Shui swiftly covered his mouth with her hand, insisting, "Don't listen to his nonsense, Brother Ruoqing." Witnessing Xiao Shui's antics, Li Ruoqing couldn't help but chuckle, while Themis stifled a smile and seriously remarked, "Has Xiao Shui been diligently practicing her magic these past few days? Your teacher will be testing you shortly." Chapter 35. Dividing spoils again. Yes. Shuier can now proficiently cast second-tier magic. Xiao Shui answered earnestly. Themis was somewhat astonished. She had suspected that Xiao Shui might be the reincarnation of an angel, but she hadn't anticipated that the girl not only possessed exceptional magical talent, but also had a remarkable capacity for comprehension. In just a short span of time, she had managed to wield second-tier magic. It was worth noting that Themis herself had taken 2 months to achieve the same feat when she was training, and she had been regarded as a genius by her mentor. Now, seeing Xiao Shui reach that level in merely 2 or 3 days was nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed. "Uncle Wang, please make arrangements. A contingent of orcs has been escorted here from the border, having received orders from the imperial capital, and they mentioned a forthcoming reward. Have you encountered any envoys from the capital recently?" As Li Ruoqing elucidated, he inquired about the circumstances from Wang Yi. Wang Yi shook his head. "All right. I will organize personnel to gather these orcs. As for the envoys from the capital, I have not seen them. Perhaps they are still en route." Before long, the thousands of orcs who had been escorted were received by the city defense forces of Frosty City. It seemed that these orcs had either resigned to their fate or had heard favorable news along the way, for they exhibited no animosity towards the soldiers of the city defense. However, when they were brought to the orc encampment on the outskirts of the city, the captured orcs were utterly astonished. It appeared that their comrades, who had been captured earlier, were faring quite well in Frosty City. Not only were they well fed, but their spirits were also high, each face radiating joy. Was it not said that captured orcs would suffer under human enslavement, enduring hunger and the lash? How could they be so content? Were the rumors false? As these bewildered orcs stood frozen in place, unsure of how to react, the leader of the city defense forces conducted a handover with the orc encampment leader, bear warrior Xiongzhan. "Xiong, in accordance with the lord of the city's command, I have delivered these orcs from the border to you. The task is complete. I shall return to report back." "Thank you, my brother. We shall treat you to a meal another day," Xiongzhan replied warmly. Since their arrival in Frosty City, the Lord's office had swiftly issued an announcement. Due to their exemplary conduct, Li Ruoqing declared that they would be recognized as the first batch of orcs to attain citizenship in Frosty City, enjoying the same privileges as humans without discrimination. Not only were homes constructed for them, but they were also provided with jobs, ensuring 3 hearty meals a day. Such a heavenly existence was far more comfortable than their previous lives in the orc tribes. Xiongzhan summoned the younger orcs in the camp to welcome their new brethren and elucidated the unique attributes of Frosty City. The newcomers displayed expressions of disbelief as they absorbed Xiongzhan's explanations, skeptical of his words. Initially, they had descended from the north, driven by a severe and unprecedented blizzard that had decimated their food supplies, joining the orc army with hopes of seizing provisions. Now, as defeated captives, they were not only spared from enslavement, but were likely to enjoy a life of comfort and abundance they had never dared to dream of. What absurdity! The specifics would await further announcements from the Lord's office. However, the Lord had previously indicated that in his eyes, orcs were not irredeemable villains. As long as they obeyed his commands, he could provide them with food, dignity, and a prosperous life. When Xiongzhan mentioned Li Ruoqing, his eyes sparkled with respect and admiration. For millennia, the orc and human races had fought fiercely over resources, harboring a deep-seated enmity. Yet, Li Ruoqing bore no prejudice against them, allowing them to lead lives of plenty. He was truly their benefactor. Many of the captured orcs were initially skeptical. Yet when the orcs presented them with steaming, delectable food, their growling stomachs compelled them to believe. The food was simply exquisite, featuring tender meat buns, noodles, and even a savory meat and vegetable soup. In the orc army, they had never encountered such exquisite fare. All they had known was hard, stale black bread. and in scant quantities, to boot. How pitiful it was. Many orcs wept with joy as they ate, lamenting, "If only we had had such food back then. My brother and sister would not have perished from hunger, and indeed, my father was starved to death." As the sobs grew louder, more orcs in the camp succumbed to tears, recalling their family and friends who perished in the great blizzard from starvation. Had they encountered the benevolent lord of the city sooner, they might have endured far less suffering. "Your Highness, the orcs have been successfully delivered. We shall return to report," said Lin Hu, the commander of the border troops, as he greeted Li Ruoqing before swiftly leading his subordinates away. That evening, while dining at the Lordess Manor, Li Ruoqing and his companions discussed the spoils of their recent endeavors, particularly the revelation of 2 secret realms belonging to formidable beings. Wang Yi, the steward, was utterly bewildered. He was curious how Li Ruoqing and the soldiers managed to secure these secret realms under the watchful eyes of numerous factions. While Li Ruoqing was aware of the Dragon Clan's realm, he had been unconscious during the latter stages of the battle against the human King Yi, and neither Zhao Yun nor Temmie's wished to elaborate, opting instead to gloss over the matter with a few terse remarks. The most exhilarating moment of the night, however, was the spoils distribution meeting. Drawing from their previous experience, the group prioritized selecting treasures most suited to them. After all, one cannot bite off more than they can chew. Taking items that would be of no use or that they could not wield would only lead to waste. Better to leave them for others. Zhao Yun selected several high-tier beast inner cores, intending to fuse them into his weapon to elevate his spear to a higher grade. Temmie's chose a few inner cores from holy beasts and several premium crystals, planning to craft a dedicated staff. With the enhancement of a top-tier staff, the potency of her spells could increase by 30 to 40% while significantly reducing mana consumption, thereby extending her combat endurance. On the recommendation of the others, Wang Yi selected a set of heavenly grade martial arts, the Taiyin True Art, along with a set of 6th-tier protective battle armor, which boasted formidable defensive capabilities, sufficient to withstand a full-force strike from a martial artist of the warrior realm without sustaining any harm. As for Xiao Shui, still in the early stages of her training, she could not yet make use of these treasures. Li Ruoqing stored the remaining items in the system space, leaving behind only a few sets of heavenly grade martial arts for the group to peruse. It was a pity that neither of the secret realms contained forbidden-level magic used by mages. Temmie felt a twinge of regret, not expecting that even the collection of a martial god would lack high-tier mage spells and magical artifacts. "Teacher Temmie, even without items, we can craft our own with these materials. The materials are abundant. With several attempts, one is bound to craft suitable magical artifacts." Li Ruoqing consoled with a smile, reveling in newfound wealth, the treasures and techniques at his disposal lending him a certain swagger in his speech. Chapter 36, A Pleasant Surprise? With the distribution of numerous treasures, everyone was elated. However, the Howling Moon Wolf King was quite discontented. "Li, why was there no share for me during the distribution of treasures? After all, I am Xiao Shui's protector." Li Ruoqing observed the Howling Moon Wolf King with a bemused smile, choosing to remain silent as it voiced its grievances. Eventually, realizing that Li Ruoqing was merely an onlooker, the Wolf King understood that its ploy had failed against this astute fellow, rendering it a mere jester. "You've only been here a few days. As for your contributions, perhaps you should wait until you've achieved something noteworthy before discussing your share of the treasures," Li Ruoqing replied with a chuckle. The next morning, Li Ruoqing began to attend to official matters. Yet, in the flurry of treasure distribution the previous day, he had forgotten about an important issue. "System, did you not mention that the Emperor-level warriors summoned yesterday would arrive within 3 to 4 hours? It has nearly been 78 hours, and still no sign of them. Has something gone awry?" He recalled the Emperor-level warrior Jian Songhai, summoned by the recruitment order, who had yet to arrive. Could he have lost his way? Ding. According to the system's assessment, the summoned warrior arrived on the Kanglan continent yesterday and experienced a moment of enlightenment. He is currently in seclusion, on the verge of a breakthrough, and is expected to complete it today before arriving in Hanshuan City. The system's explanation caught Li Ruoqing off guard. He had not anticipated that a newcomer to the Kanglan continent would attain enlightenment and immediately break through. Could he be a child of destiny? The notion seemed almost unbelievable. However, Li Ruoqing recalled that Jian Songhai appeared to be a master at the peak of the Emperor level. If he were to break through, wouldn't that elevate him to the sacred warrior realm? Realization dawned upon him. Jian Songhai might indeed be a treasure. The system indicated that supreme beings from different worlds are constrained by their respective world's strength, with varying limits. However, upon entering a higher-tier world, they may rapidly surpass their current realm. Jian Songhai exemplified this phenomenon. Li Ruoqing pondered, "I understand now. It's akin to an examination where a top student scores 100 because that is the maximum. If the exam were worth 150 points, he could potentially achieve an even higher score. It became evident to him that Jian Songhai was undoubtedly a formidable figure in the martial soul world. If he were to break through to the sacred warrior realm, it would mean that Hanshuan City would stand as the strongest force along the eastern domain's borders. Excitement surged within him. Previously, within the Tianzi Mountain, he had sensed that the Qian dynasty's grip on these cities and minor kingdoms was far less formidable than he had imagined. It was more a state of fragmented rule among vassals. If Themis were stationed at Tianzi Mountain, would these factions remain so compliant? Your Highness, the orc camp to the west has been established, capable of accommodating 5,000 orcs. A portion of the wasteland near the city has been cultivated, roughly estimated at 5,000 acres. Additionally, the artisans you instructed to research cement have now achieved significant results. Yang Yu reported to Li Ruoqing on the progress made over the past few days. The cement has been developed? Li Ruoqing responded with unexpected delight, astonished by the swift success. What are the results? Are the cement blocks solid when poured? Are they sufficiently sturdy? He inquired eagerly. If they truly met his standards, the grand renovation plan for Frost City could soon commence. The craftsmen conducted experiments on the cement blocks that had cooled for 3 days, subjecting them to the blows of powerful orc wielding a heavy iron hammer. It took several strikes before a few small fragments broke off, while the bulk of the cement block remained intact, meeting the standards set forth by His Highness. Given this, let us proceed this afternoon to register the newly arrived orcs in Frost City, prepare their identification badges, and simultaneously announce the recruitment of laborers to form a construction team. In a week, we shall officially begin the expansion of Frost City, Li Ruoqing declared. He had long grown weary of the dilapidated structures and worn roads of Frost City. And now that all was in readiness, it was time to embark on this grand infrastructure project. Your Highness, the expenses for expanding the city are quite substantial, and our Lord Mayor's treasury lacks sufficient funds. Yang Yu expressed his support for Li Ruoqing's plans for Frost City, yet he was concerned about the current financial constraints. Even a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. You need not worry about that, Li Ruoqing replied confidently. Our recent expedition to the Mountain of the Son of Heaven yielded abundant rewards. Even if we were to construct 3 or 4 additional Frost cities, it would be more than adequate. The toll fees I collected from those alliance leaders alone exceeded 1 million gold coins. The cost of expanding Frost City is a mere trifle. We could easily build several more outposts. Captain, continue for another 20 miles, and we shall arrive at Frost City, reported a cavalryman to the leading officer. Understood, you may withdraw, he replied. I wonder what has prompted His Majesty to bestow such lavish rewards upon the overlooked 6th prince. No other princes in the imperial capital have received such treatment. And yet we, the Green Robe Guard, are sent on this tedious journey. What a waste of time. The middle-aged man with a pale complexion bore a sullen expression, clearly displeased with the orders he had received. My lord, tread carefully with your words. After all, it is His Majesty's command, and my subordinates should not speak too freely. Besides, according to previous insights from the Grand Commander, His Majesty holds great expectations for this 6th prince. We must not be negligent. A nearby middle-aged scholar with a mustache quietly advised. I shall see what makes this 6th prince so special that His Majesty would go to such lengths. The officer retorted. Aware that resistance was futile, the scholar refrained from further persuasion and continued on their journey. In the Demon Beast Mountain range, a surging sword intent soared into the heavens, causing the surrounding beasts to flee in panic, fearful of being inadvertently harmed by the sharp aura that intermittently emanated. Such commotion naturally alerted the higher-level demon beasts residing within the depths of the mountains. My Lord Demon King, these humans are becoming increasingly audacious. Previously, a group forcibly abducted several demon beasts from the outskirts of our forest, and the Howling Moon Wolf King has also gone missing. Now, there are indeed formidable beings of the human race engaged in secluded breakthroughs within our beast mountains, treating us with utter disdain, bellowed a Thunder Shadow Leopard King. Indeed, they blatantly disregard us, the esteemed members of the beast race. It is an affront. Brother Zhao, what say you? Shall we wage war or seek peace? If it is war, then my brethren shall follow you without hesitation to slay that audacious human. The Titan Ape King concurred. Other experts of the beast sovereign realm echoed his sentiments, all intent on delivering a severe reprimand to this intruder of their territory. Chapter 37. That is a human martial saint realm expert. Then you may go. I shall not partake, spoke the aloof woman seated upon the high throne, her voice cold. She then cast a glance at the eager warriors below and ominously remarked, "That human is likely on the cusp of a breakthrough to the martial saint realm. If you wish to confront him, do so swiftly, delay, and you may find yourselves prey, devoured for sport." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately faltered. They had not anticipated that the intruding human expert was on the verge of transcending to the pinnacle of martial sovereign. For them, as martial sovereigns, to seek conflict with such a being would be akin to courting death. Beside her, the Azure Scale Serpent King asked sweetly, "Sister Zhao, can even you not contend with him?" At this inquiry, the others turned their curious gazes to the frigid beauty, Zhao Linglong, eager for her response. The human race possesses extraordinary advantages, able to ascend to the realms of martial sovereign and martial saint in mere decades or a century. In contrast, our beast race suffered a catastrophic loss of lineage during the war with the otherworldly demons thousands of years ago, rendering our cultivation exceedingly slow. In our early stages, we lacked intelligence and could only instinctively absorb the essence of the sun and moon, refining our bodies through the energy of heaven and earth. Only upon reaching the Beast King realm do we achieve intelligence comparable to that of adult humans. And it is only in the Beast Emperor realm that we can cultivate human martial arts and techniques. In light of this, how could you expect me, after merely 600 years of cultivation, to stand against a human martial saint realm expert? Zhao Linglong replied with a resigned expression. Many of her subordinates were brash. And of her 2 intelligent subordinates, the Howling Moon Wolf King had recently vanished under mysterious circumstances, leaving only the Azure Scale Serpent King. Seeing their leader concede, the great beasts felt a wave of disinterest wash over them. Time had passed, and the older generation of powerful beasts had retreated into seclusion, striving to break through to higher realms to extend their lifespans. The younger generation, lacking in strength, could only swallow their pride. As the beasts fell into silence, the distant, earth-shattering sword aura gradually dissipated. Zhao Linglong realized that the human expert must have successfully broken through. A martial saint realm human was beyond their capabilities as martial sovereign and martial sovereign beasts. They could only watch as he roamed within their territory, too afraid to voice their concerns. Well, if there is nothing else, return to your training. Only by becoming stronger can we prevent being bullied. Zhao Linglong ultimately urged them to focus on their cultivation. As for that human expert, she thought, let him be. As long as he does not come seeking trouble with them, all would be well. As the myriad of demons dispersed, Zhao Linglong called out to the king of the azure-scaled serpent. Bai Lin, I shall soon venture into the realm of humanity in search of suitable cultivation techniques and martial arts. In my absence, I will entrust you with the daily affairs of the mountain. Zhao Linglong revealed her forthcoming plans. Sister Zhao, are you about to break through again? The azure-scaled serpent king exclaimed with excitement, astonished that her elder sister, after several years of ascending to the realm of demon sovereign, was poised for yet another breakthrough. It seemed a revival for their beastly mountain was indeed on the horizon. Should we inform the ancestors? No need. They are currently in seclusion seeking their own breakthroughs, and it is best not to burden them with concerns, Zhao Linglong explained. Very well. But with Thunder Shadow and Titan being more powerful than I, will they heed my commands should any matters arise within the mountain? The azure-scaled Serpent King fretted over her own abilities. If only the Howling Moon Wolf King were still present, she would have had an ally and wouldn't be in such a quandary. If they dare to disobey, simply inform them to go to the eternal ice pool in the Moonwatch Cave and cool their heads, Zhao Linglong stated with grave seriousness. The azure-scaled Serpent King felt a twinge of discomfort at the mention of the eternal ice pool. Her heart stirred with great emotion. Truly, her elder sister was formidable. Suggesting they cool their heads in such a frigid place, they would likely freeze solid. She had been fortunate enough to visit Zhao Linglong's cultivation site before. The icy cold of the eternal ice pool was a natural bane to her kind. Upon arrival, she felt an overwhelming urge to slumber, as if wintering, and the sharp ice could easily pierce her scales, which were akin to armor. Only a frost dragon like Zhao Linglong could endure such a harsh training environment. An hour later, a middle-aged man with long white hair, bearing a colossal sword case on his back, calmly departed from the Beast Mountain. Despite suppressing the astonishing sword intent emanating from him, nearby beasts sensed an inexplicable dread and fled in terror, too frightened to approach. This retreat was indeed smooth. To my surprise, I achieved enlightenment in a single night and broke through to the martial sage realm. What good fortune! The middle-aged man reflected, revealing himself to be Jian Songhai, a peak expert in the martial sovereign realm, who had now successfully transcended to martial sage. However, he had squandered considerable time and needed to hasten, lest others be kept waiting. As he concluded his thoughts, a resplendent sword suddenly sprang forth from the sword case behind him, soaring to his side. With a gentle leap, he mounted the sword, and it swiftly whisked him toward the distant city. Shortly after Jian Songhai's departure, a woman clad in a flowing white celestial dress appeared. She was none other than the current demon sovereign of the Beast Mountain, Zhao Linglong. Just as she intended to leave the mountain, she noticed that the martial sage from the human realm had also emerged from his retreat. With a flicker of thought, Zhao Linglong resolved to follow this human expert, hoping to encounter unexpected opportunities. However, she did not anticipate that this martial sage would directly soar into the sky, vanishing in an instant, leaving her puzzled. Could it be that he had sensed her presence? It should not be the case. The technique of concealing one's presence that I employ is inherited from the Dragon Clan, and it ought not to be so easily detected. If I cannot follow, so be it. I shall venture into the territory of the human race alone. Zhao Linglong felt a surge of vexation, for Jian Songhai's unpredictable actions had disrupted her plans, igniting a deep-seated frustration within her. Were it not for the considerable disparity in strength, she would have relished the opportunity to deliver a sound thrashing to that human. After a while, when her emotions had calmed, Zhao Linglong resolved to proceed in the direction Jian Songhai had previously departed. Although she possessed the ability to fly, the consumption of her true essence would be exceedingly taxing, and without the human methods of cultivation, her recovery would be painfully slow, rendering it a poor trade-off. As for revealing her true form as an ice dragon to soar through the skies, it would likely attract the attention and pursuit of those formidable human warriors, thus posing an even greater risk. I recall that less than 50 miles to the east of the Beast Mountain range lies a human city. Did that martial saint strongman head in that direction? While I cannot fly, my innate talent for spatial contraction is remarkably wondrous. In less than half an hour, I have already traversed over 20 miles from the Beast Mountain range. Chapter 38. The arrogant green-clad guards within the confines of Cold Frost City. Temis was diligently instructing Xiao Shui in third-tier magic. After attending to his administrative duties, Li Ruoqing arrived at the outskirts of the city, accompanied by the Howling Moon Wolf King, eagerly observing the industrious craftsmen at work. One particular team was directing several orc laborers in the pouring of cement. According to Li Ruoqing's earlier directives, the first step in expanding the city was to complete the construction of the official road. The traditional bluestone road, having endured years of sun and rain, had become riddled with cracks and numerous potholes, while the merit of cement pouring lay in its remarkable convenience. Within the designated area, the powerful Tiger Clan orcs wielded spiked clubs, transforming into agents of destruction as they relentlessly hammered the road's surface, swiftly reducing the already fragile bluestone path to rubble. Following this, a group of Bear Clan orcs pushed carts, dumping the pre-mixed cement concrete onto the road, while another batch of craftsmen skillfully directed the workers to spread the cement swiftly, smoothing it out. Amidst the fervent activity, a streak of light rapidly approached from the distance. It was Jian Songhai, who had been flying through the air on his sword from the Beast Mountain range. As Cold Frost City came into view, Jian Songhai gradually descended, preparing to land. During his descent, he noticed the bustling crowd and felt a sense of curiosity. Although he was deeply immersed in his cultivation and swordsmanship, he remained intrigued by the affairs of the mundane world. Upon landing, Jian Songhai sheathed his sword and approached the crowd, observing the workers as they toiled with fervor. All adorned with expressions of joy, he felt a twinge of surprise. In his experience, laboring citizens were often beset by hunger and hardship. So how could they appear so cheerful and full of vigor while working? Old Wang, do you truly believe that this cement concrete will, as it did in our earlier experiments, solidify within 3 days to be even sturdier than bluestone? Inquired a craftsman with graying hair to his companion standing nearby. Old Xia, rest assured, the methods entrusted to us by His Highness are foolproof, and we have previously tested them. After the cement is laid, we shall patiently await 2 or 3 days, and the smooth and sturdy official road will be completed. Old Wang spoke with confidence, having had the fortunate experience of participating in cement production and witnessing the miraculous transformation of mud into stone. That is good to hear. His Highness mentioned that once the official road is completed, the construction of new houses will commence. We shall use this cement for the buildings. If they are not sturdy and collapse, where would we, the craftsmen, hide our faces? Old Xia felt a sense of relief upon hearing his companion's affirming response. Though seasoned craftsmen, they found the innovations presented by the new lord, the sixth prince, to be astonishing. First the perfume, then the cement, eliciting both wonder and a surge of motivation among them. The reason was simple. The remuneration offered by the lord's manor was exceedingly generous. allowing these experienced craftsmen to support their families solely through this work. However, if they failed to produce results, they would feel a twinge of shame at receiving such substantial wages. Jian Songhai observed silently from the sidelines, taking note of the craftsman's enthusiasm. The miraculous transformation of soil into stone? He had never heard of such a phenomenon before, nor had he witnessed it. It seemed that the sixth prince he intended to ally with was indeed an intriguing individual. Damn it, what a stroke of misfortune. After such a lengthy journey, we have finally arrived. Gazing at the looming frost city, Qing Tian, the second captain of the Green Robe Guards, expressed his impatience. Upon seeing a throng of humans and beasts laboring near the city gate, he quickly sent a cavalryman forward to clear the path. You lot, step aside immediately. Do not hinder my lord's entry into the city to deliver his edict. The cavalryman, with an air of arrogance, attempted to drive away those obstructing the road. My lord, we are carrying out the orders of the city lord, constructing the road, and are not intentionally blocking the way. You may enter the city via the side road. Old Wang respectfully replied upon encountering the cavalryman's inquiry. You have some nerve. How dare you suggest my lord take the side road? Are you seeking death? Angered by their refusal to yield, the furious cavalryman swung his whip and aimed a vicious strike at Old Wang. The craftsmen were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this newly arrived cavalryman would so brazenly bully them. Before anyone could react, the whip was about to strike Old Wang. With a resounding crack, Old Wang remained unharmed, as a large snow-white dog leaped in front of him, taking the blow meant for him. The whip landed squarely on the back of the Howling Moon Wolf King, following Li Ruoqing's orders to protect these civilians and beasts. The Howling Moon Wolf King was not prepared for such unprovoked aggression. Though it was unharmed, standing there to absorb blows was not in its nature. With a fierce howl, the once small dog rapidly transformed into a towering wolf beast, proclaiming, "You dare to provoke me with such pathetic bravado?" Everyone was left astounded. The cavalryman who had just struck was now in a state of panic, bewildered by how a mere little dog had suddenly morphed into a colossal wolf demon. In the distance, the members of the Qingyi Guard, including Qingyin, were taken aback, never expecting to encounter such a formidable beast within the human city, one that could articulate human speech, undoubtedly a demon king of the demon sovereign realm. This must be the small dog belonging to the city lord. I have had the fortune to witness it before, an artisan exclaimed, recognizing the Howling Moon Wolf King with palpable excitement. Humph, what audacity for a beast to behave so recklessly in human territory. Watch how I eradicate you, you abomination. Qingyin had not anticipated that a demon would emerge so boldly. He had vaguely heard that this creature was raised by the sixth prince, Li Ruoqing. This was an excellent opportunity for him to teach a lesson or even extinguish this beast, thereby establishing his authority over Li Ruoqing. At that moment, the Howling Moon Wolf King glared fiercely at the brazen Qingyin. What of a human martial master? The Wolf King was not to be trifled with. He too was a formidable demon king of the demon sovereign realm, unafraid of mere threats. As tensions escalated, the city defense forces, sensing the brewing conflict, quickly dispatched personnel to report to the city lord's mansion, while others rallied their ranks to prevent an outbreak of hostilities. After all, these artisans were valued by the city lord, who treasured them dearly. They must not come to any harm. Watching from afar, Li Ruoqing's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such reckless challengers to appear. Observing the attire of their leader, it seemed he was one of the Qingyi guards from the imperial capital. Did he think that his martial prowess granted him the right to act so arrogantly on Li Ruoqing's territory? Li Ruoqing was eager to see what tricks this individual would attempt. Chapter 39. A humbling encounter. A powerful surge of energy erupted in the air as the Howling Moon Wolf King and Qingyin clashed. To minimize collateral damage to the city, the Wolf King soared into the sky and unleashed his innate ability, Wind Blade Assault. The potent wind energy coalesced into countless invisible blades that hurtled towards them. Qingyin, relying on his formidable true essence, erected a circular energy shield to protect the nearby Qingyi guards, attempting to withstand the onslaught. However, he grossly underestimated the terrifying nature of the innate abilities possessed by a demon king of the demon sovereign realm. The vast energy continuously transformed into formless wind blades, akin to a rain of arrows, a single beast capable of rivaling an army. As the multitude of wind blades bombarded them, it became evident that Qingyin had misjudged the Wolf King's strength. High-tier demon beasts typically awaken innate abilities, and these potent powers often exhibit astonishing might. The Wind Blade Assault of the Howling Moon Wolf King, while not overwhelmingly powerful at his current level, possessed an extensive range of attack. Should his strength continue to grow, the potency of the Wind Blade Assault would only intensify, and the relentless onslaught of invisible blades would instill fear in the hearts of many. Previously, the Howling Moon Wolf King had refrained from utilizing this innate ability within the Demon Beast Mountains, as the dense forests hindered its execution, and the cave-dwelling rock dragon's defenses were formidable, making it challenging to breach. Thus, he ultimately opted for close-quarters combat, resulting in a mutually devastating confrontation. The fierce battle between a man and a beast left the onlookers in a state of anxious anticipation. The craftsmen and soldiers of Frosty City fervently hoped for the triumph of the Howling Moon Wolf King, as its motive for engaging in combat was to protect them. On the other hand, the soldiers of the Green Attire Guard appeared increasingly tense. They had never expected their typically arrogant leader to find himself in a predicament against such formidable opposition. Their leader was entangled in a fierce struggle with a beast of the demon's sovereign realm, and the troubling thought lingered that this beast might merely be a pet, with the true adversary yet to make an appearance. The cunning Qing Yin, realizing that remaining passive would inevitably lead to his downfall as his true essence dwindled, resolved to take decisive action. He gathered his energy, igniting a searing flame between his palms, fiery palm. He unleashed it towards the craftsmen and soldiers situated beneath the Howling Moon Wolf King. You dare! The Howling Moon Wolf King was taken aback by Qing Yin's audacity to attack the craftsmen in its presence, deeming it utterly shameless. They were supposed to be engaged in a one-on-one battle, yet Qing Yin resorted to targeting innocent bystanders when he found himself outmatched. Li Ruoqing was equally astonished by the actions of the Green Attire Guard's leader, his anger flaring. Regardless of the intruder's intentions, such behavior was undoubtedly a slight against him. The Sixth Prince, a blatant act of aggression. Resolutely, Li Ruoqing produced a signal flare, igniting the fuse before launching it into the sky. From approximately 2 kilometers away, the York camp and the White Horse Cavalry camp spotted the flare's vibrant explosion in the air, prompting immediate mobilization of their comrades, armed and ready to support Frosty City. Even within the city lord's manor, the great sorcerer Themis ceased his magical teachings upon seeing the signal flare and hastily made his way to the city gates. To ensure rapid support in case of an emergency, Li Ruoqing and the craftsmen had prepared a batch of signal flares, agreeing that upon their activation, the surrounding soldiers of Frosty City would promptly converge at the designated location. Little did they anticipate that the flares would be employed so soon. Ultimately, the craftsmen remained unscathed by the formidable martial prowess, thanks to Jian Songhai, who intervened. Simply by removing his sword box from his back and positioning it before him, he manifested an invisible barrier of vital energy that intercepted all of Qing Yin's attacks. Targeting innocent civilians was indeed crossing a line. Jian Songhai's tone was calm, devoid of further action. Yet, to Qing Yin, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His full-force strike had been effortlessly deflected by this individual, a clear indication of their strength. It was highly probable that they were a martial sovereign. How could this be? How could such a powerful expert be found in this remote outpost of Frosty City? Qing Yin felt a surge of panic. He had not expected Li Ruoqing, who had seemed insignificant in the imperial capital, to gather such formidable allies upon arriving in Frosty City. It was disastrous. Before he could fully process the situation, a figure soared through the air, none other than the great sorcerer Themis. In the distance, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed, heralding the arrival of Zhao Yun and his White Horse Cavalry to provide assistance. Despite his inner turmoil, Qing Yin attempted to maintain composure, his voice rising in authority. Is Frosty City attempting to rebel? Do you dare to assault an envoy from the imperial capital? A crisp voice emanated from behind. So, when you find yourself at a disadvantage, you suddenly remember your esteemed position as an envoy from the imperial capital. When did the Qingyi Guard produce someone of your caliber? Upon hearing the derisive words, Qing Yin's face flushed with indignation. He had not anticipated such mockery from his opponent and, suppressing his fury, demanded, "Who uttered those words? Step forward." Insulting the envoy of the imperial capital is tantamount to disrespecting his majesty, a crime most grievous. Observing Qing Yin, who resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Li Ruoqing leisurely advanced to the forefront, declaring, "It was I who spoke. What will you do about it?" Unfazed by Qing Yin's threats, Li Ruoqing remained undeterred. After all, he was merely confronting a warrior of the martial sovereign realm, a triviality that could not intimidate him. Having encountered numerous formidable opponents during this period, his initial reverence had long since waned. In a brief span, he had encountered about a dozen martial artists of the martial sovereign level, and currently, his magical mentor, Themis, was a grand magus, soon to be joined by Jian Songhai of the martial saint realm in Frost City. The Lord of the City. The Lord of the City has arrived. Several craftsmen recognized Li Ruoqing's identity and exclaimed with excitement. They had not anticipated that this noble lord, a prince, would stand up for ordinary craftsmen and soldiers, boldly confronting the envoy from the imperial capital. "Ah, it is His Highness, the sixth prince. Are you not concerned about my report to the emperor?" Qingyin, seeing Li Ruoqing step forward, attempted to issue a veiled threat. For undermining Li Ruoqing was the primary objective of his visit to Frost City. The presence of a powerful prince at the border did not align with the interests of his peers from the imperial capital, particularly that of his master. "Qingyin, it seems you are somewhat oblivious to your circumstances. This is Frost City, the domain of Li Ruoqing. What right do you have to act with such audacity on my territory?" Li Ruoqing bellowed, then turned to the crowd and commanded, "Everyone, heed my orders. This group impersonating envoys from the imperial capital, attempting to assault a prince, is guilty of treason. Seize them all." Qingyin was taken aback by Li Ruoqing's unexpected response. As he deemed them mere impostors, his audacity was unparalleled. "Stop right there. I possess a decree from His Majesty. We are not rebels." Qingyin, seeing the thousands of city defense troops and the White Horse Brigade encircling them, hastily produced a decree from his bosom and shouted. A tinge of panic crossed his face. Although his master had instructed him to create trouble for Li Ruoqing, he had not been told to jeopardize his own safety. Falsifying a decree is a graver offense. "Everyone, move in." As Li Ruoqing issued his orders, he turned to Themis and said, "Teacher, please take action and apprehend this rebel leader." Themis smiled and replied, "This is a simple task." With a flourish of her staff, the energy of the wood element in the air began to vibrate. From the previously smooth ground, tendrils swiftly erupted, catching many of the Qingyi guard off guard. Although Qingyin possessed the strength of a martial sovereign, he was unprepared for such magic. Before long, his war steed was ensnared by the vines, which quickly climbed up his legs. Despite Qingyin's utmost efforts to resist, the vines seemed to emerge endlessly from the earth, soon binding him like a twisted pastry. What a remarkable display of magic! Jian Songhai, witnessing the intervention of Temis as he conjured numerous vines to effortlessly capture the martial master Qingyin, could not help but feel a sense of reflection. Zhao Yun swiftly led his White Horse Brigade to capture the group of Qingyi guards. As he realized his entire force was annihilated, Qingyin struggled to shout, "Li Ruoqing, how dare you attack the envoy of the imperial capital and plot treachery? You are audacious beyond measure." Upon hearing the incessant outcry from this individual, Li Ruoqing stepped forward and delivered several resounding slaps, all the while remarking, "I truly relish your stubbornness. How could someone of your caliber possibly lead the Qingyi guards? It appears that the denizens of the imperial capital are utterly inept. General Zilong," he continued, "make sure to strip this obstinate fool bare and parade him through the streets. I want everyone to understand that in this Frost City, what I, Li Ruoqing, decree is final, others shall stand aside. Each of the Qingyi guards shall receive 50 lashes. Be careful not to kill them outright." Li Ruoqing's fierce command instilled fear among the captured Qingyi guards, who had not anticipated such misfortune upon coming from the imperial capital to convey the emperor's edict. It felt utterly unjust. However, the middle-aged scholar Zhao Qing in their ranks remained composed, boldly declaring, "Your Highness, the sixth prince, I have something to say." These Qingyi guards were merely following their superior's orders. It was Qingyin who acted lawlessly and offended you. I implore you to show mercy and spare their lives." Li Ruoqing, somewhat surprised, had not expected to find someone so unafraid of authority among the Qingyi guards. He instructed Zhao Yun to detain the remaining guards, but to delay their punishment. As for this middle-aged scholar, he found him rather intriguing and wished to see what more he could articulate, thus ordering the city defense forces to escort him to the lord's mansion. The commotion soon concluded with the complete capture of the Qingyi guards, and the artisans and orcs promptly resumed their industrious activities. Jian Songhai approached Li Ruoqing, revealing his lineage and purpose. To Li Ruoqing's astonishment, the system had arranged for Jian Songhai to be his great-uncle, who had long been engrossed in cultivation and had traveled across the continent visiting renowned sections. Li Ruoqing felt speechless. If this peculiar arrangement continued, his seemingly ordinary mother, Yun Fei, would become increasingly enigmatic, with a plethora of formidable relatives emerging. His father, upon receiving this news, would likely be utterly bewildered. Who would have thought that a mere palace maid could possess such a multitude of powerful kin? Absurd. Welcome, Elder Jian. Please accompany me back to the Lord's mansion. Allow me to host a welcoming feast in your honor. Li Ruoqing warmly extended his hospitality to Jian Songhai, much to the chagrin of the Howling Moon Wolf King, who lamented, "Li, I just battled that Qingyi guard for 300 rounds. Why do you not inquire about my well-being, but instead focus on this old man?" Li Ruoqing was taken aback when the Howling Moon Wolf King unexpectedly emerged to provoke him. As Jian Songhai merely cast a glance in its direction, the Howling Moon Wolf King felt as though it was being scrutinized by some formidable entity, causing it to drop to the ground in fear, silencing its tongue. Internally, it lamented, "Oh no, I've hit the iron plate again. Another human powerhouse. How is it that so many strong beings surround this young lad? Just a single glance renders me utterly motionless. This is utterly absurd. I can't comprehend it." Upon witnessing the Howling Moon Wolf King's embarrassment, Li Ruoqing couldn't help but chuckle. After observing the wolf's awkward demeanor for a moment, he remarked, "Old Jian, you are magnanimous. Do not stoop to the level of a mere hound. It is unnecessary. Let us return to the city lord's mansion to rest." Only after Li Ruoqing and Jian Songhai had distanced themselves did the Howling Moon Wolf King struggle to rise. Its heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions, as it was certain that this human warrior was at least a peak martial emperor-level expert. The overwhelming pressure it exuded surpassed even that of its leader, the Beast Emperor Zhao, and it was nothing short of terrifying. No, it was frightfully wolfish. Just as the Howling Moon Wolf King was preparing to head back to the city lord's mansion, a cool voice echoed from behind, "Howling Moon, it's been a few days. Have you come here to indulge yourself?" Startled by the voice, the wolf turned around, frozen in shock. "Big sister, how did you manage to come out? Why is it that you are allowed to wander while I am not?" Zhao retorted, her tone laced with discontent. "Big sister, you have no idea how miserable I have been," the Howling Moon Wolf King cried, sensing that Zhao was about to unleash a thrashing upon it. It was not keen on suffering another beating so soon after recovering. As the Howling Moon Wolf King recounted its woes, Zhao gradually understood the situation. A cave rock dragon of the martial sovereign realm had appeared from nowhere and was hunting the wolf packs within its territory. In a fit of rage, it had confronted the dragon, leading to a stalemate where both were gravely injured, ultimately resulting in Li Ruoqing rescuing the Wolf King. "Are you saying that a white-haired middle-aged man carrying a sword sheath just entered Frosty City?" Zhao inquired with uncertainty. "Indeed, his strength is immense. Just the pressure he emanated left me paralyzed." The Howling Moon Wolf King recalled its previous state, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. "That is expected. He must be a human powerhouse of the martial saint realm," Zhao remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 41. The astonished Zhao I heard from the young lad that this powerhouse might even be his great-uncle. Sigh, the number of strong individuals surrounding this boy is ever increasing. The Howling Moon Wolf King mused, initially believing that by performing well, it could earn a few treasures, only to find that Li Ruoqing, the stingy fellow, had offered nothing at all. How miserly. "You say there are many powerful beings around the city lord of Frosty City?" Zhao expressed her surprise, not having anticipated that such a small border city would be teeming with experts. "Indeed, he has at least one martial sovereign-level general and a formidable archmage rivaling the martial emperor level." The Howling Moon Wolf King nodded affirmatively. Although Zhao had not interacted much with humans, she still possessed a general understanding of the situation. The circumstances surrounding these human empires and their beastly mountain ranges are remarkably similar, with the most prominent figures on the surface being only those of the martial emperor, beast emperor, realm. As for the martial sage, beast sage, realm, most of its practitioners remain sequestered in secluded meditation, being ancient beings of reclusive nature. Zhao Linglong found herself intrigued by the young lord of Frosty City, Li Ruoqing, pondering from whence he had procured such formidable experts. Typically, martial emperors are the foundation of an empire, and as a mere prince, it seemed implausible that such powerful allies would accompany him. "Boss, not long ago, that young lad Li took a large group out and returned with an abundance of high-tier treasures. It is highly probable that he has discovered a hidden realm." The Wolf King of Howling Moon seemed to recall something and communicated this to Zhao Linglong telepathically. Zhao Linglong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are you certain they acquired a hidden realm?" The Wolf King's revelation filled her with elation. Her purpose for this journey was to seek suitable cultivation methods and treasures to safeguard herself. To her surprise, Li Ruoqing had recently stumbled upon a trove from a hidden realm. It appeared that fate had intertwined her path with his. "Then take me to meet him. I wish to make his acquaintance," Zhao Linglong declared earnestly, lifting the wolf-like Howling Moon King in her arms. "Boss, you can't be considering robbing him, can you? That would be perilous. His companions are no ordinary foes," the Howling Moon King hastily protested, attempting to dissuade her from such thoughts. Although the boss could be somewhat intimidating, one might only suffer a beating if they crossed her. Being at the mercy of Li Ruoqing would likely have far graver consequences. As vividly illustrated by the fate of Qingyin moments ago. Rest assured, I have no intentions of causing chaos. I merely wish to become acquainted. If he is amenable, I would like to negotiate in exchange for treasures, despite the fact that the Beast Mountain range offers few items suitable for human use. The bounty of rare herbs and materials found deep within its confines is abundant. Unfortunately, the beasts themselves lack the knowledge to concoct elixirs, leading to the wastefulness of simply consuming them. Ultimately, under the pressure of Zhao Linglong's persuasion, the Howling Moon King relented and agreed to her request, leading her to the city lord's manor to seek out Li Ruoqing. Upon witnessing the bustling and vibrant scene within the city, where both beastmen and humans roamed freely, Zhao Linglong found herself perplexed. How is it that the beastmen here in Frosty City are not merely slaves? Why is there no one overseeing them, granting them such freedom? The war between the beastmen and humans had persisted for many years, were it not for the formidable Beast Mountain range standing between the two great nations. Countless beasts would have surged forth. The fierce nature of these beastmen would have instigated a full-scale battle against the humans. In such a context, the sight of free beastmen within a human city was nothing short of miraculous, leaving her in disbelief. It seems the boss is unaware of the backstory. When that young lad first arrived, Frosty City was in ruins. Later, while procuring grain from the Green Kingdom, he brought back a group of beastmen. It was said that when they returned, they encountered bandits, and it was the beastmen who assisted in driving them away. Thus, he has shown them great leniency, affording them treatment akin to that of humans. The Howling Moon Wolf King expressed his delight, explaining that opportunities to receive guidance from his elder sister were rare. He felt it imperative to seize such moments to showcase his abilities. Otherwise, it would be a significant loss. Who is Xiao Shui? Zhao Linglong inquired, her curiosity piqued. Could she possibly be another formidable individual? Xiao Shui is the apprentice of that great archmage and also the younger sister of Li Xiaozi. The Howling Moon hesitated, fumbling over his words. Oh, is there more? Zhao Linglong pressed, scrutinizing the Wolf King's visibly uncomfortable demeanor. Faced with her persistent questioning, the Howling Moon Wolf King chose silence, resolute in his refusal to divulge that he had been coerced into becoming a protector of a young girl, a revelation too humiliating for a wolf to admit. After giving the Howling Moon Wolf King a good scolding, Zhao Linglong, seeing that he remained tight-lipped, refrained from further inquiries. As they navigated the bustling marketplace, Zhao Linglong caught whiffs of tantalizing delicacies, ultimately halting in front of a tavern, clutching the Howling Moon Wolf King. The aroma was irresistible. Overwhelmed by the enticing scent of food, she found herself unable to move any further. In the Beast Mountain range, where no beast prepared meals, they typically consumed raw food prior to attaining sentience. Even after reaching the martial sovereign realm, their diet consisted of merely roasted meats, lacking such exquisite fragrance. Upon returning to the city lord's residence, Li Ruoqing summoned the middle-aged scholar, Zhou Qing. Since he was merely there to convey a decree, it made little difference whether it was Qing Yin or Zhou Qing. He was simply curious about the situation in the imperial capital and felt the need to inquire further. Greetings to your highness, the sixth prince. Zhou Qing respectfully bowed upon entering the council chamber. Let us dispense with the formalities. Please elucidate the purpose of your visit to Hanshuan City, Li Ruoqing stated directly. Well, your majesty, a few days ago, the emperor learned of your endeavors in Hanshuan City, including the incorporation of numerous beastmen. He has specifically commanded the border troops to send all captured beastmen your way to bolster your population. Furthermore, a decree has been issued to bring all lands within a 50-mile radius of Hanshuan City under its jurisdiction. It is hoped that you will expedite military expansion and preparations to maintain order at the border, Zhou Qing conveyed plainly. Is that all? Nothing else to report? Li Ruoqing retorted with a cold laugh. This seemingly generous father had not provided anything of substance. A meager decree that offered no gold while demanding he accept more beastmen. What kind of reward was that? Did they think him a fool? Your Highness, I believe the Emperor's true intention is to utilize Hanshuan City to restrain those disobedient city lords and minor kingdoms along the border, Zhou Qing said after a brief pause. His teeth clenched. Chapter 42. Kidnapping an elf? Such audacity. Oh, you are quite bold, aren't you? Are you not afraid that I might end your life for inciting discord between the Emperor and the Prince? Li Ruoqing regarded Zhou Qing with a bemused smile, somewhat surprised by the middle-aged scholar's unabashed candor. It was rather intriguing. Your Highness, since I dare to speak, I naturally have my reasons, Zhou Qing replied confidently. Since receiving your esteemed message in the capital and witnessing the events at the city gate, I have come to believe that you possess profound insight and are not merely an inconsequential figure content with mediocrity. I yearn to serve you and seek a promising future. After encountering the formidable experts and troops under Li Ruoqing at the city gate, Zhou Qing resolved to board Li Ruoqing's grand vessel. Following the reckless and brainless Qing Yin would inevitably lead to disaster. Despite his prowess as a martial sovereign, he acted with utter abandon, only to be effortlessly captured. It is perplexing what he was so arrogant about. Li Ruoqing was taken aback by Zhou Qing's audacity, meeting him for the first time. Zhou Qing boldly expressed his desire to pledge allegiance, leaving Li Ruoqing somewhat hesitant. After all, his skilled subordinates were summoned through system rewards, ensuring their loyalty. And Wang Yi had practically grown up by his side, akin to family. He was not yet inclined to simply accept someone based solely on their words. "Do you possess any proof of your loyalty?" Li Ruoqing inquired symbolically. "I do. I acquired a top-secret message from the Qingyi Guard. During the previous conflict between the border troops and the beastmen, a hidden realm was discovered in a desolate wilderness. According to intelligence from the Qingyi Guard, it is highly likely that treasures left by experts of the martial saint realm are present," Zhou Qing stated solemnly. "Is that all?" Li Ruoqing chuckled dismissively. Having previously secured treasures from 2 martial god realms, he found little interest in a realm associated with a martial saint. What use was knowledge of a hidden realm beyond the border when tens of thousands of beastmen lay in wait? Li Ruoqing insisted. "Your Highness, please calm your anger. In addition, I have other news." Zhou Qing continued. "It appears that the Songlong dynasty of the central region has reached some form of agreement with the Songlong Empire in the north. The recent outbreak of disease in the Songlong Empire is primarily aimed towards our eastern region's Qian dynasty." Li Ruoqing, uninterested in the clandestine dealings between the northern Songlong Empire and the Songlong dynasty, responded, "Do you have any further insider information?" Zhou Qing felt somewhat helpless. The 2 pieces of information he revealed were considered top secret in the capital, yet here they seemed trivial to Li Ruoqing. Why was this 6th prince so unpredictable? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Qing asked, "Your Highness, have you heard of the Wanbao Tower?" According to the Qingyi Guard spies, a daring mercenary group recently infiltrated the fairy forest and abducted 2 beautiful young elves for auction at the Wanbao Tower. Elves? Li Ruoqing was astonished. It was unexpected that the elusive elves, who seldom appeared on the mainland, could be captured. Did the fairy forest not respond? Surely, the powerful elves within would not allow such audacity to go unpunished. Indeed, the mercenary group lost dozens of members to the wrath of an elf emperor before they could escape the fairy forest, with only a few martial sovereign experts managing to flee. Subsequently, the surviving mercenaries discovered that the elves seemed to have declared war upon them. The elves of the fairy forest would not let this transgression go unavenged. They dispatched a team of elite elves, composed of formidable warriors, emerging from the fairy forest to relentlessly track and pursue them. Had they not ultimately sought refuge in the imperial city, where a sovereign of martial prowess resided, they would likely have faced total annihilation. Listening to Zhou Qing's account, Li Ruoqing was reminded of the fact that the elf race was once an exceptionally powerful lineage. It was astonishing that this fearless group dared to provoke trouble in the fairy forest, inadvertently stirring up such significant turmoil. It was said that numerous grand sorcerers, holy sorcerers, and even divine mages had emerged from the elven community within the fairy forest. Li Ruoqing quickly recalled the records he had encountered in the tomes of the Imperial City Academy. He had previously pondered where one might acquire advanced magical incantations and insights, urging Master Temis to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible. These elves, who had boldly emerged from the fairy forest, represented an opportunity, did they not? Gaining their friendship could facilitate access to their magical archives, making the acquisition of knowledge remarkably effortless. Li Ruoqing's interest was piqued. "Do you know where the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion will hold these elven auctions?" Zhou Qing, feeling a chill of anxiety, replied, "According to the information I have received, it will take place in the Imperial City, scheduled for a week from now. After all, only in the Imperial City and a few select locations are there martial sovereigns present, ensuring that the elven warriors will think twice before acting recklessly." "In the Imperial City? How intriguing. It seems I must make a trip there," Li Ruoqing resolved, contemplating the prospect of encountering old acquaintances in the Imperial City. As for the nature of those encounters, it was uncertain. Compared to his previous anonymity as a mere prince, he now boasted several formidable allies, which considerably bolstered his confidence. This return to the Imperial City would certainly involve confronting his somewhat negligent father to demand military funds. Once he had settled his affairs, Li Ruoqing retreated to the pavilion in the rear courtyard to continue his practice of the star refinement body technique. His recent experiences in the secret realm had served as a stark reminder that no matter how many powerful allies one possessed, without sufficient strength of his own, He could easily fall victim to ambushes, leaving him utterly defenseless. This sense of helplessness was an experience he wished to avoid repeating. Only through continuous cultivation and enhancement could he attain a greater sense of security. As Li Ruoqing channeled his energy, streams of solar power, seemingly summoned from the very air, surged towards him. In no time, he radiated like a small sun, glowing brilliantly within the pavilion. The sight captivated Xiaoxue, who had been practicing magic, compelling her to cease her training and curiously observe Li Ruoqing. Master Temis also paused his instruction, murmuring as he watched Li Ruoqing in his meditative state. The technique practiced by that esteemed individual is truly remarkable, capable of directly absorbing solar energy to refine the body. Is this truly without peril? Although Temis could wield light magic, he had only stored a minimal amount of light energy within him, for the intensity of such energy was exceedingly scorching. Without an exceptionally robust technique, even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Chapter 43. Undercurrents. As an immense amount of solar energy was absorbed into his being, Li Ruoqing instantly felt his meridians ablaze, as if scorched by fierce flames. Enduring the pain, he persevered in circulating his cultivation technique, hastening the refinement of the solar energy. Although he had never witnessed the original creator of this technique in action, he held profound trust in the system, the items and treasure chests it provided, along with the extraordinary heroes summoned through the recruitment tokens, were undeniably formidable experts. Since the starry body refinement technique was left behind by an unparalleled powerhouse, it was assuredly a method capable of successful cultivation. Such a formidable being would have no reason to leave behind a deceptive technique to ensnare their successors. With gritted teeth, Li Ruoqing valiantly endured the relentless waves of scorching energy that continuously battered his meridians and various bodily organs. If the power of moonlight was more inclined towards fortifying one's consciousness and enhancing the soul, then the solar energy was primarily focused on augmenting physical strength. In a short span of time, Li Ruoqing, enveloped in a radiant white glow, gradually felt as if his body were being tempered. Numerous impurities within him were expelled under the purifying force of the solar energy, resulting in a notable enhancement of his physical prowess. After what felt like an eternity, Li Ruoqing finally completed his cultivation. Despite the brief duration of his practice, he had endured quite a bit of suffering. The agony of feeling as if his body were being torn asunder was nearly unbearable. Had it not been for his formidable willpower, he might have cried out in distress. "Brother Ruoqing, are you all right?" Xiaoxue inquired anxiously, having witnessed his radiant yet pained state. Although Li Ruoqing had imparted the starry body refinement technique to her, her training in magic occupied her days, leaving her evenings for this refinement, where she absorbed moonlight energy. Consequently, her physical strength grew at a slower pace, though her mental acuity flourished swiftly, enabling her to adeptly grasp and wield magic in a short time. "Fortunately, I am fine. It's just that cultivating the starry body refinement technique at midday, with such fierce solar energy, imposes a significant impact on the body. You should practice this technique in the evenings instead. Once you reach the martial sovereign realm, absorbing solar energy to temper your body will be considerably easier." Li Ruoqing solemnly explained to Xiaoxue, not wishing for her to follow in his arduous footsteps. "Yes, I will be cautious." Xiaoxue nodded. Her memory of Li Ruoqing's pained visage etched vividly in her mind. "Ruoqing, is your body truly unscathed?" asked Themis from beside them. Li Ruoqing smiled, acknowledging that although the process was excruciating, the results were commendable. His physical strength seemed to have increased significantly. "That is good to hear. But you might want to freshen up first," Themis remarked, observing the dirt that marred Li Ruoqing's garments, teasingly. "Huh." Li Ruoqing looked down to find that his once pristine robe was now besmirched with sweat and expelled impurities. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he said, "I'll go wash up first, and then return to ask the teacher about magic." Subsequently, Li Ruoqing hastily departed from the courtyard, almost as if in flight. Themis, observing the somewhat flustered Li Ruoqing, could not help but chuckle. She had always imagined this young lord of the city to be composed and self-assured, never anticipating the opportunity to witness his moment of embarrassment. Little Snow, puzzled by Themis' sudden laughter, inquired about the cause, yet Themis remained tight-lipped, urging her instead to continue her magical training. In stark contrast to the harmony of Frost City, the kingdoms and cities that had previously mobilized vast numbers of personnel, even armies, were far from jubilant. Their expeditions yielded merely a handful of high-grade crystals and the inner cores of magical beasts. Crucial high-level techniques and treasures remained elusive, with not a single coveted artifact from the mysterious realm to be found. Particularly, Honda from Maple Leaf City listened to his subordinate's report with a countenance as dark as thunder. He had not anticipated that even a mid-stage martial master like Chun Tianxing, whom he had dispatched, would fail to seize the secret realm from Frost City, inciting his ire. As for the crucial treasures within the secret realm, he speculated they had likely been hoarded by Li Ruoqing, the cunning sixth prince masquerading as a fool. Yet he dared not provoke him lightly. Was it true that Frost City had powerful allies? Even in the face of the unexpected treasures of the secret realm, he could endure their absence. However, the emergence of formidable experts in the border city gave him pause. Indeed, they had a grand sorcerer and a martial general to contend with, who had obstructed their ascent to the mountainous secrets. Ultimately, it was only after expending a significant sum of gold coins that they managed to ascend and enter the secret realm. Chun Tianxing wore a crestfallen expression, astonished that he had been outmaneuvered by a mere youth. This Li Ruoqing was truly a venomous adversary. How much gold did you expend? Hondo inquired, taken aback. He had not anticipated that this sixth prince from the imperial capital was a cunning figure, seizing the opportunity amidst turmoil. 100,000 gold coins had secured those crystals and magical beast cores. Reflecting on this matter, Chun Tianxing felt a pang of regret. How could a high-level secret realm yield such meager spoils? It was truly disheartening. This lad is quite astute. Charging you 100,000 gold coins for these items seems reasonable, considering the treasures within the secret realm were ostensibly shared with you, Honda remarked nonchalantly. Though he surmised that the true treasures had likely been appropriated by this young man, the presence of a grand sorcerer made matters rather complicated. My lord, what shall we do next? Chun Tianxing, relieved that Honda did not cast blame upon him, exhaled softly. Initially, he had hoped to acquire heavenly-level techniques or divine weapons within the secret realm, yet those aspirations had proven to be mere fantasies. He had contemplated confronting Li Ruoqing to compel him to surrender the treasures, but quickly dismissed the idea. Not only was the grand sorcerer a formidable barrier, but even Zhao Yun, fully armed, instilled doubt in his ability to secure those coveted artifacts. He could only place his hopes in Honda, resigning himself to the notion that even if he could not feast on the meat, perhaps some broth would still be available. For the time being, we shall remain still. According to the intelligence I have received, the Orc army will soon launch its third full-scale offensive. The 500,000 troops stationed at the border are likely to be overwhelmed, and that will be our moment to act, Honda remarked with a smile. Having awaited this opportunity for over a decade, once the border garrison is either breached or severely weakened, he, Honda, can rally his elite forces and seize control of the territory, declaring himself a sovereign. This information was relayed to him by his spies in the Orc kingdom, and the commander of the Songlong Empire, Tiger, has called upon him to coordinate their efforts and achieve a decisive victory. Chapter 44 Negotiation. Once I secure the entire border and establish my kingdom, I shall reward you handsomely. Honda, lost in his reverie of becoming a regional overlord, did not forget to promise his subordinates generous rewards, for the realization of his dreams depended on their unwavering loyalty. Thank you, my lord. I wish you the swift realization of your dreams. Chun Tianxing responded respectfully. Commander Chen, you are mistaken. It should be your majesty the king, another commander in the council chamber flattered. General Wang, your words resonate deeply with me. Honda laughed heartily. He had harbored a hint of skepticism, but it appeared that none among his subordinates were the loyal patriots he had feared. He could confidently proceed with his next schemes. In the lord's mansion of Hanshuan City, a stranger arrived. Xiao Yu, are you certain that the delicacies at the lord's mansion surpass those of the tavern? Zhao Linglong regarded the wolf king Xiao Yu with skepticism. Initially, she had been relishing her meal at the tavern, but upon Xiao Yu's assertion that the food at the lord's mansion would be superior, her curiosity piqued. She hastily settled her bill and rushed to the mansion. The guards at the lord's mansion, recognizing Zhao Linglong as unfamiliar, contemplated stopping her, but upon Xiao Yu's assurance that she was a friend of Li Ruoqing, they did not press further and allowed them both to enter. Timing their arrival perfectly, it was nearly dinner time, and Xiao Yu was eager to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Initially, he had thought that Li Ruoqing, being so cunning, would exploit him, but to his surprise, the meals provided were indeed lavish, featuring a delightful array of culinary creations, expertly prepared and visually appealing. Especially when he observed his sister gazing longingly at the modestly presented dishes in the tavern, he felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Rest assured, my sister, I stake my wolfish life on it. The delicacies at the lord's mansion are far superior to those at any tavern, Xiao Yu quickly assured her, anxious to avoid incurring her wrath. Upon receiving news from his attendant, Li Ruoqing soon arrived, puzzled by the sight of the formidable beast being so easily embraced by a young lady, with no sign of resistance whatsoever. As he entered the reception room, He quickly spotted Zhao Linglong, who was surveying her surroundings. She was tall and elegant, clad in a flowing white gown, exuding an air of noble grace that set her apart from ordinary women. "I am Li Ruoqing. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, young lady?" Li Ruoqing stepped forward and spoke. "Oh, so you are Li Ruoqing. You appear even younger than what Xiaoya described," Zhao Linglong remarked, observing him with curiosity. Despite their heights, a certain youthful innocence was still evident in their features. Indeed, as the Wolf King Xiaoya had stated, he was still but a boy. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoqing shot a fierce glare at the nearby Wolf King Xiaoya. "Have you been speaking ill of me again?" Seeing the trouble brewing, the Wolf King immediately made his escape. With Xiaoya's departure, a heavy silence enveloped the reception room. Eventually, it was Li Ruoqing who broke the stillness. "Ahem. Given your familiarity with Xiaoya, I presume you hail from the Monster Beast Mountains?" He inquired cautiously, noting the evident rapport between the two. After all, Xiaoya, being from the Monster Beast Mountains, would not have acquaintances within the human realm unless. "Indeed, you are quite perceptive. I am Zhao Linglong, the current Monster Emperor from the Monster Beast Mountains. I have come to the human territory in search of suitable cultivation techniques and treasures," Zhao Linglong confessed, having discerned that Li Ruoqing had grasped part of her identity. That is rather curious. If you have already attained the rank of Monster Emperor, what need have you for human cultivation techniques?" Li Ruoqing was taken aback by Zhao Linglong's forthrightness regarding her intentions. However, he found it perplexing that a formidable being from the monster beast lineage would still seek human cultivation methods, as he had never encountered such a matter before. "This is a closely guarded secret pertaining to our monster beast lineage, and I am not at liberty to disclose it. Xiaoya mentioned that you recently acquired treasures from a secret realm. I imagine there are numerous high-level techniques and artifacts among them. I wish to trade for them," Zhao Linglong asserted. Although she held a certain admiration for Li Ruoqing, she refrained from revealing the purpose of the cultivation techniques, for if such information were to leak, the safety of the Monster Beast Mountains could be compromised. "I possess high-level techniques, even those capable of advancing to the divine realm. However, these items hold significant value. As you likely understand, I am curious, what do you have to offer in exchange?" Li Ruoqing did not anticipate that Zhao Linglong would approach him so courteously, assuming she would demand high-level techniques and treasures outright. Deep within the Monster Beast Mountains, there are numerous heavenly materials and divine-grade medicinal herbs. "I believe these could serve as a fair exchange," Zhao Linglong countered, presenting her offerings in response to Li Ruoqing's skepticism. Divine-grade medicinal herbs? Li Ruoqing was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected that the Monster Beast Mountains, often regarded as a perilous territory, could yield such extraordinary resources. It is well known that a single supreme medicinal herb, when refined into a pill, could fetch an astronomical price, and divine-grade herbs had rarely been encountered across the Yunnan continent. Those fortunate enough to possess them were often powerful figures within the martial saint or even martial god realms, utilizing them to concoct divine pills for breakthroughs. He had previously completed the system tasks and unlocked the alchemist's secondary profession, but he had little time to concoct elixirs. Furthermore, there were not many high-quality herbs available in Frost City, at best allowing for the refinement of some low-tier herbs of the first and second rank, which were of little utility. However, with the unending supply of herbs from the Beast Mountain range, wouldn't he be able to swiftly elevate his alchemist level? Li Ruoqing felt a surge of enthusiasm, never anticipating that this Zhao Linglong would present him with such a grand gift, a truly benevolent soul. Ahem. As for this method of trade, I am generally in agreement. However, securing a high-tier alchemist is not an easy task, and these divine-grade herbs may not be immediately useful. How about we alter the terms of our exchange? Instead of divine-grade herbs, we could substitute them with high-tier and exquisite herbs in greater quantities. On my part, I can offer you a plethora of high-tier human cultivation techniques to choose from, as well as high-tier Xian weapons for trade. It would be preferable if we could establish a long-term partnership. Li Ruoqing did not wish for a one-off transaction, considering that aside from himself, very few from the human race would think of the abundant high-tier herbs coveted by many in the Beast Mountain range. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Linglong smiled and said, "I accept, but I have another condition." Chapter 45. Alliance. I wish to form an alliance with you. In times of peril, the other party must provide timely assistance and cannot shirk responsibility. Zhao Linglong's proposal took Li Ruoqing by surprise. He had not expected this female demon sovereign to focus her attention on him. What prompted this thought? Li Ruoqing inquired, puzzled. Although he was a prince of the Qian dynasty, he was currently merely the lord of a small border town, with a martial arts realm that was not particularly high. What could she possibly want by allying with him? The powerful figure with the sword case, who recently broke through during seclusion in the Beast Mountain range. Is a martial sage, Zhao Linglong explained. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoqing suddenly understood. She had her sights set on his uncle, Jian Songhai. However, it must be said that in this era where the martial emperor realm represented the pinnacle of martial prowess on the continent, receiving assistance from a martial sage would undoubtedly place one in an invincible position, entirely unafraid of any schemes, whether covert or overt. After all, with a martial sage presiding, even an army of hundreds of thousands would find it challenging to gain the upper hand. This realm of power could already begin to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, harnessing the force of these laws to continuously draw upon the primordial energy of the universe. The formidable martial techniques capable of devastating destruction could be unleashed without restraint, transcending mere numbers. As for the comparison to a saint mage, it was even more terrifying. A forbidden spell of various magical systems could cover an entire city or even extend for miles, wielding terrifying power. Since that is the case, let us enjoy our cooperation. Li Ruoqing harbored no resentment towards Zhao Linglong's calculations. In the Yunnan continent, where strength was revered, her recognition of Jian Lao's prowess and her proactive proposal for trade indicated sincerity. After all, to toy with a martial sage would exact a price that even the Beast Mountain range might struggle to bear. Zhao Linglong was quite pleased with the situation. Li Ruoqing did not take advantage of having a martial saint as a backing to bargain with her. Instead, he offered an abundance of exquisite and rare medicinal herbs, which to their millennia-old stockpile was but a drop in the ocean. Within a few hundred years, they could cultivate a new batch. Moreover, in the vicinity of the core region of the mountain range, near the Lake of Life, it would take merely a few decades to yield another harvest. This was the cornerstone of their enduring legacy over thousands of years, allowing the beastmen to thrive at the intersection of the human and beast tribes. Once the cooperation was established, Li Ruoqing noticed that Zhao Linglong had no intention of leaving and thus invited her to share dinner. She graciously accepted. During the meal, Li Ruoqing and his companions were utterly astounded by Zhao Linglong's voracious appetite. With over 10 dishes presented, before they could take more than a few bites, half had already vanished before the princess. Shall we ask the kitchen to prepare more? Wang Yi suggested quietly from the side, perplexed by this girl's extraordinary capacity. Li Ruoqing bore no resentment, while Xiaoxue felt somewhat disheartened as the dishes she longed to savor were quickly consumed by Zhao Linglong. Observing Xiaoxue's disappointment and Zhao Linglong's insatiable hunger, Li Ruoqing concurred with Wang Yi's suggestion. Since Miss Linglong had such a fondness for food, it would be wise to have the kitchen prepare additional dishes. Though these delicacies were somewhat extravagant and costly, Li Ruoqing was not financially constrained at this point. Having recently acquired a substantial sum from the commanders at Tianzi Mountain, this expenditure was negligible. Zhao Linglong was very satisfied with Li Ruoqing's hospitality. Previously, she had heard the Wolf King of the Howling Moon boast about the lavish meals at the city lord's mansion, and now, experiencing it firsthand, she found it truly delightful, far more enticing than the pricey dishes at the tavern. She reminisced about her past meals in the Beast Mountain, where she feasted on low-ranking beasts, consisting mainly of roasted and stewed meat, which was quite a torment. That evening, Li Ruoqing gathered his skilled subordinates to introduce Zhao Linglong. The revelation that this stunning beauty was the current Beast Emperor of the mountain came as a surprise to everyone, as they had expected such a title to be held by a fierce and imposing creature rather than a lady, leading to a significant contrast in their expectations. However, none dared to underestimate Zhao Linglong, for who could ascend to such a position without being formidable in their own right? Among them, Jian Songhai remained the most composed, not casting an extra glance at Zhao Linglong merely because she was the Beast Emperor. Perhaps in his mind, the pursuit of breaking through realms and comprehending the laws of nature was of paramount importance. Li Ruoqing then recounted the cooperation he had established with Zhao Linglong, which met with no objections from the others. After all, since they had already allied with the Beastmen, forming an alliance with the Beast Mountain, which posed no deep-seated animosity, seemed inconsequential. Zhao Yun and Wang Yi, however, expressed keen interest in the medicinal herbs Li Ruoqing mentioned he would be refining. Wang Yi inquired softly, "Your Highness, when did you master the art of alchemy? The humble servant has never had the privilege of hearing you speak before." Cough, cough. Fortuitously, I have inherited the teachings of a master alchemist. With a sufficient supply of medicinal herbs to practice with, I anticipate being able to concoct intermediate-level elixirs in no time. Li Ruoqing is quite confident in his abilities. His alchemical skills are rapidly advancing. When the system activated the alchemist subprofession, it generously provided a comprehensive guide to alchemy, offering explicit explanations on formulas, techniques, temperature control, and timing. Upon hearing that Li Ruoqing had acquired such a rare inheritance, even Jian Songhai was somewhat moved. Having traveled across much of the Yunnan continent for decades, he had encountered all manner of extraordinary individuals, martial artists, master craftsmen, and alchemists alike. Among these, the alchemist holds the highest esteem from powerful beings. Regardless of how formidable a mystical weapon may be, its true potential can only be realized when wielded by someone of great strength. Aside from diligent cultivation, it is the various miraculous elixirs crafted by alchemists that can expedite one's training pace and even facilitate breakthroughs in cultivation realms. However, such masters of alchemy are predominantly found within imperial dynasties and super sects, occupying positions of great prestige and remaining elusive to the common folk. This scarcity of high-grade elixirs in the market is further exacerbated. Large merchant associations, such as the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce and Wanbao Tower, fortunate enough to auction elixirs from high-tier alchemists, often see bids soaring into the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of gold coins. The onlookers regarded Li Ruoqing with renewed eagerness. In addition to the high-grade elixirs that could facilitate breakthroughs, mid-tier healing potions and restorative elixirs are also in high demand. If His Highness could produce these in large quantities, their strength would undoubtedly be enhanced further. Possessing elixirs in battles would certainly provide a greater assurance of victory. Cough, cough. Once I have successfully concocted them, I will be sure to share. Although their intentions were benign, Li Ruoqing felt somewhat uneasy under the many gazes fixed upon him and promptly shifted the topic. Chapter 46. The Crafting of Elixirs Teacher. If there are no pressing matters in the next few days, I would like you to accompany me to the imperial capital. I have received intelligence that Wanbao Tower will auction 2 female elves in a week, and I wish to acquire them. Li Ruoqing addressed Timai's Jian Songhai. A terrifying presence akin to a nuclear warhead need not be called upon lightly. This endeavor was to rescue the elves and forge alliances, ultimately obtaining the magical cultivation insights of their ancestral elven masters, making Timai's company particularly fitting. Timai's was somewhat astonished. She was well aware of the elves residing in the fairy forest, yet she had not anticipated that elves would be captured by humans and even turned into auction items. Was there no movement from the fairy forest? Under such a humiliating circumstance, the elven race should not remain passive. Others shared a similar sentiment. It is well known that on the Yunnan continent, the elves and dragons are recognized as 2 of the longest-lived races, often living for thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. This longevity implies the presence of high-tier powerhouses among them. It is not unusual to find martial saints or holy sorcerers within their ranks. The elven race dispatched a team of martial respect experts in an attempt to retrieve the abducted elves. However, the mercenary group responsible for their capture had taken refuge in the imperial capital and refused to emerge, leaving them at an impasse. However, should this continue, once the elves deploy their formidable warriors from the martial emperor and martial saint realms, the situation will undoubtedly escalate. Li Ruoqing recounted the unfolding tale to the assembly, his demeanor betraying a hint of schadenfreude. Your Highness, with only you and Timai's, will there be sufficient manpower? Wang Yi, well aware of the treacherous depths of the imperial capital, expressed his concerns. The duo of Li Ruoqing and Timai's might find it challenging to navigate the complexities alone. Then let us also bring along the Howling Moon Wolf King. Li Ruoqing pondered, ultimately deciding to expand their party for the journey to the imperial capital. I shall accompany you. There was no dissent from the others, though Zhao Linglong was somewhat restless, having just arrived at the city lord's mansion for a sumptuous feast. She found it unacceptable that the city lord would depart with her subordinates. She insisted on joining as well, eager to encounter an elf for the first time. Li Ruoqing was taken aback by Zhao Linglong's eager request to join, but after some contemplation, he acquiesced. If they encountered trouble in the imperial capital, it was uncertain whether Timai's alone could manage the situation. Thus, adding Zhao Linglong would provide greater assurance. The trio, along with one wolf, resolved to set off for the imperial capital in 3 days. During the ensuing days, Zhao Linglong returned to the Beast Mountain range with the Howling Moon Wolf King. Upon their return, the wolf revealed its true form, bearing a considerable quantity of medicinal herbs back to Frosty City. Observing this, Li Ruoqing was equally proactive. Retrieving a collection of advanced techniques and martial arts tomes he had previously gathered, allowing Zhao Linglong to select at her leisure. Meanwhile, he waved his hand, transferring a mountain of herbs into the system space before retreating to the training chamber for a 2-day seclusion to concoct potions. Zhao Linglong chose the Heavenly Tier Technique Battle Heaven Decision along with advanced martial arts like Tier Heaven Claw, Cold Ice True Formula, and Ride Wind and Cover Rain Technique. immersing herself in her cultivation with great enthusiasm. Team Eyes continued to instruct the young snow sorceress in her magical studies. The girl, perhaps due to her practice of the starry body refinement technique, exhibited a marked enhancement in her spiritual awareness, becoming increasingly adept at casting first and second-tier spells. Under Yang Yu's supervision, the expansion plans for Frosty City progressed vigorously, thanks to the relentless efforts of the craftsmen and the orc laborers. The road renovation project was successfully completed. The concrete roads, after a day of drying, quickly became robust. The townsfolk, astonished by the transformation, had initially seen only the diligent laborers at work the previous day, unaware that a grand thoroughfare would emerge in just one day. Many curiously traversed back and forth, discovering that the new road bore no difference from the previous bluestone path. The craftsmen, adhering to Li Ruoqing's blueprint, commenced the construction of new residential districts near the city walls. As for the central area of Frosty City, per Li Ruoqing's directive, it was to be reclaimed for the development of a large commercial district. Although Yang Yu grasped only a fraction of the specifics, he diligently executed the city lord's orders, having arranged for personnel to inform each household about the need for relocation. Meanwhile, the merchant caravan that had been hastily assembled returned successfully from the Kingdom of Green, notably laden with goods. Upon the arrival of the soap shipment at the Tianyuan Merchant Association in the Kingdom of Green, Ding Yanhong, the head of the association, swiftly recognized the latent value of the products. Without hesitation, she placed the soaps on the association's sales display and instructed her subordinates to deliver 5 bars to several officials' residences. Initially, the officials regarded the modest soaps with indifference, suspecting them to be yet another novelty from the Tianyuan Merchant Association. However, to their surprise, the ladies of the households found them delightful, particularly enchanted by the lingering floral fragrance they left on their hands. It was simply extraordinary. News of the association's innovative product spread rapidly. The following day, a throng of noble women arrived en masse to purchase the soaps, which soon sold out, raking in over 2,000 gold coins. It is noteworthy that the initial batch shipped to the association had only amounted to around 200 bars. The unexpected profitability of the soaps took Yang Yu by surprise, prompting him to urge the artisans to increase production. Given the current output, it was evident that it would not suffice to meet the consumption demands of the surrounding cities and small kingdoms near Hanshuan City. Meanwhile, Li Ruoqing, who was engrossed in alchemical pursuits, made significant progress. Although he initially possessed a wealth of alchemical knowledge and experience, this was his first attempt at personally concocting elixirs. During the process, he occasionally faced challenges due to misjudged temperatures and insufficient extraction of materials, resulting in unsuccessful attempts. After each failure, Li Ruoqing would meticulously analyze the reasons and implement improvements in subsequent attempts. After 8 consecutive failures, he finally succeeded in concocting a first-tier recovery pill on his 9th attempt. Subsequently, as if guided by an unseen force, he adeptly mastered the alchemical techniques, consistently producing first-tier recovery pills and qi recovery pills. While occasional failures still occurred, his growing proficiency led to a remarkable increase in his success rate. Exhausted and mentally drained, he eventually halted his endeavors to practice the star refinement body technique, allowing himself to recuperate. By the next day, Li Ruoqing began to experiment with the concoction of second-tier enhancement pills. Perhaps due to the recent cultivation of the star refinement body technique, his mental acuity had been heightened. After 2 initial failures, he successfully crafted a second-tier enhancement pill, which could augment the user's strength by 30% within half an hour. However, the effects would be significantly diminished for those at or above the martial master level. On the 3rd day, when Li Ruoqing emerged from his alchemical seclusion, Wang Yi, who had been waiting outside the training room, noticed his somewhat haggard demeanor and promptly approached with concern. "Your Highness, you appear rather unwell. Is everything all right?" "It's nothing serious, merely the result of prolonged alchemical work. My mental energy has been somewhat depleted. A short rest will suffice to restore me," Li Ruoqing replied with a smile. Before long, he reunited with several companions, preparing to set off for the imperial capital. Prior to departure, Li Ruoqing presented the fruits of his recent alchemical endeavors, a remarkable total of 300 pills, over 100 first-tier recovery pills and qi recovery pills, several dozen second-tier enhancement pills, and a handful of third-tier spirit pills and strength pills. The crowd allocated the elixirs, and Jian Songhai had already ascended to the rank of martial saint. Thus, these lower-tier potions held no significance for him. Zhao Yun and Temis took some enhancement pills and ascension pills for their future cultivation. The most elated among them was undoubtedly Wang Yi, who, still trapped at the martial king level, regarded these potions as treasures. now armed with high-tier techniques and an abundance of cultivation resources, including a plethora of supportive elixirs. He felt a profound confidence in his impending breakthrough to martial sovereign. Li Ruoqing and his companions set forth towards the imperial capital. Yet Li Ruoqing's strength had yet to reach the martial master realm, causing their journey to progress at a sluggish pace. This prompted Zhao Linglong to express her disdain for quite some time, ultimately leading to the Zhao Yu Wolf King revealing its true form to carry Li Ruoqing through the skies. It must be said, riding atop the Zhao Yu Wolf King's back while soaring through the air was an exhilarating experience, akin to piloting a supercar at breakneck speeds, complemented by the softness of the wolf's first seat, a truly comfortable delight. Meanwhile, several dozen miles from the towering border walls, in the camp of the Orc army, the commanders were engaged in a discussion. At the helm sat the Orc leader, Tej, who was perusing intelligence reports from scouts, and he could not suppress his elation. Excitedly, he proclaimed, "Our allies have conveyed splendid news. Their plan has succeeded. Soon, they will be detained by the elven warriors in the imperial capital, allowing us the opportunity to advance our forces southward and breach those walls." Upon hearing their leader's announcement, many orcs displayed expressions of joy. This arduous battle had persisted for several months, and if they continued to linger, their Orcish troops might succumb to starvation. "Great Marshal, are you certain this plan will succeed?" inquired a worried wolf tribe commander nearby. Having clashed multiple times with the border forces of the Crimson Flame Empire, he was acutely aware of their formidable nature, especially with two martial emperor-level experts stationed in the imperial capital. If they could not restrain the opposing martial emperors, any reinforcements sent their way would spell disaster for their scheme. "Fear not, our ally will assist us in the siege," Tej replied confidently. "I can only imagine how Lin Shuang, the commander of the Crimson Flame Empire's border forces, will be blindsided by the presence of a martial emperor hidden right under his nose, allied with us. This time, I shall ensure his demise. I will avenge our fallen brothers." Though they harbored disdain for such treacherous allies, the prospect of breaking through the border and ensuring the survival of their kin overrode their scruples. Yet, none anticipated the recent blizzard's devastating impact. Most of their grain-growing regions had failed. Otherwise, who would willingly engage in a protracted struggle against those human armies? A bear tribe commander lamented, recalling how he had led over 20,000 starving bear warriors into battle, only to witness their numbers dwindle to less than 10,000 after several fierce conflicts. "Indeed, our Qingyo tribe's crops have also failed," another echoed. "I sincerely hope we can breach the border swiftly. At this rate, our men may perish from hunger before they ever see battle." "Yes, great leader. When shall we confront them in decisive combat?" As the murmurs of the crowd echoed below, Tej bellowed, "Enough. We shall launch our assault in 3 days and engage them in a fierce battle. Once we vanquish this troublesome border garrison, the prosperous cities of the south, along with their bountiful grain supplies, shall belong to us. Gather your people and ensure they are well-fed and well-rested in the next 2 days. We shall then cut down those human warriors." "Yes, Commander." The crowd responded respectfully, departing the tent with elation. After a long day of travel, Li Ruoqing and his companions successfully arrived outside the imperial capital. Gazing upon the city he had not seen for over half a month, Li Ruoqing was filled with myriad emotions. When he had left the capital, he had done so in a rather disheveled state, accompanied only by Wang Yi and a few guards, embarking on a long journey to a small border town. Though he had volunteered for the assignment, it felt little different from being exiled to the frontier. Yet, in less than a month, with the aid of the formidable city lord system, he had not only established himself in that small border town, but had also recruited several powerful allies, including a martial sage who was even absent from the imperial capital. Such a dramatic change was truly exhilarating. As they followed Li Ruoqing into the depths of the capital, he naturally took on the role of guide. Having lived there for over a decade, "Let us find an inn to settle down," he suggested. "Tomorrow, accompany me to the palace. It would be a waste of our long journey if we do not secure military funds." As a still juvenile prince, Li Ruoqing did not possess his own residence in the capital and had previously resided in the royal palace. "Ha ha ha. Are you certain your emperor will grant you military funds?" Zhao Linglong, filled with curiosity, quickly became familiar with Li Ruoqing during their journey, frequently inquiring about the situation in the Qian dynasty. After all, the Beast Mountain range bordered both the Qian dynasty and the Northern Orc Kingdom, so understanding the circumstances of their neighbor was indeed beneficial. What if he refuses? I shall compel him to comply. With you all as my support, he has no choice. Li Ruoqing chuckled. In this era, power and strength dictated one's voice. Did his adoptive father ever consider the difficulties he faced when he shoved numerous captives into his possession? Now, with two martial monarchs at his side, he found that the entire capital only boasted two martial monarchs in total. Would Li Shihuan truly go so far as to summon two martial monarchs to confront him over a mere military budget? Zhao Linglong had not anticipated that her journey would turn her into Li Ruoqing's debt collector. Timaeus was amused by Li Ruoqing's remarks, surprised to discover that both the emperor and prince of the Qian dynasty possessed such cunning. One aimed to evade debts, while the other brazenly sought to collect them. Truly, a tale of fatherly love and filial piety. Chapter 48. The sixth prince returns to the palace to collect debts. The following morning, Li Ruoqing and his companions arrived at the palace with fervor. The palace guards recognized him immediately and greeted him respectfully. "We have the honor of seeing His Highness the sixth prince." Li Ruoqing waved dismissively, saying, "No need for formalities. It is rare for me to return. I wish to see my father in the palace. You may continue your posts." With that, Li Ruoqing led his companions onward. The gatekeeper, upon seeing Li Ruoqing accompanied by two unfamiliar women and a towering, fierce-looking dog, was not particularly surprised. Other princes often brought people into the palace, and Li Ruoqing merely had two women with him, likely companions of his. With effortless familiarity, Li Ruoqing led the two women through numerous palatial halls until they arrived at the Taiha Hall, where Li Shihuan was attending to state affairs. Hearing the attendant's announcement that the sixth prince, Li Ruoqing, had returned and was waiting outside, Li Shihuan found it hard to believe. Just a few days prior, he had issued an edict, and now this son of his had returned without a word. Not dwelling on it further, Li Shihuan instructed the attendant to summon Li Ruoqing inside. However, when he saw Li Ruoqing enter with the breathtakingly beautiful Temis and Zhao Linglong, his eyes brightened. Could it be that his son had procured two stunning women to present to him? Suppressing his thoughts, Li Shihuan feigned calmness and asked, "What brings you back to the capital this time?" "My primary purpose for returning is to attend the Wanbao Tower auction and to request this year's military funds," Li Ruoqing declared without hesitation, laying bare his intentions. Li Shihuan was taken aback by the audacity of this son, who had previously seemed so inconspicuous. Daring to request military funds. How amusing. What makes you think I would grant you military funds? Li Shihuan fixed a piercing gaze on Li Ruoqing, attempting to discern his true feelings. Yet, Li Ruoqing displayed no hint of fear, calmly responding, "Considering you have sent so many beastmen my way, surely you must provide at least 100 or 80,000 gold coins for their settlement." Li Shihuan found himself chuckling at his son's brazen request. It had been years since anyone had dared to confront him so boldly since he ascended the throne. "I have plenty of military funds, but I have no intention of giving them to you. What can you do about it?" he bellowed. "Not give? Then I shall take it myself." After a moment of silence, Li Ruoqing shed his pretense and grinned widely. "Since I have come to the palace to demand military funds today, should you comply, all will be well. If you refuse, I shall compel you." At this moment, Li Ruoqing had completely torn off the mask of civility, harboring long-standing grievances against his father's ways, and now saw an opportunity to retaliate. "You ungrateful wretch! How dare you act so defiantly? Guards, seize him and throw him into the dungeon." Li Shihuan was nearly driven mad by the insolence of his so-called dutiful son, who had the audacity to speak so recklessly. Hearing Li Shihuan's command, guards swiftly surged into the hall to apprehend Li Ruoqing. "Master, I'm counting on you this time." Li Ruoqing, unfazed by the encroaching guards, instead smiled at Temis, who was clad in a flowing white robe of magic. With a subtle wave of her hand, a surge of powerful magic erupted, sending the guards sprawling to the ground, writhing in agony. From his elevated throne, Li Shihuan could not help but curse, realizing how recklessly Li Ruoqing had acted. "So, you've brought reinforcements. Do you think that just one expert can intimidate me? Certainly, one expert alone would not instill such confidence in me. If my memory serves me right, there should be two martial emperors serving within the palace. However, one of them is likely aged and in decline, his prowess diminished significantly. Do you truly believe they would engage in a fierce battle for an emperor who has defaulted on military funds?" As Li Ruoqing eloquently articulated this, the previously irate Li Shihuan's expression darkened further. He could scarcely fathom that this inconspicuous illegitimate prince had, in such a brief span, enlisted the support of two martial emperors and directly threatened him within the palace. The atmosphere within the palace grew palpably tense. Li Shihuan remained silent, and noticing his reluctance to concede, Li Ruoqing winked at Zhao Linglong, signaling her to showcase her prowess and enlighten his ineffectual father regarding reality. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure emanated from Zhao Linglong, causing the guards, who had only just managed to rise, to be once again forced to the ground, rendered motionless by the overwhelming force. Li Shihuan, straining to circulate the true essence within his body, realized with certainty that Li Ruoqing was not lying. This was indeed the presence of a martial emperor, and the pressure was even more intense than that of the palace's two guardians. Ultimately, under the duress exerted by Li Ruoqing, Li Shihuan relented and issued a decree allowing Li Ruoqing to approach the Minister of Finance to procure 500,000 gold coins for military expenses. With the decree in hand, Li Ruoqing departed with a sense of triumph, having endured humiliation for over a decade and finally seizing control. What a gratifying reversal. Meanwhile, Li Shihuan, having been coerced into signing the decree, seethed with anger within the palace, repeatedly smashing valuable artifacts. Even his longtime attendants stood cautiously by, fearful of incurring the wrath of their irate sovereign. After half an hour, having gradually regained his composure, Li Shihuan left the Hall of Supreme Harmony to consult the two martial emperors about their opinions. Given the commotion that had ensued, the guardians must have sensed the disturbance, and he sought their counsel. Esteemed seniors, my rebellious son, Li Ruoqing, has somehow recruited two martial emperors, and I implore you to assist me in teaching this ungrateful child a lesson. Li Shihuan stated directly, his disdain for this wayward son palpable. The two martial emperors remained silent for a prolonged period. Finally, the elder guardian, Zhou Linfeng, spoke in a somber tone, Your Majesty, we pledged to the late emperor that we would not act unless faced with foreign invasion or the annihilation of our nation. As for the internal strife within the royal family, we are regrettably powerless to intervene. Perhaps Your Majesty should consider this from a different perspective. This prince is ultimately of the Qian dynasty's bloodline, your own offspring, with the Beastman's army poised menacingly in the north. Why not be magnanimous and grant him the title of King of the North to fend off the southern advance of the Beastmen? The second guardian, Wang Yuanhu, suggested with narrowed eyes. Compared to Zhou Linfeng's reluctance to engage in courtly disputes, he was more inclined to lend support to this emperor, who had been favorable to him. Chapter 49. Li Ruoqing becomes the object of desire. How dare this ungrateful son threaten me, and yet expect me to bestow upon him the title of king? Absolutely not. Li Shihuan never anticipated that these two offerings would actually adhere to the words of that rebellious child, refusing to lend their assistance. The second offering, Wang Yuanhu, even suggested that he should placate the situation and grant that ungrateful son a royal title, a notion that was nothing short of a tremendous disgrace. Observing the furious departure of Li Shihuan, Zhou Linfeng inquired of Wang Yuanhu, Are you certain he will acquiesce? Despite not voicing his stance earlier, he inwardly supported Wang Yuanhu's proposition. Having survived for over 6 centuries thanks to the resources provided by the royal family of the Qian dynasty, he now found himself nearing the end of his life, with perhaps only 5 more years to live. The two had previously fretted over the dwindling number of martial sovereigns under the royal jurisdiction, as such a decline would place the Qian dynasty in a precarious position. Neither the neighboring human dynasties nor the northern Songlong Empire would miss the opportunity to exploit the Qian dynasty's weakness, launching invasions to seize cities and resources. If they could appease Li Ruoqing and have him station martial sovereigns in the northern territories, the pressure upon them would be significantly alleviated. Even if the Songlong Empire harbored ulterior motives, they could not hope to gain an advantage against 3 martial sovereigns in the north. The question remained whether Emperor Li Shihuan could set aside his pride and make a resolute decision. Although Li Shihuan had issued a strict order that the matter of Li Ruoqing coercing him for military funds must remain confidential, several well-informed princes nonetheless caught wind of the news. They were astonished to learn that their inconspicuous 6th brother had displayed such audacity, not only confronting their father in the Grand Hall, but also managing to ally himself with 2 martial sovereigns. This was utterly absurd. How could this young man, devoid of wealth or power, attract such attention? While they harbored feelings of envy and resentment, they were left with no choice. To vie for the throne and become the future emperor of the Qian dynasty, they needed to forge alliances, and even if they despised Li Ruoqing, they could not allow him to drift towards the camps of other princes, inadvertently benefiting their rivals. Thus, after successfully acquiring 500,000 gold coins from the Minister of Finance for military expenses, Li Ruoqing and his companions encountered several confidants of the princes on their way back to the tavern, who extended invitations for them to attend their master's banquets. Li Ruoqing smiled and did not rush to respond. He simply accepted the invitations, indicating that he would attend if time permitted. The envoys dared not press further, as their masters had instructed them to invite Li Ruoqing to the feast and not to insist if he declined. Although they were puzzled by their master's sudden interest in the 6th prince, they complied with the orders given. Li Ruoqing has banquets to attend. Surely, there will be a wealth of delicacies. Why refuse? As Li Ruoqing turned down several invitations, Zhao Linglong beside him became increasingly restless. To let such sumptuous feasts slip away was an egregious waste. Li Ruoqing smiled and reassured Linglong, "Rest assured, my dear. Although I declined their invitation today, they will undoubtedly extend their offers again tomorrow, perhaps even in person. I am well aware of my brother's intentions. That is splendid. Having the opportunity to visit such a bustling human city, I am certain there will be an abundance of exquisite delicacies to savor. I must indulge thoroughly." Ever since her sumptuous experience at the city lord's residence, Zhao Linglong had become increasingly enamored with fine cuisine, not only craving delicious food, but also possessing an astonishing appetite. Fortuitously, her coffers were sufficiently filled with gold. Otherwise, it would be quite a challenge to cater to such a voracious appetite. With less than 2 days remaining until the elven auction at the Wanbao building, Li Ruoqing found himself with little to occupy his time. Thus, he decided to accompany a few companions to the Wanbao building to scout the venue and perhaps discover some useful treasures or items. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Wanbao building, even Li Ruoqing could not help but be astonished. The expansive hall bustled with elegantly attired nobles, a constant flow of people creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. Truly, it was the imperial capital, teeming with affluence. Li Ruoqing approached the front desk to inquire about the proceedings. A young lady with an exquisite countenance greeted him, her nameplate inscribed with the characters Huang Mingyao. With warmth, she addressed him, "Sir, how may I assist you today? Has today's auction commenced?" Li Ruoqing inquired. "It has been underway for some time. Should you wish to participate, a deposit of 10,000 gold coins is required for entry into the auction hall," Huang Mingyao patiently explained. "What if I have items I wish to consign for auction?" Li Ruoqing suddenly recalled that he possessed certain items that could be exchanged for gold. "That is certainly possible. However, your items must first be appraised by our master appraiser before they can be listed for auction," she replied. "That is no issue. I have a batch of second-tier elixirs. Your appraiser is capable of evaluating them, correct?" Li Ruoqing retrieved several exquisite jade vials from his spatial storage, containing second-tier Xingyuan pills and Peiyuan pills. During the earlier distribution of elixirs, he had retained a considerable quantity. Thus, he seized this opportunity to convert them into gold. "Second-tier elixirs," Huang Mingyao exclaimed, as if she had heard astonishing news. "Please hold on. I will fetch our master appraiser." Regaining her composure, Huang Mingyao hurried off to summon assistance. Shortly thereafter, an elder clad in a blue robe appeared, accompanying her. He scrutinized Li Ruoqing from head to toe, initially assuming he was merely a young master attempting to sell elixirs due to a lack of funds. With a cool demeanor, he stated, "I am Glanz, a third-tier alchemist. You wish to consign elixirs? Present them for my appraisal." Li Ruoqing casually handed over the elixirs he had crafted. Glanz, who had initially regarded the elixirs with disdain, soon adopted a solemn expression. The quality of these elixirs was unexpectedly superb, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance and exhibiting minimal impurities. "These are indeed high-grade elixirs. Young man, from which master did you acquire these elixirs?" Glanz held a strong desire to meet the master who concocted these elixirs. If he could forge a connection with a high-ranking alchemist and exchange insights on alchemy, he might transcend his current realm and attempt to refine the four-tiered elixirs. However, Li Ruoqing did not engage in the conversation, merely inquiring about the appraisal results of these potions. Observing Li Ruoqing's reluctance to discuss the alchemist, Glanz resigned himself and replied calmly that these second-tier elixirs were indeed genuine, classified as high-quality second-tier, and could be auctioned at their upcoming auction event. Chapter 50. The frantic auction. Receiving Master Glanz's affirmative response, Huang Mingyao enthusiastically stated, "Young master, if you are indeed certain about auctioning these elixirs, I shall take them into the auction hall." She added, "Our auction house frequently showcases rare treasures. If you are interested, feel free to accompany me inside." "Very well. Please lead the way." Mississippi Li Ruoqing was eager to enter and see if he could unearth any treasures. Temis and Zhao Linglong did not oppose this, especially Zhao Linglong, who was quite intrigued by the auction, having never witnessed one before. As for the Howling Moon Wolf King, since Zhao Linglong had arrived, its status had plummeted significantly. It was only acknowledged when work was required of it. In situations like these, no one would inquire about a wolf's opinion. It simply followed wherever they went. Huang Mingyao, mistaking the wolf trailing closely behind as Li Ruoqing's pet, did not send it away. Instead, she tacitly allowed it to accompany the group into the auction hall. If the decor of the Wanbao building's lobby exuded an air of sophistication and elegance, the auction venue epitomized opulence. Luxurious carpets adorned the floors, and magical crystals illuminated the corners. At the center of the hall hung a magnificent crystal chandelier, casting a striking glow upon the podium below. At that moment, the alluring and sensuous female auctioneer, with a captivating tone, announced, "This four-tiered divine arm bow has been specially crafted by a master weaponsmith for the Imperial Divine Guard. Those endowed with innate strength or profound cultivation may utilize this bow to strike down experts at the martial king level from several miles away, severely injuring those at the martial sovereign level. The starting bid is 30,000 gold coins." With the auctioneer's exaggerated introduction, many buyers in attendance were intrigued. The prospect of acquiring a weapon capable of severely injuring a martial sovereign was enticing, whether to befriend powerful individuals or for personal use. "I bid 35,000 gold coins," shouted a rugged-looking middle-aged man. A sinister voice interjected from the side. "Zhang Shixin, you think you can secure this treasure for 35,000 gold coins? Not a chance. I bid 40,000 gold coins. Damn it. Once I acquire this divine arm bow, the first thing I'll do is deal with you, you insufferable coward." Zhang Shixin, furious at his old rival Wang Yingyan for attempting to outbid him, was seething with anger. Having been mocked and subjected to malicious price hikes in previous auctions, he could hardly contain his frustration. As the bidding continued, the price of the divine arm bow swiftly escalated to over 60,000 gold coins, more than double the starting bid. Li Ruoqing could only exclaim at the sheer profit being amassed. He had the fortune of witnessing the divine arm bow during his time with the Divine Guard, and although it is classified as a fourth-tier profound weapon, it demands a high level of skill from its user. Moreover, it necessitates specially crafted armor-piercing arrows to achieve the remarkable feat, as the auctioneer had claimed, of slaying masters at the martial king level from miles away. As for inflicting severe injuries upon a martial sovereign, that remains purely theoretical. Would a martial sovereign, a formidable opponent, stand idly by, devoid of any defenses, simply to serve as a target for your arrows? Furthermore, once one reaches the martial king level, their true essence can be externalized into a protective aura, unless one possesses a divine weapon or is a high-tier powerhouse capable of overwhelming their opponent. Penetrating this protective aura is exceedingly difficult. Seated in a corner of a small private room, Li Ruoqing and the two women observed the fervent auction within the hall. Zhao Linglong, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "Is the divine arm bow truly that formidable? How can it fetch such a high price? I can't help but feel it might not even pierce the skin of Xiaoya." "Be more confident. Remove the might," Li Ruoqing replied with a smile. "That bow, when paired with specialized armor-piercing arrows, can at most slay a martial king. To deal with a martial sovereign is nothing short of a fantasy." The auctioneer has clearly exaggerated the bow's practical efficacy. Let us see who the unfortunate fool is who ultimately buys it. In the end, the fourth-tier profound weapon, the divine arm bow, was sold for a staggering 70,000 gold coins to a cold, masked man. Upon witnessing the high sale, the auctioneer beamed with delight, her charm fully on display, captivating many men in the audience. Li Ruoqing, driven by curiosity, found himself stealing glances at her, though he was accompanied by the even more beautiful Zhao Linglong and Temis, which had somewhat dulled his resistance to beauty. "Ladies and gentlemen," the auctioneer announced, "today at the Wanbao Pavilion, we have received a commission from a seller to present a batch of second-tier elixirs. They include the essence-enhancing pill and the foundation-building pill. According to Master Grants, these two elixirs contain minimal impurities and are regarded as top-tier. I'm sure you will all find them intriguing." A maid, adorned in palace attire, gracefully ascended the auction stage carrying 8 white jade vials. As Master Grants had elucidated, the essence-enhancing pill is an explosive elixir that can elevate the user's power by 30% for a brief period, albeit followed by a half-day of weakness. The effects of the foundation-building pill are even more wondrous, capable of purifying the user's physique and strengthening their foundation. Before the auctioneer could finish her introduction, an impatient buyer interjected, "Miss Chime, no need for further explanation. We are well aware of these fine items. Let us commence the bidding." "Indeed, let us begin." Another buyer chimed in, "If I secure these elixirs, I am certain I can break through to the martial king level." Unfazed by the interruption, Chime cheerfully responded, "Very well. Let us commence the auction." Each vial contains 3 essence-enhancing or foundation-building pills, with an opening bid of 10,000 gold coins. Initially, she had intended to start the bidding at 6,000 gold coins, but given their impatience and audacity to interrupt her, she decided to take advantage of the situation and set the starting bid at 10,000. 15,000. An excited middle-aged man called out. He is Yuan Rue, a distant cousin of the Wuling Marquis. Upon witnessing these extraordinary elixirs, he was quickly tempted to acquire them for his talented kin. hoping that they might produce a few more prodigies and continue their illustrious legacy. 18,000. A voice from another direction interjected. It belonged to Wang Jian, the chief steward of the Chancellor Wang Pu's household. With several young masters in his family currently engaged in martial training, purchasing these elixirs would be most beneficial. Should he successfully secure them, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards from his master. 20,000. Upon seeing the price surpassed, Yuan Rue hastily raised his bid. 21,000. You, of the Yuan clan, there are 4 bottles of this elixir. Are you intent on a bidding war with me? Wang Jian retorted, his irritation palpable. He had not anticipated that those who typically flattered him would dare to outbid him today, attempting to snatch the elixirs from his grasp. Did they truly believe that he, the chief steward of the Chancellor's residence, was a mere plaything? Chapter 51. By the heavens, these individuals truly possess wealth. Wang Steward, your assertion is flawed. The rules of the auction dictate that the highest bidder prevails. Miss Chi Mei did not declare these elixirs were exclusively for the Chancellor's residence. Yuan Rue interjected unexpectedly. Many onlookers, eager for the spectacle, chimed in, criticizing Wang Jian. To think they could monopolize items at an auction based on status. How shameless the Chancellor's residence is, forbidding us from participating. As the crowd's murmurs of dissent grew increasingly scathing, Wang Jian seethed with anger, yet refrained from expressing it openly, forcing himself to suppress his wrath and continue bidding. One cannot deny that in the realm of the martial artists on the Yunnan continent, resources for cultivation are scarce, and the competition is fierce. Upon encountering elixirs capable of enhancing one's cultivation, many were willing to part with copious amounts of gold in hopes of acquiring them. After a fierce bidding war, the first bottle of Peiyuan Dan was ultimately auctioned off for an astonishing 50,000. This outcome left Li Ruoqing exclaiming in disbelief at the extravagance, as he had anticipated a maximum price of merely 10,000 gold coins, considering these were only low-tier elixirs, crafted from uncommon herbs rather than rare ones. Yet, to his astonishment, merely 3 Peiyuan Dan fetched a staggering 50,000 gold coins. Surely, even robbing a city wouldn't yield such profits. In light of this situation, Team Eyes fared relatively well. Her innate magical talent and the diligent guidance of her mentor had allowed her to ascend to the rank of Grand Mage in a short span, rendering her need for these elixirs minimal. However, Zhao Linglong's reaction was markedly more pronounced. She was astonished that ordinary herbs, once found in the Beast Mountain range, could be transformed into elixirs worth such a fortune. Those beasts and demon kings certainly had squandered a great deal of gold. How many delicacies could that buy? What a sin. The second bottle auction was the Erji Xingyuan Dan, renowned for its remarkable ability to enhance strength by 30% in a short duration, inciting even greater fervor among the guests. In battles against opponents of equal rank, the disparities in strength are often minimal. Possessing an elixir capable of instantaneously augmenting one's prowess is akin to gaining an extra life. The auction price surpassed that of the Peiyuan Dan, culminating in an astronomical 68,000. The third and fourth bottles of elixirs were sold at exorbitant prices, fetching 60,000 and 66,000 gold coins respectively. Merely 12 elixirs yielded Li Ruoqing a staggering profit of over 240,000 gold coins, nearly half of the military funds. Li Ruoqing couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder at the abundance of wealth in the imperial capital. It would indeed be a pity not to capitalize on such opportunities. He resolved to retreat to a tranquil meditation chamber before the upcoming elven auction in 2 days to continue refining elixirs. This time, he intended to produce at least 7 or 8 batches, vowing not to relent until he had extracted several million gold coins from these affluent patrons. The next item slated for auction was a treasure from the fairy forest, a branch of the elven tree. According to the explanation provided by the consignor, this precious item would transform into a new elven tree after absorbing 500 years of moonlight energy. A mature elven tree could assist practitioners within a certain radius in gathering the essence of heaven and earth, as well as magical elements, and even aid them in comprehending the laws of the universe. A true treasure indeed. Chi Mei lifted the small branch from the tray and began to elucidate its significance to the audience. 500 years to grow a new elven tree. If one hasn't reached the martial emperor realm, can one even survive that long? Remarked a straightforward guest from the audience, his sarcasm palpable. Indeed, 500 years? Who knows if it will even grow? What if it dies halfway through? Wouldn't that be a colossal waste of time and effort? In the face of the discordant murmurs from the crowd, Chi Mei maintained her composure and continued. The starting bid for this branch of the elven tree is 100,000 gold coins. The auction begins now. However, in stark contrast to the previous fervor for elixirs, this branch garnered little interest. After a brief pause of 10 seconds, no one had made a bid. Chi Mei, taken aback by the unexpected silence, persisted, "I believe many of you have families and sections. Bringing this treasure home and nurturing it for 500 years could indeed create a land as prosperous as the fairy forest." Upon hearing Chi Mei's impassioned plea, several attendees began to reconsider. Although they might not require it personally, their respective factions could surely benefit. Moreover, 500 years, while lengthy, was not insurmountable. After all, their descendants could reap the rewards. "I bid 100,000 gold coins," exclaimed a middle-aged man in a white robe, wielding a long sword, unable to contain his eagerness. Li Ruoqing was somewhat surprised and felt a flicker of interest himself, yet he pondered that the branch would only be of true value once it had fully matured. And a growth period of 500 years felt excessively protracted. "If your highness wishes to purchase it, then by all means," suggested Dimes, observing Li Ruoqing's wavering resolve. "This branch appears to be genuine. Furthermore, you may have overlooked that both you and Xiao Xue have practiced the star refining body technique, which continuously absorbs moonlight energy during nighttime cultivation. Star refining body technique. Indeed, I nearly forgot about that," Li Ruoqing exclaimed. "If we plant this branch where we cultivate, it may only take a few decades of nightly practice for it to develop into an elven tree." Li Ruoqing comprehended the crux of the matter and was filled with exhilaration, promptly exclaiming, "I bid 150,000 gold coins." "What? Is there truly someone so naive as to spend such a sum on a mere twig? It seems they have an abundance of wealth to burn." The onlookers were astonished that someone would dare to offer 100,000 for that trivial branch, and even more so at the ludicrous bid of 150,000. What use could such an item serve? It is nothing but a waste of money. The middle-aged cultivator, too, was taken aback by this young man's audacity to spend such a fortune on an utterly useless branch. What a profligate endeavor. 150,000 for the first time. 150,000 for the second time. 150,000 for the third time. Sold. Ultimately, no one else raised their bid, and Li Ruoqing successfully acquired the branch from the elven tree. Most of the individuals present at the auction were seasoned veterans. They were aware that there were still more valuable treasures yet to be presented. Spending their wealth on items of little worth might lead to regrettable losses. Chapter 52. The Ultimate Treasure? Is this it? The subsequent items did not receive the same indifference as the branch from the elven tree. Instead, the crowd eagerly engaged in bidding. The middle-aged cultivator, clad in a Taoist robe, successfully secured a 5th-tier Xian weapon, the Fierce Sun Sword, for 310,000 gold coins, while Wang Jian acquired a defensive Xian weapon for 150,000 gold coins. As the auction neared its conclusion, the auctioneer announced, "Esteemed guests, the final item of today's auction is a cultivation manual from a martial emperor." According to the consignor's description, this manual was obtained during an expedition in a secret realm. Our appraisers have verified the authenticity of its contents, which includes several martial techniques of inferior earth rank. Chi Mei presented the somewhat weathered jade slip before the audience. "Wow, inferior earth rank martial techniques? This is astonishing. The most powerful technique in our family is merely of advanced Xian rank. This is troubling. The ultimate treasure is this item. We might not have enough wealth." Wang Feng hastened back to the Prime Minister's residence and informed the Prime Minister to gather all the gold coins. "We must acquire this manual at all costs. The value of martial techniques far exceeds that of equivalent tier pills and Xian weapons, as the former can be practiced by multiple individuals and passed down through generations, even revitalizing a family. Conversely, pills and Xian weapons are limited to individual use. In terms of practicality, martial techniques reign supreme." Chi Mei understood that this treasure could fetch an astronomical price, so she decided to grant the attendees a moment to prepare. "I understand that this treasure is extraordinary, and thus the starting bid will be relatively high. We have decided to delay the auction by 15 minutes to allow everyone time to gather their funds." 15 minutes? That is hardly enough time to amass the money, a disgruntled guest remarked, although he spoke thus. He was fully aware that the manuscript left by this formidable martial sovereign was likely to fetch a price exceeding 100,000 gold coins, a sum far beyond the reach of an ordinary noble like himself. With time pressing, many guests began to approach their acquaintances, seeking to form alliances in order to collectively bid for this manuscript. After all, they could always transcribe another copy later, ensuring they would not come away empty-handed. What had initially been a scene of individual competition quickly transformed into a lively gathering, as guests banded together, pooling their resources for the bidding war. Meanwhile, in a private room, The Howling Moon Wolf King, idly observing, could not resist teasing. Li, are you not planning to participate in the auction? The manuscript from a martial sovereign, along with Earth-grade martial techniques, would be immensely beneficial for you. Li Ruochen did not respond to the Howling Moon Wolf King's suggestion, merely smiling as he continued to watch the bustling auction hall. Foolish dog, have you never considered what kind of powerful beings left the secret realms that he previously visited? The cunning Zhao Linglong interjected, playfully delivering a rap on the Howling Moon Wolf King's head to remind him of his ignorance. Sister, please don't hit me. How can you be sure of the level of the secret realms he has explored? The Howling Moon Wolf King felt somewhat aggrieved. He had only intended to offer a kind reminder, yet Li Ruochen ignored him, and now his sister was chastising him. Seeing that the Howling Moon was still bewildered and feeling unjustly punished, Zhao Linglong privately conveyed, I obtained a heavenly grade cultivation method and martial techniques from Li Ruochen, which can lead one to the martial god realm in the latter stages. Otherwise, do you think I would treat him so courteously and eagerly ally with Cold Frost City? Unlike humans, who often harbor countless schemes, the beast folk preferred sincerity, laying everything bare. Li Ruochen's willingness to share such precious techniques demonstrated his goodwill. Unlike many humans who held prejudices against their kind, she was more than willing to collaborate with a friend like Li Ruochen for mutual benefit. Zhao Linglong's words thoroughly unsettled the Howling Moon Wolf King, prompting him to question his very existence. How could his sister have acquired a heavenly grade technique capable of leading to the martial god realm from Li Ruochen? This was unfathomable. He could not comprehend why Li Ruochen possessed such invaluable high-grade techniques, and why he would generously share such treasures with his sister. It defied logic. After a while, feeling bored, Li Ruochen suggested that they all leave the auction house to collect the gold coins from the medicinal pills they had previously consigned. However, before they could exit the auction venue, they encountered a group of people. The leader, dressed in luxurious attire with a pale complexion that hinted at overindulgence, immediately cast a lascivious glance at the two beautiful women beside Li Ruochen. Li Ruochen, feeling displeased, furrowed his brow and coldly commanded, "Step aside." Unexpectedly, the other party completely disregarded Li Ruochen, instead leeringly fixating on Temis and Zhao Linglong. With brazen audacity, he proclaimed, "My two beautiful ladies, what is there to gain by following this young lad? Rather, why not accompany me? I assure you a life of luxury and indulgence." With an endless supply of gold to spend each day, Temis and Zhao Linglong were taken aback, one in disbelief at being so brazenly flirted with, while the other, intrigued by this amusing spectacle, smiled at him, curious to see his intentions. However, such provocations incited Li Ruochen's ire. He surged forward with a swift stride, channeling his true essence to deliver a resounding slap to the young man's face, exclaiming in anger, "How dare you flirt before me?" The entourage of the young man was caught off guard by Li Ruochen's sudden aggression, hastily drawing their weapons to retaliate against him in vengeance for their master. A quick-witted attendant rushed to assist his fallen lord, revealing a distinct handprint on his right cheek and a missing front tooth, as Wang Tongyu furiously shouted, "How dare you ambush me? Kill him! Kill him!" Upon receiving their master's command, the attendants charged at Li Ruochen. However, their martial prowess barely reached the latter stages of a warrior, posing no threat to Li Ruochen, who was on the brink of advancing to the rank of a master warrior. In mere moments, he had dispatched them all. Their anguished cries soon attracted the attention of the surrounding guests, who were astonished that a brawl could erupt in the auction hall of Wanbao Tower, effectively slapping the establishment's reputation. Many attendees, eager for entertainment, awaited to see how Wanbao Tower would address this incident. Chapter 53. Encountering an Unyielding Challenge. As more individuals became aware of the commotion at the entrance of the auction hall, the atmosphere shifted to one of strange anticipation. Many guests momentarily abandoned their eagerness to bid on the renowned martial emperor's notes, instead reveling in the unfolding drama, curious as to which party would ultimately face misfortune. Chi Mei, stationed at the auction podium, noticed the unusual happenings at the entrance and felt a surge of indignation. She pondered who this brash youth was, daring to cause a disturbance at Wanbao Tower, especially during an auction, showing her such disrespect. Swiftly, she summoned her attendants to address the situation at the entrance and instructed a trusted aide to gather more people from the hall. Before long, the entrance was swarmed with onlookers, and the steward who had been attending to guests in the hall rushed in, inquiring about the unfolding events. Seizing the moment, Wang Tongyu interjected, "I am the son of the Prime Minister." It was he who struck first. "I merely wished to inquire about those two ladies, only to be assaulted by this brat, and my entire entourage has been injured. Do you not understand the rules of Wanbao Tower?" The steward retorted, To engage in combat here is to tarnish our reputation, and there shall be consequences. Upon hearing that the individual was the son of the prime minister, the steward instinctively chose to take sides. After all, in the imperial capital, apart from the emperor, the prime minister is one of the few who wields real power and holds a position of great significance. They certainly had no reason to offend someone from the prime minister's residence over trivial matters. Curious, Li Ruoqing thought. Are you certain that what the other party claims is the truth? Why not inquire why I acted? He was taken aback by the steward's blatant opportunism. Without even seeking clarification, he was eager to confront him. Xiaoya, I leave this group to you. This Wanbao building has become rather dull. Do me a favor and smash it. Li Ruoqing declared to the Wolf King Xiaoya. Finally, you remember me, kid, having helped you numerous times. Don't forget to share some benefits. Xiaoya the Wolf King readily agreed, recognizing that this was a rare opportunity to earn more favor from Li Ruoqing. Surrounding guests were astonished, unable to believe that a seemingly inconspicuous dog could speak. Only a few well-informed patrons appeared to recall something, their expressions darkening as they hurriedly pulled their companions away, seeking alternative exits to avoid the impending chaos. With a resounding wolf howl, Xiaoya transformed back into his true form, instantly becoming a colossal white wolf, radiating an overwhelming aura. A high-tier demon beast. No, a speaking demon beast. This is a demon sovereign. The guests around were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that the seemingly ordinary dog would, in the blink of an eye, morph into a formidable demon wolf, exuding an aura that rivaled that of a martial sovereign. What on earth is this young man's background? Why is it that the dog accompanying him is a demon sovereign-level beast? This is utterly absurd. Many attendees felt a wave of regret. They should not have lingered to watch the spectacle, as it now appeared they might be caught in the fray. It was evident to the discerning that anyone capable of effortlessly commanding a demon sovereign was not to be trifled with. It seemed the prime minister's residence and Wanbao building had indeed encountered a formidable adversary. Yet, the steward, now trapped in a precarious situation, darkly stated, "Boy, do not presume that having a demon sovereign backing you allows you to act with impunity in my Wanbao building. We are not to be trifled with." Li Ruoqing scoffed. "Since you are adamant in asserting my wrongdoing and are clearly biased toward that brat, then let us fight. Why all the needless chatter? When have the weak ever had a voice? Or is it that beyond bullying the weak and flattering the powerful, your Wanbao building has nothing left but empty words? You." The steward was taken aback by Li Ruoqing's sharp tone. His mere words rendered Wanbao building insignificant, if they did not make a show of strength. With so many guests present, they risked losing face, and the reputation of Wanbao building could be irrevocably tarnished. "Hurry, summon the guest elder." The steward could only muster his resolve, instructing his subordinates to fetch a powerful expert supported by Wanbao building. Although they had failed to recruit a martial emperor-level warrior, they certainly had martial sovereign-level experts who should suffice to deal with this formidable demon sovereign. He felt a twinge of regret, realizing that he had acted rather hastily. Merely listening to Wang Tangyu's self-introduction and a few deflective remarks, he had rushed to declare his allegiance, only to find himself in a predicament. "Alas, Xiaoyu, is there not a benefit to be had? Shouldn't we act swiftly?" Li Ruoqing urged coldly. He was bold enough to threaten Li Shiwan directly. If Wanbao Tower wished to defend Wang Tangyu, they could do so at their own peril, as it was not his enterprise, and he felt no attachment. Upon hearing Li Ruoqing's insistence on benefits, the Wolf King, Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had long coveted the rewards from Li Ruoqing's side. While he did not aspire to attain celestial-level techniques and martial arts like the elder sister, acquiring some high-tier mysterious weapons or earthly martial arts would suffice, as they held significant value. Just as the Wolf King was gathering his energy to unleash a swift, fiery attack, a charming female voice echoed from behind. "Esteemed young sir, I implore you to exercise restraint. It is our Wanbao Tower's mismanagement that has caused you distress." Chi Mei stepped forward amidst the crowd, offering an apologetic smile. "We sincerely request your magnanimity and assure you that appropriate compensation will be rendered shortly as a gesture of goodwill." "What do you mean by this?" Wang Tangyu exclaimed anxiously. "My father is the Prime Minister Wang Pu, and you refuse to aid in my revenge, yet you apologize to this brat?" He had initially hoped that Wanbao Tower would help restore his honor, but how swiftly they had changed their tune. Wang Jian, who had been negotiating funding, overheard his young master's loud reprimand and squeezed through the crowd, bewildered. "Second young master, why are you here? You merely sent a servant to retrieve money. Why has this troublemaking second young master come? Damn it, has trouble arisen again? Wang Butler, you have arrived just in time. This brat dared to strike me. Quickly, have him killed. Those two women must be kept alive." Wang Tongyu, typically a bully towards the weak, regained his bravado upon seeing his family's head steward. Determined to make Li Ruoqing pay, those surrounding them, including the steward of Wanbao Tower and Qi Mei, were astute enough to discern Wang Tongyu's true intentions. He was clearly enamored with the two beauties beside Li Ruoqing. Yet, they had not anticipated that Li Ruoqing was also formidable and had dealt him a severe blow. The attempt at flirtation had backfired spectacularly. Chapter 54. Li Ruoqing, so arrogant seeing the onlookers, Wang Jian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This disappointing second young master had caused trouble yet again. He could hardly fathom why his master would send such a liability to an auction house. Was this not a recipe for disaster? Though internally he was filled with grievances, Wang Jian's face bore no trace of reproach. Instead, he regarded Li Ruoqing with utmost seriousness. Sir, my master is the Prime Minister of the Qian Empire, a person of considerable influence in the capital. Might I implore you, for my master's sake, to let this matter rest? Huh? You think a mere word from someone who hasn't even reached the martial king realm could persuade me to relent? Is your head filled with glue? Furthermore, what if I disregard Wang Pu's face? Let me state it clearly. This scoundrel shall pay the price for his insolence. Do you wish to save him? Certainly. A sum of 500,000 gold coins could settle matters amicably. This trivial amount is hardly significant for the esteemed Wang family. Li Ruoqing dismissed Wang Jian's assertions with contempt, as if he were merely an inexperienced youth devoid of any backing. How could he simply let this matter slide after being wronged without a single word of apology? Young man, you dare to demand 500,000 gold coins? Do not be overly presumptuous. The Wang family is not to be trifled with. Wang Jian, seething with rage from Li Ruoqing's scorn, had not anticipated that this headstrong youth would dare to confront him so defiantly, an act tantamount to courting disaster. Lady Qi Mei, this is a private dispute between myself and the Wang family. Your Wanbao Tower will not interfere, I trust? And regarding any damage that may occur during our skirmish, do ensure that you seek compensation from the Wang family. Xiaoya, advance. Teach this old fool a lesson. While conversing with Qi Mei, Li Ruoqing commanded the Wolf King Xiaoya to take action. Although Qi Mei initially contemplated intervening, she ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns. It was evident that Li Ruoqing was fully aware of his opponent's prestigious lineage as the scion of the Prime Minister Wang Pu, yet he showed no signs of retreat, even daring to provoke them further. Clearly, he possessed some form of assurance, and Wang Pu seemed unable to contend with him. But who was this young man? In her recollection, there was no such formidable figure in the imperial capital. The Wolf King Xiaoya did not even resort to supernatural powers or beastly skills. With a mere flash, he struck out, incapacitating both Wang Jian and his attendants within moments. How dare such trash pose before Li? Not even worthy of a few swipes from the Wolf King. Having accomplished his task, Xiaoya shrank back down to a comical form resembling a husky and scampered over to Li Ruoqing, eager to receive praise. His earlier imposing demeanor entirely vanished. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Li Ruoqing not only had the audacity to insult, but also to act decisively, leaving no member of the Wang family unscathed, essentially making a formidable enemy of them. However, Li Ruoqing appeared unfazed by the gravity of the situation, instead smiling at Qi Mei and stating, "As for the promised compensation, I believe it is time to deliver. Oh, and do not forget the gold coins I had consigned as well." Qi Mei paused momentarily before offering an awkward smile, hastily instructing her attendants to ascertain the situation and retrieve a treasure from the vault. Ladies and gentlemen, an unexpected incident has occurred at today's venue. The highly anticipated final treasure will now be auctioned tonight at the hour of the dog, 7 p.m. We welcome your esteemed presence. The recent altercation had disrupted the once vibrant atmosphere of bidding, with numerous areas suffering damage in the ensuing chaos, necessitating a cleanup crew. Before long, an attendant emerged from the vault bearing a small cauldron. Qi Mei smiled at Li Ruoqing and said, "This incident reflects poorly on our hospitality at Wanbao Tower. We kindly ask for your understanding. This fourth-tier alchemical cauldron, crafted by a master smith of the dwarven race, is a token of our goodwill. Please accept it graciously. As for the consigned items, our front desk staff will coordinate with you shortly." A fourth-tier alchemical cauldron? How thoughtful indeed. Li Ruoqing was taken aback by Qi Mei's unexpected generosity in presenting him with an alchemical furnace. Such treasures, particularly those of a certain grade, are exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. When utilized for concocting elixirs, these furnaces can significantly enhance the success rate of alchemical endeavors, making them highly coveted by alchemists. We wish to forge a friendship with you, esteemed sir. May I request your name? Qi Mei had already learned from the front desk that Li Ruoqing had consigned a batch of high-quality elixirs at the Wanbao building, and that he could command a formidable demon lord. His background was undoubtedly extraordinary, and establishing a rapport would greatly benefit their establishment. My name? It is no trouble to share. I am Li Ruoqing. In this vast imperial capital, few are likely to know of me, he replied with a self-deprecating smile. Once an inconspicuous prince, his name was scarcely recognized. Most were aware only of the sixth prince of the Qi Yin dynasty, known for his lack of cultivation talent and relegated to a small border town. As for his half-brothers, they would certainly not reveal the extent of Li Ruoqing's prowess displayed in the palace the previous day, as it did not align with their interests. Young Master Li, we warmly invite you to our auction in 2 days. In addition to the enchanting elven beauties from the fairy forest, we shall unveil other precious treasures. Qi Mei enthusiastically invited Li Ruoqing to the upcoming auction, even disclosing a few little secrets. Li Ruoqing nodded with a smile, expressing his gratitude for Qi Mei's kind offer and assuring her of his attendance. However, he requested some assistance, intending to bring along a few companions to pay a visit to the Wang residence. I hold grudges, and those rascals just now boasted loudly, expecting everyone to bow to Wang Pu. I am eager to see just how formidable this Wang is. Li Ruoqing harbored no intention of letting the Wang family off lightly. It was audacious for a mere scion of the Wang family to act so brazenly. Did they truly believe the sixth prince could be trifled with? Qi Mei looked on in disbelief, never imagining that Li Ruoqing would be so bold. Not only had he injured the Wang family members, but he was now determined to confront them directly. Who exactly was he? Ultimately, Qi Mei instructed her subordinates to prepare several individuals, binding the members of the Wang family and loading them onto a cart, setting forth with great momentum toward the Wang residence. Upon witnessing Li Ruoqing and his entourage depart, Qi Mei returned to the venue, her expression turning icy as she chastised. Manager Cui, when did our Wanbao building become Wang Pu's lackey? Do we need you to advocate for them? Please spare me. Manager Cui stammered, trembling as he knelt. I only acted in the interest of Wanbao building. I never anticipated that Li Ruoqing would be such a formidable adversary. Chapter 55. How could I have such a troublesome son? As the crowd arrived at the Wang residence, the guards swiftly noticed the injured clan members and attendants. Who are you? Why have our kin been harmed? On the cart, Wang Tongyu struggled and shouted, I am Wang Tongyu. Come quickly to save me. Upon hearing his cries, the crowd became anxious. They had not anticipated that among the injured was their very own second young master. They hurried to untie him. And me? Help me as well. Seeing this, Wang Jian, disregarding his pride, realized the more pressing matter was to deal with the arrogant Li Ruoqing. Quickly inform the master and summon Elder Huang. Wang Jian understood that with only their numbers, they could not contend with Li Ruoqing. The formidable demon lord at their side posed a significant challenge. Only a master of the martial sovereign realm could provide adequate support. Now that the person is delivered, the remaining matters are no longer your concern. Return and report. Li Ruoqing said dismissively to Wang Jian and his companions. He had no qualms about their request for reinforcements and instead sent away the servants who had been pushing the cart, with the astute Qi Mei from Wanbao Tower present. He felt reluctant to exploit her further. It was unnecessary to involve these ordinary individuals. Upon hearing Li Ruoqing's command, the servants fled in haste, afraid of being left behind. In the study, the Chancellor Wang Pu, engrossed in practicing calligraphy, soon encountered a servant bearing urgent news. Hearing that someone had assaulted his second son and was now seeking trouble at his door, he lost his composure, hastily abandoning his brush and rushing towards the entrance. He had never imagined that as the Chancellor of the dynasty, he would face such a blatant affront. He was eager to discover who possessed the audacity to provoke him so brazenly. Meanwhile, Elder Huang, having received the news, swiftly arrived at the door. The Wang family regarded Li Ruoqing and the two beautiful women with caution. Ultimately, it was Wang Pu who spoke up. Sir, why do you target the Wang family? Do you truly believe that I, Wang Pu, can be so easily humiliated? If you do not provide an explanation today, you shall not leave this place. An explanation? Why do you not inquire about the misdeeds of your precious son? Li Ruoqing retorted. Without understanding the entire situation, you hastily accuse others. You are indeed a competent chancellor. His words left Wang Pu momentarily speechless, for he had not grasped the entirety of the events. He had only witnessed his kin being assaulted and Li Ruoqing blocking their path, which incited his anger. What had transpired? Why had someone come to his door seeking conflict? Wang Pu turned to his ineffectual second son for answers. Father, I merely found the two beautiful women beside that young man quite enchanting, his son began. But before he could finish, Wang Pu struck him in anger. It was clear this foolish son was a troublemaker. A trip to Wanbao Tower had led to a cascade of trouble. How could I have such a disgraceful son? Aware of his own shortcomings, Wang Pu stiffened and addressed Li Ruoqing. This matter was instigated by my son. Might you overlook it for my sake? We are willing to offer compensation. On your account? Humph. Do you believe your face holds such weight? Must everyone bow to you? Li Ruoqing coldly replied. Then what do you wish to do? Wang Pu questioned, his tone growing hostile. Your son dared to insult my teacher and friends. He must kneel to apologize and compensate with several 100,000 gold coins. And then we can consider this matter settled, Li Ruoqing replied. Upon hearing Li Ruoqing's audacious demand, Zhao Linglong beside him was utterly delighted. Given Li Ruoqing's character, it was highly likely that this compensation would also include her share, potentially amounting to several thousand gold coins, which would suffice for numerous delightful meals. This is outrageous. You are extorting us. Wang Pu was nearly driven mad by Li Ruoqing's audacity. He had not anticipated that this young man would prove so troublesome. Seizing this opportunity to extort their Wang family, consumed by rage, he gradually began to lose his composure, secretly signaling Elder Huang to take action and eliminate this audacious individual. However, to Elder Huang's astonishment, Li Ruoqing did not engage, and instead, the coldly graceful beauty beside him merely flicked her finger, sending him flying. Humph. Such meager prowess attempting a sneak attack. Utterly reckless. The entire Wang family was left in shock. Elder Huang was a master of the martial sovereign realm. How could he be defeated in a single move? Could it be that this young woman was a powerhouse of the martial emperor realm? TSK. Plotting to assassinate a member of the royal family, conspiring against a martial emperor powerhouse. Wang Pu, your family certainly has audacity. Very well, since you refuse to provide compensation, we shall take it ourselves, Li Ruoqing said with a serene demeanor, then turned to the Howling Moon Wolf King beside him. From here on, these individuals will be in your capable hands. Inflict injuries, but do not kill. Absolutely. The Howling Moon Wolf King accepted the task with glee, revealing its massive, beastly form, which unsettled the members of the Wang family. Wang Jian, in a moment of panic, shouted, "That is a demon king of the demon sovereign realm. Elder Huang, act quickly, or our kin will be harmed." The somewhat grizzled Elder Huang, upon hearing this, immediately stepped forward to confront the Howling Moon Wolf King. Yet, the beast, having honed its physical prowess, was far beyond the capability of an ordinary warrior of the same tier. Elder Huang, believing himself to be superior, chose to engage in close combat with the beast, only to find himself severely injured after a mere few exchanges, rendered incapable of further combat. My lord, if you do not cease this, I shall immediately proceed to the palace to confront His Majesty and seek your punishment. Wang Pu was taken aback by the swift defeat of his family's martial sovereign elder, his heart racing with panic as he attempted to leverage Li Shihuan's name to intimidate Li Ruoqing. However, little did he know, Li Ruoqing had recently issued a severe threat to Li Shihuan, forcefully extracting 500,000 gold coins from him. Would invoking Li Shihuan's name frighten him? Humph. You wish to petition against me? By all means, try it. Do you truly believe Li Shihuan would dare to stand up for you against me? Li Ruoqing chuckled, a carefree laugh that indicated Wang Pu's futile attempt to wield Li Shihuan's name as a weapon against him. I grant you half a day's time. You may certainly go to the palace to petition against me. However, after half a day, the compensation will rise to 800,000. Li Ruoqing stated calmly. Since the other party remained unconvinced, believing Li Shihuan could rescue him, let him attempt it. Wang Pu, witnessing such audacity, hurriedly brought his trusted aides to the imperial palace in search of assistance from Li Shihuan. Li Ruoqing and the Howling Moon Wolf King exchanged mischievous glances, reveling in the plight of the Wang family, now devoid of their protector. Chapter 56. Plundered upon his urgent arrival at the palace, Wang Pu swiftly found himself before Emperor Li Shihuan. Without waiting for inquiry, Wang Pu fell to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face as he pleaded. Your Majesty, please take charge. This old minister's second son has offended a member of the royal family at the Wanbao Tower, and now they have come to my home, demanding an exorbitant compensation that I cannot possibly provide. Oh, which royal offspring dares to demand recompense from you? Li Shihuan inquired, astonished that even his chancellor had fallen prey to extortion. This minister does not know, only that the individual was accompanied by 2 beautiful women and a dog. Wang Pu replied, feeling somewhat vexed for having rushed to the palace without inquiring about the name of the perpetrator. However, as Li Shihuan listened to Wang Pu's description, he quickly deduced that this audacious royal scion was none other than the reckless Li Ruoqing, having just extorted 500,000 gold coins from him. Had he now set his sights on Wang Pu? Noticing Li Shihuan's hesitance to respond, Wang Pu grew anxious. fearing that his failure to convey the details sufficiently had made the emperor reluctant to act. He awkwardly admitted, "This matter, alas, stems from my son's indiscretion." He encountered the royal youth and, enamored by the beauty of the two women by his side, sought to engage them in conversation, only to be met with a severe reprimand. "You do not mean to say your son attempted to flirt with those two women?" Li Xiuan's mind conjured a vivid image of the scene. The two women accompanying Li Ruoqing were indeed breathtaking, but they were also perilous roses, capable of unleashing devastating power, far beyond what your son could ever hope to provoke. Such folly would only invite death, not courtship. Ahem, dear minister, resign yourself to fate. I cannot assist you with that young man. With that, he gestured for his attendants to escort Wang Pu out. Wang Pu, bewildered, could not fathom why the emperor, who seemed poised to offer assistance, had suddenly changed his mind. As he followed the attendant out of the palace, he retrieved a substantial ingot of gold from his robes and cheerfully inquired, "Eunuch Huang, why did His Majesty's demeanor shift so dramatically upon mention of that royal youth? Do you have any insight?" Eunuch Huang, delighting in the generous offering, accepted the ingot with a smile and softly replied, "Minister Wang, you are unaware of the full story. That royal youth is none other than His Majesty's sixth prince, Li Ruoqing. Earlier today, he came to the palace and forcefully compelled His Majesty to part with 500,000 gold coins for military expenses. Quite audacious indeed." Upon hearing Eunuch Huang's revelation, Wang Pu was left utterly dumbfounded. What audacity! How could a prince be so bold as to coerce the emperor into providing funds? This is utterly outrageous. But wasn't he this sixth prince sent to the border over a month ago? Why has he suddenly returned? And how does he dare threaten His Majesty? Why does the emperor still indulge him? Wang Pu pressed on with urgency. "It has come to my attention that the Qingyi guards recently ventured to the border, delivering orders that resulted in the transportation of all captured orcs to Frost City, without a single coin allocated for military expenses. This incited the ire of the sixth prince, who, accompanied by two formidable warriors of the martial sovereign realm, boldly stormed the imperial palace, compelling His Majesty to dispense a staggering sum of 500,000 gold coins." Two martial sovereigns. Wang Pu seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, pressing further with his inquiry, "Pray tell, those two martial sovereigns, are they not women?" The courtier, Huang, appeared somewhat taken aback, responding with a smile, "Your Excellency has hit the nail on the head. Indeed, those two martial sovereigns are female. I have had the fortunate opportunity to behold their beauty, which can only be described as otherworldly." Alas, this was a calamity. Wang Pu felt as though struck by lightning. His mind momentarily disoriented, his steps faltering as he muttered, "Your Excellency, are you quite all right? Shall I assist you to the royal physician?" Huang did not anticipate that Wang Pu, who had seemed perfectly fine moments prior, would suddenly be so distraught. Nevertheless, having received a benefit, he extended a hand in courtesy and inquired politely, "Thank you, Huang. I merely found myself lost in thought," Wang Pu replied, having unraveled the critical essence of the situation. He comprehended why Li Ruoqing possessed such audacity to seek an audience with the emperor, and why His Majesty remained reluctant to intervene. A rebellious son. Wang Pu departed the palace in despair, having failed to summon reinforcements, resigned to confront the harsh reality awaiting him. At this moment, Wang Pu's heart brimmed with a desire to throttle that worthless son who had instigated such turmoil, idling his days away and causing chaos. Were it not for his infatuation, how could he have crossed paths with Li Ruoqing and his entourage? How dare he provoke a warrior of the martial sovereign realm? Was he courting death or fearing for the survival of the Wang family? Such misfortune. After Wang Pu left the residence to seek aid from the palace, the members of the Wang household endured a brutal beating. Ultimately, under the threat of the Howling Moon Wolf King, they shamefully led Li Ruoqing to the family treasury. Upon Wang Pu's return, he found not only that all the household members bore visible wounds, but also that their treasury had been completely looted. Enraged, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood and fainted from the overwhelming fury. When Wang Pu was revived by those around him, it was already midnight. Despite his weakened state, he summoned the elders and steward of the household and, before all present, expelled Wang Tongyu from the minister's residence, severing their father-son relationship. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Wang Pu succumbed to unconsciousness once more. As for the one who suffered the most dreadful fate, it was none other than Wang Tongyu. When informed that Wang Pu had publicly cast him out from the minister's residence and even renounced their familial ties, he could barely contain himself. He had merely jested with two women. How had it spiraled into such a calamity? Why had that young man grown so audacious? Even the minister of the Qian dynasty, his own father, could not persuade the parties involved to cease hostilities. There are no secrets that remain hidden in this world. The earlier altercation involving Wang Pu's second son at the auction house, where he was assaulted and subsequently attacked at home, swiftly spread throughout the imperial capital. Numerous individuals dispatched servants to the vicinity of the Wang residence to uncover the truth. The outcome was beyond anyone's expectations. Wang Pu had been unable to procure assistance from the palace, and the entire Wang household had suffered a beating, resulting in their treasury being thoroughly plundered. When the news reached everyone, they were utterly astonished. None had anticipated the remarkable ferocity of this young man. They hastily cautioned their own kin to exercise prudence during this period, urging them not to offend such a formidable individual, lest it bring calamity upon their entire lineage. Aside from the Wang family, the princes of the Qian dynasty were perhaps the most aware of the situation. They recognized that the one who had clashed with Wang Tongyu was their sixth brother, Li Ruoqing. Initially, they believed it to be a mere squabble, but they were taken aback to discover that Li Ruoqing had indeed acted with brutal intensity, not only assaulting the entire Wang family, but also plundering their treasury. Most intriguing was that Wang Pu had visited the palace to solicit their father's intervention, yet their father remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Li Ruoqing's actions. The absence of their father's response raised questions among the princes. Did it imply that he was utterly powerless against Li Ruoqing? Following the rumors circulating within the palace, their initial skepticism waned as the events of Li Ruoqing's raid on the Wang residence unfolded, solidifying the veracity of the palace's whispers. This revelation exhilarated them, for aligning with Li Ruoqing would undoubtedly enhance their prospects of ascending to the throne. However, the likelihood of Li Ruoqing actually inheriting the throne was nearly non-existent. His mother was merely a common palace maid without any significant connections. Elevating such a low-born prince to the throne would only bring shame to the Qian royal family, and the influential ministers would vehemently oppose it. Furthermore, having antagonized Wang Pu, the chancellor, his chances of gaining favor among the courtiers diminished even further. For a figure as formidable yet inconsequential to their pursuit of the throne, he became their prime candidate for alliance. Consequently, the princes dispatched trusted confidants bearing gifts and invitations to a banquet, hoping to entice Li Ruoqing. Their primary concern was not merely to secure his presence, but to prevent other princes from gaining the upper hand and winning him over to their faction. However, disappointment awaited them. After departing the Wang residence, Li Ruoqing and his companions returned to the Wanbao Tower. They had intended to find a secluded spot to continue refining their elixirs, but the inn where they were temporarily staying was rather noisy. Thus, they deemed it unwise to practice there. They opted instead to explore Wanbao Tower, which likely possessed dedicated training rooms. Hearing of the commotion Li Ruoqing had caused at the Wang residence, Qi Mei regarded his decisive and ruthless methods with keen interest. Upon learning from her subordinates that he had returned, she instructed them to ensure that this esteemed guest was treated with utmost hospitality. Once informed that Li Ruoqing sought to utilize the training room for a few days, Qi Mei felt reassured. "Ah, young Li, you previously mentioned that if you lent your assistance today, you would reward me." The Howling Moon Wolf King eyed Li Ruoqing with eager anticipation, longing for the treasures that had long captivated his desire. "If you perform admirably today, this treasure shall be yours." Li Ruoqing smiled as he retrieved a uniquely shaped treasure from the mall system and handed it over. "Hee, I've finally acquired a treasure." Excitedly accepting the object, the Howling Moon Wolf King did not scrutinize it closely. Instead, he enlisted the help of his elder sister to assist him in donning it. It must be said that without transforming into human form, wearing such a treasure felt quite cumbersome. With the assistance of Zhao Linglong, the treasure was soon fully adorned upon him. However, Zhao Linglong couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Howling Moon, perhaps we should reconsider this treasure, huh? No way. This treasure took me a great effort to obtain. If I return it, wouldn't that be a significant loss?" The Howling Moon Wolf King firmly rejected Zhao Linglong's good intentions. Observing his reaction, Zhao Linglong chose not to press further and suggested he take a look in the mirror before making a decision. Skeptical, the Howling Moon Wolf King approached the mirror and was taken aback to find a peculiar item affixed to his back. Rather than resembling a special garment, it appeared more akin to an extravagant saddle. This saddle was originally acquired from the secret treasury of the Human King, a sixth-tier defensive artifact that not only provided robust protection for the mount, but also enhanced its speed. "Li, are you doing this on purpose? Is there truly no other treasure for me? Why this one in particular?" The Howling Moon Wolf King felt exasperated. Now understanding why his elder sister had laughed so heartily after equipping him with the artifact, it was indeed a mount-related item, a blatant affront to his dignity. He was a Wolf King, not a mere steed, resolutely refusing to accept such disdainful offerings. Since you don't want it, then forget it. Just take it off and return it to me. When you ascend to the martial emperor realm, I shall present you with a more suitable treasure. For now, in your beast form, many treasures are unusable, Li Ruoqing teased. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? The Howling Moon Wolf King displayed a look of disbelief, suspecting that Li Ruoqing was merely jesting and that other treasures remained undisclosed. Howling Moon, you're being quite unreasonable. The secret realm I visited belonged to powerful humans. Do you truly believe they would leave behind treasures specifically for beasts? Li Ruoqing countered. Timaeus, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the treasures we previously discovered on Tianzi Mountain were all left by human cultivators. The Howling Moon Wolf King glanced at his reflection, adorned with a lavish saddle. The proud Wolf King truly had to wear such an embarrassing artifact? Feeling somewhat vexed, he recalled that a 4th-tier divine Bao had fetched 70,000 gold coins at the auction. This item on his back was a 6th-tier treasure. Ultimately, reason triumphed over emotion, and the Howling Moon Wolf King chose to wear the treasure. But only after securing Li Ruoqing's promise to provide him with another artifact once he broke through to the martial emperor realm, to which Li Ruoqing readily agreed. Subsequently, Li Ruoqing presented the treasures acquired from plundering the Wang family that day for distribution. Timaeus had grown accustomed to such communal activities, always featuring this customary sharing of spoils. For Zhao Linglong, however, it was her first experience. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the bountiful treasures, and she eagerly selected a portion to delightfully stow away in her storage bracelet. She gazed at Li Ruoqing with increasing satisfaction. This ally proved to be remarkably dependable. It had only been a short while, yet benefits were already being distributed, truly commendable. Upon returning to the cultivation chamber, Li Ruoqing retrieved the alchemical cauldron gifted by Wanbao Tower. Recalling that he possessed nearly 2 million gold coins, he curiously accessed the system marketplace, which he had not explored since unlocking it after completing a task. As he surveyed the marketplace, filled with countless treasures, Li Ruoqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Beyond the 8th-tier profound weapons, there lay 9th-tier divine weapons and 10th-tier kingly arms. However, these coveted high-tier items not only required an astonishing amount of exchange points, but they also imposed stringent restrictions based on the strength of the exchanger. For someone at his level, still far from the martial master realm, these treasures were merely objects of admiration. Yet, after perusing for half an hour, Li Ruoqing discovered an item he could purchase and utilize, the Qinglian Flame, a miraculous fire naturally generated in another world, known for its formidable power. Esteemed alchemists from that realm would harness it to concoct elixirs, significantly enhancing both their efficacy and the success rate of the process. Priced at just 1 million points, it bore no purchasing restrictions. This Qinglian Flame is perfect for my needs, Li Ruoqing exclaimed with delight. According to the marketplace's point conversion rules, it meant he could acquire this extraordinary flame for 1 million gold coins. If it proved as wondrous as described, he merely needed to refine a few batches of elixirs to quickly recoup his investment. Chapter 58. Alchemy and Banquet. After converting 1 million gold coins into points and successfully purchasing the Qinglian Flame, Li Ruoqing followed the free instructions provided by the system to absorb this miraculous fire into his body. Perhaps due to the gentle nature of the Qinglian Flame, or perhaps because Li Ruoqing had cultivated the starry body refinement technique, which greatly enhanced his physical strength. The entire absorption and refining process went remarkably smoothly, without any discomfort. Once the refining was complete, Li Ruoqing was in high spirits. The next step was to enter seclusion and refine elixirs, perfectly positioned to test whether the Qinglian Flame would enhance the quality and success rate of his concoctions as promised. With practiced ease, he retrieved the medicinal materials from the system space and arranged them neatly before him. Then, with a flicker of his thoughts, 2 azure flames ignited in his previously empty hands. Indeed, it was the Qinglian Flame he had just refined. Feeling the flames in his hands, he barely sensed any depletion of his true essence, nor did he experience the pain of being burned. This intrigued Li Ruoqing, prompting him to continue channeling the Qinglian Flame to refine the assorted herbs. During the process, he gradually discovered that using the Qinglian Flame for alchemy consumed very little of his true essence, and with continued use, it seemed the flame was subtly growing. This revelation filled Li Ruoqing with immense joy. He had not anticipated that the Qinglian Flame possessed the potential for further development. It appeared he had indeed acquired a treasure. As he continued to refine the herbs, a significant amount of impurities were eliminated. Li Ruoqing placed the materials into the cauldron in an orderly manner, and soon the Qinglian Flame blazed fiercely, completely enveloping the alchemical vessel. Li Ruoqing continuously observed the state of the medicinal herbs within the cauldron through his spiritual consciousness. He witnessed them rapidly liquefying under the intense heat, ultimately coalescing into a mixed liquid. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's worth of time, sensing that the elixir had been successfully refined, he withdrew the Qinglian flame and, employing his spiritual awareness, extracted one of the pills. Feeling the warmth of the pill in his palm, he took a gentle sniff, noting that its aroma surpassed that of the previously concocted Xingyuan pill and Peiyuan pill in richness. This batch produced a third-tier Xingyuan pill, designed to assist martial masters and expedite cultivation for those of the martial king realm. Li Ruoqing swallowed it whole, and an immense surge of medicinal power surged from his mouth into his body, causing him to tremble momentarily from the overwhelming force. Fortunately, his robust physique remained unscathed, and soon the majority of the potent energy was absorbed by his body. The remaining essence flowed into his dantian, merging with the true essence within to form a more substantial surge of vital energy. As he practiced the starry body refinement technique, this energy continuously contracted, eventually coalescing into a golden core of vital energy. Li Ruoqing had successfully advanced to the martial master realm, and after thoroughly refining the elixir, he was filled with immense joy. If the previously concocted third-tier Xingyuan pill and Peiyuan pill were deemed high quality, then this third-tier Xingyuan pill, bolstered by the Qinglian flame and the fourth-tier cauldron, had achieved an exceptional quality, with its efficacy nearly doubled. With renewed vigor, Li Ruoqing continued to refine pills until the break of dawn. Gazing at the dozens of jade vials arrayed in his system space, he smiled contentedly. This time, he had transformed all the rare herbs at his disposal into pills, successfully producing a substantial batch of third-tier pills along with several fourth-tier Shirshan pills and Yuanshan pills. As he exited the cultivation chamber, the Howling Moon Wolf King awaited him at the door, sniffing the air. "Hey, boy, have you been refining pills again? The aroma is even more potent than before. How about sharing a couple for a taste?" "Not a chance," Li Ruoqing decisively refused. The Howling Moon Wolf King, being of the demon sovereign realm, would find little benefit from such pills. His request was merely a fleeting curiosity sparked by desire. Seeing Li Ruoqing emerge from the cultivation chamber, Temi smiled and said, "Your brothers have sent invitations, along with quite a few gifts." Li Ruoqing was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that his royal brothers would exhibit such thoughtfulness, remembering to send gifts along with the invitations. Truly considerate. Let us see whose gifts are the most extravagant, and we shall attend their feast. After all, it's just a matter of enjoying food and drink without any commitments. His cheeky attitude elicited laughter from the two women. However, upon reflection, they realized that if merely a gift and a banquet could win over two formidable martial sovereigns, it would indeed be a fantasy. Before all that, though, he needed to visit the Wanbao building's front desk to consign the pills he had refined yesterday. He had spent over 1,000,000 gold coins purchasing the Qinglian flame, and he was eager to sell the pills to recoup his funds, especially since the elven auction was the following day. The gold coins he currently possessed might not suffice to secure the elven treasures he desired. When Huang Mingyao, the receptionist at Wanbao Tower, saw Li Ruoqing return once more, this time presenting a new batch of elixirs, she was utterly astonished. She was well aware that Li Ruoqing had not departed from their establishment the previous night. When Granz was invited again to appraise the elixirs, this seasoned alchemist, with decades of experience, could hardly contain his astonishment. He exclaimed that these elixirs surpassed the quality of those from the previous day, with all impurities entirely eliminated. They could be deemed exquisite. "Young man, which master crafted these elixirs? They are truly remarkable." Li Ruoqing merely smiled and refrained from answering, instructing them to auction the elixirs as they had done the day before. Huang Mingyao quickly went to report the situation to Qimei. "Sister Qimei, that young Master Li has returned to consign more elixirs. According to Master Grants, these are even better than yesterday's." Qimei was somewhat surprised. She had initially thought that Li Ruoqing was backed by a master alchemist, which prompted her to present a refining cauldron as a gesture of goodwill. However, Li Ruoqing had remained at Wanbao Tower all night. It seemed that this young Master Li might indeed be a formidable alchemist in his own right. "We have encountered a distinguished guest at Wanbao Tower. Treat him well, and there will be benefits for you," Qimei said with a smile. "Thank you, Sister Qimei," Huang Mingyao replied gratefully. Ultimately, Li Ruoqing chose to attend the banquet hosted by his third brother, Li Bin. Unlike the other princes who were more reserved, this third brother was refreshingly straightforward, presenting a large luminous pearl and tucking a promissory note for 50,000 gold coins within the invitation, which made Li Ruoqing feel that his brother's sincerity was indeed substantial. When Li Ruoqing arrived at the tavern with the two young ladies and the Howling Moon Wolf King to meet his third brother, Li Bin wore a proud smile. His other brothers had failed to win Li Ruoqing over, while he, the affluent third prince, had triumphed. The news would surely infuriate his brothers. Chapter 59. The auction begins. Sixth brother, I've eagerly awaited your arrival. Li Bin greeted Li Ruoqing warmly. Upon noticing the two beauties accompanying him, he scrutinized them with envy, pondering whether they were the formidable martial sovereigns he had managed to attract. This old sixth truly has incredible fortune. Li Bin enthusiastically invited Li Ruoqing and the others to take their seats, even arranging a special spot for the Howling Moon Wolf King, evidently having received word of the Wolf King's esteemed status as a powerful beast. Third brother, I wonder why you summoned me here? What is the matter? Li Ruoqing inquired with a smile, curious about how the wealthy Li Bin would attempt to woo him. Sixth brother, you speak as if we seldom gather. Today presents a rare opportunity for us to reminisce and discuss family matters. Li Bin adopted a brotherly demeanor that made Li Ruoqing scoff inwardly. How ironic it was that he had previously looked down upon this half-brother, and now he pretended to want to reminisce and discuss family affairs. Seeing that Li Bin was intent on putting on a show, Li Ruoqing did not oppose it. After all, he would reap the benefits while merely engaging in some verbal sparring, with no real losses to incur. Thus, two brothers, once strangers, enacted a poignant drama of fraternal affection. Thian and Zhao Linglong exchanged secret smiles, astonished by how convincingly Li Ruoqing played his part. Upon witnessing Li Ruoqing's enthusiastic cooperation, Li Bin mistakenly assumed that the other harbored genuine fondness for him and was inclined to support his cause, which filled him with exuberance. Consequently, he instructed his subordinates to present an array of treasures, claiming that Li Ruoqing, bound for the frontier, had prepared these gifts out of brotherly sentiment, hoping they would serve him well. Observing this, Li Ruoqing graciously accepted everything, calling him third brother with even greater warmth. As the banquet concluded and they prepared to depart, the Howling Moon Wolf King could not restrain his curiosity. Li lad, is your third brother's generosity a sign of your endorsement? Li Ruoqing playfully ruffled the wolf's fur, grinning. Which ear heard me endorse him? Did I ever say such a thing? The disheveled Howling Moon Wolf King struggled to escape Li Ruoqing's playful grasp, retreating to groom his fur. Haha, so has your third brother been duped by you? Zhao Linglong teased. That is a misunderstanding on his part. I have made no declarations. His misinterpretation is of no concern to me. Li Ruoqing hastily distanced himself from any commitments. Thian, observing Li Ruoqing's mischievous antics, could not help but chuckle, taking a moment to regain composure. All right, let us return. Your previously consigned elixirs should have been auctioned by now. It is time to check on their status. When Li Ruoqing retrieved a substantial stack of gold tickets from the Wanbao Tower's front desk, he momentarily questioned whether there had been a mistake. Huang Mingyao respectfully announced, Young Master Li, you consigned a total of 40 third-grade elixirs with us, culminating in a sale of 1 million gold coins. After deducting a 5 service fee, you are left with 33 million gold coins. Li Ruoqing did not pocket the entire sum. Instead, he extracted about 20 notes and addressed Huang Mingyao. I trust Wanbao Tower has a considerable stock of herbs? I am in need of Shemu root, Wuswan fruit, manger flower, Shiyu fruit, Xian fruit, Yinshi flower, Zhiyu grass, Shernin grass, Yiankeo, and Huanshui grass. My current supply of herbs has dwindled, and I wish to procure a new batch for alchemical purposes. Fortunately, Wanbao Tower, as the largest trading house in the imperial capital, should facilitate this quite easily. After diligently noting down the names of the required herbs, Huang Mingyao smiled and assured him, Rest assured, young Master Li, we should be able to gather all the herbs you need by tomorrow. You may collect them from the front desk then. Thank you, Li Ruoqing replied, tossing a vial of elixir towards Huang Mingyao as a token of gratitude. She swiftly caught the delicate jade bottle, fearful of breaking it. Such a vial was worth over 100,000 gold coins. This young Master Li was exceedingly generous. The following afternoon, the much-anticipated elven auction commenced. In the imperial capital, numerous dignitaries and influential figures gathered at the auction venue, with several sects from within the empire dispatching their skilled experts to attend. Many harbored intentions akin to those of Li Ruoqing, seeking to bid on the elves to deliver them to the fairy forest, thereby securing favors and treasures from the elven kin. Within the venue, Li Ruoqing also discerned the presence of elven masters, cloaked in flowing robes, though their faces remained obscured. The extraordinary vitality emanating from them was palpable. Today's auction featured a collection of treasures recently extracted from the fairy forest by the Wild Wolf mercenary group. First among these were the two enchanting elven maidens, whose captivating allure graced the stage as Qi Mei introduced the auction items. To the astonishment of those present, the elven maidens, initially expected to be the finale, were instead presented first, leaving the attendees somewhat perplexed. However, their confusion quickly dissipated as Qi Mei announced the commencement of bidding, with prices skyrocketing to an astonishing 500,000 gold coins in no time. Among the audience, the elven martial artists, particularly Brotherlands, found themselves in a predicament. What shall we do? We have less than 500,000 gold coins. We cannot possibly secure Ioxis and Mutier, one elf exclaimed in distress. Do not fret, let us observe the situation. Elder Trance is en route, another reassured. Humph! How dare these humans abduct our kin from the fairy forest? They shall pay dearly for this transgression. The elder elf, referred to as brother, was none other than Prince Ao Lands, the leader of the rescue mission. Indeed, one of the abducted maidens was the youngest princess of the elven clan, who had been playing in the fairy forest when she was abruptly seized by the human mercenaries. This incident incited the wrath of the elven queen, as their kin had remained in seclusion for millennia, avoiding conflict, and such an affront was a blatant insult and provocation. Prince Ao Lands and his companions pursued from the fairy forest, eliminating numerous mercenary members along the way. However, upon reaching the imperial capital of the Qian dynasty, they encountered formidable martial sovereigns, and an attempt to intervene was thwarted by a warning from the palace's second elder, Wang Yuanhu. Ultimately, Ao Lands relayed the news back to the fairy forest to seek reinforcements, resolute in his mission to rescue his sister and ensure that these humans would face dire consequences. The elven race was not to be trifled with. Observing the two pitiful elven maidens on stage, Temis couldn't suppress a surge of compassion. The maidens appeared barely past childhood, and it was unfathomable that such mercenaries could act so ruthlessly. Li Ruoqing, witnessing her distress, offered solace. Fear not, I will soon begin bidding. I possess over 2 million gold coins, which will surely suffice to procure their freedom. Once secured, I shall return them to the fairy forest. This auction seemed peculiar. Logically, the elves should have been auctioned as the grand finale, yet they were presented first. This operation by Wanbao Tower is quite puzzling, Zhao Linglong remarked, her confusion evident. Who can say? Perhaps they have other treasures to unveil, came the response. Our objective this time is to capture the female elves and return them to the fairy forest in exchange for the cultivation insights of the holy sorcerer or even the god of magic. As for other matters, they bear little significance to us. Li Ruoqing shook his head. Although he did not fully comprehend the situation, it did not impede his plans. The bidding had already reached an astonishing 700,000 gold coins. Is there a higher offer? Qi Mei, on stage, declared in a melodious voice. For the elves from the fairy forest seldom venture out, and such an auction may not occur again. I bid 800,000. Li Ruoqing raised his hand, announcing a remarkable price. Qi Mei was taken aback, as she had not anticipated Li Ruoqing's participation. She had thought he was merely an onlooker, disinterested in the female elves. Many bidders ceased their offers upon witnessing Li Ruoqing's bid, having heard of the events surrounding the Wang family. Fearful of incurring the wrath of this formidable individual and following in the footsteps of the Wang family, seeing the withdrawal of numerous bidders, some newly arrived factions in the imperial capital were puzzled, mistakenly believing it was due to their own strength. Umph, you think you can compete with our Tianyan sword sect? A young disciple from the sect boldly threatened Li Ruoqing for daring to raise the bid against them. The Tianyan sword sect? One of the top 10 sects in our Qian Empire, boasting several formidable warriors at the martial sovereign level, their might should not be underestimated, remarked an erudite guest in a hushed tone. This Wanbao Tower is owned by your Tianyan sword sect? If not, then what do you have to say? In an auction, the highest bidder prevails. If you are dissatisfied, simply increase your bid. Li Ruoqing responded with disdain. They sought to intimidate him with their sect's influence, hoping to force him out of the bidding, but he was not one to be easily cowed. Just wait and see. The opponent, frustrated that Li Ruoqing was willing to persist, could only continue to raise the bid. I offer 850,000. Uft. I expected a more formidable sect. Who would have thought they could only muster such a paltry sum? Are you here to bluff? Li Ruoqing chuckled, faced with the Tianyan sword sect's increment. He found amusement in their audacity, thinking them a wealthy faction, only to discover they were a financially challenged sect. His teasing remarks elicited laughter from the audience, many seizing the opportunity to ridicule the Tianyan sword sect for their pretentiousness. The young disciple was about to retort when he was abruptly silenced by an elder leading their group, who urged him to keep quiet. The imperial capital of the Qian Empire was filled with dignitaries. It was not comparable to their sect. A moment's carelessness could easily offend powerful figures. The sect master had merely instructed them to participate in the auction, not to cause trouble. After several rounds of bidding, Li Ruoqing successfully acquired the 2 female elves for the exorbitant sum of 1,000,000 gold coins. This outcome left many feeling regretful. They dared not spend more gold. Knowing there were other treasures yet to be auctioned, they needed to conserve their resources for more valuable items. For to invest all their gold in 2 dispensable female elves would be a folly, resulting in a loss rather than a gain. The 2 female elves on stage appeared somewhat flustered, uncertain of the future that awaited them. They had no choice but to follow the attendant into Li Ruoqing's private room, awaiting the transfer. Young Master Li, congratulations on acquiring the elves. It is time for the handover. These 2 beautiful elves now belong to you. The attendant said respectfully to Li Ruoqing. Here are 1,000,000 gold notes. Take them and fulfill your duties. Li Ruoqing retrieved a stack of gold notes from the system space and handed them to the attendant. Seeing the 2 timid female elves, Timmy stepped forward to reassure them. You are safe now. There is no need to be afraid. A gentle light magic enveloped the 2, and they were astonished to find that their minor wounds healed within moments, leaving no scars behind, and their spirits were significantly uplifted. Are you a grand sorcerer? One of the elves, Ioxis, asked with a hint of anticipation, recalling having seen similar light magic from the elders of her clan. Believing Temis to be a grand sorcerer as well. Not quite. I am a grand magus, Temis replied with a smile. A grand light magus, Ioxis exclaimed, her astonishment evident. In her understanding, only the elven race could cultivate magic to such an extraordinary level. While humans were formidable, they were predominantly warriors with few mastering the arcane arts. Observing Temis engaging amiably with one of the elves, Li Ruoqing did not intervene, knowing he would soon return them. Instead, he became curious about what treasures Wanbao Tower would auction next. Brother Lance, Ioxis and the others have been purchased by that young man. Let us go see. An impatient male elf urged Ao to Lance. After contemplating for a moment, Lance realized his sister would soon fall victim to the human's treachery and could no longer remain seated. He led a group of elves, charged with determination, towards the young man. Meanwhile, at the border, far from the bustling elven auction in the imperial capital, hundreds of thousands of orc troops regrouped, launching a formidable assault on the border fortifications. General Ling, the orc army's assault is ferocious, deliberately targeting our weakest defended cities and fortresses. If this continues, they will soon breach our defenses. A commander anxiously reported on the current battle situation. General, we must dispatch troops for support. Otherwise, if those cities are taken, the orc army will march right through, rendering our defense meaningless, another general advised. Faced with his subordinates' eagerness to engage in combat, Ling Shuang reluctantly consented to the request for support, ordering his aides to send word to the capital for assistance and dispatching messengers to various kingdoms and cities along the border to recruit reinforcements. Chapter 61. The familiar Ioxis, however, Ling Shuang was unaware that the orc army's attack was premeditated and had received assistance from an insider, compelling them to confront the enemy outside the city. In a hasty deployment to support the border guards of the city, the forces soon fell into an ambush set by the orc army. Marshal Ling Shuang encountered the treachery of 2 formidable warriors at the martial sovereign level, sustaining severe injuries. In his agony, Ling Shuang, filled with indignation, inquired, Teg, when did your orc tribe ally with another martial sovereign? With a triumphant smile, Teg replied, Ling, how does it feel knowing your Red Flame dynasty cannot retain its talents? Why not serve my Songlong Empire? Despite having battled Teg over a dozen times, Ling Shuang ultimately succumbed to him. Ignoring Teg's taunts, Ling turned his attention to the masked martial sovereign, questioning that Songlong Empire and our human race are sworn enemies. Do you not realize that by collaborating with them, you are inviting disaster? Even if it invites disaster, what of it? It is far better than being a mere servant in the Red Flame dynasty, living in obscurity. The masked martial sovereign showed no appreciation for Ling Shuang's counsel, instead harboring deep resentment towards the Red Flame dynasty. Faced with the futility of persuasion, Ling Shuang resolved to fight to the bitter end. While the odds were stacked against him, he was determined to inflict a heavy blow on his adversaries, even at the cost of his own life. The fierce battle raged for over an hour, culminating in Ling Shuang's self-detonation, which gravely wounded Teg and the masked martial sovereign. The border garrison, numbering 500,000, suffered catastrophic losses, with only around 20,000 retreating to the border stronghold. The orc army decisively breached the boundaries of the Red Flame dynasty, advancing relentlessly and conquering several cities in rapid succession. The news of the border garrison's defeat and the orc army's southward march swiftly reached the imperial capital. Li Shiwan, already troubled by matters concerning Li Ruoqing, found himself in a state of shock, never having anticipated that a martial sovereign like Ling Shuang, along with hundreds of thousands of troops, could be overwhelmed by the orcs. Ling Shuang had perished. Listening to the report from the leader of the Qingyi Guard, Qing Yi, Li Shiwan felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body barely able to stand. The harsh and weighty reality was hard to accept. If he could not swiftly make the right decisions, half of the Red Flame dynasty could be seized by the orc army, an unprecedented occurrence in millennia. Thus, he issued an edict, promoting the sixth prince, Li Ruoqing, to the title of King of the North, granting him full authority to manage all northern affairs, with the imperative to expel the orc forces entirely. Ultimately, Li Shiwan chose to heed the proposal of the second elder, Wang Yuanhu, allowing the unfilial son Li Ruoqing to return to the border with a martial sovereign. In Li Shiwan's strategy, the presence of these two martial sovereigns would swiftly stabilize the situation in the north. However, his train of thought was interrupted by further reports from Qingyi. Your Majesty, according to intelligence from the Qingyi Guard, Marshal Ling Shuang was beset by the orc army's commander Teg and another masked human martial sovereign, leading to his demise. However, both of them have also suffered significant injuries. What? You mean there is another human martial sovereign? Who would dare to collude with orcs and invite calamity? Have you uncovered the identity of this traitor? Li Ruoqing then realized that the death of Marshal Ling Shuang was likely not an accident, but rather a result of someone's cunning machinations. As far as I know, the Lord of Maple Leaf City, Honda, is a prime suspect. According to our observations and analyses, he has likely ascended to the rank of martial sovereign, albeit discreetly. Recently, he has frequently mobilized troops from neighboring cities, suggesting that several nearby towns may have already fallen under his influence. Qingyi calmly reported the information relayed by her subordinates. The significant upheaval, coupled with the fact that the Qingyi Guard, as the imperial intelligence agency, failed to identify the intentions of the Beastmen army and the hidden traitors within, signifies a dereliction of duty that cannot be overlooked. Thus, let that ungrateful son eliminate this treacherous rebel. Such disloyal subjects incite his ire further, regardless of whether he is the masked martial sovereign or not. In Li Shiwan's eyes, he has already been sentenced to death and shall not be allowed to run rampant. Li Ruoqing observed with curiosity as the two beautiful elves chatted amiably with Temis. He found it puzzling that, despite belonging to different races and the two elves having previously appeared on the verge of tears, they were now laughing and enjoying themselves. It was utterly perplexing. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Li Ruoqing initially thought it was the attendant from Wanbao Tower returning. He opened the door casually and inquired, "What is it? Who are you?" Before him stood a group of individuals, each draped in long cloaks, clearly not of benevolent intent. "Pardon my intrusion, we are from the elven race. We have come to reclaim our kin from you," the leader, Irans, stated calmly. "Oh, you are of the elven race. How curious that you did not bid during the auction. Now that you see I have acquired those two elves, you think me an easy target and wish to take them from me without compensation?" Li Ruoqing retorted with a smile. Irans was taken aback that this young human had so accurately discerned his intentions. He found himself at a loss for how to conceal it, as such behavior being exposed was contrary to the elves' self-proclaimed sense of justice. We would like to request that you hand over those two female elves. In return, you shall gain our friendship." Another elf behind Irans quickly devised a more palatable proposition. The friendship of the elves is indeed costly. It requires 1,000,000 gold coins. If I were to part with that sum to procure your friendship, would you be willing? Li Ruoqing dismissed the notion, as he was counting on the two female elves to exchange for the magical insights of a powerful holy mage from their kin. Within the room, Ioxis seemed to recognize a familiar voice and soon approached the door with uncertainty, asking, "Brother, is that you? Have you come to rescue me?" "It is I. You have been abducted, and our mother is greatly concerned. She specifically sent us to find you." Irans gazed at his sister, safe and sound, his heart swelling with excitement. After so long without news of her, they had finally reunited, and he was grateful for the elven goddess's protection. She appeared unharmed. Li Ruoqing observed the heartfelt reunion between the siblings and began to calculate his next steps. He had not anticipated that this young elf had an elder brother of martial venerable stature, indicating a significant lineage. Perhaps he could leverage this to procure additional treasures. As Li Ruoqing was engrossed in his meticulous calculations, the long-dormant system unexpectedly issued a new mission. Ding! The system detected that the host city is about to face an assault. Please return to the city promptly to prepare for the impending siege. The system will evaluate the outcome of the battle and bestow corresponding rewards. Should you fail and the city be breached, the host will face penalties. resulting in a significant reduction of cultivation level and the random confiscation of one of the host's skills or mystical weapons. Chapter 62. The King of the North? Does that mean the entire northern region is under my command? The sudden system task left Li Ruoqing momentarily bewildered. His Frost City was perfectly fine. Why would anyone attempt a siege? With hundreds of thousands of troops stationed at the border, could there have been a sudden upheaval? Li Ruoqing was puzzled. In his memory, the border commander, Ling Shuang, was quite seasoned and had dealt with the orc army for many years. It seemed improbable that he would suddenly falter. The elves, observing Li Ruoqing's sudden silence, mistakenly believed that he was moved by their deep sibling bond and intended to release them. To their dismay, his subsequent words made them wish they could strangle him, although their fraternal affection was indeed touching. I have decided that the other female elf will accompany you back to report. As for this little girl, she shall come with us to the Frost City in the north. When you can bring the insights of the Holy Mage's cultivation for exchange, we shall consider her release. While Li Ruoqing consented to their release, he did not agree to let both go, for his 1 million gold coins did not come from the wind and could not be squandered. Elens glared at Li Ruoqing in fury, taken aback by the cunning of this human youth. Although Madair was indeed an elf in need of rescue, Shisi was the little princess of the elf queen. This boy was proving to be exceedingly difficult. Observing their inclination to resort to violence, Li Ruoqing smiled and remarked, "Do you think I would engage in negotiations without any backing? A friendly reminder, this is my teacher, Themis, a grand mage of light, and this is my dear friend, Ling Long, a formidable warrior of the martial emperor realm. I trust you wouldn't entertain any misguided notions?" Glaring at Li Ruoqing's infuriating face, Elens yearned to rush forward and deliver a sound beating. However, he dared not act. Before these two formidable beings, he stood no chance. To resort to violence would only be folly. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Themis spoke, "This little girl and I share a good rapport. She shall accompany us to the north, and I will ensure her well-being." Upon hearing Themis's assurance, Elens felt considerably relieved. The promise of a grand mage was indeed trustworthy. However, while Li Ruoqing sought the insights of the Holy Mage's cultivation, it was uncertain whether their matriarch would agree to relinquish such a precious treasure to an outsider. Elens desired to negotiate further with Li Ruoqing, but realized they had no substantial leverage. Seeing that Li Ruoqing had already summoned Madair and handed her over to him, Elens had no choice but to cease his efforts. Unable to fight and lacking negotiating power, he could only return to report to his mother and await her decision. Before departing, Irans could not resist issuing a warning to Li Ruoqing, advising him against harboring any intentions toward Shisi, lest the elven clan seek retribution. Li Ruoqing felt a twinge of disdain. Was he truly the type to lack integrity? Shisi, merely a young girl in her teens, bore a resemblance to Xiaoxue, and, despite the elven clan's reputation for beauty, she was still just a child. He was certainly not the type to be infatuated with younger girls. Once Irans and the other elves had taken their leave, Li Ruoqing addressed his companions, suggesting they prepare to depart the imperial capital and return to the borders. The others did not object, as their mission in the capital had been accomplished, rendering their presence here unnecessary. However, Jilinglong expressed some reluctance during their stay. She had indulged in numerous culinary delights and had hoped to linger a while longer to savor more meals. Noting a grave expression on Li Ruoqing's face, the others were puzzled by the abrupt decision to return to Hanshuan City. "Someone has invaded our home," Li Ruoqing remarked casually. Yet his companions were left bewildered by his words. It took him a moment to realize he had inadvertently spoken out of turn, forgetting they were in a different realm. He quickly clarified, "There may be disturbances at the borders. We must hasten back to secure our stronghold." Upon hearing this, the two women refrained from further objections. Hanshuan City was Li Ruoqing's main base, and it was imperative to safeguard it. Even the often critical Howling Moon Wolf King chose to remain silent, as if acknowledging that, much like their formidable beast kin, they would fiercely protect their territory. However, as they rushed from Wanbao Building and had yet to reach the city gates, they were intercepted by the leader of the Qingyi Guard. Li Ruoqing held a rather unfavorable opinion of the Qingyi Guard. Recalling how the arrogant Qingyin had previously come to Hanshuan City to deliver an edict, only to be captured and subjected to labor reform. Now, another representative had arrived, seemingly intent on opposing him. "Your Highness, I apologize for the intrusion. I come bearing a royal decree," the Qingyi Guard announced. "His Majesty has conferred upon you the title of King of the North, granting you full authority to manage all affairs concerning the northern borders and to expel the orc army from our territory." As the Qingyi Guard approached, he produced a decree from his robes and whispered the details. "What? The title of King of the North? To expel the orc army?" Li Ruoqing pondered. sensing that perhaps there was indeed a crisis at the borders. "Is that so?" he inquired of the Qingyi guard. "Yes, Your Highness. Our spies in the Northern Territories have reported that Marshal Ling Shuang has perished in battle, resulting in heavy casualties among the troops. The Orc army has breached the border defenses and is advancing southward. If we delay further, more cities and kingdoms may fall to their onslaught," the Qingyi guard explained. His expression grave. "So, he seeks my assistance to quell the northern disturbances? Quite the strategic move." Li Ruoqing quickly grasped the implications of Li Shiwan's intentions. It was a scheme to leverage him in subduing the northern territories and to restrain the Northern Wolf Empire. "Your Highness, the situation is dire. We must act swiftly. Even if there are tensions between you and His Majesty, those are internal matters. The Orc army's advance threatens our citizens of the Qian dynasty, who should not have to endure such unwarranted calamities." Upon encountering Li Ruoqing, Qingyi felt a sense of dissatisfaction and hastily sought to dissuade him. "Never mind. Convey to him that since the decree has been issued, the northern territories now belong to me. Even if we manage to reclaim the lost lands in the future, there will be no further ties to the imperial capital. If Li Shiwan intends to exploit him for the recovery of the northern regions, then Li Ruoqing shall accept it without reservation. As for any future regrets Li Shiwan may harbor regarding the northern territories, there will be no chance of reclaiming them." Upon hearing Li Ruoqing's unabashed ambition, Qingyi began to understand why Li Shiwan hesitated. This sixth prince was far more formidable than the other princes. While they merely vied for the future throne and dared not defy Li Shiwan, Li Ruoqing seemed intent on brazenly seizing it from his grasp, insisting on receiving what was rightfully his. Perhaps Li Shiwan, as an emperor, felt somewhat constrained, yet with such a dominant sixth prince present, it was likely that the northern territories would soon be pacified. "By the way, Your Highness, His Majesty has asked me to relay another matter for your attention. Marshal Ling Shuang fell in battle due to an ambush by two martial emperors. The Lord of Maple Leaf City, Honda, is likely one of those who participated in the ambush. If possible, please eliminate him." Qingyi recalled another matter and addressed Li Ruoqing. Chapter 63. Individual Plans. Is that Honda also a martial emperor? Upon receiving this news, Li Ruoqing was somewhat taken aback. If a general could break through to the rank of martial emperor, the Qian dynasty would undoubtedly offer various incentives to win him over, either by becoming a vassal of the dynasty or, like Ling Shuang, serving as a marshal commanding numerous troops. Surely, this would be far superior to being the lord of a small city on the border, wouldn't it? To conceal one's strength for over a decade on the frontier. If that were the case, the world would surely be filled with loyal subjects. Li Ruoqing felt considerable apprehension towards such a scheming powerhouse. His current strength could not withstand the stealthy assault of a martial emperor. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Once he returned to Frosty City, he would summon the Elder Jian to eliminate this hidden threat posed by Honda. After completing her mission, Qingyi returned to the palace to report. Li Ruoqing and his companions, eager to return to Frosty City, deliberated on the matter. Ultimately, Themis and Zhao Linglong decided to take turns carrying Li Ruoqing aloft through the skies, hastening their return to the border. Compared to the comfort of riding atop the Howling Moon Wolf King on their journey here, being embraced by Themis and Zhao Linglong, suspended in midair with an unsettling sense of weightlessness and panic, left him rather apprehensive, fearing that a momentary lapse could result in a disastrous fall. In the Northern Territories, Maple Leaf City witnessed Honda suffering severe injuries from Ling Shuang's sudden self-detonation, leaving him unable to defend himself in time. Despite consuming numerous healing elixirs, his wounds remained unhealed, and his strength had diminished to the peak of the martial sovereign realm. This outcome incited his fury, as he had anticipated that after eliminating Ling Shuang, the Orc army would march southward, granting him the opportunity to raise a rebellion and carve out his own territory. However, weakened as he was, he dared not act recklessly. Should he provoke the martial emperors of the dynasty, he would be utterly incapable of handling the repercussions. Ling Shuang is indeed a ruthless old fellow, resorting to self-detonation just to severely injure us both. Was such desperation truly necessary? Honda was vexed by Ling Shuang's actions, feeling an intense frustration. Having already attained the rank of martial emperor, why resort to self-destruction when faced with defeat? If he truly wished to escape, even being besieged by two martial emperors would not hinder his flight. Why such desperation? Furthermore, it appeared that the Orc army's commander, Tej, had employed some special means to preserve his life, suffering injuries far less severe than Honda's. The current predicament left him feeling rather disheartened. In their tenuous alliance, mutual strength was the foundation. Should he weaken, the partnership would likely face upheaval. He had painstakingly allied with the Orc army to eliminate Ling Shuang, not to invite disaster upon himself. Observing Honda's discontent, the strategist Gu Qing remarked calmly, "My lord, given the current circumstances, a decisive resolution is imperative. The spies of the Qingyi Guard are omnipresent. The imperial capital has surely learned that General Ling Shuang met his demise at the hands of the two martial emperors and will soon dispatch reinforcements. Your concerns are unwarranted." Honda retorted. "Does Li Shuan possess the audacity to summon those two old geezers from the imperial capital to traverse such a distance to the northern borders? The elves are not to be trifled with. Tomorrow, we shall change our banner in Maple Leaf City and declare our independence. As for the neighboring kingdoms, envoy them to surrender within 3 days, or we shall lay siege and eradicate their royal families." Honda dismissed Gu Qing's apprehensions with indifference. He was merely 2 steps away from realizing his ambition of territorial dominion, and he would not allow any unforeseen events to obstruct his aspirations. Seeing Honda's unwavering confidence, Gu Qing ceased further commentary. It was he who had previously dispatched a mercenary group deep into the fairy forest, abducting elves and bringing them to the capital of the Qian dynasty. Even the upcoming auction of elves at the Wanbao Tower was orchestrated by him. He intended to incite discord between the elves and the Qian dynasty, ensuring that the two martial emperors in the capital could not depart, thereby significantly enhancing the success of their plans to consolidate power in the northern borders. In Tianying City, one of the 5 fortresses of the northern borders, the orc army had already claimed victory, capturing many human citizens who were unable to flee and subjecting them to servitude. Within the Lord's mansion, Commander Tej of the orc army convened a meeting in the Grand Hall, where numerous orc leaders engaged in lively discussion regarding their subsequent offensive strategy. The leader of the bear tribe advocated for a continued southward advance to attack the wealthier kingdoms, as their resources far surpassed those of these impoverished border cities. Conversely, the leader of the wolf tribe argued for the occupation of the surrounding cities to secure their foothold in the capital, thereby expanding the territory of the Zhonglong Empire. A hasty southern advance could provoke a fierce counterattack from the Qian dynasty. The differing opinions among the commanders left Tej, seated in the main position, feeling somewhat indecisive. Both strategies carried their own advantages and disadvantages. After careful deliberation, Tej ultimately resolved to split the forces. One contingent would attack the nearby cities, while the bear tribe would lead the charge against the Green Kingdom. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the various leaders returned to organize their troops, preparing for battle once more on the morrow. At this moment, a guard from the Tiger clan entered to report, "My lord, we have interrogated the captured human soldiers. The previously captured beastmen have been escorted to Frost City. They claim to have received a decree from the imperial capital instructing them to do so." Tiger was somewhat perplexed. Why would they transport captured beastmen to that location? Was there some hidden agenda at play? He pondered. Just as they would not send their captured human soldiers elsewhere, but rather utilize them as slaves, exhausting them before acquiring another batch. He had heard that the new lord of Frost City was the 6th son of the emperor of the Crimson Flame dynasty. This only deepened Tiger's confusion. Did this prince possess some extraordinary qualities, or was Frost City orchestrating some grand scheme? "You will accompany me to Frost City tomorrow," he commanded, still unable to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, it mattered little. At worst, he would make a trip to Frost City to rescue the beastmen there. "My lord, your injuries." The guard hesitated. Previously, during the fierce battle between Tigra and the masked martial sovereign against the human commander, Ling Shuang, he had witnessed the explosion of a martial sovereign's power from a distance. Even those who were mere spectators outside the core of the battle had been harmed, let alone Tigra, who had faced the explosion directly. "It is of no great concern. I possess the high-grade armor bestowed upon me by His Majesty the Wolf Emperor. My injuries are not severe, and with a few more days, I shall be fully healed," Tigra replied with a smile. However, his companion Honda was not so fortunate. Once he regained his strength, he would make Honda pay for his treachery. Honda sought to exploit the chaos among the beastmen to gain from the situation. Yet the beastmen were equally intent on using Honda to breach the northern defenses and advance southward. Now that their common goal had dissipated, only conflicting interests remained. Chapter 64. How could Frost City have a martial saint? The following day, the beastmen's army launched a fierce assault on the surrounding cities and the Kingdom of Green. Adhering to their earlier strategy, Honda of Maple Leaf City wore a grim expression. At this rate, if he delayed further, the surrounding cities and kingdoms would all fall into the hands of the beastmen. Would he then rely on the few border towns at his disposal to raise a rebellion? Combined, they were not even half the size of a small kingdom. Ultimately, Honda had no choice but to act preemptively, mobilizing troops to begin attacking other cities. Tigra and the guard disguised themselves and approached the vicinity of Frost City. However, they were soon awestruck by the starkly different atmosphere of this city. The beastmen, who were supposed to be enslaved, seemed to be thriving here. The humans nearby did not whip them. The sight of humans and beastmen working together left Tigra profoundly shaken. He had never imagined witnessing such a scene in his lifetime. Seeing some beastmen emerging from the city towards the outskirts, Tigra stepped forward to intercept one of them. Inquiring about the situation. "Brother, have you not faced exploitation or oppression from the humans in Frost City?" Tigra asked eagerly, desperate to ascertain the truth of what he had witnessed. The individuals who were halted were the first group to accompany Li Ruoqing from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce to Hanshuan City. Being more familiar with the circumstances of Hanshuan City, one of them eagerly responded, "Not at all. Our Lord treats us exceptionally well. Not only does he provide us with employment, but the remuneration is also quite substantial, far surpassing our previous happiness in the tribe." The guard beside him appeared somewhat bewildered. Initially, he had followed Tej to assess the situation and to liberate their beleaguered orc brethren. However, upon arriving, it seemed that these individuals were living more comfortably than the soldiers themselves. This was utterly outrageous. "My lord, what shall we do next?" the guard inquired hesitantly. Glancing at Tej did not respond immediately. Instead, he remained silent for a moment before stating, "Let us first explore the city. Since Hanshuan City does not discriminate against orcs, we must understand the situation better, whether it is merely superficial or genuinely amicable towards our kin." Upon witnessing the orc guards at the city gates and the patrolling orc squads within, Tej became convinced that the orcs in this city were indeed well treated, enjoying conditions no different from those of humans. Furthermore, compared to other human cities they had conquered, Hanshuan City was remarkably prosperous, not at all resembling a beleaguered border town suffering from the ravages of war. As he observed the bustling marketplace, the lively taverns, and the orderly construction teams, Tej felt a rare sense of confusion. The orcs here lived exceedingly well, indeed better than they had in the Songlong Empire. Yet, he found it difficult to confront the reality that these defeated orcs, once captives, were living such prosperous lives, while those still battling on the battlefield against humans were left to ponder their own fates. The situation here must remain a secret from other orcs. Hanshuan City could not be allowed to endure. Tej quickly came to a resolution, his gaze turning steely. For the greater cause of the Songlong Empire, this veritable paradise must be eradicated. Only in this way could the orc army continue its ceaseless conflict with humanity. He advanced towards the Lord's mansion, determined that he would not hesitate to sacrifice the dignity of the martial emperor to eliminate the Lord of Hanshuan City. He was resolute that such a figure could not be permitted to exist, for otherwise, it would undoubtedly destabilize the Songlong Empire and potentially alter the entire continent's equilibrium in the future. However, just as Tej approached the Lord's mansion, intending to infiltrate and assassinate the Lord, a commanding voice resonated beside him. "As a martial emperor, how could you engage in such underhanded activities? It is utterly disgraceful." Tej instantly felt as though struck by lightning, his complexion paling. A single remark had sent tremors through his spirit, revealing that the opponent's strength far surpassed his own. How could such a formidable presence exist within Hanshuan City? "My lord, I merely wish to pay my respects to the Lord of Hanshuan City, with no ulterior motives," Tej hastily clarified. "Humph. Do you truly think I would believe such words?" A razor-sharp sword suddenly shot forth from the Lord's mansion, hurtling toward Tej. He quickly drew his own weapon, the 6th-tier Huangquan battle axe, attempting to block the incoming sword head-on. However, despite channeling all his internal energy, he was still hurled away by the immense force emanating from the flying sword, as if struck by a mighty mountain, shattering the 6th-tier mystical armor encasing his body. The guard hurriedly assisted the fallen, bloodied Tej, who now bore a visage devoid of confidence, replaced instead by terror and fear. Trembling, he uttered, "Is the elder truly a martial saint? I did not intend to provoke you. I beseech you, show mercy." Panic gripped him. Despite having led his troops to breach the borders, how could such an extraordinary martial saint be lurking in this small border town? And why had he foolishly chosen to provoke such a being? What a grave mistake. Sword Songhai emerged from the Lord's residence, ascending into the air step by step. He extended his hand forward, summoning the sword that had remained outside the Lord's mansion. As if responding to a call, it swiftly soared upwards, returning to his grasp like a swallow returning to its nest. From his lofty vantage point, Sword Songhai gazed down upon the two individuals outside the Lord's residence and coldly commanded, "Surrender all your treasures, and I shall allow you to depart. For each item you withhold, I shall sever one of your arms." observing Tage's resilience in enduring a lethal strike from the flying sword, yet still managing to rise. Sword Songhai felt a twinge of regret upon seeing the shattered mystical armor that had once protected him. It was unfortunate that it had been destroyed by his blade. Such a loss felt rather wasteful. Faced with the ethereal presence of Sword Songhai, Tage felt a profound insignificance, devoid of any inclination to resist. Upon hearing the demand for his treasures and the promise of a spared life, he did not hesitate to relinquish his storage ring. He gazed longingly at the mystical weapon that had accompanied him for many years, wishing to negotiate. "Elder, this battle axe has been my companion for so long. Might I be allowed to keep it?" "Very well, but you must leave behind one arm," Sword Songhai replied, indifferent to Tage's plea. To him, the orc martial emperor, having dared to approach the Frost City with malicious intent, deserved a lesson to remember. Ultimately, Tage relinquished the yellow spring battle axe. Though reluctant, he understood that while weapons could be replaced, losing an arm would result in a significant decline in his strength. He was clear about the weight of priorities. As he watched the disheveled Tage depart, Sword Songhai smiled, collecting his spoils to return to the Lord's residence. Having witnessed the lively distribution of spoils orchestrated by Li Ruoqing, he too became intrigued by the prospect of acquiring more treasures to share with the younger generation. Finding joy in nurturing their growth, a peculiar sense of achievement in fostering the talents of the next generation. Chapter 65. The retribution of Zhao Linglong having narrowly escaped. Tage gazed at the distant Frost City, still trembling with trepidation. He could hardly fathom that a martial saint could reside in such a small town. Why had Honda not informed him of this crucial detail? No, it was likely that this formidable being was not affiliated with the Qian dynasty. Otherwise, they would have intervened during the assault on Lingshuang, and again when the border gates were breached. What could this mean? "Lord Tage, what shall we do next?" The guard inquired anxiously, shocked that even the renowned Marshal Tage had been unable to withstand a single blow from such an opponent. The unparalleled powerhouse of the Martial Saint realm is truly astonishing. Let us return and inform them to circumvent Frost City when assaulting the neighboring strongholds. Tage, feeling somewhat perturbed, realized that the Qian dynasty still harbored a Martial Saint. This information must be relayed back to the Empire without delay, as preparations are essential. Additionally, he must restrain his orc subordinates to prevent that formidable individual from finding any excuse to take action against them. Otherwise, their vast army of orcs could be doomed. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jian Songhai observed the enchanting sight of the young girl, Xiaoxua, who had been practicing her magic but was now gazing at him with starry eyes, filled with admiration. "Grandfather Jian, you are so impressive. Could you teach me swordsmanship?" Remembering Li Ruoqing's indulgence towards the little girl, Jian Songhai nodded in agreement, bringing immense joy to her heart. Jian Songhai, with his newly accepted disciple, first conducted a test of her martial aptitude. To his surprise, it aligned with Li Ruoqing's words. Xiaoxua, having cultivated the star refining body technique, demonstrated a remarkable enhancement in her martial talent, achieving the status of an extraordinary genius, which further delighted Jian Songhai. After a 2-hour flight, Li Ruoqing and his companions finally arrived at Frost City without incident. However, upon landing, Li Ruoqing immediately sought a place to expel his stomach contents. Initially, Themis had taken him on a flight with great consideration, employing a wind control technique that allowed him to disregard the pressure of high-speed travel, resulting in a rather pleasant experience. Yet, upon arriving with Zhao Linglong, the situation drastically changed. Perhaps due to her inexperience in flying with a companion or her intent to tease Li Ruoqing, Zhao Linglong subjected him to a series of dizzying aerial maneuvers that rivaled the performances of fighter jets from his previous life. Ultimately, with the relentless turbulence, Li Ruoqing succumbed to motion sickness. Zhao Linglong, I shall remember this. Li Ruoqing fumed, convinced that she had done so on purpose. Having returned to Frost City prematurely and missed many delightful meals in the imperial capital, harboring a grudge and seizing the opportunity to take revenge on him. Upon returning to the Lord's mansion, Li Ruoqing swiftly gathered everyone and briefly informed them of his appointment as the Northern King, tasked with managing affairs in the Northern Territories, and then inquired about the current situation. Zhao Yun was the first to respond. "Your Highness, the orc army has already breached the border defenses and is currently assaulting the surrounding cities and nearby kingdoms. Given the current circumstances, it is unlikely to last many days." Furthermore, the refugees from Maple Leaf City reported that the city's lord, Honda, has raised the banner of rebellion. Zhao Yun recalled the latest information and added, "Not long ago, an orc martial emperor arrived in Frost City, seemingly intent on assassinating the city lord. I intervened and taught him a lesson, sending him on his way." A martial emperor attempting an assassination? They certainly think highly of me. Upon hearing of the martial emperor's approach, Li Ruoqing felt a sense of foreboding. Had it not been for Jian Lao's presence, that orc martial emperor might have wreaked havoc in Frost City. However, since the adversary had already encountered Jian Lao, he likely understood that a martial saint resided in Frost City. The immediate priority was to suppress Honda of Maple Leaf City. However, they possessed scant military strength. Aside from Zhao Yun's 3,000 elite cavalry, the combined forces of the orcs and the city defense troops amounted to merely over 10,000, an overwhelming disparity in numbers. Your Highness, armed with His Majesty's edict, you are in a rightful position to dispatch envoys to the northern frontier, rallying the remnants of our army. Surely, in a short span of time, a formidable force can be assembled, with the assistance of General Zhao and the Archmage Temis. It would not merely be a matter of subduing Honda. Driving the orc army from our lands would be merely a question of time. The speaker was Zhou Qing, who had previously pledged allegiance to Li Ruoqing. When it came to strategizing, Zhou's expertise undoubtedly surpassed that of the others in the Lord's Manor. Upon hearing Zhou Qing's plan, the assembly took a moment to reflect before expressing their unanimous agreement. Yet, Zhao Yun inquired, given that the orc army is currently assaulting the kingdom and adjacent cities, should we not first extend our support? Our forces are too meager. We would likely be of little consequence. Those kingdoms boast at least tens of thousands of standing troops and should be able to endure for several days. Alas, it is unfortunate that the common folk of those cities must endure hardships, Zhou Qing lamented, adopting a demeanor of compassion that struck Li Ruoqing as somewhat theatrical. In his recollection, Zhou Qing was far from a benevolent figure. Such sentiments must surely stem from ulterior motives. Seeing that a prudent course of action had been established, Li Ruoqing instructed the others to prepare, leaving Zhou Qing behind. What do you mean by advocating against sending troops for rescue? Li Ruoqing inquired directly. Zhou Qing smiled slightly. Your Highness, times have changed. You are now the king of the north, personally appointed by His Majesty. The existence of these petty kingdoms only serves to undermine your authority over the entire northern region. Rather than waste time, it would be more advantageous to eradicate them while the orc army advances southward. Subsequently, you can reclaim lost territories and achieve unification of the north in one fell swoop. A clever ploy to use another's sword against them. You truly have a knack for strategy. Li Ruoqing admired Zhou Qing's cunning, having long harbored dissatisfaction towards these kingdoms. They had subtly shown signs of resisting the imperial decrees, and during this period of border crisis, the garrisons of surrounding cities had been requisitioned. Yet these kingdoms were solely preoccupied with their own interests, failing to augment their reinforcements. Now, as the orc army breached the frontier, they faced the consequences of their negligence. You overstate my capabilities. I am now yours to command, and thus must consider matters from your perspective, Zhou Qing replied humbly in response to Li Ruoqing's praise. Through his observations, he noted that the sixth prince was far from the ineffectual figure that the world perceived him to be. Not only had he managed to govern Hanshuan City with remarkable prosperity, but he had also attracted formidable talents of the martial sovereign and martial emperor realms. In contrast, he was evidently superior to several princes in the imperial capital. Such an exceptional leader was worthy of allegiance. Perhaps one day, he might rise to prominence as a loyal minister, soaring to great heights. Chapter 66. Has the North fallen overnight? Faced with the relentless siege of the orc army, the surrounding cities were utterly powerless to resist, swiftly succumbing as the orcs breached their gates, and a multitude of humans became captives of war. The situation in the border kingdom is relatively better. In a desperate attempt to counter the onslaught of the orc army, the Kingdom of Green promptly sent out a plea for assistance, hoping that neighboring kingdoms would dispatch troops for aid. Furthermore, King Li Yuanqing of the Green Kingdom summoned all stationed troops from nearby cities to converge at the royal capital. As the military forces departed in droves, the citizens within the city fled in panic, seeking refuge in the southern cities. Remaining in the city would inevitably lead to capture by the orc army, resulting in enslavement. News of the northern frontier's fall swiftly reached the imperial capital, striking the complacent courtiers who were immersed in a time of peace and prosperity like a thunderclap. They were utterly unprepared for the death of the formidable Grand Marshal Ling Shuang, the pillar of the dynasty, in the northern territories. Alongside the substantial loss of the stationed troops, the orc army advanced southward, capturing several cities in succession. Has Lord Honda of Maple Leaf City revolted? In the court, Li Shiwan glared with a pale countenance at the assembled officials and furiously demanded, given the dire state of the northern front, what strategies do you propose? Yet, the vast court fell into a profound silence. Not a single voice dared to speak. With the death of the martial emperor-level Marshal Ling Shuang, what could they, mere officials, achieve by going north? At best, it would be a futile sacrifice. As for sending the two esteemed palace offerings to the border, no one dared to broach such a notion. Should the offerings depart the imperial capital, the palace's defensive strength would be significantly weakened. And if a formidable adversary were to launch an assassination attempt, the first to suffer would likely be Li Shihuan himself. Observing the hushed court, Li Shihuan's fury intensified. With an impassive expression, he declared, "Since you are unable to present any viable solutions, I hereby decree the appointment of the sixth prince as the king of the north, granting him full authority over all matters concerning the northern territories. Mobilize all sects and kingdoms within the realm of the Qian dynasty for military service. Those who defy this order shall face immediate execution. It is imperative that we reclaim our lost territories in the northern frontier in the shortest time possible." All princes and courtiers were taken aback. None anticipated the emperor would directly elevate his sixth son. The princes understood that the emperor intended to utilize the two martial emperor-level warriors surrounding Li Ruoqing to stabilize the northern front and reclaim lost lands. However, the rewards bestowed seemed excessively generous. After years of fierce competition, none had been granted a title, yet the youngest was suddenly elevated to kingship. The courtiers were unaware of the underlying circumstances, merely perceiving Li Shihuan's decision as rash. In their view, Prince Li Ruoqing lacked exceptional talent, and appointing him as the king of the north was clearly a reckless gamble. "Your Majesty, this is unwise. The sixth prince lacks the necessary capabilities for such a significant responsibility. I implore you to reconsider and select someone more capable," a straightforward courtier advised. "Humph, by your reasoning, who among you could bear such a heavy responsibility? Perhaps we should send you and your entire family to the northern front to combat the orc army. Surely, victory would be assured," Li Shihuan retorted with a cold smile. Hearing this, Wang Yuan collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. He had not anticipated that his counsel would provoke such a fierce rebuttal from Li Shihuan, suggesting that a mere scholar like him should lead his family to the front lines against the orc army. What distinction is there between this and sending him to his doom? The other princes and ministers, witnessing the scene, dared not utter a word, fearing entanglement in the dire consequences. Li Shihuan regarded the ministers below the steps, rendered mute by trepidation, and felt a profound sense of disillusionment. In the usual court debates, they were fervent and vocal, yet when the moment of crisis arrived, not a single soul dared to speak up. Among such a multitude, not one could shoulder the burden. What a collection of ineptitude he had fostered. He understood well that to utterly vanquish the beastmen army and reclaim lost territories, formidable warriors were essential. With the Grand Priest's time running short and the second priest bound to the imperial palace, there were no other martial emperors available to dispatch to the northern frontier. Aside from his rebellious son, the sixth prince, who had openly threatened him, no one possessed the capability to restore the northern frontier. Li Shihuan lamented that he was perhaps the most beleaguered ruler in the history of the Qian dynasty. As the edict spread from the imperial capital to distant lands, the southern cities and kingdoms were astounded. They had not anticipated that the seemingly impregnable northern frontier could be breached by the beastmen army, resulting in the demise of the martial emperor General Ling Shuang and the loss of tens of thousands of border troops. It felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed. With the northern frontier's defenses shattered, how could the southern kingdoms and cities remain unscathed? The nobles and sects, who had previously watched from the sidelines, could no longer remain passive upon receiving the imperial edict. Initially reluctant to commit their private armies and disciples to the service of the Qian dynasty due to the potential for great losses suffered by them, while the dynasty would incur none, now, the prospect of execution for disobedience loomed, a punishment unprecedented in decades. Furthermore, with the beastmen already infiltrating the Qian territory, inaction could very well lead to their own peril. For both public and private interests, complying with the imperial edict to send aid to the northern frontier had become the sole option. In contrast to the unstoppable advance of the beastmen army, Honda's Maple Leaf army appeared somewhat lacking. After capturing a few barren border cities with his elite forces, he realized that few targets remained for conquest. The beastmen had already seized a majority of the cities, leaving little room for further offensives. At this juncture, Chun Tianqing approached Honda with a suggestion. "My lord, to our northwest lies Frost City. We could mount an assault there. Should we capture that prince, we could negotiate with the Qian dynasty." Chun Tianqing's proposal stirred Honda's interest, yet he was acutely aware that the enemy was bolstered by a powerful archmage, and his own strength had yet to be restored. Casting doubt on his chances of victory, seeing Honda's hesitation, Guqing urged him further. "My lord, the The situation has changed significantly. We must adjust our strategy. Commander Chun's suggestion is astute. Capturing a prince would provide us with an invaluable bargaining tool. If you can momentarily distract their archmage, our elite forces will undoubtedly be able to conquer Frost City and seize the prince. Otherwise, we will be left to attack other kingdoms or contend with the beastmen for cities. Guqing's analysis swiftly illuminated Honda's understanding. Aside from the assault on Frost City, the other two paths would only lead to greater hardships. Without excessive hesitation, Honda promptly issued orders for the Grand Army to set forth towards Frost City in the northwest, advancing with great momentum. In the face of tens of thousands of elite troops, could Frost City weather the storm? Chapter 67. The Eve of Battle. Zhao Yun, adhering to the plan, led 1,000 white horse volunteers to the several border passes, summoning the remaining stationed troops. However, they had scarcely departed when the forces from Maple Leaf City surged forth. The white horse volunteers stationed outside the city promptly detected the situation and immediately signaled an alarm to warn the city. Meanwhile, Li Ruoqing was in the rear courtyard of the Lord's manor, observing the sweet potato seeds he had previously sown, now sprouting vibrant green leaves, which filled him with great joy. In just 3 to 4 months, the first batch of sweet potatoes would be ready for harvest. Perhaps by the end of this year, large-scale cultivation of sweet potatoes could commence, with an astonishing yield of 5,000 pounds per mu. Frost City and the entire northern region would no longer suffer from food shortages. As Li Ruoqing envisioned a bright future, he was soon interrupted by a servant. "Your Highness, we have just received an alert from the patrolling white horse volunteers outside the city. A large army is advancing towards Frost City. It is expected to consist of at least 50,000 troops approaching from the southeast." 50,000 troops? If they were not orcs, then it could only be the traitor Honda from Maple Leaf City. Li Ruoqing deduced from the servant's report. "It's unexpected that we haven't sought him out for trouble, yet he dares to come and provoke us. Does he presume he has the upper hand?" Humph. Li Ruoqing was astonished by Honda's audacity to confront him so soon. If they seek battle, then let it be. Although Zhao Yun had departed, Li Ruoqing remained unfazed. Both Temis and Zhao Linglong possessed far superior strength compared to Zhao Yun. Even if Honda were a martial emperor, so what? In a 2-on-1 scenario, he would merely meet the same fate as Ling Shuang. Li Ruoqing swiftly found Temis, who was instructing Shui in magic practice within a pavilion. Young Shui was diligently attempting the newly learned spells, her expression earnest. In the pavilion, Iosis looked on in astonishment, exclaiming, "How is it that despite her tender age, Shui practices magic so swiftly? I've trained for many years to attain the 3rd tier. That's because you're lazy," snickered Guzi, the Howling Moon, without a shred of restraint, ruthlessly mocking the young girl. On their way back to Frost City, this little girl had taken advantage of him while riding on his back, nearly causing him to lose his composure and plummet from the sky, nearly turning into a heap of flesh. "If you can't speak wisely, then remain silent." Iosis glared at the Howling Moon Wolf King, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Although her mother had assured her of her high magical talent and urged her to practice diligently, she often succumbed to the allure of play with other elven girls, neglecting her training. This left her mother both exasperated and helpless. Given that she was still a mere child of just over 100 years, playful and mischievous, serious training would have to wait many more years. "Then you should practice alongside Shui. I can teach you as well." Themis gazed at the still irritated Iosis with a smile, feeling a kinship with the playful elven girl. She did not wish for this little one to squander her time and waste her magical talents. Soon, Li Ruoqing approached, smiling as he said, "Teacher, I fear you cannot supervise their magical training for the time being. The rebel forces from Maple Leaf City are advancing towards us, and I require your assistance." "Humph. Sister Themis, do not aid this villain." Iosis's countenance soured the moment she saw Li Ruoqing. It was he, the so-called villain, who had threatened her brother, preventing her from returning home. "How am I a villain? It wasn't I who abducted you. I merely spent a fortune to acquire you, and it is only reasonable to seek some compensation from your brother. Moreover, your arrival in Frost City entails work for you, does it not?" Li Ruoqing was not inclined to indulge this little elven girl, who was attempting to tarnish his reputation as a benevolent figure. "Very well. However, should we not also inform Miss Linglong? That Honda seems to be a martial emperor, and I doubt I can capture him alone." Themis nodded. Li Ruoqing was her loyal subject and disciple, and assisting him was inevitable. "I shall seek her out shortly. Xiaoya, do you know where Linglong is?" Li Ruoqing inquired curiously. Noticing the slumbering Xiaoya, the Wolf King, who, as Linglong's loyal follower, should be aware of her whereabouts. "She is likely at an inn in the city, indulging in culinary delights," the Wolf King replied, gazing up at Li Ruoqing with uncertainty. The journey back from the imperial capital to Frost City had drained its energy, and it had yet to recuperate. Indeed, she is quite the gourmand, Li Ruoqing remarked, somewhat exasperated. How can she still be so enamored with food despite having reached the martial emperor level? Is it perhaps hereditary? With no time for further contemplation, he signaled Wang Yi to gather the troops to guard against a sudden rebel attack, while he made his way to the inn to summon the glutton to work. Upon finding the gluttonous Zhao Linglong indulging in a feast at the inn, Li Ruoqing grinned mischievously. What brings you here? Is the fare at the Lord's manor unsatisfactory? Linglong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately ignored him, continuing her gastronomic endeavors. Ahem, the rebels from Maple Leaf City are attacking from the southeast, and I require your aid. If we prevail, I shall arrange a sumptuous banquet for you, Li Ruoqing proposed. Linglong remained unmoved. Thinking that a mere meal would suffice to entice her assistance was utterly impossible. Remembering the vial of true dragon blood he had stored within his system, extracted from the remains of a divine dragon in the secret realm, Li Ruoqing recalled its reputed powers to enhance the body, awaken dragon bloodlines, and augment potential. Surely this substance would be of use to her, the Zhao dragon. As Li Ruoqing produced the vial of true dragon blood and waved it before Linglong, he teased. Very well, I suppose you have little need for this vial of true dragon blood, do you? The once carefree Qiao Linglong was suddenly taken aback. The small vial before her exuded a potent draconic aura. Despite having reached the martial emperor realm, she found it challenging to withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from the dragon lineage within. This was a manifestation of the upper dragon clan exerting dominance over the lesser branch of their kin. How did you come by this? Hand it over at once, Qiao Linglong urged, her impatience rising. After all, enhancing her strength was far more pressing than indulging in a meal. If she could obtain this vial of true dragon blood and refine it, she might very well undergo a transformation of her bloodline, ascending from a cold flood dragon to a true dragon. Chapter 68. Persuading Qiao Linglong. Upon witnessing Qiao Linglong's eager expression, Li Ruoqing quickly grasped the significance of this treasure to her. It appeared he had found her Achilles heel. When you flew me about earlier, was the turbulence a form of revenge? Li Ruoqing inquired with a stern countenance. Oh, that was in the past. Why dwell on it? Qiao Linglong retorted, somewhat petulantly. Although Li Ruoqing spoke the truth, she would never admit it. Just give me this item, and I shall assist you in quelling those traitors, Qiao Linglong implored, her urgency palpable. This mischievous lad was using such a precious artifact to entice her, leaving her restless. If not for the fear of attracting trouble from that martial saint elder, she would have seized it outright. Should she successfully refine this vial of true dragon blood, it could very well lead to the elevation of her bloodline, surpassing her forebears and returning to the true dragon form. At that moment, the realm of the martial saint would no longer seem out of reach. Perhaps she might even have a chance at divinity. Such a treasure was simply irresistible. She could not resist its allure. Do you take me for a fool? You expect me to part with such a rare treasure for merely assisting you in suppressing the rebels? The sun has yet to set for you to be dreaming. Li Ruoqing chuckled. Now aware of Qiao Linglong's keen desire for the item, he would not easily relinquish it. What do you propose? Qiao Linglong replied, vexed. She had previously toyed with Li Ruoqing, but now she found herself facing immediate retribution. It was evident that Li Ruoqing intended to leverage the vial of true dragon blood to coerce her, and she felt powerless to protest, which only fueled her frustration. What do I propose? That's a rather presumptuous question. We are allies after all, Li Ruoqing teased. Humph, it was merely a jest. Must you be so petty? What must I do to earn this item? Spare me the riddles. Qiao Linglong was unimpressed by Li Ruoqing's evasiveness, fully aware that he intended to use the treasure as leverage against her. That depends on your performance as my ally. If you excel, the treasure shall be yours post-haste. However, should your performance be mediocre, I shall deliberate further, Li Ruoqing replied, grinning at her exasperation. Qiao Linglong, filled with indignation, could scarcely contain her frustration. So you dictate the terms? That's unacceptable. If I assist you, and you dare deny me this treasure, even if that old sword master shows up, I shall give you a thrashing, Qiao Linglong declared vehemently. As the directives from the Lord's manor were systematically issued, thousands of city defense troops promptly stationed themselves along the walls. Within the city, nearly 10,000 enemy orc soldiers gathered. On the platform, Li Ruoqing, clad in black battle armor, proclaimed loudly, the entire northern territory has succumbed to devastation, leaving only our Frost City as a bastion. We have provided you with abundant sustenance and comfort, allowing you to live well. Now, as the traitorous forces approach, intent on breaching our city, plundering our possessions, and enslaving us, We must rise and defend our homeland, uniting against these invaders. As Li Ruoqing delivered his impassioned speech, the simple-minded orcs became increasingly agitated. They had tasted the fruits of a life devoid of want within Frost City. With diligent labor, their daily wages ensured they could feast to their heart's content. Such a life had once seemed but a distant dream, and now the traitors outside threatened to shatter their idyllic existence and enslave them. This was intolerable. The orcs roared in fury, their voices echoing through the square, proclaiming that no one would disrupt their cherished lives. They had once joined the army, driven by the need for food, and now that they enjoyed a life of prosperity, they cherished their happiness even more fiercely. Anyone who dared to threaten it, even their fellow kin, would face dire consequences. It was undeniable that as these orcs donned their regulation armor and wielded massive weapons such as spiked clubs and meteor hammers, the formation of a heavy infantry unit began to take shape. Li Ruoqing gazed upon the formidable assembly below and couldn't help but muse. If the northern orc kingdom possessed sufficient resources to mass-produce such heavy armor and weaponry, neither the Azure Dragon dynasty nor the Crimson Flame dynasty could withstand their might. The 5,000 armed orcs before him bore equipment that had cost over 500,000 gold coins. And that was still at a preferential price from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Li Ruoqing, surveying the approaching rebel forces from Maple Leaf City, noted the presence of numerous cavalry and remarked thoughtfully, "It seems that Honda had been plotting this for quite some time. To amass such a force without raising suspicion while the green clothes guard remained oblivious. What a cunning old fox he is. Teacher, is it possible for you to cast a large-scale wood or earth magic to transform the flat terrain ahead into an uneven landscape?" Li Ruoqing inquired of the nearby Themis. If feasible, he hoped that during the enemy's charge, Themis could unexpectedly alter the terrain, causing many of the unsuspecting rebels to stumble, thereby benefiting the fully armed orc army in their counterattack. It is possible, but it would consume a considerable amount of magical energy, and the results may not meet expectations. Themis replied after a moment of contemplation. He was not fully convinced by Li Ruoqing's sudden notion, as the battlefield's dynamics were ever-changing. If the enemy were not foolish, they would not charge blindly into a suddenly transformed landscape. Very well, we shall adhere to the original plan. When they charge, Zhao will employ her innate skill, Windblade Assault, to hinder their advance. Additionally, you can cast light magic to bolster the orc army with collective enchantments. As long as we eliminate the enemy's cavalry and engage them head-on, I firmly believe that this heavy-armored legion will sweep all before it. Uncle Wang will charge alongside me. Linglong, keep an eye on the powerful foes within their ranks. Should they dare to strike, join the teacher in ambushing them. Li Ruoqing reiterated once more. Not a problem. Zhao Linglong replied confidently, stating that she could easily dispatch ordinary martial sovereigns. As for martial emperors, they might be somewhat challenging. However, with the cooperation of Temis, she was certain they would soon prevail. When the rebel forces approached within a mile of Frosty City, Chun Tianxing, adhering to Honda's directive, stepped forward to issue a challenge, simultaneously attempting to coax the enemy into surrendering. Yet, the opposing forces were undeterred by their vast army and responded only with the brutish roars of orcs, leaving Chun Tianxing utterly speechless. Ultimately, he commanded the cavalry to charge forth, determined to send these insufferable orcs to their doom. After all, the nimble and agile cavalry had always held the advantage over the cumbersome orc infantry. Chapter 69. The curtain falls outside Frosty City. Thousands of cavalry surged forward, raising clouds of dust. The orcs on the defensive stood ready. However, the Howling Moon Wolf King suddenly revealed its massive form and unleashed its innate ability, Windblade Assault. Countless blades of wind materialized out of thin air, striking like swords, catching the once mighty cavalry charge off guard and halting it abruptly. Lacking heavy armor for protection, the sharp wind blades easily pierced their light gear, inflicting considerable damage, while their unprotected steeds soon bore the brunt of the onslaught, covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. In a short time, chaos erupted within the cavalry ranks, as many could no longer endure the relentless barrage of wind blades and began to retreat. Observing this, others followed suit, pulling back in disarray. Seeing his cavalry falter before even reaching Frosty City was a source of embarrassment for Honda, who bellowed in frustration. "You worthless fools, charge forward. Whoever dares to retreat, I will personally execute." With their leader's words ringing in their ears, the commanders under him gritted their teeth and urged their troops forward. Chun Tianxing, emboldened by his mid-stage martial sovereign strength, led a fully armed contingent of infantry toward Frosty City. If they could eliminate the beast launching its devastating attacks, their cavalry could once again charge and disrupt the enemy forces. However, Chun Tianqing's ambitions were destined to fail. Not only was the Howling Moon Wolf King also a formidable beast at the martial sovereign level, but Temis and Zhao Linglong, who were attentively monitoring the battlefield, quickly recognized the exposed Chun Tianqing, an inviting target for their assault. Zhao Linglong promptly activated the battle sky technique, channeling her surging true essence, and an ethereal beast claw tore through the space ahead, reaching directly for Chun Tianqing and his men below. Initially, Chun Tianqing, sensing an ominous portent, believed it to be a mere figment of his imagination. However, upon witnessing the enormous beastly claw tearing through the sky and hurtling towards him, he struggled to swallow his fear and, losing control of his emotions, shouted, "Martial Emperor." Before he could utter another word, the colossal claw descended upon the crowd, severely injuring Chun Tianqing, who was at the martial venerable realm. The soldiers behind him were swept away by the tremendous energy, toppling to the ground, unable to rise again. The rebel forces, witnessing this harrowing scene, felt a chill of trepidation. If even a mid-stage martial venerable like Chun Tianqing could falter here, could they withstand such an onslaught? Were they being led to their demise? Honda's expression turned ashen, acutely aware of the formidable energy emanating from the sudden appearance of the beastly claw. It was evident that the assailant was a formidable opponent, a being above the martial emperor realm. Yet, wasn't he their only one grand mage in Frost City? Where had this martial emperor materialized from? The current situation was exceedingly dire for them in Maple Leaf City. The beastly horde had already seized multiple cities, gaining control over a significant portion of the northern territories. If they failed to expand their domain, they would soon be consumed by the beastly army. Cooperation could only flourish under conditions of mutual equality. If Maple Leaf City proved too weak, they would forfeit their right to cooperate. Honda found himself in a precarious position. If he abandoned the remnants of his soldiers to return to Maple Leaf City, he would likely face either an onslaught from the beastly army or a counterattack from the Crimson Flame dynasty. Yet if he fought valiantly, he might capture Li Ruoqing, thereby securing leverage for negotiations with the Crimson Flame dynasty. Torn between inaction and a desperate struggle, Honda swiftly reached a resolution. "All troops, heed my command. Charge with me. Anyone who dares to retreat shall be executed on the spot." Honda bellowed, ordering his forces to launch an assault. With no retreat possible, they could only surge forward, prepared to fight to the death. This time, Honda himself led the charge, invigorating the soldiers who seized their weapons and charged at Frost City for a second time. Observing this, Li Ruoqing immediately seized the opportunity to blend into the ranks of heavily armored infantry alongside Zhao Linglong. If Honda was intent on courting death, he could not blame Li Ruoqing for launching an ambush. In a matter of moments, the two forces clashed violently. Although the rebels from Maple Leaf City had numerical superiority, upon confronting the Black Torrent of Steel, they discovered that Frost City had inexplicably assembled a formidable contingent of robust warriors. The armor they donned and the steel blades and long spears they wielded could not breach their defenses. While they were momentarily stunned, they were struck by the enemy's spiked clubs and meteor hammers, falling heavily to the ground, blood pouring from their wounds. Witnessing the ferocity of the beast men, Li Ruoqing felt a surge of encouragement. Amidst the throng, he coordinated with the Beastman warriors, launching flanking maneuvers and dispatching numerous rebels. Seeing that his own warriors were no match for the enemy, Honda had no choice but to descend into the fray himself. However, he, still recovering from grave injuries, could only exert the pinnacle strength of a martial sovereign. Confronted by the fearless orc warriors clad in heavy armor, he found it impossible to deliver a lethal blow. He could only inflict severe wounds. Witnessing Honda personally engaging in battle, Li Ruoqing hastily called upon the spirited Zhao Linglong, urging her to deal with Honda. This unexpected interruption irked the formidable Zhao Linglong, akin to being abruptly yanked from an engrossing game. Yet, considering the precious true dragon blood in Li Ruoqing's possession, she restrained her frustration and advanced towards Honda. Unbeknownst to Honda, who was reveling in the fight, a martial emperor had blended within the ranks of the army, seizing the moment of his inattention to launch a sudden assault. A vicious claw strike landed squarely on Honda's right flank, eliciting a pained howl as he crumpled to the ground, racked with agony. One must commend Zhao Linglong's stealthy attack, which struck decisively while Honda's guard was down, swiftly incapacitating him. Observing this, Li Ruoqing urged Zhao Linglong to maintain control over Honda and, gathering his vital energy, proclaimed that the rebel leader Honda had been captured. He commanded the soldiers of Maple Leaf City to lay down their arms or face immediate execution. As Li Ruoqing's call for surrender echoed across the battlefield, many soldiers hesitated but ultimately relinquished their weapons. The more obstinate factions, however, found themselves easily subdued by the surrounding orc warriors. Realizing the tide had turned, the remaining combatants had no choice but to surrender. Meanwhile, Guqing, the strategist, upon hearing Honda mutter about another martial emperor in Frost City, sensed the impending disaster and had already withdrawn from the ranks. Amidst the chaos of the army's charge, he seized the opportunity to flee, aware that it was the prudent course of action to distance himself from the folly of the ineffectual Honda. Chapter 70. Rallying the troops. The Green Kingdom cannot withstand. As the battle concluded, Frost City emerged victorious, having sustained only minor injuries among its hundreds of orc warriors. While the rebel forces suffered over 1,000 fatalities and more than 2,000 injuries, with upwards of 40,000 ultimately surrendering. This led Li Ruoqing to reflect on the significant influence of powerful warriors in determining the outcome of war. Had it not been for Linglong, the conflict would not have unfolded so smoothly. Following their triumph, Li Ruoqing promptly enlisted the aid of Temis to tend to the wounded orc warriors. Recognizing that without these valiant contributors, the outcome of the defensive battle would have been uncertain. As for the soldiers of Maple Leaf City who had participated in the rebellion, Li Ruoqing confiscated their weapons and ordered the orc warriors to escort them to the camp for supervised detention. After all, they had once been part of the Qian dynasty's forces, with sufficient ideological reformation and labor rehabilitation. He believed they would soon recognize the deception of aligning with a traitor like Honda, realizing that the only rightful path was to continue serving the Qian dynasty. Li Ruoqing had no intention of pursuing retribution against the ordinary soldiers. After all, hundreds of thousands of orc warriors awaited his command, and this contingent of thousands could significantly bolster his efforts. As for Honda and the other martial sovereigns, they were all stripped of their true essence and subjected to severe torture in a dungeon, determined to extract their secrets and treasures without rest. Seeing the victorious return of the group, Yang Yu and the officials of the city lord's mansion were elated. Although they were aware that Li Ruoqing was accompanied by formidable allies, he had brought with him an elite force of tens of thousands, including several martial sovereigns and experts of the martial emperor realm. In comparison, the stationed troops of Frosty City barely numbered around 15,000, of which 10,000 were newly formed orc soldiers lacking in training. Your Highness, I shall promptly report this great victory to the imperial capital. I believe rewards will soon be dispatched, Yang Yu proclaimed with excitement. He had already received word that not only had the rebels of Maple Leaf City been defeated, but the rebel leader Han had also been captured alive by Li Ruoqing's men. It was noteworthy that Honda was a powerful figure at the martial emperor level. The might of their prince was truly formidable. Report to the imperial capital? There is no need. The orc army has yet to be expelled. So how can this be considered a great victory? Li Ruoqing was unimpressed by Yang Yu's suggestion. Now that he had become the Northern King, his focus was solely on recovering the entire northern territory, rendering the trivial rewards from the imperial capital inconsequential. Before Yang Yu could finish speaking, Wang Yi, who had just returned from the battlefield, interjected, Lord Yang, the entire northern realm is now under the prince's command. The emperor, far away in the capital, cannot provide any assistance. If the entire northern territory cannot be reclaimed, this report holds little significance. Then, as Director Wang suggests, we shall wait until we have defeated the orc army and reclaimed lost lands before reporting together. Yang Yu nodded in agreement with Wang Yi's assessment. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun, leading 1,000 white horse Isong cavalry, hastened to the border cities within less than an hour. Upon reaching Tianji City, the guards atop the city walls eyed Zhao Yun and his cavalry with vigilance. Though they were all of the human race, they had received news of Honda, the lord of Maple Leaf City, raising a rebellion, prompting them to be particularly cautious of passing armies. I bear an edict from the imperial capital. His Majesty has conferred the title of Northern King upon the 6th Prince, Li Ruoqing, granting him full authority over northern affairs. The Northern King now commands the border forces to rally and march south to besiege the orc army. Zhao Yun declared loudly. The Northern King? Is that true? The guards atop the wall were momentarily taken aback. How could it be that within just a few days, the dynasty had gained another prince, and moreover, a Northern King? With General Ling Shuang slain in battle, what could a mere youth accomplish? After waiting for a response that did not come, Zhao Yun, sensing their apprehension, continued. The Northern King has secured the allegiance of a Grand Mage and a martial emperor-level powerhouse in Frosty City. If you all descend to assist, we can undoubtedly vanquish the orc army, cleanse the shame, and avenge General Ling Shuang. Upon hearing this, the soldiers on the wall could no longer restrain themselves. A Grand Mage and a martial emperor-level expert? That would equate to 2 martial emperors. Previously, General Ling Shuang had sacrificed himself to buy time for their retreat, only to be besieged and killed by two martial emperors. In Frost City, the emergence of two formidable warriors has instilled a renewed sense of courage among the former subordinates of Marshal Ling Shuang. The fervent desire for vengeance against the enemies soon ignited within their hearts. The commanders within the city, upon receiving the news relayed by the defending soldiers, were elated and swiftly mobilized their forces to march south, joining the Northern King in a concerted effort to vanquish the Orc army and avenge their fallen leader. Had it not been for the unscrupulous tactics employed by the Orc commander, Tej, who clandestinely sought the aid of another martial emperor, victory over Marshal Ling Shuang would have been unattainable, let alone breaching the impregnable defenses of the northern frontier. Subsequently, Zhao Yun, accompanied by his loyal cavalry, journeyed to several neighboring cities to convey the imperial edict from the capital, while also issuing orders to assemble troops for a southern advance against the Orc forces. Initially hesitant, the stationed troops, upon learning of the arrival of two unparalleled champions in Frost City, swiftly reversed their stances and expressed their willingness to march southward. In stark contrast to the triumph in Frost City, the situation in the Green Kingdom proved to be far more arduous. Lacking a martial emperor to safeguard their realm, the kingdom was akin to an unprotected feast for the overwhelmingly large Orc army. The mere deployment of a few Orc martial masters had already stretched the Green Kingdom's defenses to their limits, having barely withstood the initial assaults. The royal family was gripped by trepidation, acutely aware that their diminutive kingdom could not withstand the might of the Orc legions. They had remained passive observers during the border crisis, and now they were reaping the consequences. "Why don't we seek refuge in Frost City?" proposed one of the princes. The imperial edict from the capital had already reached them, announcing the sudden elevation of the sixth prince, who had been residing in Frost City, to the position of Northern King, endowed with full authority over matters in the northern territories. This unexpected development left many astonished, while astute individuals began to discern the underlying motives. Although Emperor Li Shuan may not possess the same formidable wisdom as his ancestors, he is nonetheless recognized as a sagacious ruler, unlikely to delegate such critical responsibilities to an inept offspring. His decision to appoint Li Ruoqing for the aftermath suggests he has a reliable strategy in place. Li Ruoqing, that empty shell prince, can barely ensure his own safety. "Do you truly believe we should seek his protection?" retorted another. However, a greater number of individuals harbored skepticism towards the newly appointed lord. Considering his lack of troops and resources, the prospect of repelling the Orcs and reclaiming lost territory from the confines of Frost City seemed utterly fanciful. Neither option seems viable. "Can you propose a superior alternative? We cannot simply remain here and await our doom. If the city falls, we shall all become captives, and our survival would be uncertain." The furious courtiers expressed their dissatisfaction towards their colleagues who dismissed his proposal. Chapter 71. The illusions of the Green Kingdom. The courtiers, rebuffed by this criticism, struggled to articulate a response, as the looming threat of hundreds of thousands of Orc soldiers in the north persisted. Even though the dynasty was summoning reinforcements to support the northern front, distant aid would not suffice in the face of immediate peril. The other kingdoms possessed scant forces, rendering them incapable of alleviating the crisis. And with the Orc army poised nearby, any rash movements were fraught with danger. Amidst the atmosphere of despondency, a captain of the guards rushed into the hall, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I bring good news." Remarkable news. A commander of the royal guards hastily burst into the grand hall, reporting that Honda, leading an elite force of 50,000 from the rebel faction of Maple Leaf City, had attacked Frosty City. Within a single day, the entire army was annihilated, and the Northern King had captured the rebel leader, Honda. Upon hearing this news, everyone was utterly astounded. They had previously received word that Honda's audacity in raising a banner of rebellion stemmed from his breakthrough to the martial emperor rank. Following the death of Commander Ling Shuang, there was no other martial emperor at the border to counterbalance his power. This had granted him an opportunity. Otherwise, how could he have dared to revolt with Commander Ling Shuang safeguarding the northern frontier? Note: Honda's severe injuries and decline in power had not been disclosed, and everyone still believed he remained at the martial emperor level. Now, for Frosty City to triumph over an army led by a martial emperor, it would require another martial emperor to be stationed there. Otherwise, victory was simply unattainable. This revelation invigorated them all. Did it not suggest that if they could persuade Frosty City to come to their aid, they might very well repel the besieging army of beastmen and avert the crisis of national extinction? However, they had no ties or friendships with the Northern King, Li Ruoqing. Why would he dispatch troops to rescue them without cause? "I am willing to venture to Frosty City in search of reinforcements," proclaimed a strikingly handsome young prince. stepping forward to address the king and the assembled ministers. All eyes turned to the second prince, Li Yuan, in surprise. In their recollection, this prince had always been meek, conducting himself with mediocrity and lacking any remarkable traits. The king regarded his second son with curiosity, a glimmer of pride evident in his gaze, while the silent elder prince standing nearby appeared quite disappointed. Your Majesty, the second prince's courage is commendable. However, persuading the northern king to send aid will likely require more than just a few words from him. Without a vested interest, why would he extend his hand to assist us? Commented another astute minister. When the sixth prince was appointed to Frosty City, we offered no acknowledgement. Now that trouble has arisen, we are hastily calling for his help? It is folly to expect such generosity, as long as the northern king is willing to assist. Once we repel the beastmen, I am prepared to cede 3 cities and 13 treasures of the royal family, the king declared, stifling his anguish. Even at the cost of several cities and some treasures, it would ensure the survival of the kingdom of Glen. If they were to fall, even if they managed to drive back the beastmen, no one would be inclined to help them rebuild. The ruler of the imperial capital would relish seeing these smaller kingdoms fall one by one, so he could reclaim the territories. Rest assured, father, I shall return with the reinforcements from Frosty City. The second prince, Li Yuan, declared passionately. In his mind, he believed that with these offerings, the northern king would undoubtedly send troops to assist. At that moment, with the merit of safeguarding the nation, he could supplant his elder brother and ascend to the throne of the kingdom of Glen, which would be far superior to remaining a powerless second prince. Upon witnessing the elation of his younger brother, the eldest prince, Li Ruachin, let out a cold smile, secretly contemplating the naivety of those who believed they could compel the northern king to dispatch troops for their rescue. How foolish! The northern king would simply bide his time, waiting for the kingdom of Green to be obliterated by the beastmen, and then he would strike back, seizing the entire realm for himself. In recent days, his advisors had presented a far superior strategy. Instead of soliciting aid from the neighboring kingdoms or Frost City, why not directly head to the imperial capital with the treasures in tow to present them before His Majesty? By offering these riches as a token of loyalty, and with the Emperor's approval, a grand army would undoubtedly be dispatched to repel the beastmen. With the support of the imperial capital, his ascension to the throne would be assured. Meanwhile, the beastman commander, Tej, remained somewhat shaken. The martial saint he encountered in Frost City was an utterly formidable opponent, having wounded him with a mere strike. Had the adversary harbored any intent to kill, both he and his guards might have perished in Frost City. In recent days, the Beastman legions under the leadership of the werewolf chieftain had successfully captured most of the surrounding cities. However, the Bearman's offensive against the Kingdom of Green seemed to have encountered difficulties, though it was merely a matter of time before they would succeed. Yet, uncertainty loomed regarding the next steps. The Songlong Empire had not communicated any updates, leaving him in a state of perplexity. With such an unparalleled powerhouse observing from nearby, inciting his wrath could spell doom for their vast army of beastmen. After all, a warrior of the martial emperor realm could effortlessly annihilate tens of thousands of elite troops, and a martial saint, being even more formidable, would render them utterly defenseless. Previously, Honda had led 50,000 elite troops to assault Frost City, and while Tej received word of this, he refrained from taking action, merely wishing to observe whether the martial saint would intervene. To his astonishment, the martial saint remained passive. Yet Honda was ultimately captured. This development heightened his anxiety, for while observing from a distance, he discerned that in addition to the formidable martial saint, Frost City also harbored a martial emperor and a grand sorcerer. How could he possibly contend against such odds? As a mere martial emperor, how could he triumph over 2 peers and a martial saint? The previous encounter where Ling Shuang fought 2 opponents and ultimately self-destructed served as a grim reminder. Should he dare to confront 3, his fate would surely be far worse. While many beastmen continued to rejoice, their commander Tej dispatched the latest intelligence to the Songlong Empire to the north and simultaneously requested to lead his troops in retreat. The northern front had exceeded his control, compounded by the presence of 3 powerful beings eyeing them with intent. He felt a growing desire to withdraw, sensing that it was prudent to retreat while the situation was still favorable. Marshal, a messenger from the Bear Chieftain has arrived, requesting reinforcements as their assault on the Kingdom of Green has proven challenging, a guard reported to Tej. He hesitated. He was already preparing to withdraw. Should he, before departing, send support to seize another kingdom and pillage its riches to expand their gains? Chapter 72. Preparing for withdrawal? Convey my orders. Dispatch an additional 50,000 elite troops to assist the Bear Chieftain. We must swiftly conquer the Kingdom of Green. The situation has changed, and we must bring this conflict to a rapid conclusion. We must prepare for a retreat. After contemplating for a moment, Tiger decided to first conquer the Kingdom of Green and expand their gains before considering the retreat. Indeed, the guard responded with enthusiasm, relaying reports from the front lines that the Kingdom of Green was exceedingly prosperous, nearly rivaling the affluence of a province in their own Songlong Empire. This was precisely why the leader of the Bearmen tribe had exerted considerable effort to seize the Kingdom of Green. Although they had procured a fair amount of food from the territories they had conquered, the total was still insufficient for their grand army of hundreds of thousands, which had descended southward to plunder for sustenance. Capturing a kingdom would undoubtedly provide them with greater provisions and riches, a vital lifeline for the already famine-stricken Songlong Empire, potentially saving many orcs from starvation. If they could endure this rare and ferocious blizzard, the Songlong Empire would soon recover from its calamities, restoring its status as the dominant power in the north. In the majestic palace of the northern Songlong Empire, a robust and imposing middle-aged man, with wolf ears of gray and yellow erect on either side of his head, was none other than the current Wolf Emperor Augustus, a formidable figure at the early stage of martial sovereign, towering over Li Shuan of the south by an entire realm. However, as he perused the intelligence brought by his subordinates, he could not help but furrow his brow, his expression gradually growing cold. The courtiers below, sensing the emperor's latent anger from the elevated platform, fell into a hushed silence, fearful that this powerful monarch might unleash his wrath upon them. Setting aside the report, Augustus was no longer in his previous state of ease. His demeanor turned grave as he spoke solemnly. Martial Tiger has encountered difficulties. He reports facing a martial saint, a high-level archmage, and another martial sovereign in the northern territories of the Crimson Flame dynasty. He wishes to withdraw his forces. Upon hearing the Wolf Emperor's account, the expressions of those present turned somber. An elderly man with fox ears spoke up, "Your Majesty, under these circumstances, we should allow Martial Tiger to retreat. The three formidable adversaries are beyond what he can handle. Delaying further will only invite a full-scale counterattack from the Crimson Flame dynasty." Indeed, another beastman minister with rabbit ears concurred. The Crimson Flame dynasty has stood unyielding in the eastern domain for over a millennium. They undoubtedly possess additional means and resources. They cannot idly stand by while we occupy their northern territories. Although the potential for plundering vast amounts of food and supplies from the Crimson Flame dynasty was enticing, the presence of such powerful figures made victory unattainable for the Songlong Empire, whose strongest warriors were merely martial sovereigns. Prolonging the conflict could result in catastrophic losses for their beastman army, a price too great to bear. However, this protracted and relentless blizzard has inflicted substantial losses upon their Songlong Empire. In numerous regions, the accumulated snow has surpassed 2 feet, and much of the grain cultivated within their borders has been buried beneath the snowfall, forcing them to rely precariously on last year's stockpiles. Although they endeavored to establish a partnership with the Western Lion Empire to import grain from them, it appears that those individuals have no intention of rescuing their orc brethren. A few months prior, the neighboring Songlong dynasty secretly dispatched envoys, expressing their willingness to provide a portion of grain, albeit with the condition that they launch an assault against the adjacent Qian dynasty. This led to the subsequent unusual maneuvers of the orc army, frequently attacking the northern frontiers of the Qian dynasty. Martial Tiger was instructed to return with his troops as swiftly as possible. Lingering in the Qian dynasty was not an option. Augustus soon reached a resolution. Despite the food shortage, preserving their strength was essential. He could not risk sending a substantial number of orc soldiers to gamble on when the Qian dynasty might retaliate. Should they suffer a defeat, the Songlong Empire could find itself in a significantly disadvantaged position for over a decade, with losses amounting to hundreds of thousands of troops. He summoned the high priest, demanding a divination regarding when this detestable blizzard might come to an end. Augustus subsequently issued a command, stating that if the blizzard were to conclude promptly, the Songlong Empire would quickly recover. The following day, Zhao Yun returned to Hanshuan City and reported to Li Ruoqing. In the hours that followed, over 100,000 elite troops successively departed from their original garrisons, converging towards Hanshuan City in the west. To accommodate these reinforcements, Li Ruoqing mobilized several nearby cities, even extending his reach to Tianshan, located dozens of miles away. In recent days, Li Ruoqing had encountered 2 distinct groups. One was composed of reinforcements summoned by imperial decree from southern cities, kingdoms, and sects. The first batch of 30,000 had already arrived, while the second and third batches were still en route. The other group comprised envoys from the Green Kingdom seeking his assistance. Li Ruoqing instructed the arriving reinforcements to set up camp outside the city. He held little hope for these irregular troops in the ever-shifting landscape of battle. It would be a blessing if they did not cause further chaos. As for the envoy from the Green Kingdom, Li Ruoqing exercised patience and met with him. To his surprise, this envoy, the second Prince Li Yuhan, seemed somewhat naive, commencing their discourse with lofty ideals and imploring him to dispatch troops, without mentioning the promised benefits from their king. This led Li Ruoqing to question whether the king of the Green Kingdom had lost his senses, sending such a fool to seek aid. Merely a few words were not enough to persuade him to commit troops. Did he expect that his mere presence would compel compliance? Or did he presume Li Ruoqing to be young and foolish? Noticing Li Ruoqing's displeasure, another envoy from the Green Kingdom quickly nudged his master, suggesting a change in approach. Originally, Li Yuan, upon noticing someone touching him, quickly turned around. Observing the other party's signals and Li Ruoqing's displeased expression, he swiftly altered his stance, expressing a willingness to bear a portion of the cost in exchange for Li Ruoqing's military assistance. Naturally, Li Ruoqing was acutely aware of their subtle maneuvers, feeling quite discontented. Merely uttering, "This king is aware, you may await further news," he dismissed them. When Li Yuan, seeing that Li Ruoqing had not made a definitive statement, attempted to speak further, he was restrained by an envoy beside him, realizing that the overly clever Li Yuan might jeopardize this plea for aid. After the two withdrew, Li Ruoqing expressed his dissatisfaction, remarking on the apparent folly of the envoy from the Kingdom of Green. Even on the brink of annihilation, they were still calculating the costs of securing my assistance. I shall wait until the Kingdom of Green falls before launching my campaign, reclaiming lost territories and claiming the entire kingdom as my own. Chapter 73. The Fall of the Kingdom of Green. What the prince states is indeed accurate. The envoy from the Kingdom of Green lacks genuine intent in their plea for assistance. We can afford to delay our military intervention further. Zhao Qing, standing nearby, remarked with a smile. Initially, he harbored some reservations. Had the envoy promised substantial rewards to compel Li Ruoqing's action, his own opportunity for merit would have been squandered. Fortunately, this envoy was quite young and had yet to grasp the intricacies of the situation. The next step involves preparing our forces for a comprehensive battle against the orc army. Do you have any suggestions? Li Ruoqing, pleased with Zhao Qing's earlier counsel, had come to recognize the newly appointed strategist's capabilities. My lord, the recent large-scale troop movements must have reached the orc army's ears. However, they have yet to take any action, likely due to their apprehension of our formidable strength in Frost City. They lack confidence in engaging us in battle. Therefore, I surmise they may plunder the Kingdom of Green after its fall and then retreat swiftly. Retreat? That explains their hesitation to engage us. It seems the total annihilation of the rebel forces from Maple Leaf City heightened their vigilance. By the way, Elder Jin once mentioned he repelled a powerful orc warrior. It stands to reason they have realized that we possess a martial saint among us. Now, it depends on how significant a victory you desire, my lord. Should you aim to annihilate the entire orc army here, it will undoubtedly provoke a desperate counterattack, likely resulting in considerable casualties. However, if your intention is merely to reclaim the northern territories and teach these orcs a lesson, it suffices to maintain a strict defense with our stationed troops at the border, trapping them and engaging in a few skirmishes to force them to the negotiation table. Zhao Qing said, narrowing his eyes confidently. What might be the potential casualties for the first option? Li Ruoqing inquired, seemingly unsatisfied with the second proposal and seeking clarity on the losses associated with the first. At least tens of thousands, possibly even more. Should the casualties escalate excessively, it would hinder your future governance of the northern territories. In the realm of kingdoms, Li Ruoqing listened intently to Zhao Qing's analysis, nodding in agreement. The entire northern territory now lay under his command. While the prospect of annihilating the orc invaders was tempting, the potential casualties were too great and did not align with his interests. Ultimately, he acquiesced to Zhao Qing's second proposal, to ensnare the enemy, closing the gates to force them into negotiations and extract the greatest benefit. Upon departing from the Lord's mansion, Li Yuan felt a sense of frustration. He had deviated from the previously established plan, offering treasures and 3 cities up front. He believed Li Ruoqing was too youthful, perhaps not requiring much sacrifice. A mere conversation could persuade them to deploy forces for rescue. After all, as the future heir to the kingdom, relinquishing everything would ultimately lead to his own loss. However, in his arrogance, he failed to anticipate that Li Ruoqing would not follow his script, proving to be far more astute than he had imagined, dismissing his rhetoric entirely. The envoy beside him wore a mask of disappointment. Your Highness, why have you suddenly changed your stance? Did we not agree to present our rewards and benefits to hasten the Northern King's deployment? He had thought the young prince would be easy to negotiate with, only to find himself mistaken. Alas, we have miscalculated, Li Yuan replied. Hearing such a response, the envoy's disappointment deepened. It was now impossible to prompt Li Ruoqing to send troops swiftly. Perhaps only the demise of the Kingdom of Green awaited them. Outside the Kingdom of Green, the leader of the Bear clan felt a surge of satisfaction. With the support of Marshal Tiger, reinforcements numbering in the tens of thousands had arrived to bolster their ranks. Today, they would breach the defenses of the Kingdom of Green and plunder vast resources. At the Bear clan leader's command, an even greater horde of orcs surged towards the city walls, overwhelming the defenders who had not anticipated an increase in their numbers after 2 consecutive days of siege. This unexpected reinforcement left many soldiers feeling disheartened and contemplating retreat. Within the royal city, nobles received the alarming news and hastily abandoned their possessions, fleeing with their families through alternate gates. The royal palace descended into chaos as the king, accompanied by concubines and guards, hurriedly departed in a carriage, while attendants scrambled to gather valuable items before making their escape. They were desperate to avoid capture by the orcs, fearing a fate as slaves, which would be utterly tragic. Ding Yanhong, the head of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, had sensed impending danger days prior when the orc army breached the stronghold. She had taken early precautions to transfer the chamber's assets and bury items that could not be transported. Now, she was leading mid-level management out through the southern gate, intending to take a detour to Frost City. Is it wise to head to Frost City at this juncture? Old Jean questioned, uncertainty lacing his voice. Why not flee south instead? Isn't it too risky? He feared that they might encounter the orc army en route, which would lead to dire consequences. The southern cities lacked the formidable presence of martial emperors to safeguard them. Should the orc army be resolute in their southern invasion, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught. To the Frost City, where the martial emperor resides, the orc army dares not advance. Ding Yanhong explained that the news of Han deleting the rebel forces from Maple Leaf City to attack Frost City and meeting utter annihilation had already spread throughout the northern territories. Moreover, having collaborated numerous times with Frost City, the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce held a bond there. Thus, when they approached with a great wealth, Li Ruoqing would naturally not refuse. With his support, once the northern territories are reclaimed, restoring the former prosperity of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce would be an effortless task. An hour later, the Kingdom of Green was completely overtaken by the orc army, with thousands of defending soldiers perishing and many human beings captured, becoming slaves. As the subordinate reported, they had plundered carts of treasures from the mansions of the nobility, while the bear-like leader, Xiong Kuang, sat on the throne of the palace. Filled with pride, the border cities they had previously conquered yielded little wealth, with the impoverished human populace barely scraping by. In contrast, this small kingdom's riches nearly equaled the spoils from dozens of cities. What a bountiful harvest! I shall see what that gray wolf has to say now, he chuckled. My lord, the marshal has commanded us to collect the wealth and provisions swiftly after seizing the city, then retreat and regroup with them. We must not linger. A guard whispered. All right, I understand. I truly do not comprehend what the marshal fears. That old man Ling Shuang has already been dealt with. What other formidable opponents could the Qian dynasty send to the northern territories? Xiong Kuang muttered with discontent. Chapter 74. The interception as tens of thousands of orcs, laden with treasures and provisions, joyfully journeyed back towards the northern Eagle City. Li Ruoqing and Zhao Yun had long since set an ambush with an elite force along the way, awaiting the orc army to enter their designated strike zone. Since Jiao Linglong had utilized the battle heaven technique on the battlefield, she unexpectedly discovered that this celestial grade skill was remarkably suited for generals engaged in warfare. Continuous combat would generate an endless stream of battle intent, stimulating the true essence within, leading to accelerated circulation, breakthroughs in combat, and various extraordinary effects. Li Ruoqing readily offered a small portion of true dragon blood to Jiao Linglong as compensation for this endeavor. Although he had fulfilled their agreement with the dragon blood, the quantity was still insufficient for her transformation. Subsequently, Zhao Yun, Wang Yi, and several vice commanders of the White Horse Brigade also began to practice the battle heaven technique, a skill that allowed warriors to grow stronger with each battle, perfectly suited for them. Perhaps after several rounds of conflict, their prowess would experience significant enhancement. The orc army, laden with wealth, appeared to have let down their guard, encountering no forces from the Qian dynasty along the way. A succession of victories had dulled their awareness of the formidable border troops. Even if they did encounter them, they did not perceive them as threats. Soon, they entered Li Ruoqing's ambush zone. With a command from Li Ruoqing, the hidden elite forces surged forth with great ferocity. The once jubilant orcs, reveling in their plunder, were caught off guard by an unexpected ambush, forcing them into a hasty confrontation. Originally, Xiong Kuang had intended to leverage his prowess as a martial sovereign to vanquish the opposing commander and repel this wave of assailants. However, Zhao Yun, equipped with advanced mystical weaponry, proved to be an adversary beyond the reach of even a martial sovereign. Faced with Zhao Yun's relentless barrage of high-level martial techniques, Xiong Kuang found himself unable to inflict any damage, ultimately falling prey to Zhao Yun's counterattack, which left him significantly wounded. The orcs were unaware that they were up against the elite forces of the Qian dynasty, who had previously clashed with them on several occasions. After a fierce engagement, numerous orcs were felled, their equipment disparity and stamina differences gradually tipping the scales against them. Some orcs, sensing the tide turning, abandoned their precious spoils and fled. Terrified of being captured by the human army, a palpable fear seemed to spread among them, as more and more orcs, faced with the choice between preserving their lives or their riches, hastily opted for the former, losing their will to fight. The number of fleeing orcs swelled, and the balance of victory began to tilt decisively in favor of Li Ruochen. Ultimately, Xiong Kuang was captured alive through the coordinated efforts of Zhao Yun and several commanders. This ambush had decimated nearly 100,000 orcs, resulting in approximately 20,000 captured and 560,000 in full retreat, while they suffered the loss of over 1,000 soldiers and several thousand injured. Yet, there was no denying their victory, the first significant triumph since the border was breached by the orcs. Li Ruochen commanded that all spoils and captives be returned to Frost City, while the deceased orc soldiers would be gathered and cremated together. Half a day later, in Tianying City, Tej grew increasingly perplexed as he awaited news of Xiong Kuang's return with the plundered goods. Time had dragged on, and no reports had arrived. Could something have gone awry? Just then, a visibly flustered attendant burst in, exclaiming, "Marshal, the latest battle report has arrived." The leader of the Bear clan, accompanied by the spoils from the Kingdom of Green, was ambushed on the return journey. Commander Xiong Kuang has been captured, and the army of 100,000 has suffered a devastating defeat, with around 30,000 orcs taken prisoner. It appears the counteroffensive from the Qian dynasty has commenced. Tej, contemplating the situation, swiftly ordered the troops to assemble for a retreat from the territory of the Qian dynasty. He had an unsettling premonition that if they did not withdraw promptly, they would soon encounter the formidable warriors of Frost City. Although the attendant was somewhat bewildered, he dutifully conveyed the marshal's orders. By the time the army was assembled, 3 hours had elapsed, and the sun had set, giving way to the luminous moon. However, as Tej and his forces made their nocturnal exit from the city, they did not venture far before encountering the enemy forces lying in wait to intercept them. Jian Songhai and Taimi Si currently lead an elite force of 30,000, positioned strategically along the crucial retreat path of the orc army. Tej, filled with perplexity, wondered how their mere 30,000 could dare to obstruct a mighty army exceeding 300,000. Before he could issue a challenge, Jian Songhai soared into the air, and from his sword case, a sword flew forth autonomously. With a sweeping motion, the sword transformed mid-air into a colossal blade, cleaving downwards with tremendous force. A thunderous roar reverberated, and between the two armies appeared a chasm of unfathomable depth, stretching for a kilometer. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, Tej was struck by memories of a previous nightmare. Recognizing the figure responsible for his earlier injury, the martial saint, he had truly made his move. It was the end. A wave of dread washed over him, and not just him. His fellow orcs stood paralyzed with fear at the sight of the enormous fissure that had materialized before them. This horrifying scene transcended the realm of human capability. Hovering in the air, Jian Songhai coldly addressed the orc forces below, declaring, "Those who cross the line shall face no mercy." Summoning his courage, Tej attempted to plead, "Senior, we wish to retreat. Could you spare us?" However, Jian Songhai remained silent, merely casting a piercing gaze. In an instant, Tej's consciousness was severely impacted. He coughed up blood, and his body swayed precariously, nearly toppling from his horse. Fortunately, a vigilant attendant caught him just in time, averting an embarrassing fall. Struggling to maintain composure, Tej commanded his men to retreat back to Tianying City. Just as the words escaped his lips, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The surrounding attendants and commanders were left in shock at Jian Songhai's overwhelming power. Even the seasoned martial sovereign Tej fainted after a mere exchange of glances. Such terror was unfathomable. If even a martial sovereign could not withstand him, Then they, as mere martial venerates and even lower-ranked warriors, stood no chance whatsoever. The attendants now understood why their commander had returned from Frost City with such a drastic change in demeanor, suddenly disinterested in the southern raids and instead eager to retreat. Thankfully, Tej had issued orders for them to fall back to Tianning City before losing consciousness. Their only option now was to return and devise a new strategy. Chapter 75. The Strategy of the Heart. Observing the orc forces retreating in succession, Taimisi smiled and remarked, "Truly commendable, Jian Lao. With just a single strike, you have compelled hundreds of thousands of orcs to withdraw. You're exaggerating, young lady. Even without my intervention, your prowess would suffice to halt their advance." Jian Songhai replied humbly, though he felt a sense of satisfaction within. "Haha, then what shall we do next?" Taimisi inquired. "Our objective is simply to intercept them and prevent their escape from the borders of the Qian Empire. The rest hinges on the progress of that young lad, Ruochun. According to our previous plan, they are to intercept the retreating orc forces while Li Ruochun leads Zhao Yun, Wang, and over 100,000 troops in a frontal pursuit. With this dual assault, we shall force the orcs to negotiate and extract the greatest advantage." In the northern palace of the Tsang Wolf Empire, Emperor August gazed despondently at the aged high priest, unwilling to accept the words. "Are you certain that the orc army descending south will return in defeat, suffering losses of over 100,000? As August inquired of the high priest regarding the cessation of the blizzard, his heart suddenly stirred with foreboding. He casually posed a question about the fate of the southern army, only to receive devastating news that shattered him. Marshal Tej returned grievously injured, and of the 500,000 troops that had marched south, merely 300,000 would return. Yet, they were not deceased. Rather, they remained in the north. As the high priest hesitantly explained, they did not perish in battle. August was perplexed. How could they remain in the north without returning? The answer was confounding and required further exploration. The high priest then infused a mirror before him with magical energy, and the previously unremarkable surface revealed images of the north. Li Ruochun leading a surprise attack against the retreating Bearfolk army, Jian Songhai cleaving the earth with his sword. The standoff between the orcs of Tianning City and the horrific scenes of their decisive battle. The final vision displayed Tej leading the remnants of his forces in retreat, culminating in the sight of Li Ruochun commanding both the orc and human armies. Strangely, Li Ruochun seemed to sense an observer, casting a beguiling smile towards him. Had he been discovered? How could this be possible? This secret art revealed the future. How could anyone transcend time and space to perceive him? The unsettling tableau incited a pang of panic within the high priest. "High priest, what is the outcome?" The Wolf Emperor August inquired, his impatience palpable. After a prolonged moment, the high priest regained his composure and spoke with calm assurance. "The one who defeated Marshal Tej is a young man. If the information is accurate, he should be the newly appointed king of the north from the Qian dynasty." The king of the north? How could a mere boy, still wet behind the ears, possibly defeat Marshal Tej? August found this hard to accept, the reality striking him like a slap in the face. It was the martial saint who intervened. The most alarming detail is that this king of the north can command the orc armies. The high priest's explanation left August increasingly unsettled. What right does a human king have to command the orcs of my Kangwolf Empire? What audacity! Your Majesty, it would be prudent to prepare in advance. While he is yet to fully mature, he should be eliminated or persuaded to join forces. Otherwise, in time, he will undoubtedly become a formidable force, perhaps even stirring the very tides of the continent. The high priest lamented. With a martial saint protecting him, how could he be so easily eradicated? August replied, resigned. He now understood that it was not merely the loss of over 100,000 soldiers in the north, but rather that this king of the north had detained them. He could not fathom the strategy behind leaving so many orcs behind. Did he not fear inciting the wrath of the humans? That was an ancient enmity. The high priest felt a tumult within. A human capable of commanding the orcs? Such a phenomenon had not been witnessed since the time of the martial gods, who had led the multitude against the otherworldly demons 30,000 years ago. If this young man were to ascend to the realms of martial saint or martial god, perhaps the entire Yunlan continent would witness a transformation of unprecedented magnitude. As they neared the city of Tianning, Li Ruochun and his companions began to deliberate their forthcoming siege strategy. However, as a formidable bastion, Tianning City has undergone numerous renovations over the centuries, with its towering walls sufficient to deter most armies. When the orcs initially besieged the city, it was only through the formidable prowess of the Emperor Tej that they managed to breach a section of the wall, thereby capturing the stronghold. Yet, relying on brute force to breach the defenses was not the most prudent strategy. Should the walls of Tianying City sustain significant damage, it would entail a substantial expenditure of resources and manpower for repairs, a cost too great to bear. Unless absolutely necessary, Li Ruoqing was reluctant to resort to such methods. My lord, if my estimations are correct, the orc army likely lacks sufficient provisions. If you trust my judgment, we could arrange for a group of our orcs to prepare meals at the front lines. After a few days, I believe the orc forces within the city would react. Proposed Zhou Qing, suddenly struck with an idea. Li Ruoqing was momentarily perplexed. Sending the orcs to cook at the front lines, what sort of strategy was that? Wait a moment. Could it be a psychological tactic? The orc army, starved of supplies, would be tantalized by the sight and smell of our orcs cooking, thereby demoralizing them and undermining their fighting spirit. Once he grasped the concept, he promptly ordered the orc soldiers in his camp to prepare food and start cooking at the forefront. He then cast a more scrutinizing glance at Zhou Qing, surprised to discover a cunning side to this strategist, fortunate indeed that he was on his side. Upon returning to Tianying City, many orc commanders appeared as dejected as wilted eggplants. In their view, the supposed strongest among them, Tej, had fallen unconscious without even engaging the enemy. Could they still fight? Could they emerge victorious? Yet, they dared not voice their concerns, fearing it would incite even greater panic. After a considerable time, Tej finally stirred from his stupor. He had yet to recover from the overwhelming blow dealt by the sword of Songhai. Seeing the crowd around him, he waved his hand faintly, reassuring them. I am fine, do not worry. Marshal, we are now confronted by a formidable, unfathomable adversary. What shall we do next? Inquired Grey Wolf, the leader of the werewolf clan. With palpable urgency, he had always been cautious and had held reservations about the reckless assault on the Green Kingdom. Yet, he had not anticipated such a swift downfall. Now, even if they wished to retreat, it seemed there was no avenue for escape. The Qian dynasty was evidently poised to launch a full-scale assault, trapping them here with the intent to annihilate, leaving no path for survival. Chapter 76. Orcs. For the sake of sustenance, we shall not tremble outside the military camp. Hundreds of orcs set up large cauldrons, igniting fires to commence cooking. Many soldiers within the camp observed this scene with an inexplicable sense of strangeness. It was not merely a matter of timing. Preparing meals was typically conducted within the confines of the camp, not outside. Did they not fear the opposing orc army would seize the opportunity to launch a fierce attack while they were preoccupied with their meal? Before long, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, tempting them irresistibly. Upon hearing the clang of the meal bell, everyone rushed to line up with their bowls in hand. Indeed, the provisions in our camp were remarkably good. There was even meat. Soldiers in line could hardly contain their drool at the sight of the braised meat simmering in the pot. During my time serving at the border, I never experienced such sumptuous meals. It must be the generosity of the Northern King that allows my comrades to dine so well. Another soldier chuckled, prompting agreement from those nearby. In stark contrast to the lively dining scenes of the human army, the distant orcs, who were monitoring their every move, could hardly contain their envy. Why, as fellow soldiers, did the humans feast while they were relegated to gnawing on dry, hard black bread? This was an unbearable injustice. News of this disparity soon reached Tiger and the orc leaders. The assembly, initially engaged in strategizing their next steps, felt a deep sense of grievance. The audacity of these humans was appalling, openly mocking the orcs for their meager rations, living from one meal to the next. Many of the more hot-tempered leaders were becoming restless, expressing a desire to lead their brethren into a fierce confrontation with these insufferable humans. However, Grey Wolf and Tiger remained silent, observing the anger of their comrades. Tiger, furrowing his brow, addressed the agitated crowd, stating that with a formidable martial saint blocking their path and over 100,000 troops pursuing them, a reckless advance could lead to their ambush. What then shall we do? If we continue to delay, even if our supplies last a few more days, our soldiers might soon consider defection. Grey Wolf voiced his concerns. This strategy devised by Li Ruoqing is quite cunning. By allowing the orcs under his command to cook and dine outside the camp, they tempt our starving orc soldiers with food. What thoughts will this provoke in them? The orcs who surrendered enjoyed good food and a comfortable life, while those still holding the line endured hunger and hardship. How could they find the motivation to continue fighting? Surrender seemed a more appealing option. Furthermore, if such thoughts took root, their army of hundreds of thousands could collapse in an instant, rendering them incapable of further combat. After a moment of contemplation, Tiger ultimately issued a command. In 2 days, they would engage the Red Flame dynasty in a desperate battle. Depending on the outcome, they would negotiate thereafter. Should they emerge victorious, they might gain a stronger bargaining position. If defeated, they would be forced to endure exploitation. Continuing to cling to hope might deplete their hard-won supplies entirely, leaving them utterly defenseless and facing a more dire fate. On the first day, it seemed Li Ruoqing's psychological tactics had little effect, so he resolved to persist with his plan. The next day, they would continue to cook lavishly outside the camp, ensuring the orcs fully utilized the power of propaganda. They displayed their cooked rice and meat on long tables, inviting the orc brethren across the way to abandon their dark path for a brighter future, promising ample food. The orcs, already wavering in their resolve, found it increasingly difficult to endure. They suffered greatly in Sky Eagle City and often went hungry, having anticipated a return to their homeland, only to find themselves trapped in this city, unable to move. Why should those orcs outside savor such delightful meals while they endured such misery? Yet, bound by the commands of their superiors, they could only swallow their grievances and remain silent. When the moon hung high in the sky and darkness enveloped the land, they could only wait. Some audacious orcs daringly descended from the city walls and hastened towards the distant human encampment. The soldiers on night patrol were astounded, initially mistaking them for orc scouts seeking intelligence, and apprehended these orcs. It was only after a series of communications that they realized these were orcs seeking refuge. The patrolling soldiers promptly reported the situation to their superiors. When Li Ruoqing received the news, he found it hard to believe. He had not anticipated that such a psychological tactic would yield results, with orcs escaping from the city to join them. He instructed the logistics team of orcs to prepare provisions overnight for these newly arrived comrades. Simultaneously, he called upon Zhao Qing to discuss the next course of action. The defection of orc soldiers starkly revealed the internal shortages within their ranks and subtly indicated the emerging discord within the orc army. Congratulations, Your Highness. Victory in this war will soon be within our grasp. The entire northern territory shall be reclaimed, and you will emerge as the foremost hero of the north. Zhao Qing entered with a flurry of commendations, causing Li Ruoqing to struggle to maintain his composure. Enough of the pleasantries, let us deliberate on our next steps. The orc commander in Tianying City is likely feeling the pressure. Our psychological strategy has begun to bear fruit. If the opposing commander does not take action soon, we may witness a larger-scale defection, leading to the disintegration of their formidable army of hundreds of thousands. If I am not mistaken, they will likely launch a full-scale assault by tomorrow, or at the very latest, the day after. They cannot afford to delay for long. Even if they manage to win the final battle, they will most likely seek negotiations with us. After all, with the Sword Elder obstructing them from behind, they cannot hope to retreat. Zhao Qing contemplated the current situation before responding. Then we shall persist with our psychological tactics tomorrow, compelling them to confront us decisively. Should they dare to approach, I possess the means to vanquish them. Li Ruoqing declared with unwavering confidence. Their army was bolstered not only by Zhao Yun and Zhao Linglong, but also by the formidable demon lords, the Howling Moon Wolf King, the Titan Ape King, and the Thunder Shadow Leopard King, alongside several human martial artists who had come to assist, forming a veritable assembly of elites unafraid of a frontal clash with the orc army. Since acquiring a portion of true dragon blood, Zhao Linglong had calmed her temper. In accordance with their previous alliance, she had summoned 2 capable subordinates from the Beast Mountain to aid Li Ruoqing. Although these 2 great demon kings had been compelled by their formidable elder sister to assist Li Ruoqing, they were nonetheless captivated by the sight of the Howling Moon Wolf King donned in exceptionally ostentatious gear, which they learned was a high-tier defensive mystical weapon. The scarcity of treasures in the entire Beast Mountain made them yearn for the prospect of acquiring some artifacts from Li Ruoqing, potentially enhancing their strength by 2 to 3-fold, an opportunity for a meteoric rise in power. Chapter 77. Tiger. Wasn't a direct confrontation agreed upon? Why the ambush? In Tianying City. At the Lord's residence. Sir, according to our estimates, over 1,100 orcs fled to the opposing camp last night, a nervous guard reported. He never anticipated that so many orcs would defect to the enemy camp overnight, deeming them the disgrace of their kind, utterly devoid of integrity. How infuriating. Those wretches actually fled to the human encampment for mere sustenance? Tej was equally astonished. Within a day, wavering orcs had betrayed their own. Such a humiliating occurrence cast a shadow over the faces of the commanders. Even Tej, a leader of repute, was seething with anger. Marshal, what shall we do next? If we do not take swift action, it is likely that more orcs will defect, fleeing to the enemy, one commander bluntly remarked. Issue a decree, starting tomorrow. Rations will be doubled. Let these soldiers feast and be satisfied. Ultimately, Tej resolved to loosen the supply of provisions. Otherwise, if this continued, by the time the decisive battle arrived, his soldiers would either desert to the enemy or be completely devoid of spirit. Marshal, if we supply double rations, the provisions we have plundered will not last long. Grey Wolf interjected. Moreover, even if we retreat to the Empire, there will scarcely be anything left. Their original intention in advancing southward to attack the Crimson Flame dynasty was to plunder resources to alleviate the famine back home. Sighing, Tej lamented. There is no time for such concerns. We must stabilize the morale of our troops. Otherwise, we will not even last until the decisive battle. He felt helpless, regretting his earlier decision to heed higher orders and attack the Green Kingdom, which had slowed their withdrawal and left them vulnerable to the encirclement by the forces of the Crimson Flame dynasty. On the following day, under Tej's orders, food supplies were distributed at double the rate, temporarily pacifying the restless orc soldiers. The number of orcs fleeing to the human camp that night significantly dwindled to merely a few hundred. Upon investigation, they discovered the reason for this was the issuance of double rations. Li Ruoqing admired Tej's decisive action, recognizing him as a formidable opponent capable of making astute decisions in such a short time frame. On the third day, the once closed gates of Eagle City swung wide open, as Tej led a multitude of orc commanders and their army to array themselves outside the city, ready to confront the forces of the Crimson Flame dynasty in a desperate battle. Li Ruoqing promptly summoned his training soldiers to form ranks, preparing for the imminent clash. Before the two armies, Tej gazed at the youthful Li Ruoqing and the vigilant Jialinglong beside him, feeling a surge of emotion. He proclaimed, "The King of the North is remarkably young, yet has gathered numerous masters, forcing me into such a dire situation. I admire your prowess, but I shall not relent without a fight. Should fortune favor us, I hope the King of the North will grant us a path for return to the Songlong Empire. If we are to be defeated, we submit to your will. Then it shall be as you desire." Li Ruoqing responded with boldness. "All troops, heed my command. Charge with me. Everyone, follow my lead." The two massive torrents of forces soon collided, and the battlefield erupted into chaos. According to the previous plan, the formidable warriors above the rank of martial sovereign, including Jiao Linglong, Zhao Yun, and the Howling Moon Wolf King, were to engage their counterparts, preventing any massacre of ordinary soldiers by the stronger fighters. Amidst the fierce battle, a signal flare ascended from the rear camp, a distinctive signal of Frost City. Per Li Ruoqing's strategy, while both sides were embroiled in combat, Jian Lao's and Temi's, positioned behind the orc army, were to seize the opportunity to infiltrate Sky Eagle City from the rear, executing a pincer maneuver to utterly capture the orcs. Teg was soon entangled with Jiao Linglong, and the confrontation between the two martial emperors unleashed powerful energy waves that sent surrounding soldiers flying. The two ascended into the air, enveloped in potent true essence, their forms resembling substantial battle armor, akin to two resplendent orbs of light. The fierce collision of the red and blue lights generated a thunderous roar in the skies above. The orc leaders, initially poised to wreak havoc among the sheep, were quickly confronted by Zhao Yun, the Howling Moon Wolf King, and numerous other martial sovereigns and demon sovereigns, who redirected them to a nearby open area for combat. Despite the fierce engagement of hundreds of thousands on both sides, the absence of martial power prevented large-scale casualties. Although many orc and human soldiers lay severely injured, timely rescue could still save their lives. Suddenly, from behind the orc army, the great flag of Sky Eagle City fell, and a prominently flagged sword on the city walls. Jian Songhai and Temi's had successfully occupied the defenseless Sky Eagle City with thousands of elite border troops, unaware to the orcs battling below that their retreat had been entirely cut off. Temi's, atop the city walls, began chanting a spell, summoning a torrential downpour that drenched hundreds of thousands of soldiers, chilling them to the bone. As the combatants paused to survey their surroundings, a resonant voice echoed from the walls, declaring the battle's outcome and demanding all orcs to lay down their weapons. The speaker was none other than Jian Songhai, who had witnessed the chaotic melee below and attempted to halt the combat with his voice, albeit with little effect. Noting that the downpour did not cease the fighting, Temi's, resolute, switched the spell, causing a drastic drop in temperature and unleashing a flurry of heavy snow. Before long, the soldiers, still engaged in battle, ceased their actions, unable to endure the biting cold. Observing that Teg and several orc leaders were still fiercely struggling, Jian Songhai seized the moment to strike, injuring them directly. Zhao Linglong, Zhao Yun, and their companions swiftly captured their adversaries. When the captives were brought before Li Ruoqing, Teg, seething with rage, exclaimed, "You scoundrel! You promised a decisive battle, yet you resort to treachery and ambush." "I am a scoundrel," retorted Li Ruoqing. "What about your collusion with the traitor Han to conspire against Marshal Ling Shuang?" Let us not cast stones, for we are equally tainted. The current outcome is that I have triumphed, while you have succumbed. That is all there is to it." The mere mention of Ling Shuang rendered Tej speechless. Indeed, as Li Ruoqing had articulated, in his fervent quest to breach the northern defenses, he had conspired with Han De, orchestrating a treacherous plot that led to Ling Shuang's demise. His methods were undeniably unscrupulous. Without such treachery, he could not have so smoothly advanced his invasion into the north. Chapter 78. Post-war arrangements. Let us now discuss the matters that lie ahead. "I can permit your departure back to the Songlong Empire, albeit with conditions," Li Ruoqing declared as he addressed Tej. "You would allow us to leave? How could you possibly be so benevolent?" Tej exclaimed, bewildered. He had not anticipated that Li Ruoqing would show them mercy rather than enact total annihilation. "My demand is that you leave behind 150,000 orcs for 2 years. I require their labor to reconstruct the cities ravaged by war in the north," Li Ruoqing asserted, laying forth his stipulation. The monumental task of post-disaster reconstruction necessitated a substantial workforce. Now that the entirety of the north was under his dominion, this pressing issue fell squarely upon his shoulders. To leave behind 150,000 orcs? For 2 years? Absolutely not. Such a humiliating proposition is something we will never accept, bellowed a bound orc leader. To them, Li Ruoqing's demand was a slap in the face. The orcs left behind would likely become slaves, thus indirectly affirming their own incompetence as they helplessly watched their brethren descend into servitude, a fate they would be complicit in facilitating. "Think carefully before you hastily reject my offer. The orcs working for me would find far more contentment than fighting alongside you. They would receive 3 hearty meals a day and dwell in clean, tidy accommodations. What slave enjoys such privileges?" Li Ruoqing remarked confidently, casting a glance at the aforementioned orc leader. "Moreover, is the fierce blizzard not yet over? If you all return, does the Songlong Empire possess sufficient provisions to sustain over 400,000 soldiers? With so many orcs accompanying you back, a significant portion would surely perish from starvation. Can you truly bear to witness so many of your kin succumb to hunger before your very eyes?" Li Ruoqing shifted the conversation from the matter of detaining orcs to the catastrophic blizzard raging within the borders of the Songlong Empire. His words struck a chord, causing the high-ranking members of the orc army to falter. Had it not been for the unexpected blizzard that devastated their harvest, they would not have instigated such a grand-scale war. The root of all their strife lay in the scarcity of food. Silence enveloped the assembly, and after much contemplation, Tej finally reached a resolution, albeit with difficulty. 150,000 orcs is excessive. At most, I can concede to 100,000. However, you must vow to treat them humanely and return every last one of them to the Songlong Empire after 1 year. Furthermore, you owe me 100,000 stones of grain. Agreed. After 1 year, I shall grant them their freedom. Whether they choose to remain in the north or return to your Songlong Empire shall be their own decision." Upon encountering Tej, Li Ruoqing ultimately relented, refraining from further coercion. "I can offer you no more than 50,000 stones of grain. For anything beyond that, you must barter with your own goods," he declared. "In 1 week, I shall establish a market within a kilometer outside of Tianying City, where we will trade the wares of our Qian dynasty. You may bring specialties from the Songlong Empire, such as ores, sheepskins, and furs, to exchange for the food and salt you require." Recalling the strategies employed by the Central Plains dynasty in dealing with the northern barbarians, a brilliant idea suddenly surged forth. A market at the border? Could it truly yield grain? Tej's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated Li Ruoqing would possess such audacity to initiate trade with their long-standing adversaries. "Are you not concerned that our Songlong Empire's army might plunder this market? If you believe that raiding the market will ensure your perpetual access to grain, then by all means, proceed," Li Ruoqing replied. "Opportunities such as this are rare. How you choose to act will surely be a decision your Wolf Emperor will make wisely." Ultimately, Tej acquiesced to Li Ruoqing's proposal, and both parties signed a ceasefire agreement. As over 300,000 orc soldiers departed Tianying City with 50,000 stones of grain, this border conflict concluded with the Northern King reclaiming all lost territory and capturing 100,000 orcs. The intricacies of the situation remained known only to the high-ranking officials of Hanshuan City. News of the northern victory reached the imperial capital, uplifting Li Shiwan, who had previously been troubled by the situation in the north. Originally, he had intended for Li Ruoqing to fend off the orc onslaught, believing that even if the north were to be reclaimed, it would take at least a month. To his astonishment, this rebellious son accomplished what even Marshal Ling Shuang could not achieve in such a short span. Those who had once advised against Li Ruoqing's capabilities, predicting further deterioration in the north, now hastily shifted their tone, extolling Li Shihuan's discernment and praising the northern king as valiant and invincible. Yet, amidst this celebration, an ill-timed remark arose. "Your Majesty, the kingdom of Green, which fell to the orc army, now that the orcs have been repelled, is it not time to consider restoration?" The court fell into an abrupt silence. As Li Shihuan felt as though he had swallowed a fly, his mood soured. For years, he had sought to weaken or even abolish these kingdoms, and now, having finally seen one eliminated by the orc army, the notion of its restoration was indeed fanciful. Though he harbored deep disdain for this oblivious minister, he maintained a composed facade, stating, "The North is under the sole jurisdiction of the Northern King. Should the Kingdom of Green desire restoration, they must negotiate with him." Confident in his rebellious son, Li Shihuan believed that Li Ruoqing would never consent to the re-establishment of a kingdom within his domain. Let Li Ruoqing play the villain. He, as emperor, would not bear the brunt of any negative reputation for disregarding past loyalties or defying ancestral wishes. Li Shihuan ultimately issued a decree bestowing lavish rewards upon Li Ruoqing, granting him 500,000 gold coins and permitting him to establish the Northern Defense Prince's Manor in the Northern Territories. He was also authorized to appoint officials and a new city lord for the region. Such generous accolades ignited envy among numerous princes. The sixth prince had already been conferred a title and now governed the north. Securing his support would undoubtedly solidify one's claim to the throne. The magnitude of this reward also astonished the court ministers, as they had not anticipated that Li Shihuan was so resolutely determined to have his sixth prince firmly establish his dominion over the north. This series of honors was akin to the establishment of a new kingdom, one that housed numerous formidable warriors, even possessing the martial emperor among them. The Northern Songlong Empire would find it exceedingly challenging to descend southward in the future. Chapter 79. The continuous recruitment is truly delightful upon learning that they had become the fortunate ones to remain in the Northern Territories. None of the 10,000 orcs felt sorrow. Instead, a peculiar sense of joy arose within them. During their brief captivity, they encountered fellow orcs, including acquaintances from their homeland. Observing their rosy complexions and the expensive heavy armor they wore, it became evident that they were living quite comfortably in Frost City, which filled the newcomers with envy. "Brothers, is the food here really that good?" inquired a bold orc, unable to restrain his curiosity as he gazed at a familiar face. "Absolutely. Our lord the city master treats us well, with 3 hearty meals a day, and at the end of the month, we even receive our wages. I arrived a bit late, and I've only managed to save up 3 silver coins," the armored orc replied proudly. Initially, they had been captured by the human army, resigned to a fate of servitude. Yet, unexpectedly, they were delivered to Frost City and met the kind-hearted Li Ruoqing, who not only refrained from enslaving them, but also provided them with work and sustenance, allowing them to live with dignity. Listening to their compatriot's account, the ragged orc captives turned green with envy. Why were they, who had fought fiercely, struggling to make ends meet, while these others, who had long been defeated and captured, were thriving? Many orcs began to waver in their loyalties. They had followed the army southward, but had not received the provisions they sought, barely scraping by, and found themselves envious of their compatriots who had sought refuge in Frost City. After Tage led the orc army away from Tianying City and into the Songlong Empire, the task of guarding the city assigned by the system was completed, and the performance evaluation began. Unsurprisingly, Li Ruoqing received an S-grade rating, and the system generously awarded him an S-grade task gift pack. With excitement, Li Ruoqing opened the gift pack, and a notification chimed. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 golden hero summoning orders, 1 red epic hero summoning order, 1 cultivation advancement stone, 100 ocean soul crystals, and 20 new moonstones." Note: ocean soul crystals are rare treasures born from the depths of the sea, capable of enhancing profound weapons and artifacts, significantly augmenting their power. The moonstone, blessed by the moon goddess, enhances the mystical weapons. When wielded, it significantly increases the success rate of enhancement and prevents damage from failed attempts. Gazing upon the multitude of treasures, Li Ruoqing forcefully suppressed his impulse to utilize them and focused on his official duties. The immediate concern was the food supply for the numerous orcs and troops. With the recent influx of orcs, there were now a staggering 300,000 to support, leading to a colossal daily consumption of provisions. Li Ruoqing summoned Ding Yanhong from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce and inquired, "Miss Ding, how much food can the Tianyuan Chamber currently procure?" With an additional 100,000 orcs, the consumption has become quite severe. "Rest assured, Your Highness, our chamber has been in contact with other cities and kingdoms to coordinate food supplies. Currently, we can mobilize 80,000 000 stones of grain to arrive in the Northern Territory within 3 days. Other supplies will take a few more days to arrive, Ding Yanhong confidently replied. Upon learning that Li Ruoqing had launched a full-scale assault on the orcs, she had wisely instructed her subordinates to begin gathering provisions. We shall depend on you for the food supplies, Miss Ding. If the gold coins are insufficient, just let me know. The financial resources of our Frost City can still support the expenses for 200,000 to 300,000 people, Li Ruoqing declared boldly. Then I shall graciously accept your offer. Ding Yanhong smiled. When Li Ruoqing stood on the training grounds, he promised all the orcs that they would be employed by him, participating in the grand construction works of the Northern Territory for a year, with 3 meals a day and a monthly salary of 3 silver coins. This announcement sent waves of excitement among the orcs, who felt akin to their fellow countrymen, finally receiving a generous treatment and no longer facing hunger. According to discussions among Li Ruoqing, Yang Yu, Zhou Qing, and others, the first structure requiring renovation was Li Ruoqing's stronghold, Frost City. The original Frost City could accommodate a maximum of 30,000 to 40,000 people, which was inadequate for a royal city intended to house over 100,000. The process of expanding the city was rather intricate, so Li Ruoqing decided to take decisive action, authorizing the construction of 4 satellite cities surrounding Frost City. Such a specification would surpass that of many kingdoms' capitals. Fortunately, Li Ruoqing was affluent and had no shortage of labor force. The post-war recovery efforts were ongoing, with numerous refugees fleeing southward, returning home upon hearing the news of the Northern Territory's reclamation. A few days later, witnessing the operations fall into place, Li Ruoqing finally found time to delve into the rewards he had previously acquired. The earlier red epic recruitment order had brought him a martial saint like Sword Elder. If this time proved equally fortuitous, securing another martial saint or even a martial deity would embolden him to unify the neighboring nations and establish a brand new dynasty. With a series of clicks, Li Ruoqing eagerly utilized all the newly acquired hero recruitment orders. In an instant, the entire system space was enveloped in golden and red light. Announcing, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited Pei Yuanqing, Gongsun Pan, and Guojia. Congratulations to the host for being graced by the luck of the gods. Successfully recruiting the peak dark sorceress, Song Yu, from the realm of martial saints. The newly recruited heroes are set to arrive in Frost City within 2 days to pledge their allegiance to the host. The hidden quest has been successfully completed, allowing for the recruitment of 5 formidable beings from other realms, thereby unlocking the Kunlun ruins. Every half-month, one may enter the Kunlun ruins to partake in trials, and upon completion, a wealth of mystical weapons and spiritual cultivation awaits. In an instant, the host's fortunes have soared, gaining 3 martial lords and 1 peak martial saint, nearly doubling Li Ruoqing's strength. Pei Yuanqing, the 3rd mightiest general of the mythical Tang dynasty, possesses innate divine strength, wielding extraordinary power and excelling in the use of a silver hammer with a mid-level martial lord's prowess. Gong Shupang, an ancient marvel from the Xianqin world, is a master of contraptions, creating formidable mechanical puppets through intricate combinations of components, showcasing early-stage martial lord capabilities. Guojia, a top-tier sorcerer from the mythical 3 kingdoms, excels in astrology, formations, and the art of summoning wind and rain, possessing the strength of a magical lord. It is worth noting that this newly recruited martial saint appears to embody an unprecedented profession, gradually regaining his composure. Li Ruoqing gazed at the information of the newly recruited heroes and murmured to himself. Song Yu, a formidable figure from the sea and mountain realm, specializes in the art of curses, poison, and summoning powerful entities from the demon realm to devour foes. With an understanding of Song Yu's capabilities, Li Ruoqing realized that this sorceress is not only skilled in curses, but is also an exceptionally powerful summoner. Chapter 80. Shall we engage in combat upon meeting? The Kunlun Ruins, a bonus gift from the system, has become the most invaluable reward of this acquisition. It is indeed rare to discover a realm that can be reopened repeatedly, continuously yielding benefits. Li Ruoqing, filled with enthusiasm, established the entrance to this mystical realm within the Lord's mansion, planning to venture inside with a group of individuals once all personnel have arrived in a few days. If all goes well, these martial lords are likely to swiftly ascend to the rank of martial emperor. Moreover, with these esteemed figures accompanying him, the chances of failure are greatly diminished. The first to arrive in Frost City was a strikingly handsome young man clad in a long robe. None other than Guojia from the mythical 3 kingdoms. Mastering the art of wind manipulation, he descended gracefully near the Lord's mansion, resembling a celestial being. Upon witnessing Guijia's impressive entrance, the guards dared not to be negligent and hurriedly reported to the mansion. Upon seeing this hero, often extolled by fans in his previous life for his strategic brilliance, Li Ruoqing was taken aback by his youthful appearance. Estimating him to be of a similar age to Zhao Yun, calming his excited heart, he warmly welcomed this esteemed hero into his fold. After an engaging conversation, Li Ruoqing discovered that the system had indeed assigned Guijia a commendable identity. He is an elder of the Qian dynasty's Tianqing sect, possessing extraordinary talent for cultivation, deeply engrossed in mastering arts, and largely indifferent to other affairs. Upon arriving in the Northern Territory, it was in response to the decree from the Crimson Flame dynasty calling for aid. Along the journey, I heard that Li Ruoqing has already led a formidable army to expel the orcs and reclaim all lost territories in the north. A royal offspring like Li Ruoqing, wielding significant power at such a tender age, is precisely the type of candidate our sect has been seeking for quite some time. After all, aligning with a feeble entity would yield no benefits for our Tianqing sect. By evening, the other two martial masters, Gong Supan and Pei Yuanqing, arrived in succession, and Li Ruoqing graciously welcomed them. Their identities, arranged by the system, were not far removed from their original ones. One was the master of a minor sect adept at crafting mechanical puppets, and the other was a leading general from the southern Lorraine kingdom, both summoned to bolster the northern forces in accordance with the Crimson Flame dynasty's edict. Observing the coherence of their identities, Li Ruoqing could not help but marvel at the system's prowess in orchestrating such arrangements with remarkable clarity. It was not until the following morning that a martial sage named Sanyo finally arrived. To Li Ruoqing's astonishment, this martial sage turned out to be a woman. Although veiled, her alluring figure and the contours of her face, along with her captivating eyes, suggested that she was a woman of exceptional beauty. This revelation left Li Ruoqing pleasantly surprised. It is indeed rare for a woman to ascend to the rank of martial sage, and it seemed he had hit the jackpot. Sanyo appeared to have noticed Li Ruoqing's appreciative gaze, and her interest in this soon-to-be ally prompted her to tease him, inquiring playfully, "So, little brother, do you find your sister beautiful?" As she spoke, her originally black pupils emanated an enchanting purple glow. Even having encountered stunning beauties like Temis and Zhao Linglong, Li Ruoqing, who had developed considerable resistance to charm, found himself momentarily captivated. Seeing Li Ruoqing so easily ensnared, those nearby grew anxious. They had not anticipated this newcomer would take such direct action. If she were to harm Li Ruoqing, they would have nowhere to lament their fate. They hurried forward to intervene, but upon receiving a mere glance from Sanyo, they were all instantly frozen in place, unable to move. A wave of intense fear washed over them. The woman before them possessed power that far surpassed theirs, rendering even the martial sovereign Zhao Linglong immobile. However, Sanyo remained wary, as Li Ruoqing possessed other true dragon blood, which was crucial for her potential transformation from serpent to dragon. She forced herself to maintain composure and said, "Since you are a martial sage, why do you wish to act against him? If you seek a sparring partner, there is another martial sage in the back courtyard." Zhao Linglong's words surprised Sanyo. She had not expected such a young man to have attracted a martial sage. Was his personal charm truly that compelling? Sanyo's gaze toward Li Ruoqing grew even more curious. "Just having a bit of fun. Your anxious reactions are quite amusing," she remarked, having caught the underlying message in Zhao Linglong's words. Yet, she remained unconcerned. With her pinnacle martial sage cultivation, only those at the martial god level would warrant her caution. Witnessing the futility of persuasion, the crowd could only helplessly observe as Li Ruoqing was tormented by the wicked woman. Suddenly, a radiant light emanated from the ring on Li Ruoqing's hand. The previously entranced and foolish Li Ruoqing instantly regained his senses, casting a cold gaze upon Zhongyu. "Humph. Such trivial sorcery from the demon clan dares to act so audaciously before me." Zhongyu was taken aback by Li Ruoqing's swift liberation from her enchantment. "How could you awaken so quickly? When I battled the demon clan years ago, your ancestor was not even born." Li Ruoqing responded haughtily, and as a terrifying pressure began to radiate from him, Zhongyu comprehended that the entity conversing with her was not Li Ruoqing, but rather the spirit of a formidable deity hidden within him, a warrior god from millennia past. Everyone was astonished. They had never imagined that Li Ruoqing, merely at the martial master level, possessed such a trump card. It was utterly outrageous. The one who intervened to rescue Li Ruoqing was none other than Wang Yi, who had been persuaded by Luo Xingqian earlier. After absorbing the immense energy bestowed by Luo Xingqian, his spirit had been rejuvenated. Not only had the taint of demonic energy faded, but the strength of his soul had stabilized, restoring him to divine state. I merely sensed an unusual energy fluctuation from this young lad and wished to test it, never expecting to encounter a senior, Zhang Yu acknowledged, ultimately recognizing the vast disparity between their strengths and promptly conceding. She had initially intended to tease Li Ruoqing and probe his secrets, but inadvertently provoked such a mighty being. What a miscalculation. Humph. Should there be a next time? I shall not be so lenient. Li Ruoqing scanned the crowd. The individuals who had been immobilized gradually regained their ability to move, all astonished. It seemed neither Zhang Yu nor the divinely possessed Li Ruoqing had even lifted a finger, yet with just a glance, they had rendered the crowd utterly powerless. Such a blow to their morale was unimaginable. Once Wang Yi's spirit retreated into the ring, Li Ruoqing's body weakened, and he began to topple to the side. Zhao Linglong swiftly stepped forward to support him. All eyes turned toward Zhang Yu, for although the young woman was indeed beautiful, she was perilous, having nearly brought them all to ruin. Chapter 81. Preparing to venture to the border secret realm despite a minor incident on the day Zhang Yu arrived. Subsequent interactions proceeded without significant upheaval, perhaps due to the admonitions from the divine being, which had tempered her demeanor. As Li Ruoqing engaged with Zhang Yu, he discovered that this female martial saint possessed a lively personality, relishing in teasing others and taking delight in their misfortunes. With martial venerates, martial emperors, and even martial saints at his side, Li Ruoqing planned to lead them into the Kunlun Ruins' secret realm while assigning Themis to guard Hanshuan City. Zhou Qing addressed Li Ruoqing. Your Highness, do you recall the secret realm I mentioned to you previously? It lies at the border between the Qian Empire and the Songlong Empire. Now that we have repelled the beast men, we can seize the initiative and lay claim to this secret realm. You reminded me of this hidden realm, which I had nearly forgotten. Upon Zhou Qing's suggestion, Li Ruoqing recalled that when he and Qing Yin were captured, Zhou Qing indeed mentioned this secret domain. However, the conflict with the beastmen was still ongoing at that time. Therefore, it is prudent to explore this enigmatic sanctuary. Given the presence of numerous formidable beings, even should he encounter a realm akin to that of the former King Yi, Li Ruoqing feels confident in his ability to navigate it. The Kunlun ruins are accessible at any moment, whereas the discovery of wild realms diminishes with each passing day. If he does not seize this opportunity, it may well be lost to others. In the imperial capital of the Songlong Empire, despite having learned of the war's outcome from the high priest, Wolf Emperor Augustus felt a pang of discomfort upon witnessing Tej return with the remnants of his army. Although Tej had consented to leave 100,000 beastmen in the northern territories, he could not shake the feeling of defeat, nor the burden of having led his compatriots into captivity. Nevertheless, he mustered his weary form to seek an audience with the Wolf Emperor. Li Ruoqing's promise to open a marketplace at the border, facilitating the exchange of goods between the two nations, was indeed a momentous announcement. Your Majesty, in this southern campaign, we have garnered less than 100,000 stones of grain. However, we have reached an accord with the Northern King, who will open the marketplace, allowing us to trade our specialties for grain. I am but an old servant, and I bear the guilt of having 100,000 compatriots held captive in the northern territories, unable to return to the empire for a year. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness. Augustus, observing the weariness etched upon Tej's features, felt a wave of compassion and refrained from further reproach. This is not a fault of war. The marshal need not concern himself. It is astonishing that the Northern King commands a peerless warrior of the martial saint realm. Even if I and the marshal had embarked on this southern expedition together, we would have met with the same fate. Henceforth, you shall assist in preparing our specialties for trade in the marketplace with the Qian dynasty. Augustus did not linger on the outcome of the southern campaign. Acquiring more grain to alleviate the suffering of the populace was of utmost importance. Yes, your Majesty, I shall commence preparations at once. Tej responded eagerly. In the Songlong dynasty, a magnificent palace stood, where Emperor Long Yutian sat upon a lofty dais, meeting with an undercover operative previously sent to the Qian dynasty. Your Majesty, I have followed the plan and incited Han De to conspire with Tej of the Songlong Empire to jointly eliminate Ling Xuan, while also persuading him to raise the banner of rebellion. However, I did not anticipate that the newly appointed Northern King, Li Ruoqing, would have a formidable warrior of the martial emperor realm among his ranks, who captured Han De amidst the chaos. The speaker was Gu Qing, the strategist under Han De, formerly the deputy commander of the Songlong dynasty's Yulin Guard. In addition to those two offerings and Ling Xuan, does the Qian dynasty harbor other martial emperors? Long Yutian was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Their plan had been to utilize the Songlong Empire to probe the depths of the Qian dynasty. If successful, the Songlong Empire would seize the northern territories of the Qian dynasty, and subsequently, the Songlong dynasty would take the opportunity to wage war against the Qian dynasty, targeting the western regions. Indeed, Your Majesty. Moreover, apart from a single martial emperor, it appears there is also a formidable presence at the level of a grand archmage. Ultimately, Tej faced defeat, resulting in the capture of 100,000 orcs and a hasty retreat. The Qian dynasty suddenly boasts 2 martial emperors? Even our Songlong Empire has only 4 martial emperors to its name. This unexpected news left Long Yutian in a state of bewilderment, while plans are often subject to change. This alteration was overwhelmingly significant, spiraling beyond his control. The offensive strategy against the Qian dynasty was temporarily shelved. The immediate priority was to devise a means to eliminate their martial emperors or to recruit additional martial emperors. Regaining his composure, Long Yutian promptly recalibrated his strategy. To annex a dynasty that has stood for over a millennium, one must anticipate unforeseen complications and prepare accordingly to enhance the likelihood of success. As Li Ruoqing was preparing to lead his contingent toward the borders to explore the unknown realms, a guard announced the arrival of envoys from the imperial capital and the king of the Green Kingdom seeking an audience. Li Ruoqing could surmise the Green Kingdom's intentions. With the northern territories restored and the orcs repelled, they likely sought to rebuild. As for the envoy from the imperial capital, Li Ruoqing was less certain. During his previous visit to the capital, he had threatened Li Xuan quite severely, extracting 500,000 in military funds. Could it be that they intended to retract his previous rewards, preparing to abandon him now that he had served his purpose? With patience, Li Ruoqing received the 2 visitors. The envoy from the capital wore a beaming smile, addressing Li Ruoqing with joy. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on your resounding victory. His Majesty is exceedingly pleased and has bestowed upon you a generous reward, also permitting you to establish the Zhenbei Wangfu in the northern territories. From now on, the appointments and dismissals of officials and city lords in the north will be at your discretion. Here are the edict and the gold notes." As Li Ruoqing gazed at the hefty stack of gold notes presented by the envoy, he felt a mix of emotions. Previously, they had been miserly. Yet this time the rewards were bestowed with such generosity. Had Li Xuan truly undergone a change of heart? Maintaining a smile, he replied, "You have traveled far, esteemed envoy. Uncle Wang, please ensure a banquet is arranged to welcome him and allow the envoy to rest." Wang Yi, noticing the king of the Green Kingdom standing nearby, quickly grasped the situation and led the envoy to a guest room for rest. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on your tremendous victory. I have prepared a modest gift as a token of respect," the king of the Green Kingdom said with a strained smile. He had clearly overheard the envoy's earlier remarks. From now on, the true authority in the northern territories would lie with this young Zhenbei Wang. If he were amenable, the reconstruction of the Green Kingdom would merely be a matter of time. One does not receive rewards without merit. We have no prior acquaintance, so I shall decline your offerings. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave, for I have pressing matters to attend to," Li Ruoqing replied, unyielding. He held little fondness for the Green Kingdom. When he and Wang Yi had arrived in the remote Frost City, the northern kingdoms had shown them no consideration. Now they sought his assistance? Wait. Seeing Li Ruoqing's intent to dismiss them, the king of the Green Kingdom hastily articulated his purpose. "We wish to rebuild the Green Kingdom and seek your approval, Your Highness. Is the reconstruction of the Kingdom of Green truly necessary? The soldiers entrusted with its defense have perished. Since the moment the Orc army breached its borders, the Kingdom of Green has met its demise. It was I, leading the forces of the Crimson Flame dynasty, who expelled the Orcs and reclaimed the lost territories. It is only fitting that the former Kingdom of Green now falls under the jurisdiction of the Crimson Flame dynasty. Yet, during the initial division of power by our esteemed ancestor, a promise was made that the kingdoms granted would endure through generations. Your actions, Lord of the North, are in stark contrast to our ancestral teachings." The king of the Kingdom of Green, visibly agitated, contended with Li Ruoqing. "In violation of ancestral teachings? Do you even have the audacity to invoke such a notion?" Observing the other party's continued evasions, Li Ruoqing retorted with indignation. "When the kingdoms were established, our ancestor commanded you to obey the edicts of the dynasty, to unite against foreign threats and safeguard the Crimson Flame dynasty. Did you fulfill this duty? When the Orc army advanced southward, did you dispatch troops to fortify the borders? As the Orc army shattered our defenses, did you send reinforcements to the northern cities? What right do you have to demand the territories I have captured and seek to rebuild your kingdom?" Li Ruoqing's barrage of inquiries left the king of the Kingdom of Green speechless, regretting his earlier words regarding ancestral teachings, which had now become a weapon for Li Ruoqing to wield against him. Initially, They believed that with Marshal Ling Shuang stationed at the borders and hundreds of thousands of troops deployed, their security was assured. Little did they anticipate that not only would the borders be breached, but their own kingdom would also fall. Ultimately, the king of the Kingdom of Green departed in a daze, while Li Ruoqing's resolve remained unwavering. This king became the first noble of the Crimson Flame dynasty to hold the title of king while having lost his realm. The news swiftly spread, and other small kingdoms in the northern regions were quick to receive the tidings, feeling a sense of relief that the orc army had not targeted them. Otherwise, they too might have faced annihilation. After all, during the border crisis, they had merely stood by, failing to send aid. Before long, they unanimously dispatched envoys bearing exquisite gifts to congratulate the Lord of the North on his resounding victory. Not for any other reason, but to cultivate a relationship with Li Ruoqing. If the orc army were to return, they hoped to secure his support and avoid becoming the subject of mockery. After dismissing the former king of the Kingdom of Green, Li Ruoqing and his companions set off towards the secret realm at the border. For this expedition, Li Ruoqing brought along Guo Jiao, Pei Yuanqing, Jian Songhai, and Song Yu, while Zhao Yun remained occupied with the integration and training of the troops, unable to assist. He deemed Themis, being relatively composed, suitable to remain behind and oversee the Lord's residence. As for Gong Shupan, ever since Li Ruoqing had exchanged for intricate blueprints for the magic crystal cannon, mechanized beast white tiger, and profound grade puppet from the item shop, he had become utterly engrossed in the task, claiming he would need 7 days to study them before producing a finished product. In Li Ruoqing's view, Song Yu's character was too erratic and unreliable. This expedition posed unknown dangers, and with Jian Lao accompanying them, it would not only ensure greater reliability, but also help keep Song Yu in check, preventing her from causing mischief. Li Ruoqing sat within the confines of the carriage, his mind delving deep into the system's space, preparing for a different endeavor. Previously, he had acquired a plethora of rewards. Although he had exhausted all his hero recruitment tokens, he still possessed the technique advancement stones and the enhancement materials for his profound weapons, treasures yet to be utilized. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately resolved to advance the starry body refinement technique. In comparison to the awe-inspiring martial skills, Li Ruoqing firmly believed that the strength of his body held greater significance. Given that he now had a cadre of powerful allies, the opportunities for combat would likely be scarce. Thus, enhancing his body refinement techniques seemed a prudent choice. While it might be somewhat embarrassing to embody an indestructible brute, strength was paramount. In the face of danger, as long as he could endure and withstand more assaults, he could easily buy time for others to come to his rescue, thus preserving his own life. The harrowing lesson from his encounter with the human King Yi, which nearly led to his downfall, left an indelible mark on him. As for enhancing his profound weapon, Li Ruoqing prioritized retrieving the 7th-tier defensive profound weapon, the Lone Star Battle Moon Armor, alongside the 8th-tier divine weapon, the Divine Fall. These two items represented the pinnacle of his current possessions. During his previous skirmish with the Beastman army, he had donned the 7th-tier Lone Star Battle Moon Armor, which had allowed him to withstand numerous Beastman's assaults without sustaining a single injury. Following the system's guidance, Li Ruoqing first placed the Lone Star Battle Moon Armor into the enhancement furnace provided by the system. The current success rate was displayed, enhancement level 1, with a success rate of 100. This struck Li Ruoqing as oddly familiar, reminiscent of the equipment enhancement routines from his past life in online games. With a gentle press of the enhancement button, a radiant light flashed, and with a chime, the enhancement was successful. Equipment enhancement level 1 achieved. After the success rate for enhancing the Lone Star Battle Moon Armor to level 2 dropped to 90. Without hesitation, Li Ruoqing continued his endeavor. Chime. Enhancement successful. Equipment enhancement level 1. Chime. Enhancement successful. Equipment enhancement level 1. Chime. Enhancement failed. Equipment enhancement level unchanged. With a series of operations, the Lone Star Battle Moon Armor was successfully enhanced to level 5, with performance increased by 50. Such an augmentation was nothing short of remarkable. If he could enhance it to levels 8 or 9, it might rival the efficacy of an 8th-tier divine artifact. Just as Li Ruoqing prepared to proceed with further enhancements, the system displayed enhancement level 6, with a success rate of 20. After a failure, there was a chance of decreasing the enhancement level. Li Ruoqing felt bewildered. How could the success rate plummet so drastically? Wasn't it supposed to be 40? Moreover, the possibility of losing levels upon failure? Could it be that the difficulty of enhancement significantly escalated after every 5 levels? After a moment of hesitation, Li Ruoqing set the Lone Star Battle Moon Armor aside and began enhancing the 8th-tier divine weapon, the Divine Fall. Following the same pattern as before, after a few failures, he successfully brought it to enhancement level 5, with a considerable reserve of sea soul crystals and 20 unused new moon stones remaining. Li Ruoqing made a decisive choice, since the new moon stones could bolster the success rate of enhancements and prevent level loss upon failure. He would take a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Li Ruoqing chose to continue enhancing the divine fall. Observing the system notification indicating enhancement level 6 with a success rate of 20, a failure would risk diminishing the enhancement level. Without hesitation, he inserted a new moon stone, and the system's data immediately transformed. Enhancement level 6, success rate 50, and a special note stating that failure would not alter the enhancement level. Seeing the significant rise in success probability and the additional assurance of retaining the enhancement level even upon failure, he felt emboldened to proceed. With 20 attempts at his disposal, surely he could secure at least 10 successes? Ding. Enhancement successful. Equipment enhancement level 1. Ding. Enhancement successful. Equipment enhancement level 1. Ding. Enhancement failed. Equipment enhancement level unchanged. After 12 consecutive attempts, he had only succeeded 5 times, leaving Li Ruoqing somewhat disheartened. As he progressed, the success rate for equipment enhancement plummeted. Without the new moonstone's boon, the success rate dwindled to a pitiful 5. Was there truly any difference from a guaranteed failure? With 8 opportunities remaining, Li Ruoqing resolved to reserve them for the Lone Star Battle Moon armor. After all, this artifact represented his most formidable defensive weapon. Should he manage to enhance it to level 10, it would absorb 60% of the attacks from a martial god realm expert, while rendering him immune to all assaults from those below the martial god level. An invincible buff, indeed. He was acutely aware that his training time had been far too brief. Despite a remarkable evolution in his martial talent, his current strength was merely that of a martial master. The true power of the divine fall remained beyond his grasp. Ultimately, after 8 enhancements, the Lone Star Battle Moon armor successfully reached enhancement level 9, just 1 step shy of level 10. Yet, with all new moonstones depleted, Li Ruoqing felt a pang of regret. He scoured the item shop and discovered the new moonstones, but the price was exorbitant, 200,000 points each. Given the current success rate of around 30, he would need at least 4 stones, amounting to 800,000 gold coins to proceed. Recent expenses for constructing satellite cities, purchasing grain, and maintaining other strongholds had drained his resources. Once a wealthy lord with over 2 million gold coins, he now found his pockets nearly empty. It seemed he could only await the conclusion of the mystical exploration before returning to refine another batch of elixirs. Reluctantly, he abandoned his dream of elevating the Lone Star Battle Moon armor to an 8th-tier divine artifact. Nevertheless, its attributes had improved by 90. The difference from a divine weapon was negligible, and he would have to make do for the time being. Exiting the system space, Li Ruoqing leaned out of the carriage and called for Jian Songhai, who was riding nearby. Master Jian, please take this sword and familiarize yourself with it. You may return it to me once we conclude our exploration of the secret realm. Although Li Ruoqing had yet to wield a blade as a martial saint, Jian Songhai was a grandmaster of swordsmanship. Surely, the sword and saber were not vastly different. Curious, Jian Songhai accepted the divine fall from Li Ruoqing, gently caressing the blade. With a touch of reverence, he remarked, "Is this an 8th-tier divine weapon? This is the first time I have laid eyes on such a treasure. Had I acquired it years ago, I might have considered shifting my focus to the saber path." The poignant reflections of Jian Songhai were naturally overheard by others, who were astonished to discover that their prince possessed such a remarkable treasure, an artifact of legendary status, a being on par with divine-level warriors. Such phenomena have only appeared a handful of times over millennia, only to subsequently vanish without a trace. All eyes were fervently fixed upon the exquisite blade in Jian Songhai's grasp, yet no one dared utter a word. The prowess of the venerable Jian Lao Wusheng was far beyond the reach of mere martial sovereigns like themselves. Zhao Linglong felt an intense envy swell within her. She had not anticipated that Li Ruoqing not only possessed celestial tier techniques, but also wielded an 8th-tier divine weapon. What a cunning little rascal, she mused, that he had kept this from her. With a huff, she declared, "Humph. I shall return and diligently refine my swordsmanship." Li Ruoqing, you must provide me with a tome of martial techniques. Very well. I shall grant your request upon our return, Li Ruoqing replied nonchalantly. After all, profound martial techniques could not be mastered in a fleeting moment, and even if Zhao Linglong succeeded in her training, would he be obliged to lend her the divine blade? Given that she was merely a martial emperor, clad in the solitary star battle gear, she could not hope to contend with him and posed no threat whatsoever. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu could no longer contain herself and chimed in with a sweet voice. Brother Ruoqing, you too possess such divine weaponry? Do share too with your sister. That is a divine weapon, not some common vegetable. I possess only this one, Li Ruoqing replied. Moreover, Sister Zhang Yu, do you not excel in sorcery and summoning beings from the demon realm? This divine blade would serve you little purpose. Li Ruoqing could not help but jest, as he noted Zhang Yu's eagerness to join the fray. Though his teasing struck a chord, it was undeniably true. Zhang Yu did not conform to the conventional image of a martial saint. While her combat abilities were commendable, she resembled more of a sorceress, adept in spells, poisons, and summoning creatures from the abyss, skills not typically mastered by a bona fide martial saint. Following the coordinates provided by Zhou Qing, the group swiftly arrived at their destination. However, the area was shrouded in a layer of ice and snow, and they found no sign of the secret realm's entrance. Could it be that the strategist provided erroneous coordinates? There appears to be no secret realm here. Pei Yuanqing could not suppress his criticism. That seems unlikely. This is classified intelligence gathered by the Qingyi guards. It should be accurate. Perhaps the secret realm is concealed deeper, beneath the earth, Li Ruoqing mused as he surveyed the barren surroundings, feeling a tinge of confusion. Concealed underground? That's easily remedied. Allow me to give it a try. Upon hearing Li Ruoqing's speculation, Guojia quickly grasped the implication. If it were indeed buried underground, they could simply overturn the earth to search for it. While he may not be particularly adept in combat, Guojia was confident that his abilities to move mountains and fill seas far surpassed any shortcomings. With a series of hand gestures and incantations, the ground began to tremble violently. Before long, a dragon of soil emerged from the snow, swiftly plowing through the entire area. As the dust settled, the once snow-covered landscape transformed into a strikingly different scene. The land, once deeply buried beneath the snow, was entirely upturned. And Li Ruoqing and his companions soon discerned something unusual within the dark soil, a partially exposed stone tablet. Curiosity piqued, they approached the artifact. Sanyo extended his hand, sensing the tablet from a distance, and remarked with a hint of certainty, "It must be here. There are energy fluctuations emanating from the stone. It appears to be a teleportation array." Shortly thereafter, a surge of violet energy coursed into the tablet, causing the seemingly unremarkable stone to illuminate with a radiant glow. A luminous circle emerged on the ground nearby, adorned with intricate patterns. Li Ruoqing observed it with a sense of familiarity, suddenly recalling his previous encounter at the Celestial Mountain, where the teleportation array bore a striking resemblance to this very circle. It is indeed a teleportation array. It seems this secret realm can be accessed through it. Let us investigate, Li Ruoqing declared to the group. Chapter 84. Entering Hanshuan Terrace in the blink of an eye, Li Ruoqing and his companions vanished from their original location. And soon after, the unearthed stone tablet was reburied, the surrounding soil gradually cloaked once more by accumulating snow. When Li Ruoqing and the others regained their bearings, they found themselves in a different space. The sun shone here as well, and nearby stood a somewhat dilapidated city, seemingly scarred by a great battle, yet devoid of any sign of life, neither humans nor animals. The group surveyed their surroundings with intrigue, exploring the vicinity, but found nothing of consequence. Suddenly, Jian Songhai had a moment of inspiration, soaring into the air on his flying sword to survey the distant landscape. The others, inspired by his initiative, followed suit, taking to the skies to observe their surroundings. Meanwhile, Li Ruoqing, lacking the ability to fly at the moment, could only gaze enviously at his powerful companions, feeling a sense of unease as he contemplated the peculiarities of this secret realm. Before long, Jian Songhai and the others descended gracefully from the sky. Sanyo spoke first. There are no signs of life for miles around. This place seems to be a desolate domain. There is a palace ahead. Shall we investigate? After a moment of contemplation, Li Ruoqing consented. Since they had come this far, it would be futile to seek an exit hastily. It was better to assess the situation. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of the palace, only to find it surpassed their expectations. It was not merely a palace, but, more accurately, an enormous tomb. "Master, there is a stone tablet here, which seems to record something." Pei Yuanqing and Guojia, who were exploring nearby, quickly made a discovery. Following their lead, Li Ruoqing noticed a somewhat damaged stone tablet, upon which 3 prominent characters were inscribed: Hanshuan Terrace. Hanshuan Terrace? How curious. Is this not a palace? Why would it bear such a name? Guojia questioned, his confusion mirrored by the others. It appeared that there were additional inscriptions beneath the stone tablet. Jian Songhai's keen eyes soon discerned further details. Although the tablet was somewhat worn, a portion remained buried underground, yet some smaller characters were exposed. Upon hearing Jian Songhai's revelation, Guo Jia promptly took action, employing his skills to extract the tablet from the earth. The group hastily gathered to examine it. Through the inscriptions upon the stone tablet, the crowd came to realize that this place was originally a tomb belonging to the Xianyuan dynasty. Such a revelation left Li Ruoqing momentarily speechless. Goodness! A tomb constructed with the grandeur of a palace. The Xianyuan dynasty must possess profound heritage. It is indeed a royal tomb. Surely treasures lie within. Pei Yuanqing said with a cheerful demeanor. Not necessarily, Guo Jia countered. The city we observed earlier clearly bore the scars of warfare. This place may have already suffered looting. Logically, a royal mausoleum would have a considerable number of guardians. He remained skeptical about the presence of treasures within the tomb. We shall discover the truth upon entering. With 2 martial saints among us, we can brave any peril. Li Ruoqing replied with a smile. As the group pushed open the grand doors of the tomb and stepped inside, they quickly sensed something was amiss. The dimly lit passageway of the tomb appeared to have been sealed for quite some time, and a stifling sensation filled the air. Yet the essence of vitality here seemed unusually vibrant. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the corridor, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. The group realized that other creatures resided within this tomb. Guo Jia promptly activated his magic, summoning a ball of flame that illuminated the entire space. In that moment, everyone could clearly see the creatures rushing towards them, their bodies shrouded in darkness, resembling monstrous beings, charging forth with ferocity. Although the group could not identify these strange entities, it did not hinder their resolve to eliminate the threat. Particularly, Li Ruoqing, seizing the rare opportunity to confront such a scene, summoned the Azure Lotus Flame. Channeling his true essence, the azure flames erupted into a blazing inferno. Observing the situation, Li Ruoqing hurled the flames toward the oncoming creatures. Caught off guard, the monsters were struck by the Azure Lotus Flame, igniting instantaneously. They attempted to roll on the ground to extinguish the flames engulfing them, but to no avail. In their frantic struggle, they inadvertently set their companions alight. Brother Ruoqing, I must say, I hadn't realized you possessed such unique abilities, Zhao Yu teased. Noticing the curious gazes of others upon him, Li Ruoqing calmly replied, as an alchemist, wielding a powerful flame seems quite reasonable, does it not? This is hardly a profound martial skill. His words elicited envy among his companions, particularly from Zhao Linglong, who felt a pang of frustration. That impudent boy, blessed with a heavenly-grade cultivation method, high-tier divine weapons, and this extraordinary flame, continually dangled the prospect of true dragon blood before her. How utterly vexing. As the last of the creatures was reduced to ashes, the others no longer stood idly by. They joined forces to vanquish the remaining monsters. There were over 100 of them, and none had anticipated encountering such a multitude merely upon entering the passageway. How many of these creatures could possibly inhabit the entire tomb? Gazing at the fallen monster corpses strewn across the ground, Zhao Yu scrutinized them closely, murmuring. These creatures seem to originate from the demon realm, yet their strength appears lacking, somewhat akin to cannon fodder. A shiver coursed through Li Ruoqing's heart. Could it be that this place was a battlefield from 30,000 years ago? It is unlikely that there are any higher-order demons remaining, thought Li Ruoqing, attempting to console himself. This is merely a tomb, and the demon race should not have left many creatures to guard it. Li Ruoqing feigned calmness, declaring that since they were dealing with beings from the demon realm, it was prudent for everyone to remain vigilant. However, despite this assertion, none of the group showed any inclination to leave. After all, they had come this far, and with a martial saint among them, there was no reason for fear. Having already entered the tomb, it was inconceivable for them to retreat simply due to the potential presence of unknown demon entities. After deliberation, they decided that Jian Songhai would lead the way, while Zhao Yu would guard the rear. Zhao Linglong and Pei Yuanqing, along with Guo Jia, would ensure the safety of the weakest among them, Li Ruoqing, to prevent him from being ambushed by any lurking monsters. Although Li Ruoqing wished to reassure them that he wore high-level defensive armor and need not be so anxious, he ultimately refrained, appreciating their concern. After all, this was a life-saving measure, and the fewer who knew, the safer he felt. With Jian Songhai leading the charge, he summoned 3 exquisite swords from his sword sheath. As he wielded them in a fierce onslaught, he vanquished an increasing number of monsters, though these creatures posed no harm to them. The sheer volume of their carcasses littered the corridor, forcing the group to tread upon them as they advanced. At the rear, Zhao Yu could not suppress a frown. With a flick of his fingers, he cast a handful of azure flames towards the back, incinerating the corpses into ash. Chapter 85. Fierce Battle in the Stone Chamber. The massive stone guardian under Jian Songhai's leadership The group soon reached the end of the corridor, revealing a spacious stone chamber on the right. Following Li Ruoqing's instructions, Guojia swiftly conjured flames to illuminate the chamber. However, they were taken aback to find no treasures within the vast space. Instead, a colossal stone statue stood in the center. Curiously, they entered the chamber and surveyed their surroundings, perplexed by the apparent lack of riches. Furthermore, with no visible exit, could it be that they had stumbled into a dead end? Pei Yuanqing voiced his uncertainty. That seems improbable. We have traversed this path without encountering any other chambers. There must be a concealed passage here. Let us search for any mechanisms. Guojia reasoned calmly, confident that they had not erred and that other clues awaited discovery. Just as they were engrossed in their search, the statue in the center of the chamber suddenly shattered, and a massive humanoid creature sprang forth. Li Ruoqing was taken aback by this abrupt turn of events and quickly retreated to the side. The others, witnessing the emergence of the monster, sprang into action, refusing to grant it a moment's respite. A series of martial techniques and energy blasts rained down upon the enormous creature, yet it remained unscathed, its armor seemingly absorbing their every attack. The beast swung its colossal weapon toward them, prompting Guojia to hastily evade, while Zhao Linglong and Pei Yuanqing appeared eager to confront the impending assault head-on. However, both of them had evidently underestimated the astonishing power of this monster. A tremendous blow sent Pei Yuanqing flying, crashing against the distant wall before falling to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Relying on her formidable strength in the true martial emperor realm, Zhao Linglong managed to withstand the attack, yet it was clear that she was not unscathed. Her internal energy surged violently, her complexion flushed, indicating significant internal injury. The strength of this creature is truly terrifying. Could it be that the guardians of the imperial tomb from 1,000 years ago possessed such formidable power? Guojia was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that this suddenly activated giant monster could wield such might, effortlessly sending a martial sovereign flying and injuring a martial emperor. This must be a stone guardian from ancient times, crafted through special means, with strength fluctuating between martial sovereign and martial saint. The one before them likely rivaled the martial saint level. To breach its defenses and shatter its core, rendering it immobile, was imperative. At that moment, Li Ruoqing also received a system notification, indicating that the host had entered the special secret realm of Hanshuan platform. A mission was now issued, to traverse the Hanshuan platform's secret realm and slay the demon generals Li Sheng and Li Nan, in exchange for vast rewards. Failure of the mission would result in being killed by the demon generals. Observing this main quest, he noted 3 subordinate tasks, each containing a boss with strength around the martial saint realm. The final demon generals, Li Sheng and Li Nan, possessed power that reached the pinnacle of the martial saint realm. Had they not been deprived of the cleansing of the demon realm's laws, it was likely that these two would have already transcended to the martial god realm and become demon kings. Li Ruoqing's mindset was unraveling. He had initially thought this was an ordinary secret realm, only to discover that formidable experts from the demon realm had indeed arrived, 2 of them, no less. What a calamity! Had he not prudently summoned Jian Songhai and Sanyo, he might have perished here today. The stone guardian before him was originally a sentinel of the imperial tomb. But after the tomb was invaded, it had been controlled and demonized by those 2 demon generals. Jian Songhai, somewhat skeptical of fate, acknowledged the impressive defense of the stone guardian but had dedicated decades to mastering the sword path. His sharp sword was not to be underestimated. In a swift motion, he summoned 4 additional swords from his sword sheath, marking the first time he wielded all 7 swords with full force. These 7 swords were named Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, after the stars of the Big Dipper. The 7 beams of sword light rapidly darted within the stone chamber, aiming towards the stone guardian. However, even after being refined by his true essence, the might of these 7 swords proved insufficient to completely breach the stone guardian's formidable defense, merely leaving conspicuous scratches and pits upon its surface. Everyone was astonished by the guardian's resilience. Even Sword Elder, a master of the sword path, had failed to penetrate its defenses. How absurd! Observing this, Li Ruoqing urgently called out, "Sword Elder, if it proves ineffective, resort to divine desolation." In response to Li Ruoqing's reminder, Jian Songhai offered a slight smile, deftly weaving a hand gesture. The 7 swords swiftly converged in the air, ultimately coalescing into a colossal sword amidst a dazzling radiance. Ascending into the sky, Jian Songhai grasped the enormous sword and delivered a powerful strike towards the giant stone guardian below. The forceful impact caused the entire stone chamber to tremble violently, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the haze dissipated, the massive sword in Jian Songhai's hand had once again transformed into 7 swords, encircling him. The giant stone guardian, who had been fiercely clashing with Jian Songhai wielding the great blade, now lay cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. Everyone was deeply impressed by Jian Songhai's recent display of the 7 swords unification. They had all personally experienced the formidable strength of the stone guardian and had thought that only the divine weapon bestowed by Li Ruoqing to Elder Jian would suffice to handle it. Elder Jian, will you teach me swordsmanship when we return? Xiao Linglong eagerly inquired. For the power of the 7 swords unification seemed to surpass even the celestial grade martial skills she had received from Li Ruoqing. You lack the talent for swordplay. Mastering the celestial grade martial skills given to you by Ruoqing will be sufficient, Jian Songhai replied calmly, casting a glance at Xiao Linglong. At that moment, she felt as though she had endured 1,000 points of critical damage, her earlier internal injuries now exacerbated. Seeing Xiao Linglong in distress, Li Ruoqing could not help but chuckle, only to be met with a fierce glare from her, which compelled him to stifle his laughter. Subsequently, Li Ruoqing retrieved a batch of medicinal pills from the system space, distributing them among the group and advising the injured Pei Yuanqing and Xiao Linglong to tend to their wounds first. He further cautioned everyone to remain vigilant. For the Xianyuan platform was fraught with peril. The stone guardian they had just encountered was merely an appetizer, and there were undoubtedly more formidable foes within. If we find ourselves at a disadvantage, do not hesitate to retreat rather than endure unnecessary hardship. Upon hearing Li Ruoqing's heartfelt admonition, the group nodded in agreement, recognizing the need for caution moving forward. Guojia approached the original position of the stone statue, meticulously examining the area, and indeed discovered a hidden mechanism. As he manipulated it, a section of the right stone wall slowly rose, revealing a concealed passageway. Your Highness, I have found the path ahead, Guojia exclaimed with delight. Following the direction indicated by Guojia, the group soon observed that a stone wall in the corner of the chamber had vanished, unveiling a dark and profound corridor. Li Ruoqing furrowed his brow, refraining from rushing forward. Given that Pei Yuanqing and Xiao Linglong were still injured, he was reluctant to act recklessly and invite further danger before they had fully recovered. Noticing that they would require some time, Li Ruoqing decided to procure a supply of food from the system's item shop, for fortunately, these provisions were not costly. As Li Ruoqing distributed the food, everyone appeared momentarily stunned. Ruoqing, with so much food, are you planning a picnic? Song Yu remarked, accepting a pastry from Li Ruoqing with a hint of sarcasm. We are clearly exploring a secret realm, yet here we are indulging in delicacies. How audacious. The challenges of this secret realm were evidently not to be taken lightly. We are likely to remain here for a considerable time. If you are not going to eat, then please hand it to me. Li Ruoqing had no intention of indulging the mischievous young lady, Songyo. Over the past few days, he had come to realize that Songyo, having practiced the secret arts of the Iju clan for merely over 20 years, had already ascended to the rank of martial saint, and she appeared to be just in her early 30s. One must admit, the disparity among individuals is quite infuriating. In the current realm of Yunlong continent, there are few complete legacies that lead directly to the martial god level, and most who have reached the martial saint stage are nearing a century old. This indirectly reflects that Songyo's original world might be of a higher tier than Yunlong continent. The higher the world's ceiling, the swifter the cultivation of its myriad races. Upon hearing Li Ruoqing's explanation, the others ceased their excuses. It was imperative to focus on nourishment. Should the battles ahead grow even more intense, they feared that the luxury of a peaceful meal would become a distant dream. Half an hour later, the group resumed their journey, led by Jian Laozu, who scouted ahead, with the others following closely behind. This time, however, each of them possessed a luminous crystal, illuminating an area of approximately 10 meters around them, a remarkably useful item that Li Ruoqing had discovered in the prop shop. After traveling a short distance, they heard an unusual sound. Jian Songhai, who was leading the way, sensed the approach of monsters and deftly summoned 3 swords to launch an attack. Yet this time, the creatures seemed to possess greater cunning than their predecessors. Some of them evaded while others continued their assault. As they stepped into the illuminated 10-meter zone, the group finally discerned the true appearance of these monsters. They were elongated in stature, clad in golden armor, some bearing sharp claws while others wielded staff-like weapons. Their blood-red eyes fixated on the group as they charged forward with a determination to annihilate them. Initially, it was assumed that Jian Songhai's swords would quickly dispatch them. But to their surprise, these monsters were significantly faster than the previous black creatures. Before the swords could reach them, a flurry of icy blue magical attacks surged toward the group. To their astonishment, these beings could cast spells. Li Ruoqing was taken aback. Had it not been said that magic users were exceedingly rare? How could there be so many magical creatures within such a tomb? This was utterly absurd. Fortunately, Jian Songhai, recognizing the peril, summoned 2 more swords from his sword box, successfully intercepting the magical projectiles mid-flight. However, it wasn't long before the swords became encrusted with a thick layer of frost, prompting a frown from Jian Songhai. Yet, there was no time to address this. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar, indicating a horde of monsters was advancing toward them. Sangyo, assist Jian Laozu. There are too many monsters. Li Ruoqing called out to Sangyo, who had been idling behind. Since the monsters at the rear had been cleared, there was no danger, and it would be more prudent for Sangyo to cooperate with Jian Laozu to eliminate the threats ahead. Upon hearing Li Ruoqing's request for assistance, Sangyo surprisingly refrained from teasing and, without a hint of hesitation, swiftly moved forward. The group joined Jian Laozu, employing their respective techniques and skills. With a mere gesture, Sangyu summoned a swirling cloud of dark green toxic mist that materialized high above, only to explosively erupt within mere seconds. The surrounding monstrosities were enveloped in the noxious haze, soon emitting anguished cries as they succumbed, collapsing into pools of blood. This was one of the secret techniques of the Iju clan, the explosive toxic mist, transforming true essence into a soul-corroding venom that, upon detonation, would erode every living being within the vicinity. Li Ruoqing, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, felt a twinge of fear in his gaze directed at Sangyu. The playful banter and flirtation he often exchanged with her suddenly seemed perilous, if she were to turn her ire upon him. He could only wonder whether he would withstand such a fate. He resolved to tread carefully in their future conversations. As for the others, lacking ranged combat skills, Zhao Linglong, Pei Yuanqing, or possessing insufficient strength to inflict damage, Guojia, Li Ruoqing chose not to involve them, instructing them to remain in the rear. After a brief interval, all the creatures in the corridor lay vanquished, their carcasses piling up and saturating the air with a profoundly unpleasant stench that unsettled the group. Observing this, Li Ruoqing summoned the azure lotus flame to incinerate the remains. As the flame made contact, it ignited swiftly, engulfing the corridor in a fierce blaze that illuminated the space as brightly as day. After some time, as the flames gradually subsided, the once littered ground was left barren, save for a layer of black ash. Seeing the corridor now cleared, Li Ruoqing retracted the azure lotus flame, noticing that the previously diminutive flicker had significantly intensified, suggesting that this feast had thoroughly satiated it. The group pressed onward, yet the vastness of the tomb palace was daunting. They had not traveled far when they encountered yet another horde of monsters. Jian Songhai and Sangyu unleashed a flurry of lethal strikes, while Li Ruoqing managed the aftermath. This cycle repeated 4 times before they finally reached the corridor's end. What lay before them was a stone chamber several times larger than the previous ones, teeming with numerous monsters, likely comparable to the colossal stone guardians they had faced earlier. The sheer number posed a considerable threat. Charging in recklessly could lead to dire consequences. Li Ruoqing's brow furrowed, recognizing the precariousness of their situation. My lord, how about we lure the monsters out in batches to eliminate them? This would significantly reduce the risk, Guojia suggested after a period of observation. The notion of drawing the monsters out in waves struck Li Ruoqing with an uncanny sense of familiarity, reminiscent of strategies from his previous life when tackling dungeons. The feasibility seemed promising, but the challenge remained. How to ensure that the monsters inside wouldn't swarm out en masse upon being provoked? Rest assured, my lord, I have been observing for quite some time. Though this palace is robustly constructed, my technique of shifting mountains and filling seas remains effective, Guojia assured. By merely employing the art of earth manipulation to constrict this entrance, allowing only 34 creatures to pass at a time, we can effortlessly vanquish them. Furthermore, should the number of monsters increase beyond our capacity to manage, I can temporarily seal the entrance with this technique, reopening it once we have cleared the area. Guojia's confident assertion illuminated the faces of those present, as they could not conceive a more prudent strategy and thus resolved to follow his suggestion. With a chant, Guojia caused the ground before him to seem to transform into a fluid, animate substance, which then surged towards the adjacent entrance. The entrance diminished at a visibly rapid pace, soon narrowing to a mere 13 units wide. I shall take on the task of luring those monsters. Zhao Linglong volunteered eagerly. Previously, the density of the creatures had made her hesitant to act, fearing that a misstep could endanger her comrades. Now, adequately prepared, she seized the opportunity to test the advanced techniques she had acquired from Li Ruoqing in practical combat. Be cautious, do not act recklessly. Li Ruoqing could not help but advise. I know. Zhao Linglong waved him off and dashed inside. Shortly after, a cacophony of roars erupted from within the stone chamber, prompting Zhao Linglong to emerge hastily. My goodness, there are far too many monsters inside. It's a dense mass, I can hardly see. She was astonished at the sheer number of creatures inhabiting the chamber. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, she would have surely been besieged. Moreover, one creature emanated an aura significantly more potent than her own, likely of the martial saint caliber. Li Ruoqing, somewhat speechless, remarked, weren't you just brimming with confidence? How have you faltered so quickly? Rather than criticize her, he addressed the group. Everyone, we shall strike together shortly, but be mindful not to damage the entrance. Guojia, keep an eye on it. Should it sustain any damage, repair it promptly. As monsters continued to pour forth from the entrance, each individual unleashed their unique skills. Sword Songhai's blade darted between the creatures, inflicting numerous gaping wounds, while Zhang Yu deftly maneuvered his hands, causing the monsters to move as if ensnared by a slowing spell. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ruoqing summoned twin plumes of azure flames and hurled them at the creatures. In an instant, the monstrous visages were engulfed in searing fire, transforming into moving infernos. Perhaps due to the proximity of the monsters, the azure flames spread rapidly, soon engulfing several nearby creatures as well. Zhao Linglong, somewhat irritated, exclaimed to Li Ruoqing, why did you act so quickly? At least leave a few for me. She had hoped to test her martial skills, yet her teammates had deprived her of the chance to do so. While Sword Songhai and Zhang Yu were formidable martial saints, she felt it unjust that Li Ruoqing, not even at the martial king level, should seize her prey. Having special flames is impressive, but this is simply too much. There are still more behind. You can't blame others for your own slow response. Li Ruoqing disdainfully curled his lips, scoffing at the notion of being a martial emperor. He couldn't even secure a single monstrous creature. Observing Li Ruoqing's refusal to yield, Zhao Linglong grew resolute and unleashed the sky-tearing claw, aiming at the monstrous beings. A colossal beast claw materialized from thin air, striking with devastating force and sending the creatures hurtling back into the stone chamber. The previously sturdy entrance trembled violently, revealing visible fissures. Linglong, cease your attacks. If you strike again, this entrance will surely fracture. Guojia exclaimed, hastily employing earth manipulation techniques to reinforce the entrance while calling out to Zhao Linglong. Noticing the collective gaze of her companions upon her, Zhao Linglong offered an awkward smile and retreated to the sidelines, refraining from further action. After a harmonious collaboration lasting half an hour, they successfully averted any further monstrous incursions. Li Ruoqing and Guojia consumed some recovery pills to replenish their expended essence. As for Jian Songhai and Zhang Yu, their depletion was minimal, and having attained the martial sage level, their bodies could autonomously absorb the essence of heaven and earth, allowing for rapid recovery even after complete exhaustion. Now that the monsters have been dealt with, shall we proceed inside? Pei Yuanqing, who had been waiting impatiently, suggested eagerly. Wait before entering. I sensed an extraordinarily potent aura within, rivaling that of Elder Jian. There is undoubtedly a formidable creature guarding this chamber. Zhao Linglong interjected to halt their advance. Linglong speaks the truth. There exists a powerful monster within this chamber. We must not act recklessly, Li Ruoqing affirmed. Having meticulously examined the boss description within the system task, the guardian creature of this level was named Blood Fury, originally captured by the Xianyuan dynasty and intended to serve as a tomb guardian. However, after the realm of demons invaded, Blood Fury was utterly corrupted, significantly enhancing its power. It possessed two unique abilities. One, the capacity to periodically summon nearby monsters to besiege foes. The other, when subjected to substantial damage, it would unleash its ferocity, temporarily augmenting its strength and speed. Such a formidable adversary would easily dispatch Pei Yuanqing, a martial venerable, if he were to recklessly charge and unprepared. Had he not possessed the Lone Star Battle Moon armor, he too would likely meet a swift demise. In contrast to the previous Stone Sentinel, which, despite its formidable defense and astonishing power, had a glaring weakness in its lack of speed, affording them the opportunity to evade. The group reconvened to strategize. Ultimately, they resolved that Jian Songhai would wield his sword to draw out and eliminate all remaining monsters within the chamber, after which they would collectively confront the guardian creature. The execution of their plan unfolded seamlessly. As the resplendent sword soared past the monstrous beings, they seemed incited, frenziedly pursuing the blade, swiftly converging upon the entrance. Following their established routine, the group united their efforts to eradicate the remaining creatures. Chapter 88. the besieged blood fury as Li Ruoqing beheld the vast stone chamber now devoid of all monsters. He finally felt a sense of relief. Next, it was time to confront the formidable blood fury, a monster of the martial saint level. Ahem, according to the usual pattern of dungeon exploration. Typical monster bosses are either tough-skinned and resilient, making their defenses nearly impenetrable, or they possess astonishingly high attack power, inflicting grievous harm with a single strike. Blood Fury evidently falls into the latter category. Guojia, can your earth manipulation technique create a swamp within this tomb? Li Ruoqing pondered for a moment before formulating a plan and promptly inquired of Guojia. I can indeed. My earth manipulation technique can be executed here without restrictions. Guojia replied confidently. Then, once we enter, let Jian Lao engage the monster head-on. If the sword cannot breach its defenses, we shall resort to the divine falling blade and employ the hidden shadow technique to ensure its movements are hampered. The others will take to the skies, unleashing ranged attacks, making certain it remains confined within the swamp without any chance of escape. We must strive to vanquish it swiftly. This plan is feasible. I have no objections. Neither do I. What will you do while we confront the monster? Asked Zhao Linglong, her curiosity piqued. I shall cheer you on from the sidelines. Do you expect me, a weakling incapable of flight, to join you against a martial saint-level monster? Li Ruoqing shot a glance at Zhao Linglong, finding her overly meticulous, especially since she seemed to hold a grudge over not being given other techniques previously. The group swiftly set the plan into motion. Guojia initiated his earth manipulation technique, causing the ground within the stone chamber to tremble violently until it transformed into a quagmire. The blood-red monster within the chamber sensed the shift and attempted to ascend above the muddy swamp. However, Jian Songhai, who was vigilantly monitoring its movements, soon commanded 7 swords to strike at Blood Fury. Meanwhile, Song Yu swiftly unleashed his poison technique, sending a plume of black smoke hurtling toward the distant Blood Fury. Caught off guard, Blood Fury barely took flight before being struck by the sudden assault of flying swords, multiple blades piercing its form and causing dark crimson blood to erupt forth. In agony, Blood Fury plummeted back into the swamp, letting out a furious roar. Following closely, the black smoke seeped into its wounds, prompting Blood Fury to emit a howl of torment. Now is our moment. Jian Songhai and the others soared into the stone chamber, launching a barrage of attacks upon the ensnared Blood Fury. Its form quickly became engulfed in explosive energy. In a bid to end the battle swiftly, Jian Songhai relinquished his earlier stubbornness and retrieved the divine falling blade that Li Ruoqing had entrusted to him. Grasping the divine falling blade, Jian Songhai felt the fierce intent emanating from the blade. Without hesitation, he infused a substantial amount of true essence into it, causing the entire blade to radiate a brilliant light, subtly coalescing into a phantom of blade intent several meters long. With a powerful slash, he directed the sky-rending cut downward toward the ensnared Blood Fury. Blood Fury had not anticipated a relentless barrage of energy strikes. As his furious roar echoed, his physique swelled dramatically, astonishing Li Ruoqing, who was observing from a distance. This was likely one of the 2 extraordinary abilities. Fortunately, he had already cleared the stone chamber of all monsters. Otherwise, he would have been besieged. Despite noticing the descending phantom of the blade intent, the frenzied Blood Fury had lost his rationality and chose to endure the assault rather than evade it. The clash of 2 tremendous energies resulted in a significant explosion. After a while, the observers finally discerned the situation below. A considerable portion of the swamp had visibly sunk, with the intense energy evaporating the moisture and forming a deep pit. The once massive Blood Fury now resembled a deflated balloon. His form reverted to its original state, and his body was grievously mutilated, with one side obliterated by the divine blade's formidable intent. Witnessing Blood Fury's tragic state, everyone gazed at Jian Songhai with a newfound awe. Was this the terrifying might of an 8th-tier divine weapon? With a single strike, it had severely wounded a martial saint-level monster. Truly remarkable. The most profound reaction came from Song Yu, who had initially believed that even with Jian Songhai's profound swordsmanship, he remained merely at the early martial saint stage. In a confrontation, the odds would have been evenly matched. However, the balance had now shifted to 3-7 in favor of Jian Songhai. Song Yu's gaze towards him now carried a hint of trepidation. With the situation firmly established, the group finally exhaled in relief. The severely weakened Blood Fury posed no further threat. They showed no mercy towards the creature, swiftly delivering the final blows. Once the battle concluded, Guojia ceased his earth manipulation technique, and the stone chamber quickly regained its original appearance. Observing this, Li Ruoqing stepped into the stone chamber, Compared to the previous small chamber guarded by the boulder, this one was several times larger. Surely, there would be some treasures within. The group meticulously searched the expansive chamber and indeed discovered several valuable items. Before long, they had unearthed 56 items, including defensive armor, shields, and various weapons. Though none of high caliber, the finest being a mere fifth-tier piece of seemingly ordinary armor. Jian Songhai and Song Yu regarded these commonplace items with disdain. And even Zhao Linglong showed little interest, ultimately leading Pei Yuanqing to claim the armor. As for the other mystical weapons, Li Ruoqing collected them all into his system space, intending to auction them at the Tianyuan Trading Association upon his return. The group continued onward, aided by Jian Songhai's earlier Sky Splitter strike, which had forcefully revealed a concealed passage, considerably easing their journey. Following the passage, they soon encountered a new wave of monstrous assaults. This time, the creatures appeared far easier to handle. Through their coordinated efforts, they swiftly exterminated the approaching beasts. Upon arriving in the third stone chamber, they noted the stark contrast to the previous one, finding only a mere dozen monsters instead of the overwhelming numbers they had faced before. In the center of the stone chamber stood a formidable figure clad in heavy armor, resembling a general, seemingly oblivious to their arrival. Li Ruoqing hastily perused the boss profile within the system, discovering that this third tomb guardian was the armored general puppet. This entity was originally a trusted general of the Xianyuan dynasty's emperor, transformed into a unique puppet through a secret technique shortly before his demise, retaining a significant portion of his former combat prowess and a modicum of intelligence. However, after the Xianyuan terrace was besieged, the armored general puppet was ensnared by two demon generals and reduced to a mere tool of slaughter. As Li Ruoqing absorbed the information, he couldn't help but reflect on the might of the Xianyuan dynasty. If even a martial saint was merely a grand general, what must their imperial guardians be, martial saints, or even demigods? It was astonishing that such a powerful figure chose not to extend his life, but rather to become a puppet guarding the tomb. Such an audacious decision was indeed remarkable. Another martial saint-level creature, the strength of the Xianyuan dynasty was truly terrifying, remarked Pei Yuanqing with a hint of despair. Although Pei Yuanqing possessed the strength of a martial lord, he found himself among the weakest in their group, alongside the inexperienced Li Ruoqing and Guojia. Since entering the Xianyuan terrace, he had suffered grave injuries from a single strike by the Stone Guardian and had barely any opportunity to engage in combat. Feeling rather disheartened as he looked to Li Ruoqing, hoping for a chance to contribute. Let the experts, Jian Lao and Song Yu, handle this armored creature. The rest of us will cleanse the chamber of the remaining monsters, Li Ruoqing proposed, quickly organizing their efforts based on the chamber's circumstances. Absolutely. I can take on 4. Pei Yuanqing exclaimed eagerly, fearing that if he delayed, the others would claim all the lesser monsters. Then I shall handle 10, and Guojia, you manage the remaining 3. Song Linglong stated calmly, asserting her prowess as the strongest among them after the 2 martial saints. With her access to celestial-level martial techniques, dispatching these creatures would be a simple task. Guojia's expression darkened. Despite sharing the strength of a martial lord, he was not adept in combat. Pei Yuanqing possessed innate strength and impressive combat capabilities, while Guojia was proficient only in a few powerful spells. Seeing this, Li Ruoqing volunteered, Guojia, let us form a duo. My Qinglian flame is quite effective against these monsters. Recalling the scene where Li Ruoqing had wielded that azure flame to reduce creatures to ash, Guojia readily consented. As they stepped into the stone chamber, the monsters within quickly reacted, charging toward them. With their roles clearly defined, each member swiftly identified their targets. Jian Songhai and Song Yu intercepted the armored general puppet, but their initial assault bore no fruit. The heavy armor adorning the puppet was evidently of extraordinary quality, as even Jian Songhai's 7 swords failed to breach its defenses, leaving no marks upon the armor. The curse of the hidden shadows proved to be less effective than anticipated. The armored monster, being a puppet, was impervious to pain, rendering it far more formidable than the previous bloodthirsty foes. As the general puppet executed a powerful sweeping strike, the 2 combatants swiftly retreated, unwilling to confront it head-on. In comparison to the indomitable armored general puppet, ordinary monsters were significantly easier to handle. Zhao Linglong took the lead, invoking the true art of ice. In an instant, the frigid essence coalesced, and within a blink, 2 nearby monsters were transformed into ice sculptures. Subsequently, a massive claw materialized in the air, crushing several monsters beneath it. Pei Yuanqing wielded a colossal silver hammer, delivering devastating blows to the monsters. The hammer, weighing over 1,000 pounds, severely injured the creature before him, deforming its body upon impact. Encouraged by his success, Pei Yuanqing charged towards the remaining monsters with the ferocity of a tiger among sheep, his advance unstoppable. He did not evade the monsters' attacks. His armor was sufficiently robust to absorb the majority of the damage, in stark contrast to the bloody skirmish. The cooperation between Li Ruoqing and Guijia appeared much more refined. Li Ruoqing instructed Guijia to employ earth manipulation techniques to hinder the monsters' movements, and then summoned 4 tiny flames to hurl at the monsters. In mere moments, they were reduced to ashes. The ordinary monsters were swiftly dispatched, leaving only the armored general puppet within the stone chamber. Jian Songhai had executed the secret technique of the 7 swords uniting, but the results were less than satisfactory. He managed to breach only a portion of the armor, while the core remained intact. When the puppet noticed Jian Songhai's assault, it did not evade. Instead, it swung its long knife with ferocity. Despite Jian Songhai's martial sage-level prowess and formidable physical strength, he found himself at a disadvantage in this direct confrontation. The immense force transmitted through the weapon caused the flesh around his grip to tear, blood seeping from his hand. Realizing that he could not withstand the brute force, Jian Songhai deftly evaded, retreating swiftly beyond the puppet's reach. Sangyo had not anticipated that the puppet would be so troublesome. Its strength formidable and accompanied by a wealth of treasures. She discerned that the armor, weapon, and helmet adorning the puppet were at least of the 6th or even 7th tier in quality. Such heavily fortified adversaries indicated the profound wealth of the Xinyuan dynasty. Seeing her multiple attempts to unleash poison techniques and curses fail, she became resolute. Chanting an incantation, she summoned a being from the demon realm. Her poison techniques and curses were but a fraction of her true power. The demon realm entity under her command was her greatest reliance. A flash of violet radiance illuminated the chamber as a unique, bicolored creature manifested within, the Shadow Phantom. One of the demon realm entities with whom Sangyo had forged a master-servant contract. This Shadow Phantom, nurtured with great care, had matured to mid-level martial sage strength, rivaling that of a martial sage warrior. As everyone beheld the suddenly manifested specter, a sense of imminent danger enveloped them. The terrifying aura emanating from the apparition made it evident that they were confronted with yet another formidable being of the martial saint level. Upon witnessing Sangyo commanding the specter to launch an assault on the general puppet, they finally exhaled in relief. Li Ruoqing gazed at the specter, murmuring to himself, "Is this the essence of the demonic realm? Its power appears exceptionally formidable." He sensed that this specter was akin to a mage of the demonic realm, releasing magical forces that far surpassed those of Temis, possessing at least the caliber of a holy archmage. If Sangyo's poison and curses were persistent negative buffs, then the specter's magic was akin to a devastating magical bomb, with the ethereal purple magic orbs infused with dark and lightning energies, each striking the general puppet with unerring precision. After enduring a barrage of assaults, the general puppet was soon incapacitated by the paralysis of the lightning, trembling intermittently. Observing this, Jian Songhai retrieved the godfall blade once more, his demeanor shifting dramatically. The previously aloof and ethereal Jian Songhai now resembled an unparalleled swordsman of extraordinary prowess. His intent sharpened under the surge of true essence. A flurry of cold brilliance flashed, and the previously impenetrable armor shattered instantly, revealing deep, horrifying wounds that pierced to the bone. Noticing this, Sangyo swiftly gestured, sending forth a crimson light towards the unsuspecting puppet. In an instant, the entire puppet transformed into a cloud of blood mist, exploding violently. Fortunately, the others were at a safe distance. Sensing the impending peril, they quickly raised their defensive shields, thus avoiding the calamity of being drenched in contaminated blood. "Next time you employ such a secret technique, do give a heads up, Sangyo," Li Ruoqing remarked, somewhat exasperated. The others managed to erect their protective barriers, but as a mere martial master, he had yet to cultivate his true essence to the point of external manifestation, falling short of condensing his external vital energy. Had he been closer, he would surely have been drenched in that filthy blood. "I understand, but you're hardly in a position to complain, are you? Just be more cautious next time," Sangyo replied nonchalantly, unfazed by Li Ruoqing's retort. If given another chance, she would likely act in the same manner. The others remained silent, wary of provoking this sorceress, fearing the consequences that might ensue. Seeing Sangyo's indifference, Li Ruoqing chose not to press further, aware that she was a peak martial saint. If he were to irritate her, his slight frame would surely struggle to endure her wrath. The incessant barrage of poison and curses would leave him severely wounded, if not worse. The group adhered to their customary practice, meticulously searching the stone chamber for treasures. Li Ruoqing, meanwhile, collected several pieces of equipment left by the general puppet. Observing the battle knife previously wielded by the puppet, which remained intact, he turned to Zhao Linglong and said, "Didn't you ask me for a blade earlier? How about making do with this one for now?" Zhao Linglong cast a disdainful glance, responding petulantly, "I seek an 8th-tier divine weapon, not something like this." Just as Li Ruoqing was about to respond, a powerful surge of demonic energy assailed them from all directions. Pei Yuanqing, Guojia, Zhao Linglong, and Li Ruoqing had no time to react before falling victim to an ambush. Only Jian Songhai and Song Yu sensed the impending danger and swiftly evaded, thus escaping a fate of severe injury from the ambush. To their astonishment, fresh from his seclusion, a reptilian creature of the human race had intruded. It appeared that fortune smiled upon him, as he was presented with an opportunity for a grand feast. As the black mist gradually receded, a grotesquely featured demon clad in battle armor brazenly proclaimed his arrival. This newcomer was none other than Li Shang, one of the 2 demon generals stationed within the Xianyuan platform. They had lain in wait here for several millennia, evolving from high-ranking demon soldiers, equivalent to the human warriors of the martial sovereign realm, to the pinnacle of demon generals. Had it not been for his inferior aptitude and the lack of the demonic realm's arcane enlightenment, he would have long since ascended to the realm of demon lord, aided by the burial treasures of the venerable Xianyuan ancestor alongside Li Nan. Just as he concluded his seclusion, he sensed that the guardian creatures of the Xianyuan platform had been entirely eradicated, with even several formidable sentinels having been utterly vanquished. This infuriated him, yet simultaneously exhilarated him. For amongst these intruders lay a human martial saint. If he could devour this being, he would utilize the secret arts of the demon race to pilfer the newfound insights into the laws they had comprehended, potentially enabling him to break through to the realm of demon lord on Yunlong continent. Jian Songhai glared furiously at the demon general who had so brazenly emerged. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have fallen prey to this fiend's scheme. Without a moment's hesitation, Jian Songhai commanded 7 treasured swords to unleash a fierce assault upon Li Shang. A cascade of sword light surged forth, sweeping relentlessly towards the demon general. Hot on its heels was the indomitable intent of the divine fallen blade, crashing down upon him. Taken completely off guard, Li Shang was soon engulfed by the torrent of sword light and blade intent. Song Yu remained silent, yet her brows betrayed her ire. Resolutely, she continued to direct her phantoms to assault Li Shang, preparing to chant incantations to summon beings from the demonic realm. Having ventured forth for several years, she had never before faced a treacherous ambush. Li Shang was the first, and she vowed to ensure that this demon general would pay a steep price. Though Song Yu struggled to rise, her true form as a demon beast endowed her with a physical resilience far surpassing that of an ordinary martial emperor. Otherwise, that blow might have rendered her incapacitated. Pei Yuanqing's armor absorbed a portion of the damage, preventing his injuries from becoming too severe, though he did suffer 2 broken ribs and various internal injuries. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he retrieved a healing elixir previously bestowed upon him by Li Ruoqing and sat cross-legged to recuperate. Li Ruoqing gradually regained his composure. Had it not been for the Starry Moon battle armor he wore, which mitigated over 90% of the damage from that assault, he might have already departed this world. Observing Jian Songhai and Song Yu engaged in fierce combat with the demon general, as well as Pei Yuanqing and Song Yu tending to their wounds, a wave of panic surged through Li Ruoqing. What of Guojia? Surely, that fellow hadn't he been swiftly eliminated? Li Ruoqing anxiously scanned the surroundings and soon discovered Guojia lying motionless in the distance, his life in question. Rushing forward to investigate, he was taken aback as Guojia's face morphed into that of a life-size doll. What in the world is this? Li Ruoqing was startled. How could he suddenly transform into a doll? It was utterly bizarre. Your Highness, I am unharmed. That was merely my substitute doll. If I hadn't reacted swiftly, I might have perished on the spot. At that moment, a voice emerged. It was Guojia, who had narrowly escaped disaster. Sensing something amiss, he had immediately left behind a substitute doll and skillfully employed the earth escape technique to burrow several meters underground for emergency evasion, thus preserving his life. Seeing Guojia safe, Li Ruoqing finally felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, during this ambush, they had not suffered any fatalities. Otherwise, the losses would have been staggering. Observing the fierce battle ahead, Li Ruoqing quickly realized that Jian Songhai and Zhao Linglong were engaged with one of the formidable bosses within Xianyuan platform. However, where was the other demon general? Had some unforeseen circumstance arisen? Li Ruoqing was puzzled, as the current situation seemed to diverge from the mission's description. Nevertheless, there was no time for such thoughts. He swiftly conveyed a message to Zhao, urging that another peak martial saint-level demon general resided within Hanshuan platform, and it was imperative to eliminate the current foe without delay. They could not allow them to unite. Upon receiving Li Ruoqing's transmission, Zhao hesitated momentarily but did not cease his incantation. Soon, a flash of black light appeared, and a magnificent beast engulfed in golden-red flames materialized before them. It was the flame spirit beast, another creature from the demon realm that Zhao had subdued, possessing late-stage martial saint strength. With the flame spirit beast, the phantom, and Zhao joining the fray, Jian Songhai, who had been struggling against Li Sheng, suddenly found the pressure alleviated. Li Sheng's expression shifted as he faced the raging flame spirit beast charging at him. A demon realm creature? Who are you, and how can you summon such a being? Li Sheng recognized the fiery beast attacking him as the powerful flame spirit, a unique entity from the demon realm. Once matured, it would be a divine-level creature. Its potential no less than that of the dragon clan from Yunlan continent. The creature floating nearby, with its dual-colored hues of purple and green, could not possibly be from the demon realm as well, could it? Panic began to set in. Although he was at the pinnacle of martial saint strength, this was not the demon realm, and he could not draw upon the laws of power to sustain himself. If this continued, he would undoubtedly face defeat. Chapter 91. Li Ruoqing dead? Realizing he could not withstand the onslaught, Li Sheng ultimately chose to summon reinforcements. After evading Jian Songhai's attack, he swiftly retreated and unleashed a series of terrifying demonic howls. This is bad. He is calling for another demon general. Jian Lao, Zhao, hurry and eliminate him. Li Ruoqing shouted urgently, sensing the looming danger. The expressions of the others turned grave. Another demon general? Internally, they were filled with disbelief. Was there something amiss in the minds of these demon realm beings, guarding a tomb of a human dynasty so zealously? And yet they had left behind two martial saints, demon generals? This was utterly outrageous. However, there was no turning back now. As Li Ruoqing had stated, if they did not swiftly eliminate the current demon general, they would soon find themselves facing two demon generals simultaneously, making their situation even more precarious. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Jian Songhai steeled his resolve and unleashed a more formidable sword technique. The seven swords harmoniously converged once again. One hand grasped a sword while the other wielded a knife. The two starkly contrasting essences of lethal sword intent and dominating knife intent merged in an enigmatic manner. Jian Songhai's figure swiftly vanished, and soon, the two divine weapons fused together, materializing into a resplendent weapon that seemed to possess sentience, darting rapidly towards Li Sheng. As Li Sheng desperately defended against this exceptional divine weapon, Zhao, on the other side, ceased to remain passive and directly employed a special secret technique, the explosive frenzy. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the prowess of both the phantom and the flame spirit beast doubled. The phantom, initially at the mid-stage of martial saint, was now enhanced to the late stage, while the flame spirit beast reached the pinnacle of martial saint, its size expanding dramatically. Caught off guard, Li Sheng soon found himself injured by the combined assault of the phantom and the flame spirit beast. The divine weapon, transformed by Jian Songhai, spun rapidly and lunged straight for Li Sheng's chest. A piercing scream echoed as Li Sheng could not withstand the relentless onslaught. The divine weapon pierced through his chest, leaving a gaping void the size of a fist, from which copious amounts of demonic blood surged forth. Wounded gravely, he cried out in terror, "Li Nan, come save me." Seeing Li Sheng in such a dire state, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With injuries this severe, it was evident that he no longer possessed the strength to continue fighting. Even if another demon general were to arrive, they still had the advantage in numbers, ensuring a high probability of victory. However, before Jian Songhai and Zhao could advance to deliver the finishing blow to Li Sheng, a cloud of black mist surged forth. Rushing towards him, the onlookers assumed it was another figure named Li Nan coming to the rescue. Yet, the mist was substantial, obscuring the situation within, leaving everyone hesitant to act rashly. "Ah, Li Nan, what are you?" The fragmented voice of Li Sheng emerged from the black mist. Given the circumstances, it appeared that this Li Nan did not intend to aid Li Sheng as they had presumed, but rather harbored different intentions. The moment was fleeting before anyone could respond. The black mist gradually dissipated, revealing an exceedingly sinister demon general left in its wake, while Li Sheng had vanished without a trace. With a malevolent smile, the demon general remarked, "I must express my gratitude for your assistance in severely wounding Li Sheng. Otherwise, how could I have had the opportunity to consume him whole?" breaking free from the shackles of a demon general and ascending to the realm of demon lord, martial god. Ha ha ha. It dawned on everyone that in that brief moment of obscurity, Li Nan had directly devoured Li Sheng. This posed a significant predicament. The already formidable demon general at the pinnacle of martial saint would be a challenging adversary, and should he break through to martial god, demon lord, it would spell doom for them all. We absolutely cannot allow him to ascend. We must eliminate him before he completely absorbs Li Sheng's energy. Li Ruoqing shouted from a distance. He discovered that the system had updated the status of the demon general Li Sheng to deceased, while Li Nan's status now bore a buff indicating he was in the midst of a breakthrough. The mission's difficulty had escalated from S rank to SS rank. This unforeseen turn of events filled Li Ruoqing with alarm, compelling him to hope that Jian Songhai and Zhang Yu would swiftly join forces to vanquish this Li Nan. Li Ruoqing no longer hesitated. He approached Zhao Linglong and entrusted her with the remaining blood of the true dragon. Without waiting for her inquiries, he spoke in a grave tone, urging her to break through as swiftly as possible, lest they all perish in that place. Zhao Linglong understood that their dire situation left no room for contemplation. She consumed the blood he had handed over along with her own small portion, and a tremendous surge of energy enveloped her. In no time, she was shrouded in an emanating chill, gradually transforming into a frozen statue. Upon hearing Li Ruoqing's call, Jian Songhai and Zhang Yu joined forces once more to strike, yet the now formidable Li Nan, having devoured Li Sheng, proved to be a challenge they could scarcely contend with. Even with 4 against 1, they could not overcome him. As time elapsed, Li Nan's power only grew, clearly surpassing the limits of martial saints, nearing the strength of a martial deity. Then, a vast surge of dark energy surged toward them, swiftly breaching their defenses and leaving them gravely wounded. Jian Songhai and Zhang Yu were also struck by the suddenly unleashed Li Nan. With just the likes of you, do you think you can hinder my ascension? He scoffed. In mere moments, I shall break through to become a demon lord. At that time, I will open the portal to the demon realm, summoning endless demonic beings to this continent, which will then be under my dominion. Ha ha. With an icy demeanor, Li Nan drew the already unconscious Li Ruoqing towards him and arrogantly declared, "This little brat was so verbose earlier, I shall dispose of him first, then deal with each of you in turn." He lifted Li Ruoqing, intent on crushing him completely. However, he soon realized that Li Ruoqing seemed to wear special protective gear, rendering his efforts ineffective. Instead, amid the torment, the previously unconscious Li Ruoqing was jolted back to awareness by the pain. Seeing the anguish on Li Ruoqing's face only fueled Li Nan's deranged delight. The others, witnessing Li Ruoqing's peril, yearned to intervene, but their grievous injuries rendered them incapable of offering assistance, leaving them to watch helplessly as Li Ruoqing suffered. Moments later, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more, though a faint glimmer emanated from the silver ring on his hand. Noticing that Li Ruoqing had fallen unconscious, Li Nan grew bored. He carelessly tossed Li Ruoqing into the air, where he was struck by a terrifying surge of dark energy, exploding upon impact. The onlookers' eyes widened in disbelief as their once promising ally was brutally slain by the demon lord. It was utterly infuriating, savoring the hatred directed at him. Li Nan reveled in the moment. He relished the torment of these humans, having once been powerless to do anything but envy the demon race as they slaughtered humanity. After enduring a long period of arduous training in this sunless tomb, he finally tasted the exhilarating thrill of exacting vengeance upon the human masters. Chapter 92. Li Nan, are you a cockroach? How are you still alive? Li Ruoqing's consciousness had faded, leaving him oblivious to the unfolding events. He could, however, faintly discern 2 figures nearby engaged in discussion. Luo Xingqian, what on earth are you thinking? Had I not reacted swiftly, your disciple would have been slain by that little demon spawn just now. Huh, you did intervene, didn't you? Besides, isn't that lad safe and sound? Though he is unharmed. Failing to eliminate that demon spawn would surely endanger those little ones outside. In that case, he would undoubtedly harbor a deep resentment towards you. Cough, cough. I never anticipated that there would still be a demon race breaking through the shackles to ascend to the rank of martial god in the Cloudwave continent. I miscalculated. However, this young man is still merely at the martial master realm and cannot bear too much power. That lad seems to have acquired a divine weapon of extraordinary caliber from somewhere. As the sound gradually faded, Li Ruoqing soon succumbed to a deep stupor, losing consciousness. As time elapsed, Li Nan's aura and pressure grew increasingly formidable, to the point where even Jian Songhai and Zhang Yu found it challenging to withstand. Meanwhile, both Mei Ying and the flame spirit beast were also daunted by Li Nan's imposing presence, refraining from making further moves. Observing the desperate struggles of Jian Songhai and Song Yu, Li Nan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The sensation of controlling their lives and deaths at a mere thought was utterly exquisite. She had already refined a substantial portion of Li Sheng's energy, significantly enhancing her physical strength, and the demonic energy within her had thickened to the verge of condensing into liquid. This was a sign that a demon cultivator was about to form a demon pill and ascend to the rank of demon lord. Once she endured the trial of the heavenly tribulation, her ascension would be complete. With a flourish of her magic staff, a colossal surge of demonic energy erupted into the sky, swiftly shattering the ceiling of the stone chamber. The purple-black demonic energy pierced through the heavens, and the original secret realm appeared as though it had been punctured, allowing external energies and laws to surge into the realm. Just as Li Nan reveled in her triumph, enjoying the baptism of the laws, a cold voice echoed from a distance. "Humph! A mere demon spawn dares to ascend to godhood in the Cloudwave continent. Do you truly believe we are blind? Who dares to speak?" Li Nan shouted incredulously. Having previously enveloped the entire secret realm with her divine sense without detecting anyone else. Who could be mocking her here? Could it be a formidable being from the Cloudwave continent? Suddenly, behind Jian Songhai, a ripple in space heralded the emergence of a figure. Song Yu and Jian Songhai regarded the sudden apparition with wariness, anxious that yet another formidable foe had arrived. They were both severely injured and had lost considerable strength, desperately striving to recover their injuries in preparation for one final stand. Yet, they were unprepared for the identity of the unexpected figure. It was none other than the familiar Li Ruoqing. However, this Li Ruoqing seemed transformed, exuding an icy demeanor as he addressed Jian Songhai. "He is fine. Hand me that divine fallen blade." Upon seeing Li Ruoqing, who appeared drastically different from his usual self, Jian Songhai momentarily froze, before a realization struck him, and he hastily retrieved the divine fallen blade from its sheath, respectfully presenting it. Song Yu, equally astonished, gazed at Li Ruoqing in disbelief, exclaiming, "Didn't you just get obliterated by that demon general?" Li Ruoqing cast a glance at her, as if speaking to another person. "Now that I have the blade, it's your turn to act. Is it truly you? I never expected you to possess such resilience. To think that so much demonic energy failed to bring about your demise. Once I ascend to the rank of demon lord, I shall take great pleasure in tormenting you, ensuring that your end is not an easy one." Li Ruoqing's unexpected reappearance astonished Li Nan, yet he dismissed it, knowing he would soon have the opportunity to thoroughly investigate. In his eyes, Li Ruoqing was but a mere ant, insignificant even among demon soldiers, yet somehow he managed to withstand harm time and again, exhibiting resilience even greater than that of a cockroach. Truly remarkable. Is that so? However, your chances have run out. Li Ruoqing spoke coldly. Sensing that the soul of the human king, he had already entered the divine oblivion blade. The energy absorbed from the slain blood fury and the armored general puppet continuously nourished him. The star refinement technique within Li Ruoqing activated autonomously, meticulously refining the influx of energy and distributing it throughout his body. The strength of his physique surged at a visible rate, swiftly advancing from the initial stage of the martial king to the mid-stage, ultimately breaking through to the initial stage of the martial sovereign. Only then did the refining process cease. Sensing the remarkable increase in his body's strength, which had multiplied several times, Li Ruoqing nodded in satisfaction. Although not yet overwhelmingly powerful, he was now capable of employing some formidable techniques. He raised the divine oblivion blade, pushing the star refinement technique to its zenith. Soon, resplendent starlight and lunar power seemed irresistibly drawn towards him, flowing ceaselessly into the secret realm. Even the forces of law were being pushed aside by the overwhelming stellar and lunar energies. At that moment, the divine oblivion blade devoured the starlight and lunar energy voraciously, which cascaded down upon several individuals. Jian Songhai and Song Yu were pleasantly surprised to find their injuries healing rapidly, and their expended energy was swiftly restoring. Jian Songhai became increasingly certain that Li Ruoqing was indeed the unparalleled powerhouse mentioned vaguely by Timmy, who had bestowed upon him a legacy. The ability to effortlessly manipulate starlight and lunar energy was an extraordinary feat, challenging even the mightiest of martial gods. It appeared that they could safely navigate this crisis. Song Yu, too, was taken aback by this formidable side of Li Ruoqing, who she often teased. Arriving late, she was still unaware of the powerful soul residing within him, merely believing that he had been concealing his true strength. Her gaze towards him now held a mix of admiration and envy. The gravely injured Pei Yuanqing and Guojia gradually regained their composure. They gazed at Li Ruoqing, who appeared as a celestial being reborn. Wielding the divine Oblivion Blade and confronting the soon-to-be martial god, Li Nan, their hearts filled with awe. They never anticipated that the seemingly insignificant Li Ruoqing possessed such ferocity. It was a complete upheaval of their worldviews. Damn it, what sorcery have you employed? Why has the power of law been barred from entering the secret realm? Li Nan struggled to maintain his composure. The once surging power of law had abruptly ceased to flow in. If he could just hold on for a little longer, he would complete the baptism of law and ascend to the true rank of Demon Lord. Now, however, his transformation was stymied, just a hair's breadth away. This was utterly excruciating. Chapter 93. The Slaying of Li Nan. Amidst the cacophony, Li Ruoqing cast a cold glance at the increasingly frantic Li Nan and remarked, "Since you are in such a haste, allow me to send you on your way." Sensing that the power of the Starfall blade within had reached a state of saturation, Li Ruoqing ceased his delay and wielded the blade, delivering a strike that reverberated throughout the arena. In an awe-inspiring display, countless phantoms of Li Ruoqing emerged, each wielding the Starfall blade, fearlessly charging towards Li Nan. The sounds of the blade clashing against armor resonated incessantly. Although Li Nan exerted every effort to defend himself, the speed and intensity of Li Ruoqing's onslaught left him unable to react, forcing him into a defensive stance. It was as if Li Ruoqing had locked onto him. Every attempt to evade proved futile. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power of the stars emanating from that blade. After enduring the relentless assault for what felt like an eternity, Li Ruoqing finally dissipated all his phantoms and halted his attack. The once arrogant Li Nan was caught off guard, astonished that a mere ant like Li Ruoqing could unleash such formidable martial prowess. Fortunately, the disparity in their strengths was vast. Even with such a magnificent weapon in hand, it seemed incapable of inflicting severe harm upon Li Nan. Just as Li Nan was about to mock Li Ruoqing, an uncontrollable surge of demonic energy began to emanate from his body. How is this possible? My armor is a 7th-tier profound weapon, stripped from the hands of the Xianyuan ancestor. It cannot be so easily damaged. Li Nan exclaimed in terror. Suddenly, cracks began to appear across his armor, and before he could intervene, a horrified roar escaped him as his entire form erupted into a myriad of fragments. Witnessing this, Li Ruoqing effortlessly gathered the scattered pieces, channeling the power of the stars to ignite a brilliant flame, ultimately refining them into a pearl imbued with overwhelming demonic energy. No matter how formidable a profound weapon may be, it will always fall short against a divine weapon. Without achieving divinity, one remains an ant. Li Ruoqing mused as he gazed at the demonic pearl in his hand. This little demon had managed to survive under the watchful eyes of numerous divine beings in their realm, almost reaching the threshold of divinity himself. A rare talent indeed. Had he not intervened in time to sever the power of the laws, this whelp might have truly achieved godhood on Yunlong continent. It was fortunate that this oversight had been rectified in time. Initially intending to destroy the demonic pearl, Li Ruoqing's resolve shifted upon noticing the shadow and flame beasts beside Sanyo. He tossed the demonic pearl to Sanyo, then redirected the remaining power of the stars and moonlight towards the still transforming Zhao Linglong. With the mission accomplished, he recalled the Starfall blade from a distance, leaning against it and remaining motionless in place. At this moment, Jian Songhai had fully recovered and approached cautiously, eager to ascertain Li Ruoqing's condition. Zhang Yu gazed at the magic energy orb that Li Ruoqing had tossed to her, momentarily lost in thought. She could perceive the immense energy contained within the orb. If her intuition served her right, it likely harbored the concentrated essence of Li Nan, an entity nearly akin to a martial deity. Should she administer this orb to the phantom, it would undoubtedly elevate its prowess to the late stage of a martial saint. If she chose to bestow it upon the flame spirit beast, it might even transcend to the pinnacle of a martial saint, with a slight chance of attaining divine status. This presented an extraordinary opportunity for her. With the right maneuvering, she could save decades of arduous cultivation and perhaps even catch a glimpse of the divine realm. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to feed the magic orb to the flame spirit beast, for the allure of breaking through to divinity was simply too compelling. Jian Songhai approached Li Ruoqing and found him already unconscious. He quickly supported him, while Pei Yuanqing and Guojia, having completed their recovery, came forward to assess the situation. They had all witnessed Li Ruoqing summon the power of the stars and vanquish a god-level demon general. However, the sudden onset of his unconsciousness left them somewhat perplexed. Was the after-effect of such a formidable move truly this severe? Jian Songhai, though aware of the underlying circumstances, chose not to divulge the details to the others. Instead, He urged them to search the now damaged secret realm promptly, emphasizing the necessity of collecting all remaining treasures. Given the commotion they had caused, it was only a matter of time before others arrived. Despite Li Ruoqing's unconscious state, Jian Songhai fully understood his character. They had to scour the secret realm for every last treasure before relinquishing it to outsiders. After 3 full hours, the group departed the Xinyuan platform, laden with spoils and the unconscious Li Ruoqing. To ensure that the evolving Zhao Linglong and any potential overlooked treasures would not fall into the hands of others, Zhang Yu stationed the Phantom and the Flame Spirit Beast at the entrance of the secret realm, instructing them to drive away any intruders. Upon their return to the city lord's mansion, Jian Songhai assigned Pei Yuanqing and Zhao Yun to lead a contingent of the White Horse Yisong to guard Xinyuan platform and assist with Zhao Linglong's transformation. He surmised that upon completion of her metamorphosis, she would likely ascend to the rank of a martial saint. If an anomaly were to occur during her breakthrough, the Flame Spirit Beast and the Phantom might not be able to fend off all those with ill intentions. When Li Ruoqing finally regained consciousness, 2 days had already elapsed. During this time, Timaeus had come to examine him, yet found no signs of injury. Rather, his physique had significantly strengthened, now comparable to that of a martial venerable. She felt a twinge of envy, as Li Ruoqing had been quite distant from advancing to the martial king level prior to his departure. Yet he had achieved such a rapid and remarkable breakthrough, surpassing his previous limits. Truly enviable. Is everyone all right? Li Ruoqing inquired nervously upon awakening, noticing Zhang Yu waiting beside him. After being gravely injured by Li Nan, he fell into a state of unconsciousness, remaining oblivious to the events that transpired thereafter. Now, with no sight of others, he feared they might have encountered misfortune. Fortunately, they were all safe. However, his younger brother Ruoqing. Your performance at that moment truly impressed your sister. Sanyo observed Li Ruoqing's expression and responded with a playful tone. Although upon returning, Jian Songhai had explained that Li Ruoqing's ability to slay Li Sheng, despite being 5 realms below, was due to the protection of other extraordinary powerhouses. Sanyo found it hard to believe. The effortless annihilation of a divine-level warrior seemed too simplistic. Even the formidable soul that had previously possessed Li Ruoqing could not have accomplished such a feat, unless it were an existence far surpassing the martial god level, capable of refining a divine being's body into pure energy. Yet, why would such a powerful entity concern itself with someone as insignificant as Li Ruoqing? It was simply unfathomable. Chapter 94. Wishes Come True. Unboxing divine artifacts. Li Ruoqing felt somewhat bewildered. Had he not been unconscious? How could he have impressed her? Surely, it could not be that his unconscious posture was particularly striking. That was utterly impossible. She must have been mocking his lack of strength. How utterly embarrassing. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he inquired about Zhao Linglong, wondering if she was well, as he seemed to have given her all the remaining true dragon blood. He pondered whether she had managed to break through. That girl is still in seclusion within the mysterious realm of Xinyuan Terrace. She is likely to advance to the martial saint level in a few days. Ruoqing, you possess an abundance of treasures. When will you gift your sister a couple? Upon mentioning Zhao Linglong, Sanyo's tone turned somewhat wistful. The true dragon blood is a treasure comparable to high-grade mystic weapons, yielding substantial results whether used for alchemy or enhancing physical strength. Zhao Linglong, possessing a diluted dragon bloodline, stands a chance of evolving her lineage with this true dragon blood, transforming into a genuine dragon and making a significant leap in power, soon reaching the martial saint level, on par with her and Jian Songhai. It's worth noting that she had diligently cultivated secret techniques for over 20 years among the Yizhu clan, augmented by numerous opportunities, to achieve a breakthrough from martial emperor to martial saint in just 4 years. Zhao Linglong is indeed fortunate. Currently, I have no treasures to spare, but if I acquire any in the future, I shall save them for you. Li Ruoqing dared not disclose the existence of life-saving artifacts like the Lone Star Battle Moon armor, fearing they might be taken from him. Realizing her scheme had fallen through, Sanyo ceased her attempts to ingratiate herself with Li Ruoqing, quickly finding an excuse to take her leave. Li Ruoqing reclined on his bed, reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, feeling somewhat exasperated by the unreliability of the Qingyi guards. Despite leading 2 martial saints, 1 martial emperor, and 2 martial venerables, a seemingly formidable lineup, they had nearly faced disaster in the Xinyuan Terrace. This treacherous realm was akin to a vast pit that no amount of effort could fill. However, speaking of treasures, Li Ruoqing recalled the system's prior mission announcement, hinting that completing the task successfully would yield substantial rewards. having vanquished all the bosses of Hanshuan Terrace and 2 peak Martial Saint Demon Generals. His score should surely be quite high. Li Ruoqing's consciousness entered the system space, where he curiously examined the previously issued system tasks. To his surprise, they were marked as completed, receiving a commendable S rating. This unexpected high score led him to ponder. Had he inadvertently triumphed while in a state of unconsciousness? Merely resting and reaping benefits? Surely, neither Sword Elder nor Sangyo possessed such prowess. After contemplating for a while, without clarity, Li Ruoqing shifted his focus to the task package stored within the system space, his heart racing with anticipation. Previously, he had acquired numerous hero recruitment orders, high-tier profound weapons, and even divine armaments. He wondered what treasures awaited him this time. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he felt the familiar thrill that accompanied the opening of boxes and the gamble of luck. Having recruited numerous heroes, unless he directly summoned a martial god, recruiting more martial sovereigns or martial emperors would hold little significance. Moreover, as his roster of heroes expanded, his stock of high-tier profound weapons had long since proven insufficient. With his sole divine weapon reserved for personal use, he fervently hoped to unveil more high-tier profound and divine weapons. With a determined heart, he opened the grand task package. After a dazzling display of light, 4 new items appeared in the inventory. The first was the Divine Palace artifact, Holy Domain, Fragment. Rumored to be a treasure left behind by an ancient deity on the Yunnan continent. 30,000 years ago, it served as the stronghold of the continent's most formidable force. The Holy Domain, boasting an unparalleled defense capable of resisting attacks from lower deities. However, it was damaged during the cataclysm of the Divine Demon War, subsequently disappearing from history. After 3 millennia of automatic repair, it remained in a broken state, currently able to exert only 60% of its original power. Next was the Shura Blade, an 8th-tier divine weapon, crafted by an otherworldly blacksmith using the blood of the ancient Shura king, supplemented by the power of moonlight and refined with nether crystal. The blade shimmered with an immaculate, mysterious glow, even more enchanting than moonlight. It continuously absorbed demonic energy, replenishing its wielder, significantly enhancing their mental and true essence power, and contained a hint of the laws of death. The third item was the Purple Feather Staff, also an 8th-tier divine weapon, which condensed the vast aura of heaven and earth. Its purple luminescence coalesced into feathers atop the staff, capable of unleashing its might in an instant, obliterating all obstacles before it. It could enhance the spell-casting power of its wielder by over 50% and reduce casting speed by 13. Lastly, there was the War God's Eclipse Armor, an 8th-tier defensive artifact originally worn by the war god Qi Yu of the Mountain and Sea Realm. Donning this armor granted the wearer the blessings of the laws of war and the power of the sun, significantly augmenting their strength. After the fall of Qi Yu, the divine armor fell into obscurity. Gazing at the descriptions of these 4 treasures, Li Ruoqing was ecstatic. Indeed, his thoughts had manifested into reality. Not only had he obtained 4 divine artifacts at once, but this was undoubtedly a turning point. He could replace his old gear with the 8th-tier War God's Eclipse Armor, ensuring his own safety, while bestowing the Shura Blade and Purple Feather Staff upon his companions, greatly enhancing their capabilities. As for the most valuable artifact, the Holy Domain, Li Ruoqing felt uncertain. He surmised that this palace-type artifact likely harbored treasures and techniques left by numerous powerful beings from 10,000 years ago. Regrettably, the system's storage capacity is insufficient to accommodate the complete version of the sacred domain. Otherwise, he would have ventured in early to explore. Although immediate usage is not feasible, Li Ruoqing set about refining and claiming this artifact as his own, followed by the God of War's Eclipsing Sun Armor. As for the Starry War Moon Armor that was exchanged, Li Ruoqing did not intend to let it languish in the system's storage. He anticipated thoroughly enhancing this treasure, which was on the brink of advancing to an artifact level to the maximum before bestowing it upon another. After all, the disparity between gifting a 7th-tier profound weapon and an 8th-tier artifact is substantial. Upon witnessing Li Ruoqing's awakening, the others released their concerns. However, Li Ruoqing found himself reluctantly drawn into administrative duties. Listening to Yang Yu's report, he gained a general understanding of the significant infrastructure projects undertaken during his absence. With abundant resources and labor, the construction progressed swiftly. The outer walls and gates of the 4 satellite cities near Frost City had been preliminarily completed, with only the internal facilities remaining to be constructed. In the northern territories, several other cities underwent rapid post-war reconstruction, thanks to the extensive use of concrete and the diligent efforts of numerous orcs. Nonetheless, as multiple projects commenced simultaneously, the finances of Frost City began to tighten. The 1 million gold coins left by Li Ruoqing had nearly been depleted. Without further allocations, many areas would likely face work stoppages. Chapter 95. Li Ruoqing. Teacher. Should we acquire the artifact? What on earth? In just a few days, you have exhausted the gold coins I left behind? Li Ruoqing was astounded. He had not anticipated that the restoration and construction of the satellite cities would consume so much. In the past, the tax revenue from a single border city in a year might not even reach 10,000 gold coins. How many more gold coins would be necessary to complete the satellite cities and repair all the cities in the northern region? After contemplating for a moment, Li Ruoqing inquired of Yang Yu. According to estimates, at least an additional 1.5 to 2 million gold coins would be required. Yang Yu wiped the sweat from his brow and finally divulged this staggering figure. What? Are you certain you are not deceiving me? How could it possibly require such a vast sum? I instructed you to refurbish the cities, not to rebuild them. Li Ruoqing was taken aback by the enormity of the expense. It seemed to threaten the very existence of his modest treasury. Previously, when he sought military funds and auctioned elixirs in the imperial capital, he had only amassed over 2 million, and purchasing 2 female elves had already cost him 1.4 million. Although he later obtained another 500,000 in military funds and seized a portion of goods from the Kingdom of Green, he barely had a surplus of 200,000 left. For Li Ruoqing to allocate all these gold coins for infrastructure was akin to extracting a pound of flesh. It was truly painful. Yet, the funds could not be withheld. Ultimately, after much hesitation, Li Ruoqing decided to allocate 500,000 gold coins temporarily, reserving the remaining 500,000 for investment. After dismissing Yang Yu, Li Ruoqing summoned Ding Yanhong from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. This time, he did not hold back and directly stated, Manager Ding, I require your assistance once more. I require a substantial quantity of precious medicinal herbs and seek your assistance in procurement. Here is a deposit of 500,000 gold coins alongside the list of required herbs. Additionally, there is a batch of spoils that I need your esteemed Tianyuan Merchant Association to auction off. Given the significant funding gap, Li Ruoqing does not rely solely on the auction of the spoils to bridge this deficiency. He intends to revive his old craft of alchemy, mass-producing elixirs to auction them off, which remains the most expedient means to amass gold coins. Upon hearing of Li Ruoqing's grand venture, Ding Yanhong was delighted to accept the task, assuring him that, rest assured, within 3 days, the required herbs and the gold coins from the auction will be delivered to him. Her assurance greatly alleviated Li Ruoqing's worries, at least temporarily freeing him from concerns regarding gold coins. If it were not for Zhao Linglong's retreat and transformation, Li Ruoqing would undoubtedly have tempted her with the remaining true dragon blood, persuading her to command a multitude of beasts in the Monster Beast Mountains to gather herbs en masse. Within a day, a continuous supply of herbs would be delivered to Frosty City without any cost. Surely, this is far more fragrant than spending lavishly to procure herbs. He finds himself reminiscing about that beautiful woman who relished gourmet food and often teased him. In the courtyard, Timai's gazes contentedly at the practicing magic of Xiaoxue and Ioxus. There is an inexplicable sense of achievement in mentoring such extraordinarily gifted disciples. In a short span, these 2 young girls have grasped and skillfully employed the newly learned magic, far more smoothly and effortlessly than when she herself diligently cultivated magic in the past. Timai soon noticed Li Ruoqing approaching her. Although she was aware that he had awakened, she did not expect her disciple to seek her out so soon. Teacher Timai, I have a gift for you. Li Ruoqing smiled at her. A gift? Could it be that you discovered some treasure in that secret realm? Timai replied, somewhat puzzled. There's no need. You might as well keep it for yourself, she added. Just a couple of days prior, Jian Songhai and Song Yu returned with numerous treasures, yet most were suited for martial artists, leaving Timai feeling somewhat regretful at the lack of artifacts for mages. However, she quickly came to terms with it, as the number of mages is inherently limited, and the treasures that remain are even scarcer. Many of them have likely ascended to the celestial realms alongside their owners. Really, you don't want it? What a pity. A level 8 divine staff offered freely and yet rejected. It seems it shall only gather dust in the warehouse, Li Ruoqing remarked, surprised that Timai had declined without allowing him the chance to explain. A level 8 divine staff? Do you truly possess one? Timai questioned, thinking she might have misheard him. It is known that a staff can greatly enhance a mage's spellcasting power. Possessing an 8th level staff could elevate her magical prowess from a grand mage to a holy mage. However, how could Li Ruoqing have acquired such a high-grade staff? Could he have fortuitously stumbled upon it and kept it secret? Hee hee, whether I do or not. We shall see, Li Ruoqing chuckled, retrieving the exquisite purple feathered staff from his system space and presenting it to Team Eyes with the air of a treasure reveal. The enchanting Themis could distinctly perceive the extraordinary nature of the staff before her. It seemed almost alive, as purple luminescence danced around it, slowly absorbing the elements from its surroundings. Such a remarkable phenomenon she had never witnessed on any staff before. It was truly wondrous. With a heart brimming with excitement, she accepted the violet feathered staff, gently caressing it. She faintly sensed that as long as she held the staff, her perception of the elements became increasingly lucid, even catching a glimpse of the existence of elemental laws. Oh my, this staff could enhance her understanding of the power of laws. Ruoqing, are you truly giving this to me? Themis found it hard to believe that such a divine weapon, gifted by her dear disciple, was meant for her. It felt like a dream. If the teacher disapproved, that would be another matter. I wouldn't want to put my teacher in a difficult position, Ruoqing mischievously remarked, teasing Themis with her earlier words, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. A sense of self-reproach washed over her as she realized how hastily she had spoken, feeling quite awkward in the moment. Just then, Xiaoxue and Iosis, noticing the conversation between Themis and Ruoqing, paused their magical training and approached with curiosity. Teacher, this staff is so beautiful. May I touch it? Xiaoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the violet-feathered staff. I want to touch it too, Iosis chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Since practicing magic alongside Xiaoxue, she had often found herself competing with her. Who could cultivate faster? Who could cast spells more swiftly? No way. She too wanted to excel. Now, seeing such a splendid staff, her playful spirit ignited, longing for this magnificent toy. Themis hesitated to hand the staff to Xiaoxue, but as she watched the two girls curiously handling it, a clever idea struck her, and she smiled, saying, "This staff was given to me by Ruoqing. If you like it, be sure to ask him for one." Ruoqing could hardly have anticipated that Themis, his teacher, would playfully sell him out like this. This was a divine artifact, not some common low-tier magical weapon easily found in abundance. How could there possibly be another? Chapter 96. Diverting Trouble, Confrontation Xiaoxue. Although I have gifted this staff to Teacher Themis and their ISNTA second one, you may use Teacher's staff. Ruoqing, observing the eager glint in Xiaoxue's eyes, quickly devised a plan to divert the attention. The initially disappointed girl soon rekindled her hope, gazing eagerly at her teacher. Through her recent magical practice, she had developed a profound understanding of magic, and at times, Themis would remind her that if she encountered suitable magical equipment, she must seize the staff. High-quality magical gear could significantly enhance her prowess, especially before she ascended to the 5th-level mage. The effects of such equipment were markedly pronounced. Seeing her disciple's yearning gaze, Themis ultimately softened, reluctantly handing over her newly forged high-tier staff to Xiaoxue. Initially, I had intended for the young girl, Xiaoxue, to acquire some treasures from Li Ruoqing. But unexpectedly, he turned the tables on me, diverting her attention towards himself. What a miscalculation. Beside them, Iosis watched with envy as Xiaoxue received a high-tier staff from her mentor. Although the elven race possessed numerous high-tier staves, she, as a novice in magic, had yet to acquire one. Both Iosis and Xiaoxue grasped the magnificent purple feather staff, hoping to experience the sensation of wielding a divine artifact to cast spells. However, their magical energies infused into the staff yielded no response, leading them to suspect it was either broken or a counterfeit. It was only during Temis's experiment that the staff radiated a brilliant light, which struck the two girls with disappointment. It turned out their magical prowess was insufficient to elicit a reaction from the staff. The news of Temis receiving the divine artifact gifted by Li Ruoqing soon spread throughout the Lord's Manor. A divine artifact. In this era, possessing a high-tier mystical weapon was already considered a significant blessing. Could an ordinary person even hope to possess such a treasure? Guojia felt a pang of envy. Yet he understood that, given his martial prowess, even if he were to be bestowed a divine-grade staff, he might not be capable of wielding it effectively. It was not uncommon for one to kill and seize treasures. Sword Songhai remained engrossed in his seclusion, unaware of the happenings outside. Within the Xinyuan platform, he practiced his swordsmanship, gaining new insights. Though he did not intend to switch to the path of the blade, it did not hinder his concurrent mastery of both sword and blade techniques. The combined manifestation of distinct sword intent and blade intent proved to be far more potent than singular sword techniques. This unexpected discovery motivated him to devise a technique that fused both sword and blade. Should he succeed, not only would his combat strength see a significant enhancement, but he could also grasp new laws of power. according to the rules governing the ascension from martial saint to martial god in the Yunnan continent. The more profound and numerous the laws comprehended prior to becoming a deity, the greater one's power would be post-transformation, eclipsing those who had only grasped singular laws at the same level. The one most perturbed was undoubtedly Sangyu. When Li Ruoqing awakened, she had inquired if there were any divine weapons available. Li Ruoqing had just told her there were none, only to promptly grant Temmie's a staff of 8th tier divine grade. Was he not clearly toying with her? When Sangyu, fuming with indignation, approached Li Ruoqing to educate him on the respect owed to a martial saint, he leisurely retrieved the Shura blade from his spatial system, only to swiftly put it away again. A divine weapon? Hey, why did you put it back? Give it to me. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, Sangyu sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the Shura blade, undeniably of divine caliber. For how else could it provoke such an intense impact? I truly had none when you inquired before. I merely stumbled upon it later, Li Ruoqing responded half-truthfully. Moreover, given your strength, you likely have no need for a weapon, do you? I recall your expertise lies in curses, poison arts, and summoning creatures from the demon realm. Not in close combat. Li Ruoqing's words momentarily rendered her speechless. Indeed, her need for weapons was minimal, much like what Li Ruoqing had articulated. However, during the confrontation with the two demonic generals, Li Nan and Li Shang, within the Xianyuan platform, she became acutely aware of her shortcomings. Despite her mastery of numerous secret arts and her ability to summon beings from the demon realm, facing formidable adversaries from that realm proved to be a daunting challenge. Humph, just tell me, will you give it or not? Sangyu glared at Li Ruoqing with a hint of irritation, her demeanor suggesting that she would not hesitate to deliver a thrashing if he refused. In the end, Li Ruoqing succumbed to the imposing presence of the martial saint and reluctantly relinquished the second artifact. However, he made a request that she personally oversee the Xianyuan platform's secret realm to ensure the safe return of the Dragon Bell. In stark contrast to the tranquility of Frost City, the vicinity of the Xianyuan platform was bustling with activity. Over the past few days, a multitude of powerful warriors had gathered, including numerous martial sects, the elite cavalry of the Zonglong dynasty, and the wolf cavalry of the Zonglong Empire. As for the Qian dynasty, due to Li Ruoqing's control over the entire northern territory, those kingdoms, despite being aware of the anomalies in the north, found themselves unable to traverse the northern pass and were compelled to retreat. Zhao Yun, do not presume that your Qian dynasty can monopolize this secret realm just because you have the upper hand. Step aside quickly, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. The speaker was Dong Bai, the leader of the Zonglong dynasty, who had been dispatched under the orders of the Grand Marshal stationed at the border, leading a contingent of elite cavalry. To his surprise, he had arrived too late, as Zhao Yun and Pei Yuanqing had already brought over 1,000 white horses to this location. By the command of my lord, we are to guard this place. Should you attempt to force your way in, Zhao will not hold back. Zhao Yun was utterly unfazed by Dong Bai's threats. Although his numbers were few, he was heavily armed and had recently experienced a surge in cultivation, nearing the mid-stage of a martial venerable. Coupled with his formidable heavy armor, no martial emperor would dare intervene, and even 3 or 4 martial venerables working together might struggle to subdue him. Ladies and gentlemen, we are merely 10 miles from the northern border of the Qian dynasty, where experts abound. The Orc brothers of the Zonglong Empire can attest to this. You may wish to inquire before taking action. Pei Yuanqing, ever eager for drama, grinned at the others, even referencing the previous defeat of the Zonglong Empire's vast army by Li Ruoqing, hoping to deter any rash movements from them. Among those sent by the Zonglong Empire was the renowned young hero, Lang Qing, a distant relative of the royal family, whose mid-stage martial venerable prowess fueled his anger. He was appalled that this group from the Qian dynasty would dare bring up such matters, which he found utterly humiliating. Do not overestimate yourselves, Qian dynasty brats. The Zonglong Empire is not to be trifled with, he exclaimed, brandishing his wolf-toothed club, his fierce gaze fixed on Pei Yuanqing, ready to strike if further provoked. Pei Yuanqing, seeing this, chuckled and retorted, so what if that is the case? Do you have a martial emperor among you? A martial saint? You have neither. What are you pretending to be, the big bad wolf? Are you aware of what lies within this secret realm? It harbors formidable beasts of the martial saint realm. Our brothers ventured in ahead and perished. If you are not afraid of death, then charge forth. Do not hesitate. Should you meet your demise, do not blame us for not warning you. Pei Yuanqing asserted with righteous fervor. Zhao Yun was somewhat taken aback. How could the younger brothers who had accompanied him suddenly shift their stance and urge them to enter? Surely, they did not intend to lead them to ruin? Before he could voice his thoughts, he received a transmission from Pei Yuanqing, revealing that the esteemed Master Zhao had stationed 2 Martial Saint Realm fiends within the secret realm. This group of individuals would merely be offering themselves as sacrifices. General, Zhao need not worry. Martial Saint Realm fiends? Zhao Yun appeared bewildered. He had merely followed Jian Songhai's orders to send troops for assistance while awaiting the emergence of Jiao Linglong, who was undergoing a transformation within. There had been no mention of such formidable creatures residing within. Regaining his composure, Zhao Yun surmised Pei Yuanqing's intentions. It would be challenging to forcibly prevent so many from entering. It might be wiser to allow them to witness the terror of the Martial Saint Realm fiends, thereby averting further complications. Zhao Yun refrained from interrupting Pei Yuanqing and quietly observed the treasure seekers. Most among them were skeptical of Pei Yuanqing's claims. As martial saints had vanished for centuries, how could such powerful beasts possibly inhabit this secret realm? It seemed preposterous. Even members from the Songlong dynasty and the Songlong Empire regarded Pei Yuanqing's assertions with doubt. If such potent beings were guarding this realm, why did they not depart? There must be some ulterior motive. It is futile to counsel the foolish. Since you are intent on courting death, we shall not hinder you. General Zhao, let us grant them passage, allowing these fools to witness the terrifying might of the Martial Saint Realm beings. Pei Yuanqing mischievously winked at Zhao Yun, signaling for his cooperation. Zhao Yun, understanding the cue, swiftly commanded his white horse cavalry to clear a path. Upon witnessing the Qi Yin dynasty genuinely opening a passage, many treasure-seeking sect leaders hesitated, perplexed by the unexpected compliance of the usually unyielding Qi Yin dynasty. It was utterly astonishing. Some audacious sects, undeterred by the Qi Yin dynasty's actions, rushed headlong into the realm, dismissing the notion that they might encounter a martial saint beast as mere intimidation from Pei Yuanqing. With a lead established, others from various sects, along with those from the Songlong dynasty and Songlong Empire, could no longer remain idle and surged into the secret realm in haste. Zhao Yun, observing the influx of individuals into the realm, voiced his concerns. Yuanqing, is it wise to allow so many to enter? Elder Jin clearly instructed us to guard this place and ensure Lady Linglong's safety. If anything were to go awry, we would bear the consequences. Do not fret. Once they have all entered, we shall follow suit. Since they are so intent on seeking their doom, we must accompany them on their journey. Pei Yuanqing chuckled softly, his intentions not merely to deliver a harsh lesson to this avaricious group, but to utilize the lurking shadows and flame spirits within to annihilate them all in one fell swoop, ensuring their eradication once and for all. Zhao Yun, taken aback, realized that this seemingly simple-hearted and affable man harbored a cunning disposition, intent on leading these thousands of innocent souls to their demise. A slight twitch crossed Zhao Yun's otherwise composed visage, yet he refrained from protest. After all, Pei Yuanqing's approach, though ruthless, yielded effective results. For the deceased would not divulge secrets nor impede their mission. Pei Yuanqing and Zhao Yun did not venture deeper into the secret realm, but instead stationed themselves at the entrance, preventing any opportunity for escape. Their task was to eliminate those who managed to escape the clutches of the shadows and flame spirits. It wasn't long before anguished wails echoed from within the secret realm, a relentless cacophony of despair. The formidable sect leaders who charged forth soon encountered the vigilant shadows and flame spirits guarding the depths. As they felt the overwhelming aura of the two beasts crashing upon them like a relentless tide, they found themselves paralyzed by fear, deprived of any chance to resist. The words of that young rascal at the entrance rang true. There were indeed martial sage-level beasts stationed here. As more individuals ventured into the secret realm, the shadows and flame spirits were stirred into a furious rage. An unparalleled surge of demonic energy swept over the crowd, quickly engulfing them. Neither the demonic projectiles unleashed by the shadows nor the purple-black flames emitted by the flame spirits were within their capacity to withstand, resulting in a significant toll of casualties. The remaining participants, gripped by terror, hastily turned back towards the exit, desperate to flee lest they meet a grim fate. Yet, while those in front retreated, those behind pressed forward, oblivious to the calamity unfolding ahead. All they could hear were the horrific cries of anguish, followed by a frantic rush of bewildered souls fleeing backward. Was this not a treasure-seeking expedition? What on earth was happening? Ultimately, the fortunate survivors managed to stagger back to the entrance of the secret realm, only to be met by the poised figures of Pei Yuanqing and Zhao Yun, instilling a sense of dread. Quickly, step aside. Let us escape. You ruffians. Do not block our way. Pei Yuanqing, with a sly grin, brandished his silver hammer and charged forward, prompting Zhao Yun to join him without hesitation, leading the white horse vanguard into the fray. In the end, Only a few formidable martial honor experts clung to life, gasping for breath. You of the Crimson Flame dynasty are utterly deranged. You have suddenly set such a trap for us, leading us to our doom. After slaughtering so many, do you not fear the wrath of retribution? Long Qing had not anticipated that this treasure hunt, which seemed an easy bounty, would result in such devastating losses, now endangering his very existence. The hearts of these Crimson Flame dynasty members were indeed dark. That is precisely the point. I had warned you previously about the presence of martial sage-level beasts. You simply would not believe it. Pei Yuanqing scoffed, disdain evident on his lips. Your own foolishness and greed have led you to this downfall, and yet you seek to blame others for your misfortune? Chapter 98. The transformation completed ultimately. The ruthless Pei Yuanqing, alongside Zhao Yun, eliminated the entire contingent of sexual powerhouses and leaders from the Songlong dynasty and Songlong Empire who had come in search of treasure within this secret realm. Subsequently, he commanded the White Horse Yitong to strip these individuals of all their valuables and then incinerate everything in a cleansing fire. Having witnessed a series of operations by Li Ruoqing and several prominent figures at the Xianyuan platform, Pei Yuanqing found inspiration. He not only became more cunning, but also developed an intense fixation on plundering spoils. As Pei Yuanqing and his companions prepared to exit the secret realm to maintain their vigil outside, a chilling voice resonated from within. Tiske, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. The sudden voice instilled a sense of foreboding in Pei Yuanqing and Zhao Yun, who feared their actions had been discovered. No need to be so tense, it's me. A familiar figure swiftly materialized before them. It turned out to be Lord Sanyo. I thought you were survivors from other sects. Upon realizing that the newcomer was the martial Saint Sanyo, under Li Ruoqing's command, both men relaxed. Pei Yuanqing stepped forward to bow respectfully. Sanyo held a favorable impression of this shrewd, young martial venerable. Noting his audacity in utilizing martial saint-level flame spirit beasts and shadows to accomplish tasks when his own strength was insufficient. Li Ruoqing has awakened. You may return to report. I will oversee matters here. Sanyo promptly clarified her purpose. Despite encountering a demon general on the brink of divinity in this secret realm, she had also reaped substantial rewards. The flame spirit beast that had consumed the demon chi pearl had significantly enhanced its power over the past 2 days, nearing the pinnacle of martial saint strength. Moreover, she had acquired the divine weapon, the Shura blade, from Li Ruoqing. It could be said that she emerged as the greatest victor of this Xianyuan platform's secret realm, not only obtaining a divine weapon but also achieving a breakthrough in controlling a demon realm entity, taking a significant step toward transcending into the divine realm. Next in line was the Jiao Linglong, who had transformed into an ice sculpture, undergoing a bloodline metamorphosis. Upon hearing Sanyo's words, Pei Yuanqing and Zhao Yun readily accepted the command and returned to the northern region with the White Horse Yitong. Although the northern region was preoccupied with reconstruction and rectifying the war-torn cities, the reorganization of the military was equally vital. Initially, they had mobilized forces to combat the Orc army without instituting detailed management and training. Now that the war had concluded, the reinforcements that had come to assist the northern region were gradually departing, leaving the remaining troops in need of comprehensive reorganization and training before being redeployed to cities and border defenses. As the first general to lead in Hanshuan City, Zhao Yun felt immense pressure. Fortunately, Pei Yuanqing had arrived, seizing the moment before Zhao could fully grasp the situation. He quickly urged him to return and train the army together, thereby alleviating some of Zhao Yun's burden. 3 days later, the originally tranquil Xianyuan Terrace secret realm was suddenly filled with a resounding noise. The Jiao Linglong, which had been undergoing a transformation deep within the secret realm, had now broken free from the ice, revealing a magnificent, true dragon form. Majestic horns sprouted from its dragon head, and a pair of immense wings unfurled from its sides. With a thunderous roar, the colossal dragon ascended rapidly, soaring out of the secret realm. The abrupt turn of events left Song Yu momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that Jiao Linglong would successfully transform into a dragon so swiftly. Gazing at the dragon in the sky, a contemplative expression crossed her face. In her memory, pure-blooded dragons typically possessed at least the strength of a martial saint upon maturity, with decent talent and a modicum of cultivation. They could easily transcend to the martial god realm. Song Yu summoned the shadowy figure, urging her to launch an attack on Jiao Linglong in the sky. However, just as Jiao Linglong was reveling in her newfound form, she was struck by a burst of energy that hit her head, causing her pain and confusion. How could she, now a true dragon, be so easily injured? In her fury, as she lowered her head to search for her assailant, she discovered a diminutive beast and a masked woman standing nearby, gazing at her. The one who had just ambushed her was none other than the demon realm creature, the shadowy figure beside the woman. With a shake of her dragon body, Zhao Linglong quickly recalled the identity of the woman before her. "What are you doing here?" she exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight of Song Yu, whose formidable power she had already witnessed. To her surprise, this woman, even more fierce than herself, was now staring up at her, sending shivers down her spine. The little creature requested that I keep watch to ensure that certain transformations proceed undisturbed, Song Yu replied coolly. After all, having received benefits from Li Ruoqing, she felt a sense of obligation to uphold her professional integrity rather than abandon her duty. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Zhao Linglong quickly recalled the critical moment when Li Ruoqing had directly given her true dragon blood, hoping she would complete her transformation swiftly and alter the tide of battle. Has the demon general been eliminated? Is everyone all right? Zhao Linglong promptly transformed back into her human form, her curiosity prompting her to inquire about the situation. Since she began refining the true dragon blood, she had lost her connection to the outside world and was unaware of subsequent events. As she broke through, her spiritual perception swept the surroundings, but the figures of the demon General Li Nan and the others were nowhere to be found. They are all well. Now, let us return to Hanshuan City. With Zhao Linglong's transformation complete, there was no longer any need to remain here. During her 3 days in the secret realm, she had meticulously searched and ultimately found some ancient texts, intending to study them further upon her return to Hanshuan City. Before departing, Song Yu employed secret techniques to reseal the secret realm, burying it once more and eliminating any opportunity for future explorers to delve into its depths. Numerous factions, having previously dispatched personnel to seek treasures within, grew increasingly restless upon receiving no news after 3 days. They sensed the re-emergence of the secret realm and hastily sent powerful individuals to investigate. Many witnesses claimed to have seen the shadow of a dragon within the earlier strange phenomena, intensifying their urgency. In a secluded valley several dozen miles from the Xianyuan Terra secret realm, several mysterious figures cloaked in black were engaged in conversation. "My esteemed messenger, according to our scouts, there lies a contingent of the Crimson Flame dynasty guarding the entrance to that secret realm. Numerous sects and individuals from the Azure Dragon dynasty and the Azure Wolf Empire have entered the mysterious domain, yet none have returned. Ever since the withdrawal of the Crimson Flame dynasty's troops 2 days ago, only 2 women have emerged from that secret realm today, and no one else has appeared since. The fools from those sects, dynasties, and empires have evidently fallen victim to the forces of the Crimson Flame dynasty. They all assumed that treasures awaited them there, unaware that our clan's unparalleled powerhouses resided within. Given the current circumstances, it seems our esteemed warriors may face dire fates as well. You must dispatch another group to confirm the situation in that secret realm." The speaker, Yuan Qin, the Grand Elder of the Azure Dragon dynasty's Xianming sect, bore a distinctive black symbol upon his brow, a mark that the well-versed might recognize as the emblem of the otherworldly demons that invaded the Yunlan continent 30,000 years ago, subjugating other races. "Yes, I shall lead a team to verify this immediately," a respectful figure clad in black responded. Chapter 99. The visit of the Elven Queen. Upon the return of Zhao Linglong to Frosty City, she was met with a warm welcome from Li Ruoqing. Initially perplexed, Zhao Linglong soon grasped the situation. It appeared that he was in dire need of medicinal herbs for alchemy, and the coffers of Frosty City were nearly depleted of gold coins. Though she was reluctant to cooperate, the lavish feast Li Ruoqing had arranged swayed her, and she consented, albeit with the stipulation that she receive 30% of the concocted elixirs. After a moment's contemplation, Li Ruoqing readily acquiesced. Thus, at the command of Zhao Linglong, or rather, Linglong the demon saint, for she no longer identified as a dragon after her transformation, the demon kings of the Beast Mountain eagerly mobilized their subordinates to scour the land, swiftly gathering all suitable herbs while leaving behind only immature seedlings. Subsequently, the Howling Moon Wolf King led a multitude of demon wolves in a grand procession, transporting heaps of medicinal herbs towards Frosty City. The citizens of Frosty City and the Beastmen had never witnessed such an influx of demon beasts in a human settlement. They naively assumed that the nearby Beast Mountain was about to unleash a wave of beasts upon Frosty City. Only upon seeing the city's guards warmly assisting the demon wolves with their cargo did they realize that this crowd had come bearing local specialties. Yet, the scale of this delivery was astonishing, as the Beast Mountain and the Tianyuan Commerce Company continuously supplied Frosty City with herbs. Li Ruoqing embarked on an unrelenting endeavor of alchemy. With the mass production of elixirs, his alchemical skills grew increasingly adept, and he developed a deeper understanding of the insights and formulas imparted by the system. While Li Ruoqing was engrossed in his alchemical pursuits, Frosty City received a distinguished visit from a delegation of guests. The elven clan from the Enchanted Forest was led by none other than the reigning queen, Ionia, accompanied by 2 elders and Irans. After Irans returned to the Enchanted Forest with Mudair and recounted their experiences to his mother, the resolute Ionia promptly decided to bring along the insights of the holy mage and the 2 elders, hastily making their way to the northern borders. At the outset, in Iran's description, her impression of Li Ruoqing was quite unfavorable. She suspected that Li Ruoqing might have discerned the identity of Ioxis and aimed to leverage it as a means of extortion for treasures. Although they possessed formidable allies such as a grand sorcerer and a martial sovereign, their elven kin, despite having a holy sorcerer to oversee them, dared not act rashly. As they journeyed northward, they encountered numerous greedy human beings, all of whom received a thorough reprimand from them. Simultaneously, they gleaned further information regarding Frost City. Notably, Li Ruoqing had not only ascended to the position of the northern king of the Crimson Flame dynasty, but had also led an army to repel a horde of hundreds of thousands of beast men advancing from the south. Ionia's expression grew increasingly grave. Now, Li Ruoqing was surrounded not only by high-ranking martial sovereigns and grand sorcerers, but also by tens of thousands of elite warriors. Such formidable adversaries made it unwise for their elven clan to provoke them lightly. Should negotiations collapse entirely, their clan could find themselves in dire straits. It is essential to recognize that although their elven kin had secluded themselves in the fairy forest for millennia, their population had grown at a glacial pace. While they possessed the strength of martial kings or grand sorcerers upon reaching maturity, their maturation process spanned 3 centuries. With the entire population of elves in the fairy forest numbering less than 80,000. Upon nearing Frost City, they were utterly astounded. Groups of beastmen were energetically constructing nearby cities, accompanied by numerous humans laboring alongside them. My lady, aren't the beastmen sworn enemies of humanity? How is it that the beastmen here seem unoppressed, with no apparent conflict between the 2 factions? Irans found the situation perplexing, in her understanding. Humans and beastmen had been bitter foes for millennia, battling fiercely over resources and territory. How could there be a day of harmonious coexistence? Was it possible that she was hallucinating? Before she could ponder further, they spotted a colossal pack of mystical wolves approaching from the distance, laden with medicinal herbs, heading towards Frost City. Without waiting for them to intervene, the nearby guards of Frost City expertly brought forth provisions and water to welcome the newcomers. This bizarre scene left them incredulous, deepening their confusion. When had the relationship between humans and beasts become so amicable? Had the world transformed dramatically during their decades-long seclusion in the fairy forest? Upon arriving at the Lord's mansion, Ionia's countenance grew even darker. The overwhelming aura emanating from the mansion was staggering. There was one presence comparable to her own, Temmy's, alongside 3 others whose energies far surpassed hers, Jian Songhai, Linglong, and Sangyo. She felt a twinge of panic. If her assumptions were correct, those 3 powerful presences were likely martial saints. From where had Li Ruoqing procured such extraordinary forces? This was utterly preposterous. Were not martial saints known for their reclusive nature, shunning worldly affairs? Alas, if the negotiations did not proceed smoothly, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to depart safely. Ionia mused inwardly. The current circumstances had far exceeded her expectations, and how the situation would evolve was beyond her control. Although the elder of their elven clan, a revered archmage, still exists, he has succumbed to the passage of time and remains in a deep slumber, striving to postpone the inevitable end. Mother, this is the place. I can sense my sister's presence. Let us enter swiftly, Irans exclaimed with palpable excitement. Ever since he failed to retrieve Ioxis from the clutches of Li Ruoqing, he has been engulfed in guilt and reluctance. Now that he has the opportunity to rescue his sister from her perilous situation, his heart swells with elation, oblivious to the ominous aura surrounding the Lord's estate. Ultimately, Ionia led her companions into the manor, as Li Ruoqing was engrossed in his secluded cultivation. Wang Yi managed the daily affairs of the estate. Upon learning they sought Ioxis, Wang Yi led them directly to the rear courtyard without hesitation. In the courtyard, Xiao Xue and Ioxis were diligently practicing their magic, while Temmy's observed closely, offering occasional guidance on their technique. Sister, I have come to rescue you. Upon sighting his sister, Irans rushed over in a flurry of excitement. Temmy's, intrigued by the commotion, turned her gaze towards Ionia and the others. Are you of the elven kin? I am Iornia of the Elven clan, mother of Shi. It is an honor to meet you. Iornia introduced herself graciously, seeing the elven maiden's courteous demeanor. Rather than reprimanding her for the abduction of her daughter, Temis reciprocated with politeness. Ioxis, who had been fervently practicing her magic, instinctively turned at the sound of her name. The spell she was on the verge of casting faltered and dissipated in an instant. In contrast, Xiaoxue remained undeterred, flawlessly executing her spell. This outcome left Ioxis feeling disgruntled, and she glared at her brother. "Ah, Irans, you big bad egg. Why are you shouting for no reason? Can't you see I was practicing magic?" Irans was taken aback, as he never anticipated that the very sister he longed to save would suddenly scold him. His heart shattered at the realization that he was being dismissed by his beloved sister. "Shi, how have you fared here?" Despite observing that her daughter seemed well and not subjected to any mistreatment, Iornia felt compelled to inquire. "Mother, I am doing splendidly. Sister Temis has been teaching me magic, and I have already mastered 6 4th-tier spells. Xiaoxue and I play together." The little girl exclaimed with enthusiasm upon hearing her mother's question. Iornia was momentarily taken aback by her daughter's exuberance. This situation seemed entirely at odds with what she had been led to believe. Hadn't Irans claimed that Shi was suffering here? Meanwhile, the two elder elves examined Shi with curiosity. "Shi, you have learned 6 4th-tier spells? How is this possible?" Haha. Of course, it's because of Shi's extraordinary magical talent. And, of course, the guidance from Sister Temis. If it were not for the interruption by Brother Lance, I would have already mastered the 7th 4th-tier spell. Soon, I shall catch up with Xiaoxue. Iosis proudly recounted to the two elders, yet upon recalling that she had yet to fully grasp the 7th spell she learned today, her frustration resurfaced. Standing aside in silent sorrow, Irans felt as if he had suffered 1,000 grievous blows upon hearing his sister's lament, his heart shattered into pieces. After assessing their young princess, the two elders confirmed that Iosis had indeed made significant progress in her magical abilities, having already mastered a considerable number of spells. This brought them great comfort, as this mischievous girl had once delighted in causing trouble. Despite her remarkable talent, she had never been willing to settle down and diligently study magic, thereby squandering her gifts. Now, witnessing this once impish child transform into a diligent and eager learner, the elders felt a deep sense of joy. Ionia was pleasantly surprised to discover that the equally powerful Temis before her was an exceptional teacher who had successfully guided her daughter in her studies. This was nothing short of a dreamlike conclusion. Moreover, after some communication, she increasingly felt that Temis was not a villain seeking to harm her daughter, but rather a savior. Had this little girl been sold to someone else, the consequences would have been unimaginable. During this time, Temis had even steered her onto the right path, encouraging her to begin learning magic. Truly a benefactor. Heaven knows how much the elders of the elf race had been troubled by this mischievous girl. Although Li Ruoqing was absent, Temis had still requested Wang Yi to arrange a banquet to graciously host Ionia and her companions. During dinner, Ionia encountered two other powerful presences, Linglong and Sangyo, who had just returned to Frost City. Upon seeing the feast, Linglong unapologetically indulged in the food. The others had grown accustomed to her behavior and showed no signs of discomfort. In contrast to Linglong's boisterous appetite, Sangyo refrained from rushing to eat and instead inquired of Temis regarding Li Ruoqing's situation. Upon learning that Li Ruoqing was still in seclusion refining elixirs, he fell silent. The atmosphere grew quiet, punctuated only by Linglong's occasional sounds as she savored her meal. Ultimately, it was Temis who broke the silence, easing the tension and preventing the banquet from becoming overly awkward. However, she understood that both Sangyo and Linglong had surpassed her in strength, and their willingness to show her some courtesy was likely due to their connection to Li Ruoqing. As for Sword Elder, he had remained in seclusion since returning from the Xianyuan platform's secret realm, still immersed in his meditation and training. With Li Ruoqing preoccupied with alchemical pursuits, Ionia and her companions patiently resided in the city lord's mansion, awaiting his emergence. After meeting Sangyo and Linglong, she was thoroughly convinced that a martial saint indeed resided within Frost City. Observing her elated daughter, a thought ignited within her. Perhaps Temis and the others bore no ill will towards the elven race, and might it be possible to forge an alliance? If they could advance this notion further, the elven race would instantly gain 3 formidable martial saints as allies. As this thought began to take root, it burgeoned uncontrollably. During the recent banquet, Ionia had overheard Li Ruoqing engaged in alchemical pursuits. This, combined with her earlier observations of numerous demon wolves transporting materials near the city gate, led her to a startling realization. The direction of their journey seemed to point directly toward the notorious Beast Mountain. Could it be that she was beginning to comprehend the connection between Hanshuan City and the treacherous Beast Mountain? By the time Li Ruoqing completed his alchemical endeavors and emerged from his seclusion, 3 days had already elapsed. When he, somewhat fatigued, sought out Temmy's in the backyard, he unexpectedly encountered several elves. Among them, a female elf seated next to Temmy's possessed an air of regal elegance, her striking features evoking a sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered her before. Observing her engaging in light conversation with Temmy's left Li Ruoqing somewhat perplexed. Without further contemplation, he approached them to extend his greetings, requesting Temmy's to cast a few healing spells to alleviate his current malaise. As Li Ruoqing underwent this magical rejuvenation, Ionia's curiosity piqued as she scrutinized him, her gaze increasingly fervent, as if he were some rare treasure. Noticing Ionia's unwavering stare, Li Ruoqing could not resist commenting, "My lady, while your beauty is undeniable, it is somewhat impolite to gaze so intently at another, is it not?" In response to his apparent disapproval, Ionia smiled and explained, "I am merely intrigued, for I sense a profound essence of lunar power emanating from you. As members of the elven race, we revere the moon goddess and the nature god. Thus we possess a heightened sensitivity to lunar energies." Li Ruoqing, unfazed by Ionia's clarification, simply nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, he recalled that this mature elf before him bore a striking resemblance to a grown-up Ioxus. At least 70% of her features matched. No wonder she seemed so familiar. It was likely that this female elf was indeed the mother of the mischievous little Ioxus. Chapter 101. Ionia's desire for alliance. Esteemed sir, I am Ionia, the mother of Ioxus. Thank you for saving her. Upon learning of Li Ruoqing's identity, Ionia promptly expressed her gratitude. Gazing at this enlarged version of Ioxus, Li Ruoqing felt a sense of dissonance. Ioxus was quite the impish sprite, whereas her mother exuded an air of dignified composure, starkly contrasting with her daughter's demeanor. Li Ruoqing waved a dismissive hand, stating coolly, "Let us dispense with pleasantries. If you present me with the cultivation insights of a holy mage or above, I shall return your daughter to you." His forthright demand left her momentarily speechless. Initially, she had intended to cultivate a rapport with Li Ruoqing, hoping to forge an alliance of sorts. Never did she anticipate that he would so bluntly request her insights in exchange for her daughter. If she complied with his request, how could she negotiate further? Ultimately, Ionia steeled herself and handed over the cultivation insights, presenting them to Li Ruoqing. "Ioxus is thriving here. Consider this exchange a token of gratitude for your care of her." Upon witnessing his mother unexpectedly bestowing her cultivation insights as a token of gratitude, Aolins was left bewildered and agitated. "Mother, did we not come to rescue Sister Shishi?" he inquired with a mixture of confusion and concern. "Why would you give away your insights as a gift?" In response to her son's audacious challenge of her decision, Ionia cast him a fierce glare, warning him that any further protest would result in a thorough reprimand. Faced with her ire, he suppressed his discontent and fell silent. Li Ruoqing, indifferent to this familial drama, found no reason to detain the young girl any longer now that the insights were in his possession. He called out, prompting Aolins, who had been practicing magic, to approach him, visibly annoyed. "What do you want, you big bad guy?" she retorted, her expression suggesting that without a satisfactory explanation, she would not hesitate to report him. "Little girl, your mother has come to take you home. You should accompany her back to the fairy forest." Li Ruoqing gestured, indicating her newfound freedom. However, upon hearing this, Ai Shishi did not exhibit joy. Instead, she cast a lingering glance at Temmy's, the practicing Xiaoxue, and the slumbering Howling Moon Wolf King, feeling a sense of reluctance and melancholy. Despite Li Ruoqing having kept her in Frost City for several days, she had enjoyed her time immensely, practicing magic with Xiaoxue, playing with the Howling Moon Wolf King, and exploring the surroundings with Temmy's and others, riding joyfully upon the wolf. The abruptness of her departure cast a shadow over her heart. "Mother, I wish to stay a little longer. Why don't you go back first?" Ai Shishi pleaded, clinging to Ionia's arm in a display of affection. "What? Have you grown fond of the outside world and wish to linger?" Ionia feigned annoyance, though inwardly perplexed by her daughter's reluctance. "Do you know how worried I and the other elders were when you were taken? Now that you are safe, you still refuse to return? What would happen if you were captured again?" Seeing her mother's mock anger, Ai Shishi shrank back, appearing timid and aggrieved. "Ionia, if Shishi wishes to remain here, perhaps we should allow her a few more days. As long as she is in the northern realm, no one would dare harm a hair on her head," Temmy's interjected, coming to the defense of the forlorn girl. Ionia was taken aback by Temmy's unexpected support for her daughter, realizing their bond was stronger than she had anticipated. How had her little girl forged such a connection with a powerful archmage? With this newfound understanding, she decided to relent and did not insist on Ai Shisi accompanying her back to the fairy forest. The group soon shifted their conversation to other matters. Upon noticing Li Ruoqing seated nearby in silence, Ionia contemplated for a moment before addressing him. As I arrived, I witnessed a multitude of demon wolves transporting a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs from the direction of the Demon Beast Mountain range towards Frost City. I am curious about the connection between Frost City and the Demon Beast Mountain range, but I must inform you that this is classified information, and I cannot divulge any details. Li Ruoqing was taken aback by Ionia's inquiry, but he refrained from providing a direct response. After all, given his alliance with Linglong, it was prudent to keep the knowledge to a minimum. Clearly, Ionia, an elf, was not aligned with their interests, and there was no necessity to reveal too much. What if I were to propose an alliance with your Frost City? Ionia swiftly articulated her intent upon sensing Li Ruoqing's reluctance to elaborate. This revelation left the two elder elves beside her bewildered. They had come to escort the young Ioxus, not to negotiate an alliance. Such a turn of events was unexpected. Mother, I oppose this. Ao Lance interjected vehemently. This fellow is clearly not a good person and has even abducted my sister. Why should we ally with them? Furthermore, with our prowess, we could easily subdue them without the need for an alliance. Ao Lance was momentarily taken aback by his mother's suggestion. Feeling betrayed as the sister he adored had already expressed her disdain for him, and now his beloved mother seemed to be switching sides as well. This elf speaks with remarkable bravado, claiming he could easily conquer Frost City? I dare you to try? Li Ruoqing retorted, unimpressed by Ao Lance's unwarranted confidence. Since he was already being belittled, it would be remiss not to respond in kind. Very well. I shall summon everyone forth to engage in a friendly contest with this overly confident male elf. Li Ruoqing commanded. Upon hearing her name, Xiaoxue promptly halted and dashed off to gather the others, truly intending to rally them. Ionia was caught off guard by Li Ruoqing's sudden hostility. Her son was about to face a formidable challenge. If Xiaoxue managed to summon those formidable warriors, what could they possibly do to defend themselves? Watching her son's reckless bravado, Ionia felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. After all, her daughter had finally shown a willingness to study magic, and now her son was behaving foolishly. It was all too much to bear. Resolutely, Ionia decided to cast a binding spell on Ao Lance, immobilizing him and further restricting his abilities. Chapter 102, Li Ruoqing an alliance? That will require a fee. My apologies for any offense. My son seldom leaves the fairy forest. I hope you can forgive him. As for the matter of an alliance, I am indeed serious. I am the current queen of the elf tribe, and I possess the authority to make this decision on behalf of our people. Ionia first expressed her regrets to Li Ruoqing, then reiterated her proposal for an alliance. Her tone imbued with sincerity. You are a queen? Then that little girl, Shisi, is a princess? Li Ruoqing inquired, bewildered. Although he was surprised to learn that the enchanting elf before him was the queen of the elf tribe, he was even more curious about her unwavering determination to secure an alliance. The distance between our Frost City and your elven clan is considerable, even with an alliance. It would be challenging to provide mutual support and timely reinforcements. The significance of such an alliance seems rather minimal, although some have proactively proposed this alliance. Li Ruoqing does not oppose it. However, the southern region of the Elven Crimson Flame dynasty lies thousands of miles away from Frost City, a distance that could be described as worlds apart. With such separation, what utility does the alliance truly hold? This is not merely a question. Our elven clan possesses ancient methods for constructing teleportation arrays, and following the alliance, we could establish a teleportation array at mutually agreed locations, allowing us to traverse vast distances of over 10,000 kilometers in a mere quarter of an hour. Ionia remains unconcerned by Li Ruoqing's apprehensions and swiftly presents an exquisite solution. What, then, can Frost City gain from this alliance? Li Ruoqing poses a question in response. In his view, Frost City has already attained the status of a formidable lord, its strength far surpassing that of numerous smaller kingdoms. Even when facing the current three great dynasties, he feels no trepidation. The presence of three martial saints alone is sufficient to deter any nefarious factions. Furthermore, he has successfully integrated all military forces from the northern border and has recently refined a substantial quantity of elixirs, which, when auctioned, will yield a significant amount of gold coins. After the alliance, our elven clan can offer extensive insights from our esteemed elders and a share of the fountain of life for the allies of Frost City to utilize. If required, we could dispatch 23 martial honorables or even a martial emperor to assist Frost City. After weighing the benefits, Ionia presents a more substantial proposition, confident that Li Ruoqing will be swayed. Such sincerity indeed captivates Li Ruoqing. From his understanding, even among the elves, their publicly acknowledged strongest members are merely martial emperors. And their numbers are limited, estimated to be around 23. Otherwise, they would not have remained hidden within the fairy forest, perhaps seeking to expand their influence in the surrounding areas. As for the fountain of life mentioned by Ionia, ancient texts describe its remarkable healing properties, its ability to extend life and restore youth. Indeed, within his numerous elixir formulas, there appears to be a high-tier recipe that utilizes the fountain of life as an ingredient. I shall forego the martial emperor. However, I require 8 martial honorables from the elven clan to come to Frost City under my command, in addition to 2 portions of the fountain of life, and I shall agree to the alliance. Li Ruoqing boldly asserts his demands. Ionia is taken aback by Li Ruoqing's sudden escalation of the price, feeling as though he sees her as an easy target to exploit. His requests are undeniably exorbitant. It is important to note that their elven clan has thrived in the fairy forest for several millennia, producing fewer than 30 martial honorables, mage lords, and only 5 martial emperors, great mage lords. Furthermore, their stock of the fountain of life is limited. The rarity of the fountain lies in the fact that it requires elves to vigilantly guard the lake of life for 20 years to extract a complete portion of this precious essence. Note, in this context, the spring of life is depicted as a miraculous transformation of the lake of life, which, after absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, takes many days to condense a droplet of water infused with the breath of life. In the face of Li Ruoqing's exorbitant demands, Ionia engaged in a prolonged negotiation regarding the specifics of the joining fee. Ultimately, after Linglong and Sangyo arrived in the backyard, Ionia, feeling the immense pressure brought by the 2 martial saints, conceded. They reached an agreement involving the cooperation of 5 martial honor spirits and 2 portions of the spring of life. In return, a portion of the elixirs crafted by Li Ruoqing would be sold to the elven clan at cost price. Li Ruoqing, you've actually emerged from seclusion. That means the elixirs must be ready. According to our agreement, 30% of the elixirs are owed to me. Hand them over. Linglong swiftly sought out Li Ruoqing, never having forgotten their previous arrangement regarding the elixir distribution. With a substantial supply of elixirs, her mountainous realm of demon beasts would soon witness the emergence of more demon kings at the peak of their power, while the existing demon lords would be on the brink of breaking through to the next level. This is for you. Though slightly pained, Li Ruoqing handed over a storage bag to Linglong, which contained hundreds of jade vials, totaling over 1,000 elixirs. While the majority were 4th-tier elixirs, such as spirit essence pills, power essence pills, and solar flare pills, a smaller portion included 5th-tier elixirs, like barrier-breaking pills, earth spirit pills, and primal unity pills. As for the special 5th-tier elixir, the transformation pill, he had only successfully crafted 3 out of several attempts, which left him somewhat regretful. Xiaoyu, come here. I have something wonderful for you. Li Ruoqing called out to the sunbathing wolf king, Xiaoyu. The wolf's drooping ears perked up instantly, and it sprang to Li Ruoqing with newfound enthusiasm, shedding its previous languor. Kid, what do you have for me? The excited Xiaoyu inquired. Although it had been disdainful of the peculiar item, a saddle, that Li Ruoqing had given it before, feeling that it severely undermined its dignity as a great demon king, the effectiveness of the item was undeniable. Having previously sparred with the Shadow Leopard King and the Titan Ape King, Xiaoyu found that they could not breach the defenses of the saddle-clad Wolf King, bringing it immense joy. This underdog among demon lords was finally rising to prominence. Here, take this transformation pill. Swallow it, and you will be able to take human form. Didn't you want other treasures before? Once transformed, you can use them. Li Ruoqing grinned, presenting the transformation pill enticingly. The transformation pill. Give it to me. Xiaoyu gazed eagerly at Li Ruoqing, longing for it fervently. Not only would it gain the ability to wield profound weaponry in human form, but it could also begin cultivating advanced human techniques, significantly accelerating its strength. It had heard from the head sister that the cultivation speed in human form was at least 10 times that of its beastly state, and if it practiced high-tier techniques, the speed would increase even further. Li Ruoqing possessed a plethora of high-tier techniques. Chapter 103. Preparation to establish the sacred domain. I can give it to you, but you must promise me one thing. Li Ruoqing, holding the transformative pill, sought to persuade the Howling Moon Wolf King before him. I shall grant you not just 1, but 2. Now, please hand over the transformative pill, the Moon Wolf King exclaimed eagerly. Linglong, witnessing the Wolf King's lack of dignity, found herself at a loss for words. Was this truly the esteemed demon lord, the great king of the Beast Mountain range. Yet, she recognized the myriad benefits of assuming a human form. Their clan had long lost the bloodline inheritance of powerful beasts, and the advanced beast martial arts and cultivation techniques had become fragmented over time. Only a few elders retained some knowledge, and even that was incomplete, resulting in slow progress in their cultivation. For 1,000 years prior, a former demon emperor had charted a different course, ascending to the martial emperor realm, transforming into a human, and acquiring cultivation techniques from the human realm. He astonishingly discovered that the speed of cultivation in human form far surpassed that in beast form, and he could wield various mystical weapons forged by humans and dwarves, significantly enhancing his overall combat prowess. Ever since, the formidable beings of the Beast Mountain range, upon reaching the martial emperor realm, would adopt human cultivation techniques. This was the reason for the enduring strength of their lineage over millennia. If the transformative pill devised by Li Ruoqing could indeed allow the demon beasts of the Demon Lord realm to transition into human form and adopt human techniques, the number of martial emperors in the Beast Mountain range would undoubtedly soar, provided there were sufficient transformative pills. The great demon kings who had reached the Demon Lord realm could swiftly transition to human techniques, reaping the benefits of rapid cultivation advancement, making their ascent to the rank of emperor merely a matter of time. Once the Moon Wolf King acquired the transformative pill, he eagerly consumed it. Shortly thereafter, a painful howl escaped him as his body became enveloped in a mass of blood threads. Li Ruoqing, bewildered by this sudden transformation, observed with intrigue. Although he had successfully concocted the pill according to the formula, he had never witnessed its effects before. The Wolf King's condition appeared to be an unusual change, and he opted to continue watching for further developments. The onlookers gazed curiously at the emerging blood cocoon, but as time passed without any further incident, their interest waned. In the council chamber, Li Ruoqing summoned the others, including several elves from Ionia, who had just applied for an alliance with them, which he had approved. Moving forward, I intend to establish a new faction, bringing together powerful individuals, while simultaneously training a multitude of mages and warriors to bolster our forces in the Northern Territory. His declaration startled the assembly. The sudden intention to form a new faction left them puzzled. Was the strength of Frost City insufficient to address all challenges? In response to their confusion, Li Ruoqing smiled and replied, "In these times, strength is the greatest resource. The possession of more martial emperors, martial saints, and even martial gods is essential to ensure the Northern Territory remains secure against any adversaries. Should the situation ever become tumultuous, we will be prepared to face it with composure." He was acutely aware that his appointment as the Northern King by Li Xiuan, granting him dominion over the Northern Territories, was primarily due to the formidable warriors he commanded, capable of instilling fear in the Northern Wolf Empire. However, as time progressed, none could guarantee whether the reclusive martial emperors and martial saints would emerge from their seclusion to partake in the conflicts among the nations. Moreover, this presented a perfect opportunity to utilize the sacred domain lying dormant within the system. It likely harbored divine weapons, techniques, and legacies from millennia past. To let them languish in the system's space was a grave waste of resources. Listening to Li Ruoqing's elucidation, the assembly nodded in contemplative agreement. Although some among them had already ascended to the realm of martial saints, it did not imply that adversaries were absent on this continent. The previous encounter in the Xianyuan platform's secret realm, where two peak martial saint demons nearly led to their demise, was a stark reminder. It was entirely possible that hidden, reclusive masters could emerge to stir trouble, and even the current group might not be able to handle the situation with ease. With no dissenting voices, the decision was swiftly made. The following day, Sangyou, Linglong, Gongsapan, and Guojiao would accompany him to Tianzi Mountain to establish the sect. Sensing the absence of opposition, Li Ruoqing decisively finalized the matter with a wave of his hand. As for the location of the sacred domain palace, he had already devised a plan. The brigands they had previously vanquished at Huangshe village on Tianzi Mountain had left behind remnants of a secret realm belonging to the Divine Dragon clan and the legendary King Yi. Establishing the sect's headquarters there would allow them to utilize both secret realms, enabling Gongsapan and Guojia to renovate and arrange some formations, thus creating an excellent training ground. Upon completion of the sacred domain, he could even position the Kunlun Ruins secret realm atop the original Dragon clan's realm, or King Yi's, transforming it into a brand new instance-like secret realm that could be activated periodically, serving as a significant boon for the sect. Ionia was taken aback by Li Ruoqing's ambitious vision. After securing hundreds of miles of the northern expanse, he aspired to build additional forces. Should the landscape of the continent shift one day, This young man before her might very well emerge as a principal contender in the quest for supremacy, not to mention the formidable warriors surrounding him, sufficient to confront any dynasty or empire without yielding an inch. Li Ruoqing summoned Ding Yanhong from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, instructing her to swiftly organize an auction, as he needed to dispose of a batch of newly refined elixirs. Initially, she harbored doubts. After all, it had scarcely been a few days since her last meeting with Li Ruoqing. How many new elixirs could he possibly have? Yet, upon witnessing the mountain of elixir bottles piled before her, she was utterly astonished. Was it not said that elixirs were exceedingly difficult to refine, with low success rates? Was it not also stated that the herbs were precious and often in short supply? How could there be so many finished elixirs? Your Highness, are these elixirs all crafted by you? Ding Yanhong inquired with uncertainty. In the entire Frost City, there should be no other alchemist besides me. Li Ruoqing spoke softly, expressing his desire to recruit several alchemists to assist him in his endeavors. However, he soon realized that not only were alchemists exceedingly rare, but their success rate in concocting potions was also less than 50%. The higher the grade of the elixir, the greater the probability of failure. Furthermore, not every alchemist possessed a complete lineage of alchemical knowledge, nor did they have access to the extensive array of formulas or the vast quantity of medicinal materials that he did. In truth, his relatively high success rate as an alchemist was a result of the immense resources he had painstakingly amassed. To cultivate a second such talent, that would likely squander a considerable amount of precious materials. Ding Yanhong, having collected numerous elixirs into her storage pouch, excitedly assured Li Ruoqing that in 5 days, the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce would host a grand auction of elixirs in Green City, the former capital of the Green Kingdom, inviting numerous nobles and powerful sect members from within the Crimson Flame dynasty to participate in the bidding. Chapter 104. This is nothing short of a miracle. Upon returning to Tianzi Mountain with his companions, Li Ruoqing was filled with nostalgia as he beheld the familiar scenery. It was here that he had once sent Zhao Yun and the White Horse Yidong to eradicate bandits, only to stumble upon a hidden realm thereafter. It was also in this very place that he had reaped his first batch of high-grade spoils, subsequently defeating the formidable Wang Yi and acquiring an impressive haul of rewards. This location could indeed be considered the origin of his rise to prominence. Your Highness, what shall we do next? Should I utilize the earth manipulation technique to transform this area into a sect square? Guojia inquired, casting a glance at the Huangshe stronghold and furrowing his brow. Simply flatten this area. As for the sect stronghold, I have other plans. Li Ruoqing replied, meticulously observing the Huangshe stronghold. The terrain was relatively expansive. Once leveled, it could serve as the site for the Sacred Domain Palace. Moreover, this location was nearing the summit of Tianzi Mountain, beyond which lay steep peaks unsuitable for accommodating such a grand palace. Since learning of Guojia's proficiency in earth manipulation, Li Ruoqing had entrusted him with the position of Minister of Construction. As long as Guojia had sufficient true essence, he could continually perform large-scale earth manipulation techniques, efficiently erecting immense walls. This method was far more time-effective and labor-saving than the laborious constructions undertaken by the orcs, requiring merely a few hours to complete and consuming only a handful of recovery pills, making it exceptionally cost-effective. Half an hour later, the Huangshe stronghold had been entirely relocated by Guojia's earth manipulation techniques to the foot of the mountain. The original stronghold had been thoroughly leveled, and Guojia, following Li Ruoqing's vision, had widened and reinforced the newly flattened area. After this extensive endeavor, Guojia was completely drained of his true essence, leaving him exhausted and compelled to consume recovery pills to hasten his recovery. Your Highness, you haven't summoned this old man merely to design the palace of the sect, have you? Gong Shupan, observing the weary Guojia, felt an involuntary twitch on his aged face. Although he was adept at constructing mechanisms and puppets, and had considerable expertise in engineering, they had brought no artisans with them. Relying solely on him would undoubtedly be overwhelming. A palace? No need. We have one ready at hand. Li Ruoqing shook his head, dismissing any notion of having Gongsu Pan construct a palace. Are there any ready-made ones? He pondered. Gongsu Pan was taken aback, as were the others, for where in the Northern Territory could one find excess palaces? Surely not the royal city of the Green Kingdom, which lay nearly 100 kilometers away. Even if one were to exhaust Guojia 100 times over, it would be impossible to transport such a grand palace here. Faced with the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Li Ruoqing confidently retrieved a palm-sized model of the sanctum from the prop shop, intending to place it here. Li Ruoqing, you cannot be serious. Linglong exclaimed, astonished. The palace he produced was exceedingly diminutive, barely the size of a hand, To call it a model seemed an exaggeration. Though Tsang Yu remained silent, her eyes clearly conveyed disbelief, as if to say, "You must be joking." Undeterred by their doubts, Li Ruoqing smiled and proclaimed, "What follows will be a moment of wonder. Be sure not to blink." He placed the sanctum in the center and activated its formation using his manipulation techniques. To the astonishment of all, the originally palm-sized sanctum began to expand, transforming into a colossal structure towering several dozen meters high and occupying thousands of square meters. "This is a miracle," Gongsu Pan exclaimed, gazing at the magnificent palace that had risen from the ground. "I have never witnessed such a miraculous object. How is this even possible?" Tsang Yu inquired uncertainly. Could this be an artifact? Yet, I have never heard of a palace-type artifact. Her speculation seemed implausible. Yet how else could one explain the astonishing scene before them? This palace is a remnant from the cataclysmic war between gods and demons 30,000 years ago. Although I have refined it, this is the first time I am presenting it. Once we enter, be sure to search thoroughly. There may still be treasures from 30 millennia past. Li Ruoqing did not answer Tsang Yu directly, but provided a brief explanation of the treasure's origin. Upon hearing Li Ruoqing's account, the other's eyes gleamed with excitement. This palace is from 30,000 years ago. It could still harbor treasures? They mused. This implied that it might contain relics or techniques left behind by formidable beings from that era. It was well known that during that time, powerful figures abounded, with martial emperors walking the land and martial saints as common as dust. Even martial gods numbered in the hundreds. Enthusiasm surged through everyone as they hurriedly rushed into the palace, scouring the surroundings for potential treasures. Meanwhile, Li Ruoqing made his way toward the grand hall within the palace. After refining the sanctum, the internal structure quickly formed in his mind. As the foremost power of the continent 30,000 years ago, the sanctum was home to over 70% of the god-tier experts of that era. During that time, the continent boasted extraordinary strength. As these experts ventured forth to explore and wage wars, amassing numerous spoils that were stored within the sanctum, many god-tier experts even left behind their legacies within its confines. Li Ruoqing's utmost desire remained the first extraordinary treasure within the sacred domain, the divine sealing strategy. This artifact, which has existed since the establishment of the sacred domain, has an unknown origin, yet it possesses exceedingly miraculous abilities. According to the information he has gathered, the divine sealing strategy bears resemblance to the divine ranking from a certain novel of his past life. It not only has the capacity to bestow titles upon martial deities, significantly enhancing their perception of the laws, but it can also retain a fragment of their divine soul. In the unfortunate event of their demise, the sacred domain could utilize the divine sealing strategy to resurrect them, albeit at the cost of immense resources. Li Ruoqing was eager to ascertain whether there still remained any lingering divine souls within the divine sealing strategy. If so, it would undoubtedly be an extraordinary gain. Although the resources required to resurrect a divine-level powerhouse are staggering, for such a being, it would be undeniably worth the investment, particularly in this era, marked by the absence of martial saints and the extinction of martial deities. Possessing a martial deity to serve him would render his ambitions of unifying the Yunlan continent and establishing an eternal heavenly dynasty far from insurmountable. Moreover, having a martial deity-level powerhouse would greatly enhance his security. The experiences within the Xianyuan secret realm had instilled a sense of unease within him. If such a near-divine demon lord could lurk within an unknown secret realm, what formidable monsters and demon lords might be concealed in others? Should they escape their confines? Could the entire continent withstand such terrifying entities? The depths of this world were far more profound than he had imagined, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Chapter 105. The Divine Souls within the Divine Sealing Strategy. Upon arriving at the hall, guided by the mental map in his mind, Li Ruoqing hurriedly ascended the high platform. And indeed, the artifact had not been lost. It remained. With palpable excitement, he exclaimed. He reached out to grasp a warm jade tablet upon the table, trembling slightly as he unfurled it. The first sight that greeted him was the information of the top 10 unparalleled divine-level powerhouses from 30,000 years ago. The Dominator Martial Deity, Shui Chong Kong, Middle Divine Realm, adept in the laws of destruction and the tyrannical blade intent, currently missing, with no divine soul remaining. The Spatial Martial Deity, Zhuqing Yun, Middle Divine Realm, skilled in the laws of space, deceased in battle, with no divine soul remaining. The Shadow Martial Deity, Li Xingxia, Middle Divine Realm, proficient in sword laws, concealment techniques, and assassination arts, deceased in battle, with no divine soul remaining. The Rift Martial Deity, Luo Xingchun, Middle Divine Realm, expert in combat laws and body refinement techniques. Currently missing, with no divine soul remaining. As he perused the extensive information on these great beings, Li Ruoqing felt a pang of envy. A multitude of divine realm powerhouses. Yet all were either missing or had perished, leaving not a trace of their divine souls. This realization left him disheartened. And he could not help but lament internally. Are these titans truly so reckless? Not a single divine soul left as a contingency. It's as if they vanished without a trace. What is going on? Surely, there can't be a single divine soul left behind? As Li Ruoqing continued to delve deeper into the tablet, his once fervent heart grew considerably colder. The melodious martial deity, Ling Zi, Middle Divine Realm. Adept in the laws of music and sound waves. Deceased in battle, with no divine soul remaining. The radiant moon god, Aelea, of the lower divine realm. Adept in the laws of nature, summoned elemental spirits in battle, has perished, with her soul remaining in a dormant state. The blazing war god, Lei Yan, also of the lower divine realm, skilled in thunderous and fiery laws, has met his demise, with no soul remaining. The celestial sword god, Xianyuan Jian, of the lower divine realm, proficient in the way of the sword, has fallen, leaving no trace of his soul. The throne war god, Han Guang, of the lower divine realm, a master of formation laws, has succumbed to death, yet his soul lingers in slumber. The azure lotus demon god, Ziyun, of the lower divine realm, versed in the laws of life and body refinement, has perished, with her soul still resting. Among the 10 formidable beings, astonishingly, 8 have fallen, and 2 remain missing, leaving only 3 with their souls intact. The losses incurred in this cataclysmic battle from 30,000 years ago are indeed staggering. Observing the records within the divine decree, Li Ruoqing comprehended that such a multitude of powerful beings could only have perished in the protracted battle against the otherworldly demons. As Li Ruoqing continued to peruse, he discovered that the divine decree documented a total of 50 divine-level beings, yet merely 7 retained their souls. He also encountered a familiar name within the subsequent listings, the Human King, rank 35th, also noted as deceased, with no soul preserved. It is no wonder that by the war's conclusion, the last divine-level beings of Yunlan continent vanished. As the conflict with the otherworldly demons could almost be described as mutual annihilation. Holding the divine decree, Li Ruoqing felt a surge of emotion. Should the opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly endeavor to resurrect these mighty beings. However, the vast resources required to revive a divine-level warrior are no trivial matter and would necessitate time to amass. Note: once a soul is inscribed into the divine decree, it will automatically rank according to the strength of these beings. Those ranked below 50 will be eliminated and have their souls returned. Although a soul remaining in the divine decree may lead to a reduction in their overall strength. As compensation, their souls will receive nourishment from the decree, growing ever stronger. Should misfortune befall them, they may be resurrected through the souls within the decree. After an extensive search within the palace, the others indeed discovered numerous treasures. They gradually located the armory, the scripture repository, and the inheritance chamber within the sacred domain, yet all required special credentials to activate the mechanisms for entry. Even the adept Gongshupan, skilled in mechanisms and tricks, was unable to decipher them directly. Frustrated, the group gathered in the hall and recounted their findings and the inability to proceed without credentials to Li Ruoqing, who smiled and replied, "Not to worry. I shall accompany you. As for the credentials, this I possess." Holding the divine decree and having refined the entire sacred palace, Li Ruoqing was undoubtedly the true master of the palace, capable of unlocking all its mechanisms. As he successively opened the scripture repository, inheritance chamber, and armory, the onlookers were utterly astonished by the treasures revealed before them. They had never anticipated the existence of advanced techniques, martial arts, and cultivation insights. With over a dozen shelves brimming with records of Earth tier and even higher-level methods inscribed on jade slips, the treasures within the divine armory left them utterly astounded. Dozens of artifact-grade items gleamed brilliantly upon their respective jade platforms, showing no sign of wear even after millennia. On another side, a vast collection of 6th and 7th tier mystical weapons and armor was piled high, with at least several hundred items on display. Wow, so many artifacts. This battle axe is splendid. I shall take it. This suit of armor is impressive. I will take that too. Her enchanting eyes sparkled as she fixated on the artifacts. And soon she dashed inside, eagerly selecting her favorites. Observing this, Song Yu followed suit, eager to pick out his desired treasures. After all, both were martial saints, capable of wielding the artifacts to a significant extent, and Li Ruoqing did not intervene. As for the others, he swiftly shattered their fantasies, stating, "Come back for the artifacts after you break through to the martial emperor realm. Presenting you with artifacts now would be a waste, at most. You would only unleash 4 or 5 parts of their potential. I need not elaborate on the dangers of possessing treasures without the strength to guard them. Go select suitable mystical weapons elsewhere." Initially, Guojia and Gongshu Pan were captivated by the artifacts, but they soon regained their composure. Li Ruoqing was correct. Given their current strength, even if they acquired the artifacts, they would be unable to defend them and might fall prey to stronger individuals. Additionally, the 6th and 7th tier mystical weapons could be wielded to their full potential, drawing less attention from others and proving more suitable for their use. As they reluctantly emerged from the divine armory, each of them had exchanged their previous gear for several mystical weapons and artifacts. The most extravagant among them was Linglong, who had boldly claimed 3 artifacts, a weapon, armor, and an artifact-grade accessory. This was rather excessive. Li Ruoqing remarked with exasperation, "Can you truly make use of all that? I wouldn't let them gather dust in the armory. Besides, Song Yu also took 3 pieces. Why do you not mention her?" Linglong retorted, visibly displeased. "Oh, but Song Yu is mine. Even if she takes the artifacts, they remain mine. You and I are merely allies. Once the artifacts are in your possession, how could I reclaim them? Perhaps we should formalize an agreement. I can lend you the artifacts for 5 years without charge, but they must be returned thereafter. If you fail to do so, you shall owe a debt." Li Ruoqing, taking her dissatisfaction seriously, proposed this condition. This only intensified Linglong's displeasure. Why should there be such a disparity in treatment, considering they were both martial saints? She could use the artifacts for free, while she was merely borrowing them for 5 years. Just because she was merely an ally and not considered one of his own, it felt like an unfair burden. Humph. If you want artifacts, you shall have none. If 5 years hence you can best me, I shall gladly pay in flesh. Linglong seethed at Li Ruoqing's stinginess, feeling an urge to vent her frustration by striking him at that very moment. However, there was no way out, being a novice in the realm of martial saints. She stood no chance against Songyo and Jian Songhai. Should she rashly engage them, she would likely be the first to suffer misfortune. Yet, for Li Ruoqing, the prospect of reclaiming the divine artifact from her grasp was utterly impossible. Once such treasures fell into her hands, they would never be relinquished. Upon witnessing his objective achieved, successfully ensnaring Linglong, he refrained from further words and turned to assess Songyo's condition. In stark contrast to the divine artifacts chosen by Linglong, Songyo presented a more refined appearance, clad in the recently acquired infinite heavenly fire robe. The fitted garment not only accentuated her tall figure, but also transformed the originally enchanting sorceress into a poised and regal mature woman, prompting Li Ruoqing to commend the exquisite taste of the artifact's creator. It appeared that another set of 9-fold frost robes, similar in style to the infinite heavenly fire robe, resided within the treasury. Seizing the moment, Li Ruoqing promptly stored it within the system's space. Although teacher Temis was not present, it was only fitting for a disciple to reserve fine treasures for her, certainly not for the sake of admiring her flawless figure. Subsequently, Li Ruoqing instructed Guojia and Gongsun Pan to continue the transformation of Tianzi Mountain as the stronghold of their sect. It was imperative that the construction exuded both style and grandeur. For instance, they planned to elevate the entire mountain further, expanding its mass, and adding several thousand steps along the ascent, while incorporating a gravity formation, aptly named the Path of Seeking the Tao, surrounding the palace. They would establish large gathering arrays to channel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, ensuring that the entire peak was fortified with multiple defensive formations to deter any potential attacks. In a bid for caution, Li Ruoqing stationed Songyo at Tianzi Mountain to guard against any ambushes, while enlisting Pei Yuanqing and 500 White Horse Chivalry members to remain at his command. The rest would accompany him back to Hanshuan City. Their future endeavors included not only the continued development of the northern frontier, but also the vigorous expansion of this new sect, addressing numerous pressing issues. Naturally, the unusual activity at Tianzi Mountain did not escape the notice of the surrounding kingdoms. Although the northern frontier had come under Li Ruoqing's control, the kingdoms remained vigilant over this once fabled treasure mountain, which had previously been the site of secret realms. This recent commotion suggested that perhaps new treasures were about to emerge. Consequently, these kingdoms swiftly summoned their elite cavalry, intending to investigate. Many sects from the northern frontier, witnessing the phenomenon, promptly dispatched their strongest members in hopes of claiming a share. However, upon their swift approach to Tianzi Mountain, they were struck by a sense of bewilderment. Many among them had traversed Tianzi Mountain before and recalled it as unremarkable, save for a small stronghold occupied by bandits, which had subsequently been eradicated by Hanshuan City. Yet the current visage of Tianzi Mountain was overwhelmingly transformed. The mountain now towered even more majestically, and at its summit, a grand palace had inexplicably materialized, leading them to question whether they had indeed arrived at the correct location. After thorough confirmation, they surged toward Tianzi Mountain. The sudden emergence of the palace surely harbored secrets. They needed to ascend and uncover the truth. Yet, soon they encountered an awkward predicament. The once rugged mountain path had inexplicably transformed into orderly steps, which, while a welcome improvement, left them in a state of confusion. However, gazing at the seemingly endless staircase, a sense of frustration welled up within me. Who could possibly have devised such a daunting task? With an estimated 5,000 or 6,000 steps, it felt nothing short of a cruel punishment. Many formidable warriors, adept in martial arts, contemplated taking to the skies to ascend directly, but the reality proved far more complex than they had anticipated. It was as if someone had foreseen their intentions. Before they could even ascend 10 meters, a sudden bolt of lightning struck them, leaving them utterly unprepared and crashing to the ground, their bodies convulsing from the electric shock. With no alternative, they were compelled to navigate the staircase. Despite the multitude of steps, these martial experts, fortified by their cultivated true essence, considered the arduous climb of several thousand steps to be a manageable feat yet. The unfolding events did not align with their expectations. Under the instructions of Li Ruoqing, Guojia not only arranged the staircase, but also augmented the challenge of climbing it. He enacted formations that intensified gravity, increasing it tenfold every 100 steps, ultimately elevating it to 50 times the normal weight. Even martial masters, without specialized methods, would find the ascent to the summit daunting. Yet, as these individuals exerted their utmost effort, gritting their teeth to endure, they finally reached the mountain's peak, only to find themselves momentarily dazed by the grandeur of the palace before them. Awaiting above were Pei Yuanqing and others, who effortlessly captured these treasure seekers who had delivered themselves to their doorstep. The temporary overseer of the sacred domain, Song Yu, showed no mercy. He unleashed a soul-controlling secret technique upon the intruders. Those who initially resisted soon found themselves ensnared in an illusion. When they regained consciousness, they bore the mark of the soul control technique, reduced to mere servants under Song Yu's dominion. Some, unwilling to submit, attempted to resist, but the backlash from their own bodies swiftly followed, inflicting excruciating pain that left them trapped in a state of despair. Witnessing such a grim fate, the others dared not make further moves. Subsequently, at Guojia's suggestion, these individuals were designated as outer disciples of the sacred domain, tasked with constructing the sect's base at the foot of the mountain. After all, relying solely on himself, Guojia would require considerable time to complete the sect's construction. With an abundance of free labor now at his disposal, the task became significantly easier. The kingdoms and sects that had dispatched their elite to investigate were entirely unprepared for the fate that befell their chosen warriors, none of whom returned. They assumed that such a large number had met with misfortune, their forces decimated. It was not until a month later that the large sect's sacred domain was officially established in the divine realm, launching extensive recruitment efforts for powerful individuals and exceptionally talented disciples, stirring a significant uproar across the northern territories and the Qian Empire. Chapter 107. A Bountiful Harvest. Even the Elf Queen could no longer remain idle in the council hall of Cold Frost City, the prince announced. We at the Tianyuan Merchant Association have successfully arranged the alchemical auction. Invitations have not only been dispatched to the imperial capital, but also to numerous affluent kingdoms. In 3 days, we shall undoubtedly welcome a multitude of esteemed guests to Green City. Furthermore, we have recently acquired several other treasures. Might you be available to attend? Ding Yanhong reported to Li Ruoqing about the auction event and did not forget to extend an invitation. Please provide me with an invitation letter. I would like to revisit if time permits. Li Ruoqing nodded, relieved to see that the details of the elixir auction had been finalized, lightening his burdens considerably. Fortunately, many of the cities had completed their renovations, with only a few remaining in repair, and the satellite city near Frost City had begun to take shape. Otherwise, if the situation continued to drag on, the finances of Frost City would likely be severely strained. Uncle Wong, the sweet potatoes in the backyard are nearly ripe. Could you arrange for some people to harvest them and assess their growth? Li Ruoqing recalled the time he had uprooted all the flowers and plants in the backyard to cultivate sweet potatoes, initially believing it would take at least 2 to 3 months for them to mature. To his surprise, the wood magic of Temis had a remarkably potent effect on the growth of these crops. causing the sweet potatoes to mature in just over a month. Very well. I will send someone to dig up the sweet potatoes in the backyard. Wang Yi accepted the task and left the conference hall, calling for some orc maids to accompany him to the backyard. However, as they began to unearth the sweet potatoes one by one, Wang Yi, who had been relatively calm, became restless. Each sweet potato was larger than the last, exceeding the size of his palm, with each weighing over 2 pounds. How can these fruits be so enormous? Wang Yi exclaimed in disbelief. His astonishment drew the attention of Xiao Xue and Ai Uzcc, who were nearby practicing magic. The two girls approached curiously, gazing at the muddy sweet potato in Wang Yi's hand. Master Wang, is this what Brother Ruoqing planted before? The fruits are so large. Xiao Xue inquired with wide-eyed curiosity. Ai Uzcc also looked at this novel sight with intrigue. Temis, who had been discussing advanced magic with Ionia, paused and glanced at Xiao Xue and Wang Yi with uncertainty, eyeing the mound of sweet potatoes. Although she had cared for them using magic during this time, their size had indeed exceeded her expectations. Ionia quickly recognized the immense value of these sweet potatoes. Any dynasty, empire, or even their elven race could solve food shortages with such a crop, especially the northern Songlong Empire, which had suffered from a year-long famine. If they were to discover such a treasure, they might reignite war to seize it. If the elves could acquire some, it would alleviate their concerns over food scarcity. With a sigh, Ionia turned to Temis and said, I truly envy you for having such a disciple, not only abundant in treasures, but also exceptionally devoted to you. Observing Temis, adorned in a cloak of 9 layers of ice, an artifact, and wielding a purple feathered staff, also an artifact, she felt a pang of envy. Despite being a grand sorceress herself, as the queen of the elves, she still wielded a 7th-tier staff and lacked even a high-tier magic robe, while Temis possessed 2 artifacts. Truly, comparison was infuriating. Nia, if you were to ask him, you would likely receive an artifact in return. That young lad still possesses quite a number of treasures. Linglong and Sangyo have each acquired 3 artifacts. Although Linglong and Sangyo hold more artifacts, she understands that her opponents are considerably more formidable, even with 3 artifacts. They can wield their power adeptly. With her current capabilities, she can only unleash 78% of the potential from the 2 artifacts, elevating her combat prowess to the level of a Saint Mage, 7th tier, but the consumption of magical energy is substantial, rendering her unable to sustain prolonged battles. Would he truly bestow one upon me? Ionia felt a surge of desire. After all, possessing an artifact would significantly enhance her combat abilities. Temporarily relinquishing the dignity of a grand mage for such a boon did not appear to be a grave misstep. Yet, her relationship with Li Ruoqing seemed rather superficial. Would he genuinely part with an artifact? Themis, why don't you accompany me to seek out Li Ruoqing? Perhaps you could advocate on my behalf. And if we succeed in obtaining an artifact, I would present you with a vial of the Spring of Life as a token of gratitude. In the end, Ionia gritted her teeth and produced a cherished vial of the Spring of Life, wishing to use it as a gift to persuade Themis. Since you have made such a request, I shall accompany you, Themis replied, somewhat taken aback by Ionia's willingness to part with such a valuable treasure as the Spring of Life for the sake of acquiring an artifact. Previously, during her alliance with Li Ruoqing, she had only offered 2 vials. Themis, seeing an opportunity for gain, was determined not to let it slip away. Your Highness, wonderful news. The sweet potatoes cultivated in the backyard have yielded an abundant harvest, nearly 1,000 pounds. Wang Yi exclaimed, hurriedly entering the council chamber with several large sweet potatoes in hand. They had not yet harvested all of them. Yang Yu, the chief scribe of the Lord's mansion, was taken aback. He had heard about Li Ruoqing's unconventional decision to replace flowers and herbs with sweet potatoes in the backyard. And while he had refrained from voicing his disapproval, he fundamentally disagreed with such wasteful behavior. Nearly 1,000 pounds. Li Ruoqing was also astonished. To achieve such yields per acre, meticulous farming and management, along with regular fertilization, were essential. Typically, an acre could yield around 23,000 pounds at most. To think that the small plot in his backyard, which was less than half an acre, could produce close to 1,000 pounds in merely half the growth cycle. Truly, sweet potatoes were indeed a high-yield crop. Set aside 100 pounds. Let the rest be transported to the open land outside the city for the old farmers to continue cultivating. It has been years since I savored roasted sweet potatoes. Uncle Wang, have the kitchen roast 10 pounds for us to enjoy, Li Ruoqing said with a smile. Certainly. I shall arrange that immediately, Wang Yi replied cheerfully, taking the sweet potatoes away. Before long, Themis and Ionia arrived together. Ruoqing, do you have any surplus artifacts? Please grant one to Ionia, Themis stated directly, while Ionia eagerly awaited his response, curious about Li Ruoqing's stance. Artifacts are exceedingly precious and should not be distributed lightly. However, since my mentor has made the request, I am not entirely opposed to granting one, provided that a condition is met. Any formidable being above the martial emperor rank from the elven race must unconditionally join my newly established sect, the Holy Domain. Li Ruoqing gazed at Ionia with a scrutinizing glint in his eyes. This elven queen was indeed astute, aware that their relationship was tenuous at best, and thus had the audacity to request his teacher to intercede on her behalf. However, the notion of acquiring assistance without due compensation was utterly preposterous. In Chapter 108, The Assault of the Underworld Sect, the situation was clear. Yet, the number of martial sovereigns among the elven race was exceedingly scarce. They could spare no more than one to be stationed in the sacred realm. Naturally, Li Ruoqing found this resolution unsatisfactory. He demanded at least 2 martial sovereigns. However, Ionia did not acquiesce. Instead, she continued to lament, recounting the plight of her kin, the dearth of formidable warriors, and the consequent jeopardy to the safety of countless elves. In the face of Li Ruoqing's exorbitant demands, Ionia retaliated with her own counteroffers, and a protracted negotiation ensued, with both parties engaged in a back-and-forth exchange. Ultimately, it was Tamis who intervened, persuading Li Ruoqing to concede a point. They reached a consensus to dispatch 1 martial sovereign and 3 martial honored to the sacred realm, while Li Ruoqing was to select a suitable artifact from the divine armory for Ionia. Master, you are truly putting your disciple in a bind. After Ionia departed, Li Ruoqing glared at the smiling Tamis, irritation simmering beneath the surface. Is that so? I am merely assisting you, Tamis retorted, seemingly unfazed by Li Ruoqing's discontent. Assisting me? Is it because you believe my armory is overflowing with artifacts that they should not gather dust? Li Ruoqing felt his patience waning. He had already gifted 2 artifacts to this enchanting teacher. How could she still covet her disciple's meager treasures? It was utterly excessive. As allies bound by a pact, Linglong had effortlessly acquired 3 artifacts, while their elven kin were left empty-handed. It was only natural for discontent to brew. Surely, you do not wish for our newly forged alliance to falter at its inception? Moreover, Ionia has promised me a share of the spring of life afterward. I shall ensure you receive it. Realizing that Li Ruoqing was genuinely vexed, Tamis ceased her teasing and earnestly elucidated her rationale. It seems I have overlooked the necessity of clarification. The artifacts I entrusted to Linglong are merely on loan, to be reclaimed after 5 years. Li Ruoqing's eyes widened in realization. Linglong coveted these artifacts, but he too had intended to use them as bait, luring her into his grasp. As for whether Linglong would return them honestly, with the presence of Zhao and Sword Elder, any attempts at deceit would be in vain. My lord, we have scoured that secret realm. It bore the marks of fierce combat and the presence of our clan's warriors, yet we found no survivors. They were likely slain. A figure cloaked in black reported with deference. Have you discerned which faction is responsible? They dare to oppose our clan. They shall pay a sanguinary price. The leader of the black-clad figures declared coldly. Following our leads, we traced the direction of their departure to Frost City in the Crimson Flame Dynasty. It is possible a martial sovereign resides there, one subordinate hesitantly remarked. They had not anticipated that this remote northern city would host a martial sovereign. An unexpected revelation that took them aback. A martial sovereign? Humph. You worthless beings cannot even handle a martial sovereign. You have truly brought disgrace upon my demonic clan. Enough. This time I shall take matters into my own hands. Do not think that even a martial saint will escape retribution. You shall accompany me to Frost City today, and we will annihilate all who dwell there. The leader in the black robe spoke with fury. Yes, my lord. A black-robed figure replied respectfully, swiftly departing to relay the orders for the assault on Frost City. The remaining black-robed individuals murmured to themselves, once I have hunted and devoured 3 more martial sovereigns, I shall break through once again. Ha ha ha. The maniacal laughter echoed as the face revealed beneath the black robe belonged to Yuan Tsin, the grand elder of the Xianming sect. As dusk descended, the lord's manor hosted a lavish banquet, where guests reminisced over delectable dishes, the atmosphere filled with warmth. Your Highness, we have been away from the Elven clan for several days. It is time for us to return. Shisi still requires your attentive care alongside Temis. Ionia has achieved the purpose of our journey to the northern territories. My daughter is thriving here, diligently studying magic, and has forged an alliance with Frost City, securing formidable support for the Elven clan. Moreover, she unexpectedly acquired a divine artifact, the Staff of Extermination. It is time to return to the fairy forest. Before Li Ruoqing could respond, Temis expressed a hint of regret. are we leaving so soon? Can't we stay a few more days? There are numerous matters within the Elven clan that require my attention. As long as Shici is thriving in Frost City, I am at ease. Furthermore, the teleportation array needs to be constructed upon our return. Once it is completed, you are most welcome to visit our fairy forest. Ionia was thoroughly pleased with Temis, her newfound confidant, for teaching her daughter magic. With little left for her to do here, she thought it prudent to depart swiftly. Leslie rewatching reconsider and demand the artifact back. Watching the deep bond shared between the two, Lee rewatching felt a twinge of discontent. Ionia was being excessively greedy. Not only had she taken a divine artifact from him, but she also sought to whisk away his beautiful mentor. This was utterly unconscionable, and he could not tolerate it. Before he could interject, the once pitch-black night sky soon exhibited abnormal phenomena, as waves of energy surged towards Frost City, igniting the magical barrier around the city in a brilliant display of fireworks. Enemy attack. All units, be on guard. A clarion voice rang out from outside, followed by the resounding cries of warhorses and the thunderous sound of hooves echoing through the city. The guests, who had been enjoying the banquet, were momentarily stunned, and Lee rewatching's expression turned ashen. If it had not been for the recent expansion of Frost City, during which he had instructed Temis and Guijia to set up numerous defensive spells and formations outside the city, Frost City would likely have been thrown into chaos by this sudden assault. It seemed the banquet could not continue, since the enemy dared to launch an attack. They must have come prepared. Gather everyone. I am eager to see who possesses the audacity to assault Frost City. Lee rewatching, faced with such provocation, would not hold back. He quickly instructed everyone to prepare for battle, while also ordering the common folk within the city to take refuge and prepare for evacuation. Linglong, go outside and assess the situation. The enemy's audacity suggests they have some reliance. Proceed with caution and prioritize your safety. Lee rewatching addressed Linglong, who was still munching on a chicken leg, saying, "All right." Linglong, with her mouth full, mumbled a response, unable to part with the delectable roasted chicken leg, even in the face of impending battle. Observing this, Lee rewatching couldn't help but twitch his face, but chose to remain silent. Teacher Themis and Your Highness, I entrust the crucial task of safeguarding the Lord's manor to both of you, Lee rewatching said to Themis. Chapter 109. Jian Songhai emerges as a barrage of energy attacks continued. The magical barrier surrounding Frost City was swiftly shattered. Linglong, in the air, spotted a group of assailants, all clad in black robes, among them 2 martial emperors and 13 martial venerables, exuding a potent aura of demonic energy. This formidable assembly took Linglong by surprise. She had thought that martial emperors were scarce among the human race, yet 2 had appeared simultaneously. To her astonishment, a mere Frost City harbored a martial saint. It seems fortune smiles upon me today. Consuming you will undoubtedly catapult me to a higher realm. The elder Yuan Sin of the Xianming sect, concealed in darkness, quickly discerned Linglong in the sky and shouted wildly, "Humph! Such arrogance, old fool! You think you can devour me? You ought to fear shattering your own teeth." Linglong snorted, sensing the intensified demonic energy radiating from Yuan San. If her estimation was correct, this elder was likely a martial saint as well. Hee, let us see. Will it be I who devours you, or you who shatters my teeth? Yuan San soared into the sky, charging at Linglong. Both sides unleashed their formidable martial techniques, engaging in a relentless battle in the heavens. Powerful energies erupting and illuminating the sky in an instant. Armed with 3 divine artifacts, Linglong experienced an unprecedented enhancement in strength, facing Yuan Sin, now in the mid-stage of martial saint, without a trace of fear. In fact, the thrill of the fight invigorated her further. She yearned to seize the moment, defeating this boastful elder. Inside the Lord's manor, Lee rewatching and others noticed the turmoil in the sky. It appeared that the situation was more dire than he had anticipated. I shall visit the backyard, Lee rewatching announced before hastily making his way there. Currently, the only martial saint in Frost City, aside from Linglong, was the sequestered Jian Songhai. Elder Jian, Frost City is facing some trouble. We require your assistance. Lee rewatching called out loudly from outside Jian Songhai's closed-door training room. After a considerable time, the door finally opened, and Jian Songhai emerged slowly, enveloped in 2 distinct auras, which surprised Lee rewatching. Clearly, the elder had made significant progress during his seclusion. What is happening outside? Jian Songhai inquired, his brow furrowed with displeasure. During his recent retreat, he had been harmonizing 2 entirely different sword intents and had unexpectedly devised a rudimentary form of sword and blade technique. Intending to delve deeper into his insights when he was interrupted, leaving him irked. A group of powerful foes has stealthily attacked Frost City. Currently, Linglong is engaged with them. But it seems the adversaries also possess formidable strength, resulting in a stalemate. Song Yu is stationed at Tianzi Mountain and cannot assist for the time being. Li Ruoqing briefly recounted the current situation. Had he not felt that Linglong was unable to handle these individuals alone, he would not have taken the trouble to request Jian Songhai's assistance. Jian Songhai was equally surprised by the unfolding scene. Yet since Li Ruoqing had already solicited his aid, he refrained from further reluctance and swiftly borrowed the divine fallen blade from Li Ruoqing, soaring toward the outskirts of Frosty City. Outside Frosty City, Zhao Yun, Xiong Quang, and two other martial sovereign leaders from the northern borders commanded a legion of heavily armored soldiers and orc warriors, encircling more than a dozen martial sovereigns, systematically denying them the opportunity to unleash their wide-ranging martial techniques, thus establishing a subtle advantage over them. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Linglong found herself in a precarious position. Yuan Xin, having engaged in battle for numerous rounds without gaining the upper hand against Linglong, summoned two fellow martial emperors to assist him. In this 3-on-1 scenario, Linglong appeared somewhat beleaguered. Caught off guard, she suffered a few strikes from her adversaries, yet her armor, the Rock Calamity armor, absorbed all damage, leaving her unharmed. You should surrender early. With just you alone, it is impossible to defeat the three of us. Surrender quickly, and I shall grant you a swift demise, Yuan Xin proclaimed, brimming with arrogance. Although they currently held no overt advantage, their sheer numbers made capturing Linglong merely a matter of time. Bah, you worthless fools think you can defeat me? Such delusions, Linglong retorted, her anger flaring. The fact that this old man was stronger than her yet resorted to numerical superiority was frankly shameless. Fortunately, she possessed 3 divine artifacts. Otherwise, she would have succumbed long ago. Unappreciative wretch. Die. Infuriated by Linglong's resistance, Yuan Xin unleashed his ultimate technique, the Nether Ghost Claw. A massive surge of dark energy coalesced in the air, forming before launching directly at Linglong. Just as Linglong prepared to counterattack, a dazzling beam of sword light surged forth from behind, piercing through the Nether Ghost Claw with unwavering momentum, continuing its trajectory toward Yuan Xin. The sudden appearance of this sword left Yuan Xin in a state of alarm. He sensed a formidable aura of destruction emanating from it, making him reluctant to confront it head-on. He swiftly attempted to evade, but the flying sword seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly locking onto him, leaving him no option for escape. In a moment of desperation, Yuan Xin seized a nearby martial emperor to shield himself from the strike. The sword pierced through the black-robed martial emperor, significantly diminishing the destructive intent it carried, allowing Yuan Xin to breathe a sigh of relief as he unleashed his martial technique to deflect the flying sword away. Girl, have you broken through to Martial Saint? You possess quite a few divine artifacts. A voice echoed from a distance. It was Jian Songhai, who had come to offer support. Observing for a moment, he noted that Linglong's strength was nearly on par with his own, and she adorned several divine artifacts, with the battle axe in her hand clearly being one as well. This left him somewhat perplexed. When had Frosty City become so affluent as to possess such an abundance of divine artifacts? I acquired them from Li Ruoqing. You just emerged from seclusion and are unaware. After we dispatch these foes, let us seek out Li Ruoqing. He has plenty more? Upon encountering the assistance of Jian Songhai, Linglong felt an instant wave of reassurance, with the venerable sword master at her side. She was confident in her ability to subdue all the marauders attacking Frost City. I never expected you to have reinforcements. Consider yourselves fortunate today. We shall withdraw. Yuan Xin was astonished to discover that the one wielding the flying sword was a martial saint, and the female martial saint had remained unharmed due to an artifact protecting her. No wonder she had been so difficult to overcome. With 2 martial saints on the opposing side, the situation was clearly unfavorable, and there was no need to continue the fight. He hastily issued a fierce proclamation, preparing to flee. Since you have arrived, why the haste to depart? Jian Songhai scoffed, unleashing all 7 of his treasured swords towards Yuan Xin and another martial emperor. In an instant, the latter was pierced through and plummeted from the sky. Yuan Xin found himself ensnared by a miniature sword formation composed of 5 swords, unable to break free. Chapter 110, Self-Detonation? No, you shan't have the opportunity. Damn it. Since you are intent on seeking death, do not blame me. Faced with no escape, Yuan Xin's expression twisted in fury. He had not anticipated the presence of 2 martial saints during this assault on Frost City. Not only had he lost many subordinates, but he might also perish here. Yet he still had a trump card yet to be revealed, a chance for reversal. Suddenly, he tore off his black cloak. revealing a robust physique adorned with strange black tattoos resembling talismans. He began to chant incantations rapidly, and the tattoos seemed to come alive, spreading across his entire body. The dark energy emanating from him grew increasingly formidable, his power nearing the late stages of the martial saint realm. This is bad. He is on the verge of succumbing to madness. Little girl, let us strike together now. Jian Songhai discerned the ominous nature of Yuan Tsin's actions and the surging dark energy. The magic tattoos he had encountered on the likes of Li Nan and Li Sheng in the Xianyuan secret realm appeared strikingly similar, though those were of the human race. He had not considered this angle initially, but it was evident that this human powerhouse was likely a puppet under the control of the demonic forces. Seeing this, Ling Long immediately channeled her techniques to their utmost, conjuring a colossal dragon claw in the air that swiftly descended upon the transforming Yuan Tsin. This was the heaven-tier martial skill, Sky-Tear Claw, of which Ling Long was a master, since her bloodline had undergone a transformation into that of a true dragon. The power of Sky-Tier Claw had only intensified, and the previously indistinct beast claw had now morphed into her dragon claw. Though Yuan Tsin was still deep in the throes of his transformation and unable to evade the radiant silver dragon claw, he relied on his significantly enhanced demonic physique to withstand the attack. The clash of the purplish-black demonic energy and the silver dragon claw generated a tremendous shockwave. Noting that Ling Long's strike had proved ineffective, Jian Songhai refrained from holding back any longer. He merged the 7 treasured swords into one, wielding a sword in one hand and a knife in the other, performing a combined technique of unparalleled might. The knife and sword whirled rapidly in the air, as if manifesting thousands of blades, each manipulated with distinct precision. Suddenly, the entire sky was engulfed in an unparalleled terror of destruction. A domineering aura emanating as swords intertwined and coalesced into a colossal divine weapon, ruthlessly slashing towards Yuan Tsin caught off guard while struggling against the onslaught of dragon claws. Yuan Tsin was astonished that this newly emerged sword cultivator, a martial saint, would act so unscrupulously, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack when he was unprepared. With no time to evade, Yuan Tsin steeled his heart, abandoning his defense against the tearing claws, allowing them to strike his body. Enduring the excruciating pain of his grievous injuries, he hastily employed the forbidden blood escape technique of the demon race, narrowly evading this lethal blow. However, he was forcibly expelled from his demonic state, suffering severe backlash, and although the previous strike was not fatal, it exacerbated his wounds. Even if he miraculously escaped, without prompt treatment, his demise was inevitable. Just wait. The sect master will avenge us. The Cloudlong continent will eventually belong to the demon race. Ha ha ha. Realizing the futility of escape, Yuan Tsin resolved to fight to the death, intending to take the 2 martial saints down with him in a self-destructive act. As he spoke, he swiftly mobilized the remaining true essence within him, causing his entire body to swell. Humph. Only now do you think of self-detonation. Too late. Jian Songhai discerned Yuan Tsin's intentions at a glance. With a flick of his left hand, the 7-star sword unleashed countless sword lights, instantly piercing the vital points around Yuan Tsin's body. In an instant, Yuan Tsin, who had been expanding, deflated like a punctured balloon. What have you done? Why can't I mobilize my true essence? Yuan Tsin was horrified to discover that the countless sword lights had inflicted an anomaly upon his body. The true essence that had been rapidly circulating within him was now, as if frozen, rendered completely motionless. His swollen form gradually returned to normal, rendering him incapable of self-detonation. Girl, take this fellow back and let that Zhang Yu examine him thoroughly. Perhaps there will be unexpected discoveries. I will deal with those others. Jian Songhai called to Ling Long before steering his sword to confront the group of black-robed martial venerables below. In no time, over 10 black-robed martial venerables were severely injured by Jian Songhai, prompting Zhao Yun and the others to rush in and capture them all. Seeing Jian Songhai, Ling Long, Zhao Yun, and the others return safely, Li Ruoqing breathed a sigh of relief. Had it not been for Jian Songhai and Ling Long's intervention during this attack, the bloodshed in the frosty firmament would have been catastrophic, and others would have likely perished. He was puzzled by the sudden emergence of such powerful adversaries, daring to brazenly assault the Crimson Flame Dynasty's stronghold without fear of igniting a war. Li Ruoqing, we have captured those fellows. As long as we call Zhang Yu over, we can interrogate them thoroughly, Ling Long declared proudly. This time, bolstered by the power of 3 divine artifacts. She had showcased her prowess, battling a mid-stage martial saint without falling behind. It was a sight that filled her with delight. Had it not been for the incessant interference from those 2 martial emperors, She would have subdued Yuan-Tsin head-on within half an hour without sustaining any injuries. The armor she donned, known as the Rock's Celestial Guardian, boasted an astonishing level of defense. Even a blow from a mid-level martial sage would scarcely inflict harm upon her. She sensed that this exquisite piece of armor could negate at least 60 to 70% of an opponent's attacks, truly a remarkable treasure. As for the battle axe, while it was undeniably sharp and effective, she had yet to master a high-level axe technique, and thus had not fully unleashed the weapon's formidable power. Ruchun. These individuals are likely connected to the demon clan. During the skirmish, one of them demonstrated a secret technique to enhance their demonic traits. Jian Songhai interjected. After their experiences in the Xianyuan secret realm, they had all become acutely aware of the demon clan's formidable strength, fostering a deep-seated wariness. If an opportunity arose, they would undoubtedly eliminate any encountered remnants of the demon clan beforehand, for these adversaries not only possessed great combat prowess, but also employed a myriad of cunning techniques. Should they fail to eradicate them swiftly, it would be all too easy for these foes to seize the chance to grow stronger and retaliate. I understand, Ling Long. You should make a trip to Tianzi Mountain and exchange shifts with Sangyu. Bringing her back, Li Ruchun replied, his expression grave. If these individuals were indeed puppets or pawns of the demon clan, it was imperative to uncover the strength of the sect behind them and the masterminds involved. The principle of rooting out the weeds was firmly etched in Li Ruchun's mind. Chapter 111. The depths of Xianming sect are unfathomable. Sangyu swiftly returned from Tianzi Mountain, already apprised of the happenings in Hanshuan City, through Ling Long. She was somewhat taken aback to learn that Yuan-Tsin could independently enhance his strength through demonic transformation. In her view, the techniques employed by the Yizhu clan to summon beings from the demon realm for battle were already sufficiently heretical. She had not anticipated that someone would master the secret art of demonic transformation. If they were not colluding with the remnants of the demon clan, it would be quite the anomaly. One must understand that in Yunlan continent, mere association with the demon clan was enough to rally all forces across the continent against such a transgression. It was bewildering what confidence these individuals possessed, boldly launching attacks on imperial strongholds instead of clandestinely engaging in their schemes. After meeting with Li Ruchun, Sangyu soon found herself in the prison, face to face with a group of Xianming sect assassins who had been stripped of all their energy. These individuals, once arrogant and boastful, now bore the marks of their torment and appeared quite wretched. To prevent any thoughts of suicide or escape, Li Ruchun had instructed Jian Songhai to sever their limbs and seal their true essence, reducing them to a state of helplessness. Despite several rounds of severe interrogation, little information had been extracted. Ah, tough bunch indeed, Sangyu remarked with a smile as she surveyed the battered individuals. If you possess the capability, then kill us. Grant us a swift end. Our sect leader will avenge us. One martial venerable glared at the approaching Sangyu with a fierce expression, indignantly declaring. In just a few hours, they had endured various tortures, their limbs severed and true essence sealed. Each time they neared the brink of death, they were force-fed pills. A truly excruciating ordeal. How easy it is to die. However, I require you to divulge your secrets before you do, she retorted. Bah, you shall not succeed. The group of martial venerables responded angrily. Since there is no cooperation, do not blame me for being impolite. A purple glow appeared in Zongyu's eyes. And then the group of martial experts before her, along with the severely injured Yuan-Tsin, seemed to fall into a hypnotic trance, losing their awareness and merely staring blankly at Zongyu. Now, whatever I ask, you shall answer. From whence do you come? What is your connection to the demon race? As Zongyu invoked the soul control secret technique, she inquired of these martial experts. We hail from the Xianming sect of the Canglong dynasty. Following the command of our sect master, we were led by the elders to various locations in search of secret realms, intending to release the powerful demons imprisoned within. Listening to their detailed account, Zongyu felt an increasing sense of dread. She had not anticipated that powerful demons had arrived in the Yunlan continent through certain summoning rituals, and that over the years, they had been secretly hunting down the reclusive martial emperors and saints, employing nefarious techniques to entice ambitious human experts to join the Xianming sect. According to Yuan-Tsin's description, their sect master had been tirelessly practicing demonic arts over the centuries, devouring martial emperors and saints, and had now reached the pinnacle of martial saints, poised to break through to the realm of martial gods. However, he feared that such a breakthrough would attract the attention of divine-level experts, thereby jeopardizing their plans, which is why he had been forcefully suppressing his cultivation. Within the sect, aside from the sect master, there were also 6 elders, each possessing the strength of martial saints. Yuan-Tsin, having joined early and practiced the demonic arts for a long time, was on the verge of breaking through to the late martial saint stage. Moreover, as per Yuan Xin's revelations, numerous officials and leaders within the Songlong dynasty had already been seduced and manipulated by them, and even around the emperor of the Songlong dynasty. They had placed their own agents. This significant discovery made Zhang Yu acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. If more time passed, it was highly likely that the entire Songlong dynasty would fall under the control of these individuals, leading to the dynasty waging wars against neighboring countries, resulting in catastrophic casualties across the continent. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's report, Li Ruoqing clearly sensed the severity and complexity of the matter. The sect master of the Xianming sect was undoubtedly in collusion with the powerful demons, having acquired demonic arts that facilitated rapid strengthening. Furthermore, possessing the pinnacle strength of a martial saint, he was poised to advance to the martial god realm, making him far more formidable than the previous demon general, Li Nan. After all, no matter how strong Li Nan was, he was but one man. The Xianming sect, besides the sect master at the pinnacle of martial saints, also had 5 other elders at the martial saint level, with Yuan Xin already captured, not to mention an even greater number of martial emperors and martial lords. Moreover, there lurked an unknown powerful demon behind this immense force. Such a formidable power was not something they could confront head-on, even in Hanshuan City. This matter must remain undisclosed to avoid alarming the enemy. What is now more crucial is to swiftly enhance our strength. Those individuals have become of little use now. Let your flame spirit beast drag them back to the demon realm and consume them. By the way, how long do you estimate it will take for you to ascend to the martial god realm? Li Ruoqing pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding that patience was the best course for the time being. Currently, with only the 3 martial saints, Jian Songhai, Song Yu, and Ling Long, it is utterly implausible to annihilate the Xianming sect. This would only be feasible if one among them were to ascend to the realm of martial deity, or if they could resurrect the divine beings contained within the wind goddess strategy. The breakthrough should be imminent. Since the last time the flame spirit beast consumed that primordial demon essence orb, its power has significantly surged, and it is merely a step away from transcending to the divine level. If it can devour and assimilate these martial lords, and that martial saint this time, it will likely be sufficient. Once the flame spirit beast ascends to the divine tier, I too can swiftly elevate to martial deity within a month through its nurturing. In response to Li Ruoqing's inquiry, Song Yu exuded remarkable confidence. The beings summoned from the demon realm using the secret techniques of the Yizhu tribe not only forge a pact with the summoner, but also share their strength. Should one party achieve a breakthrough, the other will receive a surge of energy in a short span, hastening their own advancement. This is precisely why, despite their limited numbers, the Yizhu tribe continues to produce formidable individuals. A month, you say? That seems rather lengthy. After the auction of elixirs by the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce concludes in a few days, I shall take you and several others to a secret realm. By the time we emerge from the secret realm, you should have attained the martial deity level. Originally, Li Ruoqing intended to discuss matters concerning the sacred domain after ensuring everything was properly arranged. However, given the current circumstances, he has decided to activate the Kunlun Ruins secret realm ahead of schedule. Based on his recent studies and analyses, this Kunlun Ruins secret realm, rewarded by the system, differs significantly from previous realms. It allows the soul to enter the secret realm and materializes numerous treasures carried by the explorer. The treasures obtained within the realm can be brought back to reality. If, unfortunately, one were to perish within the realm, their soul would experience a shock, rendering them temporarily weakened, but there are no other adverse effects. Chapter 112. Is someone causing trouble at the auction? Deal with them. Green City, ever since the fall of the Green Kingdom, has not witnessed such vibrancy in quite some time. A few days ago, the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce dispatched invitations en masse, inviting numerous nobles, sects, and royal powers from within the empire to partake in this elixir auction. Particularly after revealing that over 1,000 high-grade and even supreme-grade elixirs would be featured, everyone was astounded by this extravagant announcement. Thousands of high-quality and supreme elixirs, such a prodigious quantity, could hardly be amassed even by the most elite sects. It is important to note that throughout the continent, even the most renowned alchemists have a success rate of merely around 30 to 40. To concoct over 1,000 elixirs, they would need to prepare an immense quantity of medicinal materials. However, the market clearly does not possess such abundance. Many affluent sects and nobles have sent representatives to Green City in the north to ascertain the truth. If such a vast quantity of elixirs truly exists, they must seize a portion for themselves. Even the northern Songlong Empire and the Western Songlong dynasty received word of this and have dispatched personnel to investigate. Li Ruoqing did not hinder this, as he primarily concocted these elixirs to rapidly amass considerable wealth. Aside from a portion allocated for the construction of the Northern Territory, the majority of his resources were devoted to extensive procurement within the system's item marketplace. In recent days, apart from diligently practicing the star refinement body technique and various advanced martial arts, he had been scouring the item marketplace for goods. Particularly, the materials required for resurrecting divine-level beings in the sacred resurrection register were numerous, encompassing over 10 exquisite items such as premium sea soul agate, divine-grade reviving celestial herbs, and the life spring, along with several rare commodities. Although he currently possessed 3 portions of the life spring, he lacked nearly all the other materials. Despite discovering all the necessary items in the marketplace, the required points were staggering, amounting to a staggering 18 million points, equivalent to 18 million gold coins. Including the life spring, the total requirement soared to 25 million. This prompted Li Ruoqing to exclaim in frustration that the costs of resurrecting divine beings were utterly outrageous, and the prices of treasures within the item marketplace were excessively steep. In Green City, the once resplendent royal palace had been transformed into an auction house. Due to the overwhelming number of elixirs to be auctioned, Ding Yanhong and several managers decided to categorize the elixirs by type and quantity, splitting them into 3 parts to be auctioned daily: 400 pieces, including over 200 4th-tier elixirs and dozens of 5th-tier elixirs. As Ding Yanhong ascended the auction stage and a servant approached with an exquisite jade vial, the crowd's breath grew noticeably heavier. This batch contained 5th-tier superior spirit pills, with 5 pieces in a vial, capable of significantly enhancing the consumer's consciousness and spiritual essence. The starting bid was set at 40,000 gold coins, with a minimum increment of 1,000 gold coins. Observing the eager gazes of the guests below, Ding Yanhong smiled as she began her introduction. Wait, how can we ascertain that these elixirs possess such effects? If they prove ineffective or fall short of your claims, we be at a loss. A cold-faced middle-aged man suddenly interjected, interrupting Ding Yanhong. His remarks garnered considerable support from the audience, who echoed, without verified efficacy, "Why should we spend our money? Do you take us for fools?" Ding Yanhong, taken aback by the disruption before the auction had even commenced, remained unperturbed. Years of experience had equipped her to adeptly handle unforeseen challenges. Since this esteemed guest has raised such a concern, let us draw a lucky participant from the audience to demonstrate the effects of a spirit pill live, Ding Yanhong proclaimed with confidence. Subsequently, she instructed a servant to retrieve a crystal-crafted box containing numerous cards. With composure, Ding Yanhong selected a card, glanced at it, and smiled. "May I invite guest number 54 to the stage for a trial?" As her words echoed, attendees glanced at their number plates, and an excited young man exclaimed, "I am 54. It's me." He was a prince from a southern kingdom, having received an invitation from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, intending to witness the event firsthand. And he never expected his luck to shine so brightly, directly being selected. It seemed he had to express gratitude to the earlier interrupter for the fortuitous turn of events. If it were not for him, how could the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce have suddenly introduced such a segment? A lottery for experience elixirs? What a good soul. As he excitedly ascended the auction stage and accepted a pill from Ding Yanhong, he eagerly swallowed it. Within the span of a tea's brewing, a remarkable reaction occurred within his body. He could distinctly sense that his mind had become much clearer and his spiritual awareness had noticeably strengthened, allowing him to perceive even the faintest objects in the distance with clarity. "This elixir is truly miraculous. My spiritual awareness has indeed enhanced," he exclaimed with exhilaration. The other attendees, witnessing this fortunate individual, felt a tinge of envy, lamenting why their luck was so dismal, missing out on such a serendipitous opportunity that had been snatched away by another. Upon hearing the experiencer's remarks, the crowd acknowledged the efficacy of the elixir. "You must have colluded with him. This person must be a fraud you brought in." A cold man, seeing his scheme thwarted, quickly rose to vehemently accuse. From the VIP room, Li Ruoqing, observing the auction's proceedings, turned to the Howling Moon Wolf King beside him and instructed, "Teach this fellow a lesson. But do not kill him." Li Ruoqing was counting on these elixirs fetching a handsome price. He could not allow anyone to disrupt the event. Moreover, who dared to cause trouble at the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce? Unaware that he had Li Ruoqing's protection, the Howling Moon Wolf King swiftly sprang into action, swiftly removing the troublemaker from the venue before the crowd could react. All present were taken aback by the sudden display of strength. None anticipated that a powerful figure would intervene at this auction, and judging by the appearance of that man, It seemed he was a formidable warrior of the Beastman race. The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce certainly had some wild connections. Ding Yanhong was equally surprised that someone had swiftly dealt with the troublesome individual. She instinctively glanced towards the VIP room, only to find Li Ruoqing looking in her direction and nodding. Ding Yanhong quickly realized that it was likely Li Ruoqing who had intervened. Regaining her composure, she smiled at the crowd below and announced, "We encountered a slight mishap earlier. Now, the auction shall officially commence." Chapter 113. Outrageously expensive to secure the elixirs, the guests began calling out exorbitant prices, with the initial bid starting at 40,000 gold coins, which quickly escalated to 60,000. Many representatives from various sects could no longer remain passive and joined the bidding fray. Within their sects, there were elders who had been stuck at the pinnacle of martial sovereign or even early martial emperor for several years, with their lifespans dwindling. If they could seize the opportunity to break through another realm, their lifespans would be extended, and with a powerful presence, their sects could continue to grow stronger, providing more resources for their disciples. Damn it, why are you all driving the price so high? Wasn't it said there were nearly 1,000 elixirs? Starting off with such inflated prices, how ridiculous. A representative from one sect couldn't help but grumble. Your poverty does not dictate the wealth of others. If you cannot afford it, then refrain from complaining. I bid 63,000 gold coins. Another sect representative arrogantly declared. The sect's enterprises are quite prosperous, boasting even a small crystal mine that yields hundreds of thousands of gold coins annually, allowing the disciples to live in considerable comfort. In just a brief span of 2 hours, 30 vials of elixirs were auctioned off, garnering an impressive total of 2,300,000 gold coins. Li Ruoqing, seated in the VIP room, felt his eyes welling with emotion. He had not anticipated such affluence among the nobles, the kingdom, and the sects themselves. Some guests, resembling orcs, displayed remarkable extravagance as they bid on elixirs worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins at the auction. These wealthy patrons truly have an abundance of wealth. I must dedicate more time to refining elixirs and reap the rewards from these affluent individuals. Li Ruoqing exclaimed excitedly. Given the current circumstances, by the conclusion of the afternoon auction, the first day's sales alone could yield nearly 10 million gold coins from over 300 elixirs. Moreover, the 5-tier elixirs have yet to be auctioned, and their prices are bound to escalate even further. If this trend continues, by the end of the 3-day auction, he could amass over 30 million gold coins. This sum would not only support the reconstruction and development of the northern territories, but would also allow him to purchase ample supplies from the item shop, enabling him to gather the resources necessary to resurrect a divine-level powerhouse, alongside acquiring other precious items. An utterly perfect scenario. After a half-hour break at noon, all the guests appeared extraordinarily invigorated. According to insider information from the staff, the afternoon session would feature the auction of several 5-tier elixirs, including the breakthrough elixir, which aids in transcending realms, and the primordial elixir, which refines the vital essence within the body, creating a significant sensation. According to the unwritten rules of the cultivation world, those who break through to higher realms earlier possess greater potential and can achieve higher martial limits. Although there are many talented cultivators among these factions, transcending realms still requires diligent practice. The emergence of the breakthrough elixir unveiled a shortcut, drastically reducing the time needed for these talented disciples to overcome their bottlenecks. What would typically take several months or even a year to surmount could now be accomplished in mere days with the aid of the breakthrough elixir. This is nothing short of cheating. As for the primordial elixir, its implications are even more astounding. Many skilled practitioners halted at the martial king or martial venerable realms due to their vital essence being too fragmented and impure, leading to an unstable foundation that prevents further advancement. Conventional methods of closed-door cultivation to refine vital essence are not only time-consuming, but also yield slow results, making it a burdensome endeavor. However, the introduction of the primordial elixir has ignited hope for many experts seeking further progression. Consequently, the affluent nobles and representatives of sects became increasingly fervent in their bidding, obsessively pursuing more breakthrough and primordial elixirs. After all, such precious elixirs are scarce. Every single one counts. While gold coins can always be earned anew, the price for the limited 50 breakthrough and primordial elixirs skyrocketed to an astounding 51,000 per piece. Indeed, 51,000 per elixir, with a single vial fetching a staggering 250,000 gold coins. This frenzy incited madness among the guests and left the staff at the auction, including Ding Yanhong, in utter astonishment. Although aware of the precious nature of 5th-tier elixirs, I never fathomed that their prices could be so exorbitant, verging on the insane. Following the frenzied rush for the barrier-breaking pill and the primordial pill, the Earth Spirit pill has garnered considerable attention. Although Ding Yanhong merely indicated that this elixir could enhance one's ability to absorb spiritual energy fourfold, thereby facilitating the swift replenishment of true essence within the body. Some astute guests could not help but think this was merely a high-tier version of the rejuvenation pill, with benefits several times superior. Consequently, the Earth Spirit pill was swiftly sold out. By the time the auction concluded, the staff of the guild was astounded by the staggering total amount raised, which reached a remarkable 12,300,000. According to the auction house's regulations, a 5% handling fee was deducted, resulting in over 600,000 in commissions, a veritable windfall. When Li Ruoqing received this substantial sum, he was overwhelmed with excitement. With a grand gesture, he allocated 2 million gold coins to the chief registrar, Yang Yu, to continue overseeing the construction of the satellite city and the remaining towns. He then converted the remaining 9 million gold coins entirely into points within the item shop. In addition to resurrecting formidable beings from the divine strategy, he contemplated acquiring some practical treasures to enhance his own capabilities. Just as he had previously obtained the Azure Lotus Flame from the item shop to significantly boost his alchemical success rate while also inflicting considerable damage on monsters, he had relied heavily on the Azure Lotus Flame to incinerate foes within the Xianyuan platform's secret realm, allowing the flame to grow substantially. This time, with his points still relatively abundant, Li Ruoqing conceived a daring idea. Could he emulate the illustrious Flame Emperor from a book of his past life, refining various powerful flames to ultimately achieve supremacy among flames? The item shop appeared to possess numerous special flames, though their prices were astonishingly steep, rendering many unattainable. He could only gaze longingly at them. This solar true fire costs an astounding 100 million points, utterly ridiculous. The Red Lotus Inferno, 90 million points, truly exorbitant. The Southern Ming Fire, 70 million points. Next. The Samadhi True Fire demands 50 million points. I cannot afford it. Next. After perusing countless divine flames, Li Ruoqing finally discovered a few special flames that were within his purchasing power in the last few rows of the corner. The Purple Sunfire, a flame imbued with a trace of solar power, costs 7 million points. The Bai Lin Profound Fire, a unique flame from the boundless fire sea beneath the demon realm's refining devil cliff, costs 6 million points. The Explosive Thunder Flame, birthed in a region shrouded in thunderclouds, costs 5 million points. After much deliberation, Li Ruoqing ultimately chose the Purple Sunfire, valued at 7 million points. Upon acquiring that tuft of violet flame from the item shop, he could not help but feel a pang of regret in such a brief moment. Nearly 10 million gold coins had been spent. While the treasures within the item shop were indeed remarkable, the requisite points were excessively high. One might say that the impoverished were unworthy of such possessions. Li Ruoqing cradled a small orb of Xiang flame in his left hand, while summoning the Qinglian flame from within his being with his right. Gradually, he brought the two distinct and extraordinary flames closer together. The Qinglian flame, which had begun to develop a consciousness, seemed to sense the presence of a nourishing essence, growing increasingly agitated and burning with greater intensity. Suddenly, it lunged toward the Xiang flame on the left. The Xiang flame, still in its nascent stage and unprepared for the encounter, was instantly engulfed by the Qinglian flame, which blazed fiercely, interspersed with flickers of purple fire. Li Ruoqing observed the transformation of the Qinglian flame with keen interest. After a while, the flame gradually stabilized, its hue shifting from a pure green to a mesmerizing blend of green and purple. He could sense a significant rise in the temperature of the flames. Most notably, the consciousness of the Qinglian flame appeared to have matured considerably, as a diminutive silhouette seemed to emerge within the fire. Li Ruoqing could distinctly feel the Qinglian flame's affectionate inclination towards him. He speculated that with a few more instances of devouring special flames, this little entity might fully mature and perhaps even take on a humanoid form. Observing its somewhat endearing demeanor, he mused that it was likely a little girl. If this continued, their Frost City might soon resemble a temporary kindergarten. Although the first day of the auction had concluded, many guests found their spirits dampened. They had arrived in Green City for the alchemical auction with substantial wealth, but the soaring demand for elixirs far exceeded their expectations. Despite over 300 pills being auctioned on the first day, some sects went home empty-handed, leaving them quite disheartened. Many affiliated sects gathered to discuss their subsequent strategies. Brother Shui, the prices of these elixirs are utterly outrageous. I brought 1 million gold coins with me, and it's only the first day. I've already spent over 600,000. remarked a man with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes. Alas, my situation is similar. The elders in my sect advised me to investigate this event, suspecting it might be a sham. Even if genuine elixirs exist, their quality couldn't possibly be this high. Yet, the Tianyuan Merchant Guild is truly unscrupulous, selling elixirs at such exorbitant prices, as if they fear no consequences. Another man in white sect attire exclaimed, his voice tinged with indignation. Brother, tread carefully. The Tianyuan Merchant Guild is backed by the Northern Borders King of the North, a powerful feudal lord. With an army of hundreds of thousands and numerous formidable martial experts, you surely wouldn't want to embroil your sect in trouble, would you? A nearby voice cautioned softly. Goodness, no wonder. Thank you for the warning, brother. I am profoundly grateful. The man, having realized the gravity of his earlier words, hastily expressed his gratitude. Now, sending a message for our sect's powerful members to bring gold might be too late. Moreover, they may not be inclined to believe us. Perhaps we should collaborate, pooling our resources to bid on the elixirs and then share them equally. This way, we could return with a significant accomplishment, proposed another astute representative. This plan is feasible. Let us form an alliance and strive to acquire as many elixirs as possible. That way, we can fulfill our obligations splendidly. Agreed. Let us proceed with this course of action. Numerous sects and noble factions have been clandestinely forming alliances, all in pursuit of acquiring more precious elixirs. Among them, some individuals have already consumed one or two of these potions, each valued at tens of thousands, and the remarkable effects have left them exhilarated. The efficacy of these elixirs is indeed unparalleled. Even those previously consumed, crafted by renowned alchemists, cannot compare in potency. As the auction progressed into the second and third days, the fervor only intensified. On the second day, over 300 elixirs fetched an astonishing 14 million gold coins. By the third day, the attendees were in a frenzy, acutely aware that once this auction concluded, such high-quality elixirs might not be available for a considerable time. The atmosphere was electric as guests fervently raised their bids, fearing they might miss out on these invaluable treasures. Some, driven by envy, even attempted to storm the stage to seize the elixirs. However, they were swiftly restrained mid-charge by the binding magic of a distinguished guest in the VIP room. The formidable figures of the Moonhowler King and the Titan King, both transformed into humanoid forms, delivered swift retribution to those attempting to disrupt. Their anguished cries resonated throughout the venue, serving as a stark reminder of the immense power backing the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Upon the conclusion of the third day's auction, the Tianyuan Chamber presented an impressive sum of over 16 million gold coins. Li Ruoqing promptly exchanged the gold for points, observing a balance of 32 million points in the item shop. With satisfaction, he acquired the complete set of items required to resurrect a god-level powerhouse. With 14 million points remaining, he also purchased the previously desired by Lin Yuhua and Bao Lei Yin. Drawing from prior experience, Li Ruoqing adeptly summoned the Qinglian flame for feeding, devouring 2 additional types of flames. The Qinglian flame visibly expanded, and the hazy figure within the fire became increasingly distinct. Suddenly, the flame detached from Li Ruoqing, dancing beside him, and a petite figure materialized before him. Ah, the Qinglian can take on human form? Li Ruoqing gazed, astonished, at the unexpectedly charming figure before him. I have met the master. A soft voice emerged from the petite beauty, causing Li Ruoqing to feel a sense of dissonance. What stood before him was a voluptuous woman, her figure alluring, yet her height left much to be desired. Ahem, Qinglian, your height? Li Ruoqing inquired with curiosity, pondering the possibility of remedying the situation. Although the proportions and appearance were commendable, the height of approximately 100 centimeters led him to almost mistake her for a figurine. Master, with the consumption of a few more potent flames, Qinglian will grow and evolve. However, having just coalesced her form, she lacks the energy to expand further. Qinglian expressed with a hint of regret. Chapter 115. The Kunlun Ruins Secret Realm. Reviving the divine beings. Though the incarnation of the blue lotus flame was diminutive, as long as one had sufficient points to purchase several servings of the special flame for her, she would soon grow, eventually becoming a captivating and alluring ornament for oneself. Following the conclusion of the auction, Li Ruoqing summoned Jian Songhai, Songyou, Zhao Yun, and Wang Yi. Amidst their puzzled expressions, Li Ruoqing cryptically announced his intention to lead them into another secret realm for exploration. Except for Wang Yi, who was exhilarated by his inaugural venture into a secret realm, the others wore solemn expressions. Would there be any danger? Jian Songhai felt a twinge of unease. Although his strength had indeed improved, it was still insufficient to confront all adversaries. The recent encounters with formidable demonic beings had been quite daunting. Li Ruoqing reassured them with a smile, stating that there would be no danger. This particular secret realm was unique, as they would be entering it with their souls. Even if they were to perish within, they would not truly die, only experience a period of weakness. Once the group was prepared and entered the Kunlun ruins, they were all taken aback to find that they not only materialized their bodies, but also brought along their mystical weapons and artifacts. Furthermore, they discovered that they could sense the laws of Yunlan continent within this realm, seemingly free from certain constraints. This place is rather extraordinary. We can even perceive the laws of the outside world, Sanyo remarked with curiosity. The previous Xianyuan platform secret realm had completely isolated them from external laws, allowing Li Nan and Li Sheng to develop in seclusion, progressing from ordinary demonic soldiers to the pinnacle of demon generals, and nearly ascending to the status of demon kings. Although we can sense the external laws here, we are still shielded from the external tribulations of lightning, which is one of the reasons I brought you here. Li Ruoqing explained with a smile. He had witnessed the tremendous commotion when Li Nan broke through to the martial god realm, which could easily attract unwanted attention. Should they encounter malevolent individuals intent on ambushing, the risks would be insufferably high. The ability to ascend to divine status discreetly aligned perfectly with Li Ruoqing's aspirations. Really? Sanyo exclaimed with excitement. The flame spirit beast had recently transcended to divine level, and a massive surge of energy was continuously emanating from it, indicating her own impending breakthrough to the martial god realm. Although there were secret techniques to enhance her success rate in achieving divinity, Li Ruoqing's method of avoiding tribulations was undeniably more reliable. Once she solidified her divine level, facing the divine tribulation would naturally be more assured. However, we must first attend to another matter. I need to summon another teammate, Li Ruoqing said with a mysterious smile, retrieving the deification strategy from his system space. Another teammate? Is it possible that others have entered? Wang Yi pondered in bewilderment. In his understanding, secret realms were typically quite isolated. How could one simply summon someone? It seemed too incredible to be true. Uncle Wang, is it feasible? It will soon be evident. Everyone, please step back a bit. I require some space. Li Ruoqing slowly unfurled the divine sealing strategy, and a myriad of treasures from within the system materialized before him. As the master of the divine sealing strategy, he commanded, "Revive the Qinglian demon god, Ziyun. Great soul resurrection technique." As soon as his words fell, a resplendent beam of light gracefully ascended from the divine sealing strategy. The treasures scattered on the ground seemed to respond to an unseen call, swiftly soaring into the air to merge with the luminous soul orb. Shortly thereafter, a vibrant sphere of energy materialized, infusing itself into the orb of light. While the onlookers remained perplexed by Li Ruoqing's actions, the light began to swell and shine ever more brilliantly, rendering it difficult for anyone to keep their eyes open. However, Li Ruoqing, holding the divine sealing strategy, remained unaffected, witnessing every transformation within the luminous orb. From his perspective, the orb rapidly morphed and elongated, gradually evolving limbs, and slowly, a human form emerged amidst the radiance. Li Ruoqing was entranced, observing each subtle transformation, from the initial orb of light to the emerging limbs, culminating in the formation of a human figure. The exquisite form, reminiscent of fine white jade, boasted long, elegant legs, flowing purple hair, and an enchanting beauty that left Li Ruoqing momentarily bewitched. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if the resuscitated demon god Ziyun was a captivating enchantress. So alluring was her appearance. Wait, she wouldn't be bare, would she? The thought struck Li Ruoqing suddenly. To prevent any awkwardness in the forthcoming scene, he promptly selected a loose magical robe from the system's space, leaping forth to embrace the newly revived Ziyun, wrapping the robe around her to avert any unexpected exposure. Your Highness, are you truly capable of conjuring life from thin air? Wang Yi exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. While he couldn't fathom Li Ruoqing's methods, he was nonetheless impressed by his prowess. Meanwhile, Jian Songhai and Songyu, witnessing the extraordinary spectacle, exchanged contemplative glances. To them, it seemed that Li Ruoqing had just engaged multiple laws, such as the laws of life, soul, and death. Yet, how could someone with merely the physical prowess of a martial sovereign and a true essence at the martial king level, though Li Ruoqing had indeed been diligently cultivating the enhanced star refinement technique during this time, possibly access such laws? Wasn't that a unique ability of the martial saint realm? How could Li Ruoqing, this anomaly, defy conventional understanding? Cradling the soft form in his arms, Li Ruoqing suppressed the stirrings of his heart, testing her breath and pulse, which were steady and strong, akin to that of any ordinary person. He playfully pinched the cheek of the beauty in his embrace, finding her skin delightfully supple, and calmly remarked, "Now that you have awakened, there is no need for pretense. This secret realm requires your assistance." The divine being herself remarked, "I never anticipated that the current master of the divine sealing strategy would be such a young fellow. So, sister, how does my skin feel? Would you like to touch it again?" With a playful smile, Ziyun stood up from Li Ruoqing's embrace, no longer concealing her consciousness. "Ahem. Let us discuss such matters upon our return. We must focus on the pressing issues at hand." Li Ruoqing was taken aback to discover that this ancient female demon goddess from 30,000 years ago was indeed quite unorthodox. He resolutely refused to fall into her traps, for he had pressing matters to attend to. He then introduced Ziyun's identity to the assembled company and succinctly briefed her on the current situation and the mysterious Kunlun ruins before them. "Goodness, my dear girl. I never expected you to be on the verge of breaking through to become a martial god at such a young age. You possess remarkable talent. Even in my era, there were scarcely a few who could ascend to the martial god hall at your age," Ziyun remarked with a hint of envy. During their time, the cultivation methods to reach divinity were few and far between, with many relying on self-exploration and even creating their own techniques. The most extraordinary among them was undoubtedly the later celestial warrior, Luo Xingqian, who not only achieved divinity in a remarkably short time, but also devised a unique body tempering technique, mastering both the sword laws and the laws of battle alongside the laws of the stars. Chapter 116. Divine Pressure, Terrifying Indeed, that is only natural. Upon hearing the praise from the formidable Ziyun, Sangyo felt a sense of pride swell within her. Although her rapid ascension to the pinnacle of the martial saint realm was largely attributable to the supreme secret arts of the Jiwei clan and the assistance of the flame spirit beast and the shadow phantom, her innate talent and cultivation was undeniably substantial. Earlier, upon hearing Ruoqing mention that she was the Qinglian demon goddess, Sangyo curiously inquired, "Sister, could it be that you are a formidable being beyond the martial god realm?" In response to Sangyo's question, Ziyun did not answer directly. Instead, she smiled enigmatically and said, "You might want to ask the adult about that." Having just awakened from the divine strategy, her strength had yet to be fully restored, and she was not inclined to divulge her information. Seeing Ziyun pass the question back to him, Li Ruoqing maintained his composure and replied calmly, "She is indeed a powerful being beyond the martial god realm, though her strength has not yet recovered. For now, we must focus on our primary objective. There lay a plethora of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and divine artifacts within this realm. If they could vanquish the unique creatures inhabiting it, they might very well yield bountiful rewards." Li Ruoqing's words swiftly captured the attention of the others. He had previously assured them that this secret realm posed no significant dangers. Even should they perish, they could swiftly recuperate after exiting, enduring only a brief period of weakness post-revival. However, when weighed against the treasures they might acquire, such concerns paled in comparison. Furthermore, with 3 martial saints present, including Ziyun, the likelihood of encountering peril within this secret realm was minimal. The group proceeded along the spacious corridor until they arrived at an altar, where they found no unusual phenomena, only 5 statues standing sentinel upon the dais. Just as they approached, intending to investigate further, it seemed they had inadvertently triggered a concealed mechanism. The once still statues suddenly animated, locking onto them and launching an assault. Goodness! This secret realm is exceedingly treacherous. Had it not been for our quick reflexes, we would have fallen victim to their ambush. Li Ruoqing sensed an ominous shift and swiftly employed the Gale Step to retreat hastily. Although he was shielded by divine armor, granting him immunity to the majority of damage, resilience did not equate to invulnerability against being knocked unconscious. He had previously been rendered unconscious by Li Nan's relentless assault. Zhao Yun, observing the encroaching puppets, hesitated not a moment and boldly advanced with his spear in hand. Meanwhile, Song Yu unleashed a plethora of cursed spells from the sidelines, while Jian Songhai summoned 3 flying swords from his sword box. Confronted with these puppets, slightly more robust than ordinary monsters, Song Yu and Jian Songhai refrained from exerting their full strength. Wang Yi and Ziyan stood by, watching without intervening. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the trio efficiently dispatched 5 pinnacle puppets of the martial sovereign realm. Following Li Ruoqing's instructions, Wang Yi stepped forward to search for any treasures on the defeated puppets. Ultimately, he unearthed several tattered runes and a few energy-infused crystals. To his delight, he had indeed stumbled upon valuable artifacts. Elated, he stowed the treasures in his storage pouch, reveling in his good fortune. Such a lucrative task of scavenging spoils was a rare opportunity. It seemed that Li Ruoqing was particularly fond of him. The group ascended the altar, engaging in a thorough exploration and observation, ultimately discovering a mechanism on a nearby stone platform. As they manipulated the device, a brilliant white light enveloped the altar, activating the intricate array inscribed upon it. Li Ruoqing quickly discerned that it was a teleportation array, calmly guiding his companions to the designated area. A flash of radiant light ensued, transporting them to another location within the secret realm. Curiously surveying their surroundings, they found themselves in a stone chamber, rather, a stone plaza. The peculiar illuminating crystals embedded in the walls brightened the entire expanse. However, after scanning the area, they discerned no signs of life apart from a few uniquely designed stone pillars standing sentinel. Could the mechanism be linked to the stone pillars? Zhao Yun pondered aloud. Following his lead, the others scrutinized the pillars. Indeed, they discovered that these pillars bore engravings resembling a special summoning array. Could it be that activating this summoning array and defeating all the monsters was the key to progressing to the next challenge? After a brief discussion, they resolved to test their hypothesis, as no other leads were apparent. With Jian Songhai activating the summoning array inscribed on the pillar, violet beams of light danced across the once expansive plaza, manifesting a host of robust thundercloud leopards, their strengths predominantly in the early stages of the monster's sovereign realm. The sheer magnitude of this spectacle startled them. Goodness, there appeared to be around 40 or 50 of these formidable beasts, far too formidable. Where on earth had so many powerful creatures emerged from, with only 6 of them present? Had it not been for Li Ruoqing's initiative to bring Zhang Yu and Jian Songhai along, they might have faced immediate annihilation in this encounter. Although the beasts had yet to launch an assault, the group remained vigilant. Jian Songhai summoned the remaining swords from his sword box, bracing for the impending confrontation, while Zhang Yu recited incantations, conjuring forth the shadow phantom and flame spirit beasts. Zhao Yun and Wang Yize stood beside Li Ruoqing, vigilant against any potential attack from the demonic beasts. "My lord, do you require my assistance?" Purple Yun provocatively inquired, her gaze fixed on Li Ruoqing. Though she had just been resurrected and her powers had yet to reach their former zenith, she was more than capable of handling the group of beasts before them. Moreover, she sensed a familiar aura emanating from Li Ruoqing, reminiscent of a long-lost acquaintance from 30,000 years ago, 2 acquaintances, to be precise. She resolved to delve deeper into understanding this rather extraordinary young master of the divine strategy. "No need," Li Ruoqing replied confidently. "Sangyo and Elder Jian are more than sufficient to deal with these beasts. If it becomes troublesome, I have other means." As he spoke, a dual-hued flame of azure and violet ignited in his right hand. Having undergone numerous enhancements through devouring, the azure lotus flame had grown immensely powerful. With a swift gesture, Li Ruoqing propelled the flame, which swiftly dispersed through the air, homing in on the multitude of thundercloud leopards. Before they could react, the small flicker of the azure lotus flame transformed into a raging inferno, rapidly engulfing their massive forms. Despite their frenzied struggles and cries, they could not extinguish the flames. Seeing Li Ruoqing take action, Sangyo and Jian Songhai wasted no time, launching themselves towards the surrounding thundercloud leopards. The attacked beasts, incensed by the assault, charged at Li Ruoqing and his companions. The flame spirit beast, witnessing this, stomped the ground, unleashing an overwhelming aura of a divine being, followed by a deafening roar that instantly quelled the enraged thundercloud leopards. Jian Songhai, observing the situation, swiftly executed a sword technique, transforming 7 swords into streaks of light that darted across the square, piercing through the bodies of their foes and showering the area with brilliant sprays of blood. Chapter 117. The Thorny Beast's Goodness. The power of this flame spirit beast is astounding, Li Ruoqing exclaimed, taken aback. He had not anticipated that merely wielding divine pressure and a roar could intimidate a multitude of thundercloud leopards at the martial emperor level. Truly an area of effect crowd control. Remarkable. He eagerly anticipated the moment when Sangyo would break through to the divine realm or when Purple Yun would regain her strength. He wondered how formidable they would become. Through the combined efforts of Jian Songhai and Sangyo, all the thundercloud leopards were eventually vanquished. Li Ruoqing, unceremoniously, commanded the azure lotus flame to incinerate all the corpses. When the flame, satiated, returned to his hand, the others gazed curiously at the fire he wielded. Jian Songhai and Sangyo had previously witnessed Li Ruoqing's flames in the Hanshuan platform's secret realm. But the fire before them now not only exhibited a change in color, but also demonstrated significantly enhanced power. The few thundercloud leopards had been reduced to ashes in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Ah, the flame you possess is truly remarkable. It can effortlessly incinerate even beasts of the martial emperor rank. As Ziyun observed everything with great curiosity, her keen senses, honed from her divine ascent as a member of the demon race, sensed an intriguing potential within the flame. It seemed to have developed a semblance of consciousness and might evolve into a being akin to herself. Not a chance. Li Ruoqing resolutely declined, for this was his meticulously nurtured treasure. Should Ziyun mishandle the azure lotus flame, he would find no solace for his loss. General Zilong, please proceed with activating the other pillars, Li Ruoqing instructed Zhao Yun. Ziyun, unfazed by his refusal, resolved to educate Li Ruoqing upon regaining her strength, making him understand that the demands of the azure lotus demon god were not to be dismissed lightly. As Zhao Yun activated the summoning formation on the second pillar, another wave of thundercloud leopards emerged, now embodying the mid-stage of the demonic emperor realm, their numbers still numbering around 40 to 50. The group executed their previous strategy flawlessly, annihilating these beasts. However, this time, the thundercloud leopards reduced to ashes left behind some treasures and crystals. Wang Yi, with a mischievous grin, stepped forward to collect the spoils, a task perfectly suited to his role as the chief steward. Once again, he gathered a considerable amount of runes and crystals. Upon the activation of the third pillar, the expressions of the onlookers turned grim. The summoned beasts had transformed into a different type. No longer were they thundercloud leopards, but rather a horde of enormous mantises at the peak of the demonic emperor realm. Their sharp scythes signaled they would pose a far greater challenge than their predecessors. Jian Songhai continued his previous tactic, maneuvering 7 swords through the throngs of beasts, yet the effectiveness had clearly diminished. The mantises' bodies were significantly tougher than the thundercloud leopards, with several only sustaining surface wounds. Such resilience astounded everyone present. Their defensive capability was astonishing. Furthermore, Jian Songhai's actions provoked the mantises, who swiftly charged toward Li Ruoqing and his companions. In response, Li Ruoqing summoned the azure lotus flame, dispersing it outward to swiftly form a blazing protective circle around them. As the mantises recklessly surged forward, they quickly became engulfed in the azure lotus flame, igniting into a fierce blaze. Yet, their strength and defenses were indeed extraordinary. Even the searing flames could not fully deter them, and they rapidly reached Li Ruoqing, brandishing their massive scythes for a lethal strike. However, Zhao Yun, standing guard, valiantly intercepted the blow with a spear. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ruoqing retrieved the divine fallen blade from his system space and, wielding the divine weapon, lunged forward. With a swift motion, a blade of light cleaved through the air, and the mantis, previously locked in combat with Zhao Yun, was instantly severed in two, its body tumbling to the ground, soon consumed by the azure lotus flame. The divine pressure of the flame spirit beast appeared to have little effect on the insectoid horde. In mere moments, they seemed to break free from their restraints, charging forward with reckless abandon. Jian Songhai was taken aback, realizing that his 7 sharp swords, at this moment, had failed to perform with the effortless grace of slicing through vegetables. Song Yu swiftly employed her poison technique, corrosion of flesh and bone, with a flick of her hand. Clouds of dark green toxic mist rapidly coalesced amidst the swarm of beasts, swiftly expanding outward. The once agile giant mantises seemed to be mired in a quagmire, their movements slowing dramatically. When Jian Songhai's swords swept through them once more, their previously formidable bodies were cleaved apart as easily as paper. What had once seemed a terrifying tide of insects was ultimately vanquished through the close cooperation of the few. Yet this time, their endeavor was far from the light-hearted ease they had experienced before. As Wang Yi collected the treasures strewn across the ground, a somber expression settled upon their faces. They surmised that upon activating the 4th pillar, they might very well confront around 40 to 50 initial stage demonic beasts. Given the current circumstances, they were utterly ill-equipped to handle such a threat. Silence enveloped them, each person reluctant to break it. Without a strategy, they risked perishing beneath the claws of the beasts. Li Ruoqing felt equally exasperated. According to the system's prior hints, this secret realm was supposed to facilitate the rapid advancement of his martial sovereigns and martial emperors. Yet, in their present predicament, they might be annihilated before even having a chance to progress. What, then, was the purpose of this secret realm? Surely the system could not be this cruel? Li Ruoqing's head throbbed, recalling that if a game instance proved insurmountable, there were usually clever alternatives. But what could such a shortcut be? Surveying the desolate plaza, devoid of anything save a few pillars, Li Ruoqing found himself at a loss. His gaze drifted to his companions before finally resting on Wang Yi, specifically on the runes he held. Uncle Wang, may I see that rune? Li Ruoqing thought it prudent to cling to a flicker of hope, taking a few runes from Wang Yi's hands. Examining the peculiar inscriptions that resembled cryptic symbols, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Who could possibly decipher such a thing? Ultimately, Li Ruoqing spent 100,000 points at the item shop to procure an Eye of Insight, which revealed the rune-specific information. It was an ancient heavenly soldier summoning rune, inscribed with a special incantation capable of summoning a celestial soldier from another realm, peak of the lower divine tier, to vanquish all evil. However, the rune was ancient, its energy waning, allowing the summoned soldier to persist for only 5 minutes. Chapter 118. The potent summoning rune. It seemed that the key to breaking the deadlock lay within these runes. Should they fail to prevail, they would have to resign themselves to their fate, Li Ruoqing thought grimly. Steeling himself, he gestured to Zhao Yun to proceed with activating the 4th stone pillar. The summoning array upon the pillar flickered briefly before manifesting dozens of initial stage martial saints in the form of gigantic mantises, just as they had anticipated. At this moment, Li Ruoqing crushed the 2 runes in his hand completely. Suddenly, 2 beams of radiant light pierced through the stone chamber, descending from above, revealing 2 expressionless soldiers clad in heavy armor. Li Ruoqing exclaimed, "Now is the time. Quickly lure all those monsters over here. These celestial warriors can only fight for 5 minutes. We must eliminate them all within this time frame." Without further hesitation, everyone sprang into action. Swiftly, Jian Songhai used his sword to attract over a dozen mantises in the vicinity. However, as these mantises approached the area near the celestial warriors, the previously motionless figures seemed to awaken, launching an immediate assault on the monsters. Wielding their weapons, they plunged into the swarm, their sharp blades effortlessly slicing through the mantises' tough exoskeletons, with some mantises being cleaved in 2, meeting instant demise. The gruesome slaughter soon attracted nearby mantises. Drawn by the rich scent of blood, they surged toward the 2 celestial warriors. Faced with the onslaught of dozens of mantises, one of the celestial warriors raised his weapon high above his head. Within moments, a large, ethereal cloud gathered above the square, followed by a sudden downpour of lightning, as thick as a child's arm, striking the multitude of mantises, obliterating them into fragments. As they witnessed the relentless rain of lightning and the rapidly diminishing number of mantises, the onlookers could not help but swallow hard. Where did these formidable beings come from? How are they so powerful? Wang Yi felt utterly bewildered. Having initially thought that the prowess of Jian Songhai and Zhang Yu, 2 masters at the martial saint level, was sufficient, he was astonished to realize that these newly appeared entities surpassed even Jian Songhai's strength, causing his worldview to shatter. "My lord, did you just use that rune to summon these 2 powerful puppets?" Ziyun had been closely observing Li Ruoqing's every move, convinced that these suddenly manifested puppets were his doing, though she remained uncertain about the connection to the earlier runes. Indeed, Li Ruoqing replied, partly truthfully, "I examined these runes earlier, and they seemed to bear some special summoning symbols. So, with a spirit of experimentation, I used them, never expecting the summoned puppets to be so formidable." He had anticipated that Ziyun, being a powerful figure from 30,000 years ago, might recognize that these puppets were avatars of ancient celestial warriors. But it appeared he had overthought it. It was unexpected to witness the grandeur of ancient celestial warriors in this secret realm. Even a mere avatar could possess such formidable strength, rivaling that of a lower deity. It seemed that the life-saving artifacts in the secret realm were likely these runes capable of summoning powerful entities, warranting a thorough search later. As the 5 minutes elapsed, all the early-stage martial saint mantises had been slaughtered, and the summoned celestial warriors vanished from sight. Li Ruoqing surveyed the ground strewn with mantis corpses and summoned the Qinglian flame to clean the scene. Once the bodies were reduced to ashes, several items emerged in the center of the square. After gathering everything, Wang Yi reported to Li Ruoqing, "My lord, we now have a total of 20 runes and over 10 crystal shards." Li Ruoqing nodded slightly and remarked, "These runes possess the ability to summon the formidable puppets we encountered earlier, which will assist us in eliminating the monsters. Let each of us take a few for precautionary measures." Once all 4 summoning arrays on the stone pillars were activated, a teleportation array materialized at the center of the pillars. As anticipated, this should serve as the passage to the next level. Upon traversing the teleportation array, the group was astounded by the scene before them. Not far down the corridor, numerous powerful beasts roamed back and forth, exuding an aura that suggested they were all at least at the martial sovereign level. Truly, this was an ancient secret realm. Even the minions within were of such high caliber. Li Ruoqing felt somewhat helpless. The reality diverged significantly from his initial expectations. He had envisioned leading everyone into this secret realm for profound cultivation, aiming to considerably enhance their abilities, only to find it fraught with peril, where a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Ruoqing, may I borrow the divine fallen blade? I shall pave the way, Jian Songhai proposed after a moment of contemplation. Li Ruoqing nodded and handed over the divine fallen blade without hesitation. How generous! A supreme divine weapon given so readily to another? When will I receive one as well? Ziyun gazed enviously at the divine fallen blade in Jian Songhai's hand and turned to Li Ruoqing. Isn't the fur you wear a divine artifact? If you dislike it, you may remove it and return it to me, Li Ruoqing replied with a smile. While he indeed possessed several divine artifacts, he harbored no fondness for Ziyun, who had merely been idling since her resurrection, her strength not yet restored. The notion that she might seek to obtain treasures from him without effort was laughable. Li Ruoqing chose not to respond to her, and instead retrieved another divine-grade great sword from the system space to serve as his temporary weapon, following closely behind Jian Songhai. The others soon joined, with Songyou and Ming bringing up the rear alongside the flame spirit beast. As Jian Songhai wielded the treasured sword and the divine fallen blade to slay the formidable beasts ahead, Li Ruoqing brandished the great sword in one hand while manipulating the Qinglian flame with the other, delivering the final blows to the wounded beasts, ensuring their demise. Since the enhancement of the starry body refinement technique, Li Ruoqing had noticed a significant increase in his physical strength with each training session. As the strength of his body continued to grow, the meridians within him expanded and strengthened, allowing him to easily endure even potent elixirs like the Earth Spirit Pill. The overwhelming surge of spiritual energy posed no threat to him whatsoever. During this exploration of the secret realm, he was eager to test the extent of his advancements in strength compared to before. After approximately an hour of joint combat, the group finally reached the end of the corridor. The guardian monster stationed there exuded an aura that was hardly inferior to that of the already god-tier flame spirit beast. Instinctively, Li Ruoqing activated the Eye of Insight and discovered that the slumbering boss before them was indeed comparable to their expectations, the Enma Commander. A lower-tier god-level entity with violent, immobilization, and summoning abilities among various other special skills, clearly not a foe to be underestimated. Chapter 119. Is this the training room? This adversary is rather formidable. It possesses the strength of a lower-tier god. Li Ruoqing addressed the crowd, suggesting that each person utilize a rune to summon celestial soldiers in a bid to swiftly eliminate their adversary. As the group approached the stone chamber, they quickly shattered the runes they had received, and suddenly, 5 celestial soldier avatars materialized within the previously empty hall. The moment these avatars emerged, they locked onto their target, the formidable leader of the underworld, initiating an intense confrontation between beings of divine realms. From a distance, Songyou unleashed the explosive frenzy, significantly amplifying the power of the flame spirit beast and the phantom, who then launched their assault on the underworld leader. Jian Songhai, standing at a distance, wielded the divine fallen blade through his sword mastery, directing it towards the underworld leader. In a flurry of chaos, the recently awakened underworld leader found himself besieged by numerous attacks, leaving him momentarily defenseless and subjected to relentless blows. In an effort to bring a swift conclusion to the battle, Songyou employed another secret technique, life divergence, which swiftly drained the target's vitality, diminishing it by 110 points and plunging the leader into a state of weakness. Currently, the underworld leader was besieged by multiple celestial soldiers, rendering him unable to retaliate. Even upon realizing he had been afflicted by this peculiar debuff, he found himself powerless to counteract it. Witnessing the fierce battle unfold within the hall, everyone was awestruck by the formidable celestial soldier avatars and the underworld leader's prowess against the onslaught of similarly ranked opponents. The underworld leader's exceptional defenses surprisingly held firm until the celestial soldiers began to summon lightning strikes. The relentless barrage of powerful bolts of lightning struck the underworld leader, shattering the heavy armor that adorned him. Seeing this, Jian Songhai directed the divine fallen blade towards the more vulnerable areas of the leader's defense. In a dazzling display of blade light, the once mighty underworld leader was swiftly pierced through the waist, blood gushing from the wound. As Songyou and Jian Songhai continued to unleash their ultimate techniques to send the underworld leader to his demise, Ziyun, who had been lingering on the sidelines, interjected. I shall take over from here. By consuming him, my strength should be restored significantly. An ethereal blue lotus projection appeared, and before anyone could react, it swiftly darted towards the wound of the underworld leader. The leader seemed to sense the impending danger, letting out a furious roar as his previously waning energy surged anew. He swung his long blade, executing a sweeping motion that sent two celestial soldiers, engaged in close combat, flying. However, he clearly underestimated Ziyun's capabilities. The illusory blue lotus shattered upon impact, yet before it could relax its guard, it deftly maneuvered around the long blade and forcefully plunged into the leader's wound. The celestial soldiers, having been momentarily repelled, steadied themselves before launching another assault. Potent energy erupted within the hall, and had the others not maintained their distance, they would have surely been caught in the terrifying energy waves, suffering grievous harm. Soon after, Li Ruoqing noticed that the originally vibrant blue lotus embedded in the body of the Lord of Yinmao was rapidly undergoing a transformation, soon acquiring a crimson hue that deepened with each passing moment. Could it be siphoning the life force and true essence of the Lord of Yinmao? Li Ruoqing speculated. Glancing at Ziyun, he observed her demeanor remained remarkably composed, as though everything was well within her control. The battle continued for another 2 minutes, during which Sangyo executed the technique of life division for the second time. Although the Lord of Yinmao attempted to summon demonic creatures for assistance, the monsters within the corridor had all been vanquished, rendering his efforts futile. The blue lotus affixed to his waist had fully transformed into a blood lotus, and a second diminutive blue lotus had sprouted beside it, with his vital essence, life force, and energy rapidly depleting. The Lord of Yinmao ultimately succumbed to the relentless assault of 5 heavenly soldiers, unable to alter his grim fate. Ziyun beckoned to the 2 blue lotuses, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to her grasp before vanishing from sight. Subsequently, her complexion became even more radiant, and her aura steadily intensified, swiftly ascending from the early stages of martial sage to the pinnacle of martial sage. Li Ruoqing gazed upon the fallen Lord of Yinmao, then commenced his scavenging expedition. The well-preserved long sword, which had endured a protracted battle with several heavenly soldiers without sustaining any damage, was undoubtedly a treasure. Next was the damaged armor adorning the Lord's form, which Li Ruoqing instructed Wang Yi to remove. However, beneath the armor, the once robust demonic physique had withered to little more than skin and bones. Could it be that you drained him completely? Li Ruoqing remarked softly to Ziyun. Initially, he had contemplated exchanging the body of this formidable demon for points, but now, with it reduced to mere remnants, such a prospect was evidently impossible. My blue lotus likely absorbed about 50% of his life force. The remainder must have been seized by this young lady through her secret techniques, Ziyun elucidated. She had hoped to monopolize the energy, which might have allowed her to restore her divine prowess directly. However, she had not anticipated that among their ranks, there were others capable of employing techniques to siphon life force, thwarting her plans. After a meticulous search, they ultimately uncovered 10 runes and several energy crystals, along with a teleportation array leading to the next challenge hidden in the corner of the hall. Upon arriving at the new location, they found themselves in a training chamber replete with intricate formations. This formation seems familiar. Is this a spirit gathering array? An acceleration array? Ziyun exclaimed in surprise. Many of the formations, while recognizable, were far more sophisticated than those she was accustomed to, and the sheer number of overlapping arrays raised concerns about potential complications. There are slots for activating the formations. It appears something must be inserted, Sangyo observed as he scanned the surroundings. The group gathered curiously. The slots likely required energy crystals. If sufficient energy crystals are placed within, the array should activate, Jian Songhai conjectured, drawing from decades of experience traversing the continent and having witnessed similar activation methods. Then let us give it a try. Uncle Wang, if we can truly activate the array by placing the previously collected crystals inside, we shall be able to cultivate here for a while, Li Ruoqing proposed. Following Li Ruoqing's instructions, Wang Yi placed all the crystals from his storage bag into the designated area. In no time, the entire array within the stone chamber began to illuminate gradually. The ceiling above the hall underwent a transformation, with the intricate array inscribed to summon the stars being activated one by one. Within a short span, an abundance of energy surged into the stone chamber, enveloping everyone in an increasingly dense tide of energy. Chapter 120. Continuous Breakthroughs. The infernal demon god inside the cultivation chamber. The spiritual energy became so concentrated that it nearly approached liquefaction. Without wasting any more time, everyone began their cultivation. Li Ruoqing sat cross-legged, operating the stellar body refinement technique, and his body transformed into a vortex, rapidly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The others also activated their respective techniques, swiftly drawing in the spiritual essence from the chamber. The formation of this cultivation room was simply astonishing. Various types of formations overlapped to forge this space into a sanctuary for cultivation. Spiritual energy continuously flowed into the chamber from the outside, and even as the group fervently absorbed it. The richness of the spiritual essence within the stone chamber showed no sign of diminishing. Li Ruoqing began to understand. It seemed that the benefits mentioned by the system were indeed embodied in this cultivation chamber within the secret realm. He could distinctly feel the true essence within him rapidly expanding, breaking through barriers, and ascending to the mid-stage of the martial king realm, then further to the late stage. Time flew by, and those immersed in cultivation did not notice how long had passed. They simply felt their cultivation levels perpetually rising. Throughout this period, everyone's cultivation experienced varying degrees of elevation. The most notable advancement was that of Tsang Yu, who, having already reached the pinnacle of the martial saint realm, successfully ascended to the martial god realm under the dual impact of the flame spirit beasts nurturing and the immense influx of spiritual energy. However, due to the secret realm's isolation from the external world, the divine tribulation did not descend. Next was Ziyun, who, despite absorbing a vast amount of spiritual energy, remained silent. Jian Songhai successfully reached the mid-stage of the martial saint realm, his sword intent becoming increasingly refined and formidable. Wang Yi and Zhao Yun, having lower cultivation levels, experienced even more pronounced gains during this session. Wang Yi, initially at the late stage of the martial king realm, successfully advanced to the martial venerable realm and then to the mid-stage of the martial venerable realm. Zhao Yun surged from the early stage to the mid-stage, late stage, and ultimately to the peak, suggesting that with a bit more cultivation time, he could break through to the martial emperor realm. Note, since the division of spoils, everyone has switched to practicing heavenly tier techniques, significantly enhancing their cultivation speed. Ding. Detection of a hero under the host achieving a divine level promotion has been completed, and the hidden task rewards have been issued to the system space. Please check for your rewards. Li Ruoqing paid no mind to the system's notification. He was deeply engrossed in his rigorous cultivation, the vast spiritual energy continuously crashing against his meridians and flowing into his dantian. His martial arts prowess elevated swiftly under the immense energy's impetus, while the stellar power descending from above seemed to respond to some unseen call, converging directly towards Li Ruoqing. As a vast array of celestial energies converged, Li Ruoqing underwent a remarkable transformation. His aura surged dramatically, and a faint luminescence enveloped his form, while a star-like mark gradually materialized upon his brow. Once the crystals within the slots were depleted and the formations ceased their operation, all present concluded their cultivation after absorbing the last remnants of spiritual energy. Each individual reaped significant benefits from this session, their powers markedly enhanced. What a pity! Had it continued a while longer, I might have ascended to the late stage of martial saint, Jian Songhai remarked with a hint of lingering desire. Indeed, if it could have lasted just a bit longer, we could have shattered several more thresholds. Wang Yi and Zhao Yun nodded in agreement. Here, they discovered that advancement was often astonishingly straightforward. As long as their true essence was sufficient, breakthroughs could be achieved effortlessly, without the external frustrations of being trapped at a bottleneck. No wonder Li Ruoqing had brought them to this secret realm. It was truly a treasure trove. Li Ruoqing smiled and solemnly stated, "The strongest monster within this secret realm should be lurking in the upcoming challenge. Although everyone has gained strength, we must remain vigilant." According to the information he possessed, they were approaching the final trial of this secret realm, where they might encounter a being even more formidable than the Demon Lord. As the group stepped into the teleportation array and arrived at the new challenge, they found themselves in yet another expansive plaza. In the center stood a colossal golden pillar, starkly solitary against the emptiness. Could it be that we are to touch the pillar to activate the summoning array above? Wang Yi murmured. It seems so. There is nothing else here. Li Ruoqing did not dispute Wang Yi's conjecture. Zhao Yun bravely advanced to activate the pillar. However, as the formation upon the pillar illuminated, an overwhelming aura of demonic power surged forth, engulfing them with its might. This is bad. Quickly, unleash the runes and summon the puppets for battle. Li Ruoqing bellowed, swiftly shattering the celestial soldier rune upon his person. Seeing this, the others wasted no time and similarly shattered the celestial soldier runes they had received, summoning celestial soldiers to engage in combat. The immense pressure from moments ago left even the newly ascended lower divine being, Sang Yu, feeling breathless. Such an aura could only belong to an extraordinarily powerful entity. Without summoning celestial soldiers for battle, they would likely be obliterated the instant that formidable creature descended. Soon, Under their watchful gaze, a colossal figure tore through the fabric of space, materializing at the center of the plaza. The celestial soldier avatars, already on standby, surged forth to confront it. Li Ruoqing, instinctively employing his eye of insight, sought to glean any useful information about the fearsome being radiating an aura of dread. Target information. The infernal demon Zhurong's avatar, a supreme demon from the divine and demonic wars eons ago, was sealed in Kunlun ruins after being vanquished by ancient celestial beings. As time has passed, the strength of the seal has waned, allowing the summoning of its avatar through a totemic pillar. This avatar possesses the power of a mid-tier deity. Upon its defeat, one may acquire a fragment of the flame law and a considerable amount of high-grade crystals, with the potential to obtain numerous artifacts collected by Zhurong. Li Ruoqing found himself utterly speechless, contemplating the formidable presence of a mid-tier deity, one that even the celestial soldiers might struggle to withstand. At this moment, he realized they were facing an avatar of the infernal demon, and he could only imagine the overwhelming power of its true form. The celestial soldiers, with their limited strength akin to low-tier deities, could only sustain battle for 5 minutes. Once that time elapsed, what recourse would they have? Would they simply charge headlong into danger? Li Ruoqing felt a growing sense of despair, while Zhao Yun wore a look of bewilderment, questioning his ill fortune for summoning such a formidable foe. Was there any hope of overcoming this challenge? Ziyun, with a grave expression, gazed at the rampaging demon avatar in the center of the plaza, realizing the gravity of their predicament. Despite having been dormant for 30,000 years, the powerful aura was unmistakable. Mid-tier deity strength was once the hallmark of the greatest warriors of the Yunlan continent 3 millennia ago. What realm had Li Ruoqing led them into? And how could such a terrifying demon exist? Chapter 121. Continue to feel. Life or death depends on fortitude. The once mighty celestial soldiers were sent flying by a strike from the infernal demon Zhurong, barely managing to rise, though their vigor was significantly diminished. The atmosphere grew grim as everyone recognized that, despite their brief combat duration of 5 minutes, these puppets were indeed genuine low-tier deities. If even they could not withstand a single blow from the infernal demon, what chance did they have? Li Ruoqing steeled himself and urged the others to shatter more runes, summoning additional celestial soldiers to fight, hoping that sheer numbers would wear down the infernal demon. However, the likelihood of success was shrouded in uncertainty. As time progressed, their expressions darkened further. Within less than 5 minutes, the first batch of summoned celestial soldiers had been obliterated by the powerful infernal demon, and the newly summoned soldiers would not last much longer. Their doom seemed inevitable. In a moment of desperation, Li Ruoqing's gaze fell upon a golden pillar, and a surge of information flooded his mind. The Pillar of Destiny, when infused with spiritual energy, could activate the summoning array, with a chance to summon the avatar of the infernal demon, demonic creatures, ancient runes, or the souls of ancient divine generals. Could the ancient divine general souls possibly defeat this infernal demon avatar? Excitement surged within Li Ruoqing, as the seemingly hopeless situation appeared to hold a glimmer of salvation. Li Ruoqing swiftly conveyed his discoveries to several individuals, subsequently urging them to gamble on their fortunes at the Pillar of Destiny. To avert the summoning of additional demonic entities that would further complicate their predicament, Li Ruoqing instructed the group to shatter a rune, thus invoking a third wave of celestial puppets as a precautionary measure. Your Highness, perhaps I should activate the summoning array once more, Zhao Yun suggested, his voice tinged with guilt. He had not anticipated that his luck would so poorly manifest, resulting in the immediate summoning of such a formidable boss. Had it not been for Li Ruoqing's foresight in having them summon celestial beings to restrain the infernal demon god, they would have already met their demise. Absolutely not. Let others engage with the summoning array. Li Ruoqing firmly declined Zhao Yun's proposition, should this individual's luck prove equally unfortunate. Summoning another avatar of the infernal demon god would spell disaster for them all. Thereafter, Li Ruoqing, Song Yu, Jian Songhai, Ziyun, and Wang Yi took turns activating the summoning array, yet fortune eluded them as they failed to summon the ancient divine general's battle spirit. They did, however, manage to procure several ancient runes, which could summon celestial beings. This is utterly ridiculous. Who conceived this secret realm? It is as if they are toying with us. A major boss appears instantaneously, yet we cannot summon the divine general capable of countering it. How are we to prevail? Li Ruoqing lamented, feeling increasingly frantic. They had already dispatched a fourth wave of celestial beings to occupy the infernal demon god, and if they failed to summon the ancient divine general in the next round, their fates would be sealed. When it was once again Song Yu's turn to activate the summoning array, The entire plaza trembled significantly, and a powerful aura emanated from above. Another mid-tier formidable being, Ziyun exclaimed in astonishment. She had not anticipated the presence of so many divine-level entities within this secret realm, let alone a second mid-tier stronghold. Thank heavens, it has finally been summoned. Li Ruoqing exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he beheld the ancient divine general's battle spirit descending upon the plaza, radiating an overwhelming presence and formidable pressure. Song Yu, Jinlao, lend your assistance to the divine general. Li Ruoqing urged them. Once we vanquish this infernal demon god, we shall reap immense rewards. He then turned to the still-dazed Ziyun, advising, if you aspire to transcend to the mid-tier divine realm, remember to employ the methods we discussed earlier against this demon. Opportunities like this are rare. Should you miss it, you may have to wait much longer. His words struck a chord, and Ziyun quickly regained her composure. Li Ruoqing was indeed correct. Encounters with mid-tier divine beings were infrequent. Now, with another mid-tier divine entity to contend with, if they coordinated effectively, she might seize the opportunity to emerge as the ultimate victor, possibly devouring this powerful demon and breaking through her constraints to ascend to the mid-tier realm, a pinnacle achieved only by a select few 30,000 years ago. Are you not concerned that I might grow stronger and turn the tables, consuming you instead? Ziyun gazed at Li Ruoqing with an alluring expression, her brow furrowed in confusion. Did this little fellow truly not fear that once her strength surged, she might escape his control? If you have confidence, by all means, give it a try. But if I happen to bully you, do not come crying to me, Li Ruoqing replied with a grin. He had long sought an opportunity to discipline this somewhat mischievous elder woman, with the divine strategy in his grasp. Even if Ziyun were to ascend to the mid-level divine realm, it would make no difference. She would still be obliged to obey him. If she were to defy him, well, he had his methods. Upon witnessing Li Ruoqing's confidence, Ziyun hesitated no longer. She focused intently on the unfolding battle, meticulously observing the situation in search of an opportune moment to strike. Given the vast disparity in strength between their ranks and the fierce clash occurring in the center of the square between the demon god and the divine generals, none dared to unleash their full power for fear of inadvertently attracting the attention of the infernal demon god and suffering a grievous blow. Just moments ago, 2 heavenly soldiers had succumbed to the infernal demon god's staff attack, reduced to mere rubble. Only 3 heavenly soldiers and the ancient divine general's battle spirit remained on the battlefield, in a bid to swiftly vanquish this formidable boss. They ultimately crushed the few remaining talismans they possessed, summoning the last wave of heavenly soldiers to the fray. The infernal demon god, Zhu Rong, regarded these relentless heavenly soldiers as bothersome flies, seemingly endless and impossible to dispel, significantly disrupting its duel with the ancient divine general. Distracted, it endured several successive blows, inciting its fury. In retaliation, it unleashed the infernal sea of fire, which erupted violently from its form, igniting the square with searing flames. Caught unawares, the heavenly soldiers were quickly scorched by the inferno, their combat effectiveness plummeting. Observing this, the divine general hastily cast an ice-based spell, summoning a colossal ice dragon that encased the entire square in frost. Even the infernal demon god was taken aback by the sudden and terrifying power of this freezing assault. Damn it, were it not for my true self being suppressed beneath the Kunlun divine mountain, how could I be ensnared by mere ants today? I refuse to accept this. The infernal demon god roared in madness, recalling its past dominance in the demon realm, only to find itself sealed due to a moment of carelessness. Now, having finally escaped its imprisonment to the secret realm, it was infuriating to be detained by an inconspicuous divine general spirit and unable to claim victory. Chapter 122. The Humiliated Infernal Demon God. A defeated general has no right to speak of valor. If my heavenly court managed to subdue you once, it will surely do so a second and third time. Undeterred by the furious infernal demon god, the divine general unflinchingly jabbed at its painful past, further stoking the demon's wrath. How audacious. Watch as I tear you apart today. The furious infernal demon god, provoked, faced the attacks of the divine general's spirit head-on, enduring the strikes with its body. Half of its form became frozen solid by the bitter cold, yet it gritted its teeth and wielded the fiery staff against the divine general with ferocity. The blazing staff struck the divine general's form, instantly inflicting severe burns, prompting a hasty retreat from the divine general in response to the pain. The combat style, characterized by brutal confrontation and near-quarter struggle, has resulted in escalating injuries for both sides, yet neither has gained a significant advantage. Although the divine general gradually finds himself at a disadvantage, those observing the battlefield quickly discern an opportunity. The hell demon, having recklessly gambled with its life, soon sustains serious injuries. The once impenetrable armor has been shattered by the divine general's formidable assaults, presenting the very opening that Ziyun has been patiently awaiting. In an instant, two ethereal blue lotuses converge rapidly within her palm, silently plunging toward the wound of the hell demon. At this moment, Sanyo once again employs the secret technique of life partitioning, swiftly siphoning the immense vitality from Zhu Rong. Initially oblivious to the anomaly due to its loss of reason, it continues to engage in battle with the divine general. However, as time passes, the tide of battle begins to turn against it. It, once in a position of dominance, gradually finds itself overwhelmed. Despite its earlier surge in power from its furious state, it now distinctly senses its strength waning, accompanied by a palpable sense of weakness. This revelation induces a sense of panic, for it starkly contrasts with its prior expectations. Regaining clarity, it finally perceives that something is incessantly devouring its vitality. The blood lotus blossoming in its abdomen seems to be voraciously siphoning its life force, while a distant, insignificant creature employs secret arts to further diminish its vitality. Infuriated, the hell demon bellows in rage. "You wretched insects dare to conspire against me. Perish." With fury, it swings the fire god pillar toward Sanyo. However, the flame spirit beast intervenes, swiftly altering the trajectory of the descending pillar. The hell demon is caught off guard, realizing that its desperate strike has missed its mark. Thwarted by a creature from the demon realm, a profound humiliation indeed. Just as it prepares to strike again, the divine general's assault arrives in an instant. A massive ice bomb locking onto it. With no time to evade, it can only attempt to disperse the attack with the fire god pillar, underestimating its diminished strength. Having had 13 units of vitality drained, its power has significantly diminished, plummeting from a mid-tier divine realm to a lower-tier divine realm. In mere moments, the fire god pillar succumbs to freezing, the intense frost quickly spreading through its hands and body. Taking advantage of the situation, the bystanders spring into action as they witness the once mighty hell demon ensnared in a predicament. Jian Songhai once again unleashes a devastating combined attack, striking fiercely at the demon's back, causing demon blood to splatter in an instant, eliciting a pained howl from Zhu Rong. Following this, 3 blue lotuses dart into the wound, swiftly extracting the remaining vitality of the demon. The flame spirit beast seizes the opportunity to clamp down on the demon's right leg, its sharp fangs piercing through its defenses, with copious amounts of demon blood flowing from the wound. Ultimately, the mid-tier hell demon Zhu Rong is brutally slain amidst the onslaught of the collective effort. After the divine general vanquishes the demon's avatar, he too dissipates into thin air. Much like the previous Yama commander, an abundance of vitality has been absorbed by Ziyun through the ethereal blue lotuses, leaving the lifeless form on the ground nearly hollow. While scavenging for spoils, Li Ruoqing successfully acquired the colossal fire god pillar. However, barely had he grasped it when he was suddenly targeted by the Qinglian flame, which promptly consumed him. It appeared that this fire god pillar contained numerous principles of flame, and the Qinglian flame, in its voracious consumption, exuded a sense of delight. Li Ruoqing surmised that this entity was likely enamored with the flame principles contained within. Although Li Ruoqing had taken possession of the fire god pillar, Wang Yi meticulously searched the remains of the purgatory demon god and, to his astonishment, discovered 2 treasures. The first was a defensive artifact, the divine string necklace, crafted by an unparalleled ancient powerhouse to subdue the formidable demon race. Those who donned the divine string could ward off malevolence and banish inner demons, possessing remarkable defensive capabilities. During the cataclysmic war between the celestial court and the demon realm, many celestial warriors perished, and the divine string was claimed by the purgatory demon god Zhu Rong as a trophy. The second treasure was the celestial combat chi, a refined essence formed by the convergence of the laws of battle, wielded by a supreme god-level expert. This essence could accelerate one's comprehension of the laws of battle through its absorption, eliminating the need for millennia of arduous cultivation, an unparalleled gem that was almost unattainable for those below the supreme god level. In the end, Li Ruoqing also removed the damaged battle armor from the purgatory demon god's corpse. Though in ruins, the system's marketplace could still recover it. Observing his points balance surge by over 1,000,000 points, Li Ruoqing felt elated, beginning to comprehend why the system deemed the Kunlun ruins a place for rapidly enhancing a hero's strength. As long as one could pass the preceding trials and reach the stone chamber that accelerated cultivation, one's abilities would naturally advance. However, a key condition remained. The heroes entering the secret realm must possess at least martial saint-level strength, allowing them a margin of safety against potential dangers. Otherwise, the formidable Yama commander alone could annihilate all heroes who ventured into the secret realm. After collecting their loot, the group exited the secret realm. Following their triumph over the purgatory demon god, a teleportation array appeared in the square, providing a means of departing the secret realm. Although the column of fate could still be activated, they dared not approach it again, should a powerful demon avatar be summoned. With their runes exhausted and the divine general's battle spirit having vanished, they would stand no chance of resistance. Thus, they wisely chose to retreat. Upon Li Ruoqing's soul returning to his body, he was astonished to find a soft form nestled in his embrace, none other than the enchanting Qinglian demon god Ziyun. Now, if she refrained from exuding her aura, she bore no distinction from an ordinary woman, and none would suspect that this captivating beauty was, in fact, a peerless powerhouse at the pinnacle of the lower divine realm. If you don't get up soon, I shall be less than courteous, Li Ruoqing remarked coolly, glancing at the temptress Ziyun, and playfully slapped her on the backside. Chapter 123. Ruthless and deceptive. Following their expedition in the Kunlun ruins, Li Ruoqing and his companions, including Jian Songhai and Song Yu, experienced a significant enhancement in their abilities, far surpassing their expectations. Note: the group had cultivated within the Kunlun ruins for approximately 30 days, while 3 days passed in the real world. Initially, there was some concern regarding the formidable Xianming sect, which had previously attacked Frost City. However, now that they are fortified by 2 divine-level warriors, there is little to fear. The previously unfavorable situation has shown a marked transformation. The following day, Li Ruoqing instructed Yang Yu to draft an announcement, one copy dispatched to the imperial capital and another sent westward to the Songlong dynasty. The essence of the message conveyed that Frost City had recently suffered an assault and the assailants were captured alive. Upon interrogation, it was revealed that they were disciples of the Xianming sect within the territory of the Songlong dynasty. Li Ruoqing demanded the surrender of these individuals, warning that failure to comply would be deemed a provocation, warranting a retaliatory response. The tone of the announcement was decidedly assertive, and when Li Xiuan, situated in the imperial capital, beheld it, he momentarily questioned the sanity of his 6th brother. Hadn't he the north been stabilized just days prior? Was it wise to provoke a confrontation with the Songlong dynasty? Although the Xianming sect had audaciously attacked a royal vassal, could such a brazen declaration of enmity against the Songlong dynasty yield any favorable outcome? Many ministers scoffed at Li Ruoqing's actions, believing it could very well incite a war between the 2 great dynasties, and proposed that he be restrained or even impeached to curtail his authority in the northern territories. Observing the commotion among the ministers, Li Xiuan's expression darkened further. How could they possibly restrain Li Ruoqing, whose formidable subordinates surpassed even the offerings in the imperial capital? Would words suffice? If mere rhetoric were effective, the Kangwolf Empire in the north would have long been vanquished by their verbal assaults. Utterly inept, they were champions of internal discord, a collection of incompetence. Several participating princes remained silent. The scouts they had sent to Frost City reported that their 6th brother's entourage was growing ever stronger, now boasting over 3 martial emperors and more than 10 martial sovereigns, including the beast sovereigns from the Demon Beast Mountains and various commanders of the northern garrison. Who could fathom how he had amassed such a formidable following? Father, since 6th brother has issued this announcement, he must possess irrefutable evidence. If we do not promptly curb such audacity from sects attacking royal vassals, will it not embolden the powerful to act with impunity against the dynasty's officials and nobility? The first prince, Li Qianyuan, advised Li Xiuan. Furthermore, that Songlong dynasty's tacit approval of such brazen acts by their sects could not be overlooked. Their hearts were culpable, originally poised to continue their impeachment of Li Ruoqing. The officials hesitated upon witnessing the first prince's staunch support for him, citing the sect's blatant disregard for authority and their assassination of a royal vassal. They dared not voice further opposition, although Li Ruoqing had been the target of the attack. Inaction on their part would imply that the Qian dynasty was indifferent to such matters, rendering them incapable of managing the sects within their realm. Could they allow these sects to brazenly slay royal officials and instigate rebellion, emboldened by their own formidable prowess? Ultimately, the Qian dynasty issued its own announcement, demanding that the Songlong dynasty surrender the members of the Xianming sect, warning that failure to comply would jeopardize the diplomatic relations between the 2 nations. Upon receiving the 2 demands for the surrender of the Xianming sect, Emperor Long Yutian of the Songlong dynasty was filled with uncontrollable fury. He had not anticipated that he would be confronted by the Qian dynasty before he even sought trouble with them. Long Yutian arrived at a secluded palace and encountered an elderly man, a national teacher, engrossed in his cultivation. What should be done now? The Qian Empire demands the surrender of the Xianming sect members. If we refuse, they are likely to instigate war, and the border will surely remain unsettled. Long Yutian's countenance darkened. After all, a sect had stirred such chaos, and now they were demanding an explanation. He found himself in a predicament. Risking a complete rupture with an empire over a sect of questionable significance was a course he could not undertake. The venerable old man, draped in a black robe, halted his meditation and, with a cold expression, remarked, "Since the Xianming sect has faltered, let them rectify their own errors. We shall simply enlist another group to serve our purposes." Long Yutian was taken aback by how swiftly the national teacher abandoned the Xianming sect. Yet he found solace in the fact that he could now hand over these individuals to appease the Qian Empire. Once Long Yutian departed, the black-robed elder's demeanor turned grave. He coldly inquired, "Did you hear what transpired? Who was responsible for this oversight that attracted the attention of the Qian Empire?" A shadowy figure abruptly materialized before the elder, kneeling respectfully and stating, "It is likely the great elder Yuan Tsin, who lost contact after exploring a secret realm at the border a few days ago. He must have encountered misfortune. The other elders have since returned to the sect. What a useless fool Yuan Tsin is, to have botched such a trivial task. We must control a sect, allowing them to masquerade as the Xianming sect, and lead the forces of the Songlong Empire to annihilate them for our convenience. Others shall establish a new sect elsewhere." The black-robed elder spoke with a calm demeanor, as if the extermination of a sect were an utterly mundane affair. As he spoke, a faint demonic mark emerged upon his neck, recognizable to those likely watching, who would see it mirrored the one once borne by Yuan Tin. Understood. The shadowy figure replied with utmost respect. Days later, the Songlong Empire eradicated the Xianming sect, which had orchestrated the assassination of a vassal prince from the Qian Empire, deliberately instigating conflict between the two nations. This sect, lawless and unrepentant, even dared to assault the troops of the Songlong Empire, ultimately facing complete annihilation at their hands. Upon witnessing the bodies of the Xianming sect members brought forth by the Songlong Empire, Li Ruoqing and his companions discerned something amiss. They found no traces of the demonic marks present on Yuan Tsin's associates, and according to Zhang Yu's perception, these individuals bore little demonic energy, indicating they were likely scapegoats thrust forward. Faced with this situation, Li Ruoqing was clearly unprepared for the Xianming sect's ruthless cunning in sacrificing a group of innocent souls to impersonate their own. However, they were acutely aware that these individuals were not true members of the Xianming sect, yet they found themselves powerless. After all, they sought an explanation, and the Songlong Empire had provided one. If they continued to press the issue, it would only serve to place Li Ruoqing's side in a position of liability. "Your Highness, it appears the Xianming sect has managed to evade the pursuit of the Songlong Empire, even finding a batch of scapegoats to obscure the truth." The subordinates speculated that there must be collusion with the high-ranking officials of the Songlong dynasty, which enabled such audacious actions. Moreover, this incident may have already startled the snake in the grass, making it quite difficult to uncover their whereabouts again. Guojia, observing the situation, meticulously analyzed it point by point. Chapter 124, The Celestial Tree? The World Tree? The matters concerning the Xianyuan sect remained unresolved. Faced with the explanation provided by the Songlong dynasty, Li Ruoqing and others could only swallow their grievances. However, they all heightened their vigilance. For the Xianyuan sect had long since vanished, lurking in some hidden corner, potentially poised to resurface and stir trouble at any moment. In light of the thriving and increasingly prosperous Frost City and the entire northern region, Li Ruoqing found himself appreciating the tranquility of this secluded place for the first time. Here, he was free from the deceit and intrigue of the imperial capital, distant from the clamor of conflicts, living a life of ease and comfort. After breaking through to the divine realm, Sangyo and Ziyun headed to the Celestial Mountain to oversee the Sacred Domain's Grand Hall. According to Ziyun, after achieving this breakthrough, if one wished to continue their cultivation while preventing their aura from leaking and attracting lightning tribulations, the Sacred Domain's Grand Hall could effortlessly accommodate such needs. This ancient treasure possessed numerous incredible capabilities, including the ability to shield internal and external auras, one of its many functions. With some leisure time on his hands, Li Ruoqing began to inventory the numerous treasures he had acquired during this period, particularly the dozens of divine artifacts obtained from the Sacred Domain's Treasury, which he had hastily stored in the system space without a thorough examination. And there was a grand gift package. a reward for completing a hidden quest when Sangyo advanced to the martial god stage. Excitedly, Li Ruoqing gazed at the grand gift package, wondering what marvelous treasures he might unveil from the item shop this time. Given that it was a hidden quest reward, the quality should not be lacking, surely? A brilliant light flashed, revealing two special treasures before Li Ruoqing, neither divine artifacts nor special items, but rather an inconspicuous sapling and a jade slip. The celestial tree, seedling. An exotic spiritual root from the primordial era of the Chaos Realm, possesses the magnificent ability to connect heaven and earth, linking the myriad realms. Yet it was destroyed during the Battle of the Witch Ancestor. The Zhao Tian star array, intertwining the stars of the heavens, can harness the power of 360 stars, with the sun and moon as its principal focal points, deeply profound and suffused with killing intent. It is the protective array of the ancient heavenly court. These two treasures left Li Ruoqing utterly dumbfounded. Who was the creator of this system that could procure such rare treasures? It was simply preposterous. In Li Ruoqing's understanding, the celestial tree was even more formidable than the world tree of Asgard in the Marvel Universe, which could connect 9 worlds. In its prime, the celestial tree was said to link all realms without exaggeration. As for the Zhao Tian star array, it was one of the trump cards of the ancient heavenly court in myth and legend, a core secret known only to a select few even within the ancient court, who understood how to arrange the entire formation. Li Ruoqing immersed his mind in the jade slip, meticulously studying the requirements for setting up this array. After perusing the contents, Li Ruoqing's heart instantly sank. According to the records inscribed upon the jade slip, the celestial emperor of ancient times meticulously forged 365 great Zhao Tian star banners, corresponding to the 365 principal stars of the heavens. Furthermore, he crafted 14,800 lesser Zhao Tian star banners, aligning with 14,800 secondary stars. Ultimately, he summoned over 10,000 divine generals to form the formidable Zhao Tian star battle array. Alas, where could Li Ruoqing possibly procure such a multitude of star banners and divine generals? He felt utterly despondent. Wielding a weapon of unparalleled destruction, yet lacking the requisite conditions to assemble it, leaving him with no choice but to lament in vain. Although the complete array was currently unattainable, Li Ruoqing diligently examined all the formation methods and procedures. At the conclusion of the jade slip, he unexpectedly discovered a simplified version of the Zhao Tian star battle array, requiring only 36 star banners and the arrangement of 36 formidable individuals to wield them to complete the formation. However, this rudimentary array could only manifest a mere 1/10,000th of the power of the full version. This simplified array quickly captured Li Ruoqing's attention. He promptly searched the system's item shop for star banners, each costing 100,000 points. To acquire 36 would necessitate 3 million points, a sum he could barely muster. Yet, gathering 36 powerful individuals posed a considerable challenge. Among his ranks, he possessed barely over 10 martial masters. And while there were 67 beast masters in the Demon Beast Mountain range, that still left him half short. Where could he find the remainder? Ultimately, Li Ruoqing was unable to devise a satisfactory solution and summoned Guojia, who was well-versed in formations, to seek his counsel. In recent days, Guojia had composed a letter, relaying that he was held in high regard in Frost City and hoped to relocate the entire astrologers' sect there. The sect's leader, Hanshuan, who had not been faring well, made an immediate decision upon receiving Guojia's message, leading all the elders and disciples, totaling just over 10 individuals, to the northern border, seeking refuge in Frost City. "My lord, I have an idea," Guojia proposed. Martial masters are ultimately less rare than those of the Martial Emperor or Martial Saint realms. While they may be scarce in the northern border, surely the Songlong dynasty, Songlong Empire, and Mingyue dynasty have some. If we could enlist Lord Sangyo to make a trip to the nearby nations, with her soul control techniques, gathering 36 martial masters should be quite effortless. Enlisting Sangyo? Li Ruoqing quickly grasped the implications. Previously, when Sangyo was stationed in the sacred domain, she effortlessly subdued all the powerful individuals who came to investigate, turning them into the domain's guardians. It appeared this method held significant feasibility. With that in mind, Li Ruoqing promptly summoned Sangyo and briefed her on the need to recruit a batch of martial masters from the nearby Songlong Empire and Songlong dynasty. Sangyo was intrigued, and upon hearing Li Ruoqing's succinct explanation of the myriad functions of the Zhao Tian star battle array, including the ability to accelerate the cultivation speed of divine realm experts, she excitedly departed Frost City to commence her task. Meanwhile, Li Ruoqing, accompanied by Jian Songhai and Ziyun, made his way to the grand hall of the sacred domain. When Linglong beheld the notable ascension and cultivation of Li Ruoqing and Jian Songhai, her insatiable appetite for knowledge and experience stirred within her. How is it possible that your cultivation has increased so significantly in merely 3 or 4 days? Have you ventured into the secret realm without me? In response to Linglong's probing inquiry, Jian Songhai remained silent, seemingly impervious to her words. Ultimately, Li Ruoqing could not withstand the melancholic gaze of Linglong and recounted the events of the past few days. You explored the secret realm without my company? How unfair. We had agreed that as allies, we would share our fortunes. Yet, you embark on such an expedition without even informing me. Linglong's voice was tinged with reproach. Fear not. The secret realm will open again next month. I shall certainly take you then, Li Ruoqing reassured her. At that time, we were short-handed and had to remain vigilant against potential ambushes from the Xianming sect. We needed to ensure someone was guarding our home. Chapter 125. The attention of the outer heaven. Our home? Linglong appeared to connect the dots, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She then stammered, next time. Please take me along for the exploration. Absolutely. I promise to include you. Li Ruoqing replied enthusiastically, oblivious to Linglong's unusual demeanor. Upon arriving in the holy domain, Li Ruoqing sought not only to discuss the forthcoming recruitment of disciples and subordinates, but also to plant the celestial tree within the grand hall of the holy domain. According to the information at his disposal, the dimensions of the holy domain were not immutable during its peak. The grand palace could expand to over 10 times its current size. Planting the celestial tree within the hall would undoubtedly ensure its protection. His vision entailed surrounding the planted celestial tree with a grand celestial formation, allowing it to absorb the stellar energies manifold. In no time, it would flourish. Furthermore, the celestial tree could transmute the abundant stellar energy into various forms of spiritual essence, thereby transforming the entire holy domain into a sacred haven for cultivation, enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy several-fold. In due course, the holy domain would not only foster numerous formidable beings, but, once the celestial tree reached maturity, it could serve as a conduit to adjacent realms, procuring resources and talents from another world. This would greatly augment the strength of the Northern Territory, facilitating the establishment of kingdoms, the quest for supremacy, and the confrontation of demonic forces with ease. Shortly after Li Ruoqing planted the sapling of the celestial tree, a vibrant aura of life began to permeate the grand hall of the holy domain, evoking a sense of tranquility. Ziyun, who cultivated the green lotus, felt this phenomenon most acutely. Although the aura of the tree was not overwhelmingly potent, its life essence clearly surpassed hers, leaving her in a state of perplexity. After all, aside from herself, few had emerged from the plant kingdom in the past 30,000 years. What? Is this remarkable aura emanating from the sapling you just planted? The others were taken aback, astonished that the small tree could possess such an immense vitality. Even the elven tree of the elves could not compare. The celestial tree far exceeds the elven tree in power. By the way, it is also known as the world tree, a name you may have encountered, Li Ruoqing elucidated. Even in the primordial realm, it is regarded as a divine artifact. To have acquired it is akin to receiving divine favor. The world tree? During my travels across the continent, I heard tales of the world tree, a mythical entity said to possess the power to connect realms. However, I had never laid eyes upon it until now. To my astonishment, this little sapling is indeed the world tree. Jian Songhai expressed his reflections, noting that over 30,000 years ago, the world tree was destroyed, specifically, a branch of it that once linked the Yunlan continent to the fabled celestial realm. However, following an invasion by the demon race, in a bid to secure victory in the war, they severed the branch of the world tree. Ziyin lamented, recalling that 30 millennia ago, prominent divine-level experts from the sacred domain had leveraged the world tree to explore other worlds, acquiring immense resources to ascend to higher realms. Although the Jinmu is currently but a sapling, through the great array of the celestial bodies, it will soon harness the power of the stars and grow rapidly. At that time, we shall utilize the world tree to explore other worlds and gather additional resources, making the revival of the sacred domain's glory from 30,000 years ago a tangible prospect. Li Ruoqing joyfully remarked that once Zhang Yu successfully returned with the martial sovereign, he would attempt to establish a rudimentary version of the great array of the celestial bodies. While the plan had yet to officially commence, it did not deter Li Ruoqing from envisioning the future and motivating his companions. The allure of ascending to the martial god realm and breaking through to even higher levels is profoundly captivating for warriors. Both the Jinmu and the Great Array serve as exceptional aids in their advancement, and Li Ruoqing knew that they would attentively nurture both. In the realm beyond, within the Hall of the Star God King, two envoys responsible for overseeing various worlds under the Star God King hurried to report. Your Majesty, there has been unusual activity in the Yunlan continent. We have detected traces of what appears to be the demon race. However, they are well concealed, and we have yet to apprehend them. How shall we proceed? Oh, the Yunlan continent, is it? It seems certain individuals can no longer remain idle and are plotting mischief. The young and handsome Star God King said with a playful expression, intrigued by the unfolding drama. For now, we shall not interfere, since they wish to play. Let us indulge them. Continue to monitor the situation and inform me of any developments. Understood, Your Majesty. By the way, we have discovered the long-lost sacred domain re-emerging into the world, and it appears that a divine artifact is being birthed within. Should we retrieve it? One envoy hesitated before continuing. There is no need. That sacred domain palace is currently in the hands of an interesting young individual. Perhaps, in a few years, he will come to the realm beyond. For someone like me, who has already attained the divine king realm, such a palace artifact holds little utility. It is better left in the hands of that young fellow. The two envoys dared not dispute their sovereign's words. Yet they couldn't help but be intrigued by the interesting young individual mentioned by the Star God King. After all, few have managed to capture the interest of their king over the years. Even among the other divine kings of the same realm, interactions were scarce. Days later, Song Yu successfully returned with a group of martial sovereign experts to the Hall of the Sacred Domain. Li Ruoqing exchanged a substantial quantity of resources for points, spending 3,600,000 points to procure 36 star banners. The 36 martial masters, following Li Ruoqing's directives, commenced the intricate arrangement of the formation. After numerous setbacks, they ultimately succeeded in establishing a simplified version of the Zhoutian star do formation. The concealed stars in the sky seemed to respond to an unseen summons, as the immense power of the stars swiftly converged towards the sacred domain palace. At the heart of the formation, the Jinmu tree appeared to be stimulated, growing at a visible pace. Through its breathing, an abundance of stellar energy was gradually transformed into spiritual power, slowly filling the entire palace. Everyone could distinctly sense a notable increase in the concentration of spiritual energy within the hall. With the formation complete, the next task was to augment the manpower and strength of the sacred domain. Observing the successful realization of their objectives, Li Ruoqing eagerly discussed future plans with several companions. The prospect of personally establishing a sect was an unprecedented venture. Ideas and suggestions flowed from the group, with Guojia being particularly bold. To ensure that the brothers and disciples of the former astrology sect could partake in the benefits of the sacred domain, he proposed the complete integration of the astrology sect into the sacred domain. Witnessing Guojia's audacious strategy, the affluent Linglong promptly declared that their beast mountain had numerous demon lords and reserve cadres, demon kings, who could seamlessly join the sacred domain, thereby bolstering their ranks. Time passed swiftly, and a year had elapsed. Under Li Ruoqing's stewardship, the northern territory of the Qian dynasty gradually transformed into a flourishing region. Numerous kingdoms and empires established branches in the north, procuring a variety of novel goods. Whether it was the high-quality elixirs exclusively sold in Hanshuan City or standardized equipment, they garnered unanimous acclaim from numerous buyers. During this period, Li Ruoqing entrusted the daily affairs of the northern territory to Yang Yu, Wang Yi, and Guojia, immersing himself instead in a life of cultivation and alchemy, characterized by simplicity and humility. Over the course of this year, the strength of Li Ruoqing's followers saw remarkable advancements. Zhao Yun, the earliest to accompany Li Ruoqing, advanced to the early stage of the martial saint realm, while Themis successfully ascended to the mid-stage of the holy mage realm. Pei Yuanqing, Guojia, and Gongsu Pan reached the late stage of the martial emperor realm. Jian Songhai, after multiple forays into the Kunlun ruins for training, made astonishing progress, attaining the peak of the martial saint realm. However, due to insufficient comprehension of the laws, he chose to restrain his cultivation, refraining from hastily breaking through to the martial god realm. Linglong also reached the late stage of the martial saint realm, yet, having recently ascended, her understanding of the laws was still too scant, causing her to be in no rush to elevate her cultivation. After stepping into the realm of the martial saint and the holy demon mentor, not only must one continue to accumulate genuine essence and magical power, but one must also begin to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. It is only when one's primary law of comprehension is integrated to a certain degree that they can transcend and ascend to the divine realm. The greater the understanding of the laws prior to becoming a deity, the more formidable one's strength will be upon ascension. During this period, Sangyo thoroughly consolidated his cultivation, stabilizing it at the early stage of the lower divine realm. Meanwhile, Ziyun refined the essence of the infernal demon god that she had previously devoured, breaking through to the pinnacle of the lower divine realm, just a step away from advancing to the middle divine realm. Perhaps due to their inaugural venture into the Kunlun ruins, fortune smiled upon them as they not only summoned a manifestation of the infernal demon god, but also invoked the battle spirit of an ancient divine general. They successfully vanquished the demon god's avatar, reaping abundant rewards. In subsequent explorations, the Lord of Fate did not summon any more formidable demon gods. Instead, they encountered waves of demon generals at the peak of the martial saint level, Fort Sangyo and Ziyun, who had already ascended to the divine realm. These demons were easily obliterated. Beyond that, the most significant gain within the secret realm was the layered array that accelerated their cultivation, allowing everyone to relish the exhilarating sensation of their levels soaring as if propelled by a rocket. As for the Beast Mountain, with the thoughtful support of Ling Long, the 6 great demon kings who were close to her successfully advanced to the Demon Emperor realm. Their clans gradually nurtured new experts at the Demon King level. Of course, aside from the ancient beast ancestor who remained oblivious to the changes outside due to his seclusion, everyone else was well aware that such an extraordinary benefit was attributed to their leader Ling Long and the alliance with Hanshuan City. They felt immensely fortunate. Thus, these seasoned veterans occasionally ventured out from the Beast Mountain, hoping to glean additional benefits from Hanshuan City. This also sparked their envy towards the Howling Moon Wolf King, who had become a part-time mount for Li Ruoqing, enjoying proximity to him and reaping various advantages, truly a victor in the life of a wolf. In Hanshuan City, within the Lord's manor, the prince stated, "Your Highness, the entire northern territory is flourishing, rivaling the prosperity of the grand kingdoms in the south. After discussion among us, we believe it is time to establish a kingdom." Yang Yu spoke earnestly, recounting the dramatic transformations witnessed over the past year and more, as the once war-torn land, scarred and ravaged, blossomed into a scene of vitality and splendor, thanks in no small part to the robust support of Li Ruoqing and the talents under his command. Indeed, we are now strong and well-equipped. The establishment of a kingdom at this juncture is undoubtedly the will of the people and a reflection of public sentiment. Guojia encouraged from the side. "Your Highness, I too concur with strategist Gua. It is indeed time to establish a kingdom," added Wang Yi in support. "Very well. Then let us issue a proclamation. The Northern Territory shall henceforth be renamed the Northern Frost Kingdom, with Hanshuan City as the royal capital. After all, it is merely a change of title," Li Ruoqing remarked nonchalantly. To him, whether it was the Northern Territory or the Northern Frost Kingdom, it remained his domain, and no significant change would ensue. Soon, news of the establishment of the Northern Frost Kingdom spread to the neighboring kingdoms and the Northern Songlong Empire. In this year, thanks to the marketplace established by Li Ruoqing, many orcs of the Songlong Empire have managed to survive, finding sustenance to fill their bellies. Recently, as many as 30,000 orcs departed from the northern borders of the Qian dynasty, returning to the Songlong Empire. From these returning brethren, it has come to light that the northern regions of the south are akin to a paradise on earth, offering not only food and shelter, but also generous compensation, without any discrimination against them for being orcs. Their purpose in returning home was to bring their surviving families to bask in the prosperity of the north. Such promising news has caused the previously steadfast beliefs of many orcs to waver. The prospect of sufficient nourishment and remuneration far surpasses their situation at home, leading them to contemplate the opportunity to venture to the north themselves. Within the palace of the Songlong Empire, Emperor Augustus found himself beset by a headache. According to intelligence reports, a significant number of orcs were daily flocking to the southern Frost City, while only a scant few returned. He began to suspect that if this trend continued, his own orc compatriots might migrate next door to become hired laborers. Despite both regions being harsh and frigid, why was it that one prospered while the other languished in hardship? It felt like an unbearable injustice. Esteemed colleagues, I trust you are all acutely aware of the current predicament. If we do not devise a means to halt this exodus, our border cities will soon be deserted, Augustus proclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. The orc ministers exchanged glances, each reluctant to voice their opinions, fearful that their suggestions might exacerbate the situation and implicate them as scapegoats. Observing the silence of these ministers, Augustus, though seething with anger, restrained himself from overturning the table, and, with irritation, queried, "Can none of you offer a viable strategy? Hu Xiang, what is your perspective?" "Unfortunate to have been called upon," Prime Minister, who involuntarily twitched his Orcish ears before responding calmly. Your Majesty, the North is flourishing, and the momentum is firmly established, making it difficult to suppress. They are on the verge of establishing a kingdom. We could send envoys to extend our congratulations. If your Majesty is willing, we might also express an interest in a matrimonial alliance with the North, whose suggestion was notably straightforward. Since their prosperous neighbors sought to attract talent from them, why not pursue a marriage alliance? This way, they would become one family, each side ostensibly encroaching upon the other's territory in a fair exchange of mutual interests. Chapter 127, The Marriage Alliance? The military parade, whose strategy quickly garnered the approval of the other ministers, as they truly had no means to contend with the North. Their grain supply remained reliant on the marketplace of Frost City. Their military could not prevail, and the economic disparity was staggering. A marriage alliance would pave the way for collaboration with Frost City, promising greater benefits. After all, the battles fought were for the sake of sustenance and ensuring a better life for their people. Now, with a mere alliance, wouldn't all their troubles be resolved? What reason could there be not to pursue such an opportunity? Augustus was swayed by this proposal, though he hesitated at the thought of marrying off his daughter. Wasn't he that somewhat undignified? After all, he was the emperor of the Orc Empire. Seeking an alliance with a human kingdom seemed a bit beneath him. However, the benefits that can be attained from such a union are immensely abundant. Should your Majesty feel that marrying off the princess is somewhat unjust, I humbly suggest that my granddaughter serve as a substitute bride. This would not only preserve your Majesty's esteemed reputation, but also facilitate our alliance with the Northern Territories, thereby securing substantial advantages. Chancellor Hu, having shed his earlier reticence, took the initiative to propose this idea, leaving others somewhat perplexed. In these times, alliances and marriages are typically meant for the emperor to wed his daughters. Yet here was a proposal for a minister's granddaughter to take her place. Such an audacious maneuver. Augustus gazed in astonishment at the cunning old fox before him. Such undue flattery is often a harbinger of treachery. Not only did he propose an alliance, but he also volunteered his own granddaughter as a substitute. Was he truly pushing his kin into the flames? Was the Northern Territory truly that enticing? This old fox, could it be that he has lost his sanity? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed plausible. According to recent intelligence reports, the prosperity of Frost City surpasses even that of our imperial capital. Could it be that this old fox wishes for his granddaughter to revel in the northern comforts while securing a formidable ally for himself? Augustus quickly discerned that this old fox would never engage in a losing venture. He has always been astute. There must be immense profit involved for him to so willingly relinquish his cherished granddaughter. Ahem, Chancellor who has devoted his life to the nation. We cannot allow him to be the sacrificial lamb in this marriage. I have resolved that the second princess shall be wed in alliance, and I shall soon dispatch envoys to the Northern Territories. Augustus declared with righteous indignation. Humph. That old fox thinks he can seize an opportunity from him? Not a chance. In the palace of the Crimson Flame dynasty, Emperor Hanshuan sat upon the dragon throne, his expression one of deep vexation. Although he had anticipated that the Northern Territories would ultimately fall under the governance of this sixth brother, thus establishing a kingdom, he had not expected this day to arrive so swiftly. Even if he were reluctant to acknowledge the legitimacy of this kingdom, he found himself powerless against it. In a world where the strong command respect, one must possess a firm fist to wield any authority. The Northern King is set to officially establish his kingdom in 3 days. I intend to send envoys to extend my congratulations. I wonder which of the esteemed ministers would be willing to undertake this mission. At this moment, Li Shihuan fervently wished for someone to step forward and vehemently denounce Li Ruoqing's actions as improper and against protocol, deserving of censure. Yet, after a prolonged wait, he received no such voice of righteousness. Instead, a throng of ministers eagerly expressed their willingness to go, particularly his several sons, who were exceptionally enthusiastic. Eager to personally lead the delegation to congratulate their sixth brother, they had long heard of the various local specialties from Frost City, and many had even partaken of them. Now, with the opportunity to visit Frost City, how could they not seize the chance to witness and procure some for themselves? Ultimately, Li Shihuan stifled his inner frustration and appointed the second prince, Li Zhangji, along with a minister from the Ministry of Rites, to represent the imperial capital in their congratulatory visit. Once the court session concluded, the aggrieved Li Shihuan summoned the leader of the Qingyi Guard, Qingyi, instructing him to make a trip to Frost City and ensure that he secures the finest longevity elixir at the upcoming alchemical auction. Should he fail to acquire it, he must uncover the master alchemist behind the concoction and ensure that a premium longevity elixir is obtained. Within the palace, the esteemed high priest Zhou Linfeng's health has deteriorated significantly, nearing the point of complete exhaustion. Should no method to extend his life be found within the year, the Qian dynasty will lose yet another martial emperor to its ranks. If 2 martial emperors were to vanish within 2 years, the entire dynasty would descend into a period of weakness, lacking sufficient formidable forces to defend against potential conflicts. In the event of war, the Qian dynasty could very well face the peril of being divided and obliterated by both the Human Empire and the Beastman Empire. 3 days hence, the grand founding ceremony of the northern region will take place as scheduled. A jubilant atmosphere envelopes the entire north. According to the announcement from the Frost City, today marks the National Founding Day, granting all workers in the north a day of paid leave, leading to a surge of both humans and beastmen flooding the streets to partake in the celebrations. As the newly established Frost Kingdom's royal city, Frost City is hosting a grand military parade. Numerous representatives from various factions have gathered, their curiosity piqued by the elite troops marching down the spacious avenue. As introduced by the host, the first to appear is the newly formed Frost Wolf Cavalry, with robust soldiers clad in heavy armor, mounted on enormous gray wolves. Observant onlookers quickly recognize that these majestic wolves likely hail from the Beast Mountain Range, located several dozen kilometers away. Astonishingly, there are nearly 1,000 of these colossal gray wolves, leading one to wonder how Frost City managed to locate and tame such a formidable number of these beasts to form a cavalry unit. Many of these massive gray wolves have reached the first tier of beast strength, showcasing impressive combat prowess. Additionally, vital parts of their bodies are adorned with armor, sufficient to withstand the brutalities of battle. Next to parade are the heavily armored infantry composed predominantly of beastmen. Observing the well-organized formation of these formidable warriors, representatives from the Songlong Empire could hardly contain their surprise. Although this is a human kingdom, why do they have fellow beastmen in their ranks? Moreover, their equipment is of exceptional quality, and they are well-trained, rivaling even the elite forces of the Songlong Empire, leaving them in a state of dismay. The third unit to take the stage is the White Horse Cavalry, commanded by Zhao Yun. Although they are light cavalry and do not possess the imposing stature of the previous heavy cavalry and infantry, each member exudes a powerful aura. After distilling the war goddess technique, Zhao Yun imparted it to his White Horse Cavalry. Following months of training and the aid of elixirs, all 3,000 members have ascended to the warrior realm. Coupled with the formations provided by Guojia, they can effortlessly engage 10 foes at once, establishing Zhao Yun's White Horse Cavalry as the foremost military legion in the north. This unprecedented military parade instills a sense of trepidation among the representatives from various factions in attendance. The Frost Kingdom has indeed grown stronger. When considering the more than 100,000 border defense troops stationed at the periphery, it undoubtedly ranks as the most formidable kingdom within the Qian dynasty. Chapter 128. Li Zhanji, obsessed with drug-induced training in Frost City, the former Lord's residence has undergone extensive renovations and expansions, transforming it into a splendid new palace. Your Highness, the esteemed Prince of the North, I have been sent by my lord not only to congratulate the establishment of the Frost Kingdom, but also to seek your counsel on a particular matter. An orc clad in official attire respectfully addressed Li Ruoqing, revealing himself to be Lu Shi, the representative diplomat from the Songlong Empire who had come to offer congratulations. Oh, is there something else? Does your wolf emperor harbor additional intentions? Li Ruoqing inquired, a hint of perplexity evident in his gaze fixed upon the orc. Their northern territory maintained a rather tenuous relationship with the Songlong Empire, although a market had been opened previously, facilitating trade through barter and providing them with considerable grain. The primary motive remained the stabilization of the situation to prevent these famished beings from engaging in further irrational acts. My lord wishes to forge a marital alliance with the kingdom of Beishuang, proposing the marriage of the second princess to his highness. What are your thoughts on this matter? Lu Shi continued, his demeanor tense as he awaited Li Ruoqing's response. Prior to this visit, the wolf emperor had asserted that even if a dowry were to be offered, this union must be realized. Failure to do so would result in significant repercussions, including the loss of office. A marital alliance? Surely you jest. Li Ruoqing responded, bewildered by such an outrageous proposal. Just moments ago, they had fought fiercely over mere grain, and now they were speaking of marriage. What was the meaning of this? May I inquire, esteemed envoy, do you possess a portrait of the second princess? Guojia interjected, seemingly harboring ulterior motives regarding the aforementioned alliance. Observing Guojia's maneuvering, Li Ruoqing chose not to voice any objections, silently observing the proceedings. Seeing that Li Ruoqing had not opposed the notion, Lu Shi felt hopeful about the alliance and quickly responded, indeed, The foreign envoy has brought with him a portrait of the princess. He then produced the prepared image from his attire and presented it. While Guojia and Li Ruoqing examined the portrait, Lu Shi lavishly extolled the virtues of the second princess, Meng Dai, declaring her one of the empire's 3 most exquisite beauties, endowed with exceptional martial prowess. She has always been the apple of my lord's eye. Were it not for the heroics of the northern protector, whom my lord greatly admires, he would never consent to part with Princess Meng Dai. While a beautiful and capable woman is indeed noteworthy, the north is not devoid of such gems. Li Ruoqing remarked calmly. He acknowledged the beauty of Princess Meng Dai, yet he was surrounded by stunning women, Linglong, Sanyo, Ziyun, and Temis, all of whom were extraordinary in their own right. Having encountered numerous beauties, he had developed a resistance to being swayed by mere aesthetics. Unwilling to compromise his convictions for allure, Lu Shi felt a pang of disappointment. Having assumed that the sight of Princess Meng Dai's portrait would sway Li Ruoqing into agreeing to the alliance. He had hoped to present further demands to secure benefits for the Songlong Empire, but it seemed the allure of beauty had failed to enchant his counterpart. What then? Does your highness feel is lacking? Lu Shi inquired, attempting to align with Li Ruoqing's line of thought. If the dowry for Princess Meng Dai were sufficiently substantial, perhaps including the 5 border cities as part of her marriage portion, then this alliance might indeed be a favorable option. Guojia interjected before Li Ruoqing could respond. The 2 men, in a harmonious exchange, deftly diminished the merits of the alliance, invoking the need for a dowry of cities, leaving Lu Shi utterly flabbergasted. This is simply unheard of. It has never been said that a marriage between 2 nations requires cities as part of the dowry. Perhaps, your highness, the North King, you might consider altering the terms? Lu Shi was on the verge of tears, having come to forge an alliance through marriage, only to feel as though she had suffered a defeat and was now being compelled to concede territory and pay reparations. These individuals were making outrageous demands, clearly taking advantage of her. Or could you perhaps reach out to the Wolf Emperor for further deliberation? Li Ruoqing remarked with a smile. He had little regard for the matrimonial arrangement. Even if the esteemed Princess Meng Dai were to wed him, it would merely mean an additional pair of chopsticks at the table. Should she prove disobedient, she would hardly make a splash in the bustling Frost City, teeming with formidable talents. After sending Lu Shi on her way, the second prince, Li Zhangji, soon approached. Little brother, it has been over a year since we last met, and I have missed you dearly. Observing Li Zhangji's excessive warmth, Li Ruoqing felt a twinge of discomfort. What a performance of brotherly affection. Such poor acting, it was quite awkward. Internally scoffing, he maintained an unruffled exterior and greeted him with a smile. What brings you to this remote corner of the world, dear second brother? Li Ruoqing inquired cheerfully. Your words betray a sense of unfamiliarity, dear brother. The prosperity of Frost City rivals that of the imperial capital. Li Zhangji continued. I have come to congratulate you on the establishment of your kingdom and to procure some local specialties. The exquisite elixirs auctioned by the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce are highly sought after. I previously sent trusted aides to several auctions, yet they returned with scarcely a few potions. Is it not customary for the Tianyuan Chamber to bestow upon you some elixirs, considering they operate within your domain? Perhaps you could sell some to your elder brother? Rest assured, finances will not be an issue. Recalling the disappointments of previous auctions, Li Zhangji felt a pang of frustration. But then a thought struck him. Might there be a collaboration between Li Ruoqing and the Tianyuan Chamber, leading to an excess of elixirs on Li Ruoqing's part? Ahem. Dear brother, what leads you to believe I possess any elixirs? Li Ruoqing did not deny the possibility. Rather, he was intrigued. Did his second brother truly have the means to purchase them at a premium? I was merely speculating. If you happen to have surplus elixirs, do sell me some. Li Zhangji exclaimed with palpable excitement. He had tried the elixirs from the Tianyuan Chamber and found them devoid of side effects, while their efficacy was astonishing, significantly enhancing his cultivation efficiency. Although somewhat costly, his mother's family was a ducal house within the dynasty, well endowed financially. As long as the quality of the elixirs was assured, money was of no concern. Having tasted the rapid advancement afforded by these potions, he could not bear to revert to the slow and tedious training of the past. Even if it meant spending a little, he was willing. The stronger he became, the more allies he could attract among the court, significantly bolstering his prospects in the competition for the throne. Seeing his brothers so unabashedly bold, Li Ruoqing found it hard to refuse. After all, a lucrative opportunity had presented itself, clearly inviting him to partake. To decline would seem excessively stingy. Ultimately, Li Ruoqing sold over 24th and 5th tier elixirs, reaping a profit exceeding 130,000 gold coins. Observing the remaining elixirs in Li Ruoqing's possession, his second brother's eyes gleamed with envy. Little brother, I rushed out this time without bringing much wealth. You must reserve those elixirs for me. Next time, I shall send a trusted aide to engage in trade with you. Chapter 129. Has the Jinmu connected to other worlds? This Li Ruoqing is exceedingly audacious, demanding 5 cities for a marriage alliance. Why doesn't he simply seize them? I admire his ambition to pursue a union, yet he dares to take advantage of the situation to extort 5 border cities. What a grave insult. A profound affront indeed. Augustus received word from Lu Shi regarding Li Ruoqing's demands, perceiving it as an act of opportunism. Should he acquiesce, he would lose all dignity. Your Majesty, patience is a virtue. Tranquility follows restraint. By taking a step back, we may find greater horizons. The Northern Frost Kingdom has risen, boasting several martial emperors and even martial saints at its helm. We no longer possess the qualifications for southern expansion. If he covets those dilapidated border cities, offering them as a dowry for the second princess is not entirely out of the question, suggested Chancellor, who, leisurely. Previously, he had consulted the high priest, who predicted a significant transformation in the power dynamics of the Yunnan continent within 5 years, foreseeing potential peril for the Songlong Empire. Only the Northern Frost Kingdom was poised for stability, and according to the high priestess' observations, this Li Ruoqing might very well be the fated one. He could potentially quell the chaos and unify the Yunnan continent. This was the primary reason he was willing to marry off his cherished granddaughter to Li Ruoqing in Hanshuan City. The Wolf Emperor Augustus felt a deep sense of discontent. Despite the formidable military strength of the Songlong Empire, it was hindered by adverse domestic conditions, insufficient food supply, and underdeveloped economy. Many limitations indeed. Meanwhile, the Northern Frost Kingdom, situated in the north, transformed from a desolate backwater into a thriving realm in just a year, attracting numerous merchants to establish their presence. While their vast empire languished in poverty, ultimately, under Chancellor Hu's guidance, Augustus consented to Li Ruoqing's demands, offering the 5 border cities as a dowry to the Northern Frost Kingdom. Naturally, they stipulated corresponding conditions, a mutual alliance post-marriage, with agreements for cooperation and non-aggression. In the garden of the Northern Frost Empire's palace, Linglong and Temis, observing Li Ruoqing, who had just finished his training, inquired curiously, I've heard that the Songlong Empire seeks to establish a marriage alliance with you. You wouldn't acquiesce, would you? Rather than a union? I am more inclined to acquire their cities. Not long ago, Gongshupan detected several iron and coal mines near the border with astonishing reserves. However, recklessly mining in the cities close to the Songlong Empire could provoke their attention. Li Ruoqing revealed an unannounced piece of information to them. When Gongshupan first informed him of this significant discovery, Li Ruoqing, along with Guijia and Yangyu, deliberated extensively, but could not devise a prudent method to appropriate these mineral resources. Unexpectedly, the Songlong Empire initiated a marriage proposal, and in that moment, Li Ruoqing and Guijia instantly pondered whether they could leverage the alliance to acquire those cities, thereby incorporating the mines into the Northern Frost Kingdom's territory. Should the Songlong Empire later discover this, they would be left with no recourse. And how do you intend to handle that unfortunate young lady? As Themis, Li Ruoqing's mentor, took a keen interest in her disciple's personal matters. She was particularly concerned about the formidable women surrounding him, Linglong, Sanyo, and the most powerful among them, Ziyun. Each was more impressive than the last, and she feared that if Li Ruoqing did not handle these relationships wisely, it could lead to considerable turmoil. She thought it best to keep him well-fed and comfortable, as long as he remained obedient and did not stir trouble. After all, she could afford to indulge him. Li Ruoqing, however, did not take these concerns to heart. At this stage in his life, he viewed romantic entanglements with a sense of detachment, prioritizing cultivation above all else, followed closely by the development of the Baishuan Kingdom. Matters of love and women were merely peripheral to him. As long as he grew sufficiently powerful, he believed no woman would be beyond his reach. Observing his resolve, the women felt reassured. This young man had not been dazed by unexpected romantic fortune and retained a commendable sense of purpose. The sacred domain of Tianzi Mountain, compared to a year prior, had transformed into an establishment on par with first-rate sections, with thousands of outer disciples and a plethora of inner-sect experts. It boasted nearly 100 at the martial king level, over 10 at the martial sovereign level, and 2 at the martial emperor level. Surrounding kingdoms were astounded by the emergence of this new sect. Nearby smaller sects had either been absorbed or annihilated. In just 1 year's time, the rapid rise and formidable strength of this sect were indeed astonishing. Yet, the sacred domain was situated in the Baishuan Kingdom, a considerable distance from others, rendering it relatively safe. They refrained from rash actions, merely dispatching scouts to Tianzi Mountain to ascertain the situation. Within the grand hall of the sacred domain at the mountaintop, a continuous influx of stellar energy flowed through the great celestial array, swiftly transforming into spiritual power. The Jinmu had already grown several dozen meters tall, and martial artists wielding star banners had undergone extensive refinement through stellar energy, elevating their ranks to martial emperor. Ziyun, who had been in seclusion deep within the palace, sensed an anomaly within the hall and ceased her cultivation, following the source of the unusual energy to stand before the Jinmu. How did a fruit suddenly appear? Is the Jinmu capable of bearing fruit? No. Could it be connected to another realm? Ziyun gazed at the towering Jinmu, where a diminutive spherical fruit had emerged atop one of its branches, a sight that had not been present prior to her seclusion, indicating that it must have appeared quite recently. Shortly thereafter, Sangyo, having completed her official duties, approached the Jinmu to investigate, only to find Ziyun already there. Ziyun, what is the meaning of this additional fruit on the tree? I did not see it during my previous inspection, Sangyo queried, perplexed. Li Ruoqing had never mentioned that the Jinmu was also a fruit-bearing tree. I'm not sure either. Let us inform Hanshuan City and have them come to take a look. Ziyun replied, shaking her head. Although both were of the plant lineage, her understanding of the Jinmu was limited. It would be prudent to have Li Ruoqing examine it. If it indeed connected to another world, their fortunes might soon be at hand. Acquiring resources from other realms to enhance their own strength would undoubtedly be far more efficient than enduring solitary cultivation. When will you teach me 6th-tier magic, Teacher Themis? I have already mastered all the 5th-tier spells you imparted to me last month. A tall maiden playfully tugged at Themis, her voice laced with affection. After more than a year of diligent training, Schwer had made remarkable strides in her abilities, now wielding the power of a sorceress at the martial sovereign level. Even when confronted by formidable foes at the martial emperor realm, she could gracefully extricate herself from their grasp. Throughout the year, under Li Ruoqing's guidance, Xiao Shui devoted her days to mastering spells and swordsmanship, while at night, she practiced the stellar body refinement technique, continuously enhancing her physical strength and fortifying her meridians. As her prowess grew, the immense energy lying dormant within her seemed to awaken, surging forth in an unending flow, propelling her forward at an astonishing rate. Much to the envy of her mentor, Themis. Chapter 130. Another world. The divine continent, all right. I shall teach you tomorrow. Themis ultimately succumbed to Schwer's coaxing, agreeing to impart higher-tier magic. Hee, you are the best teacher, she exclaimed, planting a playful kiss on Themis's cheek. Oh, you mischievous girl. I am utterly helpless against you, Themis replied with a smile. I want to learn too, exclaimed the elven princess Iosis, who watched with envy. Although she regarded Schwer as her rival, she could not deny the stark contrast in their magical talents. While her own abilities were considerable, they paled in comparison to those of Schwer, a reincarnation of an angelic being. Particularly, 6 months ago, when Schwer had experienced a meteoric rise in strength. Iosis found herself stagnating, struggling to grasp advanced spells with the same swiftness as Schwer, leaving her feeling rather disheartened. Themis, perceptive to the young elf's feelings, reassured her that Schwer was likely a divine reincarnation, imbued with vast energy, which explained her rapid advancement. You have been diligent in your training as well, and your growth has been commendable. Do not lose heart, she encouraged. Yet, Iosis refused to yield. If Schwer could achieve such feats, so could she. As a member of the elven race, renowned for their extraordinary talents on the Yunlan continent, she was determined to prove herself. My lady Themis, the prince has sent me to inform you of changes in the sacred domain. He has gone to address the situation and requires you to maintain your position in the palace, announced a young foxskin maiden as she entered the courtyard. Changes in the sacred domain. Could it be that enemies are approaching? With Sangyo and Ziyun stationed there, it should be secure, Themis pondered, somewhat perplexed. To her, having 2 divine-level protectors meant the sacred domain should be as steadfast as a mountain. Li Ruoqing stood before the towering divine tree, momentarily entranced. According to ancient myths, the divine tree reached the heavens. Although this particular tree may not be as colossal as the legends described, it was beginning to reveal its form. However, the fruits upon its branches appeared peculiar, leading Li Ruoqing to wonder if they were indeed the gateway to another world. Yet, could they truly be so diminutive? He attempted to extend his divine consciousness toward the fruit, discovering it encased in a thin membrane. As his awareness penetrated, it felt as though he had entered an entirely different realm. This small fruit, no larger than a fist, was astonishingly a miniaturized version of a world. As his consciousness soared above, surveying the landscape below, the rivers and mountains appeared minuscule. Indeed, this was a world unto itself, and astonishingly, it harbored living beings. Li Ruoqing's consciousness gradually descended upon a towering peak, sweeping over the entire mountain to discover a surprising number of living beings inhabiting this realm. An overwhelming sense of astonishment filled his heart, for this world must have undergone a thorough evolution, allowing entities to traverse into it and extensively gather resources to strengthen themselves. The membrane he had encountered earlier was likely the barrier between worlds, which had weakened after being connected to the Jinmu, thus permitting his entry into this realm with such ease. However, the entrance lay at an altitude of 10,000 meters, without formidable strength. Even if one were to enter this world, a safe landing would be perilous. Li Ruoqing pondered to himself. Subsequently, he explored the vicinity but found no particularly powerful beings. Sensing a significant depletion of his spiritual energy, he refrained from delving further and retraced his steps back through the weakened world barrier to the realm of reality. Upon receiving the information his consciousness had relayed, Li Ruoqing was elated. He had not anticipated that within a mere year, the Jinmu had grown considerably and successfully linked to another world. This fruit of labor was indeed a new realm. His earlier foray revealed that it had fully evolved and hosted living beings, a world ripe for resource acquisition. Yet, his cultivation was still insufficient. After a prolonged separation from his corporeal form, his consciousness had weakened, limiting his exploratory capabilities. Li Ruoqing explained to his companions. Everyone was exceedingly excited. The Jinmu had truly connected to other worlds, opening avenues for them to acquire resources and enhance their powers. Ahem, although my time exploring this world was brief, we should still exercise caution. If we encounter formidable beings from that realm, it could spell trouble, Li Ruoqing promptly added. In that case, either I or Sangyo should accompany you, which should mitigate potential issues. Ziyun largely agreed with Li Ruoqing's prudence. Recklessly scavenging in an unfamiliar world could easily attract unwanted attention. If no powerful beings resided there, it would be manageable, but should they exist, the situation could become quite troublesome, leading to inevitable conflicts. I wish to be among the first to venture forth, Linglong exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the prospect of experiencing the wonders of an alternate world, an opportunity that was indeed rare. Very well, we shall go together. But the holy domain still requires strong guardians to ensure all is secure. Perhaps we should impose upon Sangyo to oversee the holy domain as the palace master until Ziyun returns, allowing for a seamless transition. Sangyo felt a twinge of discontent. Despite being a deity-level powerhouse, Li Ruoqing had chosen to include Ziyun, the elder, over her. It was merely a matter of Ziyun's greater allure and strength. Nevertheless, Sangyo maintained her composure, replying coldly, very well, I shall oversee the holy domain. After the four traversed the world barrier, they lingered momentarily on the nameless peak before swiftly descending toward the city below. Along the way, they engaged in a discussion regarding their impressions of this new world. The laws governing this realm appeared incomplete. In comparison to Yunlong continent, many principles seemed to be missing. After a thorough contemplation, Ziyun made an unexpected discovery. Indeed, the principles of combat here appear to be somewhat fragmented, while the swordsmanship principles seem rather complete. Jian Songhai nodded in agreement. The laws of ice in this world remain intact, and my combat prowess is minimally affected, Ling Long remarked with a smile. In my opinion, you should consider selecting some physical cultivation techniques and martial skills during your free time. As long as your body is sufficiently resilient, even without the augmentation of the law's power, you will be able to sweep across the world with ease. Li Ruoqing chuckled, his strength remaining wholly unaffected. As a practitioner primarily focused on physical cultivation, he had already made significant progress in the starry body refinement technique, and his body was in the process of transforming into a stellar divine body, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary mystical weapons to breach his physical defenses. After flying for a while, Li Ruoqing and his companions discovered a vast city. Deciding to enter and gather information, they arrived at an inn, listening to the patrons engage in casual conversation, which provided them with a general understanding of this world. This is the divine continent, where the pursuit of cultivation thrives, with numerous sects dedicated to immortalism, demonism, and Buddhism. Large sects recruit exceptionally gifted young individuals every 5 years to become disciples. Chapter 131. The fifth elder questions life. Tomorrow marks the grand recruitment ceremony of disciples for the Qingyun sword sect, and I plan to take my little son with me to try our luck. If he could become a disciple under some elder, the future would be limitless. A middle-aged, portly man shared these daily musings with his friend, mentioning his plans to take his son to the Qingyun sword sect. Old Wang, how is your son's talent? The recruitment for the Qingyun sword sect is quite stringent. If one's qualifications are not superior, they won't be admitted to the inner sect. And those with inferior qualifications lack even the right to enter the mountain gate, his friend interjected. Although the Qingyun sword sect is a large sect within an 800-mile radius, their standards for disciples are exceptionally high. The last recruitment event saw over 10,000 applicants, yet only a handful met their criteria. I had someone assess my son's talent previously, and it is outstanding. He will surely gain admission to the Qingyun sword sect. Old Wang beamed with pride. For to him, the cultivators of the Qingyun sword sect represented eminent figures. If his family could produce a cultivator from the sect, it would bring him more honor than accumulating vast wealth. Really? Then congratulations. The Wang family is about to rise. At that time, make sure to have your nephew look after us. Friends around him offered their congratulations upon hearing Old Wang's words. Listening to their discussions, Li Ruochen quickly formulated an idea. What if we also visit this Qingyun sword sect? If feasible, we could establish it as our stronghold. Don't count on me. I have no skill in manipulating the minds of others, Ziyun interjected, posing a question regarding Li Ruochen's plan. As someone adept in the laws of life, she did not excel in this area. Ziyun, are you trying to deceive us? Do you think we are fools? When attempting to entice Ling Long, she saw Ziyun and immediately sought to expose her intentions. Before she could finish her words, Ziyun had already employed her magic to silence her. Ling Long was somewhat irritated. This Ziyun was clearly quite insidious, having often tempted Li Ruochen, yet now pretended to be innocent. How disingenuous. Well, the matter had yet to unfold. So both of you should calm down. We shall see, even if we cannot control their minds. Enticing them with benefits and coercing them with threats should suffice to ensure their compliance. Noticing the two women showing signs of mutual hostility, she frowned and interjected to stop them. As Li Ruochen and his companions approached the Qingyun sword sect, they were taken aback by the grandeur of the sect. Stretching endlessly before them were numerous peaks, conservatively estimated to be over 10. The main peak, Qingyun Peak, soared majestically into the clouds, and the expansive gate and wide plaza left them in awe. It seemed that upon returning, they would need to have Guojia revise the terrain of the sacred domain. Compared to this, it appeared rather shabby. Li Ruochen instinctively compared the Qingyun sword sect to his own sacred domain and realized there was ample room for improvement in the latter's standards. Indeed, this sect exuded a more extravagant air. Even the normally taciturn Jian Songhai ventured to express his opinion. All right, this was my first foray into establishing a sect, lacking experience. I shall immediately make adjustments based on what I have observed. Li Ruochen thought to himself quietly. Who dares trespass upon my Qingyun sword sect? A resonant voice echoed from below, clearly indicating that their presence had been detected. Aware that they had been noticed, Li Ruochen and his companions descended to the plaza below, awaiting the arrival of the Qingyun sword sect's members. The disciples patrolling the area finally realized that strangers had infiltrated the mountain gates, each one appearing on high alert. A middle-aged man with a goatee and an imposing demeanor emerged slowly from the grand hall, clad in a Taoist robe. He was none other than the esteemed Elder Baiha of the Qingyun sword sect. Regarding the group before him, whose depths he could not discern, he spoke with a hint of politeness. Your strengths are impressive. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting the Qingyun sword sect? To witness the might of the Qingyun sword sect, and, if possible, to bring it under my command, Li Ruochen stated candidly. He keenly observed that the strongest among the Qingyun sword sect seemed to possess only the pinnacle of martial emperor strength, while the man before him appeared to be merely at the initial stage of martial emperor. To Li Ruochen, who had already achieved a minor success in body refinement, this posed no threat. You, a mere youth, dare to speak so arrogantly. Today, I shall demonstrate the strength of the Qingyun sword sect. As soon as he finished speaking, a flying sword shot forth from behind him, unleashing a flurry of sharp sword rays aimed directly at Li Ruochen. Li Ruochen raised his hand and met the attack head-on, displaying no semblance of fear. The others merely watched with keen interest, showing no intention of intervening. A series of fierce metallic clashes ensued as Li Ruochen effortlessly blocked all the sword rays with a single hand, suffering no harm whatsoever. This technique lacks potency and does not affect me. Do you have any other moves? Furious at seeing his signature technique so easily thwarted by Li Ruochen, Elder Baiha felt his dignity slip away. As one of the top-ranking elders of the Qingyun sword sect, being provoked in such a manner by this young man was intolerable. Summoning the flying sword and invoking the incantation, the once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark storm clouds, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. In that moment, Baiha's eyes gleamed with intensity as he bellowed, "Do not act so recklessly. Receive my strike of 10,000 Thunder Devour." The flying sword ascended into the air, and the storm clouds above seemed to respond to his call, swiftly unleashing torrents of lightning aimed directly at Li Ruoqing. Oh my! As expected from the fifth elder's adeptness with thunder magic, that young man is surely doomed. I wager that audacious brat will be reduced to ashes, murmured the disciples of the Qingyun sword sect, each expressing differing opinions, yet unanimously doubting Li Ruoqing's ability to withstand this formidable thunderous attack. Gazing at the descending bolts of heavenly thunder, Li Ruoqing was taken aback by his remarkable prowess. Capable of intertwining Daoist techniques with the forces of nature to summon thunder to annihilate foes. The might of this attack was undeniably greater than the previous sword radiance. However, how could Li Ruoqing, having achieved a minor mastery in body refinement and clad in divine battle armor, be so easily subdued? According to the principle that smoke without fire inflicts no harm, as the dust settled, Li Ruoqing stood unscathed. Observing the dazed Bai He remarked, "This 10,000 thunder devourer is impressive, yet I primarily cultivate body refinement techniques. Such a degree of heavenly thunder cannot harm me. Perhaps we should let others have a go?" Li Ruoqing's words struck deep into Bai He's pride, as he could not fathom that his esteemed thunder technique had failed so spectacularly, allowing this individual to withstand the heavenly wrath unscathed. How could such an outrageous occurrence be possible? Chapter 132. The defeat of Zhongyun. This 10,000 thunder devourer is indeed intriguing. It resembles more of a magical technique than a sword technique, using the sword as a conduit to summon heavenly thunder to strike the enemy. Had it not been for Ruoqing's specialization in body refinement, he might not have withstood it so effortlessly. If my conjecture is correct, once he ascends to the martial saint realm, the thunder he summons could rival the tribulations faced during divinity. Jian Songhai observed intently, analyzing Bai He's previous actions. The possibility of summoning the tribulations of divinity piqued Linglong and Zun's interest. After all, their strength far surpassed that of Bai He, and should they wield this technique, its potency would undoubtedly multiply several times over, serving as a powerful trump card in future confrontations. Though Bai He remained reluctant, he understood that he was no match for Li Ruoqing. To defeat him, he would need to summon several other senior brothers from the sect for assistance. Hastily activating his communication talisman, he called for reinforcements. Before long, several beams of sword light came rushing from the distant peaks, and a formidable presence swiftly approached from the main summit. Li Ruoqing remained unfazed. No matter how many gathered, if they could not breach his defenses, their efforts would be in vain. However, it must be said, the Qingyun sword sect possessed commendable techniques. Bai He's 10,000 thunder devourer was quite impressive, albeit his inadequate strength prevented him from fully unleashing its potential. Once he had subdued the Qingyun sword sect, he must learn this extraordinary technique for himself. Unbeknownst to the esteemed guests at the Qingyun sword sect, an elderly man, with hair as white as snow and clad in a flowing white robe, disregarded the earlier humiliation of the white crane. Instead, he gazed respectfully at Li Ruoqing and inquired about their purpose for visiting. It was said that the Qingyun sword sect was the most formidable sect within a radius of several hundred miles, and he was eager to witness its grandeur firsthand. With the ulterior motive of bringing the sect under his banner, Li Ruoqing's words, however, instantly incensed several elders of the Qingyun sword sect. What an arrogant young man! Do you truly believe you can subjugate our sect? A middle-aged man in a robe exclaimed angrily. Indeed, our Qingyun sword sect boasts a legacy spanning thousands of years. How dare he provoke us so? Another elder seethed, eager to teach Li Ruoqing a lesson. Since you possess such confidence, why not engage in a friendly contest? If our Qingyun sword sect emerges victorious, we kindly ask you to depart and cease your ambitions, proposed Xianqing Zhenren, the sect's master, whose strength had reached the late Golden Core stage, a pinnacle of martial prowess on the Shenzhou continent. Should you falter, you shall submit to my command and bring the Qingyun sword sect into my fold. Li Ruoqing did not reject the proposal for a contest. Given their confidence in their abilities, it was only fitting they be allowed to test the waters and confront the reality of their limitations. Elder Jian, as a master of the sword yourself, would you care to spar with them? Li Ruoqing suggested to Jian Songhai, believing that even Xianqing Zhenren's unique techniques might struggle to breach his defenses. Perhaps Jian Songhai could glean unexpected insights from the encounter. Indeed, I am most willing. Jian Songhai replied with enthusiasm. Having witnessed the White Crane's formidable technique, he felt that the swordsmanship in this realm, intertwined with mystical arts, had taken a unique path, and he was eager to discover if others possessed similarly extraordinary sword skills. Perhaps fortune would favor him, and he would gain inspiration. As Jian Songhai calmly approached, Carrying his sword case, the most vociferous elder, Songyun, also drew his treasured sword to the arena. With a commanding gesture from Li Ruoqing, who had assumed the role of referee, Songyun channeled his true essence, swinging his sword to unleash a torrent of sword light towards Jian Songhai. In the face of the onslaught of radiant sword beams, Jian Songhai raised his arm slowly, and the god-slaying sword emerged from the case, swiftly soaring into the air. It danced with agility, effortlessly shattering the multitude of Songyun's sword lights. Songyun, witnessing the ease with which his attacks were repelled, felt a surge of indignation. He was, after all, a formidable mid-tier martial sovereign, and to have his efforts dismissed so easily was a blow to his pride. Fuming, Songyun unleashed his full power. His sword ascended into the air, spinning rapidly, and a dragon-shaped sword shadow detached from it, hurtling towards Jian Songhai with ferocious speed. Humph! I refuse to believe that you can easily fend off my dragon shadow soul-devouring technique. Songyun, now resolute, executed his sect's ultimate skill without hesitation, determined to cease any further probing. True dragon? Although there was a semblance of a true dragon, it lacked the terrifying pressure and formidable aura associated with a real dragon. It appeared that this technique had yet to be mastered. Jian Songhai observed the dragon shadow rushing towards him with curiosity, seemingly unperturbed by any sense of threat. The broken army divine sword, which stood beside him, seemed to detect its master's peril and soared into the sky, swiftly advancing towards the colossal dragon shadow. Without any ostentatious maneuvers, the broken army divine sword effortlessly penetrated the dragon's mouth, tearing through it, causing the entire dragon shadow to rapidly disintegrate. The sword in midair was also easily severed by the broken army divine sword, splitting into two and falling to the ground. The broken army divine sword pointed ominously at the clouds, exuding an aura that suggested any further aggression would be met with dire consequences. How could this be possible? Elder Songyun was one of the top 3 sword cultivators of the Qingyun sword sect, and yet he was defeated? Even that Songlong's sword was cleaved in two, surely. I am not dreaming. Many disciples of the Qingyun sword sect felt their worldviews shatter. How could such a prominent figure from their own sect be defeated so thoroughly? Jian Songhai calmly declared, "The victor has been decided. Should anyone be unconvinced, I welcome them to challenge me once more." Upon hearing Jian Songhai's challenge, the members of the Qingyun sword sect wore expressions of dismay. Among them, only a handful possessed strength surpassing that of Songyun, and the disparity was not significant. Even Xianqing Zhenruan, the sect leader, hesitated to engage. If he were unable to defeat Jian Songhai, it would bring shame upon the entire Qingyun sword sect. After waiting for some time, without anyone stepping forward to battle him, it was clear that the opponents lacked confidence in their ability to prevail. Li Ruoqing, standing nearby, remarked with a smile, "Since no one from the Qingyun sword sect dares to fight, it seems I am the victor of this wager. From this day forth, the Qingyun sword sect shall fall under my command." Surely no one objects? How infuriating! In our vast Qingyun sword sect, is there truly no one capable of dealing with him? Why should he be allowed to act so arrogantly? Leader, let us join forces. We can certainly capture this brat. Yes, let us attack together. There are only 4 of them, and we can surely apprehend them all. Perhaps they are even masters of the demonic sect. We are merely purging evil and upholding righteousness. An increasing number of Qingyun sword sect disciples, unwilling to see their sect reduced to a vassal, hoped their leader would intervene and lead the elders in capturing these intruders, erasing the embarrassment of the earlier defeat. Chapter 133. Xianqing, willing to serve the Master-O? You plan to attack together? TSK, unable to win in a duel, you wish to resort to a group assault? It seems the integrity of your esteemed sect is rather lacking. Li Ruoqing mocked the indignant disciples of the Qingyun sword sect. And what of it? Should we show courtesy to those who come seeking trouble? Leader, give the command. We shall attack together. An elder encouraged fervently. Indeed, leader, quickly issue the order. We cannot allow the legacy of our Qingyun sword sect to be tarnished by our own hands. Another elder added. In the face of the fervent emotions expressed by the numerous elders, Xianqing found himself in a state of hesitation. After all, the matter at hand pertained to the legacy of their sect, which had endured for millennia. If they were to concede defeat, the Qingyun sword sect would become a vassal to others, and without knowledge of their adversaries' true capabilities, they risked being ensnared without recourse for redress. Ultimately, Xianqing resolved to prioritize the survival of the sect over momentary pride. The preservation of their heritage outweighed the triviality of personal honor. Thus, he prepared to command the collective assault against Li Ruoqing and his companions. At that moment, an exceedingly fearsome aura erupted from a woman standing behind Li Ruoqing. The disciples of the Qingyun sword sect were caught completely off guard, collapsing under the overwhelming pressure, save for a few formidable elders who managed to withstand it, albeit with visible tremors betraying their struggle. This terrifying presence was undoubtedly that of a transcendent being, at least at the Great Ascension stage. How could this be possible? Xianqing was seized by terror, never having anticipated that among the four newcomers was a peerless cultivator who had already traversed the tribulation. Such a near-immortal existence should have ascended to the celestial realm, not lingered in the mortal world. To encounter us is a fortuitous opportunity for the Qingyun sword sect. Should you execute your duties with diligence, I shall generously bestow rewards and pass down the sacred techniques. If you achieve success in your cultivation, ascending in broad daylight is not beyond the realm of possibility. Otherwise, I shall eradicate you all without mercy. Choose your path wisely and swiftly. At this juncture, Ziyun's phoenix-like eyes gleamed with an icy brilliance as she addressed the multitude of kneeling Qingyun sword sect disciples with a commanding tone. We are willing to serve under this esteemed individual. Xianqing, in a display of utmost respect, hastened to affirm his allegiance. In the face of mortality, pride became inconsequential. Moreover, this esteemed figure had promised that diligent service could lead to access to techniques capable of reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. What room was there for hesitation? It was well known that throughout the generations, few leaders and elders of the Qingyun sword sect had attained the nascent soul stage, and only the founding patriarch had successfully ascended. As for others, their cultivation levels hardly surpassed that of Xianqing himself, having successfully integrated the Qingyun sword sect into their fold. Li Ruoqing and his companions accompanied Xianqing into the grand hall of the main peak. Through a series of discussions, they learned that this world had witnessed a great war thousands of years prior, likely due to an incursion by formidable foes. Following that conflict, many powerful cultivators perished, and numerous prominent sects were obliterated, resulting in a significant fracture within the cultivation traditions of the continent, rendering many techniques incomplete. The ancestors of the Qingyun sword sect had obtained a comprehensive cultivation method from an ancient relic, which served as the foundation for the diverse arts and sword techniques that emerged subsequently. The situation was no different for other sects, whether they practiced the secret teachings of Buddhism or the arts of the demonic path. It seemed this world had also suffered an invasion from outer celestial demons. Though the circumstances here were far more dire, not only have the adept practitioners suffered grievous losses, leading to a near-complete severance of their lineage, but the very laws of the world have also become fragmented. In contrast, the Cloud Continent can be considered fortunate. Li Ruoqing continuously analyzed the information he had acquired, arriving at an audacious hypothesis. Did you venture to explore those ancient ruins afterward? He retained a lingering interest in the formidable sects that had flourished millennia ago. From previous encounters, it was evident that the Qingyun sword sect possessed considerable strength, boasting a plethora of powerful techniques and ultimate moves, though their cultivation levels remained somewhat lacking. Yes, several generations of past sect leaders had ventured with their elders back to the site discovered by our ancestors, only to find it overtaken by a formidable demonic clan that seemed to have emerged from nowhere. The elders suffered significant casualties, and those fortunate enough to escape warned their disciples that none should approach unless they had reached the nascent soul stage. Master Xianyun replied respectfully, I see. Once the disciple recruitment ceremony concludes, let us visit that site. As for those demons, we shall deal with them. With the purpose of his visit in mind, Li Ruoqing was keenly interested in these ruins, believing that they might yield unexpected gains for their group. By the way, bring forth the sect's cultivation techniques and sword manuals for our perusal. Remembering the sword techniques of Bai He and Song Yun, he quickly formulated a plan. Since they would be staying for several days, it would be prudent to study the Qingyun sword sect's methods and martial skills, examining the potential divergences in techniques across different realms. Although it had already been decided that these would be entrusted to Li Ruoqing, to hand over the core techniques and manuals of their sect so swiftly felt somewhat unreasonable. What a petty attitude. Do you think we would covet your trifling possessions? Go fetch them. Observing Master Xuanyun's hesitation, Li Ruoqing scoffed, tossing a jade slip containing celestial-grade martial techniques into the air. Initially reluctant, Master Xianyun curiously extended his consciousness into the slip, and soon his expression transformed into one of profound excitement. I shall retrieve all the manuals and techniques for your reference immediately. Master Xuanyun's rapid change of demeanor left the other elders bewildered. How could their leader, who had been so hesitant just moments ago, so suddenly reverse his stance? It was as if he were eager to offer up the sect's techniques and skills. What was going on? With a multitude of questions swirling in their minds, the elders followed Master Xianyun out of the grand hall. "Master, what did that young man give you to elicit such a transformation?" One elder inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, this is not characteristic of you," Song Yun remarked, perplexed. Their leader had previously seemed unwilling to part with the sect's manuscripts. Yet upon receiving that jade slip from Li Ruoqing, he swiftly changed his mind. Surely there must be some hidden intrigue at play. "If you were aware of what this esteemed individual bestowed upon me, you would understand my actions," Master Xinyan replied calmly. He casually offered a celestial-grade martial technique. To comprehend the formidable martial prowess of the Qingyun sword sect, one must acknowledge that they possess merely 3 celestial-tier techniques, which were painstakingly acquired through the relentless efforts of their esteemed ancestors. Chapter 134, The Unwitting Target. Crown Prince Li Qianyuan in stark contrast to Li Ruoqing's seamless journey across the Divine Continent. The Yunlong continent has recently experienced significant upheaval. The previously stable geopolitical landscape has shifted dramatically. The Songlong dynasty, one of the 3 great human empires, has launched an offensive against the northern Songlong Empire under the pretext of territorial disputes. Within a mere 5 days, they extended their aggression towards the eastern Qian dynasty, citing the assassination of their merchant personnel within Qian territory, orchestrated by an official of the Qian dynasty. However, these claims are solely the assertions of the Songlong dynasty, lacking any substantiating evidence. This abrupt declaration of war has caught both the Qian dynasty and the Songlong Empire off guard. Nevertheless, they remain unperturbed. For the Songlong dynasty faces the daunting challenge of waging a dual-front war with the expectation of triumph. The pressure is immense, as the strengths of these imperial factions are relatively comparable, with minimal disparity. Yet, upon confronting the armies of the Songlong dynasty, they soon realized their initial assumptions were indeed hasty. The fearsome soldiers, imbued with an overwhelming aura of bloodlust, resemble demons risen from the depths of hell, exhibiting an extraordinary ferocity. In the encounter of narrow paths, the courageous prevail. The Songlong dynasty, with their relentless vigor, has rapidly besieged and conquered cities, facing little resistance from such a terrifying military force. In no time, news of the Songlong dynasty's conquests over the Qian dynasty and the Songlong Empire reverberates throughout the land. Within the Qian dynasty, silence reigns. Emperor Li Qianyuan is consumed by fury. The sudden and aggressive incursions of the Songlong dynasty have not targeted the north, but rather struck directly at the affluent southern regions. Unlike the war-torn north, the southern cities have not seen conflict in decades, leaving their military resources woefully neglected. Even when troops are summoned, they often consist of ineffectual personnel, rendering them no match against the ferocious Songlong forces, an endeavor akin to hurling eggs at stones. The situation in the south is dire. Who among them can lead the army to vanquish the forces of the Songlong dynasty and reclaim the lost territories? Li Qianyuan gazes at the ministers before him. Yet silence prevails, for none possess the confidence to confront such a formidable army. To rashly engage in battle, risking defeat, would not only be a disgrace, but might also jeopardize their very lives. With such meager salaries, there seems little incentive to risk everything. Observing the downcast ministers, their heads bowed in silence, Li Qianyuan's ire intensifies. These individuals retreat into their shells at the slightest hint of trouble, yet revel in their exuberance when all is well. There is no time to reprimand them now. The immediate priority is to repel the Songlong forces and reclaim their lost lands. Should they continue their relentless advance, they risk the very foundation of their kingdom collapsing. A humiliation of unparalleled magnitude. In this time of national peril, do any of the princes wish to take command of the army and aid me in defeating the invaders and reclaiming our territories? Li Qianyuan remained undeterred. With these ministers proving unreliable, he turned his attention to his sons. Although they lacked the formidable presence of Li Ruoqing, commanding an army should not pose a significant challenge for them. However, Li Qianyuan soon found himself disillusioned. His princes were far from naive. They were unlikely to be easily swayed into foolishly stepping forward at his behest. His frustration deepened. After all, the Songlong dynasty was not invincible. They merely possessed a stronger army. Was it truly necessary to panic over their might? Observing Li Qianyuan's troubled demeanor, the Chancellor Wang Pu suggested, "Your Majesty, I believe we should request the Northern King to dispatch troops to assist in vanquishing the Songlong dynasty's forces in the south. The army of the Northern Frost Kingdom is formidable, with its heavy cavalry and infantry being among the finest in the realm. Should the Northern King choose to intervene, the crisis in the south could surely be resolved." Wang Pu's proposal quickly garnered support from numerous ministers, for it was far preferable to have the Northern King bear the burden of battle than for them to face certain doom. Several princes also cast their votes in favor. which filled Li Shihuan, as the emperor, with exasperation. Remarkably, this group of ineffectual individuals seemed to believe they had devised a splendid plan to request the Northern Frost Kingdom, led by Li Ruoqing, to aid other kingdoms while the central dynasty remained silent. How would that be perceived by the other kingdoms or dynasties? Thus, he promptly instructed Chancellor Wang to persuade the Northern King to provide military assistance. Time was of the essence, and he urged Wang to fulfill this task without delay. The eldest prince, Li Qianyuan, was appointed as the commander of the reinforcements, leading a force of 100,000 to the south. Should they face defeat, there would be no return to the imperial capital. He would dispatch the second prince to lead another army in their stead. The Qian dynasty would not tolerate cowards who feared for their lives. Li Shihuan disregarded their opinions, unilaterally assigning tasks and leaving no room for dissent. After the court session concluded, the eldest prince sought out Chancellor Wang Pu, his anger palpable. "Chancellor, it is well known that you harbor animosity towards the sixth prince. But do not drag me into your vendetta. Now, thanks to you, Father has ordered me to lead the army south to repel the Songlong dynasty's forces and reclaim lost territories. I feel as though I have been led to my doom. Your Highness, such sentiments are misguided. With the nation in peril, perhaps His Majesty intends to provide the princes with an opportunity to gain battle experience," Wang Pu retorted, his tone less than accommodating. "Had you not proposed this ill-fated idea, would His Majesty have orchestrated such a situation? No matter your explanations, I hold you responsible. If you cannot secure the Northern King's assistance swiftly, I shall ensure that the entire Wang family pays the price along with me, even if it costs my life," Li Qianyuan declared, his desperation evident. He understood his lack of military prowess and that his martial cultivation was merely at the martial king level. The odds of returning from this venture were slim. Even if he were to perish in the south, he would ensure that Wang Pu, in his cowardice, faced the same fate. "Your Highness, how dare you speak so?" Wang Pu realized that Li Qianyuan was prepared to risk everything. If the prince were to fall in the south, the Wang family might very well face retribution from the remnants he left behind. Now, the solitary city faces imminent demise. What does it matter if it drags you down with it in its final moments? Your only path to survival lies in departing swiftly to request the Northern Frost Kingdom's aid. Otherwise, prepare to accompany the entire Wang family to the grave. Li Qianyuan disregarded Wang Pu's explanations entirely and departed. Currently, Li Qianyuan found himself in a perilous dilemma. Refusing the imperial edict would likely lead to punishment, while compliance would almost certainly result in a near-fatal encounter. Furthermore, should he suffer defeat, his father would not permit his return to the imperial capital, effectively condemning him to fight to the death in the south, even if it meant perishing there. Chapter 135, Requesting Support from the Northern Frost Kingdom. A grave situation. Unwilling to succumb to despair, Li Qianyuan dispatched a trusted confidant with a substantial array of gifts to the Northern Frost Kingdom. The unreliable Wang Pu was not a dependable ally. Thus, he opted for his own loyal aid to persuade his sixth brother, Li Ruoqing, to mobilize troops for early assistance, thereby minimizing his peril. In the event of a defeat, he would follow Li Ruoqing to the Northern Frost Kingdom, which would certainly be preferable to dying in the south. Li Qianyuan was not alone in seeking aid from the Northern Frost Kingdom. The Wolf Empire was in a similar plight. Faced with the relentless advance of the Songlong dynasty's forces, the initially indifferent Wolf Emperor Augustus soon experienced the bitter consequences. Reports of defeats from the front lines poured in. Within mere days, several cities had fallen, igniting his fury. Augustus swiftly appointed the seasoned General Tage as commander to lead the troops in a counteroffensive against the Songlong dynasty. Although they successfully stalled the enemy's advance, they were unable to repel them. The Songlong troops exhibited an alarming ferocity, as if they were devoid of pain, behaving like marionettes under someone else's control. When Augustus and his advisors in the imperial city received Tage's report, shock rippled through them. No wonder that Songlong dynasty dared to engage on two fronts. They had transformed hundreds of thousands of soldiers into soulless puppets, devoid of sensation and consciousness, merely charging forth and clashing according to their commander's orders. These fiends are utterly deranged. How could they dare to turn so many soldiers into puppets without fear of divine retribution? Augustus roared in fury, though the orcs and humans stood on opposing sides. Such inhumane actions were excessively cruel. Was the emperor of the Songlong dynasty mad enough to commit such atrocities? They must intend to conquer both nations simultaneously, seeking to unify the entire continent. Chancellor Hu mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. This reasoning seemed the only explanation for the Songlong dynasty's reckless actions, as he could conceive no other motives behind their madness. These lunatics, attacking two great nations at once, do they not fear their own downfall? Augustus seethed. While everyone shared his indignation, the pressing matter remained how to repel these invaders and expose the Songlong dynasty's malevolence to the world, rallying a collective effort against them. Your Majesty, do you recall the High Priest's prophecy? He once foretold that the continent would undergo great changes. And the key to altering the situation lies within the Northern Frost Kingdom, Chancellor Hu reminded, narrowing his eyes as he stroked his beard. The cunning old fox. Did you foresee such a turn of events? Is that why you orchestrated the alliance between me and the Northern Frost Kingdom? Even going so far as to willingly offer your precious granddaughter in marriage to them? It dawned upon Augustus that his chancellor seemed to have gleaned substantial intelligence from the high priest and had commenced his arrangements well in advance. Truly, he is deserving of the moniker old fox. Your Majesty, you are overthinking, the chancellor replied earnestly. I merely seized an opportune moment. Recognizing that the Northern Frost Kingdom's General of the North is a man of exceptional talent, worthy of our alliance. He dismissed Augustus's doubts with nonchalance. Faced with the chancellor's unyielding demeanor, Augustus found himself at a loss and inquired, do you have confidence that the Northern Frost Kingdom will agree to mobilize their troops? After all, the Songlong dynasty has not dispatched forces to attack the Northern Frost Kingdom. They could easily remain uninvolved. The chancellor paused thoughtfully before responding with gravity. They will. As long as we firmly assert that remnants of the Xianming sect were discovered on the battlefield, Li Ruoqing will undoubtedly mobilize his forces. Remnants of the Xianming sect? Are you certain this approach is reliable? Augustus hesitated, being unfamiliar with this Xianming sect. It was only after receiving reports from his subordinates that he learned of a sect named Xianming within the Songlong dynasty that had launched an assault on the city of Hanshuan, seemingly underestimating its defenses, resulting in their capture without casualties. However, Hanshuan subsequently issued a proclamation demanding that Songlong dynasty hand over the remnants of the Xianming sect, to which the Songlong dynasty responded with a collection of corpses as a form of explanation to the Northern Frost Kingdom. Did the Songlong dynasty truly eradicate all remnants of the Xianming sect? It is difficult to ascertain. Who can guarantee that those corpses were genuinely members of the Xianming sect? Once an excuse is established, the Northern Frost Kingdom can be drawn into the conflict. They boast many skilled fighters. And it is rumored that a sect named the Holy Domain was established last year, attracting numerous experts. The Chancellor's analysis successfully assuaged Augustus's doubts. As envoys from the Qian dynasty and the Songlong Empire arrived successively at Hanshuan City, seeking an audience with Li Ruoqing to discuss urgent matters. They were informed that he was currently in seclusion and unavailable for visitors. This unforeseen circumstance left them in despair, especially the confidant of the Crown Prince, who had rushed to ensure the Northern Frost Kingdom's military support in a timely manner. The news of General Li Ruoqing's seclusion thwarted their meticulous plans. However, with lives at stake, after repeated entreaties, the officials of Hanshuan City introduced them to Themis and Guojia. In the absence of Li Ruoqing, Themis and Guojia were the authorities representing the entire Northern Frost Kingdom. If both were to consent to mobilization, they could indeed summon the kingdom's forces and champions. My lord, His Highness the Crown Prince has been dispatched by His Majesty to lead the army southward against the forces of the Songlong dynasty. He specifically sent me to Hanshuan City to seek the support of General Li Ruoqing. Given the urgency of the situation, I implore the Northern Frost Kingdom to mobilize at once. The envoy concluded his plea by respectfully presenting a gift box, a token from the Crown Prince to the general. With such earnestness from the Crown Prince, it was only fitting that they extend their aid in this endeavor. Guojia nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that the journey to the south was arduous and would not be accomplished swiftly. Perhaps, my lord, you could arrange for some formidable warriors to accompany me to the south to assist the Crown Prince, with reinforcements arriving shortly thereafter. Furthermore, I anticipate that Minister Wang Pu will also arrive in Frost City soon. It would be prudent for the Northern King to dispatch troops, enabling you to negotiate for greater rewards later. The envoy appeared to agree with the rationale presented. However, in times of crisis, it is imperative to act swiftly. Thus, if we can dispatch a contingent of strong fighters to support the Crown Prince, it would facilitate our dealings on that front, while the remainder of the reinforcements can arrive within a few days. Very well, since the envoy has expressed such sentiments, we shall make the necessary arrangements. I kindly request that you remain in Frost City for a day. I will organize the personnel and hand over the details to you tomorrow. Guojia cast a glance at the gift box he had received earlier, astonished to find a stack of gold notes, each amounting to 100,000, 20 in total. It seemed the Crown Prince had indeed invested heavily in this endeavor. Chapter 136. Preparations before reinforcement, my lord, having traveled such a distance. I presume you are not here merely to request troops? Guojia inquired, eyeing the envoy from the Songlong Empire, who seemed to have ulterior motives. Indeed, the envoy replied, "By command of the Wolf Emperor, I have come to seek support from the Northern Frost Kingdom. Additionally, Minister who has instructed me to convey that we have encountered remnants of the Xianin sect on the battlefield." Remnants of the Xianin sect? Are you certain you are not jesting? Guojia's expression hardened as he sought clarification. It was essential to recall that although the Xianin sect's earlier assault on Frost City had not inflicted significant damage, the act itself was heinous. The Songlong dynasty had later delivered a batch of corpses as a form of reparation, yet it was understood that the matter had been left unresolved. Now, the sudden revelation of the sect's resurgence posed a grave dilemma. If true, the Northern Frost Kingdom faced a choice between feigning ignorance or openly confronting the Songlong dynasty, thus igniting a formal conflict. Based on the analyses from His Majesty the Wolf Emperor and Minister Hu, we are reasonably confident that the Songlong dynasty has transformed hundreds of thousands of soldiers into puppets, which accounts for their reckless aggression in seizing cities and territories. Such a deranged tactic is beyond the comprehension of any sane individual, the envoy elaborated further. Transmuting hundreds of thousands into puppets? Has the Songlong dynasty gone mad? How dare they? Guojia was taken aback by this startling revelation. Throughout millennia of warfare, while many nations had fallen and countless lives had been lost, the Songlong dynasty's act of creating an army of puppets was unprecedented, a truly inhumane method that could only be described as an affront to humanity itself. My lord, these puppets are exceedingly formidable and cannot be dealt with by ordinary troops. Only a significant number of powerful warriors can confront them directly. The Northern Frost Kingdom is home to many skilled fighters, and the Wolf Emperor has specifically requested I seek a contingent of masters to assist in battle. Once we have repelled the Songlong dynasty's forces, we can rally other nations to unite in a just cause against them. Observing Guojia's wavering conviction, the envoy continued, "My Lord S. Prince is currently in seclusion for cultivation. I shall confer with Lord Temis and expect to provide you with a response by tomorrow." Guojia nodded in agreement with the envoy's remarks. If the rumors regarding the Songlong dynasty's frenzied actions were indeed true, they would have a valid pretext to engage in warfare, rallying other nations to join in their assault. Should the Songlong dynasty be vanquished, the benefits for the kingdom of Beishuang would undoubtedly be extraordinary. After a brief discussion with Temis, they resolved that Guojia would venture into the sacred domain to seek out Li Ruoqing. However, upon his arrival, he was informed by Sangyo that Li Ruoqing and several others had embarked on an exploration of another world and would not be returning anytime soon. Sangyo, the situation on the right side of the continent is dire. The Songlong dynasty has launched a sudden offensive against both the Qian dynasty and the Songlong Empire, and their forces appear to have been transformed into puppets, likely under the influence of remnants from the Xianming sect. Guojia explained the current predicament. Both sides were eager for their assistance, and they needed to show some form of response. Given this, I shall dispatch someone to the other world to find Li Ruoqing and urge their return, Sangyo decided, recognizing the gravity of the situation. It was already a considerable challenge for her to manage the sacred domain, and the thought of overseeing troop deployments and external conflicts would likely overwhelm her. In the Qingyun sword sect on the Shenzhou continent, a few individuals, engrossed in studying various techniques and martial arts, soon encountered their subordinate, who had come to find them. The sect master has instructed me to inform you that the situation in the Yunnan continent has changed. The Songlong dynasty has simultaneously launched attacks against the Qian dynasty and the Songlong Empire, and your immediate return is required. Taken aback by this unexpected news, Li Ruoqing expressed his astonishment at the audacity of the Songlong dynasty, boldly challenging two adversaries simultaneously. Are they not concerned about the potential for failure? After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Jian Songhai and said, "Master Jian, the principles of the sword here are well developed, allowing you to fully harness your prowess. Perhaps you could hold the fort here while I return with Ziyun and Linglong to assess the situation." "Certainly, I can manage here without issue. However, our exploration of the ruins will likely need to be postponed," Jian Songhai replied, nodding in agreement. He held a keen interest in the techniques and martial arts of the Qingyun sword sect, and sensed that mastering these texts would significantly enhance his understanding of swordsmanship. This would, in turn, bolster his chances of advancing to the realm of martial deity. "I entrust this matter to you," Li Ruoqing said, bowing respectfully to Jian Songhai before hastily departing with the two women. When Li Ruoqing returned to the Yunnan continent the following afternoon, Guojia promptly approached him, detailing the events of the past few days, including the requests for assistance from the Qian dynasty and the Songlong Empire. "You mean to say that the Songlong Empire claims to have discovered remnants of the Xianming sect? What is your perspective on this?" Li Ruoqing's expression grew serious. He vividly recalled the madness of the Xianming sect, a group of rogues unbound by any code, who dared to execute brazen ambushes. Were it not for their formidable numbers and strength, the kingdom of Beishuang might have long since ceased to exist. In my opinion, they may not necessarily be remnants of the Xianming sect. However, the audacity to transform hundreds of thousands into puppets is a manifestation of madness, an act devoid of humanity. Even if they are not of the demonic clan, they are scarcely different. We can seize the pretext of eradicating the remnants of the Xianming sect to dispatch troops in support, perhaps even penetrate deep into the heart of the Songlong dynasty, rallying the entire realm to unite against this threat. If fortune favors us, the kingdom of Beishuang might even advance further. Guo Jia meticulously analyzed the current circumstances and the potential benefits for Li Ruoqing. As for the dangers, they had given them little thought. With both the lower deity Zhang Yu and the mid-tier deity Ziyun in their ranks, what could the Xianming sect's summoning of demonic powers possibly do? At worst, they might provoke the divine thunder tribulation. Once the scent of the demonic clan is detected, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable beings from beyond the heavens. For they are the invaders closely monitored by the upper realm. After much deliberation, it was ultimately decided that Li Ruoqing, accompanied by Ziyun, Zhao Yun, and 3,000 cavalry from the White Horse Brotherhood, would march southward to strike at the forces of the Songlong dynasty. Meanwhile, Taimi Si, Guojia, and Gong Shu Pan would lead over 10,000 heavy-armored wolf cavalry from Beishuang to provide support to the Songlong Empire. Should circumstances change, Zhang Yu and Ling Long would bring forth the powers of the Holy Realm to assist. On the night of that day, Guojia informed the envoys from both sides that the kingdom of Beishuang would dispatch experts the following day for assistance, but he stipulated that the matter must remain confidential. Without any leaks, the envoys from both parties returned joyfully with this news, eager to comply with even the slightest request from Guojia. It seemed that the kingdom of Beishuang was intent on striking covertly against the Songlong dynasty, a thrilling prospect they were more than willing to witness. Now fervently hoping for the misfortunes of the Songlong Empire. Early the next morning, Wang Pu of the Qian dynasty hurriedly journeyed from the imperial capital, enlisting 2 martial masters to hasten his flight to Hanshuan City, exhausting both in the process. However, despite his long journey, Wang Pu soon found himself at a dead end. Li Ruoqing was in closed-door cultivation, and military strategist Guojia was disinclined to meet him. Even the imperial edict from Li Xuan held no weight without an official directive, rendering his efforts futile. This predicament left Wang Pu in an awkward position. Though he had previously clashed with Li Ruoqing, the Wang family had since conceded and offered reparations. Despite his occasional attempts to sabotage and vex the kingdom of Beishuang through counsel to Li Ruin, he had ultimately achieved nothing, and now, having successfully embroiled Li Ruoqing in turmoil, he unexpectedly found himself ensnared as well, an instance of losing more than he gained. What to do? If they refused to send troops for rescue and Li Qianyuan falls in the south, the Wang family would also face dire consequences. Wang Pu felt a pang of anxiety. After all, the maternal family of this grand prince held the title of duke. If the old duke were to hold him accountable, even without retribution from Li Qianyuan, the Wang family would not escape unscathed. In the end, Wang Pu steeled himself and resolved to part with some wealth to avert disaster. In order to secure a meeting with the strategist Guojia, a considerable sum of gold was spent to facilitate connections. Ultimately, after expending several 100,000 gold coins, Guojia relented and agreed to meet. Upon entering the council chamber, Wang Pu, observing Guojia dressed in a scholarly garb of blue and white, with a feather fan in hand, approached with utmost respect and said, "I pay my respects, esteemed sir. This is a small token of my appreciation. I humbly request you to accept it." With a heavy heart, Wang Pu presented a gift containing a gold note worth 1 million coins. He had discovered that the formidable figures of the Northern Frost Kingdom were not lacking in treasures, yet they had a greater need for mundane wealth. For him, this was fortuitous. If his overtures fell flat, it would be challenging to find someone to intercede on his behalf. "Since you are so courteous, I shall graciously accept it," Guojia replied, though he feigned ignorance. "However, I am curious as to the purpose of your visit." "It is as follows. Due to the assault from the Songlong dynasty in the south, His Majesty has dispatched the Crown Prince to the southern regions and has also sent me to the Northern Frost Kingdom to beseech the Northern Guardian King to mobilize troops and powerful warriors for support." Wang Pu explained promptly. "Do you possess any orders from His Majesty?" Guojia inquired, adopting a serious demeanor as he requested the official command. This posed a dilemma for Wang Pu. It turned out that Li Xuan had never issued a formal decree. After all, Mobilizing an army from a vassal kingdom to assist in domestic conflict could easily become a source of ridicule, questioning the competence of the Qian dynasty if they could not repel a mere band of invaders. Seeing Wang Pu silent, Guojia furrowed his brows and remarked, "You are putting me in a difficult position, my lord. Mobilizing troops is not out of the question, provided we have the emperor's decree. The Northern Frost Kingdom would not hesitate to comply. However, without a formal order, convincing the Northern Guardian King will be quite a challenge." He gestured, rubbing his fingers together, indicating the need for persuasion. Faced with Guojia's blatant demand for bribes, Wang Pu suppressed his inner fury and retrieved another stack of gold notes from his pocket, approximately worth 500,000. "I implore you to speak favorably of me before the Northern Guardian King." In the urgency to save lives, it was imperative for the Northern Frost Kingdom to send troops at once. Guojia, noting that Wang Pu had not surrendered all of the gold notes, thought to himself, "Cunning old fox, so miserly yet expects me to assist him?" Maintaining a facade of calmness, he replied, "My lord, the prince is currently in seclusion for cultivation. If I were to disturb him recklessly, I fear he may reprimand me. Is this a scheme to ensnare me? Very well, I shall accept these gold notes in full." As Guojia continued to imply his desire for more wealth, Wang Pu felt a wave of despair. Why did I ever mention the Northern Guardian King? Had I remained silent, I would have merely faced a few scolding remarks from Li Xiuan without having to endure this arduous journey to the north. In the end, Wang Pu surrendered the remaining gold notes to Guojia. Witnessing this unexpected windfall, Guojia donned a somewhat insincere smile. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall notify the prince at once. Given the national crisis at hand, I trust he will understand the necessity of his involvement. After I persuade him, we can likely dispatch troops to the south by tomorrow. Then I must trouble you, my lord." Wang Pu exclaimed joyfully, relieved that the other party was at least reliable, having accepted payment for their services. Otherwise, he would have suffered a double loss. As dusk fell, the grand army of the Beishuang Kingdom assembled, dividing into two formidable forces under the leadership of several commanders, advancing toward the southern and northern territories of the Songlong Empire. The earlier departing duo, Li Ruoqing and Ziyun, successfully reached the southern front by nightfall. Although they had yet to approach the battlefield, they could sense from a distance the overwhelming aura of bloodlust emanating from the troops of the Songlong dynasty. It seemed the intelligence they had received was indeed accurate. It was unfathomable how Long Yutian of the Songlong dynasty could commit such heinous acts, transforming hundreds of thousands of soldiers into puppets, extinguishing countless lives. Li Ruoqing reflected on this with a heavy heart. In his understanding, while war might claim many lives, to slay one's own forces and then manipulate their corpses to launch attacks against another nation was more barbaric than the fiends themselves. This truly resembled the methods of demonic tribes. The puppets were relatively easy to deal with. One merely needed to annihilate them. However, the puppet masters behind them could not be allowed to escape. Should they evade capture, it was likely they would soon produce another batch of puppets, resulting in even more innocent victims. Ziyun gazed at the distant army of the Songlong dynasty, formulating a plan in her mind. "Very well, let us first rendezvous with them. We shall act according to the situation. We absolutely cannot let those fiends escape," she stated. Li Ruoqing nodded in agreement. Chapter 138. A temporary retreat, brother. "You have finally arrived. I have awaited your return for so long. How many valiant warriors have you brought to our aid?" Upon seeing Li Ruoqing, Li Qianyuan felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders. He no longer had to bear the burden alone, relying on Li Ruoqing to resolve any issues that arose, as he merely needed to survive until the war's conclusion. "It is just Ziyun and myself for now. General Zhao Yun and his white horse Yisong have yet to arrive." Li Ruoqing, indifferent to Li Qianyuan's enthusiasm, calmly responded, "Just you and this young lady? You cannot be jesting. There are over 100,000 fearless warriors on the opposing side. With merely the two of you, it is of no consequence." Li Qianyuan's heart began to race again. Could it be that this sixth brother had accepted payment yet intended to deceive him? Just two individuals could hardly be deemed reinforcements. His previously calm demeanor was now fraught with anxiety as he feared that the much-anticipated reinforcements had let him down, possibly leading to his demise once more by dawn. "Fear not, elder brother. Since I have come, I am confident in our victory. You need not worry. Go and rest." Li Ruoqing reassured the still apprehensive Li Qianyuan. Noticing the effect of his words, he refrained from saying more and led Ziyun to his tent to rest. That night, Li Ruoqing embraced Ziyun, absorbing the rhythm of the principles flowing through her, closing his eyes in meditation, gaining deeper insights into the laws of life. As Ziyun observed Li Ruoqing entering a profound state of cultivation, She playfully extended her fair and slender hands to caress and explore his form. Since solidifying her mid-level divine realm 6 months prior, Ziyun had intermittently teased Li Ruoqing, though her efforts yielded little effect. Frustrated, she ultimately revealed a hidden benefit. Embracing her during cultivation could expedite the comprehension of relevant laws. Intrigued by the prospect, Li Ruoqing consented to the arrangement with a sense of curiosity. Initially, as he held Ziyun in his arms, Li Ruoqing found his thoughts wandering. For he was certainly no paragon of virtue. The beauty cradled within his embrace possessed a fair complexion, a voluptuous figure, and a remarkably supple waist. Yet, these distractions paled in comparison to the life-law aura that she occasionally emanated, which seemed to subtly resonate with him. This was indeed remarkable. Ziyun had spoken the truth. He could genuinely perceive the essence of the laws. It is common knowledge that one can only grasp the power of the laws after attaining the martial saint realm, through diligent personal cultivation. Yet, now, in holding Ziyun, it felt as though he were directly grasping the laws, a veritable shortcut. Once Li Ruoqing confirmed that embracing Ziyun indeed facilitated direct comprehension of the law's power, he also experimented with Linglong and Sangyo. With the two ladies' shy yet tacit consent, he discovered that this shortcut to law cultivation bore significant limitations. Firstly, the individual he embraced needed to open their mind and not resist the comprehension of their own laws. Secondly, the depth of understanding the laws required from the participant directly influenced the number of laws he could perceive. After several attempts, Li Ruoqing concluded that Ziyun, having reached the mid-level divine realm, possessed the most potent law power, followed by Sangyo. As for Linglong, her law power was rather sparse since she had yet to ascend to the divine rank, yielding minimal benefit for him. However, this unexpected discovery ignited a bold idea in Li Ruoqing's mind. If he could gather additional resources to resurrect the other two divine powerhouses within the divine seal assessment, Jian Songhai and Themis, once they ascended to the martial god rank, he could then absorb the laws from these divine beings, experimenting with various laws to become a polymorphic, versatile martial god. After a night of recuperation, the forces of the Zonglong dynasty mobilized once more, advancing towards Li Ruoqing's position with great momentum. Faced with the ferocious onslaught, Li Qianyuan and his fellow generals found themselves at a loss. After all, they had heard that the opposing army might no longer consist of ordinary individuals. Should they engage in battle, they risked heavy casualties. Yet retreating at this juncture would be futile and would demoralize the troops, making victory increasingly elusive. As the generals grappled with their predicament, Li Ruoqing had already escorted Ziyun to the front of the camp. Gazing upon the approaching horde of over 100,000 puppet soldiers, he promptly summoned the Azure Lotus Flame. Having nurtured this flame for over a year, it was on the verge of attaining divine fire status. Against these puppets, whose powers ranged merely between martial apprentice and martial warrior, it would be a simple matter to obliterate them with a mere flick of his wrist. As the Azure Lotus Flame burst forth from Li Ruoqing's hand, it quickly ignited into a roaring blaze in midair. The commander of the Zonglong dynasty paid little heed to this flame, having swept through the battlefield with ease. He had encountered no formidable adversary, let alone a mere fire. He was confident that within the span of a single incense stick, he could lead his army of over 100,000 puppets to utterly demolish the forces of the Qian dynasty. However, as he and his legion charged through the wall of flames, he was struck by a startling realization. His assessment had been grievously flawed. The fire seemed to possess a sentience of its own, relentlessly scorching him and proving impossible to extinguish. The numerous puppet soldiers trailing behind him shared the same fate. And as time elapsed, the flames grew fiercer, threatening to consume him entirely. The commander, disregarding all else, channeled his true essence in an attempt to quell the flames enveloping him, only to discover in horror that this inferno was voraciously depleting his inner energy even as it raged. Such a terrifying revelation filled him with dread. There were powerful adversaries lying in ambush, and the winds of fortune had turned against him. Before he could even contemplate altering his course, the throng of puppets behind him pushed him further into the fray. He had forgotten that these automatons were devoid of consciousness, mindlessly obeying the commands of their unseen puppeteer. Unbeknownst to the commander, the puppets, huddled in the rear, were oblivious to the unfolding calamity ahead. Ultimately, the flames that had engulfed him could not be extinguished, and he was reduced to ashes, while the puppets behind him were incinerated even more swiftly. In a short span, the puppet army suffered catastrophic losses, a fact that brought elation to the Qian dynasty's forces stationed at the rear, who were prepared to engage in a bloodbath with their foes. Though they were unaware of the origin of the flames, their effectiveness in decimating the enemy was undeniable. Perhaps they would not even need to lift a finger. These puppets would foolishly meet their demise in the flames without a fight. At that moment, the once advancing puppet army seemed to receive a command, halting their advance and slowly retreating. Observing this scene, the onlookers breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had witnessed how these puppets operated like machines. Even with flames raging around them, they exhibited no signs of struggle, resistance, or lamentation. Without the assistance of skilled warriors, could they truly hope to prevail against such an army? It was a laughable notion. Chapter 139. The Northern Battlefield. Humph. Since they have arrived, why the haste to depart? Li Ruoqing scoffed, then soared into the air, hurling clusters of azure lotus flames towards the retreating puppet army. In an instant, these flames erupted in the sky like blossoming fireworks, rapidly dispersing and raining down upon the puppet forces below. Before long, the once formidable puppet army suffered grievous losses, as countless puppets were reduced to ashes by the azure flames. Li Ruoqing's valor in facing thousands alone left the soldiers in the camp below in awe. The seemingly insurmountable puppet army had been so effortlessly vanquished by him, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. Just as the onlookers marveled at Li Ruoqing's prowess, an unexpected arrow shot forth from the distance, striking with lethal intent. Li Ruoqing had no time to evade and was struck directly. Even if you possess formidable strength, you have still fallen victim to my arrow. From a distance, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe soared into the air, holding a uniquely crafted crossbow. Looking triumphantly at Li Ruoqing, I fear you will be disappointed. That arrow holds no significance for me. With a swift motion, Li Ruoqing extracted the cold arrow that had pierced his armor, and the azure lotus flame rapidly consumed it, reducing it to ashes in no time. Observing Li Ruoqing unscathed, the man was taken aback. After all, even the pinnacle of martial emperors would find it difficult to defend against his arrow, which was laced with potent poison. How could the other party have endured it so effortlessly? Realizing his full-force strike had failed, the man turned to flee. However, as he attempted to utilize his escape technique, he suddenly discovered that his once infallible skill had inexplicably faltered, leaving him rooted in place. Li Ruoqing chuckled. Since you have so boldly revealed yourself, how could I possibly grant you the chance to escape? At that moment, a ripple in the space behind Li Ruoqing heralded the arrival of Zhao, who had sensed the lurking figure from afar and alerted Li Ruoqing beforehand, subsequently sealing the area. Since you insist on this, let us meet our demise together. Seeing no hope for escape, the man in the black robe wore a sinister expression, intending to take Li Ruoqing and the woman with him in a mutual destruction. He felt his true essence surging rapidly within, his body swelling like a balloon, ready to explode within moments. You think you have the opportunity for self-detonation? Zhao raised her hand, causing a purple lotus phantom to bloom swiftly in the air, its tendrils piercing into the black-robed man's body, absorbing copious amounts of his true essence. As he felt the rapid depletion of his internal energy, the man, who had intended to self-destruct, was filled with terror. What is this? Who are you? What kind of terrifying martial skill is this? Zhao offered no reply, continuing to manipulate the purple lotus phantom to drain his essence. In a short while, the once bulging man crumpled to the ground, utterly depleted. Li Ruoqing then placed his hand upon the man's head, employing a soul-searching technique to extract his memories. Indeed, remnants of the Xianming sect. I never anticipated that they had managed to control even the royal family of the Songlong dynasty. Li Ruoqing spoke with a hint of anger. For in the memories he had gleaned, the leader of the Xianming sect had become the actual puppeteer behind the Songlong dynasty, with Emperor Long Yutian reduced to a mere marionette. Their declaration of war was under the directive of their leader, seemingly to gather malevolent energy and sufficient lives for a sacrificial rite to summon more demon clans. With the remnants of the Xianming sect captured by Li Ruoqing, the headless Songlong dynasty's puppet army soon devolved into chaos, mindlessly retreating in accordance with the last command. As the commander, Li Qianyuan recognized the unfolding situation as a rare opportunity. He hastily summoned his troops to pursue the victory, contemplating a decisive strike to completely annihilate the opposing army and secure a significant triumph. With such an achievement, he anticipated gaining further advantages and winning over more courtiers, bringing him one step closer to seizing the throne. In contrast to the swift battles in the south, the northern front exhibited a more tense and protracted struggle. When Themis and his companions arrived at the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of troops were engaged in a fierce bloodbath. Rather than rushing into the fray, they curiously observed the turmoil below from the air. The formidable orc army, though powerful and relentless, found themselves challenged by the relentless onslaught of the mindless puppets, which adhered strictly to their commands without feeling pain. Until these puppets were dismantled and rendered immobile, they would continue to execute their orders with brutal determination. However, the orcs were merely stronger versions of ordinary humans. They struggled to withstand the overwhelming tide of puppet soldiers. Despite their efforts, they were eventually overwhelmed, and many orc soldiers fell victim to the relentless assault of the puppets. Witnessing the gruesome slaughter below, Themis couldn't help but frown. Previously, Guojia had mentioned that the Songlong dynasty's practice of turning vast numbers of soldiers into puppets was an act of madness. Now, it seemed undeniably true. Even the reinforcements from Frost City, seasoned by the horrors of battle, felt a chill run down their spines. The Songlong dynasty had not only doomed countless soldiers, but also exploited these manufactured puppets to mercilessly massacre innocent nations. Such actions were despicable and bore no difference from the malevolent practices of corrupted cultivators. My lords, shall we intervene now, or continue to observe the situation? The Songlong Empire cannot hold out much longer, inquired a martial emperor-level expert, borrowed from the sanctum, seeking Themis's counsel. The others remained on standby, awaiting orders for those above the martial emperor realm to engage. If the situation became untenable, a timely retreat would be necessary. Guojia, seeing Themis signal for him to take charge, issued a decisive command. Since the enemy had adopted a strategy of overwhelming numbers, recklessly deploying heavily armored wolf riders and orc legions would likely result in significant casualties. Instead, it would be prudent to let the skilled reinforcements unleash wide-area martial techniques to decimate the puppet army. Yet, he remained wary of the unseen mastermind manipulating these forces and recognized the need for caution against potential ambushes. Themis, shortly I will employ earth manipulation techniques to alter the battlefield's terrain. I require your cooperation to cast frost spells to hinder the puppet's movements, Guojia instructed Themis. Very well, Themis replied. Master Gongsun, it is time to unveil the mechanical puppets you have crafted to test their prowess, Guojia addressed Gongsun Pan. Over the past year, Gongsun Pan, an expert in mechanized arts, had produced numerous formidable mechanical puppets, capable of challenging even the mightiest of martial emperor experts. Chapter 140. Entering the fray as a colossal mechanical beast thundered onto the battlefield, its mere swipe sent dozens of puppets flying. With a powerful sweep of its iron-like tail, it decimated a vast area, swiftly clearing an entire section of the battlefield. Both sides, previously engaged in a fierce struggle, were momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of this giant creature. The leaders of the orc faction found themselves in a state of disarray. The already formidable puppet army was now compounded by the emergence of these exceptionally powerful mechanical beasts. It was a dire predicament, a catastrophe looming on the horizon. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, a violent tremor shook the ground, causing all present to stagger. In their terrified gaze, the battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. The once expansive and flat plain began to rise, and soon, the entire field was segmented, with deep pits forming where the puppet army had been stationed. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and thick snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Such astonishing changes led the orcs to exclaim that the heavens had manifested their will. At long last, the commander, Tej, grasped the situation. The sudden onslaught of mechanical beasts and the unexpected alteration of the terrain and weather likely indicated the arrival of reinforcements. Could it be that the forces of the Northern Frost Kingdom had come to their aid? This thought filled him with elation. He had a profound understanding of the experts from the Northern Frost Kingdom, knowing that at least one martial saint and 2 martial emperors would be present. Such power was comparable, if not equal, to that of the Songlong Empire. Fear not, for our reinforcements have arrived. The time has come to rally the remaining troops and charge at the enemy. In this battle, I shall shatter them all, declared Tej with grandiosity. Understood, Commander, replied his subordinates, who were waiting in the camp. They promptly set out to gather the forces and initiate a counterattack. The previously weary orc army, now invigorated, surged forward like a tide against the puppet forces. In a short span, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, with numerous puppets being slaughtered by the orc warriors. Observing the dire situation, several members of the Xianming sect commanding the puppets hurriedly sought the counsel of their elder. Second elder, what shall we do now? If this continues, our plans will unravel. The elderly man in the black robe hesitated briefly before responding with a fierce countenance. If we fail to accomplish our task, we shall meet our demise. Therefore, we must first eliminate those who are causing chaos, and then we shall slay the commander of the Songlong Empire. Only then will there be no one left to impede our puppet army. Indeed, replied several members, emboldened by the elder's words, as they ceased their concealment and charged towards the distant Themis and the forces of the kingdom. As anticipated by the strategist, This group lurking in the shadows was undeterred and advanced towards them. Let them come. With our numbers, can we truly fear these remnants of the Xiaming sect? Scoffed the martial emperor, dubbed the Azure Dragon by the Holy Domain, who had been guarding the side. A formidable martial emperor declared. As one of the rare physical cultivators in the sacred domain, with the might of the Xuanwu shield, his physical strength and defensive capabilities rendered him nearly invincible among martial emperors. Even formidable martial saints found it exceedingly challenging to inflict harm upon him. Xuanwu's words elicited a chuckle from the crowd, for indeed, the sacred domain was renowned for its multitude of skilled practitioners. Over the past year, leveraging the power of the Celestial Star Formation and the Kunlun ruins, the sacred domain had attracted numerous martial kings and martial venerates, whose strength flourished immensely. Notably, individuals like the Qinglong and Xuanwu had ascended to the rank of martial emperor, while many others had reached the pinnacle of martial venerate, poised to break through to martial emperor soon. Moreover, within the grand hall of the sacred domain, aside from the unparalleled experts Zhao and Ziyun, who had transcended to divine levels, there were 36 martial emperors overseeing the Celestial Star Formation. Should the sacred domain unleash its full force, no opposing faction could withstand them. One side contemplated launching a surprise attack, while the other stood on high alert, well prepared. Upon engagement, it quickly became apparent that the opponents were lacking in strength, most being at the mid to early stages of martial emperor. Faced with the luxurious lineup of Themis, Guojia, and others, they were akin to sheep entering a tiger's den, swiftly ensnared without a fight. Just wait, the second elder will surely come to our rescue. A remnant of the Xianyin sect struggled to rise, seething with anger. With your ineptitude, how formidable could your elder truly be? Qinglong retorted with disdain. Exercise caution. Among these remnants may lurk martial saints, Guojia, who had just utilized earth-altering techniques. Interjected with a frown. Yes, my lord. We shall remain vigilant. After a prolonged wait without a report from his subordinates, the puppet army on the battlefield suffered relentless defeats, prompting the second elder Yuanqing to become restless. His sect leader had descended into the abyss of demonic corruption, devoid of humanity. Failure to complete the task would only lead to his annihilation. However, upon arriving near Guojia and the others, he discovered several of his subordinates had been captured, while Guojia and Themis regarded him with wary expressions. You worthless fools, you cannot even handle such a small number, compelling me to intervene personally. Is it you who have thwarted my plans? Yuanqing inquired coldly, his gaze fixed upon the gathered individuals. And if it is, you, old man, committing such inhumane acts, our intervention is a righteous deed. Xuanwu boldly asserted from below. Righteousness? Humph. In this world, only strength embodies righteousness. What right do the weak have to speak of justice? Seeing Xuanwu, the imposing figure, daring to challenge him, Yuanqing retaliated while covertly preparing an attack. Be careful. Themis waved his purple feather staff, conjuring an energy shield that intercepted Yuanqing's strike. Ah, so there is a martial saint present. No wonder a mere martial emperor dares to act so brazenly before me. Let us see how you fare against this move. Yuanqing, taken aback by the presence of a martial saint, scoffed at the notion that a single martial saint could defeat him. This was a gross underestimation of the Xianyin sect. A colossal, black claw materialized out of thin air, reaching downwards. However, Themis brandished her staff, conjuring a denser and more formidable energy barrier. Following a thunderous clash, the smoke dissipated, revealing that the onlookers below had sustained no harm. Heh, old fool, is this all you can muster? Hardly impressive, Guanyin sneered, directing her mockery towards Yuanqing, who hovered above. How dare you underestimate me, insolent brat? I shall obliterate you. Yuanqing retorted, visibly irked by Guanyin's taunts. He had not anticipated that this martial sage below would be so formidable, effortlessly deflecting his full-force strike. Chapter 141. Announcing the counterattack, it is only proper to return a greeting. Prepare yourself, old fool. Before Yuanqing could respond, a barrage of attacks ensued. Ice Spear, Azure Dragon Claw, and the forceful strike of the Black Tortoise. As the smoke cleared, Yuanqing scoffed, Humph. I am a late-stage martial sage, and you mere minnows stand no chance against me. Surrender, and perhaps I shall grant you a dignified end. Oh, an old relic like you feels emboldened by your mid-stage martial sage status? A tall figure emerged from the crowd, none other than Linglong, summoned by Themis through a pre-etched small-scale summoning array. As a holy mage of light skilled in healing, Linglong was not particularly adept at combat. However, her proficiency in inscribing summoning and teleportation arrays allowed her to summon a more capable ally when faced with adversity. At that moment, Linglong radiated an overwhelming aura, causing the air temperature to surge. Though she did not wield the unique flames like Li Ruoqing, her transformation into a true dragon endowed her with the innate ability to manipulate powerful fire. Moreover, she retained the complete essence of her previous ice magic, signifying that Linglong was not only blessed with the formidable physique of a true dragon, but also mastered dual attributes of ice and fire. What of your peak martial sage status? Our Xianming sect possesses formidable secrets. Sensing Linglong's potent presence, Yuanqing wasted no time and invoked the Xianming sect's special secret art, entering a state of demonic transformation. This transformation would significantly enhance his strength. The deeper the demonic state, the greater the increase in power. Yet, once the demonic essence fully took hold, humanity would be lost, resulting in a being akin to a demon clan member, much like the elder Yuanzhen, who had previously ambushed Frost City. The demonic patterns swiftly spread along Yuanqing's neck, climbing up to his right cheek in mere moments. His aura surged dramatically, his cultivation rapidly ascending from mid-stage martial sage to late stage, and ultimately reaching the pinnacle of martial sage. Linglong, whose momentum rivaled his own, felt a thrill of excitement. Since her ascension to the pinnacle of martial sage months ago, had she not heeded the counsel of Ziyun and Sangyo to restrain her powers and continuously comprehend the laws of strength, she might have already reached the initial stage of demigod status by now. During the duel between Jian Songhai, Sangyu, and others, both parties refrained from engaging in a life-and-death struggle, resulting in her lack of a clear understanding of her own capabilities. Now, encountering an opponent of similar strength provides an excellent opportunity for her to test her skills. Even if the confrontation were to lead to serious injury or death, there would be no repercussions. Such a chance is rare. You all go and deal with those puppet armies. I shall handle this old fellow. Linglong smiled charmingly before charging towards Yuanqing in midair. A resounding crash echoed as the two engaged in an intense battle, with blue and black orbs of light colliding fiercely, unleashing immense energy that rained down, creating deep craters upon impact. Since this individual is being held at bay by Lady Linglong, we shall take responsibility for eliminating the puppet army. Everyone advance. Observing Linglong successfully restraining her opponent, Guojia did not hesitate, rallying the others to join the fray. After all, the other members of the Xianming sect had already been captured. Dealing with those of lesser strength among the puppets would be effortless. With the arrival of numerous heavily armored wolf cavalry and powerful martial artists, the previously disadvantaged puppet army soon succumbed to a barrage of group attack magic and martial techniques, as the dense crowd cleared areas amidst the chaos. An hour later, devoid of the Xianming sect's manipulation, the unconscious puppet army was decimated by the forces of the beastmen and the reinforcements from the kingdom of Beishuang. Witnessing the countless corpses littering the ground, Guijia and Temis felt a pang of sorrow and ultimately employed magic to incinerate and bury the remains. The battle between Linglong and Yuanqing concluded with Linglong emerging victorious, having severely injured and subsequently captured him. Despite his sudden surge in power, Yuanqing, lacking comprehension of the laws of strength, ultimately fell short against a true pinnacle martial saint, which became the primary reason for his defeat. 2 days later, the Songlong Empire and the Qian dynasty successfully reclaimed all lost territories. This was swiftly followed by a joint announcement from the two great nations, revealing the sordid truth that the Songlong dynasty colluded with the demon race, transforming hundreds of thousands into puppets for the purpose of waging war against other nations. The Xianming sect, sheltered by the Songlong dynasty, was exposed as remnants of the demon race that once invaded the continent. The revelation sent shockwaves across the entire land, as no one anticipated that one of the three great dynasties of humanity, the Songlong dynasty, would descend into such depravity, evoking both astonishment and trepidation. On the third day, the kingdom of Beishuang issued a proclamation condemning the Songlong dynasty for its atrocities, including the harm inflicted on countless individuals to create puppets harboring remnants of the demon race, and slaughtering innocent civilians. The kingdom of Beishuang declared its intent to mobilize forces against the Songlong dynasty and called upon other kingdoms and dynasties to join in eradicating the traitorous Songlong dynasty from the continent. Subsequently, the Qian dynasty and the Songlong Empire quickly responded, formally declaring war on the Songlong dynasty. The once isolated Lion Empire, persuaded by envoys from the Songlong Empire, also announced its declaration of war against the Songlong dynasty, with the three great nations on the continent, excluding the southern Mingyue dynasty, simultaneously declaring war on the Songlong dynasty. The entire continent erupted into fervor. In merely a few days, over 2 million soldiers amassed towards the direction of the Songlong dynasty, an unprecedented spectacle in nearly a millennium. Particularly after enduring invasions from the Songlong Empire and the Qian dynasty, there was an intense animosity towards the Songlong dynasty, with a fervent desire to seize the opportunity to obliterate it completely. During the casualty assessments post-war, they discovered with horror that over 1 million humans and beastmen had met their tragic demise under the puppeteered armies of their adversaries. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Baishuang kingdom, their losses would have been even more grievous. As the grand armies of the four nations advanced towards the Songlong dynasty, they soon sensed something amiss. The border cities were populated solely by the elderly, the infirm, and the weak, devoid of any able-bodied youth. Consequently, their offensive faced almost no fierce resistance, and before long, the cities surrendered without a fight. This peculiar situation left Li Ruoqing and his companions puzzled, prompting them to summon the town's elders for clarification. According to the elders, several months prior, the imperial capital of the Songlong dynasty had issued a conscription edict, summoning able-bodied youth from across the nation to the capital. Many young individuals had departed and never returned. When Li Ruoqing inquired about the puppeteered armies, the elders appeared utterly bewildered, expressing their lack of understanding regarding his inquiries. Chapter 142. Unfruitful Discussions. Astonishment. It seems that Songlong dynasty has lured all the able-bodied youth to the capital, hoping we might still arrive in time. Otherwise, it is feared that millions may fall victim to slaughter. Li Ruoqing sighed deeply. There is little we can do. The Songlong dynasty has been thoroughly ensnared by those from the Xianyuan sect. We acted relatively early, otherwise, many more regions would face dire calamities, Ziyun consoled. How about we continue our assault on other cities? By advancing steadily, we shall surely uncover the current state of affairs near the imperial capital of the Songlong dynasty. Li Qianyuan was eager to conquer cities, hoping to reach the vicinity of the enemy's capital before others, thereby securing immense merit and assured accolades from Li Xiwan upon his return. Your Highness, that would be unwise. According to the elder, the imperial capital of the Songlong dynasty is undoubtedly fraught with peril. A reckless advance might lead to danger. It would be prudent to rendezvous with the allied forces of the other nations before making further plans, the commander quickly urged. The elder's words imply that the imperial capital likely harbors a multitude of puppets, and perhaps remnants of the Xianyuan sect, making it anything but easy to confront. Hearing the counsel of others, Li Qianyuan felt a twinge of embarrassment and abandoned the notion of a hasty advance. He had come to earn merit, not to become a casualty. After all, what good is merit if one's life is forfeit? The other allied forces encountered a similar predicament, discovering that most of the able-bodied youth from the cities they attacked had been conscripted to the imperial capital, leaving only the elderly, women, and children behind. Faced with the might of the allied armies, the cities surrendered with little resistance, falling easily into their hands. Similarly, they pondered the same concerns as Li Ruoqing and others. The imperial capital of the Songlong dynasty undoubtedly gathered a multitude of puppets and remnants of the Xianming sect. If they acted recklessly, they could face annihilation. It would be wiser to rendezvous with their allies before devising a plan. 2 days later, the various armies swiftly converged near a city situated 20 miles from the Songlong dynasty. However, there were no particularly effective strategies among them regarding their next course of action. After all, the soldiers under their command were mostly elite troops, stronger than ordinary people, yet against the overwhelming tide of puppet armies, victory was uncertain. Not to mention the remnants of the Xianming sect lurking behind them. Moreover, according to their intelligence, the imperial family of the Songlong dynasty was protected by 3 martial emperors. And with the possibility of other powerful figures under the control of the Xianming sect, even their combined forces might struggle to prevail. Noticing the heavy atmosphere, Guijia, representing the Baishuang kingdom, spoke up. Since everyone is unsure about confronting the Songlong dynasty and the remnants of the Xianming sect, let us, the Baishuang kingdom, handle them. However, after the annihilation of the Songlong dynasty, we shall claim 70% of its territory, with the remaining portion to be shared among the other factions. How can this be? Roared Lionheart, the Beastman commander of the Lion Empire. Your Baishuang kingdom has brought merely over 100,000 troops, while we other nations have come with hundreds of thousands. Why should you receive such a large share? Indeed, that seems rather inappropriate, conceded Tej, the commander of the Songlong Empire, glancing from Guojia to the meditative Li Ruoqing. Perhaps we should divide the spoils equally, given that we all contribute our efforts? What say you, Qian dynasty? After all, the Baishuang kingdom is your vassal. Do you have no objections to such brazen demands? With Songlong Empire's stance revealed, Lionheart turned his attention to Li Qianyuan. Dividing the territory of the Songlong dynasty among us seems acceptable, but the Beishuang kingdom's demands are excessive. Li Qianyuan was taken aback by Guijia's audacity. Should the Beishuang kingdom seize 70% of the territory, it would swiftly elevate them to the status of a dynasty, usurping the position of the Songlong dynasty. Though Li Ruoqing was his half-brother, that did not mean he would endorse Li Ruoqing claiming the lion's share of the victory, thereby jeopardizing his own interests. Observing the dissent among the others, Guijia sneered, "If that is the case, we shall rely on our own capabilities. By the way, I would like to remind you that, according to the confessions of the remnants of the Xianming sect we captured, their royal city likely harbors several martial saints of unparalleled strength. Surely, you all can handle them with ease. We shall proceed to organize our forces for battle. We take our leave." Li Ruoqing opened his eyes and calmly exited the conference hall, with Guijia following closely behind. This left the three factions in the hall in a state of bewilderment. There are martial saints among the remnants of the Xianming sect? Such absurd reasons are being presented. Do they truly think we are fools? Regarding Guijia's assertions, Shi Xiong was the first to express disbelief. It is essential to recognize that the entire continent has not witnessed the presence of a martial saint for several centuries. How formidable could the remnants of the Xianming sect truly be? It remains uncertain. When the kingdom of Beishuang came to our aid, an unparalleled battle between mighty warriors transpired. I could distinctly sense that the two combatants were at least at the realm of martial emperors. Only beings of such caliber could instill in me a sense of dread. Taij sighed, feeling helpless. During the counterattack in the territory of the Songlong kingdom, he had indeed perceived the fierce clash between Linglong and Yuanqin high above. The tremendous energy generated from their confrontation exuding a terrifying aura, akin to the cataclysmic upheaval of the heavens and the earth. Far more dreadful than the sword master Jian Songhai he had encountered a year prior in the kingdom of Beishuang. Good heavens, why didn't you mention this sooner? There's a martial saint on our side. The strongest among us is merely a martial emperor. How on earth can we contend with this? Shi Xiong had initially felt quite proud, dismissing a mere kingdom that dared to boast before the three great powers, naively believing they could seize 70% of the territory of the Songlong dynasty, only to be swiftly slapped in the face by reality. Where could there possibly be a martial saint? This can't be true. Li Qianyuan was equally bewildered. In his recollection, Li Ruoqing's greatest reliance should have been on two martial emperors. Where had this martial saint emerged from? And how could he attract so many powerful figures? It cannot be mistaken. I encountered a martial saint proficient in the sword path in the Northern Territory last year. I could not withstand even a single strike from him. As for the martial saint battling the remnants of the Xianming sect in the sky, he is most likely one that Li Ruoqing has recruited. This young man's allure is indeed remarkable, Taij thought, feeling a twinge of envy. At barely 20 years old, he had managed to gather such a formidable assembly of warriors who would heed his commands. It was utterly astonishing. Chapter 143. In a state of panic. Covert cooperation. Li Ruoqing has another martial saint under his command? How can this be? Hasn't such a powerful figure been absent from the world for centuries? What right does a prince from the borderlands have to recruit so many strong warriors? Li Qianyuan felt consumed by envy, frustration, and regret, lamenting his lack of such fortune. However, now that Li Ruoqing and Guijia had departed, if they were to encounter the martial saint of the Xianming sect, they would stand no chance against him. They could easily be obliterated at a moment's notice. Yet, if they were to acquiesce to Li Ruoqing's demands, what would be the purpose of their struggle? It would be no different from having made the journey in vain. This discussion ultimately yielded no conclusions, and the parties parted ways in discontent. Upon returning to the camp of the kingdom of Beishuang, Li Ruoqing and Guijia quickly engaged in further deliberation. While others may not have been well acquainted with the Xianming sect, the kingdom of Beishuang had clashed with these detestable foes on 2 occasions and had recently captured numerous members of the Xianming sect. Through rigorous interrogation, they had procured a wealth of valuable intelligence. Within the esteemed sect of Xianming, apart from the sect leader, who is likely at the pinnacle of the martial saint realm, poised for an imminent ascension to the martial god realm, there exist 3 elders of the martial saint caliber and over a dozen martial emperor experts. Furthermore, it is highly probable that the sect leader has clandestinely summoned 2 formidable demon generals of the martial saint level through arcane methods. Such power is sufficient to sweep across the entire continent, provided that Li Ruoqing and the kingdom of Beishuang do not intervene. To put it bluntly, the other major nations can muster only a handful of martial emperor warriors. Recklessly charging forward would be tantamount to delivering their heads on a platter. Ultimately, they must rely on the kingdom of Beishuang to turn the tide, for with Ziyun present, even the depths of Xianming sect's machinations would find it exceedingly difficult to prevail. As Li Ruoqing contemplated their next course of action, A vigilant guard entered to report that the commander of the Songlong Empire, Tej, had come to seek an audience for a discussion. Li Ruoqing chuckled upon hearing this, surprised that this old fellow was the most astute, arriving first. Indeed, it seems the previous support battle has clarified the strength of our kingdom of Beishuang. This old fox is likely here to negotiate, Guojia remarked with a gentle wave of his feather fan, a smile gracing his face. In light of this, let him enter and see what he has to propose, Li Ruoqing mused, placing faith in Guojia's deduction, though he pondered what kind of concessions this old tiger might agree to. Tej approached Li Ruoqing with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the earlier awkward encounter in the council chamber. Apologies for the earlier discomfort. With others present, it was challenging to converse with the Northern King. His Majesty the Wolf Emperor has stated that once the issues concerning the Songlong dynasty are resolved, our betrothal should be brought to the forefront, at which point I shall have to address you as my son-in-law. Observing a former battlefield adversary utter such spineless words today left Li Ruoqing somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that this seemingly brash commander of the Songlong Empire would prove to be such a cunning fox. Attempting to ingratiate himself while conveniently avoiding mention of past grievances, revealing a profound depth of character. Regarding the betrothal, it had initially been agreed that the union would take place once Princess Mengdai reached maturity, which is still 2 years hence. Thus, discussing it now seems rather premature. Li Ruoqing was not swayed by Tej's overtures. The agreement was merely verbal, and it seemed the other party was overreaching in their attempts to forge a connection through the prospect of marriage. Coughing slightly, Tej acknowledged that his ploy had failed and shifted the conversation back to the current situation. Is it true what the esteemed Guojunshi mentioned previously? He inquired. Absolutely. We captured a number of Xianming sect members on the battlefield, and the intelligence obtained through interrogation is indisputable. No wonder that Songlong dynasty has fallen under the sway of the Xianming sect, with such martial saint powers treading the mortal realm. Even an empire would find it exceedingly challenging to resist. With a sense of contemplation, Tej remarked, recalling that under Li Ruoqing's command, there existed at least 2 formidable martial saints and 2 martial emperors. He instantly felt that even if Li Ruoqing truly occupied 70% of the territories of the Songlong dynasty and established a new dynasty, he would be sufficiently capable of subduing other factions. We wish to unite our forces with the Beishuang kingdom to jointly confront the Songlong dynasty. As for the territories of the Songlong dynasty, I can at most concede 50%. Tej ultimately made a concession. At this juncture, retreat was not an option. Although the reasons behind the Songlong dynasty's silence were unknown, it did not imply that they would refrain from retaliating against the coalition's siege. Furthermore, with the presence of the experts from the Xianming sect, lacking counterparts of equal strength to restrain them, it was not merely a matter of annihilating the Songlong dynasty. There was a genuine risk of their own forces being obliterated. 50% is insufficient. I demand 60%. Although attaining 70% of the territory was uncertain, Li Ruoqing remained steadfast in his insistence on acquiring more than half. According to his and Guojia's analysis, to fulfill the aspiration of elevating their kingdom into a dynasty, it was imperative to secure a substantial expanse of land. This opportunity to seize the Songlong dynasty's territory amidst their turmoil was unlikely to present itself again for an extended period. After a fervent exchange of arguments, it was Tej who yielded, for only Li Ruoqing had the capacity to contend with the members of the Xianming sect. Once Tej departed, Li Qianyuan stealthily approached. Sixth brother, I must apologize for my previous lack of discernment in the council. I owe you an apology. He continued, we must persist in our collaboration henceforth. Brother, your words are overly courteous. The Beishuang kingdom has merely deployed over 100,000 troops. We are unworthy of more territory. I understand, and there is no need for you to come all this way to remind me. Li Ruoqing replied coldly. No, I was mistaken earlier. Although the Beishuang kingdom's forces are fewer, they are elite troops, and many possess formidable abilities. The burden of restraining the remnants of the Xianming sect rests upon them, and it is only fitting that you receive a larger share of territory. Li Qianyuan asserted earnestly. What if the other 2 empires disagree? Li Ruoqing inquired with amusement. If they object, let them be. They ought to witness the methods of the Xianming sect and learn a lesson. He continued, tomorrow, I shall command the army. We will unite our forces, and I will heed your commands. Upon sensing Li Ruoqing's agreement, Li Qianyuan hastily added, heed my commands? That seems somewhat inappropriate, does it not? Li Ruoqing was taken aback by his elder brother's unexpected willingness to relinquish authority as the commander of the formidable Qian dynasty's army, who was now willingly ceding his rights. It appeared that he had indeed been intimidated by the information previously revealed by Guojia. Ultimately, Li Qianyuan secured a promise to unite forces with the Beishuang kingdom in exchange for conceding 70% of the Zonglong dynasty's territories. After all, the lands of the Zonglong dynasty were merely unexpected gains. The outcome would ultimately hinge on their strength, and without deploying even a single martial emperor. How could the forces of the Qian dynasty contend with the Zonglong dynasty and the remnants of the Xianming sect? It would be wiser to assist Li Ruoqing, thereby safeguarding his own reputation and power. When the time comes, he could return to the imperial capital adorned with the monumental achievement of obliterating the Zonglong dynasty, which would surely earn him accolades. Perhaps even in a moment of enthusiasm, Li Qianyuan might bestow upon him the title of crown prince. By dawn the following day, hundreds of thousands of troops began to mobilize. The armies of the Qian dynasty and the Zonglong Empire, previously stationed in different directions, swiftly converged towards the location of the Northern Frost Kingdom under the commander's orders. Only the forces of the Lionheart Empire remained still. "My lord, what shall we do now?" inquired a commander from within the tent, addressing the sovereign seated at the head. The Qian dynasty and the Zonglong Empire are clearly in league with the Northern Frost Kingdom, seeking to attach themselves to their might. Should we not take action? Those two young rascals are trying to deceive me with the remnants of the Xianming sect, intending to monopolize 70% of the Zonglong dynasty's territory. How could I possibly acquiesce to such a scheme? Only that old fool Tage would fall for it. Even if the Northern Frost Kingdom boasts a martial sage, what of it? Warfare is determined by the strength of the army and the commander. A few strong individuals can be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Although he felt a twinge of apprehension, he retorted angrily in response to the doubts of his subordinates. "Gather the troops. We shall set forth immediately." The Lionheart ultimately overestimated the combat prowess of his own forces, a decision he would come to regret for many years. "Understood. My lord, the army of the Lionheart Empire has already set out ahead of us, advancing towards the Zonglong dynasty. Should we not persuade Guijia?" Li Ruoqing asked, considering that this was indeed a formidable coalition. If they were to be annihilated outright, the pressure on them would increase significantly. Let them be. They have yet to experience the terror of the puppet army. Merely telling them will not convince them. They will understand the harshness of reality once they crash against the wall and suffer casualties, Li Ruoqing remarked, harboring a rather unfavorable impression of the Lionheart. If they were intent on seeking their own misery, he would oblige them, allowing them to grasp the brutal truths of war. Once the armies were assembled, Li Ruoqing and his forces set off in grand procession. In less than an hour, they arrived at a vantage point 2 miles outside the imperial capital of the Zonglong dynasty, observing the unfolding events. The Lionheart Empire's army had already engaged in battle with the numerous puppet forces within Zonglong City. At the outset of the conflict, the elite troops led by the Lionheart indeed wreaked havoc upon the puppet army, causing chaos among their ranks. However, this favorable situation was short-lived, as these puppets seemed devoid of sensation and consciousness, merely obeying commands to charge and kill relentlessly. Moreover, they continued to pour forth from the vast expanse of Zonglong City, escalating the pressure on the Lionheart's forces, which began to suffer losses. Recognizing the dire circumstances, the Lionheart no longer hesitated. He unleashed his true essence and executed martial techniques to inflict widespread devastation upon the enemy. The full-force strike of a martial emperor was indeed formidable, obliterating thousands of puppets with the sheer power of energy unleashed. Subsequently, countless puppets perished at the hands of the Lionheart, yet multiple potent presences surged from within Zonglong City, converging upon the battlefield where the Lionheart fought. Before long, the besieged Lionheart was captured by several adversaries. Unexpectedly, there appeared a fool who willingly walked into the trap. Just as I was lamenting the absence of a skilled individual for experimentation, a man clad in black robes cackled wildly, having successfully ambushed and severely injured the mighty Lion King, who now coughed blood. "Old Five, be careful not to kill him. The secret method passed down by the sect master for crafting puppets requires a living subject. If he succumbs to his injuries, we would suffer a great loss," cautioned another middle-aged man in a black robe. "To think that after a lifetime of dominance on the battlefield, I would fall here. The Xianming sect truly possesses such formidable warriors." Regret consumed the Lion King as he lamented his past disregard for the warnings of Guijia and Tage. Had he heeded their advice, he might not have acted so recklessly and found himself captured so swiftly. With the Lion King taken prisoner, the once mighty Lion Empire quickly fell into disarray, and soon, a significant portion of its elite troops were slaughtered. Just as the experts from the Xianming sect reveled in their triumph and prepared to escort the Lion King back to the city, they were suddenly met with an impenetrable barrier, rendering them unable to advance even a single step despite the city being within sight. Who dares to oppose our Xianming sect? Step forward, bellowed the irate black-robed man. Meanwhile, another member of the sect grew anxious, recalling that only a peak martial saint, proficient in the laws of power, could silently seal off such an area. Although the Xianming sect had their own martial saints, none among them were present. Even if someone emerges, what can you do? Can you truly turn the tide? After Li Ruoqing had the battlefield sealed by Ziyun, he revealed himself, confident in his ability to handle a group of martial sovereigns single-handedly. Thus, he had no intention of calling upon others for assistance. He aimed to confront all 6 at once. Initially alarmed, the members of the Xianming sect felt a sense of relief upon seeing only Li Ruoqing. Old 5, emboldened, sneered. You dare to seek trouble with our Xianming sect all alone? You truly seek death. With that, he launched an attack against Li Ruoqing. The forceful assault was effortlessly thwarted by Li Ruoqing. Witnessing this, the bound Lion King felt a flicker of hope and urgently called out, Zhenbei Wang, please save me. However, Li Ruoqing paid him no heed and instead taunted, is this the extent of the remnants of the Xianming sect? You might as well come at me together. Damn it. If we all attack together, we will surely reduce this brat to ashes. Old 5 hissed. No longer holding back, they charged at Li Ruoqing, unleashing a torrent of powerful martial techniques. Li Ruoqing stood his ground without attempting to evade, calmly allowing them to strike. It's over. The Lion King's heart sank as he witnessed this scene. Was Li Ruoqing out of his mind? With so many attacking him at once, how could he possibly remain motionless? Did he think himself a martial saint or martial god? Just as despair enveloped the Lion King, a mocking voice rang out. Have you not eaten? Such a meager attack. Even a massage would feel too gentle. Chapter 145. The master of the Xianming sect under the astonished gaze of Shi Xiao. Li Ruoqing faced numerous adversaries and effortlessly dispatched several members of the Xianming sect, emerging unscathed. As he approached, Shi Xiang instinctively retreated a couple of steps in trepidation. Zhenbei Wang, have you already attained the martial saint rank? In his view, the ability to so easily vanquish multiple martial emperor-level opponents could only belong to one of such exalted status. However, according to the information he possessed, Li Ruoqing was not yet 20. How could he possibly possess such formidable prowess? Even he and Tej, both of exceptional talent, had to toil for decades to reach this level. Martial saint? Perhaps, Li Ruoqing replied. But have you agreed to the terms we proposed? If not, he regarded Shi Xiang with a smile that hinted at the threat of annihilation should he refuse. I agree. I agree. The Northern Frost Kingdom taking 70% of the territory is entirely reasonable. Shi Xiang's heart quivered, and he answered immediately, fearing that even a hint of reluctance might provoke Li Ruoqing into a lethal attack. After rescuing Shi Xiang, Li Ruoqing also saved the remaining forces of the Lion Empire. However, due to Shi Xiang's carelessness, the casualties were severe, with over 30% of the soldiers slain by these puppets, and many others sustaining varying degrees of injury. This loss weighed heavily on Shi Xiang's heart. He had gained nothing yet faced such considerable losses, truly devastating. In the following hour, Li Ruoqing led his troops into a formal assault against the allied forces. The initial wave of attack consisted of a barrage from warriors above the martial emperor level, unleashing formidable martial techniques upon the distant Songlong City. As for the potential impact on civilians, that was of no concern to them. The entirety of Songlong City, aside from the remnants of the Xianming sect, was filled with soldiers transformed into puppets. Even if there were survivors, their time was surely limited. One cannot deny that as one of the 3 imperial capitals of the human race, Songlong City possessed remarkable foundations. Despite the relentless bombardment of martial techniques, it appeared unaffected at first. However, a few soon discerned the underlying secret. It was a formation. Songlong City was protected by a powerful array. Guojia furrowed his brow and quickly identified the key. A formation? It can likely withstand only the strength of a martial saint. Ziyun Yu Lingling. And I shall unleash our martial techniques in a unified direction. We shall undoubtedly breach the formation, regardless of whether through a pinpoint attack or brute force. The warriors of the Northern Frost Dynasty possessed the requisite strength. Indeed, as Li Ruoqing had anticipated, with a resounding crash, the once invulnerable formation was shattered in an instant. The immense energy struck the city below, erupting in a colossal mushroom cloud. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ruoqing unleashed the Qinglian flame through the breach into the city below. In no time, the once prosperous Songlong City was engulfed in roaring flames. Zhenbei Wang is truly ruthless. He intends to incinerate Songlong City completely, Tej remarked, observing Li Ruoqing's actions from midair, a sense of awe in his tone. What we truly desire is to force all those rats out, Zhao remarked, shaking his feather fan and squinting his eyes. The Northern Frost Kingdom may lack in certain aspects, yet it possesses an abundance of formidable combatants, capable of handling the experts from the Xianming sect without issue. The only concern is their potential escape. If that were to happen, the task of searching the entire continent would be exceedingly arduous. Before long, Songlong City was engulfed in flames. The remnants of the Xianming sect ultimately could not withstand the inferno, which blazed uncontrollably, growing fiercer by the moment. This instilled terror within them. Although the outside was swarming with the coalition forces set to eliminate them, they resolved to fight to the death, hoping to seize an opportunity amidst the chaos to escape. As for their unreliable sect leader, he had long since vanished, and even if he were present, it was doubtful he would concern himself with their fate. However, the remnants of the Xianming sect could not evade as they had hoped. Ziyun directly confined this area, rendering them incapable of escaping. Faced with the multitude of martial emperors and martial saints who awaited them, they had no choice but to steel themselves for a bloody confrontation. Unfortunately, as time passed, their true essence waned rapidly, leaving them increasingly enervated. Even with the activation of forbidden techniques, they could not turn the tide. Ultimately, the remnants of the Xianming sect were overwhelmed and met their demise, their bones ground to dust. When Li Ruoqing retracted the Qinglian flame, he distinctly sensed that this little creature had significantly grown, rivaling the divine flames found in the item shop. It appeared to have feasted on several sumptuous meals and fully matured. By rough estimation, the current Qinglian flame had reached the level of a divine fire. Haha. At last, we have completely annihilated the Songlong dynasty. Li Qianyuan rejoiced, feeling fortunate to witness the fall of a dynasty and even partake in the event, reaping substantial rewards. Such an opportunity may not present itself again for nearly a millennium. He could already envision returning to receive copious accolades, eliciting envy and jealousy among his comrades. Yet, the whereabouts of the sect leader of the Xianming sect and the emperor of the Songlong dynasty, Long Yutian, remained unknown, indicating that the ordeal was not yet concluded. Li Ruoqing frowned as he spoke. Based on previously gathered intelligence, the sect leader, Yuan Mo, possessed at least peak martial saint strength and was attempting to summon more powerful demons to descend upon Yunlan continent. If he remained alive, he would undoubtedly pose the greatest threat to the entire continent. However, Songlong City was nearly reduced to ruins, his subordinates had been almost completely annihilated, and nearly 1 million puppet soldiers had been incinerated, yet this fellow had not yet shown himself. This was akin to the legendary Ninja Turtles' extraordinary patience. If I am not mistaken, beneath Songlong City lies a vast space where both the sect leader of the Xianming sect and Long Yutian should be, Ziyun stated to Li Ruoqing. No wonder Songlong City is on the verge of becoming a wasteland, yet they have not appeared. In that case, let us add fuel to the fire and unearth all these rats. Li Ruoqing realized, deducing that the sect leader of the Xianming sect and the controlled Long Yutian were likely underground, engaged in summoning demon experts, necessitating their swift elimination to prevent future repercussions. After enduring half an hour of relentless energy bombardment, the once mighty Songlong City was completely reduced to rubble. Beneath the overwhelming force, the hidden underground space gradually came into view, prompting its inhabitants to sense the disturbance and emerge. To encounter so many formidable beings shortly after my arrival, it seems a lavish feast awaits, cackled a demon exuding an astonishing malevolence. Humph. To dare launch a surprise attack while I am in seclusion, you possess remarkable audacity. If you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The speaker was Yuan Ma, the leader of the Xianming sect, who had been engrossed in research and the summoning of powerful demons. He had presumed that his subordinates could easily handle these insignificant pests, but to his astonishment, they had been utterly annihilated. What a disgrace. In Chapter 146, forming a team to face tribulation, a brief delight, a pyre of oblivion, the earlier words of Yuan Ma's subordinates echoed in vain, for they had all perished. Now, it was his turn. Unfazed by Yuan Ma's menacing words, Li Ruoqing was resolute, for both he and the other two demons were determined to eliminate them to avert future threats. The former emperor of the Songlong dynasty, Long Yutian, had now been completely overtaken by the demon Mo Jiang. His form and demeanor had drastically transformed, his once majestic aura now radiating an intense bloodthirst. Had he not been clad in yellow robes, one might not have recognized him. Arrogant fool. Do you truly believe you can slay me with just the likes of you? Li Ruoqing's taunts ignited Yuan Ma's fury. Before anyone could react, he unleashed a palm strike towards Li Ruoqing, the first in centuries to exhibit such audacity before him. Regrettably, Constrained to the peak of the martial saint realm, Yuan Ma overestimated his prowess and severely underestimated Li Ruoqing's defensive capabilities. With his starry body refinement technique at a minor success and donning divine armor, Li Ruoqing's defenses rivaled those of the lower divine realm. A martial saint's attack could not breach his guard, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Onlookers held their breath, anxious that Li Ruoqing might be summarily executed by the clearly formidable leader of the Xianming sect. Upon witnessing Li Ruoqing emerge unscathed, they collectively exhaled in relief. Impressive strength. Yet it has failed to inflict any damage upon me. Li Ruoqing chuckled, acknowledging that he had not anticipated Yuan Ma's sudden assault. However, the war god's eclipsing armor had shielded him from all harm. His derisive remarks escalated the animosity, provoking Yuan Ma to a frenzy. While there were scheming practitioners among the demon clan, the fully corrupted Yuan Ma was clearly not among them. He had lost much of his rationality and became exceedingly irritable. The two demon generals behind him mirrored this sentiment, believing that despite their numerical disadvantage, they could easily slaughter Li Ruoqing and his companions. There was no need for further banter. As soon as the confrontation commenced, the strength exhibited by Li Ruoqing's side took everyone by surprise. There are no less than 4 formidable martial saints, Li Ruoqing, Linglong, Temis, and Ziyun, who have suppressed their true powers, alongside 6 martial emperors, Zhao Yun, Gongsun Pan, Guojia, as well as the Howling Moon Wolf King, the Titan Ape King, the Azure Dragon, and the Black Tortoise. They have managed to encircle the Yuan Ma and his 2 demonic generals, leaving them no opportunity to escape. How could this continent possibly harbor such an abundance of martial saints? Yuan Ma, you incompetent fool, did you not claim that the martial saints had mostly been eradicated by your hands? One of the demonic generals, sensing the precariousness of their situation, swiftly rebuked Yuan Ma. Previously, this man had spoken with unwavering conviction, only to be swiftly proven wrong. Given the current circumstances, escape seemed increasingly unlikely. Yuan Ma, too, found himself in a predicament, tasked with confronting both Li Ruoqing and Ziyun alone. Although Ziyun seldom engaged in combat, only intervening to shield him from imminent danger, he could still vaguely sense that this woman's aura was formidable, likely akin to his own, as she had intentionally suppressed her cultivation at the pinnacle of the martial saint realm without breaking through. However, continuing in this manner, defeat was merely a matter of time. It would be wiser to seize the moment and fight desperately for a chance to escape and survive. Resolute in his decision, Yuan Ma ceased to suppress his strength, and soon his aura surged once more, having already reached the peak of the martial saint realm. In no time, he brushed against the barrier of the martial god realm, and it seemed as though the heavens themselves responded, gathering ominous thunderclouds above. Recognizing this familiar scene, Li Ruoqing quickly reacted, shouting to the others that Yuan Ma was about to ascend to the martial god realm, urging everyone below the martial saint realm to retreat immediately. Upon hearing his call, everyone became somewhat flustered, hastily commanding the troops below to withdraw. Though the sight of a breakthrough to the martial god realm was a rare occurrence in a millennium, their own strengths did not afford them the privilege of observing up close. Any misstep could result in them being obliterated by the overwhelming thunder tribulation. Meanwhile, the 2 demonic generals, upon witnessing Yuan Ma's intent to undergo a tribulation, resolved to join him in this perilous endeavor. They too unleashed their full potential, a tremendous aura erupting from within them. Indeed, both of these generals were at the peak of the martial saint realm. Should they successfully navigate the thunder tribulation and ascend to the lower divine realm, not only could they eradicate these bothersome adversaries, but the entire continent would fall under their dominion. Desiring to transcend to divinity? Then let us face this challenge together. Li Ruoqing remained undaunted. Both Ziyun and Linglong had long been capable of withstanding the tribulation, and he could also invoke the thunder tribulation through secret methods to experience the joy of ascension ahead of time. Indeed, it was joy. While it may be a calamity for others, for Li Ruoqing, who emphasized physical refinement, it was akin to a luxurious massage, enhancing the vitality and purity of his true essence. Moreover, ordinary thunder tribulations posed no threat to his defenses, causing him no harm whatsoever. I am not yet ready to break through. My comprehension of the laws has not yet reached a minor accomplishment. Linglong spoke with a hint of melancholy, acknowledging that although the true dragon's physical strength was extraordinary, it paled in comparison to Li Ruoqing, who had already attained a minor mastery in body refinement and had begun to awaken his celestial body. For now, she was unable to match his ease. You must control your aura. If you provoke the tribulation, do not blame me, Li Ruoqing cautioned. After a moment of hesitation, Linglong silently withdrew, and Temis followed suit. retreating from the heart of the battlefield. Haha, they are ultimately a bunch of timid fools. Once we have weathered the tribulation, your demise will be at hand. Yuan Ma laughed triumphantly. Initially, he had been concerned that this group might stubbornly resist to the bitter end, which would likely result in their failure and a significant loss of power due to the backlash of the tribulation. Now, it seemed that the tide could soon turn in their favor. Although the trio undergoing the tribulation would amplify its intensity several-fold, their demonic bodies were inherently robust, and with various secret techniques, they could just barely endure. However, the subsequent actions of Li Ruochen and Ziyun filled them with dread. The two of them suddenly experienced a dramatic surge in power, swiftly reaching the threshold of transcending into divinity. The massive storm clouds above, already formidable, swelled again, expanding to cover a vast area, casting a shadow over dozens of miles. 5 individuals clustering together for the tribulation had escalated the intensity by 32 times, nearing the level of a mid-tier divine realm. Yuan Ma, you scoundrel, is this your strategy? Now we are all doomed. Ming Xue, the blood demon, gazed at the impending storm clouds, his heart heavy with despair. He had envisioned a swift conquest of this continent and an ascension to the rank of demon lord. Yet he found himself ensnared by the reckless actions of 2 fearless humans. Chapter 147, The Divine Envoy. Is this the lad that the Lord of the Gods spoke of? How dare you face the tribulation together? Are you not afraid of being reduced to ashes? Yuan Ma was now utterly panicked. They had planned to forcefully endure the tribulation, ascend to divinity, and subsequently eliminate Li Ruochen and his companions. The scenario had seemed flawless, yet he had never anticipated that Li Ruochen and Ziyun were equally reckless, choosing to undergo the tribulation alongside them. The addition of 2 more participants had elevated the challenge to a nightmarish level. Who could possibly survive such a formidable storm of lightning? Isn't this your idea? How lively it is to face the tribulation together. Li Ruochen understood the perils of group tribulation, but both he and Ziyun possessed means to navigate it with ease. If they could use the tribulation to ensnare these 3 adversaries, why not seize the opportunity? Yuan Ma's desire to slay Li Ruochen on the spot was palpable. If not for him, their plans to conquer the continent would not have unraveled, and they would not have been forced into an early tribulation. However, they were now trapped. For once the tribulation locked onto them, escape would be impossible. No matter where they fled, the overwhelming force of the lightning would pursue them relentlessly until the tribulation concluded. As for exploiting the thunder tribulation, the 3 of them no longer had the leisure for such antics. After all, the thunder tribulation's power was exponentially amplified, and a moment's carelessness could lead to their obliteration. If he were to survive beneath the tempest of thunder, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate that scoundrel, Li Ruochen. One by one, they retrieved their most treasured mystical weapons and artifacts in an attempt to withstand the onslaught of the tribulations. However, as the thunderbolts, as thick as a barrel, descended upon them, their mystical weapons were utterly shattered in the first wave. It must be noted that these were high-tier mystical weapons. How could they simply vanish after enduring a single strike? What would they have left to defend against the subsequent thunderbolts? On the other hand, Li Ruochen and Ziyun appeared remarkably at ease. Li Ruochen activated the celestial body refinement technique to its utmost, his entire being radiating a soft white glow, shimmering brilliantly. The colossal thunder surged forth like a raging thunder dragon. The dazzling white light persisted for a considerable time, and Li Ruochen remained steadfast in his position, seemingly unharmed. The force of that previous strike equated to the mid-tier strength of a lower deity realm. Fortunately, the Godslayer's sun-eating armor he donned was exceptionally robust, absorbing nearly 90% of the damage. When the residual energy coursed through him, he felt as if he had been electrocuted, his body tingling with a transient numbness. Soon after, the second bolt of thunder struck. Although its intensity had risen, Li Ruochen still managed to endure it effortlessly. As for Ziyun, she exhibited remarkable proficiency. As a formidable cultivator who had reached the lower deity realm 30,000 years ago, she had long since undergone the tribulation to ascend to divinity. And now her power had advanced to the mid-tier deity realm. While others might find such a level of thunder tribulation quite daunting, for Ziyun, it was indeed a trivial matter. She merely summoned a violet lotus, its ethereal tendrils dancing with the wind. As the terrifying bolts of thunder rained down, the violet lotus swiftly reacted. Its tendrils quivered before generating an unparalleled suction, devouring the thunderbolts. During the consumption of the thunder, the color of the lotus deepened, and its tendrils gradually solidified. As time passed, thunderbolts continued to descend relentlessly, striking at the trio and leaving little room for respite. With the first, second, and then the third strikes, the blood demon could no longer endure. having already depleted his meager resources to withstand the tribulations. He found himself unable to withstand the fourth thunderbolt. Faced with the choice of being obliterated instantly or hoping for a stroke of luck, he opted for the latter. His aura surged violently once more as he employed the blood-burning secret technique, allowing him to rapidly elevate his cultivation and bolster his strength in a short span. However, the side effects were equally formidable. This technique consumed his very essence and lifespan, and should he deplete himself excessively, his days would be numbered. Yet, in this perilous moment, he could afford no further concerns. With his formidable might, the blood demon successfully endured the onslaught of the fourth thunderbolt. As the fifth bolt of heavenly tribulation descended, both the primordial demon and another demon general found themselves devoid of any arcane weapons to counter the onslaught. They were compelled to resort to the same desperate measures as the blood demon general, wagering their lives in a gamble to endure until the tribulation concluded. When the sixth bolt struck, Li Ruoqing distinctly sensed a marked increase in the intensity of the tribulation, now approaching the formidable power of a mid-level deity. The eyes of the primordial demon and the two demon generals were filled with despair. They were certain that this strike would either claim their lives or severely injure them, rendering them incapable of surviving the subsequent seventh and eighth bolts. Ultimately, the trio could not withstand the impending eighth bolt and were obliterated by the cataclysmic force of the lightning. Meanwhile, Li Ruoqing and Ziyun's expressions grew increasingly grave, as they perceived the tribulation's intensity akin to the full-strength assault of a lower-level deity. The ease they once felt dissipated, and after a moment's contemplation, Li Ruoqing hastily retrieved an ancient shield from his system space. This shield, crafted from the millennia-old iron of the underworld sea, bore the seal of the immovable king, rendering it as solid as a rock, surpassing even the strength of adamantium. As the sole pure shield-type defensive artifact in the sacred domain's treasury, Li Ruoqing had invested considerable resources to enhance it. The shield, having undergone a tenfold reinforcement, was nearing the caliber of a super artifact, and he felt confident it would withstand the oncoming tribulations. In the distance, Linglong and Temis were awestruck by the overwhelming storm of tribulation. They had not anticipated such formidable strength. If they were to ascend to the rank of war god and face a tribulation of this magnitude, success would be utterly beyond their grasp. They could only wonder whether Li Ruoqing and Ziyun could persevere. Above the clouds, two divine envoys responsible for unleashing the tribulation observed the challenger below with curiosity. This fellow seems to have practiced the stellar body refinement technique. Could he possibly be the young man the Lord God mentioned before? Mused the Cloud Star envoy uncertainly. It must be him, given the circumstances. He likely has awakened the stellar divine body, and judging by his demeanor, his strength may have already reached the level of a lower deity. However, he couldn't have trained for long. How could his realm have advanced so swiftly? Even the direct descendants of other divine kings do not seem to possess such extraordinary prowess. Despite recognizing Li Ruoqing's cultivation method and approximate strength, the situation was simply absurd. This young man, appearing to be merely in his late teens or early 20s, had already reached such heights, truly remarkable. Chapter 148. Passing through safely, can this young man endure the remaining bolts of tribulation? If he falters and is struck down, we shall incur the wrath of the Lord God. One envoy recalled a tragic incident over 10,000 years ago, when a young man favored by the Lord God met his untimely demise, resulting in the envoy responsible for overseeing the cloud mist continent being stripped of all his powers and reincarnated for retraining. Surely he can withstand it, right? If not, we will reduce the difficulty of the ninth bolt. The Cloud Star envoy quickly devised a contingency plan, hoping to avert disaster. If they truly failed to keep watch, the fate of the two would not have been much better. The eighth thunderbolt descended with a thunderous roar, its formidable electrical energy engulfing the entire area, resembling a vast ocean of lightning from a distance. Li Qianyuan and Tej, who had retreated 45 kilometers away, gazed in horror at the apocalyptic scene that appeared as if it were divine retribution. All were astounded, realizing that had they escaped even a moment later, they too might have been swept into such a terrifying tribulation. Li Ruoqing should be able to survive, right? Tej remarked with a hint of nostalgia while observing the astonishing spectacle. He never imagined that the young man, who had once relied on the strength of martial saints and martial emperors to defeat him and his hundreds of thousands of troops a year ago, was now on the verge of undergoing the divine tribulation. This left the seasoned martial emperor, who had spent decades in arduous training, feeling utterly inadequate. As for Li Qianyuan, he was now completely bewildered. To him, aspiring to seize the throne of the Qian dynasty and become a regional overlord was already an exceedingly lofty goal. Yet, when compared to Li Ruoqing's imminent transcendence to divinity, his ambitions felt utterly meager and insignificant. As the eighth thunderbolt gradually dissipated, Li Ruoqing and Ziyun emerged unscathed. Li Ruoqing had not only remained unharmed, but had also significantly enhanced his physical strength, with barely any depletion of his true essence, maintaining his peak condition. Ziyun, however, appeared somewhat pale. The purple lotus illusion she had previously conjured seemed to be on the verge of collapse, indicating that the previous defense against the thunderbolt had taken a considerable toll. Observing this, Li Ruoqing swiftly approached her, enveloping her in his embrace. He then raised the diamond shield high. Ziyun, albeit worried, protested, "I still have a backup plan. I'll be fine." "You cannot withstand the ninth thunderbolt alone," he countered. "Your true essence has been severely depleted. If you cannot endure, where would I go to weep?" Li Ruoqing retrieved several sixth-tier recovery pills from his system space and handed them to Ziyun, instructing her, "Recover quickly. Once we pass the tribulation, there should be rewards, and your strength will likely enhance further." "All right, I'll listen to you," she replied, her heart warmed by his sincere expression and the pills in her hand. Bringing a smile to her face, Li Ruoqing then positioned Ziyun behind him and fully activated the secret technique from the star refinement body technique, forcibly employing the star summoning technique to summon the power of the stars, aiming to safely weather the final strike of the thunderbolt. He no longer held back. Utilizing the anti-heavenly technique of star summoning he had only grasped 6 months prior. After awakening the stellar divine body, he established a connection with the celestial bodies, enabling him to forcibly summon the corresponding star power as long as his cultivation was sufficiently robust. Under the infusion of this star power, his strength would significantly increase in a short span. Moreover, this technique would not leave severe aftereffects. It would merely induce a temporary state of weakness, which posed no issue for Li Ruoqing. The star summoning technique was also the hidden trump card of the celestial warrior Luo Xingqian from 30,000 years ago. During the war between deities and demons 3 decades past, his survival and success in vanquishing all demon warriors was solely due to the efficacy of this star summoning technique. The art of summoning celestial bodies, when perfected, can connect dozens of ancient stars simultaneously. The overwhelming power of the stars surges into one's being, forcibly elevating one's realm by 5 or 6 stages within mere breaths, enabling the wielder to crush formidable foes with sheer prowess. Under the influence of Li Ruoqing's secret method, the sky, once shrouded in ominous storm clouds, was pierced by a ray of sunlight. A warm glow enveloped Li Ruoqing, facilitating a rapid ascension in his realm. His strength, previously at the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm, soared swiftly to the late stage, then to the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, culminating at the peak of the martial saint realm. As he felt the surging true essence within him, Li Ruoqing realized an unprecedented strength coursing through his veins, and he began to grasp the principles of the celestial laws, previously untouched by him. The path of the stars resembled a colossal tree, with branches sprawling outward, each adorned with distinct laws of power. This revelation astonished Li Ruoqing. He had previously comprehended the laws of devouring and life, but those had no subdivisions. Before he could ponder further, the ninth bolt of tribulation thunder brewed momentarily before crashing down. Despite his thorough preparation, an unsettling apprehension tugged at him. He sensed that this final bolt possessed a terrifying might equivalent to the full force of a mid-tier divine realm expert's strike, and even the peak state of Ziyun might not withstand it. However, when the tribulation thunder struck him, he was taken aback to find that this final blow felt akin to a deflated ball, though it appeared formidable. Its power was inferior to that of the sixth and seventh bolts. Confusion washed over him. Could it be that the ninth bolt was somehow diluted? With ease, he deflected the last bolt, and from the dissipating storm clouds, a torrent of spiritual energy and life force descended. Li Ruoqing and Ziyun quickly absorbed it into their bodies. Just as they began to consolidate their cultivation, the two divine emissaries above the clouds exchanged playful banter. "Yunxing, did you just reduce the intensity of the tribulation? Did you not also gain vitality after the tribulation?" "Cough. I do not wish for this lad to perish. It would implicate us both. I have spent 2 centuries cultivating to ascend to the divine realm. Let it be so. This tribulation will eradicate those pesky rats that snuck into Yunlan continent. We can rest easier. Returning to report to the Lord of the Gods will also be simpler." Indeed. Nearby, Linglong and Temis, witnessing the dispersal of the storm clouds and the cessation of the tribulation thunder, hurriedly flew towards Li Ruoqing and Ziyun. Their hearts were filled with trepidation. Although Li Ruoqing possessed numerous techniques and Ziyun was immensely powerful, Whether they could safely navigate such a tribulation remained uncertain. 2 days passed since the successful transcendence, during which Li Qianyuan, Tej, and Xixiang frequently greeted the people of the Beishuang kingdom. Although Li Ruoqing claimed that he had yet to ascend to the realm of the martial deity, this group of individuals was utterly incredulous. How could one safely traverse such a terrifying thunder tribulation without having attained divinity? In this era where martial saints are scarce and martial deities have become the stuff of legend, the newfound prowess of Li Ruoqing and Ziyun as martial deities is undeniably profound. For these elite beings, who are already capable of attaining longevity and even ascending to celestial realms, any advantage gleaned from the hands of these two would yield immense benefits. Particularly for Tej and Shihong, who have languished in the martial emperor realm for many years, they eagerly sought guidance from Li Ruoqing and Ziyun regarding their cultivation practices. After all, receiving counsel from a martial deity might just spark a moment of enlightenment, propelling their cultivation to extraordinary heights. However, Li Ruoqing had no intention of cooperating, as his focus lay in body refinement, and his unique cultivation methods held little reference value. As for Ziyun, she was unfamiliar with these individuals, had no connection with them, and was disinclined to engage. Yet, these two affluent old-timers, suppressing their reluctance, presented lavish gifts that made it difficult for Li Ruoqing to decline. Upon receiving 2 precious medicinal herbs, Li Ruoqing's demeanor shifted, and he enthusiastically remarked that he specialized in body refinement techniques. Although the specifics of his methods were not for public dissemination, nonetheless, he could share insights and advantages of body refinement, suggesting that if they were earnest, they might seek out suitable body refinement techniques to practice. Li Ruoqing then recounted his experiences and tips during his body refinement journey, elucidating the benefits that arose from such practices, such as the ability to withstand high-tier mystical weapons unarmed and to be invincible in close combat against peers. When he described the widening of his meridians and the fortification of his physique through body refinement, the two venerable practitioners, well-versed in cultivation, were captivated. They recognized the pivotal significance of this information. It is crucial to note that for an ordinary person, expanding the meridians is exceptionally challenging, with infrequent changes even after successful cultivation. However, formidable body refinement techniques can cleanse the meridians and transform the body. The width of the meridians fundamentally dictates the efficiency of true essence circulation within the body, akin to the stark contrast between a high-performance sports car and a standard automobile. For them, if body refinement could indeed widen their meridians, their cultivation speed would dramatically increase, and the potency of their martial skills would also see substantial enhancement. With Li Ruoqing's guidance, the two departed in a state of exhilaration, their centenarian hearts alight with visions of ascending to martial saint status. They hurried back to scour for body refinement techniques, eager to attempt a concurrent practice of body refinement. As for the Frost North Kingdom's demand to claim 70% of the Songlong dynasty's territory, they harbored no dissent. Rather, they deemed it entirely reasonable. Were it not for the multitude of formidable beings from the Frost North Kingdom, they might have faced total annihilation. To speak candidly, they had effectively relied on the Frost North Kingdom's support to secure their success in the final contest, and it was only fair for the kingdom to request a more substantial share. In the ensuing days, the various factions convened to discuss the division of territory within the Songlong dynasty. In adherence to the principle of prioritizing the delineation of contiguous territories, Li Qianyuan, Tej, and Xixiang meticulously marked their desired portions on the map. The trio tacitly left expansive areas of unclaimed land, fully aware that once the Northern Frost Kingdom thoroughly assimilated and integrated these cities and territories, it would inevitably ascend to the status of a dynasty, establishing itself as a formidable hegemon. Both the Qian dynasty and the Songlong Empire were keen to witness this development, as they regarded Li Ruoqing as their brother and future son-in-law, fostering a bond that was significantly closer than that with the former Songlong dynasty. After the post-war arrangements were concluded, the trio conveyed the final outcomes back to their homeland. Following an enthusiastic farewell to Li Ruoqing, they each returned with their respective armies. Guojia gazed at the now completely vanished Songlong City, feeling quite troubled. They had previously confirmed that the Xianming sect had summoned a vast number of young adults and transformed them into puppets, resulting in a drastic population decrease within the realm, effectively halving it. This loss encompassed the primary labor force, and recovering from such a setback would likely demand a considerable amount of time. Days later, the news spread across the continent that the Songlong dynasty had colluded with the demonic forces to convert over 1 million living souls into puppets, aiming to disrupt the world, only to be jointly eradicated by the four nations, causing widespread uproar. The once thriving cities of the Songlong dynasty were now draped in mourning. Its citizens were left in disbelief at the calamity wrought upon their loved ones by the emperor of the Songlong dynasty and the fiends of the Xianming sect. Over 2 million young adults lost. Guojia and Gongsu Pan led numerous soldiers to renovate a nearby city as a temporary command center. Subsequently, they faced the daunting task of handling extensive administrative duties. In light of the significant population void, Guojia and his colleagues deliberated and ultimately resolved to have Li Ruoqing negotiate with the Qian dynasty and the Songlong Empire for the relocation of people. Particularly, they aimed to request the resettlement of the 30 to 40,000 beastmen from the border cities promised by the Songlong Empire to the former territories of the Songlong dynasty. As for Li Ruoqing's own kin, securing the migration of several 100,000 individuals from the Qian dynasty should pose no issue. Within the imperial palace of the Qian dynasty, Emperor Li Qianyuan found himself in a state of profound inner conflict. The news brought back by Li Qianyuan had greatly shocked the populace of the Qian dynasty. The chaos unleashed upon the Songlong dynasty by the fiends of the Xianming sect, resulting in millions being transformed into puppets, the multitude of formidable warriors under Li Ruoqing's command, including those at the martial emperor and martial saint realms, and the astonishing report of Li Ruoqing and a woman successfully transcending to the martial deity realm, all contributed to a surreal sense of disbelief for Li Qianyuan. The notion that millions of young adults could be turned into puppets was a testament to unparalleled madness. How could Li Ruoqing command such a plethora of strong warriors, when it was believed he had only 2 martial emperor women? As for the idea of Li Ruoqing, barely 20 and previously a mere novice below the martial master level, somehow advancing to the martial saint realm and transcending to divinity, it struck him as utterly ludicrous. Did they truly think that this group of individuals was composed of fools? However, upon encountering Li Qianyuan and listening to his account, particularly regarding Commander Tage of the Songlong Empire and Commander Shi Xiang of the Xiongshi Empire seeking guidance from Li Ruoqing, Li Qianyuan fell into a profound silence. He had not anticipated that the inconspicuous sixth son from years ago had blossomed into such prominence. Was it a failure on his part as a father? Or had the boy simply concealed his capabilities too adeptly? Chapter 150. Prudent arrangements in order to more effectively manage the territories and cities formerly belonging to the Songlong dynasty. Li Ruoqing journeyed to the Tianzi Mountain, relocating the entire sacred domain to the Shifeng Mountains near Songlong City. Numerous martial sovereigns and martial emperors from the sacred domain were temporarily appointed to oversee these cities, preventing any potential unrest. Once the administration of these cities found its footing, they could retire in peace. As for the establishment of a new dynasty, after considerable deliberation, the group decided to wait until matters were thoroughly addressed before making any official announcements. After all, Hanshuan City lay far in the northern territories, and the system Li Ruoqing had initially acquired was bound to Hanshuan City. With the expansion of their domain, it was imperative to relocate it to a more fitting position. Shifting the vast Hanshuan City to the heart of the new Beishuan Kingdom was an immensely monumental task. Even Guijia, who had reached the late stages of the martial emperor realm, could only move 2 to 3 kilometers a day through his earth manipulation techniques before exhausting his true essence. Moreover, as Li Ruoqing speculated, upon the official establishment of the dynasty and the elevation of Hanshuan City to the imperial capital, the system would likely dispense a wave of generous rewards. Recalling the bountiful rewards received during his previous ascension to a royal city, Li Ruoqing eagerly anticipated this moment. After all, it had been over a year since he had unearthed anything of worth from this miserly system. The treasures in the item shop were indeed remarkable, yet their prices were astonishingly high, rendering them inaccessible to those of limited means. Among the 3 nations, the Songlong Empire was the most rapid in its response. After Tage returned to the Songlong imperial city, Emperor Augustus inquired about the situation. Upon learning that Li Ruoqing, his future son-in-law, had shattered millennia-old myths by successfully advancing to the martial deity realm, Augustus, who had previously held a lofty demeanor, swiftly altered his stance, initiating preparations for lavish congratulatory gifts and summoning his beloved daughter, Princess Mengdai. Initially reluctant, Princess Mengdai was utterly taken aback upon hearing her father's announcement of Li Ruoqing's ascension to the martial deity realm. She had thought her betrothed merely a king of a small nation, relying on his formidable subordinates. She never imagined he had reached such divine heights. How could this be possible? How old could he be? This revelation was hard for the self-proclaimed genius of cultivation, Mengdai, to accept, especially after hearing her father recount the multitude of martial emperors and martial saints under Li Ruoqing's command. She found herself even more at a loss. Wasn't cultivation supposed to be exceedingly difficult, with top-tier experts being rare? How could a plethora of powerful figures suddenly emerge? Without allowing Princess Mingdai time to process this information, Augustus assigned her a crucial task. She must ensure that Li Ruoqing leaves behind his offspring before ascending. Such audacious words left Dream Butterfly feeling somewhat bashful. When had her father, the emperor, begun to express concern over such matters? Subsequently, the Songlong Empire, under the pretense of congratulating Li Ruoqing on his ascension to the rank of martial deity, sent forth a multitude of gifts along with Princess Yunming to the Northern Frost Kingdom. Upon receiving the news, the Qian dynasty and the Xiongshi Empire lambasted the Songlong Empire for their cunning ways, and in emulation, dispatched their own envoys laden with lavish offerings to the Northern Frost Kingdom. Now that Li Ruoqing had risen to become one of the elite few on the continent, he could, if he so desired, incite a war to unify the entire realm. After all, in this era, a god-level powerhouse was synonymous with invincibility. However, they were destined for disappointment, for Li Ruoqing had already embarked once more to the realm of Shenzhou, accompanied by Ziyun, Linglong, and Gong Shupian, traversing the Jinmu tree. At the Tongtian peak of the Qingyun sword sect, a magnificent sword intent was continuously coalescing. The sect leader, Xianqing Jinren, and several elders gazed in astonishment at the spectacle, struggling to comprehend it. In their recollection, such a surging sword intent was beyond the capability of individuals at their martial emperor level. The most they could muster was perhaps a foot in length, while Jian Songhai's sword intent neared dozens of feet. After delving into the teachings of the Qingyun sword sect, Jian Songhai experienced significant enlightenment. The previously sluggish progress in his comprehension of sword principles seemed to respond, rapidly guiding his understanding. The vast sword intent soared into the sky, resembling a column of light from a distance. The disciples of the Qingyun sword sect looked on in admiration toward the radiant beam, a swell of pride welling within them. Spies gathering intelligence nearby recorded this astonishing scene and swiftly sent word back to their respective sects via flying swords. It was highly probable that an unparalleled powerhouse had emerged within the Qingyun sword sect. Even from 10 miles away, one could feel the astonishing sword intent. As Jian Songhai's comprehension deepened, the sword intent column grew increasingly solid, gradually revealing inscriptions akin to a true divine sword piercing the heavens. The sect's top-tier martial techniques, such as Wan Lei Shi, Long Ing Shihan, and Wan Jiangui Zong, were diligently practiced and comprehended by Jian Songhai, who discovered that these techniques not only resonated deeply within him, but also, in a mysterious way, enhanced his understanding of the sword principles of this world. This unexpected revelation filled Jian Songhai with elation. Encountering martial techniques that could deepen one's comprehension of the laws was a first for him. One could only wonder how profound the insights of the creator of these techniques into the sword principles must have been. When Li Ruoqing and his companions returned to the Qingyun sword sect, they happened upon the scene of Jian Songhai condensing his vast sword intent. Li Ruoqing smiled and remarked, "It seems that Elder Jian has made significant progress these past few days. I estimate that once he concludes his seclusion, he will soon be ready to advance to martial deity." Linglong, witnessing this, felt a tinge of reluctance, having transformed into her true dragon form. Her strength had surged to unprecedented heights, nearly rivaling Jian Songhai. She had not anticipated that Jian Songhai, with his maxed-out sword talent, would achieve a breakthrough in such a brief span. As for Li Ruoqing, his progress was even more astounding. A year ago, he had been but a frail fledgling. And now, in such a short time, he had soared to remarkable heights. Even with her peak martial saint prowess, she dared not claim she could best Li Ruoqing. It appears that I must seize the opportunity to diligently cultivate the power of the law of comprehension. Linglong tightly clenched her fist, contemplating silently. His aptitude is indeed remarkable. Even when compared to those martial deities who ranked highly in the past, he is not outmatched. Ziyu nodded in agreement, pondering that if Jian Songhai possessed complete cultivation texts and ample resources, he might ascend to the status of a martial deity within mere decades, akin to those extraordinary prodigies from 30 millennia ago. By the time Jian Songhai concludes his cultivation, for days will have passed. Li Ruoqing gazed upon Jian Songhai, who had concealed his entire aura and appeared as an ordinary elder, and could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Perhaps soon he would acquire another god-level powerhouse. Having resolved matters in the Yunnan continent, it is time to delve into the ancient relics. Li Ruoqing addressed the group, explaining that their expedition to the ruins had been postponed due to the significant upheaval on the Yunnan continent. Now, the moment to embark had finally arrived. Chapter 151. the depths of the ruins under the guidance of Master Xianqing, Li Ruoqing, Ziyun, and the others traveled for an extensive duration. Arriving at the region where the founding ancestor of the Qingyun sword sect had discovered numerous ancient texts. To their surprise, this location was far from the mainland. Situated within a vast expanse of ocean, the founder of our Qingyun sword sect was, in fact, the son of a fisherman. By a stroke of fortune, he entered a small sect overseas and became a novice cultivator. Later, through another fortunate encounter, he entered a concealed ancient relic, where he acquired many texts and techniques from ancient sects, ultimately establishing the Qingyun sword sect. Noticing the curiosity among the group, Master Xianqing patiently elucidated the matter. I see, Li Ruoqing replied. But did your ancestor not return after achieving success in his cultivation to seek further treasures? He found it perplexing, had he been in such a position. After reaping so many benefits, he would certainly return after a period of cultivation to ascertain if any treasures had been overlooked. To be candid, my lord, after our ancestor attained mastery, he did indeed return to search. However, this relic is somewhat peculiar. It shifts locations at regular intervals. After several attempts to locate it, he ultimately transcended and ascended. The subsequent generations of sect masters and elders studied this area for decades before discovering that the nearby geological veins seemed to operate according to a specific pattern, returning to their original positions every few decades. Eventually, they too were fortunate enough to enter the relic for deeper exploration and obtained a wealth of texts. Yet, within this relic, numerous mechanisms remained, and upon inadvertently triggering them, hidden teleportation portals were activated. A deluge of demonic entities surged forth from a portal originally connected to a minor world, resulting in only one or two individuals managing to escape. This incident led to a significant decline in the Qingyun sword sect's prowess, requiring nearly a century of recuperation to recover fully. Every time Xianqing recalls this tumultuous secret history of the sect, he cannot help but feel a sense of frustration. The greed of the predecessors was insatiable. Had it not been for their excessive avarice, they would not have wandered aimlessly after acquiring treasures, ultimately leading not only to their own downfall, but also nearly jeopardizing the legacy of the Qingyun sword sect. It is truly a tragic fate, given that the demon clan has occupied this secret realm for centuries. One cannot help but worry that they have already plundered all the techniques and treasures within this ancient site. Li Ruoqing felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that these demons might cunningly abscond with all remaining treasures, rendering their efforts in locating the ruins utterly futile. Yet, this may not be the case. According to the information left by the predecessors, these demons exhibit peculiar behavior. Although their minds seem somewhat dulled, their strength is formidable and their numbers overwhelming, making them quite formidable adversaries. Li Ruoqing remained skeptical of Xuanqing's explanation. After all, centuries have passed, and who could say whether this group of demons has made any advancements? It seems unreasonable to believe that mere brute force and numerical superiority could easily triumph over several martial saints. However, given that they possess experts of the mid-level divine realm, there is little cause for excessive concern. The entrance should be around here. Xianqing led the group, adjusting their course several times, until they finally arrived at a tranquil sea, devoid of any notable features. Are you certain it's here? Li Ruoqing inquired with curiosity, as the surroundings seemed rather unremarkable for an entrance. It must be here. Allow me to employ a secret technique to momentarily part the waters. With a gesture, Xianqing invoked a spell, causing the once calm surface of the lake to respond as if summoned by an unseen force, swirling rapidly and gradually forming a colossal whirlpool. As the center of the whirlpool emerged, it revealed not land but 21 enormous bubbles. Elated by the sight, Qingxian led the group directly downwards. As they passed through the ethereal membrane, Li Ruoqing and the others found themselves in a dilapidated sect ruin. According to the ancient manuscripts left by their ancestors, this site belonged to a super sect named the Jietian Zhao from the primordial era, where hundreds of Yuan-ing period powerhouses resided, and several formidable beings even reached the Great Ascension stage. However, during the cataclysmic war between gods and demons tens of thousands of years ago, all the sect's strong members perished, and the entire sect was subsequently annihilated. Indeed, merely gazing upon the remnants of the sect, one can easily envision its former glory. Li Ruoqing observed the ruins from above. Rather than a sect, it resembled a small world unto itself. Even after millennia, the protective array of the sect still operated. And had it not been for the unexpected emergence of those demons, this would undoubtedly be an ideal location for a sect stronghold. Since we are fond of this place, why not cleanse it of all demons and claim this small world for ourselves? We could even establish a branch of the holy domain here. Ziyun suggested with a light laugh. Indeed, Sister Ziyun is correct. This is truly a splendid location. Establishing a branch here would surpass the Qingyun sword sect by far. Linglong concurred. However, as the leader of the Qingyun sword sect, hearing Linglong's candid remarks about her own sect was rather disheartening. The group soon ventured deeper into the ruins. Perhaps it was due to the previous explorations by the esteemed predecessors of the Qingyun sword sect that, throughout their journey, little of value had been discovered. It was not until they entered a vast expanse that Ziyun furrowed her brows. Her outwardly projected consciousness revealed a multitude of demonic beings ahead, many of formidable strength, including several of the general rank. They appeared to be guarding a majestic palace. Watching, there are numerous demons ahead. They likely do not come with good intentions. Ziyun whispered discreetly in Li Ruoqing's ear. No matter. Since we are here, regardless of these demons, this place shall be ours. If necessary, we shall eliminate them all. Li Ruoqing replied with unwavering resolve. Since overcoming the Thunder Tribulation, his strength had undergone a significant enhancement, elevating his martial prowess to the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm. His physical resilience had reached a level capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a peak lower deity. While this might not render him invincible, it was certainly sufficient to handle several demon generals with ease. Seeing Li Ruoqing's confidence, Ziyun chose not to voice further concerns. After all, she had witnessed the formidable nature of his stellar divine body, capable of enduring amplified thunder tribulations. The demons in the distance would pose little threat to him. Intruders, all of you with me. Annihilate them. A group of powerful demons soon discerned the approach of Li Ruoqing and his companions. As the elite guards of the demon dynasty, their primary duty was to safeguard the safety of the princess within the palace, even at the cost of their own lives. Is this a jest? You think to annihilate us? Before Li Ruoqing could make a move, Jian Songhai took the initiative. Wielding the divine sword from his sword box and unleashing various martial techniques of the Qingyun sword sect, in an instant, dragon shadows and lightning manifested across the battlefield, leaving the demon soldiers and generals reeling as they fell to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. Chapter 152. Capturing the Demon Princess Ascendant Stage? Impossible. How could there be such a powerful being among the human race? The demonic general, Ming Quang, was struck with terror. He had not anticipated that. Despite the devastation wrought by the ancient war between gods and demons thousands of years ago, such a formidable force could still exist. This was truly astonishing. Yet, it appeared that they were doomed to falter here. Quickly, inform the princess to evacuate this place. Ming Quang swiftly realized that they must ensure the princess's retreat, as the intruders were far too powerful for them to withstand. Oh, there's a demon princess as well. It seems we have caught a big fish. Li Ruoqing, upon hearing Ming Quang's words, quickly grasped the implication that a significant figure from the demon race might reside within the palace. His fortune was indeed favorable. In the past, he had lacked the strength to entertain grand ambitions, but now, empowered, he wondered if he might orchestrate some audacious schemes, perhaps uniting a faction of demons to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, or even nurturing a demon power to facilitate future clandestine endeavors. Before long, Li Ruoqing and his companions had thoroughly seized control of the situation. With ulterior motives in mind, he chose not to slay all the demons this time. Several female demons within the palace became his captives. Observing the pitiful figure of the demon princess, Li Ruoqing felt a sense of unease. Could this fragile girl truly be the princess of the demon clan? She seemed on the verge of tears, raising doubts about the supposed bravery of demon women. Hey, little one, are you truly the princess of the demon clan? What is your name? Li Ruoqing asked with genuine curiosity. Yet, it appeared that the princess was oblivious to his inquiry, lost in her sorrowful reverie, quietly shedding tears. With no other options, Li Ruoqing decided to have Ziyun take charge of this timid demon princess. As for Linglong, it would be best to avoid her. The fierce dragon girl might further frighten the already delicate princess. Under the intense questioning from Li Ruoqing and his companions, the mad demon would soon reveal their origins. It turned out that the demon clan was not a monolith. They were divided into numerous races and kingdoms. This demon princess, Tianhua, was a direct descendant of the blood-weeping demon sovereign, akin to a human cultivator at the divine king level. However, she had inherited the ability to communicate with the ancient celestial bodies from her maternal lineage, the Moon Demon clan, but lacked the robust physique characteristic of her paternal lineage. Their arrival at this ancient relic was purely accidental. They were escorting Princess Tianhua to visit her relatives in the Moon Demon clan. Unexpectedly, they encountered internal strife within the demon clan, and their group was mistakenly regarded as enemies, suffering heavy casualties. In a desperate move, the remaining members brought Tianyue here for refuge, only to stumble upon Li Ruoqing and his companions. Ziyun quickly managed to soothe the weeping princess, and with careful questioning, she soon unearthed the girl's background. As the youngest daughter of the blood-weeping demon sovereign, she had once been highly cherished. Yet, the combination of her father's formidable bloodline and the Moon Demon clan's unique talents had not produced a more powerful being. Instead, it had resulted in a rather frail existence. Princess Tianyue's physical strength was far inferior to that of other demons, and she was unable to cultivate most of the clan's martial arts. She could only practice the inherited techniques of her maternal lineage. But even the strongest members of the Moon Demon clan had only reached the peak of the Demon Lord realm. Consequently, her progress in cultivation was agonizingly slow. Her elder siblings, despite being of similar age, had far surpassed her, having cultivated for over 20 years and only managing to reach the level of a demon general. As a result, she often faced bullying from her siblings, gradually developing a timid disposition. Upon hearing the information gathered by Ziyun, Li Ruoqing's face broke into a satisfied smile. The youngest daughter of a demon sovereign held a prestigious status. Slow cultivation, coupled with a talent for celestial communication, this was fortuitous. Li Ruoqing practiced the stellar body refinement art, a technique that harnesses the power of the stars to rapidly enhance strength. With the princess by his side, her cultivation could soar, making for an exceedingly advantageous partnership. With such a fitting candidate before him, Li Ruoqing felt a surge of interest. If nurtured properly, he might cultivate a powerful demon empress, potentially gaining influence over a faction within the demon realm. However, every endeavor begins with a challenge. And the first step here was to properly train this little crybaby. Such a timid disposition was not conducive to her growth. Subsequently, Li Ruoqing leveraged Princess Tianyue as a bargaining chip, compelling a multitude of demonic beings to assist them in the search for treasures and ancient texts within the ruins. After an exhaustive and meticulous excavation, they indeed uncovered numerous artifacts. However, upon closer inspection, the dusty jade slips and bottles appeared to have been unearthed from the depths of the earth, revealing that the elixirs within the bottles had long since lost their efficacy, rendering them useless. Fortunately, the methods and martial techniques contained within the jade slips remained relatively intact and merited further examination. Li Ruoqing then proceeded to make 2 copies of these texts. One set was entrusted to Xianqing to return to the Qingyun sword sect, while the other was deposited in the system's item marketplace to be converted into points. Observing his point balance surge back to over 20 million, he felt a surge of joy. Once he returned to the Yunlan continent and procured a vial of the Fountain of Life from Ionia in the Fairy Forest, he would be able to resurrect a god-tier powerhouse from the divine strategy. Meanwhile, the others remained to oversee the reconstruction of this small world by the demon clan. While these beings were adept at combat, they appeared rather inept when it came to the intricacies of building a sect. Witnessing their clumsy efforts, Li Ruoqing ultimately resolved to send Linglong back to the Yunlan continent to bring forth a contingent of skilled architects to aid in the construction of the Sacred Domains branch. Sangyou, having learned from Linglong that they had firmly established a foothold on the Xinzhou continent and even set up a branch of the Sacred Domain, became intrigued. He dispatched a portion of his essence to accompany Linglong, intending to experience another world firsthand. Among the North Frost Kingdom, the foremost experts in architecture and the 5 elements were Guojia and Gongsu Pan. However, both were currently burdened with significant responsibilities, overseeing the relocation of Frost City and the establishment of the imperial capital. Ultimately, Linglong selected several of Guijia's fellow disciples, former elders and leaders of the astrology sect. While they did not possess the same formidable strength as Guojia, their proficiency in the 5 elements was commendable. With the assistance of the numerous demons to aid in the reconstruction on the ruins of the small world, they were likely to succeed. Time flew swiftly, and nearly a year had elapsed since the fall of the Songlong dynasty. Li Ruoqing and his companions frequently traversed between the 2 worlds. A few months later, Li Ruoqing encountered Princess Mengdai, the one intended for an arranged marriage. She was indeed quite lovely. However, she paled in comparison to the powerful and alluring Ziyun, a striking beauty of formidable strength. His preference leaned towards the more mature. Chapter 153. Journey to the Fairy Forest. Over the course of the year, the North Frost Kingdom successfully executed a remarkable operation akin to a snake swallowing an elephant, completely absorbing and assimilating the cities and vast territories of the former Songlong dynasty. The once stalwart Frost City was entirely relocated by Guojia and Gongsu Pan, along with the 4 satellite cities, to the vicinity of the former Songlong City, now rivaling its predecessor in grandeur and stature. According to the plan, Guijia and Yang Yu intended to publicly declare the establishment of the Frost Dynasty in 2 weeks. However, due to Li Ruoqing's frequent comings and goings between the two realms, certain detailed matters could only be resolved upon his return. For instance, the appointments of officials and the selection of a queen, particularly the latter, have been a matter of concern. Previously, Li Ruoqing, engrossed in his cultivation and still quite young, had not conferred a queen, which was not a significant issue. However, now that he is nearing 20, with princesses from the Songlong Empire being sent for a political marriage, it would be unwise for him to remain indifferent. Failing to make a gesture could provoke the Songlong Empire, leading to a plethora of troubles. Yet, they dared not voice their opinions, for the women surrounding Li Ruoqing are formidable powerhouses, and their relationships with him are extraordinary. Offending the Songlong Empire might result in mere border skirmishes, but incurring the wrath of these formidable women could make life unbearable in an instant. Princess Mengdai had previously been quite perturbed by Li Ruoqing's frequent disappearances and had numerous grievances regarding the royal consorts. However, upon learning that Li Ruoqing's mentor, Themis, is a holy mage, and that the elegant and food-loving Lingtong is a peak martial sage, along with the legendary powerhouses known as Lord Sangyo and Lady Ziyun, her composure faltered. Confident in her own talents and rapid cultivation, Mengdai felt overwhelmed by the pressure of competing for Li Ruoqing's affections amidst such esteemed women. Her own prowess seemed comparable to that of the young girl Shuer, who had already ascended to the rank of a 5th-tier mage, rivaling that of a martial sovereign. Was she to resort to the same cutesy antics as Shuer? Such a notion filled her with embarrassment. When Guijia and Yang Yu encountered Li Ruoqing upon his return, they promptly presented him with a myriad of matters requiring his decisions. Li Ruoqing, in turn, readily made his choices. However, he hesitated only regarding the matter of appointing a queen. Being an adult, he certainly desired all of them. Yet, he sensed his capabilities were insufficient to assert authority over these women. Should they voice dissent, he might not withstand the repercussions. Ultimately, Li Ruoqing chose to sidestep this topic. Recognizing it as merely a title, not an urgent concern, he resolved to revisit the matter once his cultivation had advanced further, allowing himself the luxury of time. Aside from this, all other affairs had been meticulously arranged, awaiting the formal announcement of the establishment of the Hanshuan dynasty in half a month's time. At present, Li Ruoqing's primary focus lay upon the waters of the Fountain of Life. After a year of diligent resource gathering, he had successfully amassed nearly 40 million points in the item shop. If he could procure 2 portions of the Fountain of Life from the Elven race, he would be able to resurrect 2 god-tier powerhouses sealed within the divine strategy. Moreover, as his cultivation level increased, he began to perceive the presence of 2 unknown spiritual pendants residing within him, one seemingly concealed within his silver ring and the other within his sea of consciousness. However, upon probing with his spiritual senses, he found both entities deeply entrenched in a state of profound meditation, unresponsive to his inquiries. Repeated encounters of this nature led Li Ruoqing to gradually accept the situation, especially as he had later confirmed with others that these 2 spirits harbored no ill intentions and had, in fact, assisted him on several occasions during his previous unconsciousness. These 2 activations have lingered within him for quite some time. If they harbored any malicious intentions, they would have surely taken advantage of his weakened state while he was in a coma, rather than remaining dormant without any signs of activity. If necessary, he could always resurrect them when his resources are ample. Li Ruoqing, accompanied by Themis, Shuer, and Iosis, ventured to the fairy forest as guests, while also inquiring about the Spring of Life. As they approached the vicinity of the fairy forest, they were confronted by patrolling elves who questioned them. Before anyone could speak, Iosis exclaimed, "Sister Xiaolin, it's me. I've returned." It turned out to be Princess Iosis. The female elven captain addressed her. "So these are the friends of Her Highness?" Since the elven queen returned from Frost City with news of an alliance, many elves had been perplexed by the queen's decision to ally with the human realm, especially since their beloved little princess had previously been abducted by those very humans. Eventually, Ionia and several elven elders clarified the situation, presenting an array of precious elixirs capable of enhancing their cultivation levels, along with a divine artifact that emanated a soft glow, dazzling them completely. The prospect of obtaining superior elixirs and high-grade mystical weapons from Frost City made the elders quite eager to accept this alliance. However, the number of candidates wishing to represent the elven race was overwhelming, yet only one could be chosen. Thus, a fierce competition ensued. For the dignity of the elven clan was at stake, and only the strongest could be sent forth. Ultimately, the formidable Grand Elder emerged victorious, becoming the first representative. Upon returning a year later, The Grand Elder exhibited a remarkable improvement in his cultivation and proudly displayed the substantial wealth he had accumulated while working in Frost City, leaving the other elders envious. The Second Elder, basking in the admiring gazes of his peers, cheerfully made his way to report in Frost City. Yes, they hail from the Northern Frost Kingdom and have come to discuss matters with my mother, Iosis stated with a smile. Realizing they were esteemed guests from the Northern Frost Kingdom, Xiaolin promptly ceased her obstruction, warmly offering to guide them to the palace to meet Her Majesty the Queen. Upon learning of their origins, she led them to Ionia's residence. "Mother, I'm back," Iosis exclaimed, rushing towards Ionia, who was seated on the throne discussing matters with several elders. She affectionately embraced her mother, nuzzling her small head into Ionia's embrace. "My dear, what prompted your return? Have you been diligently practicing magic with Themis during this time?" Ionia gazed at her daughter, who was reluctant to budge from her lap and unable to scold her. She merely gestured to the elders that they would discuss matters later. Chapter 154. Is the Spring of Life in Crisis? Your Majesty, it has been far too long. Li Ruoqing, Themis, and Xiaoxue subsequently entered the palace, greeting Ionia. "It has been a long time, Your Highness, the Northern King." Ionia responded with a courteous nod towards Li Ruoqing. He refrained from directly stating his intentions to Ionia, mindful of the presence of others. It would be quite awkward to make a request without certainty of success. Themis and Ionia, having not seen each other for some time, quickly fell into an engaging conversation. The elders present in the hall were initially perplexed, questioning who this young man was that commanded such a warm reception from Her Majesty and conversed so amicably with her. It soon dawned on them that this remarkably youthful figure was none other than the king of the Northern Frost Kingdom, allied with their elf race, and that Themis shared a profound friendship with the queen. As for the girl named Xiaoxue, she was Themis's apprentice. "Your prowess has once again ascended? Are you now at the late stage of the sacred mage rank? Surely, you must be on the verge of advancing to the divine mage level?" Ionia inquired, sensing a noticeable enhancement in Themis's aura compared to over a year ago. "Not quite yet. My comprehension of the laws of power remains insufficient. To ascend to the divine mage rank will require at least another year or two of diligent effort," Themis replied with a hint of regret. She reflected that her rate of advancement was comparatively slower among Li Ruoqing's team. The earliest, Zhongyu, had ascended to godhood 2 years prior, while both Jin Songhai and Linglong had also grasped the laws at a swifter pace, undoubtedly surpassing her in their ascensions. As for Li Ruoqing, her nominal apprentice, his rise was astonishing. He had transformed from a mere novice in martial arts to the martial emperor rank within just 2 years. In terms of genuine combat prowess, even the peak martial saints were no match for him. As his mentor, she found herself on the verge of being outpaced by her own disciple. "Your Highness, have you come this time to exchange for more life springs?" Ionia asked Li Ruoqing. "Indeed, if possible, I would require 3 portions of the life springs. I am willing to offer a divine artifact in exchange." Li Ruoqing weighed the pros and cons before presenting an offer that would be difficult for her to decline. As more of their group ascended, while divine artifacts held significant value, they could still be forged given the right materials, making them not exceedingly rare. However, for Ionia, who was still at the great mage level, the offer was indeed alluring. 3 portions? That poses quite a challenge. To be candid, Your Highness, our elven clan has only 2 portions of the life springs remaining in stock. The third will not be harvestable for at least another decade. While divine artifacts are extraordinarily rare, I cannot part with all our remaining life springs for an exchange. Although the allure of a divine artifact is great, our supply of life springs is limited, and we simply cannot produce a third portion in the short term. Moreover, as the queen of the elven race, I cannot trade away all our life springs, which possess the power of revival, for a mere artifact. We must retain at least 12 portions for contingencies. Does that mean Your Majesty is willing to trade only 1 portion at most? Indeed, we cannot offer more than that. Li Ruoqing furrowed his brows, realizing that he could only trade for a single item, which fell far short of his expectations. However, by reselling a batch of resources in the item shop, he believed he could still gather the materials necessary to resurrect 2 divine-level powerhouses. After expending a significant amount of elixirs, Li Ruoqing successfully acquired the Fountain of Life. All that remained was to return to the Sacred Domain Hall, prepare adequately, and he could revive the Moonlight Law God Iolia and the Throne Martial God Hongguang. Li Ruoqing and his companions lingered in the fairy forest for several days before returning to Frost City. As a mischievous child who had run away for 2 years, Ioxis was left by Ionia in the fairy forest, where she was instructed to diligently study the heritage knowledge of the elven race, and thus did not accompany Li Ruoqing's group. Observing the little girl's reluctant expression, Li Ruoqing teased. You, little one, always love to slack off. By the time you return, Shuer will probably have advanced to a sacred mage, so don't come crying to me. Humph, you big bad guy. I want to slack off. When I come back, I'll make sure you regret it. With that, Ioxis waved her small fists in warning. The sadness of parting was quickly dispelled by Li Ruoqing's playful banter. Uncertain whether it was due to awakening the powers of her past life as an angel or the refinement from the stellar body refinement technique, Shuer had grown rapidly over the past 2 years. Once merely a golden-haired little girl, she had blossomed into a graceful young lady, standing at 6 meters tall, easily mistaken for a 17 or 18-year-old. The small wings on her back could now be freely retracted or extended as needed. Moreover, according to her, her back had been itching lately, as if something new was about to sprout. Temis had meticulously checked several times, but found nothing amiss. However, based on her gathered information, it appeared that Shuer might have reached a bottleneck in awakening her angelic powers and could soon grow a new pair of wings. In her recollection, the angels beneath the throne of the God of Light were formidable beings of the divine realm, possessing 10 wings, with the immense energy within them being one of the sources of an angel's power and a symbol of their strength. If Shuer were to grow another pair of wings, it would undoubtedly be a good development, warranting no undue concern. A day later, Li Ruoqing successfully arrived at the sacred domain. Under the protection of the guardian of Tsangyo, he was able to resurrect Iolia and Hongguang without attracting any heavenly tribulation, as the sacred domain shielded its internal aura. Iolia was a woman of cool demeanor, yet it was Hongguang who caught Li Ruoqing's attention. Despite being a renowned martial god, her character and attire leaned more towards that of a man. Had he not witnessed her exquisite figure with his own eyes, he would have certainly mistaken her for a man. Curiosity piqued. He wondered whether this well-endowed figure should be regarded as a brother or a sister. Li Ruoqing chose to keep his questions to himself, intending to inquire with Ziyun upon their return to the sacred domain branch. After a year, the Kingdom of Northern Frost has once again made a public announcement, revealing its transformation into the Frosty Dynasty, with Li Ruoqing ascending as the emperor. He is set to be crowned in Frost City 7 days hence. Upon the release of this news, the nearby empires and kingdoms erupted in excitement. In just over 2 short years, under Li Ruoqing's leadership, the Songlong Empire was repelled, the Northern Territory reclaimed, and the Kingdom of Northern Frost established. Subsequently, he played a crucial role in the downfall of the Songlong dynasty, leading to the formation of the Frosty Dynasty. These monumental achievements are truly unprecedented and remarkable. Many could not have anticipated witnessing the rise of a brand new dynasty of humanity in their lifetime. Chapter 155. Congratulations on the new specialty of Frost City. The news of Li Ruoqing's impending coronation spread rapidly across the continent. Even Li Shiwan, in the distant Qian imperial city, was taken aback by the swiftness of this momentous day. In just over 2 years, this once overlooked prince transformed into the sovereign of a dynasty, standing among the most powerful elite of the entire continent. Such a drastic change left him, as a father, feeling both embarrassed and helpless. Embarrassment arose from his initial inability to recognize talent, mistaking such a formidable son for a mere inconsequential figure, thus losing the opportunity to nurture a gem. Helplessness came from the apparent lack of a profound father-son bond, as their relationship seemed more akin to a transaction of interests rather than a familial connection. He regretted not having discerned his son's exceptional qualities sooner. Had he recognized Li Ruoqing's potential and afforded him the recognition he deserved, their Qian dynasty could have expanded its territory significantly, rivaling their founding ancestors in glory. However, regret is a remedy that does not exist, and the possibility of redemption now seemed elusive. Observing the court filled with princes and ministers eager to express their intentions to represent the Qian dynasty in congratulating the newly established Frosty dynasty and the ascension of the Northern King, Li Shiwan noted their enthusiastic demeanor. Despite their envy and jealousy, they understood that the 6th prince was no longer of their ilk. Not only had he reached an extraordinary level of cultivation, but he had also founded a dynasty. It was evident that his ascension to the celestial realm was merely a matter of time. Such a powerful ally could not be overlooked, as there was much to gain from him, whether it be formidable techniques, high-grade mystical weapons, or exquisite elixirs, all of which would be immensely beneficial to them. Contemplating their eagerness, Li Shiwan found himself intrigued by the prospect of traveling to Frost City to extend his congratulations, while simultaneously seeking to gauge his son's intentions. Meanwhile, in the northern Songlong imperial city, the Wolf Emperor Augustus was equally exhilarated. His initial decision to forge a marital alliance with Li Ruoqing now seemed remarkably prescient. though it was Hu's suggestion, a successful gamble. His formidable son-in-law was indeed extraordinary, and the old priest's predictions had proven astoundingly accurate. If his precious daughter, Ming Dai, were to bear a son or daughter with Li Ruoqing, he would surely emerge as the ultimate victor in life. Your Majesty, with the Northern King's coronation, I humbly propose to personally convey our congratulations, further emphasizing the sincerity of our Songlong Empire. The ever-cunning and reticent Prime Minister who took the initiative to speak, revealing that he had received news of a grand auction organized by the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce to celebrate the establishment of the Frosty Dawn dynasty, featuring a plethora of exquisite elixirs, including longevity and beauty-enhancing potions. For someone of his advanced age and modest martial prowess, these miraculous concoctions seemed like divine remedies. Securing just one or two could grant him several more years of life, and with a stroke of fortune, perhaps even allow him to break through another realm. All things considered, this could potentially extend his lifespan significantly, a substantial gain indeed. Coughing delicately, Hu acknowledged his age, remarking that long journeys may not befit him, and with the numerous domestic affairs at hand, his presence was indispensable. Thus, he proposed that His Majesty personally embark on this journey, also to witness the splendor of his son-in-law. After contemplating Hu's suggestion for a moment, Augustus ultimately declined. Although this old fox was shrewd, his capabilities were undeniably lacking. Any unforeseen incidents en route could prove disastrous. Your Majesty, I am quite capable. I too wish to behold the extraordinary demeanor of the royal son-in-law, Hu exclaimed, eager to advocate for his cause, for he knew too well that should he miss this opportunity, acquiring the rare longevity elixirs might become an impossibility, resulting in a significant loss. As for the funds to purchase the elixirs, he was not lacking. During the past 2 years, his chamber had conducted numerous lucrative transactions with the Northern Frost Kingdom, amassing wealth far exceeding his over 20 years of service as Prime Minister. Ultimately, after Hu's persistent entreaties, Augustus relented and agreed to accompany this wily old fox to Frosty Dawn City to extend their congratulations. Since the establishment of the Northern Frost Kingdom a year prior, Frosty Dawn City had once again become a bustling hub for dignitaries from various realms to offer their felicitations. In addition to the 3 great dynasties and empires, several neighboring kingdoms had also dispatched envoys to pay their respects. Consequently, every inn and tavern within the city was fully occupied, leaving many guests unable to secure lodgings. To address this, Yang Yu was compelled to lead a guard team to arrange accommodations for the distant visitors in the nearby satellite cities. Meanwhile, the eagerly anticipated auction by the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce was still 2 days away. This auction promised not only exquisite elixirs, but also a selection of high-grade mystical weapons for sale. Throughout a year of resource gathering on the Divine Land, Li Ruoqing and his companions had amassed a wealth of resources and acquired invaluable crafting techniques. Unlike the nearly extinct advanced crafters of the Yunnan continent, the knowledge of crafting here had been meticulously preserved. Li Ruoqing found himself intrigued and dedicated considerable time to study, ultimately succeeding in forging his first mystical weapon after numerous failures. With the advancement of the Qinglian Divine Fire, the formidable flames could rapidly refine and melt the crafting materials within a remarkably short span. Furthermore, his powerful spiritual essence enabled him to swiftly shape the molten metal into his preconceived design. Once the mystical weapon cooled and took form, he inscribed appropriate array inscriptions upon it, elevating its potency to a new echelon. Li Ruoqing swiftly adapted to this distinctive crafting methodology. Soon, a considerable number of mystical weapons were successfully forged. Although their ranks were not particularly high, their quality was undeniably commendable, boasting a strength surpassing that of other weapons of the same grade by at least 23%. Moreover, the recycling prices offered by the item shop were quite intriguing. The value of the forged mystical weapons was at least 2 to 25 times the cost of the materials consumed in their creation. This gave Li Ruoqing the impression of acting as a middleman profiting from the price differential. Naturally, as his mastery of the forging technique progressed, he also produced numerous 5th and 6th tier mystical weapons. However, such high-tier weapons were often in short supply, even within a large sect like the Qinyan Sword sect, where they were scarce. They preferred to classify these weapons as divine arms, while the 7th-tier weapons were revered as heavenly divine arms, so rare that even formidable beings in the nascent soul stage might not possess them. This scarcity rendered high-tier mystical weapons exceedingly sought after. When Li Ruoqing handed over a batch of 6th-tier mystical weapons to the old Taoist, the latter was profoundly astonished. Despite the existence of various forging traditions across the Xinzhou continent, few artisans could craft high-tier mystical weapons. Many of the high-tier mystical weapons, divine arms, within the sect have been passed down through generations, some dating back hundreds or even thousands of years. Chapter 156, Conference. Longevity Elixir. The jovial Xianyan distributed these high-tier mystical weapons to the peak masters and powerful elders of each peak, simultaneously expressing his intent. As long as more resources could be gathered, he would exchange them with Li Ruoqing for exquisite elixirs and high-tier mystical weapons. Following an impassioned motivational speech, the members of the Qingyun sword sect were invigorated, eagerly dispatching disciples down the mountain to hone their skills and explore secret realms and relics, all to bring more resources back to the sect. As for the potential complaints and opposition from other sects, the sect master and the elders stood as a steadfast support for all disciples. There was no room for hesitation. They were to act decisively. If they encountered insurmountable challenges, they could always send someone back to the sect for reinforcements. If exquisite elixirs could accelerate a user's cultivation speed and facilitate breakthroughs while extending their lifespan, high-tier mystical weapons undoubtedly served as exceptional tools to enhance the user's prowess. For instance, utilizing high-tier mystical weapons to execute martial techniques was an entirely different realm compared to employing low-tier mystical weapons or mundane arms. The guests who had traveled from afar grew increasingly restless upon hearing the internal news released by the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. High-tier mystical weapons were treasures that were notoriously difficult to obtain. Naturally, they sought ways to acquire them. However, the funds they had initially prepared for the auction of exquisite elixirs seemed insufficient. Many grumbled about the chamber's practices, deeming them quite unreasonable, and suggested that a few more days of notice would have allowed them to better prepare financially. Li Ruoqing did not anticipate that his ascension to the throne would draw Li Shihuan and Augustus to him. Yet, when the three met, the atmosphere was palpably awkward. Li Shihuan, as his father, shared a notably distant relationship with him, having had little interaction over the past decade. It was not an exaggeration to describe their connection as that of familiar strangers. Although Augustus is to be Li Ruoqing's future father-in-law, he and Mengdai have not yet officially wed, leaving their relationship in a state of uncertainty. However, Augustus holds a different perspective. Upon observing Li Ruoqing's imposing demeanor and commanding presence, he finds himself exceedingly pleased with this exceptional prospective son-in-law, far more discerning than the old fool, Li Shihuan. The reason Li Ruoqing was exiled to the frontier largely stems from Li Shihuan's failure to recognize his worth, treating him as a discarded pawn. How has your time with Mengdai been, Ruoqing? Augustus, embodying the persona of an approachable father-in-law, engaged in casual conversation. Fortunately, she should be in the palace cultivating at the moment. If you wish to see her, I can summon her for you. Li Ruoqing was taken aback. The rugged demeanor of this wolf clan emperor contrasted sharply with his amiable discourse about family matters, lacking any semblance of a domineering ruler's majesty, which left Li Ruoqing feeling somewhat disoriented. As long as Mengdai is well, that is all that matters. She is my most cherished daughter, and I hope you will treat her kindly. I have indulged her since childhood, so I ask for your understanding. Dear father-in-law, you flatter me. Mengdai is quite well-mannered and possesses a gentle temperament, Li Ruoqing replied with a smile. Augustus found this hard to believe. In his recollection, his beloved daughter was no obedient child, but rather a mischievous spirit, often engaging in playful antics and exhibiting a rather fierce disposition. Could it be that she had changed after meeting Li Ruoqing? The likelihood seemed slim. Li Ruoqing, unaware of Augustus's mental musings, would have readily clarified that Mengdia's amiable behavior stemmed from the formidable presence of the other women around him. She was not foolish enough to stir trouble in their midst. As Li Ruoqing and Augustus engaged in lively conversation, Li Shihuan sat by helplessly, unable to contribute. Watching them talk, he was at a loss for words and unsure of what he might discuss with Li Ruoqing. When the conversation finally drew to a close, he could only look at Li Ruoqing and awkwardly utter, "Old Six, congratulations on ascending to the throne." Noticing Li Shihuan's discomfort, Li Ruoqing merely smiled in response, refraining from any jibes. With his growing strength, his aspirations soared ever higher. Reflecting on past grievances, he recognized them as mere injustices suffered in his youth, acts of bullying from those weaker than himself. Now, as a formidable ruler, he understood that as long as Li Shihuan was not foolish, he would know how to handle those who had once tormented him, the concubines and eunuchs within the palace, without requiring Li Ruoqing's direct intervention. Old Six, I've heard that the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce within the kingdom of Beishuang possesses numerous exquisite elixirs and high-grade mystical weapons. I wish to acquire 2 longevity pills. However, the competition at the auction is fierce, and I may not succeed. I wonder if you could assist in negotiating on my behalf. Li Shuan recalled the venerable figure within the palace, whose lifespan was nearly at an end, and made his request. Previously, the longevity pill had appeared twice at the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce's auction, yet that fellow in green attire lacked sufficient funds to secure the elixir. Currently, the situation concerning the esteemed high priest Zhou Linfeng has worsened considerably. As his lifespan dwindles, his cultivation level has plummeted, leaving him with merely the strength of an early-stage martial emperor. To cultivate a new martial emperor, at least 23 years would be required. Otherwise, with only the second priest Wang Yuanhu remaining, the safety of the entire Qian dynasty would be precarious. If we could procure some, do share a portion with me. Financial matters can be negotiated. Upon hearing Li Shuan mention the longevity pill, Augustus also recalled that several elder statesmen from the Zonglong Empire remain, whether it be the ailing high priest or the cunning old fox. Although they are still relatively robust, their martial prowess is lacking, and it is uncertain how many more years they can endure. You wish for me to obtain some longevity pills from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce? Li Ruoqing was somewhat taken aback by the mutual mention of the elixir by the two. Despite their advanced age, their martial skills are not feeble, and living for several hundred years should pose no problem. Why then the need for such a potion? He quickly realized that as an emperor, he might not require it. But the aging ministers certainly could. One cannot predict when they might pass away, spending tens of thousands of gold coins to extend their lives by a decade or more. And perhaps even allowing for a breakthrough in cultivation would indeed be a worthwhile investment. Ahem, this presents a bit of a challenge. Although the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce operates within the borders of my northern Frost Kingdom, I cannot overly interfere with their business. I will have someone inquire. However, the pricing. Li Ruoqing feigned reluctance as he spoke. The longevity pill is indeed difficult to concoct, primarily due to the extreme scarcity of the required medicinal materials, one of which is the Millennium Ginseng, a rare herb that is seldom found even in the Beast Mountain range, with only a few dozen specimens available. Chapter 157. The Coronation Ceremony. Visitors from the demon realm in the presence of numerous esteemed guests. Li Ruoqing, adorned in a black robe with golden dragon patterns, ascended the throne, formally declaring the establishment of the Han Frost dynasty. Subsequently, a multitude of court officials paid their respects to Li Ruoqing. Various representatives from kingdoms, dynasties, and empires approached to congratulate Li Ruoqing on his coronation, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a prosperous age of celebration. Among the many congratulatory representatives, the most striking were the several martial emperors from the Holy Domain, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, who respectfully bowed to Li Ruoqing. Qinglong, in particular, presented a generous gift on behalf of the Holy Domain's master. Li Ruoqing accepted it with a smile and inquired about the master's well-being. This scene left all the guests astonished. They had previously heard nothing of any faction possessing so many powerful figures. What exactly is this Holy Domain? And how did Li Ruoqing forge such a connection? Among the guests, Li Qianyuan, Taish, and Shi Xiao, who had previously encountered Qinglong and Xuanwu, recognized each other. They had initially assumed one another to be subordinates of Li Ruoqing, not realizing they hailed from the Holy Domain. Moreover, judging by their words, the master above them must possess even greater strength. Li Ruoqing regarded the suspicions and concerns of others with indifference, finding them rather amusing. Unbeknownst to them, the sect he had secretly established had grown powerful enough to challenge an entire dynasty. It was no wonder that the Xianming sect had stirred up trouble within the Zonglong dynasty without detection. Their intelligence operations must have been remarkably lacking. With Li Ruoqing's official announcement, the long-awaited notification from the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your city has been upgraded to an imperial capital. A substantial reward for your phase task has been dispatched. Please check it. Furthermore, the system encouraged him to continue striving to expand and strengthen the city, achieving new heights of glory. Wait a moment. Hadn't Hanshuan City already ascended to the status of an imperial capital? Was there still room for further advancement? Little White, are you jesting? Li Ruoqing was bewildered. In his understanding, an imperial capital represented the pinnacle of cities on the Yunnan continent. How could there be something even greater? Did it imply he was to initiate a unification war? Establish a heavenly dynasty? Host, your vision is too narrow. Do not confine your thoughts to this continent alone. Beyond dynasties lies the heavenly dynasty, and above that, the divine dynasty. Even the legendary heavenly court awaits. The path to becoming the most formidable city lord is still long and arduous. Little White revealed some little-known secrets to Li Ruoqing. The divine dynasty? The heavenly court? Could it be that the title of most powerful city lord referred to an existence that could ultimately establish dominion over all realms, akin to the Lingxiao heavenly court? Was such an achievement truly attainable? Little White's grand visions left Li Ruoqing struggling to adapt. That depends on your level of effort. After more than a year of cultivation, the military forces of the Hanshuan dynasty had seen remarkable enhancements, especially the White Horse Yidong, led by Zhao Yun, whose members had generally achieved the strength of third-tier martial masters, with several exceptionally talented individuals having ascended to the fourth-tier martial king realm. When this formidable cavalry made their entrance, all present were profoundly astonished. While the Yunnan continent boasted numerous martial artists, many of whom would join various factions after mastering their skills, it was exceedingly rare to see a group like the White Horse Yidong, composed of thousands of martial masters, all practicing the same martial art. The resources required for such training were indeed staggering, and without substantial financial backing, achieving such a level would be nearly impossible. Upon Zhao Yun's command, all members swiftly channeled their true essence to form a formation. Within mere moments, the military array was established, and the collective aura of the warriors surged as if catalyzed, resulting in the sudden emergence of 3,000 martial kings. The spectacle left everyone in awe. An entire cavalry unit comprised of 3,000 martial kings was utterly astonishing. The subsequent appearance of the heavy-armored wolf cavalry and the heavy-armored orc legion, while not as visually stunning as the White Horse Yidong, was nonetheless formidable. Particularly after practicing advanced body refinement techniques, their physical strength had escalated rapidly. As they advanced, they bore the weight of mountains, resembling an unstoppable torrent of steel, instilling a profound sense of dread in onlookers, who felt that escaping such a force would be nearly impossible. At last, Pei Yuanqing made a striking entrance with the newly formed Xuanjiao Legion, captivating all present. Previously, the White Horse Brotherhood, the heavy-armored wolf riders, and the armored orcs had proven exceptionally formidable. However, their replicability was significantly limited. Apart from the Frost Dynasty, the other nations either lacked the means to assemble such a plethora of powerful beasts and robust orcs, like the Qian Dynasty, or were financially constrained and unable to support the substantial expenses, such as the Lion and Songlong empires. The formation of this Xuanjiao Legion was evidently less challenging than that of its predecessors. The legion comprised selected human warriors who had been bestowed with body refinement techniques, donning armor weighing dozens of pounds, yet moving with remarkable agility, exuding an aura that rivaled that of the previous armored orc legion. This spectacle ignited a spark of inspiration in Li Xiuan. If the Qian dynasty could boast such a heavy armored legion, complemented by high-level martial cultivators well-versed in battle formations, it could surely replicate an elite force. Augustus also seemed intrigued, pondering whether the Songlong Empire could establish its own heavy-armored orc legion. After 2 years of frequent trade with the Northern Frost Kingdom, the once impoverished Songlong Empire had gradually amassed wealth, making it feasible to form a 1,000-strong heavy-armored orc legion. However, the body refinement techniques posed a challenge, as such methods were absent in their homeland. Perhaps he could request a copy from Li Ruoqing later? Surely, this promising son-in-law would not refuse. As the Frost City reveled in celebration, a remote valley 100 miles away was abruptly disrupted by a rift in the air. A sharp beast claw emerged from the fissure, followed by 3 formidable demon generals stepping forth. Damn it! If it weren't for that incompetent Mingxue, we wouldn't have to make this arduous journey. One of the demon generals exclaimed in frustration. Enough, Bloodhand. There is no benefit in further discussion, since the demon lord has entrusted us with this task. Let us complete it swiftly and return to report, another demon general cautioned, displaying a level of prudence unlike Bloodhand. Despite Mingxue's shortcomings, he is still a peak demon general. It is highly likely that there exists a being of equal standing to the demon lord in this realm. So we must proceed with caution. Chapter 158. This demon general is surprisingly composed. When the blood demon general was summoned by Yuan Ma to the Yunnan continent, he discovered the land was rich in resources and abundant in elemental energy, devoid of any formidable beings at the level of a demon lord, martial god. He quickly nurtured ambitions of monopolizing the Yunnan continent, colluding with another demon general to conceal the true nature of the continent from their superior, the Mingyun demon lord. Bloodhand and Bloodkill soon recognized the unique attributes of the Yunnan continent. Its laws were relatively easy to comprehend, and the elemental energy was indeed dense, making it an ideal locale for cultivation. The fact that the wasteful Mingxue had concealed the continent's true circumstances indicated his considerable ambition. Bloodhand began to comprehend the concealed intentions of the blood demon sovereign. Had they the opportunity to cultivate in this realm for a time, they would undoubtedly ascend to the demon lord realm in a short span, returning to the demon world as formidable lords. Should their ambition be great enough to seize this continent for themselves, their rewards would be immeasurable. Even if they chose to surrender this world, immense benefits would still accrue to them. Ahead, powerful presences loomed, likely the mightiest of this realm. It was an opportune moment to discern their strengths. And should they succeed in subjugating them, control would be theirs. The blood-slaughtered demon sovereign pondered for a moment before addressing Bloodhand. Agreed. Let us proceed as you suggest. As dusk fell, within the royal palace of Frostfall City, Liruoqing hosted a grand banquet to honor the representatives from various kingdoms. Over a dozen kingdoms and empires had sent envoys to extend their congratulations, with only the southern Mingwed dynasty failing to send a delegation. Although Liruoqing did not voice his thoughts, he had already placed the Mingwed dynasty on his blacklist, vowing to seek retribution once he had completed the tasks of ascending the throne and establishing his nation. The Songlong dynasty had conspired with the demons, and their silence was noted. Now that the Frostfall dynasty had been founded, their continued reticence would not go unpunished. Just as the guests indulged in fine delicacies and performances, two formidable presences surged toward Frostfall City. Zhao, who was conversing leisurely with Themis in the palace, quickly sensed the anomaly and hurriedly escorted Themis to the Great Hall in search of Liruoqing. Due to his rigorous physical training, Liruoqing, though having consumed some fine wine, remained sober and soon sensed the disturbance as well. He excused himself from the gathering and departed hastily. Before Bloodslaughter and Bloodhand could approach Frostfall City, Liruoqing, Zhao, and Themis intercepted them. Recognizing the familiar aura emanating from the two demon generals, Liruoqing swiftly deduced. What formidable beings do we have here? It appears to be the remnants of the demon race. No wonder you dare to brazenly wreak havoc in my Frostfall dynasty. The familiarity of their presence reminded him of the demon generals summoned previously by Xianin sect, suggesting they were indeed of the demon race. It remained unclear whether these entities were newcomers to this continent or had been lurking in the shadows until now. Humph, how audacious. Do you truly believe the demon race is weak and easily bullied? Bloodhand was taken aback by the audacity of Liruoqing's words, which only fueled his fury. They were peak demon generals, merely a step away from becoming demon lords. How dare this youth exhibit such arrogance? He vowed to make the boy suffer for his insolence. Are your demons truly strong? The primordial demon and two demon generals from the Xianin sect could not even withstand a thunder tribulation. I wonder from where your misplaced confidence arises to confront me so brazenly. Is it Liang Jinglu who has emboldened you? Liruoqing continued to mock, observing Bloodhand's growing rage. Curse you! I shall crush your skull. Without waiting for Bloodslaughter to intervene, Bloodhand charged directly at Liruoqing. Although remarkably swift, almost as if teleporting, Liruoqing effortlessly discerned the trajectory of his opponent's advance. With a mere wave of his hand, he landed a decisive blow on the Bloodhand demon general who had just appeared before him. In the face of the latter's incredulous gaze, Liruoqing pressed the advantage, delivering a punch as heavy as a mountain upon his foe. The sensation was akin to being crushed beneath the weight of a divine beast, leaving his body racked with pain. Ultimately, after serving as a target for a time, the Bloodhand was sent flying by Liruoqing's kick, resembling a kite severed from its string as he was propelled backward. Yet, the Bloodslaughter demon general intervened, pulling his comrade back just in time. Witnessing the Bloodhand demon general, now grievously injured within moments, Bloodslaughter was filled with dread. He had not anticipated that this youthful human would possess such formidable strength, capable of inflicting severe harm in an instant. His prowess clearly at the level of a demon lord. However, if he had cultivated to such heights, why remained he on the primitive Yunlong continent and not ascended to a higher realm? The strength of Bloodslaughter and Bloodhand had always been closely matched, and if Bloodhand could not withstand Liruoqing's counterattack, he surely would not fare any better. The thought of engaging in battle filled him with trepidation. He feared a most brutal defeat awaited him. Gazing nervously at Liruoqing, he contemplated escape. Yet where could he possibly flee? The passage to the demon realm had been sealed, and even under normal circumstances, he would not return lightly. Failure to complete the mission would surely incur severe consequences. My lord, we harbor no enmity. We merely acted upon the orders of Demon Lord Mingyun to investigate the death of the Mingshu demon general. Ultimately, Bloodslaughter chose to concede. Faced with an adversary of Demon Lord caliber and two equally formidable women at his side, he and Bloodhand had no hope of escape. Engaging in combat would only lead to their demise. Yet, having reached the pinnacle of demon general strength, just a step away from ascension to demon lord, he was unwilling to perish in such a manner. It was simply too unjust. Your words are indeed intriguing. The human and demon races have always been adversaries. As a powerful member of the demon race, do you not harbor alternative intentions? Li Ruoqing mused, having never encountered a demon who did not advocate for violence against human warriors. This demon general appeared quite unlike the typical portrayal of his kind. Cough. To persist in a fight one knows they cannot win is folly, not valor. I, Bloodslaughter, have never engaged in fruitless endeavors. He prided himself on not being a fool. To challenge someone beyond his means held no significance, for he aspired to lofty dreams as a distinguished member of the demon race and resolutely refused to act unwisely. Upon hearing Bloodslaughter's words, the already wounded Bloodhand demon general was incensed, spewing forth a mouthful of demon blood before fainting. It was outrageous. His comrade lay grievously injured. And rather than seeking vengeance, Bloodslaughter mocked him for his lack of intellect, igniting the reckless nature of Bloodhand's character. Chapter 159, Xiaobai. Where did you acquire so many divine artifacts? Li Ruoqing was taken aback to discover that the Bloodslaughter demon general was not of the impulsive type. Upon realizing his intent to negotiate, Li Ruoqing felt a flicker of amusement. It was unexpected to find such an anomaly within the demon race. How intriguing. Are you not afraid that we might kill you? Li Ruoqing teased. I am, but it holds no significance. If we are of value to you, we will survive. Am I correct? The Bloodslaughter demon general offered an awkward smile, concealing an inner turmoil of fear while feigning composure. How intriguing. It is indeed my first encounter with such a clever demon of your kind. His reaction took Li Ruoqing by surprise, yet it was true, given their overwhelming strength. A living demon was certainly more valuable than a deceased one. Due to pressing matters at hand, Li Ruoqing promptly instructed Ziyun to completely seal the powers of the two demon generals, placing them under temporary confinement. The others returned to the palace as if nothing had transpired that evening. The Bloodslaughter demon general willingly complied, suppressing all his cultivation like a docile fish. The Bloodhand demon general, still somewhat unwilling, attempted to break free from the restraints after receiving treatment from Temis, but numerous attempts proved futile. There's no need to continue trying. Their strength is evidently at the level of a demon lord. Their methods are not something we can easily unravel, Bloodslaughter said languidly, as if he was not among those rendered prisoners. You coward, why do you surrender so easily? It's a disgrace to our demon race. Bloodhand roared in frustration at Bloodslaughter. Should one be like you, fully aware of the opponent's might yet still recklessly charge into battle only to end up half dead? Is your mind made of mush? Bloodslaughter scoffed at this muscle-brained comrade. Bloodhand was taken aback by Bloodslaughter's mocking tone, wishing to eliminate this contrarian companion. However, reflecting on his own powerlessness due to the sealing, his combative spirit diminished significantly. The following morning, Li Ruoqing did not rush to see the two imprisoned demons. Instead, he gazed eagerly at the new grand gift package that had just arrived in the system space. It had been over a year since he last received such a generous offering from the system, and he wondered what precious treasures might await him this time. Based on his previous experiences, the system's grand gift packages often yielded exquisite items. He had previously obtained numerous supreme artifacts, and he anticipated that this time would be no exception. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed, and the package vanished, leaving 4 radiant treasures shimmering in the system space. Li Ruoqing hurriedly approached to examine them, and he was instantly astounded by the information regarding these treasures. Remnants of the ancient heavenly court, spanning from the 1st to the 8th heavens, one of the remains from the primordial era. In bygone days, the ancient heavenly emperor, Dejuan, constructed the heavenly court, ruling over the realms and commanding awe across the void. However, during the battle of the 10,000 realms, the primordial realm was annihilated, and its mighty beings perished in battle. The ancient heavenly court was destroyed, and the primordial era faded into the annals of time. Should one be fortunate enough to gather the remnants of the ancient heavenly court, the glory of the ancient heavenly court may be restored. Goodness! Fragments of the ancient heavenly court? The system can actually provide such a thing? This is utterly ridiculous. Li Ruoqing gazed at the miniature palace in his hand, utterly astonished to discover that this artifact was none other than the legendary ancient celestial court. Although it was not the complete version, it was nonetheless a treasure woven into the fabric of myth and legend. How had the system managed to procure such an exquisite item? Attempting to reach out to the system, Little White, he found it seemingly ensnared in slumber, offering no response. Thus, Li Ruoqing quelled his burgeoning curiosity and continued to examine other treasures. The Eastern Emperor's Bell, also known as the Chaotic Bell, served as the embodiment of fate suppression for the ancient celestial court, wielded by the Eastern Emperor Tai. The bell emanated a dense aura of chaos, adorned with constellations etched upon its surface. Within, the glimmers of the sun and moon flickered, embodying its might to subdue chaos, distort time and space. refined the duality of yin and yang, confined time, and suppressed dimensions. Once invoked, it could render its user invincible. After the demise of the Eastern Emperor Tai, its whereabouts became a mystery. The incomplete divine sealing list, an unparalleled treasure of the ancient celestial court, conferred authority over numerous formidable beings upon its possessor. After the destruction of the ancient celestial court, its fate also became unknown. 3 treasures intimately associated with the ancient celestial court left Li Ruoqing pondering whether the system was the hidden mastermind behind it all. How else could it have acquired such remarkable artifacts? He recalled the era of the primordial chaos, where powerful beings were abundant, and the jest that the ranks of quasi-saints were as numerous as the stars. To obliterate such a formidable world, what kind of terrifying entity must exist? Do you truly believe that if I were the mastermind, I would expend such effort in nurturing you? As Li Ruoqing was lost in thought, the previously silent little white suddenly emerged, interjecting unexpectedly. That makes sense, but how did you amass such an array of treasures? It seems utterly unbelievable. Although little white's explanation held merit, it was difficult for Li Ruoqing to accept. After all, these items were not mere trifles. Each one was a supreme treasure that even deities and demonic lords would covet fiercely. I was born on the eve of the primordial chaos's demise and had the opportunity to gather these treasures. What is so remarkable about that? If you do not desire them, you may exchange them with me. Little White huffed disdainfully, clearly displeased with Li Ruoqing's skepticism. The current host was not only weak, but also filled with countless questions. Had it not been challenging to find a suitable host, it might have considered severing the bond to seek another. Of course I want them. The system bestows nothing but exquisite items. My only concern is that if others discover I possess such treasures, I fear it will not be peaceful in the future. Li Ruoqing hastily interjected. For these artifacts were invaluable. Once they fell into his possession, there was no question of returning them. The Panga banner, possessed by the Yusu Yuan Shirtian Zun, one of the 3 pure ones of the primordial era, was originally derived from the heaven-opening axe. It contained the laws of destruction and confinement, wielding the power to tear apart chaos, shatter the fabric of time and space, and create boundless paths, thus heralding its prowess as the foremost weapon of offense and creation during the primordial era. As Li Ruoqing beheld the final artifact, he trembled with excitement. What a marvel! The last item was even more formidable than the Eastern Emperor's bell. Words could scarcely encapsulate the ecstasy he felt at that moment. The sensation was akin to an overnight windfall. Once, one might have perceived the extraordinary artifact, the divine desolation blade, as formidable. However, when juxtaposed with the Eastern Emperor's bell and the Panga banner, it pales in comparison, akin to the disparity between a firefly and the luminous moon. Xiaobai, I adore you, Li Ruoqing exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Host, please be cautious with your words. This system does not endorse such inclinations. Chapter 160. A bold hypothesis. With 4 treasured items now at his disposal, Li Ruoqing found it impossible to articulate his elation. Previously, he had been pondering how to elevate Frost City once more, yet he was unexpectedly presented with auxiliary tools. If he could leverage this opportunity to transform Frost City into a bastion that suppresses the myriad realms, he could indeed become the mightiest city lord. However, with only a handful of subordinates, none possessing even the strength of a main deity, and his own status yet unascended to that of a martial deity, the aspiration to mold Frost City into a heavenly stronghold felt exceedingly distant, necessitating prolonged effort. He pondered whether the eightfold heavenly court and the investiture of the gods contained any treasures or remnants of divine souls. Should such artifacts exist, they would significantly expedite his endeavors. As Li Ruoqing surmised, after an initial refinement, he successfully imprinted his divine consciousness upon the investiture of the gods, simultaneously discovering a multitude of dormant divine souls within its realm. Among these potent souls, many surpassed even that of the Ziyun divine soul. After a thorough search, he ultimately failed to locate the souls of Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai, leading him to conclude that these ancient sovereigns of the heavenly court had likely perished in the great war of the myriad realms, their souls extinguished. As for the remaining eightfold heavenly court, Li Ruoqing also refined it and swiftly navigated through the palatial structures, ultimately uncovering a chamber filled with an array of weapons and armor. Upon careful inspection, he found the quality of these armaments commendable, reaching the standards of high-grade profound weapons. However, they still fell short when compared to true divine artifacts. This realization brought Li Ruoqing a tinge of disappointment. Although the sheer quantity of weapons and armor was truly remarkable, easily amounting to tens of thousands of sets, truly, the ancient heavenly court was a testament to opulence. Even the standard weapons and armor utilized by celestial soldiers possessed such caliber. As Li Ruoqing marveled at the formidable legacy of the ancient heavenly court, the investiture of the gods in his grasp seemed to sense something amiss, breaking free from his hold and soaring in a particular direction. Witnessing this unprecedented phenomenon, Li Ruoqing was filled with confusion. Had the investiture of the gods gained sentience? Surely not. It had been in a state of disrepair for so long. And after being within the system's repository for years, there had been no prior indications of any issues. Within the confines of the system's space, Li Ruoqing held absolute authority. Even if the investiture of the gods were to behave anomalously, it would not pose a threat. He observed the movement of the investiture of the gods intently, watching as it eventually reached the location housing the divine strategy. Following a soft radiance, two artifacts swiftly melded together. Before Li Ruoqing could react and intervene, the two treasures had completely merged into one. Staring blankly at the remaining divine list, Li Ruoqing murmured, "Did this fellow actually devour the divine strategy? My goodness. That is a treasure of the sacred domain. Just like that, it's gone." Although the event had already transpired, Li Ruoqing remained somewhat unconvinced. He believed that the divine list would not indiscriminately consume other treasures without reason. There must be some underlying cause. As he probed with his consciousness, he was astonished to find that the internal space had expanded considerably, revealing a previously dense area of divine souls now accompanied by a spacious void. Could it be that the divine strategy was originally a fragment of the divine list? An incredible hypothesis took root in Li Ruoqing's mind. If this were true, then the sacred domain that housed the divine strategy might also be a fragment of the ancient heavenly court. Once such a thought sprouted, it became difficult to suppress. He resolved to venture to the sacred domain later to test his hypothesis. Li Ruoqing, accompanied by the magically sealed Bloodkill and Bloodhand, two demon generals, arrived at the sacred domain. Noticing the unusual aura emanating from the demon race, many cultivators in the sacred domain paused to observe Li Ruoqing and his entourage. The Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise, familiar faces to Li Ruoqing, warmly guided him and his companions to the main hall to meet Song Yu. "Why have you brought two demons with you upon your return?" Song Yu inquired, setting aside the jade slip he had been examining. His curiosity piqued. Initially, they had directly exterminated the demon beings they had encountered. This fellow is quite a talent. It would be a pity to eliminate him outright. I specifically came to ask for your assistance in casting the soul servitude technique on them, Li Ruoqing explained with a smile. Listening to their conversation, Bloodhand could hardly contain himself. As a peak demon general, being subjected to servitude by the human race was a profound insult. This was unacceptable. Just as he was about to vow to resist to the death, he was abruptly restrained by Bloodkill. "If you wish to die, do not drag me down with you. Just crash into that pillar over there," Bloodkill retorted. "You cowardly wretch," Bloodhand exclaimed indignantly. Yet, as Bloodkill's intervention took effect, Bloodhand gradually regained his composure. At this juncture, what was there left to resist? Surviving was of utmost importance. Once Song Yu successfully implanted the soul servitude technique, Li Ruoqing instructed Zi Yun to lift the restrictions on the two. Bloodhand, seeing a glimmer of hope, quickly summoned his energy and dashed toward the palace exit. However, as soon as he left the main hall, his body began to swell rapidly, and then, like an overinflated balloon, it exploded in a burst of blood mist, staining the stone steps and surrounding floor crimson. Observing the distant scene where Bloodhand had vanished without a trace, Bloodkill sighed, yet remained motionless. After all, Bloodhand's grim demonstration had made it clear that there was no opportunity for resistance or escape. Only by obeying Li Ruoqing's commands could he hope to survive. Seeing Bloodkill's indifferent demeanor, Li Ruoqing nodded in satisfaction. Though he belonged to the demon race, he exhibited remarkable rationality, remaining unperturbed by his emotions in this life and death moment. Should he undergo training, sending him back to the demon clan would undoubtedly make for an excellent undercover operative. Although in the divine state, Li Ruoqing is currently instructing the demon princess Tianyue. Her progress in cultivation is rather sluggish. She has merely reached the initial stage of a demon general, far from the anticipated realm of a demon sovereign. Presently, having a formidable pawn like Shueisha positioned in the demon realm to gather intelligence is undoubtedly a splendid strategy, yielding benefits without any detriment. As for whether Shueisha might seek out powerful entities in the demon realm to lift the soul enslavement curse, Li Ruoqing harbors no concerns. For should he be exposed, Shueisha would be met with lethal force from the demon clan rather than sympathy. Chapter 161. The anomalies in the divine state. After several days of ideological education, Li Ruoqing returned Shueisha to the demon realm, instructing him to search for any palace-like treasures. Li Ruoqing then produced a miniature version of the ancient celestial court, and as he had anticipated, the remnants of the celestial court in the eight heavens indeed reacted to the sacred domain, exhibiting a sensation of striving to break free from his grasp. However, it was ultimately subdued by Li Ruoqing and returned to the system space. It appears that this sacred domain is a fragment of the remnants of the ancient celestial court. No wonder the deification strategy was absorbed by the deification list, as they share a common origin. It remains uncertain where the remaining fragments might be located. If he could reclaim all the remnants of the ancient celestial court and refine the Frost City into a layer of the celestial court, merging it with the ancient celestial court, he, as the city lord, would be able to ascend from being the emperor of a mortal dynasty to the celestial emperor, becoming a dominant force across the myriad realms. As for the current existence of the celestial court, Li Ruoqing intends to keep it a secret. Should it fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it could very well lead to relentless pursuits by numerous powerful beings. With only himself and Ziyun, it would be exceedingly difficult to protect such a momentous treasure of the epic. When the time comes that he can resurrect a significant portion of the powerful souls within the deification list, even if confronted by divine kings or demon lords, he would possess the confidence to handle them effortlessly. The conditions for resurrecting the souls within the deification list are considerably more favorable than those required for the souls within the deification strategy. As long as a continuous influx of immense stellar energy is supplied to the deification list, the souls will swiftly revive. Once sufficient stellar energy is gathered, they will be able to break free from the deification list and manifest new bodies forged from stellar energy. However, this unique form of immortality comes at a steep price. Although the souls retain their peak powers from their previous lives, advancing to a higher realm remains incredibly arduous. Unless they receive an abundant infusion of stellar energy to qualitatively enhance their soul strength, or acquire top-tier divine elixirs to aid them in breaking through their current limitations. Other rare materials and treasures will merely accumulate more magical power without facilitating a breakthrough. Despite this, the number of powerful beings joining the ancient celestial court remains countless. With over 100 Deluo golden immortals, divine kings, more than a dozen quasi-saints, and the celestial emperor Dijuan and Dongwang Tai standing as peak quasi-saint powers. Note, the term quasi-saint corresponds to the current dominion realm, while saint refers to the transcendent being. In this era, the formidable warriors of the divine king realm represent the zenith of combat prowess, alleviating personal concerns. As long as one accumulates a sufficient amount of stellar power to partially resurrect the divine souls of the powerful beings listed in the divine ranking, ensuring one's own safety. As Li Ruoqing placed the divine ranking beneath the world tree within the stellar array, prepared for its continued absorption of stellar power, Sangyo, who had been meticulously observing Li Ruoqing's every move, interjected, "Why have you placed the divine strategy within? This is not the divine strategy, it is the divine ranking. I have just acquired this divine artifact, and its miraculous efficacy requires a substantial amount of stellar power to activate." Although Li Ruoqing uttered the name of the divine ranking, he refrained from disclosing its true capabilities. After all, the divine ranking housed the souls of numerous divine king realm warriors, and such shocking information, if inadvertently leaked, could lead to unnecessary complications. Is that so? Previously, the world tree bore several fruits, each encapsulating a significant amount of stellar power. I have collected them. If you require, I can have someone retrieve them from the treasury, Sangyo replied with a smile, as it was her first time witnessing the world tree bearing fruit. Since she had no use for them, she decided to store them safely. Among them, apart from Li Ruoqing, only Xiaoxua practiced the stellar body refinement art, rendering the others relatively indifferent to the pure stellar power. The world tree has produced stellar immortal fruits? Remarkable. I had thought the world tree would not bear fruit. I never anticipated that placing it here would yield such a bounty. Li Ruoqing quickly grasped that the fruits Sangyo referred to were none other than the legendary stellar fruits, which could only grow in regions rich in stellar power. Ultimately, Li Ruoqing took away 5 stellar immortal fruits, one for himself and one for Xiaoxua, while another was destined for Tianyue, the princess of the demon clan in the Shenzhou continent. The remaining fruits Li Ruoqing intended to utilize for alchemical concoctions. Although the stellar power necessitated a unique cultivation method for application, once refined into pills, they could be consumed directly, thereby enhancing the physical and spiritual strength of the user. For alchemists, the stellar immortal fruits were indeed an exceedingly precious material. A month later, an anomaly emerged on the Shenzhou continent. Numerous demonic sects seemed invigorated, uniting their forces to launch suicidal assaults against the righteous sections. This abrupt and large-scale offensive caught many righteous sects off guard. One side, fully committed and launching an all-out effort, while the other, caught in a state of complacency, found themselves utterly unprepared. Numerous sects, including the Sound of Heaven Valley, Incense-Burning Temple, Myriad Sword Sect, and Heavenly Transformation Sect, faced heavy casualties among their elders and disciples due to the united onslaught of the demonic factions. In light of this joint assault, they chose to abandon their sect headquarters and seek refuge at the Qingyun Sword Sect. In the past 2 years, under the substantial support of Li Ruoqing, the Qingyun Sword Sect has witnessed a remarkable increase in its formidable members. The sect leader, Xianxinzhenren, along with the Masters of the Seven Peaks, has successfully ascended to the nascent soul stage, Martial Saint Realm. Among the young elders and disciples within the sect, a new generation of talents has emerged, successfully advancing to the Golden Core stage, Martial Emperor Realm. Just a few days ago, the disciples from the Longxing Hall, the Wandu sect, and the Ghost Emperor sect, united with over 10,000 demonic disciples, launched an assault on the Qingyun Sword Sect. However, the disciples of Qingyun Sword Sect faced them without fear, engaging in fierce combat with the numerous demonic disciples. This left the upper echelons of the demonic sects baffled. When did the disciples of Qingyun Sword Sect become so fierce? How could they ascend to the Golden Core stage at such a young age? Where did Qingyun Sword Sect acquire such formidable weapons? It was utterly outrageous. Initially, they had planned to overwhelm Qingyun Sword Sect in their usual manner, only to be met with a harsh reality. The leaders of the 3 demonic sects did not anticipate the overwhelming strength of Qingyun Sword Sect, leaving their expressions grim. Just as they prepared to face the outstanding disciples of Qingyun Sword Sect themselves, the elders, peak masters, and sect leader descended from the Tongtian Peak, all possessing the strength of the nascent soul stage. What was there left to fight about? Retreat, we must retreat. The sect master of Longsheng Hall sensed the ominous turn of events and quickly changed course to flee. They had anticipated facing only Golden Core stage opponents, relying on sheer numbers, but now the upper echelon of Qingyun Sword Sect had silently advanced to the nascent soul stage. What could they possibly do? 10 Golden Core disciples could not even hope to contend with a single nascent soul expert. They hastily withdrew. Chapter 162. Consultation. The Qingyun Sword Sect effortlessly repelled the joint assault of the 3 major demonic sects, and news of this victory spread swiftly. Many righteous sects, having suffered losses, sought refuge and brought their disciples to Qingyun Sword Sect. In an unnamed valley, 300 miles away from Qingyun Sword Sect, the remnants of Longxing Hall, Wandu sect, and Ghost Emperor sect were struggling for survival. Those scoundrels from the Luocha sect have ulterior motives. Their intention was clearly to ensnare all 3 of our sects in a trap against Qingyun Sword Sect. The speaker was Yehengzi, the sect master of Longxing Hall. The Luocha sect had discovered a plethora of divine weapons and high-level techniques within ancient ruins, luring them into a joint attack on the righteous sects with promises of ascension. The disciples of Qingyun Sword Sect, having trained vigorously over the past 2 years, were exceptionally fierce and ruthless. Upon facing defeat, they would return to their sect to rally reinforcements, proving to be quite troublesome. These sects were not foolish. None wished to engage in a protracted struggle with Qingyun Sword Sect. However, the cunning elders of the Luocha sect had used double the entry quotas to the ruins as bait, enticing them into action against Qingyun Sword Sect. Greed clouded their judgment, leading them into a trap they had not foreseen. They had never expected Qingyun Sword Sect to possess such formidable strength, with several nascent soul experts among them. And now they were all suffering the consequences. Damn it, if I hadn't run fast, I would have lost my life, lamented the sect master of Wandu sect, Duxing, who was the strongest among them and had been specifically targeted. Xianqing, that old rascal, fixated on him, brazenly wielding his divine weapon, a high-grade Xian weapon, to unleash his sword techniques without restraint. Ultimately, he was struck by the myriad of thunderbolts, leaving him paralyzed, and it was then that Xianqing, that old scoundrel, severed his left arm with a single stroke. Had he possessed sufficient ruthlessness, employing the blood escape technique might have cost him his life. Words are futile now. We have suffered significant losses. What shall we do next? The leader of the Ghost Emperor sect, known as Old Ghost, spoke grimly. This time, the 3 factions joined forces to assault the Qingyun Sword Sect, yet the disciples from our Ghost Emperor sect were the fewest, and all the elders within the sect were injured, resulting in a substantial decline in our sect's strength. Let us remain here and observe the unfolding situation. Those avian creatures from the Rakshasa sect wish to reap the benefits effortlessly. It is not so simple. Let them contend with the Qingyun Sword Sect on their own. As for the ancient ruins, whether they truly hold such treasures remains uncertain. It is unnecessary to gamble the entirety of our sect for such an ambiguous prize. Indeed. Indeed. Humph. With so many Yuanying stage experts at Qingyun Sword Sect, it would be a waste for the other sects to intervene. Our three factions can wait until they suffer defeat and retreat from the Qingyun Sword Sect. Then we shall strike from the shadows. The suggestion of the Ghost King quickly found agreement among the other two. Thus, the three factions lay in ambush within the valley, dispatching scouts daily to gather intelligence near the Qingyun Sword Sect. Within a spacious residence in Hanshuan City, numerous leaders from various demonic sects convened. Lord of the Rakshasa sect, it is time to fulfill your promise, is it not? It was agreed that as long as we cripple those righteous sects, you would disclose the location of the ancient ruins. The leader of the North Sea sect addressed the Rakshasa sect's master seated at the head. Indeed. Reveal the location of the ancient ruins, and we shall explore it together. Yes, present it promptly. Observing the crowd clamoring for the location of the ancient ruins, the Rakshasa sect's master let out a cold laugh and declared loudly, "Gentlemen, do not forget. It was stipulated that after we jointly dealt a heavy blow to the righteous sects, I would then reveal the location of the ancient ruins for our exploration. As it stands, the Qingyun Sword Sect remains unscathed. Do you truly expect me to disclose the location now? Those three inept factions could not conquer the Qingyun Sword Sect. What concern is that of ours? We could simply exclude them from this exploration of the ancient ruins. Such reasoning is sound. We have all exerted effort to severely damage those sects. The Chongqing Hall, the Wanda sect, and the Ghost Emperor sect have bungled the task. And it is not our fault. Another sect leader concurred. Exactly. If you do not reveal the location, do not blame us for being ungrateful. Hurry and hand it over. Humph. I knew you would say that. In light of this, allow me to disclose the truth. The ancient ruins lie above the East Sea. If you wish to acquire abundant treasures within those ruins, you must first annihilate the Qingyun Sword Sect, for it is they who currently occupy the ruins. The Rakshasa sect's master, seeing that no one was willing to contribute, revealed the truth about the ruin's circumstances. Do not try to deceive us. How could the Qingyun Sword Sect possibly occupy the ancient ruins in the East Sea? Hasten to disclose the precise location. If not, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. It is indeed a gathering of mindless fools. Have you not contemplated where the disciples of the Qingyun Sword Sect have taken the vast resources they have plundered during their frequent descents from the mountain these past 2 years? What do you believe allowed the Qingyun Sword Sect to vanquish the combined forces of the Wanda sect, the Chongqing Hall, and the Guihuang sect? Which among you can claim to have triumphed over 3 sects simultaneously? The Lord of the Rakshasa sect, observing these self-serving demonic sect leaders, taunted them. In the face of the Rakshasa lord's probing inquiries, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Each individual pondered the critical intricacies at play. The leader of the Qingyun Sword Sect, Qing Xian, and the heads of the various peaks possess only golden core strength. Logically, it seems implausible that they could decisively overcome 3 sects of comparable power. Could it be that the Qingyun Sword Sect has indeed acquired treasures from that ancient relic? Through collective speculation, they soon deduced that the Rakshasa lord's assertions might bear truth. Otherwise, how could an ordinary righteous sect achieve such a remarkable feat? If they were truly so formidable, the Qingyun Sword Sect would have long since ascended to be the foremost sect in the Shenzhou continent. What shall we do now? Having obtained the relic's treasures, they will undoubtedly be exceedingly difficult to contend with, remarked Madame Jean Ling, the leader of the Hahuan demon sect. Even if they were aware that many treasures from the relic had likely fallen into the hands of the Qingyun Sword Sect, they could hardly expect to gain any advantage. The catastrophic defeats of the Chongqing Hall, Wandu sect, and Guihuang sect were well known. Over 10,000 disciples besieged the Qingyun Sword Sect. Yet fewer than 4,000 managed to escape down the mountain. If you desire to gain something, then let us unite and besiege the Qingyun Sword Sect, compelling them to relinquish the treasures they have obtained. Otherwise, I shall reveal the location of the ancient relic to you all. You may investigate for yourselves and see if there are any remnants to salvage. The Rakshasa lord chuckled, believing that the allure of profit would render these individuals unable to resist. Chapter 163. The secluded Qingyun Sword Sect in response to the Rakshasa lord's derision. Their expressions grew somber. Given the circumstances, it was evident that this fool had played them all. The ancient relic was, in fact, discovered by them first. The Rakshasa lord, in his ineptitude, sought to seize what was not his, crafting a scheme to lure them all into his trap. The righteous sects have suffered grievous losses. Now this fool dares to claim that the ancient relic has likely been ravaged by the Qingyun Sword Sect, urging them to test their luck anew? Who would willingly do such a thing? Yet, faced with this dilemma, They were left with no desire to retreat or to venture again to the East Sea in search of fortune. The two options before them were both unwelcome. Rakshasa Lord, since this endeavor was initiated by you, it is only fitting that your sect lead the assault on the Qingyun sword sect, declared the leader of the Xieji sect in a grave tone. Indeed, the elder from the Xie sect speaks wisely. Rakshasa, you were the one who spoke of the ancient relic, yet here we are, treated as mere pawns to be manipulated at your whim. How dare you toy with us in such a manner? An elderly man clad in a black robe spoke with palpable irritation, asserting that the assault on the Qingyun sword sect must be spearheaded by their own rascal sect. Others echoed his sentiments, for the leaders present were seasoned individuals, unwilling to be mere pawns in another's game. The previous actions of the rascal sect were evidently duplicitous. Thus, in the impending siege of the Qingyun sword sect, it was imperative that they lead the charge. Very well, declared the leader of the rascal sect, in 2 days. We shall take the lead in attacking the Qingyun sword sect and reclaim the treasures from the ancient relics. He did not reject the proposal. Instead, he readily acquiesced. Once the assembly dispersed, a watching guardian could not restrain his curiosity. Master, these individuals evidently wish to spectate, waiting for us and the Qingyun sword sect to mutually inflict devastation before intervening. What shall we do? The leader replied. As long as we can slay a sufficient number of cultivators and offer their essence as a sacrifice, we shall soon awaken the ancestral spirit of the rascal sect. At that time, we shall unleash the ancestral power to obliterate the Qingyun sword sect, and I shall spare none of these pretenders. The entire continent ought to be ruled by the rascal sect. Ha! Your wisdom is unmatched. Master, my concerns were unfounded. In the ensuing days, righteous sects flocked to the Qingyun sword sect for refuge. Several sects, including the Tianyin Valley and the incense-burning temple, brought along their entire families seeking sanctuary. Fortunately, the Qingyun sword sect was situated amidst the vast Shifeng Mountains, affording ample space for these newcomers to settle temporarily. Master Qing Xian implored Tian Qinzi, the leader of the Tianyin Valley. The demonic sects are advancing aggressively. Our sects have suffered grievous losses. I beseech you, in the spirit of our shared righteousness, to emerge and bring us justice. The head of the Qianghua sect echoed. Indeed, the demonic sects are formidable, and we find ourselves powerless to resist. If Master Qing Xian does not intervene, it seems the entire realm may fall into the hands of these malevolent forces. Your troubles are my own, responded Master Qing Xian with a hint of regret. However, the number of demonic factions is vast, with their disciples numbering in the tens of thousands. Even with the remarkable advancements in strength among my own disciples, it is beyond our capacity to engage in a head-on confrontation with numerous demonic sects merely for the sake of a few righteous allies. The abbot of the incense-burning temple, Master Qingxin, reflected on the brutal history of the demonic forces, who, in their quest to forge demonic weapons and master dark arts, had mercilessly decimated cities and sections. It filled him with a sense of despair, yearning to strike against these invaders, yet feeling utterly powerless to change their fate. His words resonated with many of the sect leaders present, stirring their conscience, but they were left with no recourse. Should they continue to pit their disciples against the demonic forces in a futile struggle? If it were truly the case, it seems that even exhausting everyone's efforts would not suffice to deal with those adversaries. It would be more prudent to conserve strength and evade the spotlight, reserving our capabilities for a resurgence in the future. Xianqing feigned ignorance, deliberately disregarding the words of Master Qingxin, internally scoffing at the old monk. Could it be that this venerable figure has been rendered foolish by incessantly striking the wooden fish? If there were genuine intent behind such words, why does your burning incense temple not confront those demonic entities head-on, fighting to the bitter end? Instead, you come to my Qingyun sword sect to display benevolence? Observing Xuanqing's detached demeanor and his interest in their performance, the onlookers realized that this old Taoist was rather cunning, and any hope of persuading him to confront those demonic forces in battle was futile. Very well, let us remain at Qingyun sword sect for the time being. And once this tumultuous period has passed, we shall reopen our gates and recruit disciples anew. Sometimes, troubles cannot be easily sidestepped. Instead, they may seek us out. The following morning, under the leadership of the Lord of the Rakshasa sect, over 10 demonic sects, accompanied by nearly 100,000 disciples, marched relentlessly toward Qingyun sword sect, prompting the patrolling disciples stationed at the mountain to raise urgent signals of alarm. Master, it is grave. The patrolling disciples have reported a massive influx of demonic beings approaching our Qingyun sword sect. A rather flustered disciple rushed into the great hall to inform Master Xianqing. Xianxing had not anticipated that these demonic sects would prove to be so formidable. Just days prior, they had decisively repelled a coalition attack from 3 demonic sects. Yet here they were, returning with renewed vigor. He summoned the leaders of each peak and the heads of other sects to confront the enemy together. Since avoidance was no longer an option, they would fight valiantly to the death. After all, Qingyun's sword sect had formidable backing. Although Xuanqing's expression was grave, he remained composed. Casting his gaze toward the innermost cultivation chamber of Tongtian Peak, where an esteemed elder was in seclusion, poised to break through to the tribulation stage, the ascension to the martial god realm. Jian Sanhai would be more than capable of quelling any unrest plaguing Qingyun's sword sect. A fierce battle erupted at the mid-mountain of Qingyun's sword sect, where over 100,000 individuals clashed. The heads of the demonic sects were taken aback by the fact that, despite their overwhelming numbers, they did not simply crush Qingyun's sword sect, but instead found themselves in a protracted stalemate. During the fierce engagement, they discovered that the disciples of Qingyun's sword sect exhibited strength that clearly surpassed that of their own disciples, most wielding divine weapons. Not a single disciple from the demonic sects could hold their ground in direct confrontation. Chapter 164. The Rakshasa sect leader's backup plan. Observing the disciples of Qingyun's sword sect wielding divine arms and wreaking havoc among the throngs. Many of the demonic sect's prodigies were reluctant to engage directly, opting instead to blend into the crowd, seeking opportunities to strike. Witnessing such a disheartening spectacle, the leaders of the demonic sects felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. After all, they were all of the younger generation, and their disciples lacked even the courage to face their adversaries directly. A most humiliating situation, perhaps due to the sheer number of demonic beings. The relentless assaults took their toll over time, resulting in numerous injuries among the disciples of Qingyun's sword sect. Fortunately, at this juncture, several other sects seeking refuge at Qingyun's sword sect began to intervene, and with the support of reinforcements, the somewhat declining battle situation once again reached a stalemate. With a divine strike summoning the thunder of the heavens, several prodigious disciples of the Qingyun sword sect could no longer restrain themselves in the face of the overwhelming numbers of demonic adversaries. They unleashed one of the sect's signature sword techniques, the divine sword thunder command, which, while not as formidable as the sect's ultimate technique, the 10,000 thunders devouring, bore a striking resemblance in its essence. Although its power was slightly inferior, the electrical onslaught it summoned possessed a significantly broader range, making it more suited to the current predicament. Upon witnessing their comrades employ the divine sword thunder command, others swiftly followed suit, conjuring a tempest of lightning in the sky. In an instant, a deluge of thunderbolts rained down upon the densely populated areas below. The unfortunate demonic disciples struck by these bolts were instantly grievously injured by the colossal electrical force. Observing this dire situation, the righteous sect's disciples hastily withdrew, while the demonic disciples, seeing the unfolding chaos, scrambled to retreat. However, their numbers were so vast that they could not escape in time. Within mere moments, the thunder erupted amidst the crowd, leaving many demonic disciples severely injured and collapsed upon the ground, devoid of the strength to retaliate. Seeing the tide of battle turn against them, the leaders of the demonic sect could no longer remain passive, disregarding the principle of fair play as they intervened to shield their disciples from the heavenly thunder. After all, excessive casualties among their followers would inevitably weaken their sect's might. They had not come to besiege the Qingyun sword sect merely to sacrifice their disciples. The leader of the Rakshasa sect, witnessing the exceptional prowess of the younger Qingyun disciples, was overtaken by a murderous intent and launched an assault aimed at eliminating one of them. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, the Qingyun disciple was grievously wounded without the chance to evade. The others, witnessing this ignoble act by the Rakshasa leader, erupted in furious denunciations, condemning the blatant disregard for martial ethics and the bullying of younger practitioners. Despite suffering severe injuries, the disciple did not perish on the spot. He swiftly retrieved a healing elixir from his robes and ingested it, then, under the cover of his companions, made a hasty retreat from the battlefield. The Rakshasa leader, who had intended to deliver a final blow, found himself obstructed by several elders of the Qingyun sword sect. Although he possessed peak golden core strength, he could not swiftly vanquish the combined assault of 2 late-stage golden core elders. Having narrowly escaped the encirclement, the leaders of the other demonic sects wore expressions of displeasure. The situation had become quite awkward. Despite their numerical superiority, they were overwhelmed by the sheer excellence of their adversaries. In the previous confrontation, they had gained little advantage. And while both sides suffered losses, the distinguished disciples of the Qingyun sword sect remained unscathed, whereas their ordinary disciples had been mercilessly slaughtered. Rakshasa leader. The next move is yours, voiced the bloodthirsty elder of the blood-refining sect coldly to the Rakshasa leader. We must act quickly, or we shall retreat with our disciples. Observing the retreating sentiment among the other sects, the Rakshasa leader scoffed, then retrieved a blood-red cauldron from his storage ring, exuding a potent aura of blood and malice. All present instinctively took a step back. In that case, I shall no longer hold back. Remember to coordinate your assaults. Witnessing the arrogant demeanor of the lord of the Rakshasa sect, everyone felt a surge of irritation, yet they restrained their tempers. Since this lord exuded such confidence, they allowed him to probe the depths of the Qin sword sect. Should he emerge victorious, they could seize the opportunity to capture all the disciples of the Qin sword sect in one fell swoop. During the previous skirmish, they had observed that the disciples wielded extraordinary weapons, likely treasures procured from ancient relics. Conversely, if the lord of the Rakshasa were to falter, they could swiftly retreat with their own disciples, leaving the Rakshas's followers to fend for themselves. The ways of the demonic path do not adhere to notions of shared hardship or collective fate. The mantra "a dead comrade" does not preclude the survival of the practitioner, epitomizes their ethos. The lord of the Rakshasa raised a blood-red cauldron high, channeling his true essence to dispel the seal atop it. From within the cauldron, a soul brimming with malevolence surged forth, materializing into a colossal figure in midair. Its visage was grotesque, its physique imposing, and its blood-red eyes sent chills down the spine. With an ecstatic cackle, it proclaimed, "At last, I am free. So many humans. What a feast awaits." The king of Asuras then seized a hapless disciple from below and consumed them whole. The onlookers were petrified by this spectacle. The sudden emergence of such a monstrosity, devouring the living, was more horrifying than the demonic path itself. Confronted with such a foe, the righteous disciples launched a concerted assault. Yet their combined efforts failed to inflict any damage. Instead, it provoked the beast's ferocity, redirecting the wrath of the king of Asuras towards the disciples of the Qin sword sect. "How dare you, wretched fiends!" A resounding voice echoed from behind. A divine weapon, the nine heavens' divine blade, hurtled from afar, aimed straight at the king of Asuras. The wielder was none other than Master Xianqing, who had been observing the ebb and flow of battle alongside several esteemed elders. As his disciples wreaked havoc, he felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. Previously, the Qin sword sect's strength was comparable to that of other sects, but thanks to the emergence of Li Ruoqing, they had risen to prominence. Now, their disciples possessed powers akin to those of former elders. However, he had not anticipated that the lord of the Rakshasa would summon such a terrifying creature. Suffused with bloodthirst and capable of devouring the living, clearly no benign entity. Moreover, from his appraisal, this creature seemed to possess strength at the late stage or even the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. In a one-on-one confrontation, he feared he would be no match. The king of Asuras, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a human adversary of equal standing, suffered a grievous wound as the nine heavens' divine blade pierced his arm, the sharp edge effortlessly slicing through his exposed flesh, blood gushing from the wound. "How dare you injure me? I will see you dead." Ignoring his injury, the king of Asuras charged recklessly towards Master Xianqing. Chapter 165. The sword of the Songhai strikes faced with the king of Asuras, whose power surpassed all others. Master Xianqing and several peak masters disregarded their identities and summoned their divine weapons, advancing towards the king of Asuras with resolute intent. In a fleeting moment, several individuals encircled the Asura king, unleashing a barrage of martial techniques and sword strikes upon him. Freshly liberated, the Asura king's strength was diminished to a mere shadow of its former self, his defenses alarmingly frail. Consequently, he was soon left bloodied and battered under the relentless assault of Xuanqing and several peak masters. The esteemed figures of the Qin sword sect were quite satisfied with this outcome, despite their inferior cultivation realms compared to the Asura king. Their possession of nine heavens' divine weapons was a significant advantage against such a physically robust adversary. Each strike pierced through defenses and dealt critical blows. A sensation of sheer exhilaration. Most of these nine heavens' divine weapons had been personally forged by Li Ruoqing just months prior. Perhaps pleased by Li Ruoqing's diligent efforts in resource acquisition for the Qin sword sect, he had specifically crafted a batch of high-tier mystical weapons as a reward. Initially, he produced medium-grade 6th-tier swords, which he subsequently enhanced using moonstone, elevating them all to a 7th-tier level, thereby amplifying their might to that of nine heavens' divine weapons. Unexpectedly, the lord of the Rakshasa sect, who had been confident in releasing the Asura king, found himself in a predicament when even the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage could not subdue this group of seasoned veterans from the Qingyun sword sect. Observing the situation, it appeared quite probable that the Azura King might be beaten to death by this coalition. If no alternative strategies were devised, the fate of the Rakshasa sect would be dire. Resolute, the Rakshasa Lord seized the moment while the Azura King was besieged, swiftly invoking a spell. The Azura King, previously engaged in combat with the leaders of the Qingyun sword sect, began to rapidly expand, his powers surging dramatically. With a single claw, he inflicted grievous wounds upon the master of Danyan Peak. Before anyone could react, the Azura King detonated in a cataclysmic explosion, the sound echoing with a thunderous boom. The self-detonation of a pinnacle nascent soul cultivator sent shockwaves that hurled everyone away. Xuanqing and several peak masters, caught off guard and nearest to the Azura King, were severely injured in the blast, while numerous disciples from both the Qingyun sect and the demonic sect were knocked down, their fates uncertain. Ha ha ha. Now that the old dogs of the Qingyun sword sect are subdued, everyone, charge with me. The Rakshasa Lord soared into the air, rallying all the disciples of the demonic path to launch a full-scale assault. The leaders of other demonic sects were taken aback by the cunning of the Rakshasa Lord, who had cleverly utilized a monstrous entity to ensnare the upper echelons of the Qingyun sword sect. With the situation now clear, their hesitations evaporated, and they eagerly engaged, intent on eradicating the Qingyun sword sect and other righteous sects to eliminate potential threats. Xuanqing and his comrades were astonished by the depth of their adversary's stratagem, realizing that the enemy had willingly sacrificed a pinnacle nascent soul monster to lure them into action, only to self-destruct and inflict grievous injuries upon them. Yet, with the demonic forces now gaining the upper hand, they found themselves in dire straits. As the throngs of demonic disciples closed in, Xuanqing ceased to feign resilience. Retrieving a signal flare from his robes and launching it into the sky, the Rakshasa Lord, noticing Xuanqing's actions, dismissed it, thinking, what does it matter if reinforcements arrive? The righteous sects are doomed. Attempting to reverse this tide is nothing but a fool's dream. He continued to direct the demonic disciples to press forward and annihilate their foes. Unbeknownst to the multitude, before the signal flare could dissipate, a formidable sword intent surged from the back of Tongtian Peak, soaring into the heavens. A lean, white-haired middle-aged man, bearing a sword box, floated through the air towards the gathered crowd below. Jian Songhai, the esteemed elder, had finally emerged from his secluded cultivation, ensuring their safety. Xianqing immediately recognized the figure as Jian Songhai, who had retreated to the mountains for his training, and he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. With a mere wave of his hand, Jian Songhai summoned a torrent of sword intent that coalesced into countless illusory flying swords, which darted towards the disciples of the demonic path below. In an instant, numerous disciples were pierced by these ethereal blades, blood gushing forth. The more powerful figures among the demonic sect hastily evaded, yet the sheer number of flying swords made it impossible for all to escape unscathed, resulting in several sustaining injuries. As Jian Songhai descended, Xianqing and the other peak masters, invigorated as if fueled by a potent elixir, eagerly surrounded him. Xianqing, brimming with excitement, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely intervention. Had you arrived even a moment later, the Qingyun sword sect might have been entirely overrun by these fiends from the demonic path. Did I not bestow upon you exquisite elixirs and high-grade profound weapons? Are these ruffians truly beyond your capabilities? Jian Songhai furrowed his brow upon observing the severe injuries among Xianqing and the peak masters. How could they be so gravely wounded without any formidable adversaries at the nascent soul stage? Ahem. Well, it appears we were somewhat negligent. They cunningly lured us into action with a peak nascent soul monstrosity and detonated it when we were unprepared. Xianqing's face flushed with embarrassment. Had Jian Songhai not inquired, he would have preferred to keep this humiliating incident to himself, as it was quite shameful to have been caught off guard despite their numerical advantage, almost leading to their downfall. The leaders of other righteous sects approached with curiosity towards the Qingyun sword sect, initially believing they would face annihilation. To their surprise, it seemed that the Qingyun sword sect had hidden reinforcements, and judging by Jian Songhai's seemingly effortless display of power, he appeared to be a formidable presence, likely at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage or even beyond. However, they had not heard of such an elder existing within the Qingyun sword sect. At this moment, the leader of the Rakshasa sect found himself in a quandary. Despite having seriously injured the upper echelons of the Qingyun sword sect, he had the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow and reap substantial rewards. Yet, to his astonishment, Qianqing had concealed an ace up his sleeve by summoning such a powerful ally, likely surpassing even the ancestral figure hidden within his own treasures. Continuing the conflict could very well deplete their resources without guaranteeing victory over the Qingyun sword sect. Master, the situation is dire. We must retreat at once. That powerful figure from the Qingyun sword sect is beyond our means, urged a protector from the Rakshasa sect. Observing the unfolding events, other demonic sects hastily led their disciples away, no longer daring to engage in battle. All shall withdraw. Ultimately, the leader of the Rakshasa sect chose to evade the confrontation. Despite his intricate plotting and the prospect of imminent victory, the sudden emergence of a formidable foe had overturned all his painstaking efforts. Though resentment brewed within him, the overwhelming circumstances compelled him to concede. Since you have arrived, why the haste to depart? Jian Songhai let out a cold laugh, and with a single stroke, the intent of the sword manifested as a vast river. Countless sword wills transformed into innumerable flying swords, surging forth like a torrential river towards the retreating disciples of the demonic path. In an instant, multitudes of these disciples were engulfed by the river of sword intent, their anguished cries echoing endlessly. In the end, a mere 450,000 demonic disciples managed to escape with their lives, while the majority perished beneath the gates of the Qingyun sword sect. The sheer number of deaths stained the mountainside crimson with blood. It took the disciples of Qingyun sword sect a full fortnight to cleanse the area of the bloodstains. Following this battle, the news of the sword immortal's presence at Qingyun sword sect spread like wildfire. The heads of various righteous sects, including the Burning Incense Temple, Tianyin Valley, and Tianjin sect, convened once more at Tongtian Peak to discuss urgent matters with the esteemed Qianqing. It is worth noting that since the cataclysmic war between gods and demons tens of thousands of years ago, the transmission of martial arts on the Zhongzhou continent had seemingly come to a halt. Reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage had become the absolute limit, and there were no records on how to advance to the tribulation or Mahayana stages. Moreover, in recent years, for reasons unknown, breakthroughs in the nascent soul stage had become increasingly elusive. A millennium ago, numerous sects boasted elder masters at the nascent soul stage, but as they aged, it had been centuries since a formidable nascent soul powerhouse had emerged. This time, the leader of Qingyun sword sect and several peak masters had collectively ascended to the nascent soul stage, undoubtedly raising suspicions. They yearned to uncover the secrets behind this remarkable achievement. However, the cunning and shrewd Qianqing was reticent, only engaging in idle chatter while subtly suggesting it was time for them to return to their own sects and reopen their doors rather than linger at Qingyun sword sect for free sustenance. This infuriated them. Even their desire to meet the elder who had previously annihilated 100,000 demonic fiends was met with a polite refusal from Qianqing. Seeing the obstinacy of Qianqing, who seemed determined to monopolize this fortune, the sect leaders could no longer contain their frustration. Miao Yin, the leader of Tianyin Valley, boldly addressed the underlying understanding between them, bringing the matter to light. Qianqing, I presume that esteemed elder is not one of your Qingyun sword sect's own? Our sects possess incomplete records, and following them, we could never produce an elder of such strength. We wish to meet this venerable figure and seek guidance on our respective cultivation methods. We assure you that we will offer generous rewards upon success. Yes, our righteous sects have always been interconnected. If your Qingyun sword sect has encountered a benefactor, we would also like to bask in that glory. The leader of Yujian sect expressed his envy, lamenting why their sword-dedicated sect had not been graced with such a powerful figure. The heads of other sects nodded in agreement. Recognizing the opportunity to align themselves with greatness should not be overlooked. They observed how Qingyun sword sect, once their equal, had soared to unprecedented heights, with its leader and peak masters ascending to the nascent soul stage, each wielding a nine heavens divine weapon. It was undeniable that such a transformation could not have occurred without some connection to this elder. If they could receive guidance from this esteemed elder and learn even a few techniques, would not their strength soar like that of Su Qing and the others? At worst, they would be sacrificing a modicum of face, yet the benefits they could gain far outweigh such trivial concerns. Even the monk Cheng Guang, who prides himself on his selflessness, could not help but suggest that with the elder's enlightenment, they could swiftly regain their vitality. Surely, the real Su Qing would not wish for their sects to ultimately face annihilation at the hands of the demonic cult. How astute the monk's thoughts are. Realizing that intimidation had failed, they resorted to a more gentle approach. The casualties among their sects were substantial, and should they inadvertently meet their demise, the Qingyun sword sect would undoubtedly bear some responsibility. Witnessing the resolute leaders of all sects determined to meet with Jian Songhai, Su Qing could only reluctantly acquiesce. After all, while the Qingyun sword sect was formidable, it was not powerful enough to dominate the entire divine continent. To offend so many righteous sects recklessly would make their future prospects rather bleak. Over the past 2 years, Jian Songhai had primarily resided within the Qingyun sword sect, immersing himself in the comprehension of sword principles. Through rigorous cultivation and the melding of the distinct sword paths from both realms, he had birthed new insights and even created a novel martial technique, one of which was the previously executed sword intent river. Jian Songhai had not anticipated that upon concluding his seclusion, he would find himself amidst a grand spectacle of the demonic sects uniting to besiege the Qingyun sword sect. Fortunately, his intervention was timely. Had the Qingyun sword sect been destroyed, they would have to expend tremendous energy and time to cultivate a new compliant sect to continue their resource search on the divine continent, which would be exceedingly troublesome. Elder, the leaders of the other sects wish to meet with you. May I inquire about your thoughts? Su Qing respectfully asked Jian Songhai. They wish to see me? Jian Songhai replied, somewhat perplexed. He had been immersed in his understanding of sword principles and had paid little attention to these sections. It is because your display of power in this recent confrontation far surpasses that of the nascent soul stage. They seek your guidance on their cultivation methods, hoping to attain higher realms of practice. These sects, like our Qingyun sword sect, possess incomplete scriptures, making it difficult to progress beyond the nascent soul stage, Su Qing elaborated. Ah, I see. Then let them come, Jian Songhai responded. Upon hearing that Jian Songhai generously agreed to impart the cultivation methods of the nascent soul, martial saint, stage, the leaders of each sect were elated. Had their inherited scriptures not been flawed, they would not have struggled to break through to greater heights. Now, the prospect of acquiring a wholly new technique to glimpse the nascent soul realm, and perhaps even ascend through tribulation, was an extraordinary opportunity indeed. Of course, Jian Songhai was not dispensing these methods without conditions. He presented his own demands. He had subsequent techniques and the 9 heavens divine weapons, and they would need to offer sufficient resources in exchange. Only then did everyone realize that the rise of the Qingyun sword sect was indeed intertwined with this formidable figure before them. And now they too could partake in the same fortunes. What a stroke of luck! Having acquired the techniques imparted by the sword of the Zhangxi and exchanged for subsequent skills, along with the promise of the 9 heavens divine weapons, the leaders of various sects hastily descended the mountain, returning to their respective sects to commence reconstruction. It has become common knowledge that resources can be exchanged for skills and treasures. Naturally, those who act swiftly to gather these resources will reap greater rewards, while those who delay risk having the benefits seized by other sections. Before long, a frenzy to scour for resources swept across the entire divine land. From renowned mountains and rivers to overseas islands, and even the arid deserts, disciples from various sects were dispatched to seek resources. Encounters with disciples of the demonic path often resulted in immediate conflict. In this tumultuous period, minor skirmishes erupted frequently, with disciples clashing over herbs and rare ores becoming a common sight. Chapter 167. With such abundant elixirs and mystical weapons, are they not meant for feeding pigs? In the ancient ruins of the divine land, the demon princess Tianyu excitedly inquired of Li Ruoqing, having reached the pinnacle of the demon general rank. What should I do next? Recently, Li Ruoqing had gifted her a celestial star fruit, which significantly enhanced her physique. Her inherent talents and constitution as a member of the Moon Demon clan underwent evolution, awakening a portion of the profound Yin body, and successfully activating the bloodline talent of the Weeping Blood Demon Lord. This was the primary reason for her meteoric rise in cultivation within such a short span. Li Ruoqing's generous gifts and earnest guidance in cultivation made Tianyu feel that this young man was not as malevolent as she had imagined, and he treated her well. This left her in a quandary. How could 2 opposing factions coexist harmoniously and provide such assistance to one another? Have you truly reached the pinnacle of the demon general rank? If so, prepare to return to the demon realm with your subordinates. With your newfound strength, I am certain your father will be pleased and arrange for dedicated protection for you, Li Ruoqing observed, nodding in satisfaction at Tianyu's nearly ascended status to the demon lord realm. It was time for her to return to the demon realm and begin carrying out his tasks. The passage to the demon realm shall remain open. Should you encounter any difficulties there, you may send someone to convey your messages. Once you ascend to the rank of demon lord, I will require your assistance in locating palace-type treasures in the demon realm. Are you devising some scheme concerning these palace-type treasures? Tianyu's expression turned cold. Indeed, This human harbored ulterior motives and could not possibly be imparting knowledge without reason. That matter does not concern you. Of course, you may also choose to refuse. However, should you do so, you need not contemplate the subsequent cultivation methods, as you would remain forever confined to the Demon Lord realm, Li Ruoqing replied calmly. He felt confident in his ability to keep the little demon princess in check. Apart from him, only the celestial warrior Luo Xingqian, who disappeared 30,000 years ago, possessed the star body refinement technique. Finding him would likely prove futile. I will remember this, and you shall wait for me, Tianyu retorted angrily. She had intended to extract some useful information from Li Ruoqing, but to her dismay, he remained unyielding and even threatened her with the withholding of future cultivation techniques. Such treatment was utterly intolerable. Despite her numerous desires to strike Li Ruoqing fiercely, Tianyue had never dared to take action. Having cultivated a portion of the stellar body refinement technique, she could distinctly perceive the formidable nature of this practice. Without such a powerful external aid, it would have been impossible for her to experience such a rapid enhancement in her cultivation. Although the stellar immortal fruit that Li Ruoqing had bestowed upon her had initiated a partial transformation in her body, a complete metamorphosis would necessitate at least 23 additional stellar immortal fruits. Witnessing Tianyue's frustration, teetering on the edge of wanting to strangle him but lacking the courage to act, Li Ruoqing found delight in her predicament. He relished the notion of her simmering rage, rendered helpless and compelled to follow his directives. He thought it prudent to provoke her further, ensuring she remained acutely aware that he held the key to her desires, should she prove disobedient. The consequences would inevitably befall her. Upon Tianyue's return to the demon realm with her subordinates, Qin Shuangguang, the leader of Yinxiao Peak at Qingyun Sword Sect, arrived at the ancient ruins to trade resources for a supply of medicinal pills, particularly healing elixirs, as per Xuanqing's instructions. Li Ruoqing was taken aback, in his recollection. The Qingyun Sword Sect was a formidable establishment, thriving with experts, and he could not fathom why anyone would seek trouble. How could there be injuries? When pressed by Li Ruoqing for the truth, Qin Shuangguang reluctantly revealed that the Qingyun Sword Sect had recently suffered a devastating assault from multiple demonic sects, nearly facing annihilation. It was only through the intervention of Jian Songhai that they managed to avert utter catastrophe. This revelation incensed Li Ruoqing. It was incredulous that, despite receiving such exquisite elixirs, advanced martial techniques, and high-grade weapons, the sect could perform so poorly in battle. It was utterly disgraceful. Observing Li Ruoqing's darkened expression, Qin Shuangguang understood the gravity of the situation. He felt a profound sense of shame regarding the failures of so many individuals. It appeared that they had grown too comfortable, lacking discipline, and were capable of stumbling against foes of lesser strength. Surely, the resources I provided have not been squandered? Li Ruoqing remarked coldly. Your disappointment is warranted, and we accept responsibility. We shall learn from this lesson and ensure it does not occur again, Qin Shuangguang replied anxiously. Fully aware that if Li Ruoqing were to sever their supply of medicinal pills and divine weapons, the ramifications would be catastrophic. Sister Hongguang, I must trouble you to make a trip to Qingyun Sword Sect and establish some defensive formations for them. Additionally, convey a message to Elder Jian, urging him to rigorously train the sect. Only when they are adequately prepared shall we resume the supply of high-grade elixirs and divine weapons. If they remain insufferably ineffective, we shall seek to support another sect. Li Ruoqing dismissed Qin Shuangguang, instead summoning the valiant Hongguang, who was currently arranging formations for the ruins. Very well. It shall be a trivial matter, Hongguang responded earnestly, for she was exceptionally skilled in the art of formation. During her previous tenure, she had orchestrated the defensive formations of the Holy Domain, which had proven impenetrable even to late-stage demonic lords. The exchange between Li Ruoqing and Hongguang left Qin Shuangguang, who stood nearby, in a cold sweat, his expression marred by concern. He had not anticipated such a profound reaction from Li Ruoqing, who promptly halted the supply of elixirs and mystical weapons to their Qingyun Sword Sect. It seemed that the days of indulging in alchemical refinement while wielding divine weaponry were drawing to a close. Moreover, he could distinctly sense the formidable aura emanating from the stern woman before him, seemingly surpassing even that of the esteemed Jian Songhai, who was sequestered in seclusion on the back mountains of Tongtian Peak. She might well be a transcendent being who had successfully navigated the tribulations of ascension. In the end, Qin Shuangguang departed the secret realm with a batch of healing elixirs and the taciturn Hongguang, en route to the Qingyun Sword Sect. Li Ruoqing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She had initially believed that the acquisition of elixirs and mystical weapons would significantly bolster the sect's strength, allowing her to select promising talents for enhanced cultivation, thus facilitating the swift establishment of a new celestial court. However, it appeared that her aspirations were somewhat hasty. Although the Qingyun sword sect's cultivation might be adequate, their proficiency in sect rivalries was lamentably lacking. A group of ancient beings at the nascent soul stage had foolishly banded together to assault a solitary monster of the same realm, only to suffer grievous injuries from its self-detonation. Such a bizarre narrative unfolding among individuals who had cultivated for centuries was astonishing, had their minds become addled. Or how else could they have fallen victim to the cunning of the Rakshasa sect leader, whose prowess was merely at the golden core stage? Chapter 168. The Bewildered Old Demon Emperor. Upon emerging from seclusion, the world has changed? In the demon realm, the crying blood demon palace. The return of Princess Tianyue, after more than a year away, accompanied by a retinue of guardians, caused quite a stir. Remarkably, the princess, who had previously only attained the rank of a demon soldier, had swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of demon general. With the successful passage of her tribulation, she could achieve the status of demon sovereign. This rapid transformation astonished those within the palace. They were well aware that, although the young princess enjoyed the favor of the crying blood demon sovereign, her lack of the potent bloodline and exceptional talents that he possessed had impeded her progress, rendering her seemingly mediocre in comparison to her brothers. The crying blood demon sovereign summoned his beloved daughter to inquire about the secret behind her remarkable advancement. Tianyue, having prepared in advance, concealed the truth of Li Ruoqing's guidance in her cultivation of the celestial star body refinement technique. Instead, she revealed that she had fortuitously acquired a miraculous fruit, imbued with an abundance of stellar energy. Upon consuming it, she not only awakened a portion of her Taiyin physique, but also activated the bloodline power and formidable talents of the crying blood demon sovereign, enabling her rapid ascension. The sovereign, however, did not wholly accept her explanation. While there were indeed many wondrous fruits capable of enhancing one's constitution, it was his belief that such fruits rich in stellar energy were non-existent in their realm. He utilized his ink essence to swiftly probe Tianyue's physical condition, confirming that, as she had stated, her body now contained a significant amount of the unique lunar energy of the Taiyin star, and her demonic bloodline had been fully awakened, evoking a sense of bloodline connection within him. Indeed, this was quite substantial. After a couple of days of adjustment, I shall personally safeguard you, enabling your breakthrough to the realm of the demon sovereign. The blood-weeping demon lord detected no abnormalities. The results of his examination satisfied him immensely. He had not anticipated that his little daughter would encounter such fortuitous opportunities on her outing. "Thank you, esteemed father," she exclaimed, overjoyed to hear that the blood-weeping demon lord would personally safeguard her during her tribulation. Initially, she harbored concerns that her cultivation of Li Ruoqing's techniques might reveal her peculiarities to him, but it appeared her worries were unfounded. Simultaneously, her curiosity about Li Ruoqing deepened. What kind of cultivation method had he imparted that even her father could not discern? In recent years, the population of the demon realm had surged dramatically, leading to fierce confrontations among various factions vying for resources. To alleviate these tensions, several demon lords convened and agreed to absorb portions of the demon race into their respective realms, while the surplus would seek out suitable worlds for habitation and cultivation, conquering them to establish their new homes. However, they seemingly overlooked a historical lesson thousands of years prior. Internal strife over insufficient resources had prompted the demon race to launch extensive assaults on multiple worlds in a bid to seize control, only to face fierce resistance and suffer significant losses. Li Ruoqing remained unaware of the upheavals in the demon realm. He had received word from Zhao and hastened back to the sacred domain hall. It turned out that after a prolonged period of inactivity, the ancient tree had produced another fruit, identical to the one that connected to the divine continent, likely linking to an entirely new world. This revelation filled Li Ruoqing with excitement. The prospect of accessing another world would greatly expedite his resource collection and points exchange, a significant temptation for him. Yet, he was still oblivious to what this new world might entail. Out of caution, Li Ruoqing, accompanied by Zhang's spiritual avatar, ventured into this new realm for exploration. The mightiest among them, Zhao, seemed to have gained new insights recently and chose to remain in the sacred domain hall, engrossed in intensive meditation. Meanwhile, Linglong, having faced numerous challenges, also seized the rare opportunity to enter seclusion for cultivation. As the number of divine-level experts under Li Ruoqing's command increased, she felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. If her own progress lagged, Li Ruoqing might not wait for her. In the Beast Mountain range, Ever since several demon sovereigns achieved breakthroughs to the martial emperor realm, the high-ranking beasts in the region appeared invigorated, diligently cultivating various precious herbs. They had received assurances from their leader that acquiring substantial amounts of these rare materials would grant them access to transformative elixirs, enabling them to assume human forms and swiftly master human cultivation techniques. After more than 2 years of seclusion, the elder powerhouse, Demon Emperor Luli, finally emerged from his retreat. He had successfully ascended to the Demon Sage, Martial Sage realm. Yet upon witnessing several herb gardens deep within the Beast Mountain range and the enhanced strength of the beasts tending to them, he found himself momentarily bewildered. Upon encountering several juniors who had also advanced to the Demon Emperor realm, he was utterly astonished. How could there be so many Demon Emperor level beings within the Beast Mountain range? Was he hallucinating or merely misperceiving reality? The Titan Ape King, the Thunder Shadow Leopard King, and the Azure Scale Serpent King, among numerous other formidable demon kings, recognized the venerable elder before them and approached him with greetings. It was only then that Luli came to his senses and inquired about the events that had transpired over the past 2 years. Upon learning that 2 years prior a human warrior had ascended to the Martial Saint realm within the Beast Mountain range, and that his elder sister, Zhao Linglong, had ventured into human territory to seek cultivation techniques and martial arts, eventually forming an alliance with Frost City, Luli's emotions fluctuated dramatically, from shock to confusion, and ultimately to utter bewilderment. He struggled to comprehend why the astute and reliable Linglong would choose to ally with humans, fearing their potential treachery and betrayal. When Luli voiced his concerns, the demon kings erupted into laughter, particularly the Titan Ape King, who joyfully exclaimed, "Old man, you are quite unaware. The Lord of Frost City, Li Ruoqing, who allied with Sister Linglong, is an extraordinary figure. In just over 2 years, he has transformed Frost City into the Northern Frost Kingdom and the Frost Dynasty, and he has also ascended to the Martial God realm, becoming one of the strongest of his time. Sister Linglong has reaped numerous benefits and is now at the pinnacle of the Martial Saint realm herself." To Luli, the Titan Ape King's words sounded like sheer fantasy. Although their encounters with humans had been limited, he possessed enough knowledge to understand that a mere city could not evolve into a kingdom or a dynasty within the span of 2 years. The notion of Li Ruoqing achieving godhood at such a young age was even more absurd. Even among the most talented humans, such rapid advancement seemed impossible. He could scarcely believe that these figures were not jesting at his expense. "Senior, if you find it hard to believe, why not accompany me to the Holy Domain in a few days? I happen to be delivering a batch of mature herbs to exchange for some pills," the Azure Scale Serpent King respectfully suggested. Chapter 169. Luli, cultivating in seclusion, is no match for holding onto the right thigh. Luli gazed upon these outstanding juniors, feeling a pang of bittersweet nostalgia. He recalled the hardships he endured in his quest to ascend to the Martial Emperor realm. Having concealed his identity for years within human territory to obtain suitable cultivation methods, toiling like a beast until he finally acquired a few earth-level techniques that he cherished for many years. Yet these young ones were all cultivating human-grade heavenly techniques, and each possessed high-grade profound weapons. Such extravagance was astonishing. Since when had humans been so generous? Had it not been said that heavenly techniques were the prized possessions of major sects, strictly forbidden from being disseminated? With his worldview already shaken, Luli was further astonished when these youngsters displayed exquisite pills, indulging in the luxury of consuming one before their training. The rich aroma of the pills alone indicated their considerable value. "Senior, this is a 6th-grade pill, the Hanshuan pill. Consuming one during cultivation can enhance your training speed tenfold, making a single session comparable to months of arduous practice. Would you care to try one?" The Thunder Shadow Leopard King observed dearly, whose eyes were fixed intently on the elixirs in their hands, seemingly yearning to snatch them away. He took the initiative to propose a request. Although soliciting elixirs from someone of a younger generation felt somewhat undignified, the fact that they were willingly offered made it somewhat acceptable, did it not? Despite dearly S belief that such an action diminished the grandeur expected of a senior, the allure of the elixirs was too potent for even one of his years to resist. Ultimately, he accepted the elixir with a sheepish demeanor, his heart filled with skepticism as he took a tentative taste. The elixir melted instantly upon contact, and soon his internal essence surged with newfound vigor, as if stimulated. Just as he was grappling with his astonishment, a torrent of vital energy surged towards him, leaving him no time to ponder, prompting him to swiftly enter a state of cultivation. When he finally emerged from his meditation 3 days later, he found that his strength, which had barely crossed into the realm of the demon sage, had solidified significantly. His comprehension of the forces of law had also been profoundly enlightened. The fruits of this cultivation were indeed bountiful. He found himself somewhat addicted to this experience. If he could continually acquire such elixirs to aid his cultivation, perhaps the demon sage would not be his final destination, and ascension to the realm of the demon god might not be beyond reach. His curiosity regarding Li Ruoqing, the Lord of Frost City, intensified, for the generosity in presenting such exquisite elixirs and advanced mystical weapons revealed a character and strategy surpassing all others in the world. He wholeheartedly endorsed the alliance between Zhao Linglong and Frost City, given the multitude of benefits bestowed upon him. At this moment, Li Ruoqing and Song Yu had been in a brand new world for 2 days. Through their inquiries during this time, they had garnered a general understanding of this realm, known as the Xuansong realm, a domain that revered martial cultivation. The continent was vast, seemingly endless, yet broadly divided into 6 regions: Eastern Territory, Southern Wilderness, Northern Frontier, Western Desert, Central Continent, and the immortal mountains beyond the seas. In this world, countless martial artists and sects existed, striving to ascend to the status of martial immortals, with the ultimate goal of transcending the void to reach the celestial realm. They diligently cultivated, aspiring to distinguish themselves and achieve the celestial ascent. The martial sects were classified from 9 to 1 grade, with the first grade being the strongest. The martial techniques were categorized into 8 levels: Universe, Primal, Earth, Heaven, and Yellow, with Universe being the highest level, having not been seen for 50,000 years. Even the formidable martial immortals who had once successfully transcended the tribulations primarily practiced techniques at the Primal and Earth levels. Interestingly, this world appeared to be fortified by some great being, resulting in a denser essence of heaven and earth, while simultaneously making breakthroughs in cultivation significantly more challenging than in the Shenzhou continent and Yunlan continent. This disparity rendered the warriors of this realm more formidable than those from the other 2 worlds. During these 2 days, Li Ruoqing's stellar divine body seemed to exhibit even greater efficacy in this realm, whether it was merely his illusion or not. The proximity to the ancient stars appeared to be closer, and his efficiency in absorbing stellar power had notably increased, filling him with exhilaration. The Xuansong realm was undoubtedly a treasure trove, and he was determined to claim it as his own. Due to the uncertainty surrounding the true strength of the formidable figures in this world, Li Ruoqing and Song Yu, after much deliberation, resolved to follow the customary approach of exploring the divine continent. They intended to temporarily affiliate themselves with a sect, thereby acquiring a legitimate identity, before seeking to transition to a more powerful sect, until they thoroughly understood the depth of the strongest beings in this realm. Li Ruoqing had no intention of prematurely revealing his own prowess, especially as he had yet to transcend to the level of a martial deity, which would grant him the formidable strength to dominate an entire realm. 600 miles away, at Yunshui sect, the sect master Su Yingquan was currently hosting a young woman, displaying a demeanor of utmost respect. Should others witness his profound reverence, they would undoubtedly be astonished. This master of martial arts, having already condensed the Tao's manifestation, ranked among the notable experts of the eastern region. The young woman, known as Hua Qingyan, at the tender age of 17, was one of the true disciples of the first-rate sect, Xianyuan Holy Sect. Yunshui sect was among the several affiliated sects of Xianyuan Holy Sect. The presence of Miss Hua truly elevates our Yunshui sect, Su Yingquan remarked with a smile, stroking his beard. I trust Elder Hua has been well. My father is in good health, Hua Qingyan replied softly. He has mentioned you, Sect Master Su. Recalling the exploits from years past when you together suppressed the remnants of the demon clan, particularly praising your Yunshui law manifestation, she possessed an extraordinary beauty, akin to the autumn moon, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, a true vision of earthly perfection. However, upon seeing her, the foremost impression was not her stunning visage, but rather the terrifying sword intent that radiated from her being. It is a privilege for me to be remembered by Miss Hua. Su Yingquan responded with a light chuckle and a respectful gesture. He understood that, given Elder Hua's status, it was conceivable she might recall him. But any compliments were likely mere flattery, and he would be foolish to take them to heart. Sect Master Su, I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit to Yunshui sect, Hua Qingyan stated, bypassing any further pleasantries to address the matter at hand. In her arms, she cradled a fluffy gray kitten, which lay languidly, its eyes closed in slumber. Hua Qingyan's delicate fingers gently stroked the kitten's fur, massaging it softly to ensure its comfort. I understand the intent behind your visit, Miss Hua. Su Yingquan nodded in acknowledgement. As an affiliated sect of Xianyuan Holy Sect, It was customary for them to send an envoy during the grand opening of the sect for recruitment. If any disciples with exceptional talent were fortunate enough to catch the envoy's attention, they would be directly introduced into Xianyuan Holy Sect. Chapter 170. Hu Qingyan. Is the prodigy speculated by the elder truly him? Only Su Yingquan felt somewhat perplexed. In previous years, the emissaries sent by the Xianyuan sacred sect were merely inner disciples. He could not fathom why this time a true disciple, particularly one from the Hu family, had been dispatched. This stirred a sense of unease within him. Could it be that this grand ceremony for accepting disciples harbored some underlying issue? Hu Qingyan, however, paid no heed to Su Yingquan's thoughts. She stood atop the highest peak of Yinshui sect, employing the water mirror technique to observe the throngs of mortals continuously flowing into the sect. Her heart swelled with uncertainty. Elder Zhuangjizi had mentioned that extraordinary talents would arrive at Yinshui sect for the disciple acceptance ceremony. Could it be that he had miscalculated? She recalled that 2 weeks prior, Elder Zhuangjizi, adept in the art of divination, had foreseen the emergence of an unparalleled genius in the vicinity of Yinshui sect. This prodigy was destined to lead the Xianyuan sacred sect towards a broader path, ushering in an era of unprecedented glory. After deliberation among the sect leader, the esteemed elders, and the heads of various branches, it was ultimately decided that Hu Qingyan, a powerful and gentle true disciple, would be tasked with bringing this exceptional individual into their fold. To ensure absolute certainty, the sect leaders specially selected a spirit beast with the bloodline of Baizhe, known as the palm-sized Lingmao, from among the many mystical creatures nurtured within the sect. Although this little creature was still in its juvenile phase and not particularly powerful, it possessed an innate affinity for extraordinary talents and a remarkable ability to seek out rare treasures. Initially, the Lingmao was rather difficult to please. Many true disciples within the sect failed to gain its favor until Hu Qingyan stepped in. She successfully cradled the little creature in her arms, occasionally scratching it behind the ears, which brought it immense comfort. This led several elders to jest that the little creature was quite discerning, favoring only beautiful women while rejecting any male attempts to hold it. On the square of Yinshui sect, the atmosphere was electric with excitement. Most attendees of the disciple acceptance ceremony were individuals with martial arts backgrounds, hailing primarily from various martial families within the secular world, possessing a certain lineage of knowledge. Only a small fraction consisted of ordinary individuals with no prior training, purely seeking a stroke of fortune, unaware of their own martial potential. These individuals hoped that a favorable assessment could grant them entry into a prestigious cultivation sect like Yinshui, allowing them to soar to great heights. Due to the large number of participants at each acceptance ceremony, the first round of testing was conducted using a martial arts steel to assess the innate qualities of the candidates. This process effectively distinguished those with cultivation potential from the ordinary, paving the way for a second round of selection. In no time, a significant number of candidates were categorized, revealing that over half lacked any martial aptitude, while about a third exhibited mediocre talent, rendering them unsuitable for further consideration. This disciple possesses commendable talent. The martial arts steel radiated a soft violet glow, indicating at least above average potential, making them a viable candidate for admission as an inner disciple. Su Yingquan, observing the square's activities through the water mirror technique, felt quite pleased with this recent candidate, as they had exceeded the basic standards for recruitment. Hu Qingyan refrained from expressing her thoughts, choosing instead to observe the individuals undergoing tests in the square. If Elder Zhuangjizi's conjecture held true, the extraordinary prodigy he spoke of would likely make an appearance at this disciple's recruitment ceremony, and that was the target she needed to focus on. As for the other so-called talented disciples, they were merely slightly superior to ordinary individuals in her eyes. Were not the inner disciples and true disciples of the Xianyuan sacred sect endowed with exceptional talents, the rarest of gifts? After a prolonged period of observation, Hu Qingyan still failed to identify the legendary prodigy predicted by Elder Zhuangjizi. Doubts began to creep in. Had this individual truly come to participate in the Yinshui sect's recruitment ceremony? Or was it merely a coincidence that they happened to pass by? At that moment, the martial arts steel emitted an incredibly brilliant light, its radiance rivaling that of the sun in the sky. This astonishing phenomenon elicited gasps of amazement from the crowd in the square, who were taken aback by the steel's remarkable transformation. Su Yingquan momentarily lost his composure, tugging at his beard in disbelief. He had never anticipated encountering such a prodigy at his own sect's disciple recruitment ceremony. The ability to fully activate the martial arts steel and produce such resplendent light was a testament to the extraordinary martial talent of the young man on the platform. How could this be possible? Was this a manifestation of innate Tao rhythm, a celestial phenomenon? Was this the gift of a celestial being? Hua Qingyan was astonished that this individual had indeed appeared, and with the potential of a celestial being no less. It was no wonder Elder Zhuangzi treated this matter with such gravity, confidently asserting that this unparalleled prodigy would lead the Xianyuan sacred sect to glory. Additional context: warriors possessing celestial gifts often have undergone reincarnation from a realm of immortals, despite various reasons for their rebirth. Their innate roots of immortality do not dissipate during reincarnation, but rather persist. Such warriors experience rapid advancements in their cultivation, encountering minimal bottlenecks, allowing them to attain immortality in a remarkably short span of time. Upon hearing Hua Qingyan's words, Su Yingquan grasped the magnitude of Li Ruoqing's martial talent, realizing that with him, the Yunshui sect could potentially soar to great heights. However, his elation was short-lived as he came to the realization that the Xianyuan sacred sect had likely received advanced intelligence, prompting them to send Hua Qingyan, a true disciple, to preemptively secure this talent for themselves. Though he yearned to assertively retain this individual within the Yunshui sect, he dared not do so. Not only was their sect relatively small and unable to nurture a disciple with celestial gifts swiftly, but the pressure from the Xianyuan sacred sect was insurmountable. It was well known that the leader of the Xianyuan sacred sect was the most formidable figure in the Eastern realm, nearing the threshold of transcending to become a martial immortal. Excellent. Yunshui sect has unearthed such an unparalleled prodigy, and the Xianyuan sacred sect will duly acknowledge this achievement. Once I bring this individual back to the sacred sect, the rewards will follow in due course. Hua Qingyan spoke with excitement, expressing her surprise that the extraordinary talent mentioned by Elder Zhuangzi was indeed a disciple endowed with celestial gifts. Their Xianyuan sacred sect had stumbled upon a true treasure. Thank you, Miss Hua. Su Yingquan could only resign himself to the circumstances. As a subordinate sect of the Xianyuan sacred sect, their Yunshui sect had no room for refusal or negotiation and could only comply with the arrangements. Just as Hua Qingyan and Su Yingquan were about to make their way to the square to witness this exceptional disciple, the spirit cat nestled in Hua Qingyan's arms. Initially dozing, seemed to sense something. It wriggled free and dashed towards the direction of Li Ruoqing with remarkable speed. Chapter 171. Hua Qingyan's recruitment in the square. Li Ruoqing stood in a daze, gazing at the martial arts stone tablet. He had not anticipated that merely touching the tablet would elicit such a profound response. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, he had intentionally suppressed his strength and aura, yet he still became the center of attention. Just as Li Ruoqing prepared to step down from the platform, a small gray kitten came hurtling towards him. Look up, there's a cat flying in the sky. A bystander inadvertently glanced upwards and was taken aback by the sight of the spirit cat soaring through the air. In their minds, cats were ordinary creatures incapable of flight, and this scene shattered their preconceived notions. Could it possibly be a spirit beast raised by the Yunshui sect? This was simply incredible. Indeed, this little creature could fly. Quick, catch it. It must be a spirit beast. A young man shouted in excitement, attempting to capture the unidentified kitten. However, despite their astonishment, no one took action. After all, they had all come with aspirations of joining the Yunshui sect. Capturing the little cat might offend a powerful figure within the sect, resulting in dire consequences. Li Ruoqing also noticed the flying kitten. Although it was undeniably adorable, he had no desire to invite trouble and chose to remain a mere observer. To his surprise, the little creature seemed to have targeted him, running directly towards him. Before he could react, the fluffy feline leaped into his arms, squinting its eyes and seeking affection. Just as Li Ruoqing intended to gently remove the clingy little creature from himself, Hua Qingyan and Su Yingquan arrived at the square. May I inquire your esteemed name? Young sir? Hua Qingyan initiated the conversation. Li Ruoqing beheld the elegant young woman before him, adorned in flowing green attire, her graceful figure and exquisite features descending from the heavens, and he wondered if she might be the owner of this little companion. I am Li Ruoqing, he replied. Hua Qingyan was taken aback by the close proximity to Li Ruoqing. The ethereal aura of this young man was even more profound than she had perceived through the water mirror technique, emanating an enchanting celestial presence. As a sword cultivator who had reached the realm of sword heart clarity, Hua Qingyan faintly sensed the vast power of the stars within Li Ruoqing, leaving her quite astonished. To grasp the essence of celestial power, a coveted divine artifact sought after by numerous formidable beings, is no small feat. Even the esteemed leader of the Xianyuan sacred sect would hesitate to claim the ability to amass a significant amount of such power. Indeed, as the elder Zhuangzi had foreseen, This extraordinary talent possesses remarkable qualities. It is imperative to devise a plan to expedite his return to the Hanshuan sacred sect. In order to remain inconspicuous, the spirit Sangyo chose to remain hidden, attaching itself to the battle armor of the war god, while quietly observing the unfolding events through Li Ruoqing's perspective. Concerning the unexpectedly appeared young woman, Sangyo discerned that although her strength was not particularly formidable, her mastery of the sword was commendable, rivaling that of the renowned Jian Songhai within the Yunnan continent. What is the lady's name? Furthermore, does this little cat belong to you? Li Ruoqing inquired, gently lifting the spirit cat that hung from him. The small feline, caught in his grasp, protested with a few indignant meows. I am Hu Qingyan, and you may simply call me Qingyan, young masterly. This is the spirit cat, a descendant of the Bai Zhe divine beast. Possessing the ability to discern yin and yang, attract good fortune, and ward off calamity, as well as identify individuals of exceptional talent. It seems this is the first time I have encountered a spirit cat so affectionate. It appears your martial talent is indeed remarkable. Li Ruoqing, somewhat speechless, began to understand why this little creature clung to him so tenaciously. Since he had awakened his celestial body through the cultivation of the celestial refinement technique, his innate talent had been steadily perfecting, gradually transforming towards that of an immortal. After all, how could any mortal cultivator's talent compare to that of an immortal? Noticing Li Ruoqing's dawning realization, Hu Qingyan smiled and said, to be candid, I am an envoy of the Hanshuan sacred sect. I have come to observe the disciple recruitment ceremony at the Yunshui sect, and I wish to invite someone of your exceptional talent to join our fold. What are your thoughts on this? Li Ruoqing was taken aback to discover that this young woman hailed from another sect, and it appeared that the Hanshuan sacred sect was indeed more formidable than the Yunshui sect. Hu Qingyan's bold attempt to entice him was met with silence from the Yunshui sect representatives, indicating her significant standing. Seeing that Li Ruoqing hesitated to respond, Hu Qingyan presumed he lacked awareness of the might of the Hanshuan sacred sect, and thus elaborated, our sect is a legacy of the ancient sovereign Hanshuan, standing tall in the Eastern Territory for millennia. Our repository of martial arts and scriptures is immeasurable. Should you join us, young masterly, you would have access to abundant resources and top-tier techniques, paving the way for your ascension to immortality. Nearby, Su Yingquan felt as though he had bitten into a lemon, consumed by envy. Truly, the Hanshuan sacred sect's recruitment terms were extraordinarily enticing, making their own Yunshui sect seem rather meager by comparison. He understood that even if they retained Li Ruoqing, they could not offer better cultivation conditions. Thus, it would be wiser for him to seek development within the Hanshuan sacred sect. Believing that Li Ruoqing had further considerations, Hu Qingyan resolutely drew a line in the ground with her finger, creating a small barrier to isolate them from the onlookers. She continued, young masterly, please do not be hasty in your refusal. Qingyan's visit to the Yunshui sect was solely to await the arrival of young masterly, with the intention of escorting him back to the Hanshuan sacred sect and placing him under the tutelage of the esteemed headmaster. Observing the somewhat bewildered expression on Li Ruoqing's face, she paused before continuing. Half a month ago, our esteemed elder, the master of mysteries, sacrificed decades of his lifespan to divine the future of our sect. He foretold that in half a month, a peerless prodigy would emerge near Yunshui sect, capable of leading our Hanshuan sacred sect to glory. Thus, the headmaster specifically dispatched me to guide you. Young masterly, you are the prodigy foretold by the master of mysteries. Should you accompany me back to Hanshuan sacred sect, the headmaster will undoubtedly accept you as a true disciple, personally instructing you. At that time, abundant resources for cultivation will be directed towards you, and within a century, you shall surely ascend to the realm of supremacy. Such generous terms are unparalleled outside of our Hanshuan sacred sect. What say you, young masterly? Hu Qingyan felt a sense of urgency regarding Li Ruoqing's decision. After all, the Ho family must have made significant sacrifices for them to undertake this task. Otherwise, how could she have been entrusted to complete this mission with the spirit cat in her possession? Li Ruoqing was astonished to discover that his arrival in this world had only been a few days prior. Yet someone had already predicted his coming half a month in advance. How utterly incredible! Was the divination technique of the Master of Mysteries truly that formidable? Chapter 172. Li Ruoqing, I have been foreseen? Ultimately, Li Ruoqing agreed to journey to the Hanshuan sacred sect to seek mentorship, not for any other reason, but the offerings were simply too enticing. To decline would be to disregard their earnest efforts. Outside the barrier, Su Yingquan and a multitude of disciples awaiting mentorship stood in anticipation. Su Yingquan was equally surprised by the young Hua Qingyin's remarkable prowess in the sword arts at such a tender age, explaining her position as one of the 8 true disciples within the Xianyuan sacred sect. Goodness, this girl is extraordinary. She can wield her finger as a sword and create barriers from thin air. Not to mention, her formidable presence is almost overwhelming. Then it struck him. This girl is Hua Qingyan, the azure-clad sword fairy of the Xianyuan sacred sect, ranked 9th on the hidden dragon list. No wonder she possesses such strength at a young age. She is indeed a prodigy among the top 10 on the hidden dragon list. With Li Ruoqing's consent secured, Hua Qingyan intended to escort him directly back to the Xianyuan sacred sect. After dismantling the barrier and bidding farewell to Su Yingquan, they hurriedly set off for their destination. Su Yingquan could only watch helplessly as the peerless prodigy, Li Ruoqing, was taken away by Hua Qingyan, feeling a deep sense of regret for not having exchanged a word or built any rapport. High above the clouds, an immense flying vessel soared swiftly, its bow adorned with 2 banners, inscribed with the names of the Xianyuan sacred sect and the character for Hua, exuding an air of audacity and dominance. From a distance, the celestial vessel shone brilliantly under the sun's rays, radiating such splendor that anyone witnessing this scene from the skies might mistake it for a small sun having appeared in the heavens. What an impressive sight! I never anticipated the grandeur of the Xianyuan sacred sect. Li Ruoqing stood within the loft of the divine ship, observing its exterior, which exuded an air of dominance. While its interior was lavishly adorned, he felt a profound sense of awe. Despite having established the Frost Sovereign Empire and reigning over a territory, all he possessed that could rival this was the dilapidated remnants of the ancient heavenly court's 8th heaven. Do not concern yourself, young master. This celestial vessel serves as the facade of my Hua family. Qingyan is fortunate to travel with you this time, thanks to your grace. Once you become a disciple under the Supreme Master, the foremost true disciple of our Xianyuan sacred sect, you shall have the privilege of traveling aboard the ancient dragon Kun, accompanied by the 8 esteemed true disciples and protected by elder guardians at the law manifestation level. It will undoubtedly be a spectacle far grander than this. Oh, I see now. It appears I was rather naive, and I appreciate your kindness, Miss Qingyan. Li Ruoqing had not anticipated such treatment upon joining the Xianyuan sacred sect. It seemed he was on the brink of entering a grand financial empire, indeed a striking display of opulence. Upon hearing Li Ruoqing's somewhat innocent remarks, Hua Qingyan could not help but chuckle. She was oblivious to the fact that, being so dedicated to her training, she rarely engaged in conversation with others. Yet, this interaction with Li Ruoqing felt as though they were longtime friends. Meanwhile, the spirit cat nestled in Li Ruoqing's palm remained content, intoxicated by the alluring essence of starlight. The sensation was more exhilarating than catnip. It clung to him, refusing to budge. For spirit beasts, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon was an instinct etched into their very being. To the awakened Li Ruoqing, it was an irresistible temptation. The essence of starlight emanating from him stimulated the cat's inner energy, causing it to surge as if it were invigorated. If it lingered near Li Ruoqing for a while longer, it would swiftly outgrow its juvenile phase and enter its prime. The spirit cat reveled in its good fortune, pondering that its father, the divine beast by Zhao, might never have encountered such a rich essence of starlight in its lifetime. What a stroke of luck it was to experience such serendipity on this outing. Cluck, the spirit cat seems particularly fond of young Master Li. I have yet to witness it forming such a bond with anyone else in the Xianyuan sacred sect, Hua Qingyan teased, noticing the cat comfortably asleep upon Li Ruoqing's shoulder, unwilling to part from him. Although she understood that the spirit cat had a penchant for approaching extraordinary talents, its level of attachment surprised her. Let it be. If it wishes to stay, I shall indulge it. It's quite pleasant to pet during moments of boredom, Li Ruoqing mused, gently stroking the little creature. Its silky fur provided a delightful tactile experience, reminiscent of fond memories, becoming somewhat addictive. As they still had several thousand miles to journey towards the Xianyuan sacred sect, and having traversed mountains and rivers to attend the Yunshui sect's disciple initiation ceremony earlier that day, Hua Qingyan suggested they rest after lunch. Li Ruoqing readily agreed. Once the lunch concluded and Li Ruoqing returned to his chamber, the entity known as Zhao, which had been inhabiting him, finally revealed its ethereal essence. The spirit cat nestled in Li Ruoqing's embrace seemed to sense something amiss, opening its half-closed eyes to curiously survey its surroundings. What? Is this a being of the transformation realm? How can such a terrifying existence be present? Before the spirit cat could fully comprehend the situation, Zhao waved a hand and effortlessly captured it in her arms, playfully ruffling the little creature's head, utterly indifferent to its struggles and plaintive meows. "You little rascal. Weren't you just perched upon me? What harm is there in letting your elder sister pet you a bit?" Sangyo remarked, mildly irritated as she tapped the cat's tiny head, voicing her dissatisfaction. "Do temper your aura. This little one is still young. Let's not frighten it." Li Ruoqing chuckled, observing the spirit cat's pitiful and innocent expression. "Fear not. I shall merely indulge in a gentle caress." Sangyo responded dismissively, then continued, "Are you planning to accompany this young lady to the Hanshuan sacred sect to seek a mentor? To become my teacher, the opponent must possess significantly greater strength than I." Li Ruoqing candidly shared his thoughts, expressing his desire to explore the formidable prowess of the Hanshuan sacred sect and witness the astonishing martial arts and techniques of this realm. He understood that to amass resources, one need not establish a powerful faction independently. Rather, by integrating into a robust sect and attaining a high status, one could easily command a multitude of hands to assist in achieving one's goals. Additional context. 1. The cultivation system of the Xuanzang realm primarily encompasses body refinement, sword cultivation, and technique cultivation, allowing for the simultaneous practice of multiple disciplines, albeit at a slower pace. There are 10 cultivation realms. The first layer is the body refinement realm. The second is the transcendence realm. The third is the Tao foundation realm. The fourth is the golden body realm. The fifth is the golden core realm. The sixth is the nascent soul realm. The seventh is the dharmakaya realm. The eighth is the dermic form realm. The ninth is the spirit transformation realm. The 10th is the supreme realm. And the 11th is the celestial being realm. 2. The world barriers of the Xuanzang realm are more resilient, accommodating stronger beings. With the martial saint realm and peak nascent soul stage of the Yunlan continent and Zhou continent corresponding to the 8th layer, dermic form realm of the Xuanzang realm. Those who have endured the tribulation of ascendance at the lower divine realm possess strength slightly surpassing the spirit transformation realm, while the supreme realm correlates with the mid-tier divine realm, and the celestial being realm corresponds to the upper-tier divine realm. 3. Despite the abundant vital energy and formidable practitioners within the Xuanzang realm, the mediums for longevity among those above the divine spirit realm are relatively scarce, resulting in generally shorter lifespans. To achieve immortality, one must swiftly ascend to the supreme realm, shatter the void, and rise to the higher celestial realms. Chapter 173. Li Ruoqing. I wish to challenge my weaknesses. The following morning, Li Ruoqing idly gazed at the clouds, occasionally toying with the spirit cat in his arms, while pondering how much longer it would take to reach the Hanshuan sacred sect. Upon witnessing Li Ruoqing's disappointed demeanor, Hua Qingyan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "On our journey to the Hanshuan sacred sect, we shall pass by a remarkable vista known as the Starfall Lake. Legend has it that a millennium ago, a multitude of meteors fell upon this very spot, encircling a serene lake and creating a breathtaking landscape of mountains in a ring. If Master Li is inclined, we could take a moment to behold its splendor." "That indeed sounds intriguing, provided it does not hinder our journey. I would relish the opportunity to witness it," Li Ruoqing replied, his interest piqued. The notion of numerous meteors converging in one location to forge such a unique geographical wonder was indeed a rarity. Yet, one could not help but wonder if such a peculiar site harbored any treasures. "Then let us descend the divine vessel shortly, and I shall accompany Master Li to enjoy the scenery of Starfall Lake." Observing Li Ruoqing's growing enthusiasm, Hua Qingyan could not help but commend her own cleverness. Seizing the chance to cultivate goodwill with this future senior before his formal induction was a worthy endeavor, ensuring she did not disappoint her family's intentions in sending her to welcome him. As for any unforeseen occurrences, although they were still several thousand miles from the Hanshuan sacred sect, summoning aid at such a distance would likely prove futile. However, she was well equipped with formidable means to address any challenges that might arise. As the grand divine vessel descended gracefully from the sky, it anchored nearby, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. They soon recognized the soaring banner adorned upon it. This was the flying divine vessel of the Hua family from the Hanshuan sacred sect. Such a grand display. Who could it be from the Hua family, venturing forth? This vessel had not been deployed in many years. It is said to be crafted from a fallen ancient star of yore. Its worth nearly equating to several centuries of revenue from a mid-tier sect. Be cautious, for the temperament of the Hua clan is known to be rather fierce. One would do well to avoid incurring their ire. Let us depart then, for it is wise to tread lightly. In no time, the warriors near Starfall Lake dispersed in a flurry, fearful of inadvertently offending members of the Hua family and inviting unnecessary trouble. Li Ruoqing and Hua Qingyan descended the divine vessel side by side, Gazing upon the shimmering waters nearby, where fish occasionally leaped from the surface, Li Ruoqing marveled, surrounded by towering mountains. The scenery is indeed splendid. I am glad Master Li appreciates it. We may rest here for a while before setting out again in an hour, Hu Qingyan replied. Her spirits lifted by Li Ruoqing's satisfaction with the view. Just as they prepared to return to the divine vessel, a soft voice floated through the air. Sister Hua, have you brought your beloved here for a romantic interlude? Why have you not greeted your sister? Are you afraid I might disrupt your enchanting affair? Li Ruoqing turned toward the source of the voice and beheld a captivating woman clad in palace attire, her face partially veiled in white, obscuring her features. Yet the contours of her brow suggested she was likely an extraordinary beauty. Humph. The last time I spared you, do you dare to come again? Hu Qingyan did not anticipate that the enchanting demoness, Meng Ying, whom she had recently defeated, would reappear, and by the looks of it, she seemed intent on confronting her. Sister Hua, how should I address this esteemed gentleman? Oh, is that the ethereal radiance of stars entwined, a manifestation of divine elegance? Is he truly a celestial being? Meng Ying disregarded Hu Qingyan's inquiry, instead curiously surveying the composed Li Ruoqing beside her. Just moments ago, Hu Qingyan, who was evidently a fierce dragoness, now appeared submissive and docile in the presence of this young man, devoid of her usual aloofness and pride, which piqued her interest. Little did she expect that this gentleman before her was indeed of celestial stature. This unexpected revelation ignited a fervor within her. It is worth noting that while their demonist sect could rival the Xian Yuan sacred sect, they found themselves in a desolate region of the south, bereft of resources and with depleting spiritual veins. Consequently, sects in the southern wastelands often sought materials and talent from other realms. Discovering a prodigious talent like Li Ruoqing, if she could bring him back to the sect, she would undoubtedly receive generous rewards from the sect leader, reaping immense benefits. Observing Meng Ying's excited demeanor, Hu Qingyan felt an ominous foreboding. It seemed Meng Ying had discerned Li Ruoqing's potential and was likely to resort to coercion. This young lord and sister Hua are not yet wed, are they? How do you find me? As a prominent disciple of the demonist sect, Meng Ying was adept at utilizing her beauty to ensnare souls. Should she succeed in captivating Li Ruoqing, it would be a splendid outcome. Meng Ying, cease your impudence. This young Master Li is a genuine disciple designated by the supreme leader of the Xian Yuan sacred sect. Do not invite trouble upon your demonist sect. Hu Qingyan was taken aback by Meng Ying's brazen attempt to seduce Li Ruoqing right before her eyes, which incensed her greatly. Hearing the name of the supreme leader of the Xian Yuan sacred sect, even this audacious demoness appeared momentarily shaken, her expression turning grave, indicating her apprehension towards the sect. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Meng Ying playfully retorted, but I never said I intended to take him back to the demonist sect. If this young lord is unwed, might I not present myself as a candidate? Sister Hua, you are being overly meddlesome. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. I advise you to refrain from courting disaster. Young Master Li's significance to the Xian Yuan sacred sect far exceeds your imagination. Should any trouble arise, the demonist sect cannot protect you. Upon witnessing Meng Ying's relentless pursuit, Hu Qingyan was overwhelmed with murderous intent. Were it not for Li Ruoqing's presence, she would have taken action to teach this duplicitous demoness a lesson. Li Ruoqing, however, did not expect to encounter such an intriguing situation shortly after arriving in the Xiansong realm. He had no intention of intervening, instead watching the impending clash between the two women with keen interest, smilingly stating, I am indeed unwed. To gain the favor of a lady such as yourself is a stroke of fortune for me. Hee, Sister Hua, did you hear that? This young lord does not reject me, so do not commit the cruel act of separating us. Li Ruoqing's response not only took Hu Qingyan by surprise, but also filled the enchanting Meng Ying with delight, her alluring fox-like eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Chapter 174. Li Ruoqing, sister, your charm skills are lacking. At this moment, Hu Qingyan felt a wave of frustration, almost to the point of spitting blood. Just moments ago, Li Ruoqing had appeared nonchalant, like a celestial being descended to earth. How could he so quickly change his tune? Was he truly captivated by the seductive beauty of this beguiling fox? After all, her figure was merely slightly more appealing, and her demeanor more gentle. Hu Qingyan herself was no less impressive. She had never seen him react this way before. Master Li, do not be deceived by this vixen. She practices the heavenly demon charm sex record of wind, flower, snow, and moon, a top-tier seductive art. Women who cultivate this technique seek out exceptionally gifted men as their cauldrons. Once a man falls for them, they will seize his cultivation and essence, leading to a most tragic fate. Hu Qingyan hastily warned Li Ruoqing, fearing he might be led astray by this female siren. Oh, I see. Li Ruoqing feigned enlightenment, his expression shifting to one of caution as he eyed Minjing suspiciously, wary of her potentially nefarious intentions. Sister Hua, how can you slander me so? I am genuinely devoted to our young lord. Do not think to malign my character. Seeing the change in Li Ruoqing's demeanor, Minjing felt a surge of irritation. Had it not been for Hua Qingyin's meddling, she might have succeeded in her pursuits. Humph. If one wishes to keep secrets, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. What need have I to slander the heavenly demon charm sect? Your reputation precedes you. Hua Qingyin retorted coldly, entirely unconvinced by Minjing's theatrics. It seems today's encounter will only escalate. Minjing declared, Fear not, Sister Hua, I shall show you mercy. Before she could finish her sentence, Minjing launched an attack, a burst of violet radiance shooting towards Hua Qingyin. I anticipated your sudden strike. Hua Qingyin countered, wielding her finger like a sword, unleashing a solid stream of sword energy that collided with the violet light. As the light ricocheted back, Minjing skillfully caught it, revealing a uniquely designed, entirely purple conical weapon. Your supreme transformation sword technique has improved significantly, Sister Hua. I underestimated you, she exclaimed, launching another offensive without allowing Hua Qingyin a moment's respite. Hua Qingyin gradually unleashed her true power, engaging in combat with Minjing, her autumn water sword in hand. Meanwhile, Li Ruoqing stood quietly to the side, occasionally stroking his spiritual cat, thoroughly enjoying the captivating duel between the two beauties. Minjing, despite her flattery, proved to be a fierce opponent. Though she addressed Hua Qingyin as sister and younger sister, her strikes were relentless and vicious. Yet Hua Qingyin displayed impeccable defense and offense, revealing no weaknesses. Even as Minjing attacked repeatedly, she could not gain the upper hand. As time progressed, Minjing began to realize that perhaps she had chosen the wrong battleground. Due to Hua Qingyin's practice of the supreme transformation sword technique, her sword energy could blend with all things. Suddenly, Hua Qingyin launched an offensive against her. Having previously infused her sword energy into the waters of the Fallen Star Lake during their skirmish, the lake water erupted into a flurry of flying swords, catching Minjing off guard and leaving her wounded in several places. Although her injuries were not severe, she no longer possessed her previous radiant charm. Hua Qingyin had deliberately sought to embarrass her. This cunning vixen had earlier attempted to seduce Li Ruoqing with her beauty, yet now, reduced to such a pitiful state. How could she possibly entice him? Dream Shadow was equally infuriated. Hua Qingyin, fully aware of her mastery in the art of allure, had targeted her delicate visage and even used her sword energy to shred her veil and palace attire. Enraged, Dream Shadow ceased to hold back, her form flickering as she instantaneously transformed into hundreds of clones that appeared out of thin air above Starfall Lake. This was the celestial-level martial skill, Phantom Demon Trace, that Dream Shadow had painstakingly honed over the years. Once unleashed, it manifested countless clones, each identical in presence and strength to the original, making it impossible to discern the true body. Seeing this, Hua Qingyin reached out towards the lake with a sweeping motion, causing a massive volume of water to levitate in midair. With her manipulation, the water morphed into miniature flying swords that shot towards Dream Shadow's clones. Dozens of clones, caught off guard, were swiftly annihilated, dissipating into nothingness. Naturally, Dream Shadow would not remain passive. She and her multitude of clones surged toward Hua Qingyin in a breathtaking spectacle. Hua Qingyin, unable to identify which was the real body amidst the swarm, could only evade the onslaught, continuously dodging. As she noticed Hua Qingyin's reluctance to confront her directly, preferring to evade instead, Dream Shadow felt a surge of satisfaction. Were you not so arrogant before? How could you now be so helpless? You had once scorned me. Li Ruoqing, observing Hua Qingyin's precarious situation, seemingly on the brink of defeat, let out a soft sigh. He retrieved the divine fallen blade from his system space and called out to the two women engaged in battle. I must intervene. In an instant, he transformed into a series of phantoms that plunged into the fray. Before either woman could react, a fierce and overwhelming blade intent surged forth, forcefully separating them. Following this, a flurry of blade lights erupted, striking down the hundreds of Dream Shadow's clones, which shattered with a thunderous crash. Dream Shadow herself was unexpectedly cleaved away, sustaining significant injury. Hua Qingyin gazed at Li Ruoqing in astonishment, her heart filled with shock. How could you possess such formidable power, young Master Li? Li Ruoqing smiled lightly. Did I ever claim to be ignorant of martial arts? It is you who failed to inquire. In the distance, severely wounded, Dream Shadow looked at Li Ruoqing with a heartbroken expression. Li Lang, I never imagined you could be so ruthless, intending to kill me. Very well. If you wish to slay me, then do so. I would willingly perish at your hands. Cease the pretense. I only used 10% of my strength just now. Otherwise, you would be dead by now. Li Ruoqing replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he observed Dream Shadow's dramatics. He then retrieved a 5th-grade recovery pill from his system space and tossed it towards her. Before I change my mind, find a place to heal your wounds. Dream Shadow was evidently taken aback by Li Ruoqing's unexpected gift of a healing elixir, urging him to find a place to recuperate. As he gazed at the warm, glistening pill in his hand, an enchanting fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and he swiftly realized that it was a superior-grade elixir. With a beaming smile, he addressed Li Ruoqing. You still hold me in your heart, Li Lang. I shall graciously accept this elixir. He then shot a defiant glare at Hu Qingyan before gracefully departing. Watching Dream Shadow leave, Hu Qingyan felt a pang of bitterness. Clearly, that cunning vixen had come to steal Li Ruoqing away, yet here he was, generously offering her a healing elixir, while she, despite her protective efforts, had not gained even a single token of his affection. This left her in a state of dismay. Just as Hu Qingyan's thoughts spiraled, Li Ruoqing pressed a jade vial into her hand, gently saying, this healing elixir will expedite your recovery. Remember to take it shortly. Hu Qingyan was taken aback by his concern, her heart racing, cheeks flushing, and feeling somewhat flustered. She tightly clutched the jade vial and replied softly, oh. Chapter 175, Elder of the Underworld Sect? Still to be overthrown as the two prepared to leave Starfall Lake and return to the flying divine ship. A raucous voice echoed nearby. Haha, who would have thought I'd encounter a true disciple of the Xianyuan sacred sect here? Hehe. It seems today I shall finally exact my revenge. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive, spiny black hand tore through the sky, reaching for Hu Qingyan and Li Ruoqing. Hu Qingyan was stunned by the audacity of the attack and rebuked fiercely, Underworld manifestation? Which elder of the Underworld sect dares to strike at the Xianyuan sacred sect? Are you not afraid of retribution from our sect as supreme leader? Hearing Hu Qingyan's threats, the ominous hand paused momentarily before the arrogant voice continued. Hehe, if it were Chu Sangxiong in person, I would certainly not dare to act. However, what do I have to fear in crushing two isolated disciples of the Xianyuan sacred sect? Even if he were to come after my Xianming sect, what could he do to me? Realizing that their assailant was determined to eliminate them, Hu Qingyan hastily retrieved a divine pearl, exuding scorching sunlight from her bosom. Attempting to activate it. Is this a summoning artifact? Cease at once. The adversary recognized the origin of the pearl and hastily urged the Black Hand to annihilate them before Hu Qingyan could successfully summon her manifestation. Old fool. Before you bully the weak, shouldn't you assess whether your strength warrants such actions? Just as despair loomed over Hu Qingyan, Li Ruoqing stepped forward, coldly rebuking their assailant. He then wielded the divine fallen blade, and an overwhelming intent coalesced into a massive blade shadow spanning dozens of feet, striking directly towards the descending hand. The two formidable energies collided fiercely in the air, generating a resounding roar and an immense shockwave. Hu Qingyan, who had intended to activate the scorching sun pearl, was thrown back over 10 meters by the powerful blast. As she struggled to regain her balance, she was left dumbfounded at the sight of Li Ruoqing, armed with the divine blade, standing resolutely against the elder of the Xianming sect. She initially believed that Li Ruoqing, this extraordinary prodigy, was merely a talented martial artist, an ordinary person yet to embark on his cultivation journey. However, time and again, he shattered her perceptions. First, he effortlessly defeated Meng Yang, whose strength was nearly on par with hers, and even produced a rare healing elixir. Now, he was directly engaging in combat with a formidable expert of the Dharma manifestation realm, showing no signs of disadvantage. How could this unparalleled genius, predicted by Elder Xuanji, possess such formidable strength? It was utterly perplexing. Hu Qingyan found herself in a state of confusion, questioning her very existence multiple times. Such a young brat, able to withstand my King of Hades' Dharma manifestation. Who exactly are you? If you leave now, I shall spare you this once, and let bygones be bygones. The elder of the King of Hades sect felt a deep sense of trepidation upon encountering Li Ruoqing. He sensed that Li had yet to exert his full strength, and, judging by his appearance, he seemed remarkably youthful. The elder realized that the situation was dire. Today he might have encountered a formidable opponent. Your skills are mediocre, yet your bravado is grand. I am eager to see what else you, old man, are capable of. Li Ruoqing took no heed of the elder's menacing words. Through their previous confrontation, he had gauged the elder's abilities. Realizing that his strength in the early stages of the Dharma manifestation realm was merely a notch above that of a martial sage in the early stages of Yunnan continent. Seeing that Li Ruoqing remained unfazed, the elder grew furious and continued to command the king of Hades' Dharma manifestation to assault Li. In the void, a colossal shadowy hand lunged toward him. As Li Ruoqing recognized that the elder had no intention of relenting, his anger ignited. So what if he possessed a Dharma manifestation? I can still obliterate you without one. In that moment, Li Ruoqing unleashed the full power of the battle heaven technique. And the spiritual energy from the surrounding hundreds of miles seemed to respond to an unseen call, rushing toward him. His eyes sparkled with boundless battle intent. And with a thunderous shout, "Law of heaven and earth," Li's body surged in size. The white garments he wore could no longer bear the strain and were torn asunder. The hidden battle god sun erosion armor revealed itself in its entirety, transforming the once elegant immortal into a commanding war deity, while the godfall blade in his hand morphed into an enormous weapon, radiating formidable energy. Hu Qingyan, observing the unfolding battle, was astounded by Li Ruoqing's sudden transformation. She had believed it a considerable feat for him to contend with the elder of the king of Hades sect, only to discover that he still had strength to spare. After invoking the law of heaven and earth, his aura surged dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of the Dharma manifestation realm. After Li Ruoqing shattered the giant hand of the king of Hades' Dharma manifestation with a single strike, he seized the opportunity to obliterate the entire manifestation. He then sliced through the air in another direction, unleashing a domineering blade intent that tore through space, injuring the elder of the king of Hades sect, who had been concealed within. A figure plummeted from the sky, and upon closer inspection, Hu Qingyan realized it was none other than the third elder of the Xianming sect. Hua Qingyan, how can this be? How could you possibly possess combat prowess at the Dharma manifestation level? This must be a deception, absolutely impossible. On the ground, Hua Qingyan lay in a pool of blood, his face etched with terror and disbelief. He could not fathom why this young man possessed such terrifying strength. It was known that they had devoted over a century to arduous cultivation to ascend to the law manifestation realm. Yet Li Ruoqing had achieved this at such a tender age, which was utterly absurd, seeing that the outcome was already determined. Li Ruoqing dissipated the law of heaven and earth, returning to his original size. With the divine fallen blade in hand, he approached Hua Qingyan with a grin and said, "Now that victory is clear, I present you with two choices. Either surrender all the treasures you possess, and I shall allow you to leave. Or I will incapacitate you right now, and your treasures will still belong to me. So, old man, have you made your decision?" Witnessing Li Ruoqing's unyielding demeanor, which suggested he would not hesitate to end him if he refused to surrender his life's savings, Hua Qingyan felt like weeping without tears. He had intended to exploit his seniority to humiliate the Hanshuan sacred sect, but instead, he found himself grievously injured and forced to relinquish his treasures for his own survival. What a bitter fate. In the end, Li Ruoqing completely looted the elder of the underworld monarch sect before allowing him to depart. Seated aboard the flying divine vessel, Li Ruoqing leisurely sipped the freshly brewed tea prepared by Hu Qingyan, appearing quite content. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hu Qingyan inquired, "Young Master Li, what was the name of the technique you used to defeat the elder of the underworld monarch sect? Have you already ascended to the law manifestation realm? But why have you not yet condensed your law manifestation?" Observing Hua Qingyan's inquisitive demeanor, Li Ruoqing replied thoughtfully, "My cultivation method diverges significantly from that of conventional martial artists. I have yet to condense my law manifestation. However, it suffices to confront a practitioner of the law manifestation realm like the one I just faced. As for that technique, it is called Law of Heaven and Earth." Chapter 176. An uninvited interloper. Following their conversation, Hu Qingyan gained a clearer understanding of Li Ruoqing. As it turned out, through fortuitous circumstances, he had acquired an unknown body refining technique and had been cultivating for 56 years, achieving strength that reached the law manifestation realm. His intention to attend the disciple recruitment ceremony at the Yunshui sect was to seek out other sects for additional techniques and martial skills. Though Hu Qingyan still harbored several doubts about Li Ruoqing's claims, she chose not to delve deeper. She understood that everyone harbored their own secrets. And given that Li Ruoqing's strength far surpassed her own, probing into sensitive matters might provoke him, leaving her in a regrettable position. Why invite unnecessary trouble? Young Master Li, there lies our Hanshuan sacred sect. After nearly 2 days of travel, Hu Qingyan joyfully pointed towards the immense floating island in the distance, proudly addressing Li Ruoqing. Following her gaze, Li Ruoqing beheld a colossal island suspended in the air, enveloped in a radiant glow. From afar, It resembled a celestial paradise. The island was dotted with mountains, where ethereal cranes and spirit beasts soared, and splendid palaces stood atop the peaks, reminiscent of a heavenly jade city. As Li Ruoqing gazed upon the magnificent sight of the Xianyuan sacred sect, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy. His own domain seemed rather humble in comparison. Young Master Li, Ho Qingyan patiently elucidated, I assure you that the Xianyuan sacred sect is not typically as it appears today. This grand reception is solely to honor your entrance into our sect. It is undeniable that the Xianyuan sacred sect holds Li Ruoqing, the prodigy foretold in prophecy, in the highest regard. Particularly noteworthy was the message from Ho Qingyan just a day prior, revealing that Li Ruoqing had already attained the strength to overcome formidable adversaries within the Dharma manifestation realm. This revelation intensified their eagerness to personally welcome him. Initially, they harbored skepticism towards Ho Qingyan's account, as throughout ancient history, apart from the 3 legendary emperors, no individual had ever achieved such extraordinary prowess at such a tender age. However, Ho Qingyan's detailed description, which included the name of the elder from the underworld king sect, Hua Qingye, an esteemed figure who had reigned for over a century, being defeated by Li Ruoqing, rendered their doubts moot. They quickly grasped that it was not the elder Zhuangzi's foresight that was flawed, but rather the astonishing nature of Li Ruoqing himself. Simply mastering an obscure body refinement technique had propelled him to such formidable heights. Should he delve into the myriad of profound texts and techniques within the Xianyuan sacred sect, it would not be long before he ascended to even greater realms, potentially rivaling the transcendental stage of divine transformation. This was indeed a matter of great significance, a veritable seed of eternal supremacy. As the celestial vessel gracefully approached the floating island, martial artists soaring through the air on their swords paused in awe at the sight of the rare flying craft. The Ho family celestial ship had not been deployed for decades. Curiosity abounded regarding which esteemed individual might be aboard this time. Emerging from the pavilion, Li Ruoqing and Ho Qingyan stood at the forefront of the celestial vessel, gazing serenely at the grand palace drawing ever closer, lost in contemplative thought. Welcome, young Master Li, to the Xianyuan sacred sect. A resounding voice echoed from below, followed by a chorus of disciples respectfully exclaiming, We welcome young Master Li to the Xianyuan sacred sect. Li Ruoqing had not anticipated such a display from the Xianyuan sacred sect. They certainly knew how to make an entrance. Despite the extravagance, he found the thunderous praise quite gratifying. Once the celestial vessel docked completely, a vibrant rainbow bridge formed from the multicolored glow of the sky, allowing Li Ruoqing and Ho Qingyan to gracefully traverse it to the plaza. Li Ruoqing was taken aback by this celestial display. The Xianyuan sacred sect's flair for the dramatic surpassed all expectations. Upon reaching the plaza, constructed entirely of white jade, a gentle breeze rustled Li Ruoqing's garments, as those who had long awaited their arrival hurried forward to greet him. Truly deserving of the title of future Grand Senior Brother of our Xianyuan sacred sect. Your demeanor is indeed extraordinary, and your presence unparalleled. A young man in his 20s spoke first, his tone sincere and heartfelt. You flatter me, my fellow cultivator. I am but an ordinary individual, unworthy of such praise, Li Ruoqing replied with a smile. Beside him, Ho Qingyan's indifferent and strikingly beautiful face twitched slightly. This young Master Li truly possessed a hidden depth, had she not witnessed it with her own eyes. She would never have believed that this seemingly harmless and graceful young man could be a formidable force capable of vanquishing the titans of the demonic path in the realm of law manifestation. If one were to take his courteous words at face value, they might find themselves ensnared in a perilous trap. I am Zhao Yong, one of the 8 true disciples of the Xianyuan sacred sect, ranked 7th. This is my junior brother, Jiang Fengyan, who ranks 8th. After exchanging pleasantries and becoming acquainted, Li Ruoqing contemplated their next course of action. Hua Qingyan leaned in and whispered in his ear, Young Master Li, the Xianyuan sacred sect is rife with factions, and the relationships within are exceedingly intricate. True disciples each have their own factional allegiances. Not everyone will welcome your arrival. Li Ruoqing offered a faint smile, refraining from a response. Where there are people, there is conflict. This holds true in both the Yunnan and Shenzhou continents. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, with a fist hard enough to shatter all, one need not fear any conspiracy or scheme. The Supreme Master awaits you in the Cosmic Hall. Please, senior brother, follow me to pay your respects, Zhao Yong said, taking the initiative to lead the way for Li Ruoqing. Just as Li Ruoqing was about to follow, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Li Ruoqing, hold on. Everyone was interrupted by this abrupt voice, caught off guard at such a crucial moment by someone daring to stir trouble. Did this individual not fear repercussions from the Supreme Master or believe they would not embroil their patron in significant trouble? Hua Qingyan was the first to regain her composure, directing her gaze at the disruptive disciple as she reproached, "Which academy do you belong to, daring to shout so loudly here? Have you forgotten the rules of our sect? I am Lu Feng, an inner disciple of the Alchemy Academy. Why should Li Ruoqing, upon entering the sect, be allowed to become the Supreme Master's true disciple, while we must toil as outer disciples, enduring years of hardship before we even have the opportunity to advance to the inner circle? I refuse to accept this." Lu Feng bellowed, venting his discontent. With Lu Feng's words echoing throughout the square, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone was aware of the underlying reasons, yet no one dared to speak. In the pursuit of cultivation, the initial focus is on innate talent, potential, and various other factors. Those with remarkable talent often progress swiftly, while those with mediocre abilities find their advancement painstakingly slow, even with abundant resources. The recruitment of disciples places great emphasis on talent. Those with exceptional gifts are highly coveted, a practice that has persisted for millennia within the Xiansong realm and remains unchanged. Lu Feng's remarks rendered the crowd speechless. While the lack of recognition for those with poor talent had become a norm, his brazen articulation of it left everyone momentarily at a loss for a response. Hua Qingyan's expression darkened considerably. This sudden outburst from Lu Feng was clearly a calculated move, aimed at sowing discord among the disciples against Li Ruoqing. Lu Feng was indeed quite cunning, seizing the moment while the crowd remained stunned to launch an unprovoked assault on Li Ruoqing. He believed that Li Ruoqing, having just arrived at the Xianyuan holy sect, must possess no significant cultivation. If he could defeat or seriously injure him here, it would undoubtedly lead to Li's humiliation. No matter how exceptional his innate talents, if he had not yet matured, what use were they? Was he not merely a pawn to be manipulated at will? Upon witnessing this, Hua Qingyan pondered briefly and chose not to intervene. Instead, she crossed her arms and quietly observed Lu Feng's display. She was indeed curious about the audacity of these individuals to challenge Li Ruoqing. Given Li's formidable strength, this group of assailants seemed woefully inadequate in comparison. Li Ruoqing held no desire to engage with such adversaries. Lu Feng, in the mid-stage of the Dao Foundation realm, launched a powerful punch directly at Li. Yet Li remained utterly unperturbed, showing no signs of injury. Everyone present was rendered speechless by the spectacle. They had not anticipated that Li Ruoqing could withstand Lu Feng's full-force assault. After all, Lu Feng was in the mid-stage of the Dao Foundation realm, not merely a weakling from the Body Refinement or embryonic transformation realms. You may wonder why I am afforded such treatment. I shall tell you. It is because I am sufficiently strong, as a martial artist, to neglect one's training while wallowing in complaints about fate, indulging in intrigue, and succumbing to greed and jealousy, yet still boast of years spent in cultivation only to remain in the Dao Foundation realm. How dare you? As Li Ruoqing spoke, he seized Lu Feng's fist and effortlessly cast him aside. While Li's words were laced with mockery directed at Lu Feng, many others felt their faces flush with embarrassment. They too, after years of cultivation, remained merely in the Dao Foundation realm, not just Lu Feng. Yet, Li Ruoqing, who had seemingly not even stepped onto the path of martial arts, exhibited such astonishing prowess, far exceeding their own. Could this be the true strength of a peerless prodigy? It was likely that even the top-ranking true disciples within the sect would not stand a chance against him. Within the Hall of Universes, four white jade pillars intricately carved with flying dragons supported the grand structure. In front of the hall stood a massive statue, depicting a figure in a Taoist robe, wielding a long sword and standing upon a dragon, his visage solemn and dignified. This was the revered founder of the Xianyuan holy sect, Emperor Xianyuan. The interior of the hall exuded an austere simplicity, starkly contrasting with the opulence expected of a supreme sect's abode. Beneath the statue, a man was seated on a mat. Deeply engrossed in his cultivation, he appeared to be the supreme leader of the Xianyuan sect. Li Ruoqing mused silently. Having encountered the sect master Chu before, he curiously examined Chu Sangqiong, noting his ethereal and fluctuating aura, at times wild and free, at others as tranquil as a secluded valley. He seemed somewhat stronger than myself, though he paled in comparison to Tsangyu. By comparing the strengths of Chu Sangqiong, himself, and Tsangyu, Li quickly gauged the approximate level of his prowess. I have heard the words you spoke outside, and they resonate with me. A day ago, Hua Qingyan conveyed that you possess the strength to defeat those in the law manifestation realm. I wonder if this is indeed true. Chu Sangqiong opened his eyes and scrutinized Li Ruoqing, confirming that he indeed possessed the bearing of a celestial being. Though uncertain of whether his strength matched the claims of Hua Qingyan, For newly admitted disciples, the Xianyuan holy sect did not impose restrictions on seeking masters outside. However, once they entered the sect, they were required to learn and refine a technique from the Xianyuan holy sect. The authenticity of one's strength can only be discerned through battle. Upon encountering Chu Sangxiong, Li Ruoqing boldly challenged him, a move that left Chu Sangxiong momentarily bewildered. It had been centuries since any disciple dared to confront him, and even his peers refrained from engaging in combat. Li Ruoqing, however, proved to be an intriguing individual. With that in mind, a duel was proposed. As soon as Chu Sangxiong's words fell, Li Ruoqing felt an overwhelming force pulling him, and in an instant, they found themselves on a vast plain. This realm was a temporary manifestation created by a treasured artifact, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a pinnacle of the transformation realm. Since you are so confident, then let us commence. I wish to witness the extent of your celestial prowess. Given the opportunity, Li Ruoqing seized the moment without hesitation. Gripping the divine fall blade tightly in his right hand, he unleashed a flurry of doppelgangers that surged toward Chu Sangxiong. Unfazed, Chu Sangxiong merely raised his hand to conjure a luminous barrier that effortlessly deflected all of Li Ruoqing's assaults. Realizing his initial strike had failed, Li Ruoqing swiftly concentrated his blade intent from a distance, summoning the azure lotus divine fire to envelop the divine fall blade. Once the doppelgangers dissipated, a colossal blade shadow, spanning dozens of feet, descended with great force. The barrier beneath erupted with a thunderous sound, while the azure lotus divine fire seemed to lock onto its target, transferring directly to the barrier and igniting fiercely. In less than the duration of a tea brew, the barrier before Chu Sangxiong shattered explosively, and the relentless azure lotus divine fire surged toward him. In response, Chu Sangxiong waved his sleeve, unleashing a gust of powerful wind that sent the divine flames careening back. Li Ruoqing, quick to react, recalled the flames. Following this, he executed a swift teleportation to appear at Chu Sangxiong's right, the azure lotus divine fire blazing on his divine fall blade as he struck down with tremendous force, only to be effortlessly parried. Unperturbed, Li Ruoqing executed another rapid teleportation, launching another assault at Chu Sangxiong, yet all were met with ease. Though it appeared effortless, Chu Sangxiong was deeply astonished. Li Ruoqing had not employed particularly intricate martial techniques, relying solely on his blade techniques, movement skills, and that enigmatic flame to engage him in combat. Despite not sustaining any injuries, Li Ruoqing's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Had his own martial realm not surpassed Li Ruoqing's by a whole level, the outcome of this battle could have been quite uncertain. After half an hour of fierce combat, Li Ruoqing had yet to land a blow on Chu Sangxiong. Just as he contemplated using the star calling technique to harness the power of the stars and elevate his strength to confront Chu Sangxiong once more, the latter, who had been on the defensive, finally spoke. I acknowledge your strength. Continuing this duel holds little significance. Perhaps we should conclude it here. Li Ruoqing chuckled. Then I request that Master Chu receive my final strike. If it proves futile, I shall submit to your discretion. Chapter 178, Victory? In an astonishing display of power, Li Ruoqing swiftly invoked the star summoning technique. The celestial bodies in the sky seemed to respond to an inexplicable call, manifesting themselves in broad daylight and showering an abundance of starry energy upon the universe hall. The sudden and remarkable phenomenon startled numerous disciples and elders within the sacred sect, prompting them to venture out in curiosity. What could be the cause of such an overwhelming surge of stellar force? It appeared to originate from the direction of the universe hall. Could it be that the Supreme Master had achieved some extraordinary power? A flurry of speculation ensued. Yet no one could provide a satisfactory explanation. It is well known that the ability to summon stellar energy is not commonplace. The sect's martial arts and techniques do not encompass such a phenomenon. Meanwhile, the various spirit beasts and divine creatures in the Beastmaster Academy gazed at the descending starry energy with eager longing. Some of the more powerful divine beasts even broke through their restraints, racing fervently towards the universe hall, as Li Ruoqing was infused with a copious amount of starry energy. His cultivation, initially at the martial saint realm, rapidly ascended through the early and mid stages of the transformation realm. Witnessing Li Ruoqing's swift elevation and the dramatic surge in his strength left Chu Sangxiong utterly astounded. Could this be the unique ability of the star body, enabling him to harness vast quantities of stellar energy for rapid advancement, seemingly with little side effects? The once composed Chu Sangxiong found it increasingly difficult to maintain his calm demeanor. The predictions of junior brother Xuanzi regarding this exceptional genius were indeed accurate. Such formidable strength was almost on par with that of this old fellow. How long had this young prodigy been cultivating? Not yet 20, if he was even that old. Truly a monstrous talent. Ultimately, Li Ruoqing restrained his cultivation at the late stage of the transformation realm, as his current strength was sufficient to engage in a full-fledged battle with Chu Sangqiu. He then directed the surplus starry energy into the Godfall blade, causing the originally slender blade to glow with a dazzling radiance. The Azure Lotus Divine Fire once again enveloped the Godfall blade, and under the enhancement of these dual forces, the blade's superlative might was fully unleashed. Chu Sangqiu had not anticipated that Li Ruoqing possessed such a formidable trump card. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from his opponent, he could not help but bitterly smile. Had he known Li Ruoqing had such a method for enhancing his power, he would not have acted so boastfully. To withstand Li Ruoqing's full-force strike now would likely result in injury. With no other option, Chu Sangqiu gathered all his true essence to counter Li Ruoqing's final blow. Once again wielding the dominating heaven and earth strike, a blade of light spanning dozens of feet descended upon Chu Sangqiu, its power far surpassing that of the previous attack. As the blade drew ever closer, Chu Sangqiu's expression grew grave. He thrust his palm forward, channeling his vast, true essence into a magnificent cascade that surged towards the colossal blade of light. A violent surge of energy unleashed a tremendous explosion, shattering the dream domain, which had previously been able to withstand a full-force strike from a peak expert in the transformation realm. The powerful shockwave instantly radiated from the cosmic hall, toppling the nearby disciples of the holy sect to the ground. Everyone was filled with astonishment. The Supreme Master was engaged in combat. How could this be possible? Who could it be? Could it possibly be that newly initiated disciple, Li Ruoqing? Unthinkable, absolutely impossible. To contend with the Supreme Master and employ the Yellow Springs and Azure Skies palm, the opponent must possess at least the strength of the Law Manifestation realm, if not the Transformation realm. Even as an extraordinary prodigy, Li Ruoqing could not possibly have attained such a level of cultivation. Could it be that one of the esteemed elders from a certain academy was sparring with the Supreme Master? To think you could cultivate to such an extent is indeed remarkable. Even the second ancestor and the three sovereigns from ancient times likely did not possess such formidable power at your age. Following the recent battle, he found an increasing admiration for this young man before him. If the celestial demeanor merely allowed a warrior to cultivate at an accelerated pace, then Li Ruoqing had utterly shattered this notion. Whether in demeanor, cultivation speed, or rich experience in combat, decisive and ruthless, Li Ruoqing unequivocally proved to be an exceptional talent. Should he be welcomed into the sect, it would not be long before the Xianyuan holy sect might see another emperor rise. The strength of Master Chu was extraordinary. The young man felt a sense of inferiority. In response to Chu Sangqiu's praise, Li Ruoqing smiled, sensing that Chu Sangqiu had not unveiled his full strength during their duel. Otherwise, he would likely have been defeated. What say you? Are you interested in becoming my disciple and joining the Xianyuan holy sect? By becoming my disciple, you would gain the status of a true successor, with access to all the martial arts texts in the scripture repository and the ability to utilize the abundant treasures of heaven and earth within the sect for your cultivation. It is likely that within 20 years, you would transcend the tribulation and achieve the supreme realm. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ruoqing accepted Chu Sangqiu's invitation to become his disciple, promptly addressing him as master. Chu Sangqiu joyfully presented Li Ruoqing with a Xianyuan token and allocated the vacant Xianshui Palace as his residence. As Li Ruoqing departed from the cosmic hall, he was approached by the disciple Lingxi, who had been waiting outside. Congratulations, senior brother, on becoming a disciple of Master Chu. Please allow me to escort you to the scripture repository to select your martial arts techniques. Lingxi, handpicked by Chu Sangqiu, was responsible for the daily tasks and reception at the cosmic hall. Noticing his commendable aptitude and diligence, Chu Sangqiu had made an exception to accept him as a registered disciple. Many true disciples treated him with utmost courtesy. Seeing that Lingxi was still a registered disciple of Chu Sangqiu, Li Ruoqing smiled and retrieved a vial of 4th-grade earth spirit pills from the system space, offering it to him. I would appreciate your guidance, junior brother. Hee. Thank you, senior brother. Lingxi accepted the jade vial, soon inhaling the rich fragrance of the elixir, which excited him greatly. Such a delightful aroma indicated a pill of exceptional quality. This senior brother was indeed quite generous. Li Ruoqing accompanied Lingxi, engaging in light-hearted conversation as they made their way to the scripture repository. Lingxi took the initiative to share various details about the Xianyuan sacred sect, including information on the 8 esteemed disciples, insights regarding other factions and the sect leader, and notably, she mentioned the identity of the individual behind Lu Feng, who had previously disrupted the proceedings before their entrance into the cosmic hall. Li Ruoqing remained inscrutable, betraying no hint of annoyance, and simply listened attentively to Lingxi's narrative. Mentally noting the significant information, he held little interest in these nascent disciples still in the foundation establishment stage. Should they seek trouble with him, he would not hesitate to take action to teach them a lesson. Chapter 179. Selection of Techniques. They arrived at the scripture repository, where Lingxi led Li Ruoqing into an elegantly antiquated courtyard. Within the courtyard stood an exceptionally tall pavilion, seemingly untouched by the passage of millennia, standing resolutely in place. Their arrival quickly garnered the attention of the disciples within the repository. Who is the young man following Brother Lingxi? He appears to be treated with great courtesy by Brother Lingxi. Could he be the esteemed Li Ruoqing? It is said that upon entering Xianyuan, he became a disciple of the supreme leader. Surely, only he would receive such warm treatment from Brother Lingxi. The whispers among the disciples in the square noted. I heard that the senior brother engaged in a fierce clash with the supreme leader in the cosmic hall, creating quite the commotion. Is that true? The supreme leader is a formidable being at the transformation stage, and our senior brother is so young. How could he possibly possess such strength? Li Ruoqing was somewhat taken aback by the gossip-loving nature of the Xianyuan disciples. Although many spoke well of him, his curiosity was piqued more by the techniques available in the scripture repository. Thus, he suggested, Junior brother, let us proceed inside. Of course, senior brother, Lingxi replied, leading him directly into the pavilion. Upon reaching the entrance, Lingxi continued, the pavilion is divided into 3 levels. The first level houses techniques, martial arts, and divine abilities acquired by sect disciples and elders during their journeys, predominantly classified as earth, profound, and yellow tiers, mainly accessible to outer disciples. The second level contains techniques of the celestial tier, renowned for their incredible power. These can only be exchanged for cultivation points by inner disciples. The third level holds 12 legacy stone tablets, said to have been painstakingly crafted by the Emperor Xianyuan himself, inscribed with the core legacies of our sect, 3 techniques, and 3 divine powers. Only true disciples and the heads of various factions are permitted to enter and study. Lingxi brought Li Ruoqing to the entrance of the 3rd level and respectfully stated, as I am not a true disciple, I cannot enter this level. I shall wait here for you, senior brother. Li Ruoqing nodded and stepped inside. Upon closer inspection, Li Ruoqing observed that each legacy contained the sorrowful inscriptions of various techniques and martial arts, such as the Yellow Springs Azure Falls Palm, the Primordial Magnetic Divine Needle, the Heavenly Thunder of the Gods, and the True Martial Ink Ape Fist. He did not linger excessively, but continued onward, ultimately coming to a halt before 3 stone tablets that recorded the martial arts legacies. The inscriptions upon these tablets detailed the Celestial River Sutra, Supreme Transformation Divine Sword Technique, and Mystical Essence Treasure Record. The former was a technique created by the Emperor Xianyuan, its rank surpassing even the heavenly grade, achieving the extraordinary status of the Desolate level. In bygone years, the Emperor Xianyuan practiced this technique, reigning supreme across the world for countless ages, his might unchallenged. He even faced 4 other sovereigns simultaneously using this technique, emerging victorious and severely wounding 2 of them, thereby earning his illustrious reputation throughout the Xuanzang realm, where he was once deemed the foremost individual below the celestial realm. As for the latter 2 techniques, they were crafted by the unparalleled supreme leader of the Xianyuan holy sect during ancient times, later refined by succeeding disciples, culminating in 2 sets of exquisite heavenly grade techniques. After a period of contemplation, Li Ruoqing ultimately chose the Celestial River Sutra for its characteristic of exponentially enhancing one's true essence and magical power beyond that of peers by several dozens of times, far surpassing the other 2 techniques. However, upon accepting the legacy, Li Ruoqing soon discovered that the difficulty of mastering this technique was nothing short of nightmarish. If the top-tier techniques consumed resources at 10-fold the rate of ordinary techniques, then the Celestial River Sutra required resources at a staggering 100-fold. Without ample resources, successful cultivation would be utterly unattainable. No wonder so few within the Xianyuan holy sect dared to practice this technique. Even the wealthiest sects could not sustain multiple insatiable voids. Li Ruoqing could not help but marvel internally. Had he not possessed resources from 2 worlds and the foundational support of the constellation array, he too would likely find this extravagant technique beyond his means. Soon, with the assistance of abundant elixirs and spirit stones, Li Ruoqing successfully completed the foundational chapter of the Celestial River Sutra. A transformation occurred within his true essence. The previously starry essence merged into a magnificent and powerful celestial river essence. This essence surged through his veins like a relentless torrent, and had his physique not been tempered and refined by the power of the stars, he might have been unable to withstand such overwhelming vigor. The once tranquil starry essence seemed to be drawn by some force, gradually shifting along the flow of the celestial river essence. This sudden departure from control left Li Ruoqing feeling somewhat anxious. Although he had previously practiced other techniques and martial arts, he had never encountered a situation where his true essence so abruptly eluded his grasp. Li Ruoqing steadied his mind, observing the changes in his true essence. They appeared to circulate along the path previously traversed by the celestial river essence, each cycle giving birth to new celestial river essence, with the spontaneously flowing essence growing ever more abundant. Could it be that once the celestial river sutra is fully mastered, it would operate autonomously, continuously generating celestial river essence? Li Ruoqing pondered, having never before encountered such a remarkable technique. If true, then the cultivation of the Heavenly River Codex would undoubtedly expedite the process significantly. Originally, I contemplated seeking counsel from others, but recalling that no one had practiced the cosmic scripture in the Hanshuan sacred sect for several millennia, Li Ruoqing dismissed the thought. He then returned to the ancestral stone tablet inscribed with martial techniques and divine abilities, intending to select a suitable skill or technique. However, most of the inscriptions on these tablets pertain to the now extinct sword arts and close combat techniques. Given that he had already condensed his blade intent, it would be most prudent to cultivate secret knife techniques. After surveying the array, he found nothing fitting and felt a tinge of disappointment. Just as he was preparing to depart, his gaze inadvertently fell upon an inconspicuous stone tablet nestled in a corner. Curious, he mused. How is it that there is another tablet here, yet it bears no inscriptions? It was reasonable to assume that this repository contained formidable techniques of celestial rank or even beyond, so it stood to reason that there should be something inscribed upon it. Li Ruoqing reached out to touch it, but after a prolonged wait with no response, he began to suspect that this inheritance stone tablet might be defective. Just as he was about to withdraw his consciousness and leave, an overwhelming force suddenly drew him in. After a disorienting whirl, Li Ruoqing discovered himself in an unfamiliar space. As he surveyed his surroundings with curiosity, a lithe woman clad in black materialized beside him. Chapter 180. Huang Yinhong appears to seek trouble? Do you think you are worthy? I never expected that after hundreds of thousands of years, it would be you who inherits my legacy. Quite remarkable. The woman in black regarded Li Ruoqing for a considerable moment before teasingly speaking. Li Ruoqing was taken aback. It seemed as though this sudden apparition recognized him. Yet he had no recollection of her. I am Li Ruoqing. May I inquire as to your esteemed name? My name? Indeed. Since we have met here, it appears you have reincarnated and forgotten your past. I am Yuan Qin. You must remember it. The woman in black seemed to find amusement in the situation, smiling at Li Ruoqing. She then pointed a finger toward his brow, and a stream of unfamiliar information surged into Li Ruoqing's mind. As he absorbed the knowledge, he gradually emerged from his daze. Well, I have imparted my techniques to you. Who would have thought that a former sovereign of the celestial realm would become my disciple across lifetimes? How intriguing. If not for the fact that the Xiansong realm has been sealed, I would certainly wish to descend and observe. Li Ruoqing was utterly bewildered. Was the black-clad woman speaking on the same wavelength? He could not comprehend her words at all. I am a reincarnated figure from the celestial realm? What nonsense. Did I not traverse from the urban realm to the Yunlan continent? Just as he contemplated inquiring further, the woman in black seemed to sense something and declared, Time is of the essence. I will await you in the celestial realm. Subsequently, an inexplicable distortion enveloped the unknown space, and Li Ruoqing's spirit was forcibly expelled once more. Upon returning to his corporeal form, he discovered that he remained in the attic, with the sole anomaly being the addition of a technique titled the Eternal Sutra of the Primordial Emperor within his mind. The transmission stone tablet before him appeared unchanged, maintaining its original form. The Eternal Sutra of the Primordial Emperor? Could that woman be the Primordial Emperor? One of the 5 formidable figures, the second ancestor and the 3 sovereigns, who ascended to immortality eons ago. Yet, why did she seem to recognize me? Is it possible that in my past life, I was indeed a significant figure in the celestial realm? Li Ruoqing was beset by numerous questions and inquired of the concealed spirit attached to him. However, the entity revealed no insights, seemingly having merely lingered before the stone tablet without any peculiarities. As Li Ruoqing emerged, Lingxi greeted him with enthusiasm, suggesting that his senior brother must have completed his selection of techniques. Let me take you to the Xinshui Palace. Along the way, Lingxi curiously asked about the technique Li Ruoqing had chosen. He candidly shared that he had selected the Celestial River Sutra of the universe, which elicited multiple exclamations of astonishment from his junior disciple. As expected of the senior brother, to dare to cultivate the Celestial River Sutra, the most challenging technique of our sacred sect. Remarkable. The previous top-ranked true disciple among the 8 only chose to practice the record of the profound Yuan's divine perception. You are the only one in thousands of years to cultivate this technique. Li Ruoqing smiled and replied, since I am to practice, I shall pursue the mightiest. The other 2 techniques offer little enhancement. They are somewhat superfluous. I see. Then I wish you great fortune in martial endeavors, and may you swiftly master this sect's secret technique. However, just as Li Ruoqing and Lingxi were nearing the Xinshui Palace, a figure unexpectedly obstructed their path. Brother Huang, why do you block our way? Lingxi inquired. It was then that Li Ruoqing recognized the imposing figure before him, a young man with a massive sword on his back, Huang Yinhong. One of the true disciples of the Xianyuan sacred sect. Huang Yinhong paid no heed to Lingxi, his gaze instead fixated with malice upon Li Ruoqing. Most martial artists lacking sufficient cultivation would likely falter under his fierce glare, their consciousness overwhelmed. Yet, could Li Ruoqing, whose cultivation had reached the late stage of the law manifestation realm, be intimidated by a practitioner of the Dao Foundation realm? Seeing that Li Ruoqing remained unfazed, Huang Yinhong spoke. You are the newly inducted Li Ruoqing? Brother, the senior brother has already taken refuge under Master Chu and is appointed as his chief disciple. You must not be disrespectful. Lingxi realized that Huang Yinhong harbored ill intentions, undoubtedly seeking trouble. However, was this fellow lacking in common sense? Shouldn't one ascertain their opponent's strength before instigating conflict? After all, the senior brother had once fought against Master Chu, a being of unfathomable prowess. When did it become your turn to speak? Step aside. With that, he reached out and flung Lingxi away. Witnessing this, Li Ruoqing swiftly employed a spatial shift to bring Lingxi back, then coldly regarded Huang Yinhong, questioning, is it the privilege of a senior brother to bully those weaker than oneself? Lingxi, still in shock, was relieved to see it was Li Ruoqing who had pulled him back, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. He had initially intended to advise Huang Yinhong against his reckless actions, but to his surprise, the latter had attacked him without any hesitation. No wonder he was labeled as a madman. Besides being reckless, he seemed utterly brainless. Humph. Yet what of it? Huang Yinhong felt no remorse for his actions. Within the holy sect, the principle of survival of the fittest was deeply ingrained. Only the stronger disciples could access greater resources. He dismissed Lingxi, a mere errand boy in the Universal Hall, as unworthy of his concern. Since he had already made his stance clear, Li Ruoqing decided to show no mercy. His gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him as the celestial true essence surged within him, far surpassing the foundational realm. The atmosphere crackled with his formidable presence. How could this be? The once confident Huang Yinhong was now taken aback. He had underestimated Li Ruoqing's strength, which was not of the foundational realm, but rather the Dharma manifestation realm. This was even more potent than many of the sect's esteemed leaders. He had indeed kicked a steel plate. Before he could gather his thoughts, Li Ruoqing had already made his move. With a swift motion of his hand, he executed a slashing gesture from a distance, and an ethereal blade-like force descended upon Huang Yinhong. Struggling against the immense pressure, Huang Yinhong swung his massive sword in a futile attempt to resist. The powerful blade force pinned him into the ground, and despite his desperate struggle, the gap in their realms was insurmountable. The colossal blade seemed like a mountain, firmly pressing him down, rendering him immobile. With a cough, blood spewed from his mouth, and his trembling knees finally succumbed to the overwhelming force, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Satisfied with the outcome, Li Ruoqing nodded. Believing that Huang Yinhong had now gained a profound understanding of the consequences of bullying the weak, he resolved to engage in further discussions with his junior brother should they encounter similar situations in the future. With that, he dissipated the blade force and calmly walked away with Lingxi. Senior brother Huang, I warned you against making a move because I witnessed the duel between senior brother and Chu in the Universal Hall. Senior brother emerged unscathed, Lingxi stated, looking back at the severely injured Huang Yinhong, who was now on his knees. This only intensified Huang Yinhong's frustration, and in a fit of rage, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 181. Can Li Ruoqing refine pills? In the Xinshui Palace, Li Ruoqing had been at the Xianyuan holy sect for half a month. During this time, he immersed himself in rigorous training, successfully elevating the universal celestial river immortal scripture to the golden core level. Unfortunately, this extravagant endeavor had depleted all the resources in his system space. The resources required for his subsequent advancement were excessively vast, and he found himself unable to gather more in the short term, forcing him to pause his cultivation. As for the Yuan Huang immortal scripture, it bore remarkable similarities to his practiced stellar body refinement technique, both being premier body cultivation methods. However, what set this particular technique apart was its remarkable inclusivity. He possesses the remarkable ability to refine all visible resources into the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, seamlessly integrating them into his being. This revelation left Li Ruoqing utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the enigmatic woman in black, the Yuan Emperor, could forge such a formidable technique, one that even surpassed the stellar body refinement art. It appears to be the opportune moment to arrange the celestial star formation and harness the power of the stars, he mused. The processes of artifact crafting and alchemy necessitate specific materials, yet establishing the celestial star formation seems relatively straightforward. By gathering 36 formidable cultivators at the Yuanying stage, martial sovereign realm, to set up the formation, he could swiftly acquire an abundance of stellar energy. However, most experts at this level are typically mid-tier elders within the sect, necessitating a conversation with Chu Sanqiu. Just as Li Ruoqing prepared to make his way to the cosmic hall, Hu Qingyan approached him. "Greetings, senior brother Li. I cannot believe that in just over 10 days of absence, your cultivation has advanced so significantly. It puts me to shame," she expressed with a hint of admiration. Perhaps having just concluded his meditative retreat, Li Ruoqing had yet to fully conceal his formidable aura. Even from several meters away, Hu Qingyan could sense the terrifying intensity of his presence, which had grown even more powerful than before. "You flatter me, junior sister. I have merely managed to elevate the cosmic river celestial scripture to the golden core stage, which is hardly remarkable," Li Ruoqing replied with a smile. "The golden core stage? Truly. Senior brother, your innate talent is extraordinary," Hu Qingyan remarked, impressed. "It is well known that the cosmic scripture is the most challenging technique to cultivate within the sacred sect. I never imagined that you not only practiced it but advanced so rapidly while we, the true disciples, remain stalled at the foundation establishment stage. May I inquire if you have any free time? I have encountered numerous difficulties in my cultivation and wish to seek your guidance," Hu Qingyan said, her gaze filled with anticipation. "Of course, it is my duty to assist you, junior sister. However, I must first visit the cosmic hall to speak with Master Chu and summon several Yuanying elders to Xianshui Palace," Li Ruoqing explained, not declining her request, but rather elucidating his current obligations, intending to offer guidance upon his return. "Senior brother, has the Supreme Master bestowed upon you the Xianyuan order? With it, you can mobilize all resources and personnel within the sect, excluding the Supreme Master and the head elder. If there are any inadequacies, I can speak with my grandfather, and he could bring the individuals you require by tomorrow," Hu Qingyan suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Can the Xianyuan order indeed mobilize all resources within the sect?" Li Ruoqing inquired, his interest piqued. If that were the case, he could potentially leverage the abundant resources of the Xianyuan sacred sect to concoct elixirs and craft high-tier mystical weapons in exchange for even more resources. As for the borrowed materials, he could repay them with a portion of the elixirs and high-tier weapons. "Senior brother, are you unwell?" Hu Qingyan softly asked, noticing Li Ruoqing's momentary distraction. "I came to Xianshui Palace not only for this." "Oh, I am quite well. Earlier, you mentioned encountering challenges in your cultivation. Did you not? Allow me to provide you with some guidance," he assured her. Upon regaining his composure, Li Ruoqing addressed Hu Qingyan, and the two engaged in a lengthy discussion on cultivation insights within the confines of Xianshui Palace. In the subsequent days, Li Ruoqing extensively mobilized the precious medicinal herbs and refining materials from the sacred sect, embarking on a grand endeavor of alchemy and artifact forging. Many disciples within the sect, upon hearing the news, began to voice their grievances regarding Li Ruoqing's monopolistic actions. After all, they had painstakingly accumulated points to exchange for treasures at the points exchange, only to find that all the valuable items had been commandeered by their senior brother. How domineering can he be? He didn't even leave a single dragon flame grass for me, one lamented. Indeed, I approached a junior at the points exchange to trade for a piece of ancient black iron for crafting a magical artifact, only to learn that even the rare ores had all been taken by our senior brother. Witnessing the rising discontent among the disciples, several elders felt compelled to intervene. They decided to visit Xianshui Palace to discuss the matter with Li Ruoqing, hoping he might return some resources to pacify the disgruntled disciples. However, upon arriving at the palace, they were met with a rich and potent aroma of medicinal pills. What is this scent? It must be the rare fragrance of top-tier elixirs. How could such a scent emanate from Xianshui Palace? An elder, whose features bore the marks of time, pondered aloud. Is it not evident? Someone within Xianshui Palace is concocting elixirs. Another elder remarked. Yet, aside from Li Ruoqing, the esteemed direct disciple, there should be no one else capable of such feats. Could it be that he is indeed proficient in alchemy? No, the richness of the aroma suggests that only a grandmaster alchemist could create such a fragrance. The second elder, with hair as white as snow, was similarly perplexed. In their understanding, while Li Ruoqing was undeniably a prodigious talent with remarkable strength, it did not necessarily imply he possessed exceptional skills in the art of alchemy. The two elders waited outside Xianshui Palace for over 2 days, until the alluring scent of elixirs finally dissipated. Eventually, a junior disciple emerged from the palace and ushered them inside. Junior disciple, might there be any of the herbs you previously requisitioned still available? We wish to reclaim a portion. The elder with white hair explained their intention. Many disciples have approached our points exchange in recent days seeking medicinal herbs, but have repeatedly left empty-handed, causing significant dissatisfaction. Li Ruoqing nodded in acknowledgement and replied, In the past 2 days, I have transformed all the herbs into elixirs. I fear there are none left. How about this? You may take these elixirs back to appease the disciples for now. From his system space, Li Ruoqing produced over a dozen bottles of elixirs, neatly arranging them upon a jade table. The two elders were left utterly astonished, for the vials emanated a rich elixir fragrance, identical to the aroma they had detected outside Xianshui Palace. Junior disciple, could it be that you have become a grandmaster alchemist? The middle-aged elder could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired of Li Ruoqing. Grandmaster is too lofty a title. I can currently only refine 7th-tier elixirs. With a success rate of perhaps 30 to 40%, Li Ruoqing responded, a revelation that struck the two elders profoundly. It was well known that even the esteemed Miss Jing Shu of the Spirit Herb Institute could only produce 7th-tier elixirs, with a similar success rate. It appeared that the Hanshuan Sacred Sect had acquired yet another invaluable treasure. Chapter 182. A task so soon? As the elder of the Points Academy publicly proclaimed the availability of a remarkable batch of high-quality elixirs for exchange, while simultaneously acquiring various precious herbs, the news sent a wave of excitement through both inner and outer disciples. They feared that by arriving late, all the coveted items would be snatched away by others. Quick! Junior brother, help me exchange for 2 Foundation Establishment pills. Hurry! With urgency, he thrust his points token forward. Dare to cut in line? Do you take us for fools? Shouted another, rallying his companions. Brothers, grab your weapons and teach him a lesson. Please, don't hit me. A few fools, you can step aside. That leaves me. Junior brother, quickly exchange elixirs for me. I want this one, and that one. In an instant, the Points Academy was overwhelmed with disciples clamoring for their exchanges. No one anticipated that within a mere day, the once quiet academy would transform into a bustling marketplace. Fortunately, I saved a bottle. This is a top-tier 6th-grade spirit elixir. Once I absorb it, I'll swiftly reach the 7th-grade Dharma body realm, and then I will surpass you. The white-haired elder, who had previously visited the Xianshui Palace, was elated to witness the liveliness around him. Thanks to his foresight, he had reserved a portion for himself. At this rate, the elixirs would be snatched up within days. Damn you, old man, hoarding for yourself. How shameless. I must also go in exchange for some. Another elder, infuriated by the white-haired elder's smugness, could hardly contain his anger, surprised that the old fellow would resort to such tactics. At this moment, Li Ruoqing was inscribing the teleportation array within the Xianshui Palace, linking the spatial rift that led into the Xuanzang realm with this location, facilitating his travel between the Xuanzang realm and the Yunlan continent. As the chief disciple of the Hanshuan Sacred Sect, Li Ruoqing had firmly established himself in the Xuanzang realm. What remained was to continuously amass resources from the 3 realms to expedite his growth. After returning, Hua Qingyan promptly reported the situation to her grandfather, Hua Qianjun. Upon learning that Li Ruoqing required assistance, he immediately dispatched all eligible elders from the Hua family branch. This left Hua Qingyan somewhat incredulous, despite her admiration for Li Ruoqing. Did it warrant such a hefty investment? Noticing his granddaughter's bewilderment, Hua Qianjun smiled and reassured her, Qingyan, you are yet to comprehend what Li Ruoqing represents for our Hanshuan Sacred Sect. Our ancestor, Hua Wujing, previously engaged in private discussions with sect leader Chu. Li Ruoqing's true combat prowess has already reached the late stage of the Dharma manifestation realm. Even ordinary peak Dharma manifestation cultivators may not match him. Moreover, he is still under 20 years old. Do you grasp the significance of that? This signifies that within a decade, Our Xianyuan sacred sect will undoubtedly produce another supreme being of the god transformation realm, and within a century. It is not inconceivable that we could witness a being of celestial caliber akin to the ancient second ancestor or three sovereigns. Furthermore, sect leader Chu hinted that Li Ruoqing seems to have powerful guardians, as he faintly sensed two exceptionally formidable soul entities accompanying him. The revelations shared by Huo Qianjun left Huo Qingyan astounded. In her perception, Li Ruoqing was approachable and possessed formidable strength. However, the extent of his prowess remained unclear to her. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, she immediately comprehended that Li Ruoqing was exceptionally gifted and had already emerged as a formidable force, making it exceedingly difficult to suppress him. It would be prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with him while he had just arrived at the Xianyuan sacred sect and had yet to establish a solid foothold. Observing that his granddaughter had grasped his good intentions, Huo Qianjun contentedly stroked his meticulously groomed beard and continued, "Qingyan, make an effort to engage with Li Ruoqing more often. You are the last direct descendant of the Huo family in this generation. If you could unite with Li Ruoqing, our Huo family would undoubtedly thrive in the Xianyuan sacred sect for millennia to come, and you would bear even more exceptional offspring to inherit the glory of our lineage." "Grandfather, how could you say such things?" Huo Qingyan was taken aback by her grandfather's teasing. While she acknowledged that senior brother Li was indeed impressive, the notion of a woman pursuing him so actively seemed rather undignified. "Very well, I shall say no more. You must decide for yourself," Huo Qianjun replied with a smile. He had always doted on this beloved granddaughter, and although the true disciples within the Xianyuan sacred sect had been outstanding, none had captured his attention until the emergence of Li Ruoqing. Both Chu Tsangqiong and the ancestors of the Huo family regarded him with newfound respect, especially as he was of similar age to his granddaughter. Was he not the ideal candidate for a son-in-law? Huo Qianjun hoped that this girl would come to her senses soon, lest someone else seize the opportunity first. Just as Li Ruoqing intended to return to the Yunnan continent via the teleportation array he had meticulously arranged, bringing along his other powerful allies to the Xuansong realm, he received a summons from the esteemed Master Chu Tsangqiong. Upon re-entering the Universe Hall, he found a strikingly beautiful woman seated with poise. Noticing Li Ruoqing's arrival, Chu Tsangqiong nodded and stated, "Well, since both of you are here, I will now convey important matters. The Phoenix Sacred Palace, which opens once every 500 years, is about to be accessible again. I believe you, Ziqing, are already aware of this." The elegantly seated woman nodded in affirmation. She had long been informed. Curious, Li Ruoqing inquired, "What exactly is the Phoenix Sacred Palace?" "It is the legacy site established by the Phoenix, the sovereign of the demon race during ancient times, where various cultivation techniques and treasures of the Phoenix remain." Chu Tsangqiong elaborated with a hint of nostalgia. "Ancient times? Does that not date back several 100,000 years? In all that time, has no fortunate soul emerged to claim the Phoenix's inheritance?" Li Ruoqing questioned, perplexed. "It opens every 500 years. Surely there have been a few hundred opportunities by now. Has no one ever succeeded? Can they all be so unfortunate?" "Not at all. Ever since the bloodline of the Phoenix clan was severed in ancient times, there has not been a pure Phoenix descendant. As for the avian demon races that enter the Phoenix Sacred Palace, they leave empty-handed each time," Chu Tsangqiong explained. "Then what purpose do we have in visiting the Phoenix Sacred Palace this time? If the Phoenix's inheritance is unattainable, wouldn't it be a waste of time?" Li Ruoqing expressed his curiosity. A few days ago, Elder Xian Gizi divined that Zijin would encounter great fortune within the Phoenix Sacred Palace. As a precaution, it was deemed necessary to arrange for a powerful elder disciple to accompany her. I, along with several other esteemed elders, must soon enter seclusion to prepare for the impending tribulations. Therefore, it falls upon you to accompany Zijin on her journey." In response to a series of inquiries from Li Ruoqing, Chu Tsangqiong narrated the backstory in detail. Beside them, Zijin gazed at Li Ruoqing with eager anticipation. From the words of their master, she had already learned of Li Ruoqing's true prowess. With his protection, their expedition to the Phoenix Sacred Palace would surely be safe and successful in seizing opportunities. Chapter 183. Preparations before departing for the Phoenix Sacred Palace. Li Ruoqing willingly accepted the task. He was eager to witness the other esteemed sects and strongholds of the Xiansong realm, renowned alongside the Xianyuan sacred sect, including the demon sect and other formidable powers. However, before setting off, he intended to summon a few other powerful individuals from the Yunnan continent, as they too might stumble upon unexpected fortunes in this secret realm. Chu Tsangqiong was quite pleased with Li Ruoqing's attitude and cautioned, "Should you encounter the demon race within the Phoenix Sacred Palace, You must exert your utmost strength to eliminate them. If they were to obtain the Phoenix's legacy, they would undoubtedly return, bringing devastation upon the human race of the Xiansong realm once more. In this world, the demon race is notorious for their bloodthirstiness, having historically viewed humanity as mere prey. Only during the ancient era did the rise of unparalleled human cultivators, such as the 2 ancestors and 3 sovereigns, manage to suppress the demon race, rendering them a shadow of their former dominance after relentless efforts over 100,000 years. However, like a centipede that, though dying, does not perish, the demon race remains a formidable force within the Xiansong realm. The northern borders serve as their stronghold, where they have even established the Northern Demon Court in an attempt to restore their former glory. Li Ruoqing smiled as he accepted this minor task, saying, "If we encounter them, I shall do my utmost to eliminate the demon race's prodigies." "Excellent. You shall depart in 3 days." "Yes, disciple obeys." As Li Ruoqing and Ying Zijin emerged from the Cosmic Hall, he was preparing to return to the Xinshui Palace when Ying Zijin called out, "Senior Brother Li, please wait." Her gentle voice stirred something within Li Ruoqing, prompting him to turn. He looked at his somewhat delicate and stunningly beautiful junior sister and smiled, asking, "What is it?" "Junior sister? I heard from senior sister Qingyan that you are skilled in alchemy. I would like to request that you refine a 6th-tier blood-condensing warming yang pill for me. Would you be able to oblige?" Ying Zijin hesitated briefly, but ultimately resolved to ask Li Ruoqing, "A 6th-tier blood-condensing warming yang pill? I can indeed refine it, but the herbs required are exceedingly precious, and the success rate is not high. I estimate my chances to be around 40%. Li Ruoqing was quite taken aback that this junior sister he had just met would ask for his assistance in alchemy. 40%, you say? I hold your alchemical skills in high esteem, senior brother. Without concealing the truth, I must inform you that a relative of Ziqin has sustained grave injuries and requires the 6th-grade blood coagulation and yang-enhancing pill for healing. However, inquiries made to various esteemed alchemists revealed a success rate of less than 30%. To my astonishment, Ying Zijin expressed her delight upon discovering that you, my esteemed brother, possess the ability to concoct this remedy, and with a success rate of 40%, no less. This is indeed a tremendous boon. As for the requisite medicinal herbs, there is no need for you to worry. Ziqin will ensure her subordinates swiftly gather the necessary ingredients. Originating from the imperial lineage of the Great Qin dynasty, Ying Zijin holds a revered position within the empire, and even the treasures within the imperial treasury can be summoned at her discretion. Thus, acquiring the herbs needed for the elixir is certainly not an issue. In light of this, upon my return, I shall assist you in the crafting of the pill. Upon hearing Ying Zijin's prompt agreement, Li Ruoqing reciprocated without hesitation. Upon Li Ruoqing's return to the Yunlan continent, Sanyo hurriedly approached him, brimming with curiosity. How is it? What are the resources in that world? The resources exceeded expectations, with an abundance of spiritual energy and well-defined laws. Countless cultivators inhabit that realm, with the strongest among them capable of reaching the lower divine realm. A primordial secret realm is on the verge of opening, and I am considering bringing several individuals along to seize greater opportunities. Li Ruoqing succinctly outlined the general situation of the Xiansong realm, also mentioning the need for personnel in their expedition to the Phoenix Sacred Palace. Will there be any dangers? Sanyo inquired skeptically, for they had invested over 2 years nurturing their own powerful warriors within the Holy Domain. Should Li Ruoqing's expedition lead to their demise, the loss would be staggering. It should not pose much danger. The breakthroughs in the Xiansong realm are significantly more challenging than here. Their strongest are merely at the lower divine level. With Linglong, Sword Elder, and your spiritual avatar accompanying us, we shall be more than capable of handling any trouble. After his encounter with Chu Sanqiong, Li Ruoqing had gained a clear understanding of the top-tier warriors in the Xiansong realm, recognizing that they were only marginally stronger than those in the Yunlan continent. Seeing the confidence radiating from Li Ruoqing, Sanyo ceased his doubts and promptly summoned a substantial number of powerful warriors from the Holy Domain, totaling more than 10 martial emperors, including the 4 guardians he had previously encountered, Qinglong, Xuanwu, and others. Henceforth, you shall accompany His Majesty to explore another world and uncover the secret realm. Do not inquire further, simply follow his orders. Yes, we obey. Li Ruoqing then called forth Linglong, who was still in seclusion. You, of all times, chose to interrupt me just as I was on the verge of a breakthrough to the martial god realm. Was this your intention all along? Linglong, interrupted in her meditation, felt a flicker of annoyance, for she had prepared for this moment for quite some time and was close to achieving her goal. In that case, you ought to return to your seclusion. I will take Sword Elder to explore the legacy secret realm left by the Upper Divine Realm's cultivators, Li Ruoqing teased. Observing Linglong's reluctance. The legacy secret realm of Upper Divine Realm cultivators? Do you dare? Linglong had not anticipated that Li Ruoqing would truly bring her such benefits. It is noteworthy that the most formidable being in the Yunlong continent, Xiun, is merely at the mid-level divine realm. Yet she already felt an overwhelming divine pressure that extinguished any thoughts of resistance. How formidable must a being of the upper divine realm be? Are you now willing to go? I certainly did not coerce you, Li Ruoqing remarked with a smile upon witnessing Linglong's sudden change in demeanor. Humph. Li Ruoqing then summoned Jian Songhai, who was stationed in the divine continent, back to their ranks. The swordsmanship within the Xian Song realm flourished splendidly, rivaling that of the divine continent. Jian Songhai, enticed by the prospect of witnessing even more resplendent sword techniques, wasted no time leaving the Qingyun sword sect and hastily made his way back to the holy domain. Jian Songhai's temporary departure brought a collective sigh of relief among the disciples of the Qingyun sword sect. They had been rigorously trained by Jian Songhai, enduring daily one-on-one duels and frequent, intense skirmishes that left them physically and mentally exhausted. Even the venerable Master Xianxing and the peak leaders found it quite taxing. A sense of unease lingered in their hearts, especially with the sudden absence of their towering pillar, their concern being whether the forces of the demon sect would seize this opportunity to strike. Chapter 184, Arrival of Provocation. When Li Ruoqing returned accompanied by dozens of powerful beings, the disciples within the sect were left in profound astonishment. Over 10 formidable figures at the law body realm and 3 at the law aspect realm composed a lineup that nearly rivaled the foundations of a mid-tier third-grade sect. Moreover, it was evident that these individuals were unified under Li Ruoqing's command. The Supreme Master, Chu Tsangqiong, and the heads of various academies remained silent regarding this development. Particularly, Chu Tsangqiong was well aware that Li Ruoqing harbored numerous secrets. Even with other powerful beings safeguarding him, he would not oppose it. After all, Li Ruoqing had already established himself as the chief disciple of their Xianyuan holy sect, and the honorary title of Deputy Master was already conferred. As long as Li Ruoqing grew stronger, their sect would likewise flourish. Glory shared is glory multiplied. Disciples, heed my command. Board the Long Koan. We shall set forth. With a single pronouncement from Li Ruoqing, numerous disciples of the Xianyuan holy sect and the powerful beings under his command began to ascend the massive Long Koan. Once all had boarded the Long Koan, it unleashed a tremendous wave with a flick of its colossal tail, propelling its grand form into the skies. Ahead appeared a shimmering silver river, and the Long Koan, brimming with excitement, swam forth, leaping gracefully into the river and swiftly gliding into the distance. Those standing upon the Long Koan felt no fierce winds, as if walking on solid ground. Under the guidance of Zijing, they made their way to the palace atop the Long Koan for a brief respite. Senior brother, where did you find these formidable beings? Their strength is remarkable, surpassing even many of the elders within our sect, Zijing inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Li Ruoqing leisurely preparing tea beside her. Some of them are my friends, while others I borrowed from another acquaintance, he replied. Li Ruoqing smiled as he spoke. Noting that his bond with Linglong and Jian Songhai was profound, to call them friends would not be an exaggeration. As for the others, they were indeed borrowed from Zhao. Brother, you must be jesting. How could anyone possibly borrow so many formidable warriors at once? Ziqing expressed her dissatisfaction with Li Ruoqing's explanation. In her view, even a third-tier sect would struggle to muster such a plethora of strong individuals. She had observed the somewhat weathered middle-aged man with white hair, Jian Songhai, whose aura was incredibly daunting, rivaling even that of the supreme leader. The woman, emanating an icy chill, possessed a terrifying level of cultivation, making it unlikely that even the heads of various academies could contend with her. Then there was the veiled woman, Ai Uriah, who appeared almost ordinary. Yet her every gesture exuded an essence of returning to simplicity, surpassing even the supreme leader in strength. Faced with Ziqing's skepticism, Li Ruoqing remained unfazed, embodying a demeanor of a carefree individual who, regardless of whether she believed him, was resolute in his own conviction, providing her no opportunity to probe further. The disciples participating in this expedition were equally curious, whispering among themselves as they regarded these strangers whose power was comparable to that of the elders within their sect. They wondered how Li Ruoqing, a relatively new senior brother, had managed to summon such formidable reinforcements. As for asking Li Ruoqing directly, that was preposterous. They, as ordinary inner disciples, felt utterly unqualified. It would indeed be miraculous if he deigned to acknowledge them. Time flew swiftly, and half a month later, the Longkoan was nearing its destination, the Wutong Mountain Range, the site of the Phoenix's past enlightenment, where the Phoenix Sacred Palace lay nestled. This location marked the intersection of the Eastern Realm and the Northern Frontier, where the human sects of the East often clashed with the demon tribes of the North. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that the hidden Phoenix Sacred Palace was eventually discovered. Upon learning that the former demon sovereign, the Phoenix, had left behind a legacy here, numerous demon lords, armed with legions of demon soldiers, charged forth with fervor, eager to claim dominion over the area. However, human warriors were no pushovers. After several bloody confrontations, neither side emerged victorious, igniting considerable frustration among the demon ranks, yet they found themselves powerless to change the situation. Thus, a ceasefire agreement was forged, stipulating that both sides could only send their strongest warriors and peerless prodigies to Wudong Mountain when the Phoenix Sacred Palace was to be opened, in pursuit of its legacy and the treasures of heaven and earth. Both parties agreed to refrain from deploying any beings above the law manifestation realm, to avoid igniting true conflict that could devastate the entire Wudong Mountain Range and bury the Phoenix Sacred Palace deeper. At this moment, near the Wudong Mountain Range, many had already noticed the Longkoan soaring through the skies, drawing their attention. Is that the Longkoan of the Xianyuan Sacred Sect? How have they arrived so swiftly? I wonder who is leading the Xianyuan Sacred Sect this time. I recall that only the supreme leader, the heads of the various academies, and the true disciples are entitled to board their dragon boat. You really don't know this? More than half a month ago, the Xianyuan Holy Sect established its true disciple. I heard from a friend of my family's ancestor's son-in-law that this true disciple possesses extraordinary strength, having even engaged in combat with their leader, Chu Sangqiong, upon joining the sect. What a boast! Chu Sangqiong is a supreme being on the verge of transcending to the god transformation realm, one of the very few strongest individuals in the world. No matter how formidable the true disciple of the Xianyuan Holy Sect may be, it is impossible for him to surpass the golden body realm, right? Chu Sangqiong could easily crush him with a mere gesture, and they even fought? Such absurdity. Who knows, but the news I received is precisely this. Regardless of the true disciple's capabilities, a prominent figure of the law manifestation realm will surely emerge, one that could rival the leaders of mid-tier sects. What does it matter? We small sects can hardly expect to gain anything substantial. Merely being able to share a morsel with them would suffice. Just as the discussions below grew fervent, Longkoan descended slowly, and the members of the Xianyuan Holy Sect were preparing to disembark. Suddenly, a highly arrogant voice echoed from the void. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect my luck to be so good, chancing upon the offspring of the Xianyuan Holy Sect. If I could eliminate so many in one fell swoop, it would be a tremendous windfall. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a colossal shadow of a fist plummeted from the sky. Aiming fiercely at Longkoan's back, Li Ruoqing raised his head, his eyes narrowing slightly, his expression cold, and he refrained from making a move. Beside him, Jian Songhai casually pointed towards the descending fist shadow, and a slender, yet sharp sword light instantly pierced forth, racing towards the fist shadow. A tremendous explosion resounded, and a gigantic mushroom cloud formed in the air. The previously arrogant voice now bore a hint of terror. How is this possible? When did the Xianyuan Holy Sect produce such a swordsmanship master? Jian Songhai's casual gesture not only punctured the opponent's fist shadow, but also pierced through his right arm. Chapter 185. The Great Elder of the Azura Sect. Du Jingtian, you bully the weak and attempt to assault a disciple of the Xianyuan Holy Sect. This is merely a minor punishment for a major crime. I advise you to reconsider your actions. Li Ruoqing spoke coldly. He had no intention of directly killing this sudden assailant, as the sect still bore the name of a righteous organization, and thus actions must not be taken too casually. Indeed, the Xianyuan Holy Sect is as hypocritical as ever. Our Azura Sect members are not so easily trifled with. A burly man with a fierce countenance fell from the void, his right hand clearly injured, yet he showed no fear of Li Ruoqing and the others, glaring at them with fierce eyes. Since that is the case, I shall oblige you. Seeing the audacity of his opponent, Li Ruoqing decided to be unrestrained. At Li Ruoqing's signal, Jian Songhai directed a wave of sword energy towards the foe. The towering man, who had been boasting moments ago, had not anticipated that the opponent would truly strike, and evidently with greater ferocity than before. Now injured, he was even less of a match. Why is this young man from the Xianyuan Holy Sect not adhering to the customary rules? It's supposed to be a battle of words first, exchanging insults, then having others intervene to mediate, while both sides temporarily hold their hands until the Phoenix Sacred Palace opens. What am I to do now? Who can come to my aid? At this moment, the robust man felt an overwhelming sense of panic. The current youth exhibited a shocking disregard for martial decorum. Charging forth with unrestrained ferocity, he had let his guard down and failed to evade. Just as he found himself cornered, on the brink of imminent doom, a colossal shield descended from above, intercepting the torrent of sword energy unleashed by Jian Songhai, thereby sparing his life. Luo Ding, if you do not amend your loquaciousness, you shall inevitably meet your demise at the hands of another. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a figure appeared above the shield, a venerable elder, whose demeanor suggested an acquaintance with the aforementioned Luo Ding from the Shura sect, likely a formidable figure from the southern wilderness demon path. It was rumored that Chu Tsangqiong had recently taken on a disciple of remarkable prowess despite his tender years. It was indeed unexpected to discover that such a formidable guardian accompanied him. The elder seemed to recognize Li Ruoqing's identity, and his trepidation towards the imposing Jian Songhai was palpable. Since you have intervened, let the resolution of our grievances rest upon your shoulders, Li Ruoqing spoke coldly, directing his gaze towards the elder. Jian Lao, do not hold back, feel free to eliminate him. Humph, such audacity. If Chu Tsangqiong were present, I might show him some deference, but you? What can you possibly do to me? Just as the elder believed that Li Ruoqing was merely leveraging Chu Tsangqiong's name to instill fear, Jian Songhai produced an enormous sword box from his storage ring. With swift gestures of his hands, he invoked the sword techniques, causing the swords within the box to surge forth as if summoned by an unseen force. After 2 years of rigorous cultivation, Jian Songhai's comprehension of the principles of swordsmanship had deepened profoundly. The swords, having been confined for an extended period, now erupted into the sky, celebrating their newfound freedom. Divine weapons with sentience? Is this the imminent transformation of supreme imperial weapons? Such power rivals even the esteemed leaders of the Xianyuan sacred sect. Who exactly are you? The elder felt a tremor of fear as he beheld Jian Songhai manifesting several sentient divine swords. It seemed today would not conclude favorably for him. In the Xiansong realm, divine weapons nurtured by those who have attained the transformation god realm often develop sentience. Once this sentience matures, these weapons undergo a transformation, evolving into even more potent imperial weapons. Each formidable imperial weapon possesses peak combat capabilities that rival those of a transformation god realm expert. The elder's apprehension stemmed from the fact that pure sword cultivators possess an astonishing lethality, with Jian Songhai at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm. Coupled with the soon-to-be transformed exquisite divine swords, their combined might would deter even mid-stage transformation god realm practitioners from engaging directly. The elder, having only recently emerged from the transformation god realm and having just endured the 9th heavenly tribulation, found himself scarcely comparable to a peak law manifestation realm expert. In the skies, 7 divine swords gradually converged, coalescing into a resplendent divine weapon, which then erupted with an even more formidable sword intent. Jian Songhai aimed at the elder in the distance. In an instant, the elder sensed a cataclysmic killing intent and an ominous premonition. He attempted to evade, but escape was futile. The divine swords in the air had him firmly ensnared. With no other option, he resorted to summoning his defensive artifacts, striving to withstand the forthcoming assault. In but a fleeting moment, the impressively grand elder was unable to evade the penetrating strike of Jian Songhai's sword. The divine blade not only shattered his defensive artifact, but also pierced through the elder's very being, laying waste to the mountains that stood over 10 miles behind him. A wave of terror washed over everyone present. They had not anticipated the formidable power of the sword cultivator beside Li Ruoqing. Their hearts sank with the sourness of lemons. Lamenting why their own sect lacked such a formidable elder, they too yearned for a powerful ally. The once boastful powerhouse, Luo Ding, gazed at the unfolding scene, his face a mask of fear. He could scarcely believe that Du Jing Tian, the grand elder of the Shura sect, a being of the transformation stage, could be vanquished by a mere sword cultivator of the law manifestation stage. Had he not intervened to shield himself, he would have surely met the same fate. Retrieving his sword, Jian Songhai did not cast a glance at the grievously wounded elder, but rather addressed another direction with a calm demeanor, expressing admiration for the life-preserving techniques displayed. Ha! Not only is your swordsmanship astonishing, but your awareness is remarkably keen. With your protection, it is no wonder that the likes of Chu Tsangqiong would feel at ease allowing his disciples to approach. Amidst a ripple in the air, the once injured elder emerged unharmed from a rift in space. Upon seeing his own battered form, a flicker of anguish crossed his eyes. That was a substitute puppet painstakingly refined by their sect leader, a precious item that took 2 centuries to acquire, now squandered. since you have withstood Jianlao's strike. Let us put our grievances to rest, Li Ruochen addressed the elder. Whether the elder chose to relent was of no consequence to him. Their numbers were overwhelming. Even if Jin Songhai and Ling Long could not subdue him, they had Ao Lia and Song Yu, two genuine supreme beings, more than capable of overpowering all sects present. Very well, Du Jing Tian regarded the individuals behind Li Ruochen, seemingly sensing something. Reluctant to prolong the conflict, he resolved to withdraw as well. Luo Ding, witnessing the Grand Elder's decision to cease hostilities, wished to voice a few words, yet was met with a fierce glare from Du Jing Tian. Were it not for Luo Ding's penchant for stirring trouble, the elder would not have suffered the loss of a substitute puppet. Upon returning, he would find himself summoned to the punishment hall. Upon hearing that Du Jing Tian intended to seek retribution, Luo Ding promptly fell silent, realizing he could endure the punishment hall's reprimands. But should he truly provoke the Grand Elder, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. Chapter 186. The Gossiping Yin Lu. 3 days later, above the Wudong mountain range. An unsettling creaking sound resonated. The mountains began to tremble, culminating in a resounding phoenix cry. The phoenix sacred palace, long buried beneath the earth, seemed to respond to a summons. An ethereal rift appeared in the sky, through which a hidden realm could be faintly glimpsed. The phoenix sacred palace has opened. Quick! We must enter. Let us hurry. If we delay, all the treasures will be claimed by others. Numerous disciples from various sects surged into the rift, eager to seize the treasures and the legacy of the phoenix within the secret realm. Master brother, should we not follow them in? Several disciples of the Holy Xianyuan sect, characterized by their impatient dispositions, observed with growing anxiety as members from other sects entered the secret realm one after another. They feared that should they delay, all the advantages would be claimed by others. Li Ruochen, noticing the anxious expressions of his fellow disciples, smiled and said, "Since you are so eager, let us set forth. However, before we enter, let us agree on a few principles. Once inside, each of you shall pair with a master of the Dharma body realm for exploration. Should you encounter practitioners from the demonic path or formidable beasts, do not attempt to show off your strength. You are the future of the Xianyuan holy sect, and you must not take unnecessary risks." Upon hearing their senior brother's warm admonitions, the disciples nodded in agreement and began to seek suitable partners among the more than 10 masters of the Dharma body realm nearby. However, Ing Zijing chose not to follow the other disciples during this expedition to the Phoenix Sacred Palace. Her only aim was to accompany Li Ruochen and safely seize her own opportunities. As for the companions by Li Ruochen's side, their strength was undoubtedly formidable. If there were dangers lurking within the Phoenix Sacred Palace, then Li Ruochen's side was undoubtedly the safest haven. Upon entering the Phoenix Sacred Palace, Li Ruochen and his companions felt as if they were swept into a celestial realm, arriving in a world of caverns. Before them lay the ruins of a grand palace, now reduced to rubble, with shattered stones strewn about and numerous bones lining the pathways, evidence that many adventurers had perished here long ago. Li Ruochen and the others conducted a brief search of their surroundings, but found nothing of particular interest. Perhaps this was merely the outer region of the cavernous world. Each time the Phoenix Sacred Palace opened, many visitors flocked here, and any treasures that might have existed had likely been claimed long ago. Perhaps due to the novelty of their first visit to the Phoenix Sacred Palace, several disciples from the Xianyuan holy sect did not venture far and continued to explore the vicinity. Just as Li Ruochen was about to lead the group deeper into the secret realm, a cheerful voice called out from behind. "Is that senior brother Li from the Xianyuan holy sect ahead?" Li Ruochen turned curiously to see a young man dressed in scholarly attire approaching him with quick strides. "I am Yin Lu from the Wenyuan house. I have the honor of meeting you, senior brother Li." It turned out to be a junior disciple from the Wenyuan house. "Do you have matters to discuss with me?" Li Ruochen observed the young man's lack of strength, indicating he was likely a few years older than Ing Zijing and at the Golden Core level, perhaps a true disciple of the Wenyuan house. "Indeed. I was traveling abroad when I received word from the sect that the Phoenix Sacred Palace had opened. The elders instructed me to hasten here. However, I have yet to encounter any of my sect's elders. Thus, I wish to accompany senior brother Li and the others. Would that be agreeable?" Yin Lu bowed respectfully to Li Ruochen. Having heard of Li Ruochen's formidable prowess during their previous encounter at the Wudong mountain range, he believed that aligning with such a powerful group would ensure his safety. "Our two sects share a profound camaraderie. It would be a pleasure for you to accompany us." "Junior brother Yin." Li Ruochen did not decline, recognizing that their Xianyuan holy sect had sent many disciples, and adding one more would pose no significant issue. "Thank you, senior brother Li." Yin Lu was pleasantly surprised by the amiability of the true disciple from the Xianyuan holy sect and promptly expressed his gratitude. As they traveled, Li Ruoqing and Yin Lu engaged in conversation, gradually understanding the role of the Wenyuan mansion, one of the few major sects that remained neutral among the human race. This esteemed institution is chiefly responsible for chronicling the history of humanity and maintaining order within its territories. The revered rankings circulating in the Xianzong realm, such as the Supreme List, the Hidden Dragon List, and the Unparalleled List, are all formulated by the Wenyuan mansion. Yin Lu, being one of the true disciples, was fortunate enough to partake in this endeavor. Brother Chu, I heard that over half a month ago, when you joined the Xianyuan holy sect, you had a sparring match with Master Chu and held your own? Is there any truth to this? The exuberant Yin Lu quickly posed a long-standing question to Li Ruoqing. I did indeed spar with Master Chu. As for the outcome, it bears little significance. Neither of us exerted our full strength, so one cannot speak of victory or defeat. Li Ruoqing replied calmly. Indeed, during that encounter, both had merely exchanged a few tentative blows without going all out. Is it truly so? Then Brother Li must possess strength rivaling that of the Dharma manifestation realm. Good heavens, even during the ancient times, the second ancestors and the three sovereigns did not boast such formidable power at your age, did they? No wonder the Xianyuan holy sect entrusted the leadership to you. Upon hearing Li Ruoqing's affirmation, Yin Lu felt as though struck by lightning. He had always considered this rumor too far-fetched to be true. The reality, however, was a resounding confirmation that he had underestimated the situation. Before long, Yin Lu transformed into an inquisitive reporter, bombarding Li Ruoqing with various questions about his cultivation techniques, age, and preferences. Li Ruoqing patiently answered each query. Yin Lu retrieved a jade slip from his ample sleeves and swiftly inscribed the acquired information. As if he were interviewing a person of great significance, his spirits soaring with delight. Observing Yin Lu's fervent dedication, Li Ruoqing was reminded of those professional journalists from his past life, who would stop at nothing to obtain first-hand information. He had not anticipated that reporters in the cultivation world could be so gossipy. Li Ruoqing found himself somewhat speechless. He had initially perceived Yin Lu as a refined gentleman, only to see him transform into a chatterbox the moment the conversation turned to these rankings, eagerly sharing the latest gossip about notable figures. For instance, he recounted tales of an elder from a certain sect engaging in a scandalous age-defying romance with an inner disciple, the recent significant maneuvers of the demon sect, and which fortunate disciple had ventured out to acquire the legacy of an ancient being. Not only Li Ruoqing, but many disciples within the sect, including Ing Zijing, were drawn in by the salacious chatter, all gazing at Yin Lu with eager anticipation, hoping for more juicy revelations. Even the quest for treasures and the Phoenix legacy was momentarily forgotten. After a considerable time, the disciples gradually regained their focus, while Yin Lu appeared far from finished, exuding a demeanor that seemed to implore for applause to continue his tales. Li Ruoqing cleared his throat, gently reminding them, Ahem, we are still within the secret realm. Esteemed fellow disciples should first complete the tasks assigned by the sect. Once we emerge, we can engage in a thorough discussion. You are right, brother. The task is of utmost importance. Others quickly reacted as well. While gossip was readily available, the completion of their task was imperative. They eagerly anticipated returning to claim their points and exchanging them in the points pavilion for exquisite elixirs to aid in their cultivation. In Chapter 187, Yin Lu, the act of disturbing the dead is a disgrace to culture. With Li Ruoqing's prompt, the group set off once more, venturing deeper into the mysterious realm. Along the way, they encountered numerous disciples from various sects exploring the vicinity, prompting Li Ruoqing to lead his companions further into the depths. As they advanced, Li Ruoqing diligently searched the system's item shop for treasures that might prove useful, such as pets capable of detecting valuable items and rare artifacts. To his surprise, he discovered a plethora of items. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and spent 800,000 points to acquire a fortune stone, which could predict all fortunes within a 200-mile radius. Gazing at the smooth, jade-like fortune stone in his hand, Li Ruoqing infused it with a substantial amount of true essence. Soon, the stone radiated a crimson glow, and a stream of information flooded his mind. 10 kilometers to the southwest, at the bottom of a stream, lay a piece of celestial iron the size of a grinding stone, valued at over 10 million spirit stones. 8 kilometers to the west, beneath a large locust tree, a skeleton possessed a storage ring containing cultivation techniques from the Wenyuan mansion, dating back hundreds of thousands of years. 6 kilometers to the northeast, by the lakeside, Another skeleton-esque storage ring contained a plethora of ancient alchemical formulas. The series of prompts astonished Li Ruoqing. He had not anticipated the fortune stone to be so effective, swiftly uncovering numerous opportunities in the vicinity. Judging by the indications, there were at least several dozen, with only 13 being treasures from within the secret realm. The majority were likely relics left behind by powerful individuals who had perished in the Phoenix Sacred Palace. Perhaps feeling that scavenging the remains of the deceased was somewhat disrespectful to their ancestors, very few would dare to plunder the treasures of the fallen, thus inadvertently benefiting them. Dear disciples, Li Ruoqing announced, I have divined that this place harbors a multitude of opportunities. You may venture forth to claim them. He subsequently conveyed the specific locations of the treasures to several younger disciples, encouraging them to bring along experts at the law body stage. Many disciples were skeptical of these prospects, but since the senior brother had spoken so confidently, they saw no harm in investigating. They swiftly set off in various directions. Ying Zijing observed Li Ruoqing's composed demeanor and mused to herself, could it be that Brother Li truly discerned the precise locations of these treasures? This divination technique seemed extraordinary, surpassing even Elder Xuanji's capabilities for such precise calculations. Brother, have you divined my fortune? Ying Zijing inquired sweetly. Before their journey, Elder Xuanji had predicted that she would encounter a tremendous opportunity in the Phoenix Sacred Palace, yet the specifics had remained ambiguous. Perhaps Brother Li had gleaned this information as well? As for your fortune, not yet, Li Ruoqing replied, but there is indeed another opportunity you may wish to explore. Come closer. He smiled warmly. Intrigued, Ying Zijing leaned in, feeling a warm breath against her earlobe that sent a slight shiver down her spine. Though she managed to suppress it, Li Ruoqing whispered softly, 10 kilometers to the southwest, there is a small stream. The opportunity lies within the waters. Li Ruoqing paused for a moment before turning to Linglong beside him, saying, Linglong, accompany Ziqin on a journey to retrieve that opportunity. Me? Accompany her? Humph. Now that you have a junior sister, you no longer care for old friends, do you? I refuse to go. Linglong glanced at the affectionate interaction between Li Ruoqing and Ying Zijing, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Not at all. This opportunity is substantial. Both of you will benefit greatly. If you choose not to go, I shall send Jian Lao instead. I am certain that he would be quite pleased with the treasure, which would undoubtedly enhance the quality of his swords. Upon hearing Li Ruoqing's words, Linglong immediately understood the value of this opportunity. It was indeed a precious material for forging, capable of elevating Jian Songhai's entire collection of swords to a new level, and its weight must be considerable. At least you still have a conscience, Linglong said to Li Ruoqing with a hint of pride. Meanwhile, Ying Zijing observed the interaction between Linglong and Li Ruoqing, sensing that their relationship was rather extraordinary. Yet she dared not inquire further. After all, both Li Ruoqing and Linglong could easily dominate her. Given the vast disparity in their strength, it would be pointless to invite trouble. As others began to disperse, Yin Lu, who had been quite calm, found himself restless and awkwardly smiled at Li Ruoqing. Senior Brother Li, might I inquire if you have divined my opportunity? If so, I would be willing to share it with you. Rather than searching blindly in the vast Phoenix Sacred Palace, it would be more prudent to ask Li Ruoqing directly. If he truly had foreseen something, even sharing half the benefits would still be a gain for him. I have indeed divined your opportunity, Junior Brother Yin, Li Ruoqing replied, clearing his throat. Since you have put it forth so candidly, I shall graciously accept. Without waiting for Yin Lu to respond, he promptly turned with the others and headed westward. Regrettably, Yin Lu thought to himself, had he known, he would not have spoken so hastily. He did not anticipate the depth of Li Ruoqing's divination skills and the extent of his cunning. Likely having foreseen that Yin Lu would be unable to restrain himself from asking, the group quickly arrived beneath a large locust tree, approximately 8 kilometers away. Senior Brother Li, are you certain my opportunity lies here? There appears to be nothing at all, Yin Lu remarked, surveying the solitary locust tree and the scattered stones, alongside partially buried bones. He found it hard to believe that his opportunity could be found here. Your opportunity lies within. If you doubt it, dig it up and examine closely, Li Ruoqing instructed, gesturing toward the ancient skeleton, which had likely been dead for many years. That seems rather inappropriate, Yin Lu protested, astonished that the opportunity Li Ruoqing spoke of would be associated with a corpse, and that he was expected to excavate it. Such an act would surely disgrace a scholar's dignity. Seeing Yin Lu hesitating to take action, Li Ruoqing teased him with a smile. Junior Brother Yin, if you do not take action, I shall claim the opportunity for myself. Li Ruoqing strode directly towards the skeleton, and with a wave of his hand, spiritual energy surged forth, causing the half-buried corpse to rise and float in midair. Subsequently, A seemingly inconspicuous ring was drawn from one of its finger bones and into Li Ruoqing's grasp. Could it be that this storage ring contained the fortuitous opportunity he sought? Yin Lu stared in bewilderment at Li Ruoqing's actions, never having anticipated that his request for him to touch the corpse was for this purpose. Surely, there could not be anything of great significance within it. Supplementary setting. In the Xuanzang realm, imperial weapons are comparable to divine artifacts in the Yunnan continent. The term imperial weapon is rather general, as the disparity between the strongest and weakest is substantial, akin to the difference between divine artifacts and transcendent artifacts in Yunnan. The unique characteristic of divine weapons in the Xuanzang realm lies in their ability to enhance, nurturing them to a certain level to develop sentience, spirit. If one cannot subdue the spirit or gain its acknowledgement, others cannot unleash the formidable power of the imperial weapon. In contrast, divine weapons in the Yunnan and Xinzhou continents can be utilized to a significant extent, provided they are refined and have a high compatibility. Chapter 188. The unfortunate dream shadow fortune has smiled upon me. I did not expect this storage ring to contain not only numerous spiritual stones and rare herbs, but also the techniques of your Wenyuan house. Li Ruoqing produced the jade slip containing the technique from the ring and gestured to Yin Lu with a nod. The techniques of our Wenyuan house. How is that possible? Yin Lu's expression was one of extraordinary excitement. Although many powerful individuals had perished each time the Phoenix Sacred Palace opened, there had been no reports of Wenyuan house experts meeting their demise here. Brotherly, may I borrow the jade slip for a moment? Take it. Li Ruoqing casually tossed the jade slip over. Yin Lu eagerly activated the slip, his consciousness probing its contents. Before long, the astonishment on his face had vanished, replaced by fervent joy. This jade slip contains the long-lost 5 sovereigns of our Wenyuan house, which has been forgotten for over 100,000 years. Brotherly, this technique holds immense significance for our Wenyuan house. I dare to request that you grant me this technique. I would be willing to offer 10,000 high-quality spiritual stones as a token of gratitude. There is no need for such formalities. This technique bears great importance for your Wenyuan house, but to me, it is merely an ordinary technique. You may take it. However, I shall not distribute the other items within the ring. Li Ruoqing replied with a smile. That is only right. Brotherly, feel free to keep the other items. Yin Lu was already quite satisfied to have acquired a long-lost technique, especially since it was a fortuitous opportunity that Li Ruoqing had divined. He had previously hesitated to approach the corpse. Once Yin Lu had buried the remains of the suspected predecessor of Wenyuan house, the group returned to their previous location. Other disciples from the Hanshuan sacred sect, including Ing Zijing, returned in succession, all wearing expressions of excitement, clearly having encountered fortuitous opportunities and made significant gains. Little sister, thanks the senior brother. Ing Zijing bowed respectfully to Li Ruoqing, and others followed suit, expressing their gratitude in unison, saying, "Thank you, senior brother. We are all family. There is no need for such formality." Li Ruoqing smiled and said, "Since we have already encountered our fortunes, let us continue on our journey." With a grand sweep of his hand, he directed his companions to advance. Fortunately, there were no other sects nearby. Otherwise, they would surely be envious. For an astonishing number of opportunities had been seized entirely by the Hanshuan sacred sect. Almost every individual had a share of fortune. What a stroke of luck. As they traveled, the fortune stone in Li Ruoqing's hand occasionally glowed red, signaling the discovery of new opportunities. Most of these fortunes were graciously offered to the disciples of the Hanshuan sacred sect, for as the senior brother, it was unnecessary for him to personally claim such rewards. His disciples were more than willing to serve him, as Li Ruoqing's predictions had proven accurate time and again. Furthermore, with the accompaniment of powerful experts, they encountered no obstacles on their quests for treasures, which made the process exceedingly smooth. In just a few days, Li Ruoqing and his entourage had made remarkable gains beyond their expectations. All the disciples held Li Ruoqing's divination skills in high esteem. Their journey to the Phoenix Sacred Palace had transformed from mere training into a path to sudden wealth. In a nearby grove, a scene of the demon race hunting human prodigies was unfolding. I never anticipated encountering human elites while seizing the legacy at the Phoenix Sacred Palace. If I can vanquish you, my father will surely be pleased. A young man donned in a golden raincoat and crowned with a golden diadem observed the encircled figure in the center with satisfaction. If Li Ruoqing were present, he would quickly recognize that the besieged individual was Meng Ying, a direct disciple of the Tianma Maison, whom he had previously encountered. However, her situation was dire. Originally arriving at the Phoenix Heavenly Palace with a group of demonic sect companions to explore, they had been forced to separate due to the palace's vastness. Unfortunately for her, Fate had dealt a cruel hand, and she found herself face to face with the elites of the demon race. She had hoped to showcase her exceptional skills and eliminate them all, but reality was harsh. Her adversaries matched her in strength, both hovering around the 7th and 8th levels of the Dao Foundation realm, yet they overwhelmed her with sheer numbers, 6 guards, all around the 6th transition of the Dao Foundation realm. Despite her best efforts, she had only managed to defeat 3 of them. The demons proved to be a relentless challenge. Although they could not defeat her head-on, they resorted to a war of attrition, striving to drain her true essence. Now, she was left with only half of her peak strength, and if this stalemate continued, she feared she would perish here. As for her companions from the demonic sect, they were too far away. Even if they rushed to her aid, there was no guarantee they could extricate her from this peril. "Step back, you worthless fools. I shall personally deal with her," the young man declared, his irritation palpable as he witnessed his comrades struggle to subdue Meng Ying, losing 3 in the process. Determined to take matters into his own hands, he believed that with Meng Ying's strength diminished, victory would be easily within his grasp. As a distant descendant of the ancient phoenix, this young prince of the rock, possessing the bloodline of a great Pong, was indeed formidable. Confronting a human prodigy who had lost much of her strength should pose no challenge for him. A blaze of resplendent golden fire surged towards the ethereal figure in the arena. The figure, Dream Shadow, evaded in a flurry, yet the flame, seemingly sentient, relentlessly pursued her, determined to consume her. In a moment of desperation, Dream Shadow retrieved a milky silk ribbon from her storage bracelet, infusing it with her vital essence. The ribbon charged forward, racing towards the torrent of golden flames. In an instant, the tip of the ribbon ignited, but Dream Shadow remained unperturbed. With a deft flick, she maneuvered the fiery ribbon towards the 3 demon guards, unprepared for such cunning from a human female. The guards were taken aback as she launched her attack amidst the crisis. 2 of them were struck by the ribbon, engulfed in searing flames. And after a few anguished cries, they lay silent, reduced to ashes. Only 1 guard managed to evade the ambush, while the young demon king seethed with rage. He had intended to utilize the unparalleled lethality of the golden fire to incinerate Dream Shadow, but instead, she had turned the tables, costing him 2 of his subordinates. A profound humiliation indeed. Let us see how you respond to this. The furious young demon king unleashed another assault. His razor-sharp claws propelled by a torrent of vital essence, aimed squarely at the beleaguered Dream Shadow. Chapter 189. A powerful demon? No. Just a roasted chicken. As Dream Shadow despaired, watching the golden flames converge upon her once more, a familiar voice rang out from nearby. "Oh. Who would have thought to encounter a member of the demon race? Is that a transformation into a bird? The wings of a bird are a precious asset. It would be a pity not to use them for roasting." Then, a burst of azure lotus divine fire erupted, morphing into a petite figure that darted toward the golden flames. With a vigorous inhalation, it devoured the inferno, leaving the young demon king in disbelief as he belched in satisfaction. "How dare you insult my kind and steal my divine golden fire? This is an affront too great to bear." He fumed, astonished that just as he was on the verge of vanquishing Dream Shadow, an unexpected interloper had appeared to vex him further. "If you are dissatisfied, then come and fight. Is it not the demon race that champions strength and the survival of the fittest?" Li Ruoqing taunted, surveying the scene. Several demon warriors lay transformed upon the ground, leaving only the golden-robed man with a crown and a guard, alongside the injured woman. "Young master, what are you doing here?" Dream Shadow, straining against her fatigue, looked toward the distance to find none other than Li Ruoqing, the very one she had playfully teased by Falling Star Lake. Her heart soared. It seemed she would not meet her end at the hands of the demons today. "Ah, it is you. How is it that you are alone? Did you not travel with companions?" Li Ruoqing frowned, surprised to see such a prominent disciple of the heavenly demon charm sect besieged by the demons, utterly unaccompanied. He wondered how the higher-ups of her sect could be so careless, risking their outstanding disciple to such treachery. "As I entered, I became separated from them and sought to reunite, only to be pursued relentlessly by the demon clan," Dream Shadow lamented. "Humph, how dare they disregard me? Prepare to face my wrath." Observing Li Ruoqing and Dream Shadow engaged in casual conversation from a distance, the young king of the demons was nearly driven to fury. After all, he was a direct descendant of a great sage of the demon clan, a peerless talent ranked highly within the northern demon court. Such an affront was intolerable. A more potent blaze of crimson gold flame transformed into a bird, surging toward Li Ruoqing. Regrettably, the azure lotus divine fire, standing by in anticipation, was thrilled to witness yet another flame emerge. In no time, The crimson gold flame was entirely devoured by the azure lotus divine fire. What manner of creature is this? My crimson gold divine flame is inherited from the phoenix. How could it be repeatedly consumed by this little thing? The young demon king was astonished to see his prized crimson gold divine flame falter once more, effortlessly subdued by the azure lotus divine fire. Sensing a troubling turn of events, he attempted to retreat. With an overwhelming number of adversaries and his crimson gold flame utterly defeated, remaining would likely spell disaster for him. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. Next, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. The young demon king spat venomously at Li Ruoqing before transforming into a magnificent golden rock and soaring into the sky. Attempt to flee? Such an endeavor shall not be so simple. Li Ruoqing wielded the divine oblivion blade, unleashing a razor-sharp blade of light that struck the soaring rock directly. A mournful cry erupted as torrents of blood rained down, and the rock plummeted from the heavens. As for the remaining demon guard, who dared to resist, Li Ruoqing effortlessly dispatched him with a single stroke. Thereafter, he beckoned his disciples to gather the 6 avian corpses, ensuring they were cleansed and preparing them for roasting. Meanwhile, the severely injured young demon king was besieged by the group, stripped of his treasures, feathered garments, and golden crown, bound and bereft of his possessions. The young demon king was filled with trepidation, fearful of being turned into a roasted delicacy by these ruthless individuals. My young lord, my gratitude knows no bounds. I am willing to offer myself in return, Dream Shadow expressed. Having consumed the healing elixir handed to her by Li Ruoqing, her injuries considerably mended. Gazing upon Li Ruoqing's ethereal countenance, she could not resist a playful tease as she expressed her thanks. This demoness dares to desire my elder brother. Ing Zijing was astonished to see Li Ruoqing rescue Dream Shadow, noting the apparent camaraderie between them. How could this enchanting vixen dare to entice her elder brother? Are you frightened that I might win over your elder brother? TSK. My young lord, your charm is indeed remarkable. Noting the tension with Ing Zijing, Dream Shadow remained unfazed, discerning that Li Ruoqing was the true authority among them. He had intervened to save her, and she felt assured he would not turn against her. All right, let us feast on the roasted meat. The flesh and blood of these demon experts are highly nourishing. If you wish to bicker further, these delectable treasures shall not be shared, Li Ruoqing remarked, unable to suppress his exasperation at the 2 young ladies on the verge of quarreling, wondering how they could still find the leisure to bicker at such a critical juncture. Your thought processes are quite problematic. As the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, everyone could not help but succumb to their appetites, transforming into voracious gourmands. 6 large birds were swiftly devoured by the crowd. One disciple spotted the little Peng King nearby and, unable to suppress a gulp, exclaimed, "Master brother, there's still one left here. Shall we roast it too?" Indeed, that creature just transformed into a gigantic rock, a substantial feast for us. Another disciple, seemingly inspired, nodded vigorously in agreement. Upon hearing that his few guardians had been consumed and that they intended to devour him as well, the little Peng King felt a surge of panic, his expression one of sheer terror. Wasn't it said that the demon race regarded the human race as mere fodder? How could these humans be even more ruthless than the demons? Father, come save me. After all, he was a distant relative of the phoenix. He might yet serve a purpose. Let us keep him for now. If you're feeling peckish when we encounter the demon race, put in some effort and eliminate them all. Then we can have a barbecue, Li Ruoqing explained to the terrified little Peng King. The group pressed onward, encountering formidable demon race experts along the way. Li Ruoqing and his companions charged forward, leaving no room for their adversaries to escape. The demon corpses they vanquished were collected for future roasting. The various human sects observed Li Ruoqing's reckless abandon with astonishment. After all, this time, the demon race's stronghold was led by 2 demon saints who had entered the transformation god realm. If they were to discover this, even the headmaster of the Xianyuan sacred sect, Chu Tsangtian, would likely find it difficult to mediate. The fortunate demons who narrowly escaped the claws of death hurried back to report to their elders, seeking assistance from the approaching demon saints to teach Li Ruoqing and his companions a harsh lesson. Initially, these 2 demon saints, proud of their status, had no intention of bullying the weak, but as more and more of the demon race's prodigies met their demise, they could no longer remain idle and resolved to intervene and properly chastise these audacious humans. Chapter 190. Has the Phoenix legacy been obtained? 5 days later, before the Wutong Grand Hall, representatives of various surviving factions arrived at the Phoenix Sacred Palace one after another. Gazing up at the magnificent palace before them, they could not help but marvel at the might and profound heritage of the ancient demon race. The opportunity stone in Li Ruoqing's hand began to glow red intermittently, persistently signaling the presence of nearby opportunities. As he observed the information materializing in his consciousness, Li Ruoqing found himself at a loss for words. Within the blink of an eye, the opportunity stone had presented over 20 prospects, including rare elixirs, top-tier medicinal materials, and premium crafting supplies. Just how many resources had this phoenix amassed in its time? Even the Xianyuan sacred sect as Points Hall could not boast such an abundance of treasures. Had he not traversed 3 worlds and encountered a plethora of resources, he might very well have been driven to madness. However, before he could lead the others into the palace, he was intercepted by 2 formidable demon race experts from the transformation god realm. Humph. A little brat from the Xianyuan sacred sect dares to hunt down multiple prodigies of my demon race. Do not blame me for using my superior strength against the weak. I shall flay you alive. One of the formidable beings spoke, declaring himself as the king of the monkeys. One of the 10 divine transformation realm demon saints of the northern border demon court. He expressed a fervent desire to reduce Li Ruoqing to ashes. Although the other demon saint, the flood dragon king, remained silent, he kept a watchful eye, radiating a menacing aura. The demon race of the northern border had suffered grievous losses, with many of their talented individuals falling prey to Li Ruoqing and his companions, leaving only a handful to escape unscathed. Such immense losses had surpassed the limits of what the northern border demon court could endure, and their prized little Peng King had also been captured by Li Ruoqing and his allies. If they failed to rescue him, the celestial demon Peng King would undoubtedly seek revenge. Furthermore, if they could not obtain the Phoenix's legacy, their return to the northern border would likely be fraught with difficulties. Confronted by the threat of 2 divine transformation realm demon saints, Li Ruoqing remained composed. He turned to his companions, Sword Songhai and Ling Long, instructing them. I entrust these 2 to you. I shall enter with the others. That suits me perfectly. Remember to reserve a portion of the treasures for me. Ling Long, surprised to encounter a demon of comparable strength in the Xuansong realm, pondered who might ultimately prevail. Sword Songhai nodded at Li Ruoqing, then placed his sword box on the ground, from which several swords swiftly soared towards the 2 demon saints. Ling Long followed suit, extending a claw, summoning an enormous dragon claw that tore through the fabric of space, aiming for the 2 demons. Is that a dragon claw? Are you of the dragon lineage? The flood dragon king stammered, his heart quaking at the sudden appearance of the dragon claw. Did not the dragon race become extinct in ancient times? How can there still be a dragon of such power in the world today? It was well known that in the ancient era, true dragons were renowned alongside phoenixes. While phoenixes could cultivate to the realm of celestial beings, achieving dominion over the Xuansong realm, true dragons were not to be underestimated. Old Zhao, what are you afraid of? The king of the monkeys interrupted the dazed flood dragon king. You are in the divine transformation realm. She is merely at the Dharma manifestation realm. Defeat her, and by employing secret arts to seize her bloodline, you too could ascend to the true dragon lineage. Indeed, once I acquire this little girl's bloodline, I shall also ascend to the status of a true dragon. He bellowed, brandishing a colossal trident towards the immense dragon claw. The king of the monkeys further wielded a long staff, skillfully deflecting the incoming swords. As the experts from the Xianyuan holy sect and the demon race clashed, others swiftly entered the grand hall, eager to seize opportunities. However, they were unprepared for the myriad of traps and powerful puppets awaiting intruders within. The newcomers, unaware of the hall's secrets, inadvertently triggered the mechanisms. The fearless guardians, mechanical sentinels of the hall, sprang into action, and chaos ensued, with cries of battle echoing. The sounds of weapons clashing and spiritual energy erupting in a cacophony. Yet, Li Ruoqing, possessing the chance stone, adeptly led his companions in evading the traps. Delving deeper into the heart of the grand hall, soon, they stumbled upon a remarkable discovery, a vast secret chamber meticulously arranged with numerous shelves, each adorned with an abundance of jade vials, jade slips, and treasures. Before the others could react, Li Ruoqing swiftly collected all the items into his system space, and then continued onward with the group. When the others finally arrived, exhausted from their arduous journey, they found only an empty chamber, leaving them in utter despair. After taking such monumental risks and exerting themselves to the brink, they had encountered nothing, a rather disheartening turn of events. Li Ruoqing and his companions soon reached the innermost sanctum of the grand hall, but the stark emptiness of the space left them bewildered. If their conjectures were correct, this could very well be the place where the phoenix had ultimately transcended. However, there were no treasures to be found, save for a meditation cushion and a fist-sized orb. Li Ruoqing began to question whether the fortune stone had malfunctioned, as it had proclaimed this location to be the greatest source of opportunity within the Phoenix Sacred Palace. Yet the reality before them was anything but. Brother, could that orb be the legacy left by the Phoenix? Ing Ziqin pondered aloud after a moment of silence, pointing at the dark orb before them. The Phoenix's legacy surely wouldn't be so meager, Li Ruoqing replied, stepping forward to examine the orb closely, but found nothing of note. He attempted to delve deeper with his divine sense, only to be met with disappointment as the orb's density repelled his probing. May I give it a try? Ing Ziqin inquired, as if struck by an idea. Without hesitation, Li Ruoqing handed her the orb. Upon receiving it, Ing Ziqin pricked her delicate finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the orb, yet it remained unresponsive. Observing this, Li Ruoqing was struck with inspiration. He summoned the little Peng King, disregarding its protests, and struck it with a palm to extract a spray of vital blood, which he let fall onto the orb. To their astonishment, the orb reacted vigorously, rapidly absorbing the scattered vital essence. Li Ruoqing, sensing the opportunity, struck the little Peng King once more, causing another torrent of blood to spill forth, which rendered the creature unconscious. After absorbing a significant amount of vital blood, the once dark orb began to transform, expanding in size and shifting to a resplendent golden hue. A melodious cry of a phoenix resonated from the orb, which then morphed into a shimmering phoenix apparition, swirling gracefully in the hall before swiftly descending towards Ing Ziqin. Fortune favors you, sister. It appears the phoenix's legacy has chosen you, Li Ruoqing realized, understanding that the orb was indeed the phoenix's inheritance, activated by the bloodline of the phoenix's kin. Why it had chosen Ing Ziqin remained a mystery to him. Perhaps it is because the phoenix is female, she mused, reflecting on Li Ruoqing's teasing. Her legacy can only be cultivated by women. Ing Ziqin swiftly completed the process of receiving the inheritance, contemplating Li Ruoqing's jest. Li Ruoqing suddenly realized that this could indeed be the reason. Otherwise, in terms of bloodline, the blood of the young king, being a distant relative of the phoenix, would undoubtedly be the closest. Considering talent, his celestial demeanor would certainly be the foremost choice. Ultimately, the phoenix chose to bestow its legacy upon Ing Ziqin, another female. Li Ruoqing smiled, acknowledging that this must be his junior sister's destiny. There were numerous female cultivators who came to the Phoenix Sacred Palace, yet only his junior sister had managed to reach this place. Li Ruoqing instinctively recalled Meng Ying, who had accompanied them on their journey a couple of days prior, inadvertently gaining numerous opportunities and benefits. It was only after her companions from the demonic sect arrived that she bid farewell to Li Ruoqing to explore other realms. If she were to realize that by merely following along, she could have reached the depths of this grand hall and perhaps obtained the Phoenix's legacy, would she not be devastated? Subsequently, after acquiring the remaining opportunities, Li Ruoqing and the others exited the Wutong Hall through another passage. Everyone was in awe of Li Ruoqing's divination skills. They had not anticipated that he could accurately predict the precise locations of various opportunities within the hall, nor that he would uncover a highly concealed passage that led directly outside the secret realm. This revelation allowed them to perfectly evade the explorers who entered later, successfully claiming the legacy of the Phoenix Sacred Palace and most of its treasures. When Li Ruoqing and his companions re-emerged, they found Linglong, Jian Songhai, and two demon saints engaged in a fierce battle, with powerful energy fluctuations palpable from within and without. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ruoqing flew towards the combatants, carrying the unconscious young king in his grasp. Stop. If you wish for him to live, cease your actions at once. Li Ruoqing's thunderous roar, infused with true essence, momentarily stunned the four fighters. They paused their conflict, retreating slightly to avoid any potential ambush. Brat, release the young king at once, or you shall not leave this place unscathed. The eager monkey king, oblivious to the shift, further threatened Li Ruoqing, attempting to coerce him into surrendering the young king. Old fool, have you become so engrossed in your cultivation that you've lost your wits? The young king is my trophy. Do you truly believe your mere words can compel me to release him? Li Ruoqing retorted with disdain. You insolent wretch. A mere junior of the Dharma aspect realm dares to be so arrogant. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, so you may understand that there are always greater beings beyond the heavens. Before he finished speaking, the Monkey King swung his heavy staff towards Li Ruoqing. Humph, come forth. I shall see what exceptional prowess a demon clan's transformation god realm expert possesses. Li Ruoqing, observing the approaching threat, carelessly tossed the young king aside as if he were refuse, then drew forth the divine fallen blade to charge at his adversary. Upon engagement, Li Ruoqing quickly discerned that this demon's physical strength was astonishing. Even with his meticulously honed stellar divine body, which had reached a minor completion, he found himself at a disadvantage in terms of power. Could it be that the disparity between the transformation god realm and the Dharma aspect realm was truly so vast? What a remarkable lad. No wonder he carries himself with such audacity. It turns out he is a practitioner of physical cultivation, capable of withstanding my attack. Humph. Let me test this further. Suddenly, the Monkey King's form swelled dramatically. His already imposing physique grew even larger, transforming into a towering figure exceeding 2 meters. Boy, to perish at my hands today is indeed a stroke of fortune for you. Do not be so arrogant in your next life. Through the use of secret techniques, the Monkey King's power surged to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Li Ruoqing, however, remained unfazed, sneering. Did you think I lacked methods to enhance my own cultivation? He discreetly gestured, invoking the star technique. In a matter of moments, an overwhelming force of stellar energy surged toward him as if summoned by an unseen hand. Li Ruoqing's strength escalated rapidly, soon reaching the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm, then breaking through to the initial stage of the transformation realm, advancing through to the mid-stage, and finally halting at the late stage. The Monkey King and the Dragon Demon King were taken aback. They never anticipated that Li Ruoqing's method for augmenting his strength could be so formidable. It is worth noting that even the Monkey King's technique for elevating a single realm was exceedingly rare and fraught with significant drawbacks. Yet, Li Ruoqing had surged through 4 realms. Was he not at risk of being overwhelmed by the sudden influx of true essence? Linglong and Jian Songhai were somewhat astonished, but quickly regained their composure, having previously witnessed the application of secret techniques to enhance cultivation. However, at that time, Li Ruoqing was at a lower level, and his improvements were not nearly as extreme as they were now. From a distance, other sects and factions watching the battle were left in awe as they observed the Monkey King and Li Ruoqing employing secret techniques to elevate their cultivation. The latter had ascended to the late stage of the transformation realm, leaving them all astounded. Prior to this, they had been somewhat skeptical of rumors regarding Li Ruoqing's confrontation with Chute Sanqiong, but now they were utterly convinced. Never before had they heard of such a secret technique capable of such a dramatic enhancement in such a brief span. It was almost unthinkable. Did you not once rely on your superior cultivation to attempt to teach me a lesson, even to kill me? Now that my realm surpasses yours, it is time for me to retaliate. Li Ruoqing scoffed, his figure shifting as countless phantoms and blades surged toward the Monkey King. The relentless barrage of attacks left the Monkey King scrambling to defend himself. He had initially presumed that amidst the multitude of figures, only one was genuine. Yet, the immense force emanating from the staff continually reminded him that each shadow and blade was indeed real. Due to the rapid frequency of the opponent's assaults, the Monkey King found himself incapable of countering and was gradually pushed into a disadvantageous position, suffering numerous injuries from Li Ruoqing's avatars. Goodness! A prodigy has truly achieved the impossible, battling from the Dharma aspect realm to the transformation realm. Am I hallucinating? How could the esteemed disciple of Hanshuan sacred sect be so formidable? Even the ancestors of ancient times may not have been as powerful at this level. Unbelievable. That is the demon saint of the northern wilderness, a being comparable in strength to our sect's leader and elder. Who would have thought that he would be so thoroughly bested by Li Ruoqing? This is nothing short of astonishing. As they gazed upon the scene of Li Ruoqing mercilessly assaulting the Monkey King, the spectators were left utterly dumbfounded, their worldviews shattered in that very moment. Chapter 192. The terrifying power of the Eternal Emperor's scripture. The Zhao Demon King, sensing the dire situation, contemplated intervening to assist the Monkey King. However, before he could make a move, he was intercepted by Jian Songhai and Linglong. Stay right there, or we shall take you on together, Linglong boldly declared to the Zhao Demon King. During their previous encounter, Linglong had discerned that the Zhao Demon King's prowess was indeed formidable. Despite her bloodline advantage that subtly suppressed his abilities, he had managed to contend with her, even gaining the upper hand at times. Had it not been for the Zhao clan's thin bloodline, preventing their ascension to true dragon status, the outcome might have been uncertain. Furthermore, the secret techniques he wielded were unknown to her, granting him remarkable enhancements upon their execution. Faced with the fierce gazes of the two, the Zhao Demon King could only suppress his fury and retreat, recognizing that the current circumstances favored his opponents. Upon reflection, it seemed they had underestimated their adversaries, believing that even the most powerful disciple of the Hanshuan sacred sect would have limitations. Little did they know that their opponent was a formidable figure of the Dharma aspect realm, whose combat prowess bolstered by secret techniques, had reached the peak of the god transformation realm. This was indeed an outrageous violation of fairness. Where on earth had that scoundrel Chu Songqiong found such a prodigy? The Monkey King, who had been desperately holding on, was taken aback by the unexpectedly prolonged duration of Li Ruoqing's divine ability. Exhausted from constant defense, he had sustained multiple injuries. Had it not been for his remarkable physique, he would have surely been gravely wounded and unable to continue. Moreover, as time progressed, the strength he had gained through secret arts was gradually waning, filling him with dread. If this continued, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries at Li Ruoqing's hands, and with a moment's carelessness, he might perish here today. After much hesitation, he resolved to fight for survival, seeking to break free from the stalemate. In a swift motion, he retreated several hundred meters, retrieving a black pill from his storage ring, which he promptly swallowed. In merely 2 breaths, his injuries astonishingly healed, and his strength surged significantly. "You little brat, to have forced me to this extent is truly impressive. Today, even at the cost of depleting much of my lifespan, I shall slay you here, extinguishing the hope of humanity ever producing a celestial being again." The pill he had consumed was the frantic demon explosion pill, concocted by a powerful demon. After ingestion, it could exponentially increase one's cultivation within a very short time, but at the cost of gradually losing one's sanity and succumbing to madness. 3 hours later, the user's lifespan would be drastically shortened, and their strength would diminish by more than 30%. Given such a tremendous sacrifice, if he could eliminate a potential human power capable of unifying the entire Xuanzang realm like the Second Ancestor or the 3 Sovereigns, it would be a worthy trade, securing hundreds or even thousands of years of stability for their demon clan. As he beheld the increasingly frenzied and powerful Monkey King, Li Ruoqing could not help but furrow his brow. However, a sudden idea struck him, prompting him to launch another attack against his adversary. The Monkey King brandished his colossal staff, relentlessly assaulting Li Ruoqing's avatars. Despite landing several blows, he failed to strike the true body, instead leaving himself vulnerable to a series of unexpected slashes from Li Ruoqing. This only served to exacerbate the Monkey King's madness, as he recklessly disregarded his own safety, determined to eliminate Li Ruoqing at any cost. Observing this chaotic scene, a hint of a smile crept onto Li Ruoqing's lips, for it seemed he was on the verge of executing his new plan. With a mere thought, he commanded his numerous avatars to once again engage the Monkey King, while he stealthily maneuvered among them to strike at the Monkey King's exposed back. In the midst of his fierce battle, the Monkey King was suddenly met with a deafening roar that left him momentarily frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ruoqing plunged the divine destruction blade deep into the Monkey King's lower back, channeling the immense power of the Yuan Huang Immortal Sutra. A formidable suction emanated from the blade, drawing forth the Monkey King's essence, vitality, and true energy, which rapidly flowed into Li Ruoqing's being. By the time the Monkey King regained his senses, he realized he had become a mere plaything in Li Ruoqing's grasp, his internal energy and life force dwindling at an alarming rate. Terror gripped him as he gasped, "What malevolent sorcery have you invoked? Why has my true energy vanished?" Before he could articulate his fears, blood erupted from his mouth, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. In that moment, the divine destruction blade had ravaged the Monkey King's organs, and by the time he fell to the ground, his formidable power had been entirely consumed by Li Ruoqing, leaving behind a once mighty demon king, now reduced to a feeble husk, teetering on the brink of death. The Zhao demon king, witnessing this harrowing transformation, rushed forward to assess the situation, only to be filled with dread upon discovering that his longtime companion had been utterly incapacitated, his once great strength now a distant memory. "What have you done?" he roared at Li Ruoqing. "Why has he lost all his power?" Everyone present was struck with astonishment. A being of the transformation realm, a titan within the Xuanzang realm, had been vanquished by Li Ruoqing, a mere practitioner of the Dharma aspect, and stripped of his powers. Such a fate would surely be a nightmare for any of them. It is the Yuan Huang. This young man must have inherited the legacy of the Yuan Huang. An elder observing from a distance exclaimed, as he connected the dots upon witnessing the near-diminished Monkey King. The Yuan Huang? One of the legendary figures from the ancient era? He mused. Indeed, only the Yuan Huang could possess such a terrifying technique capable of seizing another's entire life as cultivation in an instant. But has not the Yuan Huang left no inheritance behind? How then did Li Ruoqing come to possess it? My goodness, this Li Ruoqing is truly defying the heavens. To conquer a formidable being of the transformation realm in such a brief span, and to strip him of all his cultivation is nothing short of terrifying. It seems that the Xianyuan holy sect is on the verge of producing a formidable powerhouse in the realm of celestial beings. Although Li Ruoqing silenced the Monkey King, numerous observant sects in the distance discerned the peculiarities of the event. Many well-informed cultivators recognized that the technique employed by Li Ruoqing likely originated from the ancient Emperor Yuan's teachings. Upon realizing that a portion of his secrets had been unveiled, Li Ruoqing chose to ignore it, simply retracting the miniature Eastern Emperor bell into the confines of his system space. It was this very bell that, when shaken, unleashed an unparalleled sound wave that incapacitated the Monkey King, allowing Li Ruoqing to seize his opportunity effortlessly. Feeling the surge of true essence and vitality within him, Li Ruoqing experienced a comfort surpassing any rejuvenation he had ever known. Suppressing the urge to enter seclusion for further refinement, he coldly addressed the Zhao demon king below, stating, "I return the little Peng King to you. If you dispute this, feel free to confront me at the Xianyuan holy sect." Subsequently, Li Ruoqing exchanged pleasantries with Linglong and Jian Songhai, and together with the disciples of the Xianyuan holy sect, they departed from this secret realm. After all, the legacies and most treasures within the Phoenix Holy Palace had already been secured. Lingering here held little significance, and it was time to return to the sect to report their findings. Chapter 193. The Demon Clan's Rampage. A great war approaches days later. Li Ruoqing and his companions returned to the Xianyuan holy sect without incident. Chu Zhangqiong summoned Li Ruoqing for a meeting. Upon witnessing Li Ruoqing's strength having ascended to the late phase of the law manifestation realm, Chu Zhangqiong was exceedingly pleased. The tale of Li Ruoqing's triumph over the formidable Monkey King, transcending the law manifestation realm to vanquish a demon saint, had reverberated throughout every sect in the Xiansong realm. Everyone marveled at Li Ruoqing's achievements, particularly those present at the scene, who speculated that he might have acquired the legacy of Emperor Yuan, one of the ancient second ancestors and three sovereigns, leaving them utterly astonished. While Chu Zhangqiong understood that Li Ruoqing's true strength transcended the mere law manifestation realm, he recognized the gravity of the legacy from Emperor Yuan. It was known that the emperor had cultivated demonic arts, excelling in the devouring and seizing of others' cultivation for his own gain. The formidable beings of the demon race and the extraterrestrial celestial demons had suffered greatly at his hands. The Emperor Yuan, already a celestial being, had relentlessly pursued the demonic gods of the extraterrestrial celestial demons, driving them from the Xiansong realm and slaying them before countless powerful entities from beyond, securing a fearsome reputation. Curious, Chu Zhangqiong inquired whether Li Ruoqing had genuinely acquired the legacy of such a ruthless figure. If not, it would be prudent to clarify matters publicly to prevent Li Ruoqing from becoming a target for numerous factions. Warmed by Chu Zhangqiong's concern for his well-being, Li Ruoqing smiled and replied, "Thank you, Master Chu. I have indeed obtained the legacy of Emperor Yuan. I have completely refined the Monkey King's lifelong cultivation, and my strength has now reached the late phase of the law manifestation realm. I believe that with some time for consolidation, I shall soon break through to the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm and prepare to transcend into the divine transformation realm." Such rapid progress, Chu Zhangqiong mused, scrutinizing Li Ruoqing. His immense consciousness roamed over Li Ruoqing before retracting. With a smile, he remarked, "The legacy of Emperor Yuan is indeed profound. I had heard that you seized the Monkey King's cultivation. Hastily refining it could potentially lead to an overwhelming surge in strength, yet leave your foundation precarious. Unbeknownst to many, the essence within your body is remarkably abundant and pure, devoid of any side effects. Observing that this disciple of mine is nearing the pinnacle of my own strength, Chu Zhangqiong felt a profound satisfaction in his heart. He then remarked, "In that case, return and solidify your cultivation. When the time comes for you to transcend tribulations, I shall personally safeguard you." "Indeed, thank you, Master Chu." After 3 months, while Li Ruoqing was still in seclusion, the Xiansong realm, along with the Shenzhou continent and Yunnan continent, experienced extraordinary upheavals. A multitude of demonic warriors set their sights on the myriad realms. Upon discovering new worlds, they would lead their demonic armies to initiate large-scale invasion wars. In the Yunnan continent, the Minghui dynasty in the south became the initial target of the demonic incursion, suffering devastating losses. By the second day of conflict, a significant portion of the territory had fallen, and the demise of the Minghui dynasty was merely a matter of time. The sacred domain swiftly dispatched envoys to contact the Qian dynasty, Hanshuan dynasty, Xiongshi Empire, and Songlong Empire. Initially, the other nations harbored reservations regarding the assembly initiated by the sacred domain, for each of these nations boasted vast territories and wielded considerable power. Why should they convene to heed directives? Yet, they soon found themselves attending the gathering, not for any other reason, but due to the overwhelming strength of the sacred domain. With over 100 martial Emperor Realm experts and more than a dozen martial Saint Realm warriors, such an awe-inspiring assembly was something even the once mighty Hanshuan dynasty could scarcely muster. According to our intelligence, the demonic forces have indeed commenced their invasion. If we remain idle, the Yunnan continent may well be doomed, spoke Zhang Yu coldly from his elevated platform. What recourse do we have? Questioned the representative of the Xiongshi Empire, filled with reluctance. 30,000 years ago, how many of our strongest perished in resisting the demons? We scarcely possess even a handful of divine-level warriors now. How can we contend with them? Indeed, even if we could vanquish the demonic army, we are powerless against their formidable experts, lamented the representative of the Qian dynasty. Ancient texts reveal that the demon generals are comparable to our martial saints. While their demon lords surpass even divine-level prowess, we stand no chance against them. Despair permeated the atmosphere as they recounted the devastating losses from the ancient god-demon war, where nearly all divine-level warriors perished and countless martial saints and martial emperors fell, resulting in a population decline of 70% across the continent. But the demonic forces possess divine-level warriors, and so too does our sacred domain. With Zhang Yu's declaration, the air within the hall shifted, and a massive hand tore through the fabric of space. Two unfamiliar warriors emerged from the rift, their formidable presence far eclipsing that of the martial emperor and martial saint realms. All present gazed upon them in terror, fearful of an unexpected assault, as they felt utterly impotent to resist. Under the heavenly emperor's command, we are the divine generals Jiuyo and Feiping, honored to meet the hall master. The two men bowed respectfully to Zhang Yu, causing an uproar among the onlookers. The heavenly emperor? What faction do they represent? They had never heard of such a power. If these were celestial beings, how could they show such reverence to the hall master of the sacred domain? It defied all logic. Your Majesty, how have you been of late? Zhang Yu inquired, nodding towards the two individuals. His Majesty remains in seclusion, allowing us to assist the Holy Realm in repelling the demonic forces. Currently, 30,000 heavenly soldiers are fully prepared and ready to engage in battle. The 9 luminaries divine general respectfully responded. That is splendid news. Esteemed colleagues, this time we must not only repel the demonic army, but also annihilate them completely. Upon hearing the report from the 9 luminaries divine general, Zhang Yu finally felt a sense of relief. 2 divine generals of the main god realm, coupled with 30,000 lower god realm soldiers, would be sufficient to overpower all the demons. The group was equally exhilarated, promptly expressing their determination to exert every effort to deliver a decisive blow to the demonic forces. As for the Mingyue dynasty, it bears no relevance to us. After all, the demise of a fellow traveler does not affect me. Once we have repelled the demons, we may yet share in the spoils. How delightful. The situation on the Xinzhou continent is equally dire, as numerous demons have torn through the fabric of space, appearing upon its lands. The first to suffer were the nearby sects, with countless cultivators ruthlessly slaughtered. Upon receiving this alarming news, other sects were thrown into disarray, fearing that they too would meet a similar fate. Since defeating the united offensive of the demonic sects, the Qingyun Sword sect has gradually solidified its status as the foremost righteous sect. As the demonic invasion looms, the Qingyun Sword sect has proactively begun preparations for war. Having received advance notice of the impending threat, the demon princess Tianyue, who has ascended to the rank of demon lord, returned to the secret realm to inform the Holy Realm personnel stationed there of the demons' mass exodus, as they seek worlds to invade, leaving Xinzhou continent in grave peril. She also brought with her a fragment of the heavenly realm. Chapter 194. The final battle, conclusion, in comparison to the Yunnan and Xinzhou continents. The Xiansong realm boasts a greater number of formidable beings, whose strengths are even more pronounced, as the demons have dispatched an overwhelming force. Yet, despite this, they have struggled to gain any advantage within the Xiansong realm, thanks to the abundant essence of heaven and earth. The quality of the warriors in this realm far surpasses that of the Yunnan and Xinzhou continents. Various sects have dispatched representatives to Central State to negotiate alliances to collectively resist the invasion of the outer celestial demons. Initially, the demon and barbarian races were dismissive of this endeavor, for their animosities with the human race have persisted for millennia, making reconciliation exceedingly arduous. However, the human factions swiftly reached a consensus, with the Wenyuan prefecture as a guarantor, uniting the 10 holy lands of the righteous path, the 3 ancient sects. the 7 great demon sects, the Pure Land Buddhist sect, and the central dynasty of Daqin to jointly withstand the incursion of the outer celestial demons. Li Ruoqing, who had been in secluded cultivation, received the remnants of the heavenly realm brought by Princess Tianyue and was filled with uncontainable joy. This newly acquired fragment contained remnants of the ancient heavenly realm's Zhao Tian star formation and a plethora of crystallized stellar energy. Although the formation had become fragmented, rendering many of the star banners unusable, this posed little issue for Li Ruoqing. He merely needed to spend some points in the item shop to gather the necessary star banners for re-establishing the formation. Li Ruoqing infused all the accumulated stellar energy into the god's sealing list, and a multitude of heavenly soldiers and a few divine generals gradually awakened. Li Ruoqing did not anticipate being able to rouse a portion of the heavenly soldiers and generals so swiftly. Li Ruoqing permitted them to enter the heavenly realm to preside over the grand celestial formation of the Zhao Tian stars. Within merely a month, they amassed an immense power of celestial energy. The deities recorded in the divine list began to resurrect, including the 28 lunar mansions, the 6 southern dipper star lords, the 9 luminaries star lord, and the 4 great celestial masters, most of whom possessed strength at the upper deity level. With the 4 great celestial masters and the 9 luminaries star lord being formidable entities of the main god tier. This instilled Li Ruoqing with ample confidence in his ability to vanquish the demon race and safeguard the 3 realms. The 9 luminaries, alongside Faping, led the heavenly army to lend support to the Yunlan continent, while the 6 southern dipper star lords and the 4 great celestial masters took their positions on the Shenzhou continent. Rather than retreating into seclusion for further cultivation, Li Ruoqing chose to lead other divine generals and heavenly soldiers into the fray against the encroaching demonic forces. This monumental battle persisted for an extended period, with over 1 million demon soldiers invading the Xiansong realm, striking relentlessly at various factions. The southern wilderness barbarians and the northern frontier demon court faced the brunt of the assaults, suffering grievous losses. The demon army, undeterred by death, fought fiercely, determined to drag their barbarian and demon kin down with them in their final moments. This sacrificial method of combat left both the southern wilderness and northern frontier littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Ultimately, the human race refused to remain passive. Numerous sect leaders and elders rallied their disciples to join the battle. The war raged on for more than half a year, engulfing the entire Xiansong realm in its turmoil. During this time, many sects fell to ruin amid the protracted conflict, and even the major holy lands and 7 demon sects found themselves in dire straits. In contrast, a contingent from the Xianyuan holy sect, under Li Ruoqing's command, continued to slay the demon forces and their champions, with Li Ruoqing treating these demons as resources for cultivation, incessantly devouring and refining the demon champions, thereby enhancing his own strength. He not only successfully ascended to the transformation stage, but also surged forward, reaching the mid-level of the transformation stage. The likes of Linglong and Jian Songhai also experienced significant growth, successfully overcoming the heavenly tribulation to advance to the transformation stage. As the war extended into its 8th month, the heavenly army under Li Ruoqing continuously joined the battlefield. The previously faltering factions of the Xiansong realm witnessed the demon army's retreat and felt the glimmer of victory, invigorating them to engage fiercely against the demon champions. The hidden demon sovereign Ming Wan, sensing the dire situation, decisively intervened in an attempt to reverse the tide, only to be intercepted by the heavenly general Erlang Shen Yangjian. After a fierce skirmish, Yangjian succeeded in inflicting severe injuries upon him, allowing Li Ruoqing to seize the opportunity to capture and refine him. 4 months later, Li Ruoqing successfully broke through to the celestial human realm, upper deity level, becoming the first immortal to reach this stage in over 100,000 years in the Xiansong realm. Following this breakthrough, his power surged once more. Utilizing the star summoning technique, he attained the capability to confront main god tier beings directly. The conflict between deities and demons gradually approached its conclusion. Ultimately, the celestial demon war in the Xiansong realm lasted for 15 months, culminating in the complete eradication of the invading demon army and their champions. With the various sects suffering severe losses, the Xianyuan holy sect, to which Li Ruoqing belonged, emerged as the greatest victor, establishing itself as the most powerful holy land sect in the Xiansong realm. Regarding the relative weakness of the demonic forces on the Kangling continent and the Shenzhou continent, they were swiftly vanquished with the aid of the celestial generals and heavenly soldiers from the heavenly court, thus bringing an early end to the unexpected war. Upon his return to the Kangling continent, Li Ruoqing merged the sacred domain with the ancient heavenly court, establishing a new celestial court. Utilizing his supreme divine power, he transformed the entire Frosty Empire into a distinct layer within the new heavenly realm. All factions were left astounded to discover that the enigmatic emperor behind this celestial court was none other than Li Ruoqing himself. In consideration of his past connections with Mingdai, Li Ruoqing bestowed upon the Qian Empire and the Songlong Empire a collection of exquisite spiritual elixirs and cultivation techniques. Augustus of the Songlong Empire was equally surprised to learn that the promising youth he had favored was the mastermind behind the mysterious celestial court, and that he had swiftly elevated the entire Frosty Empire to the celestial realm. Gazing at the exceptional spiritual elixirs and techniques, he felt a nostalgic surge of anticipation for cultivation reminiscent of his youth. Li Xuan of the Qian Empire, looking at the pills and techniques sent by Li Ruoqing, sighed deeply. He pondered whether, had he paid more attention to this unassuming sixth brother back in the day, the Qian Empire might now be the one ascending to the heavens. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. After ascending to the outer heavens with the new celestial court, Li Ruoqing soon encountered the long-awaited divine envoy. To his astonishment, two souls emerged from his being, Lo Xingqian and the human King Yi. Following an exchange, Li Ruoqing realized that the souls hidden within his consciousness belonged to Lo Xingqian, the founder of the star refinement technique, who had been a martial deity 30,000 years prior. Seeing that the young man he had once favored had reached such heights, Lo Xingqian felt a sense of satisfaction and expressed his desire to entrust the entire star divine domain to Li Ruoqing, wishing to journey to other worlds in search of breakthroughs. However, upon learning that Li Ruoqing had grasped a method to attain a higher realm, Lo Xingqian declared that, as the star divine king, he could still serve for another 30,000 years. He was still young. Once the new celestial court established its roots in the star divine domain, it successively opened ascension pathways to the Xuanzang realm, Shenzhou continent, and Yunlan continent. A decade later, having ascended to the divine king realm, Li Ruoqing finally comprehended the origins of the system. It turned out that the system's predecessor was the chaotic treasure, the Chaos Pearl. Before the shattering of the primordial era, a remnant soul of the supreme Tao ancestor had narrowly escaped, merging with the Chaos Pearl to become its spirit, collecting all the remnants of the primordial treasures within it. For countless ages, it had sought a suitable host to revive the glory of the bygone primordial era, and Li Ruoqing was that fortunate individual. Having unraveled the past, the new celestial court initiated a grand celestial war to reclaim the fragments of the ancient world, which had evolved into new realms.